I, a student considered radical by everyone, openly confronted an authoritative professor in class. When everyone thought I was just a reckless young man full of vigor, I revealed a shocking secret that no one had ever considered. My outrageous remarks not only stunned all the conservatives but also caught the attention of a top official from the Ministry of Defense. He praised me endlessly, and my next proposal would directly alter the world's landscape. My name is Lin Fan, a student at Harbin Institute of Technology. In the classroom, Professor Sun was proudly presenting the grand blueprint for the Motuo Hydropower Station. Yet, I proposed the radical idea of damming the Yarlung Tsangpo River. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in uproar, and the professor was utterly stunned. He accused me of using extreme rhetoric, unbecoming of a great nation's demeanor, to which I retorted, truth lies only within the range of artillery fire. A century of humiliation for China was wrought by hypocrites like you, playing both sides, cutting off others' paths? This is called controlling the grand scheme. I not only criticized the construction of the Motuo Hydropower Station, but even questioned the necessity of the Three Gorges Dam. In my view, these seemingly grand projects could become the primary targets for enemy attacks during wartime. It's a ticking time bomb hanging over one's head. My words might sound alarmist, but they got the students present all fired up, leaving even Professor Sun deep in thought and at a loss for words. After all, these patriotic youths have long grown weary of constant suppression and constraints, and my words resonated with their frustrations, as if it had unleashed the long-suppressed emotions buried deep within their hearts. Just then, Deputy Minister of National Defense Su Zhenghua appeared at the classroom door. He clearly heard my remarks, his eyes filled with approval. He praised my idea as unexpected, but believes that damming the Yarlung Tsangpo River would cause serious political issues. It could even lead to war. I, however, disagree, bluntly stating that a great nation's development cannot be achieved without war, and proposed an even more ruthless plan. Preset nuclear bombs inside the Motuo Hydropower Station, and if the Indians provoke, detonate the station to let the contaminated water flow towards them. This crazy proposal once again shocked everyone, and Professor Sun's gaze toward me changed, filled with admiration and fervor. In reality, I'm a time traveler from the technologically advanced and powerful year of 2031, a decade into the future. Armed with knowledge from the future, I'm acutely aware of the various blockades and sanctions imposed on Huaxia in the current global landscape. Knowing the trajectory of the future, I'm determined to help Huaxia achieve a technological and military leapfrog, firmly seizing the initiative. My astonishing statements were nothing but a dimensional reduction strike. My ideas and papers had already caught the attention of the Ministry of National Defense. Su Zhenghua's visit was specifically for me. In Professor Sun's office, he directly asked me if I already had a detailed plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River. I confidently replied, it's all contained in here. Then will you come with me? Su Zhenghua asked. I've been waiting for you to come find me. I answer. I follow Su Zhenghua, taking a helicopter to a secret military base. In the conference room sit more than a dozen elderly men, all scientists who have dedicated most of their lives to the country. They are surprised by my youth, while I remain completely calm. The meeting quickly gets down to business, and a heated discussion erupts over the plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River. An elderly man with graying hair, old Zhou, was the first to voice his opposition. He argued that this move would provoke fierce retaliation from South Asian nations and sanctions from the United Nations, further escalating the already tense international situation. Several other senior scientists also expressed their agreement, believing that we should seek victory through stability rather than reckless advancement. Faced with overwhelming opposition, I unapologetically countered. Alright, you old fuddy-duddies, my own affairs, and I have to worry about what others think. The cannons of neighboring countries are all aimed at us. Are your eyes failing in your old age? Whether to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River or not, are we not being provoked every single day? You want to wait until others come knocking at our door before trying to reason with them, is that it? My words left everyone present stunned. An elderly man surnamed who angrily slammed the table and stood up, furiously calling me a fool and a reckless brute. I, however, disagreed, and instead applauded before calmly standing up and saying to them, in the end, you're just afraid of trouble. The glory our forebears earned with their blood was not meant for you to rest on your laurels. To avoid being beaten, you must be so strong that your opponents are afraid of you. Such a mere clown has scared you out of your wits. How can you still talk about patriotism and winning glory for the country? I then retorted, when Eagle says someone is a terrorist and launches a war, did they consult us? Did they listen to our protests and condemnations when they deployed military bases around us and imposed sanctions and suppression? Do I need to ask for their permission just to play with mud in my own yard? My remarks made several senior scientists turn red with anger, while the top officials at the Ministry of National Defense reacted as if they had discovered a new continent, their eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Chapter 4, Why Don't You All Retire? Lin Fan's brows furrowed as he glanced around the room before continuing. When someone S on your head and you protest, they'll just laugh at your weakness, laugh at your incompetence. Mark my words, even if I were to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River or take on those bastards in South Asia, the eagle-eyed bastards wouldn't dare lift a finger. Can you people offer some constructive suggestions for the country? If not, retire early and go home to rest. You've spent your entire careers trying to figure out a vector engine and still don't get it. I'll hand deliver one to you later. Then you can go home and babysit your grandchildren. Lin Fan finished speaking, his gaze sweeping across each face as his eyes narrowed slightly. Whoa! The room fell silent. The room fell silent for half a minute before erupting in chaos. What the hell are you saying? Who the hell is incompetent? Who the hell is weak? Hu Jianjun completely lost his temper, leaping to his feet and erupting in a torrent of curses. Old Zhou and the other scientists turned beet red with fury, too stunned to speak. Enough, enough! Calm down. For someone who calls himself an intellectual, you should organize your words better. At your age, spewing profanities left and right, don't you feel ashamed? I'll curse you out, but I'm afraid your decades-old cerebral thrombosis can't handle it. You. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. What's with the you? Enough already. I called you here to discuss plans for diverting the Yarlung Tsangpo River, not to start arguments. Go wash up and get some sleep. The scene descended into chaos as Lin Fan dominated the discussion, leaving the scientists utterly speechless. Su Zhenghua, however, found Lin Fan increasingly likable the more he watched. Passion. To the conservatives, such words were indeed jarring. But for a patriot, they ignited a blazing fire within. Still, causing such a commotion at the conference was hardly proper. This wasn't how scientists behaved, they were acting like a bunch of street thugs. Lin Fan showed no sign of stopping. He continued, even if it did come to war? I doubt anyone in the South Asian region would dare fire the first shot. Would the eagle dare? Even if we were to fight, we wouldn't back down, right? Hu Jianjun laughed bitterly, shaking his head. You're so young. Acting like this will only make us a target for everyone. Even if we aren't afraid, who can guarantee this won't spark incidents or escalate tensions? Who will take responsibility then? Lin Fan chuckled. A target for everyone? Escalation? Aren't we already a target? We're already under siege. The world is eyeing us greedily. Old Zhou, given the current situation, don't you think war is inevitable? First off, let me state clearly, I'm a young man who hopes for world peace. But I'm not some turtle-brained fool who enjoys being coveted. You. That cowardly bastard, while seemingly directed at himself, was actually a veiled insult. Zhou Changjian was so enraged he nearly choked on his own fury. Su Zhenghua and several other Ministry of National Defense leaders exchanged glances, their minds already made up. These veteran scientists had dedicated their entire lives to serving the nation. While Lin Fan's accusation that they were complacent might be somewhat insulting. But when it came to major decisions, they were overly conservative, constantly constrained by others without knowing how to fight back. Their endless protests and condemnations were nothing but empty words, and that wasn't the military way. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the murmurs, Su Zhenghua's applause rang out. Soon, applause from other defense ministry leaders followed suit. The murmurs abruptly ceased. The conservative old scientists exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. I fully agree with Lin Fan's perspective. Though we live in peaceful times, the current situation is far from peaceful. I'd be quite curious to see how these clowns fare when they play in the mud in their own backyard. Damn. The moment Su Zhenghua uttered these words, the matter was effectively settled. Although the matter still required consultation with the highest leadership, Su Zhenghua represented the Ministry of National Defense. His approval meant it was essentially a done deal. The meeting ended in discord. Lin Fan was retained to devise strategies for the construction plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River and begin implementation. Meanwhile, relevant authorities directly released a state-level document titled Construction of Dams in the Yarlung Tsangpo River Basin online. The world was instantly abuzz. Not long ago, China had announced plans to build the Motuo Hydropower Station. Less than half a month had passed, and now the Motuo project was scrapped, replaced by plans to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo. Indian protest. India lodges a solemn protest. This is cutting off our water supply, an inhumane act. We firmly oppose. South Asian clown, we strongly condemn China's actions. We will monitor developments in real time and spare no effort to stop China from implementing its Yarlung Tsangpo River diversion plan. If necessary, we will resort to extreme measures. China must bear full responsibility for all consequences. Eagle, China's actions amount to digging graves. This violates the peace treaty. Persisting in this course means antagonizing the world. Should China proceed with its plan, Eagle will spare no effort in supporting South Asian nations to take necessary actions against China. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The moment China's plan was unveiled, the entire world erupted. The ranting of South Asian clowns is somewhat understandable. After all, severing the Yarlung Tsangpo River means placing the lifeline of these bastards in China's hands. Naturally, they'd kick and scream. The Eagle nation's rhetoric was righteous and stern, but inwardly, they were overjoyed. The Eagle, which had long coveted China, couldn't find a good excuse to invade. Despite years of military buildup in South Asia, ostensibly encircling China, the reality is that if war broke out, aside from India, few of these smaller nations would willingly serve as cannon fodder. Now, China's plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River has effectively maximized hostility with all of South Asia. Should this project proceed, the nations of South Asia will inevitably be driven to desperation. By then, without any prompting from the eagle, those clowns will rise up in unison to attack. Then, the Eagle Nation would raise the banner of world peace, joining the condemnation of China with righteous justification, reaping both glory and profit. How delightful! In response to feedback from various parties, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs offered only a dismissive retort. Protests are futile. China exercises absolute sovereignty over its own construction projects. Meanwhile, the Ministry of National Defense has already begun implementing the plan, effectively filtering out the voices of South Asia, the Eagle, and Western nations. Of course, while they talk about diverting the Yarlung Tsangpo River, this colossal project isn't something that can be completed overnight. Lin Fan wasn't the least bit worried about those clowns stirring up trouble. After all, before this project truly commenced, he still had several bombshells to drop to see if those clowns dared to fight like cornered dogs. Chapter 5, What's There to Fear? Give him 2 missiles. Truth be told, all the noise and commotion aside, Lin Fan and everyone present today were all old acquaintances. Take Hu Jianjun, for instance. As a veteran scientist in aerospace propulsion, he and Lin Fan had worked together for 12 years. In his previous life, Lin Fan was a staunch radical at Harbin Institute of Technology, outspoken in both words and deeds, always making a bold statement. Such a personality was not well received. But what could anyone do? He was a genius. After publishing his nuclear fusion paper at HIT, he was recruited to the research department. It was then that Lin Fan met everyone present today, including Su Zhanghua. Initially, the aviation propulsion, marine propulsion, and missile departments paid him little mind. After all, how much knowledge could a young upstart possibly possess, no matter how brilliant? But within a month of meeting him, Lin Fan hand-built a controllable multi-stage supersonic missile engine in his own cramped, 10-square-meter basement storage room. This feat utterly stunned the veteran scientists. From that moment on, the 3 departments treated Lin Fan like a god. The scramble for him among research departments was unprecedented. Of course, that was in his previous life. Returning to 10 years prior, he was merely retracing his own steps. Lin Fan knew the temperaments of those old colleagues well. He'd stood his ground when he had to. Though they might grumble, if he demonstrated genuine ability, they'd treat him with respect. This marked Lin Fan's 4th day at the base. The research team proceeded methodically with the plan to divert the Yarlung Tsangpo River. As the originator of the concept, Lin Fan also presented his construction blueprint. This project was equally monumental, its difficulty surpassing even the construction of the Motuo Hydropower Station. To dam the source of the Jima Yangtze at 5,000 meters above sea level tested not only infrastructure capabilities but also endurance in the harshest conditions. These difficulties were nothing. Hearing that they would cut off the water supply to those bastards from India, everyone was fired up. While a construction plan existed, Lin Fan was not an infrastructure engineer. To realize his proposed vision, a series of surveys and investigations would be required. Geology, geographical conditions, and myriad other factors would profoundly impact the proposed project. Merely discussing and finalizing the plan could take months, or even a year or 2, before a perfect solution could be reached. However, the moment China made its announcement, South Asian nations were thrown into an uproar. India, the most populous nation in the region, was naturally the first to feel the impact. You see, if the Yarlung Tsangpo River is dammed, the Ganges, their lifeblood, will be completely cut off. This won't just affect drinking water. India issued a stark warning: if China dares to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River, it will be provoking a war in South Asia. We will unite with all South Asian nations to wage war against China. India isn't exaggerating. Cutting off the Yarlung Tsangpo would be a major event for them. With the US stirring the pot, these hotheads might just pull it off. Indeed, after China's foreign ministry responded that its domestic construction projects were none of their business, India had already begun reaching out to other South Asian nations. However, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, 4 South Asian nations historically friendly with China, immediately contacted China's highest leadership upon learning of the planned diversion. As a kind of big brother figure, China naturally wouldn't abandon these nations, offering them certain assurances. Thus, when India sought to convene a meeting of these nations' leaders to discuss countermeasures against China, none of them accepted the invitation. This infuriated the Indian side, who stomped their feet and cursed. Turning around, India scurried off to seek refuge with its wild father, the eagle. Within less than 2 weeks, India deployed a large number of short and medium-range missiles along its border, looking ready for war. The Eagle's Nimitz carrier strike group sailed straight into the South China Sea's identification zone. The Ministry of National Defense faced an immense challenge. That morning, Lin Fan was roused from his sleep by a knock on the door before he had fully woken. Opening the door, he saw Su Zhanghua. Before he could speak, old Su said, "There's a meeting. I thought it over and decided I should bring you along." Seeing Su Zhenghua's expression, Lin Fan knew immediately what was happening. He remarked nonchalantly, "Someone's kicking up a fuss?" Old Su nodded. Over the past 2 weeks, India has acquired a significant amount of American weaponry. An American carrier strike group has entered the South China Sea, and the situation is escalating. Lin Fan chuckled. A defense ministry meeting? Am I really the right person for this? Let's go. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You were the one who proposed cutting off the Yarlung Tsangpo River. It's better for you to be present at this meeting. Technically, Lin Fan shouldn't have been invited to a meeting of this level. But Su Zhenghua had taken a particular liking to the young man and insisted on bringing him along. The helicopter ride from the research base to the Ministry of Defense took 2 hours, during which Lin Fan remained silent. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Fan recognized a room full of familiar faces. Su Zhenghua introduced him to each person in turn. After taking his seat, Defense Minister Zhao Gang spoke first. Everyone is aware of the recent developments? India is making significant moves. The U.S. Nimitz-class carrier has arrived in the South China Sea, and even Japan's self-defense forces are joining in to provoke and stir things up. If anyone has thoughts, please share them. The 20-odd attendees all frowned, exchanging glances. This was a matter of national importance. Certain things couldn't be spoken lightly, so everyone was cautious. Zhao Gang scanned the room, feeling a slight disappointment. In times of peace, without the warrior spirit, even speech becomes timid and hesitant. Ahem. A single cough shattered the silence in the quiet conference room. All eyes turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan gave a slight smile. How about I say a few words? Zhao Gang nodded at Lin Fan, gesturing for him to proceed. Lin Fan rose to his feet and spoke deliberately. What are we all worried about right now? That India and the US, or even Japan and the Western nations, might join forces to wage war against us? The Eagles carrier strike group has already arrived near the South China Sea. Don't you know what to do? Lin Fan scanned the crowd, shook his head, and said, launch missiles. Target specific areas. Give the Eagle a heads up. Whoa. Hearing this, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Launch missiles? What's the point of that? Initiating hostilities? Lin Fan glanced around at the group again, chuckling. Of course, our missiles don't have to be nuclear. Just a deterrent will do. Land them in the Pacific. 2 shots. Whoa. The crowd's jaws dropped once more. If these 2 missiles landed in the designated area of the Pacific, it wouldn't just be a simple deterrent. It would be a blatant message to the Eagle. If you dare to meddle in China's affairs, our intercontinental missiles can strike anywhere at any moment. The Dongfeng Express always delivers, and that's no empty boast. After all, Lin Fan remembered clearly, on a certain day in 2024, China had also launched an ICBM carrying a simulated warhead into the Pacific. After that missile detonated in the designated Pacific zone, the Eagle and the entire world fell into complete submission. Chapter 6, Return to port immediately. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than murmurs rippled through the room. How about 2 Dongfeng missiles? Not direct war but missile deterrence. That's a brilliant idea. Zhao Gang and Su Zhenghua exchanged satisfied glances, nodding in agreement. This move offered flexibility. Advance. If anyone dares challenge the Dragon Nation, they'll get a taste of the Dongfeng. Retreat. Should the Eagle Nation protest, it could be dismissed as routine weapons testing. Launching them into the Pacific not over your head, so what's all the fuss? Besides, we gave you advance notice. That's more than enough courtesy. Dare to complain further, and the Eastern Dragon will let you taste the might of the giant horseradish. That kid Lin Fan, sharp as a tack and bold as brass. Such countermeasures weren't beyond Zhao Gang and Su Zhenghua's imagination, but they wouldn't have thought of them immediately, let alone propose them outright. At their level, they planned before acting. Lin Fan, however, had no such reservations. If his suggestions were rejected, they could simply dismiss them as youthful arrogance. After all, it was a closed-door secret meeting. Outsiders wouldn't know. This idea is excellent. I say we go for it. Those Indians and Americans have gone too far. With their military presence in the South China Sea threatening our southern border, our past restraint was for the greater good. But prolonged politeness has made these nations think we lack backbone. I say it's time to test our weapons. Isn't that a bit too aggressive? An older comrade sought a more cautious approach, knowing the deployment of Dongfeng missiles was no small matter. But as soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Radical? Are you out of your mind? Did you even listen to what was said? Lin Fan's point was about launching Dongfeng missiles to intimidate those nations, right? This meeting was still about that. Lin Fan only mentioned launching conventional warheads. Didn't you hear he wants to deploy nuclear warheads? Radical? Can you even compare yourself to that kid, Lin? Give him a chance, and he'll send Miss Cho packing. The elderly comrade who spoke was startled. With so many eyes on him, he felt awkward and quickly clarified, I'm not opposed. Let me state up front, this is mainly from a regional security perspective. I worry that launching the Dongfeng might scare those smaller neighboring countries. This is the Dongfeng, after all. The national treasure. Any movement would cause a huge stir. No doubt about it, the world would be shocked. No one spoke, all eyes fixed on Lin Fan, signaling for him to speak up. Lin Fan immediately responded, Senior Comrade Zhou, why concern ourselves with those minor nations? Ignore them. Let them be frightened or even scared to death. Our neighboring countries are all ancient Han territories. Notifying them is already a favor considering our historical ties. They're all a bunch of traitors who abandoned their ancestors. We'll deal with them sooner or later. Lin Fan couldn't care less about the neighboring nations. He even raised his voice. I think this Dongfeng missile should showcase the most advanced military technology of our dragon nation. It absolutely must be hypersonic and equipped with distributed warheads. Zhao Gang couldn't hold back. Lin Fan, you don't have to go that far. Multiple warheads, hypersonic speed. I think a conventional one would suffice. Leader, you're being too conservative. Afraid others will see our true capabilities? Lin Fan knew these veteran Dragon Nation officials had a habit of hoarding their best assets. After all, they'd once possessed the Qiangbing missile, why would they readily reveal their finest now? After all, they'd been through the hardships of military-first policies and were reluctant to reveal their best assets. The military technology of this Dragon Nation world still lagged behind his own, but was that really a problem? Now that he was here, he could simply snap his fingers for whatever he wanted later. Lin Fan declared, I've got a few things I need to get off my chest, so bear with me. Let's be honest, is our military really that backward? Why not show it off? If we need to strike, strike. If we need to bomb, bomb. Hiding our best stuff just makes others think we don't have it. If everyone assumes we're weak, who's going to ask us to sell them weapons? Right now, we're spending our own people's money to build these things. Why not sell them and use other people's money to build our weapons? On one hand, it shows others our capabilities so they won't underestimate us. On the other, it makes money. We can take bigger steps like this deterrence operation. Lin Fan shoved his hands into his pockets. Truth resides only within the barrel of a gun. No, from now on, truth resides only within the range of a missile. Given Longgua's missile range, what Lin Fan was proposing would amount to global intervention. After all, Donggua's systems cover the entire world. Zhao Gang quickly cut him off, his voice brimming with excitement. Alright, Lin Fan, I know you're full of youthful vigor, but this is a bit too bold. Missile deterrence, it seems everyone agrees. Let's finalize this. We'll discuss the specific missile model later. No one objected. With the Eagle and Third Brother deploying forces in the South China Sea, the top scientists and national policy advisors present were all furious. Everyone wanted to fight back, it was just a matter of conservative versus radical approaches. Lin Fan was the madman among the radicals. Director Zhao, we should seriously consider conventional nuclear warheads. Lin Fan, your point is well taken. I'll consider it. But this isn't your time to speak. You may step aside now. Right, right. Little Lin, everyone understands your point. No need to elaborate further. If Lin Fan kept going, he might just push for nuclear warheads. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. You people, your courage is simply too small. Too conservative, far too conservative. The meeting concluded successfully, ultimately adopting Lin Fan's proposal for missile deterrence, though his suggestion to deploy nuclear warheads was rejected. Lin Fan grumbled, test the nuclear warheads. Some of these have been sitting around for years. Shouldn't we check if they're rusty? Test their reliability, just detonate a couple. Zhao Gang turned and walked away, ignoring Lin Fan. The meeting was adjourned, and that bastard Lin Fan was mad enough to kill someone, mad enough to want to use a nuclear warhead. Conventional warheads were sufficient. We still needed to preserve some of our reserves. Over the South China Sea, Admiral Morrison, the head of the Eagle's Navy, had just finished a conference call with 3 other nations. They agreed to conduct joint military exercises to intimidate the Dragon Nation in the South China Sea. Morrison then convened a press conference aboard the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier, announcing the launch of a freedom of navigation operation in the South China Sea. This is our protest against the Dragon Nation's attempt to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Water is the foundation of human survival. The Dragon Nation's plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo constitutes a violation of the human rights of Southeast Asian peoples and amounts to ethnic persecution. We will not stand idly by. We urge the Dragon Nation to confront its issues, immediately rectify its mistakes, earn the forgiveness of Southeast Asian peoples, and compensate for the damages caused by its actions. Otherwise, it will bear the consequences. This speech was broadcast live to the entire world, after which Third Brother issued a statement. Order the Dragon Nation to cancel its plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River and issue an apology. Otherwise, our aircraft carrier will appear in the Dragon Nation's East Sea. With the Eagle's backing, overseas media amplified the narrative, confident that the world's premier naval force would achieve complete success. Morrison watched the news reactions with satisfaction. The Dragon Nation hasn't responded yet. Looks like they're scared. Once again, our mighty navy has intimidated them. The Dragon Nation may be large, but it's all show. Morrison's subordinates fawned over him. Once again, the Eagle had saved the world, they were all saviors. General, a call from the Pentagon. Morrison was still basking in the glory of being a savior when the communications officer interrupted him. Picking up the satellite device, Morrison heard the urgent message: Dragon Nation is about to conduct a missile test. Target unknown. Your naval fleet must return to port immediately. Immediately returned to port. Chapter 7. Ever seen a mushroom cloud? Morrison clutched the phone, raging, are the Pentagon all incompetent fools? My battle group is already deployed in the South China Sea. Now they want me to return to port? They're wasting taxpayers' money. And how dare Dragon Nation schedule a missile test in the South China Sea? My battle group is fully capable of handling it. Don't they fear sparking a war? China hasn't conducted missile tests in years. When they do, it's only in their coastal waters or inland. How dare they test in the South China Sea? If they were testing in the South China Sea, it would be strategic missiles at minimum. Does the Pentagon really believe Longwa's missiles could take down our battle group? That's laughable. Morrison immediately rejected the Pentagon's recommendation. As the Supreme Commander of the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group, he declared, "Your intelligence is inaccurate." I refuse to comply. General, this is an official notification from the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense. How could such information be inaccurate? What a joke. Morrison dismissed it. I don't believe Longwa dares deploy strategic-level missiles in the South China Sea. This seems more like a deception tactic. They love playing these games. No matter what we do, they'll only protest verbally. Haven't they always been like this? But this time, our intelligence analysis differs from previous assessments. What's different? China's notification this time was exceptionally formal. They even disclosed the target coordinates and timing. In 3 days, this information would become state secrets, yet they explicitly shared it with us, General. China is resolute this time. Our experts and allies all agree China isn't joking. This time is different. Morrison laughed, growing impatient. Dragon Nation is different? Who didn't know the Dragon Nation was all talk? Even after their embassy was bombed, they'd only protested and demanded compensation. Economically powerful but militarily weak, diplomatically incompetent. Morrison paused, then conceded some face to his counterpart, his tone softening considerably. As the Supreme Commander on the battlefield, I will only return my battle group to port upon direct order from the Minister of Defense. I refuse to accept any other command. I will take your intelligence into consideration. With that, Morrison hung up. The Nimitz Carrier Strike Group, comprising dozens of warships alongside vessels from several Southeast Asian nations, boasted a terrifying combined displacement. Return to port over a single phone call and vague intelligence? Would a 4-star general like himself lose all dignity? Morrison decided to suppress the news to avoid demoralizing the troops. He also called the naval commanders of the 3 allied nations to reassure them. We of the Eagle Nation will uphold world peace. We firmly support your actions to sever the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Regarding the South China Sea, with us holding the line, you have nothing to fear. You can stir up trouble on land, only then will the international community see the true face of the Dragon Nation. Third brother immediately agreed. Naturally, no problem with the Eagle family's backing, the advantage is ours. He immediately began redeploying troops to the plateau region. Back in Dragon Nation, Lin Fan returned to campus after attending the meeting. He kept the details confidential, as this was a high-level state conference. Lin Fan glanced at the news. The Eagle's carrier strike group remained in the South China Sea, while the Filipino monkeys stirred trouble there. Their warships had driven away our fishermen. Those bastards. Lin Fan cursed under his breath. Were the Filipinos now bullying others with their newfound strength? Even this clown is jumping in to bark like a dog? Too bad he was still just a student with limited resources. If only he could command the Navy, he'd wipe them out in a heartbeat. Damn it, those Filipinos are chasing our fishermen again. How dare that tiny country bully us like this? It's infuriating. All the foreign ministry does is protest, telling them to maintain calm and avoid regional conflicts. Are they out of their minds? I say we just fire one missile at them. Lin Fan overheard a group of classmates discussing the recent South China Sea situation as he walked by. These students were all loudmouths, their confidence fueled by the nation's strength. The students turned and spotted Lin Fan, who was famously known as the university's #1 hothead and a notorious loudmouth. They immediately called out to him, "Lin Fan, heard about the South China Sea? The eagle and the monkey are at it again. What's your take?" "Yeah, Lin Fan, everyone knows you can rant. Spill your thoughts." Lin Fan realized there was no escaping now. His reputation was already well established, and he enjoyed discussing these topics with everyone. After all, the Dragon Nation in this world was far too considerate of the bigger picture. Deep down, he understood. After finally achieving economic prosperity and abundant achievements, a wealthy household fears thieves plundering its hard-earned wealth. Even knowing the thieves came to rob, for the sake of the hard-won peace and affluent life, one still hopes to negotiate and resolve disputes. His own Dragon Nation had started that way too, though things changed later. Lin Fan sat among a group of classmates, seated on straw mats. There were quite a few people, including several girls. Female radicals were a rare sight. My stance on the South China Sea is straightforward. Simple? What's your view? Lin Fan chuckled. Nuclear peace, of course. Peace? Are you out of your mind? Is this really the same Lin Fan who punched professors and called scholars conservative? The students looked at Lin Fan with disappointment. This Lin Fan wasn't radical at all. Was this what they wanted to hear? Lin Fan, peace? You've really let me down. I thought you'd have some strong opinions, but you're just so conservative and weak. They're bullying us right at our doorstep. The Philippines, backed by the US, is already driving our fishermen away. Haven't you seen the news? They've even demarcated an EEZ in the South China Sea, barring our fishermen from entering. Aren't you angry? Lin Fan retorted, how am I being conservative? How about nuclear annihilation? I didn't expect these classmates to be even more radical than me. I'm talking about nuclear peace, and you still think I'm conservative? That can't be right. Lin Fan suddenly humbled himself. Classmates, isn't nuclear annihilation enough? What's your take on this? Of course we should send our carrier strike group to take them on. Right. Lin Feng has it spot on. We've got our own carriers, our Liaoning will crush them. Lin Fan looked puzzled. Is that really necessary? Lin Fan, what's your problem? Are you out of your mind? How can you be like a completely different person? Don't you believe our Liaoning can stand up to the Eagle's carrier? Lin Fan, you've changed. What the hell have I changed? Lin Fan thought it over. While the Dragon Nation possessed an aircraft carrier, it was only the Liaoning. And the Liaoning had only been in training for a year, hadn't yet achieved full combat capability, and its carrier-based aircraft were still under development. The nation's foundation was still relatively weak. Lin Fan realized these classmates fundamentally misunderstood the concept of nuclear deterrence. He chuckled, I'm talking about nuclear deterrence. With the South China Sea free of mushroom clouds, why send the Liaoning? It's completely unnecessary. Our carrier should wait another 2 years before deployment. Chapter 8, College students should do their part too. After Lin Fan finished speaking, his classmates finally caught on. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Holy crap! I thought you meant peace, turns out you meant nuclear peace, as in nuclear bombs. You really are the top troll, that's the vibe. That cracked me up. Divine South China Sea Mushroom Buddha Lin Fan, you're something else. The crowd roared with laughter. Lin Fan hadn't disappointed them, though they hadn't quite grasped his point. Just then, a young woman turned to Lin Fan and asked, Lin Fan, what did you mean when you said the Liaoning should wait another 2 years? Don't you have confidence in our aircraft carrier? Everyone immediately turned to Lin Fan. They'd all heard what he'd said earlier. After enduring countless hardships to reach Dragon Country, the Liaoning had finally arrived. The nation's confidence soared. Dragon Country finally possessed its first aircraft carrier. Yet the specifics of the Liaoning's capabilities remained unclear to most. Lin Fan was different. In his previous life, he had participated in the research and modification of the Liaoning, so he was quite knowledgeable. In this world's Dragon Nation, however, the Liaoning's modifications and training were still relatively backward, and its combat capabilities hadn't even been fully developed yet. Lin Fan declared, it's not that I lack confidence, I'm absolutely confident. Once I'm aboard the Liaoning, I guarantee it will become the most formidable aircraft carrier in the world. With me at the helm, our carrier taking on 100 of theirs won't be a problem. Put. You shameless braggart. Thought you'd say something meaningful, but you're just blowing smoke. 1 against 100? That's just shameless. Lin Fan, we all know you're talented, but you probably won't get on the Liaoning. They've been training for a year already, and the upgrades are long finished. Better wait for another chance. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively and shook his head. So what if they've trained for a year? Just keep modifying it. They haven't installed nuclear propulsion yet, right? No electromagnetic catapults? No drones? No carrier-based aircraft? We still have a chance. I'll say this, if the country needs me, I'll definitely come up with a 5th-generation fighter design. 5th-generation fighter? Whoa! His classmates stared at Lin Fan in stunned silence, shaking their heads in disbelief. While the nation was indeed developing a 5th-generation fighter, there had been no news for years. The foundation was still too weak. Lin Fan was firing off bold claims. Lin Fan, we'd love to see a 5th-generation fighter emerge too, but it's just too difficult. My professor is involved in the research, and he says they're stuck. Where exactly is the bottleneck? Is it the engine, the stealth coating, the design, or the radar? If your professor doesn't know the answer, have him come talk to me. I know it all. Lin Fan said with a smile. 5th-generation fighter? Want the blueprints for the aerospace carrier? Lin Fan couldn't wait. When he had traveled through time, he was already developing the aerospace carrier, an ultra-high-altitude combat platform codenamed Project Southern Heavenly Gate. He was the chief designer, after all. 5th-generation fighters? Piece of cake. Cut it out. My professor is a big shot. Hundreds of experts couldn't solve this. You? Better go back to school for another 2 years. You look down on me? I really can do it. It's not that I look down on you. We're all still young and shouldn't rush things. Right now, we should focus on studying hard and building a solid foundation. There will be a time for us to shine. Everyone laughed, but Lin Fan felt helpless. Still young and lowly, just like this suggestion, what was wrong with testing the Dongfeng nuclear missile? If only he had the status he'd held in his previous life, detonating a nuclear bomb would be child's play. No one would think he was bragging. If they thought he was bragging, it was only because these classmates didn't know his true capabilities. Lin Fan thought to himself, he must strive to produce results and elevate his standing. Only then could the nation initiate the Southern Heavenly Gate Project. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project, the Palace of the Moon Project, integrated aerospace global defense. That's what defines a great power. But getting the nation to launch such a century-long initiative? That's no easy feat. These projects demand vast resources, financial and human. Only a superpower possesses the qualifications to undertake such initiatives. Lin Fan dismissed the thought and smiled at his classmates. All right. Study hard and strive for excellence. They all smiled back. The spring sun shone as brightly as these young boys and girls, radiant and brilliant. Lin Fan watched his classmates with satisfaction. They were the backbone of the nation. With people like them, the country had the foundation to grow stronger with each generation. Just then, one classmate glanced at their phone and exclaimed, "This is infuriating." Everyone immediately asked what was wrong. It turned out that the Japanese government had announced it would dispatch its self-defense forces Navy to participate in the South China Sea exercises hosted by the United States, and had openly opposed China's plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Following the US announcement, Australia, Canada, France, and Germany subsequently declared they would also send their navies to the South China Sea. The international community unanimously condemned the Dragon Nation, opposing its Yarlung Tsangpo River plan. They declared that the Dragon Nation was gravely infringing upon the survival security of Southeast Asian peoples, labeling the Yarlung Tsangpo plan as a genocidal scheme aimed at controlling Southeast Asia through water resources. Damn it, these Western media outlets are out of their minds, smearing us like this. What's wrong with building a reservoir in our own backyard? What business is it of theirs? Third brother is ridiculous ordering us to halt the Yarlung Tsangpo project? Orders? What gives him the right? Third brother's forces are being deployed to Tibet. What? They want to launch a counterattack? This time, I hope the nation teaches them a lesson. Lin Fan's Yarlung Tsangpo diversion plan drew a lukewarm domestic reaction. Citizens felt a brief surge of excitement, but most remained unaware of the project's terrifying implications. Officials refrained from extensive commentary. Foreign media and neighboring nations reacted differently. This plan was downright sinister, especially for Southeast Asian countries, where it felt like a death sentence. While nations hesitated to openly protest against the Dragon Nation, the Eagle led the charge, and these smaller countries followed suit. They voiced their discontent, with third brother naturally kicking up the biggest fuss. Lin Fan remained unmoved. They were mere clowns, why bother? But seeing Lin Fan so unperturbed unsettled his classmates. Lin Fan, aren't you going to say anything? We're college students, just students. What good would our words do? Lin Fan smiled. Trust the nation. Trust the people. The group stared at him in stunned silence. It wasn't that Lin Fan was wrong, it was just too official, too helpless, leaving them feeling both amused and exasperated. One student stood up and declared, "Lin Fan, we may be students, but we can still do something. Though our individual strength is small, many hands make light work. We should speak up and express our stance." Exactly. We need to tell the world online that the Dragon Nation cannot be bullied. Those who dare to challenge us will face consequences they can't handle. Unlike Lin Fan, an old dog who traveled through time, these young people were fired up, eager to take action. Some even invoked the spirit of the May 4th movement. As university students, we should lead the way in this era. Chapter 9, The Principle, Why Can't I Quite Follow This? After the initial excitement, these students wanted to take action but were at a loss for what to do. Such national affairs felt too distant from their daily lives. Unconsciously, all eyes turned to Lin Fan. After all, he was the school's most notorious loudmouth. Lin Fan, what are your thoughts? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, right now, every country is involved in the South China Sea dispute. Their embassies are definitely stirring things up online too. Why don't we go troll their embassy accounts? What do you think? This was the easiest thing to do, just grab your phones and find the official social media accounts of those embassies to troll them. Why not troll them? Trolling them is pointless anyway. In his previous life, fellow countrymen had wiped out every reactionary embassy account they found, feeling immensely satisfied. Now, everyone pulled out their phones and searched for the Eagle Nation's embassy account. Eagle Sans account, we urge the Dragon Nation to respect the right to survival of Southeast Asian peoples, recognize the sacred inviolability of human rights, promptly correct its mistakes, and fulfill its responsibilities as a major power. The Southeast Asian peoples are innocent, and we, the Eagle San family, will steadfastly support the Southeast Asian nations. That self-righteous tone of being the world's guiding light just makes people furious. Below were numerous comments, many netizens supporting such rhetoric. Lin Fan chuckled, shall I go first, or would you prefer to start? Together. Lin Fan fired back immediately, human rights? You dare talk about human rights with Longwa? Did you respect human rights when you massacred the Native Americans?
Did the Eagle's army think about human rights when slaughtering civilians in Iraq? A bunch of bandits invade someone else's home, slaughter the original owners, seize the house, and suddenly declare themselves the masters. How dare you claim to uphold human rights?
Lin Fan typed and posted it. Everyone read it and nodded in agreement it was logical and well-founded.
Others quickly chimed in, go yourself. If you've got the guts, shoot us, stop talking.
Sooner or later, Dongfeng will wipe you out.
With less than 200 years of history, you dare to sell your ass. You're not human. How dare you speak of human rights? Go buy a mirror and take a good look at yourself.
In a flash, the US Embassy's comments section was flooded with trolls. Lin Fan's remarks were actually quite polite after all. As a top student, he had to maintain decorum.
Those less concerned with decorum simply cursed their way through, too lazy for niceties.
Everyone scrambled to find the embassy's social media accounts, unleashing a torrent of abuse like rabid dogs. Before long, someone noticed the Eagle Flag Nation's accounts had disabled comments.
Lin Fan, Eagle Sans Place shut down comments. The Third Brother's account has disabled comments too. Looks like the rest are about to follow suit. How could just a few people have caused comments to be disabled?
Lin Fan quickly checked and realized it was the result of countless netizens following suit and working together.
After Lin Fan and others posted comments, their locations all showed as Harbin Institute of Technology.
Netizens saw this and immediately followed suit. After all, White House approved quality is guaranteed. After all, the White House sanctioning hit was no small matter. Lin Fan just chuckled it off. He exchanged contact info with these classmates, all top talents backed by professors and industry heavyweights.
They might come in handy someday.
Seeing Lin Fan about to leave, Lin Fan quickly said, it's Friday today.
Do you have plans? If not, let's hang out tonight and catch up properly.
Everyone genuinely wanted to befriend Lin Fan. He was truly capable. Though each was a prodigy with distinct personalities and viewpoints, as young people, they were fundamentally alike.
Lin Fan replied, I have things to attend to.
Another time, perhaps.
I need to see the principal shortly. Why see the principal? I want to apply for a lab. Lin Fan didn't think it was a big deal.
Given his academic abilities, continuing his studies felt like a waste of time. What mattered more now was securing a lab to complete the research he hadn't finished in his previous life. That was the core algorithm of the Southern Heavenly Gate project.
Even with his current robust health and boundless energy, it would take 3 years to derive the calculations, followed by validation.
If he could complete the most critical derivations for the Southern Heavenly Gate project during his university years, he'd be satisfied. There wasn't much left for the university to teach him. But Lin Fan's words stunned Lin Fan and the others. HIT had extensive collaborations with the military and the state, and laboratories were plentiful. Yet the minimum qualification to apply for a lab required professorship.
Lin Fan was still just an undergraduate student. Are you kidding? You?
Seeing his stunned classmates, Lin Fan smiled.
I'm just testing the waters. It might not even work. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and hurried toward the president's office. He wasn't exactly an unknown entity now, having participated in 2 national-level classified meetings. Surely he could apply for an exemption from coursework to focus on research? President.
Arriving at the principal's office, Lin Fan heard voices inside. He knocked urgently, then pushed the door open. Behind the desk sat an elegant middle-aged man holding a red telephone, about to hang up. Lin Fan waited for the principal to finish his call before explaining his purpose. The principal looked at him with surprise, then smiled.
I know you, the notorious radical.
Lin Fan smiled faintly.
Just empty titles. Nothing more than empty titles. The principal chuckled. So you want a lab and to be exempt from classes? Yes. I feel the school can't teach me anything more. I want to pursue research, I have so much to accomplish. Lin Fan declared.
Room temperature superconductors, intelligent drone control systems, super intelligent battlefield simulation systems.
In short, I'm extremely busy. I don't want to waste time in class.
I'm here to make a significant impact.
I need the school's support. What on earth was he talking about? Why could he only grasp a fraction of it?
The principal sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief.
You're not pursuing controlled nuclear fusion anymore?
Lin Fan had previously published a paper on controlled nuclear fusion, which the university had taken very seriously. Lin Fan replied, I am researching it, but controlled nuclear fusion requires room temperature superconductivity as a prerequisite.
Would the university be interested in investing? We can't afford that. Investing in controlled nuclear fusion? Are you crazy?
HIT has money, but not enough to burn through a project like this.
Only national funding could make it happen. Just establishing a nuclear fusion research laboratory requires an astronomical sum of funding. Lin Fan frowned. I thought our university was well funded. Who knew it was struggling too? The president chuckled wryly.
HIT certainly wasn't poor, it was, after all, a White House approved institution.
But national funds couldn't be squandered.
It wasn't that they didn't support Lin Fan, they simply couldn't afford the cost.
The lab isn't a problem, we can grant you special approval. But skipping classes? That's not acceptable. You're still a student. Fine, Lin Fan nodded. Just give me the lab. The basement of Building 3 is yours.
Lin Fan stared silently at the president.
Are you sure? The basement? Is that really fitting for my high-level research project? Chapter 10, Research Titans or Research Rogue. Lin Fan quickly interjected, could I get a whole building? After all, with the Eagle Nation stirring up trouble, the country needs me. If I don't step up, our nation's combat strength will drop by over 80%. Give me a building, and I'll deliver a miracle for this school. A whole building? The president was speechless. Even top-tier experts weren't entitled to an entire building as a lab. Granting Lin Fan a basement would already be generous. And that was only because of his paper on controlled nuclear fusion, proof of his academic prowess. Forget it. The university doesn't have any spare buildings for your research. This was a special exception. You're still a student, don't be so impatient.
The great leader said, race against time, for time waits for no one.
Life is finite, but scientific research is infinite.
The principal rolled his eyes wildly. Good grief, now he was quoting the leader's maxims to pressure him. Why not just fly to the moon?
The president snapped, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'll give you another 500,000 yuan in funding, but you better deliver results. Our research funds are the people's hard-earned money. 500,000? Did you forget to add a few zeros at the end? 50,000? That's peanuts. For the Southern Heavenly Gate project?
Lin Fan shamelessly plopped down in front of the principal, snatched his fountain pen, and declared, any achievements will be the school's glory and a contribution to our great motherland.
All honors will go to the institution, I personally want nothing. Let's be honest, 500,000 yuan isn't enough for anything. It wouldn't even cover salaries. The school can't be that broke, right? What about the national research funding? I heard the school gets 30 billion yuan annually. 500,000 versus 30 billion? That's like comparing a single leg hair to a mountain.
The principal took a sip of tea from his cup to steady his nerves. Good grief, this shamelessness is just like those old experts begging for funding.
Principal, how about adding 2 zeros? I'll make a concession and stop pressuring you. After all, I'm the one who wrote the controllable nuclear fusion paper. Asking for 2 more zeros isn't too much, right?
I won't compete with those old-timers either.
We young folks can take a hit. Anyway, once they're dead and gone, their funding will all be mine. The president coughed and pounded his chest.
If those old farts heard this, they'd be furious enough to drop dead.
Lin Fan couldn't care less. Getting research funding was a matter of life and death.
In his previous life, he'd done every outrageous thing imaginable to secure a few extra bucks. Hailing cars for robbery, begging on the streets, becoming a debt collector, crashing on couches and freeloading, anything a rogue could do, he'd done.
Without money, what kind of research could he possibly do?
For money, he'd shed all shame, it was the people's money anyway, and using it for himself was far more effective.
Lin Fan stared at the president, give me the money. If you don't, I'll pack my bedding and pay you a visit tonight. I'll camp out in your house, eat your food, drink your water. Withholding funds is obstructing my research. If I can't make breakthroughs, motherland will be bullied. You'll be guilty of heinous crimes. When the People's Tribunal convenes, I'll be the first to denounce you. You're the one delaying our nation's great rejuvenation. Damn it! The principal was so furious he nearly cursed in Chinese, but as a high-ranking official, he couldn't stoop to Lin Fan's level. You're shameless. Give me money, and I'll even call you Dad, Lin Fan chuckled. This school is my home, and you're the head of the household. My dad runs the show, so you're my dad. Hand over the cash. Get out. Get out. The principal scrambled to his feet and fled. 50,000 is the absolute limit. I've got no more money. If you won't leave, I will.
Lin Fan didn't stop him.
A broke principal was disheartening. A father with no money? No love for that. He walked out of the office, returned to his dorm, packed his bedding, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and left a man of his word. Off to the principal's residence, let him see that even a research big shot can act like a thug. Before Lin Fan could even exit the school gates, a car pulled up beside him. The principal stared at him speechlessly from inside. What are you doing? Principal, how did you know I was heading to your place? It's on my way. Hurry up and let me in the car, let's go home together. Dear Principal Daddy, tell me, are you scared yet? Damn it. The principal cursed inwardly. He actually wants to come to my house? He must be out of his mind.
Lin Fan, I already gave you special funding.
It's a bit less, but you're still a student, I made an exception.
Besides, that 500,000 yuan came straight out of my own research budget.
Show some understanding. Lin Fan retorted, why should I show you any consideration? Showing consideration is someone else's problem, not mine. Give me back my research funding, and then I'll consider you. Damn lunatic. If you weren't a genius, I'd have you killed. Is this even human speech? How infuriating.
Suddenly, the principal chuckled.
Lin Fan, see that car pulling up? A vehicle was approaching the school grounds. Lin Fan glanced at it, utterly unconcerned. Principal, trying to distract me? Don't even think about it. I've got my sights set on you. Give me the money and everything's settled. Refuse, and I'll eat and drink at your expense. I've no shame left. If he could just channel a tiny fraction of his shamelessness from his past life, the principal would surely bow down in defeat. Every big shot in research is shameless. If a big shot in research has any sense of shame, they're definitely not a big shot, at least not a top-tier one. In his past life, Lin Fan had locked himself away countless times to fight, argue, and even lead his disciples and followers into brawls with other big shots over research funding. If you care about your reputation, you won't get any money. How can you do research then? What would your disciples and students eat and drink? The principal was furious. He knew Lin Fan was a loudmouth and a radical, but he never imagined he'd be this shameless. He actually resorts to such thuggish tactics? You're being a complete thug. Exactly. Thugs aren't scary, it's the educated, high-caliber thugs that are terrifying. Lin Fan whistled. The furious principal spotted a car approaching and declared, "That must be for you." No way. Don't try to fool me. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than the car stopped. Out stepped an old acquaintance, Old Su again. Lin Fan froze. Really here for me? The principal, seeing Lin Fan looking over, hurriedly ordered his driver to move the car. Lin Fan snapped out of it and shouted angrily, "I fell for it." But you think you can get away with this? Embezzling my research funds? You've got big problems. Su Zhenghua walked over, observing Lin Fan's furious expression with profound admiration. He knew Lin Fan was furious over the South China Sea incident. The kid's got a pure heart. Old Su addressed Lin Fan, "Lin Fan, I'm here to call a meeting." Me? So formal? Lin Fan detected the gravity in Su Zhenghua's tone. Old Su had specifically used the word to call, meaning he'd come to summon him personally. About what? Only after getting Lin Fan into the car did Old Su explain, "Following the spirit of our last meeting, we've notified the Eagle Nation about our imminent missile test. Our intent was for them to take our warning seriously. But as you've seen, their carrier strike group remains in the South China Sea, and multiple nations have declared support for them. The situation has unfolded differently than we anticipated. This meeting is to discuss the specifics of the missile test, particularly since high-ranking military officials will also be attending." Old Su already held a high position, and the presence of military high command suggested even greater authority, likely decision-makers at the highest level. But how could that compare to securing funding for his own projects? The military high command wouldn't give him a single penny. The military was broke too, their annual budget wasn't even enough for the army. Lin Fan made up his mind, the missile test was decided ages ago. What's there to discuss? If conventional warheads won't cut it, use nuclear ones. Need to debate that? Boss, it's not that I don't want to go, I'm busy chasing funding. Our president's gone. Once he secured the funding, his research would begin. The results would emerge, stunning the world in no time. Don't delay my scientific endeavors. Su Zhenghua was dumbfounded. Money? What money do you need? Research funding. Lin Fan glanced at Su Zhenghua, a sudden thought striking him. Old Su might be a source of some leverage. Director Su, have you heard of the Great Qin Heavy Industries Group? Chapter 11, Bring Home the 998 Aerospace Mothership. Su Zhenghua looked at Lin Fan in confusion. As far as he knew, there was no heavy industry group in Longhua called Daqin Heavy Industries. You mean Shuzhou Heavy Industries, right? Lin Fan shook his head. Daqin Heavy Industries was a legendary conglomerate specializing in space warships, the U-2 Battle Maiden, the Weaver Starcruiser. Shuzhou Heavy Industries was nothing like that. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. This is a truly great company, specializing in developing national strategic assets. Their most famous products include the Xingtian Battle Knight, the Guanhan Palace-class space battleship, and the magnificent Space Great Wall. Su Zhenghua finally got it. Damn it, this kid was just bolting him. Daqin Heavy Industries? Lin Fan must be talking about science fiction. You young people have such vivid imaginations. Su Zhenghua's mouth twitched. Space battleships? Which country on Earth even had the capability to build such things? Making movies was just self-indulgence. Su Zhenghua nodded. As an outstanding university student, Lin Fan's mental state was indeed a cause for concern. Has the recent shift in international affairs been weighing on you? That must be why your mind's racing. Don't worry about it. Though you suggested launching missiles to deter the enemy, you won't be held responsible. At worst, it'll just mean war. Su Zhenghua thought to himself, Lin Fan was clearly overthinking things. After all, he was still young, his mindset wasn't steady enough yet. He needed the old guard like them to help shoulder the pressure. Lin Fan's face twitched in speechlessness. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't understand a single word. Lin Fan quickly interjected, Sir, don't you want a heavy industry conglomerate like Great Qin Heavy Industries? One dedicated to developing high-tech weaponry, laser cannons, railguns, everything? Don't you want to make those clownish provocateurs never dare challenge our dragon nation again? Now you have your chance. With just 99.8 billion in investment, I can build you a mini version of Great Sheen Heavy Industries. Let's start with Project Southern Heavenly Gate and dominate space. Just 998 billion, not 1998 billion. It's practically a bargain basement price. Don't just get excited, act on it. Boss, click the link. I mean, just approve it already. Give me the money, and I'll work for you.
Lin Fan stared at Su Zhanguo with eyes aglow. This opportunity was rare, miss it, and he'd have to wait another year.
He really wasn't asking for much.
In my previous life, I oversaw the Southern Heavenly Gate project. The funding was vast and boundless. This Dragon Nation's economy is weak and its technology lags behind.
If developed solely by Dragon Nation personnel, the costs would be even greater.
If I were in charge, results could be achieved within 3 to 5 years, and within a decade, we would undoubtedly dominate space.
Beyond the Southern Heavenly Gate project, Lin Fan harbored even bolder ambitions. Given sufficient national funding, he dared to envision a world where only the Dragon Nation existed. Such a beautiful world would leave no room for regrets in life.
Su Zhanguo took a deep breath. He'd always known Lin Fan was exceptional, but this was beyond extraordinary, utterly overwhelming. Lin Fan, I wholeheartedly support your vision.
But shouldn't we proceed step by step? You can dream big, but let's patiently await the right moment. Why wait? Time waits for no one.
Lin Fan retorted immediately.
Leading the South Heavenly Gate project is absolutely worth pursuing. Trust me, I won't let you down. There's no money. Su Zhanguo hesitated to say it outright.
The nation's annual budget barely covered the expenses of the Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Though research funding increased yearly, the country had too many areas needing catch-up. National R&D funds were allocated to urgent projects. Where would the money come from to support Lin Fan's South Heavenly Gate project? The very name reeked of mythical fantasy. If you have the Southern Heavenly Gate, does that mean you'll build the Celestial Court too? Of course. If there's a gate, how could there not be a Heavenly Court?
But Heavenly Court sounds too old-fashioned, like some feudal superstition. I call it the Celestial Palace Project. The first step is building the Palace of the Moon base on the moon, setting up interstellar communications and everything.
I've already got a complete base construction plan. Interested in joining me?
Lin Fan grabbed Su Zhanguo's hand, rubbing it repeatedly.
This wasn't just any hand, it was money.
Su Zhanguo instantly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he'd been soiled. He quickly yanked his hand away from Lin Fan's grasp, shifted his hips, and ordered the driver to head to the meeting. Turning back to Lin Fan, Su Zhanguo said, I think we should focus on discussing how to respond to the current situation.
Your Celestial Palace and Southern Heavenly Gate can wait, okay? Later?
Lin Fan glanced back at the receding rear of the vehicle.
Later? Like hell he would.
Sir, you don't trust me.
Dominating space is the future of our technology.
No matter how much ground-based tech advances, it'll always be stuck in this pathetic state.
I have zero interest in it. Our goal is the vast expanse of stars and oceans.
Lin Fan suddenly leaned close to Su Zhanguo, his voice dripping with devilish temptation. Sir, look how brightly those stars shine in the sky.
Don't you want to conquer the starry seas?
One day, when we conquer a new star, we could name it Su Zhanguo Star.
The Su Zhanguo Space Mothership, the Su Zhanguo Southern Heavenly Gate, don't you want that? Whoa! Su Zhanguo couldn't help but be swayed. His status was high, his position powerful, how could he not yearn for great achievements?
Lin Fan's words sent his imagination soaring.
Could such a day truly come? For just $9.98, you can embark on the grand journey of conquering the starry seas. Your name will be etched into the annals of history. Future generations studying history will absolutely not be able to bypass your legacy. For just $9.98, you'll be immortalized in history. 998 won't leave you out of pocket or disappointed, it's a steal. 998, the words echoed relentlessly in Su Zhanguo's mind like a haunting melody. He nearly agreed, but at the last critical moment, he snapped back to reality. This ing wasn't 998 yuan, it was 998 billion.
Su Zhanguo hastily pushed away Lin Fan's leaning head, shook his own to banish the haunting echo of 998, and looked at Lin Fan with a helpless wry smile.
Let's get down to business.
The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to handle the current South China Sea situation. You can speak, but watch your tone, don't go off the rails.
Sigh. The big boss actually resisted my temptation. What a pity. I guess my achievements just aren't impressive enough yet.
My voice carries little weight. Of course, the main issue was that these leaders were far too conservative, afraid of taking bold steps that might backfire.
Oh well.
If I keep blowing my own horn, one day even Su Zhanguo or Li Zhanguo will fall for my charm. That's exactly how I did it in my past life. Worst case, I'll just retrace my steps.
As for the South China Sea situation, Lin Fan couldn't care less.
War was unlikely, it was merely a test of endurance between the two sides. It's about who cracks under the pressure first and compromises.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about firing one at the Philippines? Chapter 12, not the only one in the world, so what?
Lin Fan waved his hand fiercely.
Launch a nuclear strike on them. I guarantee they'll shut up and behave immediately. If one isn't enough, just fire another. Do you think our missiles are disposable? If we waste them, we'll just build more. If you don't build and I don't build, how will the nation's steel be consumed? If you don't strike and I don't strike, others will think you're a big dummy. Lin Fan declared forcefully, how can others sleep soundly beside our bed? They're just food on the table, dare they jump up and bite us? Stab them dead with one blow. Beat them up, then establish colonies in the South China Sea. Follow the eagle's path and leave them with no way out. Su Zhenghua covered his face in exasperation, realizing he'd come to the wrong person. This was a straight path to world war and one with no breaks. Southeast Asia was the backyard of European powers, especially the eagle-eyed ones. After World War II, they treated Southeast Asia as their colony. Su Zhenghua snapped, get serious. War is a matter of utmost national importance, not something to decide lightly. Besides, it's not your call to make. You're just offering suggestions for reference. That's it? Lin Fan deflated instantly. My voice carries no weight at all. This isn't right. You're stifling the enthusiasm of young people like me. It's far too conservative. Those in power shouldn't be old men. If I'm capable, let me take the lead. Give me a chance to prove myself to the motherland. Get lost. Give me a chance. No chance. Not yet. Su Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh. This Lin Fan was such a pain. When you hit 50, then we'll consider it. 50? By then I won't even be able to get it up. I won't be able to handle young girls, let alone take on the eagle butt. No way, no way. I'm part of the young guard. I'm going to rise up. You old farts can't hold me back. Who the hell is holding you back? Su Zhenghua inwardly cursed. Damn it, this guy just keeps getting more outrageous. This guy was beyond words. Su Zhenghua looked at Lin Fan helplessly and pleaded, I'm begging you, just behave yourself. Don't be so reckless. You'll get your chance to shine. Fine, I'll rein it in a bit. But could you give me some cash? Not much, just 200 million. Lin Fan held out his hand like a beggar. Our principal's a broke as he only gave 50 grand. You're a big shot, you must have the authority to approve funds. I know how your system works, you've got a slush fund somewhere. Just transfer a little over, no need for 99.8, just 200 million. Su Zhenghua glanced at the driver up front. Why was he driving so slow? Would it kill him to speed up? Lin Fan blocked Su Zhenghua's view. Sir, turn around. Look here, look at me, not the driver. Driver, slow down. Me and the boss need some cash, okay? No rushing to meetings. If you delay my money, I'll get mad. The driver's anus instantly clenched. He'd never seen anyone as brazenly demanding money as Lin Fan, shoving his face in the boss's to ask for cash. You're the first. Su Zhenghua sighed inwardly. He shouldn't have invited Lin Fan to the meeting. He regretted it. If only he'd known, couldn't he have just stayed in the office sipping tea? Su Zhenghua turned to glare speechlessly at Lin Fan. What do you need the money for? I want to develop electromagnetic catapults. Lin Fan thought to himself, you don't have the money, do you? If I had the funds, why couldn't I build my own Nanshanman? 200 million would barely cover my research into this low-end tech called electromagnetic catapulting. He could pocket 150 million and secretly continue developing Nanshanman. It was a perfect arrangement. How could you conservatives possibly understand someone as clever as me? Su Zhenghua froze. You're researching electromagnetic catapults too? That's exactly the technology we need. Are you confident? Absolutely. With 200 million in funding, I guarantee I'll have it ready within a year. Give me 500 million and 6 months will suffice. 100 million? I'll deliver results in 1 month, conduct validation in another, and complete testing in the third, 3 months flat for a finished product. If you're willing to give me 5 billion, I'll deliver a safe and reliable finished product in 1 month. Lin Fan smiled warmly at Su Zhenghua. The bottom line was simple: the more money provided, the faster the results would come. The difference between express and regular shipping. Su Zhenghua was both amused and exasperated. Good grief, this guy was a total money grabber. However, electromagnetic catapult technology was indeed a critical national priority. The Dragon Nation was already researching it, but with no existing models to reference, they could only explore this uncharted territory step by step. If Lin Fan could solve it, that would be fantastic. But shelling out tens of billions for Lin Fan? That was just a pipe dream. After all, Lin Fan hadn't produced much tangible work yet and was only moderately well known in academic circles. Then I'll take the 200 million option. But you'd better deliver results within a year. No. Lin Fan nearly choked on his breath. Old Su, you've disappointed me. Do you even understand the art of language? He'd made himself perfectly clear: as long as the money was provided, the technology would materialize immediately. That inherently implied the technology was already mature. All it takes is funding. And you pick the cheapest option? Damn it. Conservatives are all trash. Lin Fan glared at Su Zhenghua with bitter disappointment. Old Su, you're hopeless. You have zero faith in me. I'm done being friends with you. Su Zhenghua nearly exploded with rage. Want the money or not? Take it or leave it. At your age, securing 200 million in research funding? That's one of a kind nationwide, you know. So what if it's not the only one in the entire world? Damn it.
No point arguing with Lin Fan, this guy could drive me crazy.
Su Zhenghua remained silent for a long time.
Only when they were almost at the meeting venue did he speak up. At this meeting, don't blurt out random things.
When it's your turn to speak, I'll remind you. You must be serious.
The leaders are all here.
Stay composed. Only composed people are trustworthy. Lin Fan nodded. Needless to say, did they think he was some greenhorn who knew nothing?
In his previous life as the academic tycoon and research heavyweight, he'd always been composed in front of leaders. After all, he needed to secure funding from them.
But for leaders he looked down on? He'd ignore them completely, always giving them that condescending look.
The car pulled over. Lin Fan and Su Zhenghua stepped out, watching as more vehicles arrived, disgorging groups of elderly men. Young faces were rare, most were merely tagging along with their mentors to see the world. Truth be told, those fortunate enough to be brought out by their teachers to serve tea and water were all prodigies. Yet, in Lin Fan's eyes, they were all mere disciples and followers. Many of these faces were familiar to Lin Fan, they existed in his other world too. He fought the urge to approach them and make connections. They would recognize him in time. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. A short-haired beauty stepped out of a car. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, she exuded an imposing presence. Her gold-rimmed glasses lent her an air of intellectual rigor, while her mature physique radiated a certain beauty. She was dressed entirely in black, a short-sleeved blazer on top and a black skirt below, carrying a canvas tote bag. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance again. Her chin was particularly rounded.
Old Su. Chapter 13, currently specializing in nuclear physics while moonlighting in other fields.
Lin Fan wanted to ask Su Zhenghua if he knew anything about this beauty's background, but when he turned around, he saw Su Zhenghua busy socializing, exchanging pleasantries with those old men.
This old Su so unreliable when it matters most. And he wants electromagnetic catapult technology? Yeah, right. Lin Fan boldly approached the beauty. Hey, miss. The beauty glanced at Lin Fan and chuckled. Miss? I'm no little sister. Hello, Han Qingyan nodded, thinking Lin Fan was a bit of a goofball. Seeing how young he looked, unlikely to be an expert scholar, she took the initiative. Whose disciple are you? He must be tagging along with his teacher to see the world. Lin Fan thought for a moment. My teacher's surname is Lin. True enough, his surname was Lin, so his teacher's surname was Lin too. He was his own teacher. The professors at school couldn't teach him anymore. Take that paper of mine on controlled nuclear fusion. It had no advisor listed. The paper contained only one line, delivered with utter confidence. References and supervising professor for this paper are currently unavailable.
For inquiries, please contact me directly. But the young lady before him probably hadn't seen his paper yet. After publication, the organization had classified it as top secret.
Han Qingyan nodded slightly, as if she knew Lin Fan's teacher. So your teacher Lin's disciple? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite the actress. He blinked at Han Qingyan. My name is Lin Fan. What's yours? Han Qingyan was momentarily speechless.
This guy was trying to chat her up, but his approach was way too obvious, a complete home run. She was older than Lin Fan. After all, my name is Han Qingyan. I hold a PhD in mathematics and currently work at a research institute, focusing on digital positioning and navigation systems.
Perfect match. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. I know who you are now.
Long admired your work.
Let's exchange contact info. Sorry, I'm a professor. Lin Fan froze. What was that supposed to mean? Was he looking down on her? Had she figured out his desire to keep things purely platonic? Han Qingyan smiled at the bewildered Lin Fan. You're quite direct. But I'm quite exceptional. She's implying I'm not good enough. You're so polite about it, you really are a good person.
Lin Fan had intended to pull out his phone, but now decided against it.
This young lady was a bit tsundere, we'll see about that.
Han Qingyan smiled, turned, and walked away, quickly striking up a conversation with a group of elderly gentlemen. Su Zhenghua scanned the room and waved at Lin Fan. Quite a few experts and scholars had arrived this time, and he wanted to introduce them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan ignored Su Zhenghua. My foolish heart fluttered just now, but it's dead again.
I have no interest in chatting with those old farts. Su Zhenghua was furious.
He hurried over. Come on, I'll introduce you to some big shots.
Don't be ridiculous. Who the hell are these big shots in front of me? In my own world, the research heavyweights who outrank me are mostly non-functional octogenarians or nonagenarians.
I'm a powerhouse in academia, a dominant force in military tech. I'm practically a mountain range.
Get real about who the big shots in national think tanks are.
Not in the mood, Lin Fan said lazily.
What's wrong with you now? Heartbreak. Feeling unloved. Heartache. That girl looked down on me, called me a country bumpkin. Lin Fan sighed heavily. Su Zhenghua stared blankly, utterly bewildered. He felt like dying from the sheer helplessness of it all, then suddenly grew furious. They'd only just arrived at the meeting venue, and Lin Fan had already gone through a relationship? That's speed. Who did you fall for? Hey, old Su, show some respect for each other's privacy, okay? Don't pry into my personal life. Otherwise, our friendship's little boat will start leaking. I hate people with no boundaries. Can't a great young man like me fall for someone new every time? Su Zhenghui's face twitched violently. Can you act normal? Damn it, are you trying to drive me crazy? I'm a high-ranking official, for God's sake. You. So what if you're a high-ranking official? You're just a conservative. Should I be sucking up to you or him? Lin Fan sneered. Asking you for money? That's me doing you a favor. Consider it an honor, okay? I wouldn't take money from just anyone. What kind of attitude is that? You expect me to smile at you for a measly 200 million yuan? Lin Fan sneered. Are you kidding me? You're the kind of scum even the Southern Heavenly Gate wouldn't dare to touch. If I bothered to start a company, I'd have billions in investments in minutes. But I'm sacrificing my research for the motherland, for our dragon nation. 200 million? Not even enough to wipe my ass. You want electromagnetic catapults? Building a subspace orbital vehicle is a stretch. You're wasting my prime years. Uncle. You're my uncle, you bastard. Su Zhenghua felt his head spinning. Lin Fan was like a vicious mother-in-law. His words were downright sickening. Su Zhenghua took a deep breath. He thought Lin Fan was just a bit radical, but never imagined he had this nagging, sharp-tongued side. All right. Let's go to the meeting. Just listen, don't say a word. You're heartbroken anyway, so you probably don't feel like speaking. Whatever. Lin Fan thought this meeting was completely unnecessary. Just launch the missiles already. Who dares to defy us? Sitting on such powerful weapons and not using them. That's like not using it when you're young, then watching your younger brother with tears in your eyes when you're old can't get it up anymore. Back in his Dragon Nation days, he was so rigid he couldn't even squat to take a rock hard as a rock. Following Su Zhenghua into the conference room, he saw many already seated. It was a roundtable meeting with a large screen mounted on the wall. Those at the table were all big shots from various factions. Lin Fan spotted Han, the young lady. She wasn't qualified for a seat at the table, instead sitting behind the round table at a row of desks. Several men in military uniforms sat at the head. Su Zhenghua's seat was near the front, with an empty spot beside him holding Lin Fan's nameplate. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and took his seat. Instantly, countless eyes turned to look at him. Some of the older men who had met him before were accustomed to his presence and smiled warmly. But the majority were elders who had never seen Lin Fan before. Those seated at the table were all heavyweights in their respective fields, possessing impeccable status and credentials. Lin Fan was just a greenhorn. Yet he was seated at the table too. This young comrade, what field is he an expert in? He's frighteningly young. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Fan. Han Qingyan, too, stared at Lin Yan in surprise. How had this person managed to secure a seat? Lin Fan chuckled. I'm currently specializing in nuclear physics, hand-rolling atomic and hydrogen bombs, maintaining aircraft carriers, and moonlighting as a fighter jet assembler. This served as his introduction, but the moment Lin Fan finished speaking, the bigwigs were speechless. Holy cow, you really know how to do a lot. Su Zhenghua smiled. Lin Fan's identity was already classified, especially his research in controlled nuclear fusion, a field that destined him to become a vital asset to the nation. Alright, this is Comrade Lin Fan. No further questions. Let's begin the meeting. Chapter 14, You're My Boss. Su Zhenghua clearly chaired this meeting. He first connected the video feed to establish contact with the distant capital. Instantly, dozens of images appeared on the large screen, all conference rooms across the country with one screen remaining black. Lin Fan knew the black screen undoubtedly represented the nation's highest leadership. Su Zhenghua began by outlining the South China Sea situation. Lin Fan couldn't care less what was there to discuss. It was simply the Eagle Nation stirring trouble, attempting to intimidate the Dragon Nation with military force. The Eagle was leading the charge, dragging along a bunch of turncoats and putting on a show of readiness for a showdown, but in reality, they were quite weak. And the Dragon Nation was actually scared. Lin Fan immediately buried his head on the table. Su Zhenghua shot Lin Fan a furious glance, but then thought better of it. At least Lin Fan wasn't disrupting the meeting. Everyone, share your thoughts. How should we handle the South China Sea situation? The Ministry of Defense has already notified the Eagle Nation of our upcoming missile test. The intent was to make them back down, but it's only escalated the situation. Please voice your opinions, the leadership will consider them. Su Zhenghua sat down after speaking, and an elderly man immediately interjected, couldn't we sit down and have a proper talk with the Eagle's family? After all, a fight wouldn't benefit either of us. We can't afford the losses, and neither can they. Wouldn't negotiations be possible? Negotiate my ass. What's there to negotiate? But we can't just fight. The Eagle's Nimitz strike group has twice our displacement. We only have the Liaoning, still in training. Our naval tonnage is insufficient. Can't we swallow this humiliation for now and regain face gradually later?
When it comes to the Navy, many leaders feel helpless. The Dragon Nation has an aircraft carrier, but its combat capability isn't fully developed yet. The carrier-based aircraft are still in the development phase.
While the Air Force has combat capability, it still lags behind the Eagle Nation in terms of advanced performance.
Fifth-generation fighters face production delays, aircraft carriers are insufficient, and our vast maritime borders remain vulnerable. Our defenses are adequate but our offensive capabilities fall short. Missiles are our only real asset.
But testing strategic missiles risks triggering international unease and disrupting economic ties. Experts and leaders alike sighed, if only we had a few more years. Once our fifth-generation fighters emerge, even if the Navy falls short, the Air Force alone could intimidate them to death. It's frustrating, utterly frustrating.
We're so close with the fifth-generation fighter, yet the data keeps falling short.
It's infuriating. Why not take a gamble? Complaining won't help, the enemy won't give us time. Let's roll the dice. Who was it who proposed cutting off the Yarlung Tsangpo River?
Now look, it sparked a national dispute and threatened our security.
That person must be held accountable.
Lin Fan hadn't been paying attention to this meeting until he suddenly heard someone mention his plan.
He snapped his eyes open and glanced over. It was an unfamiliar old man. I proposed it. Got a problem with that?
Lin Fan looked up at the man.
Go ahead, voice your objections. Whoa!
Many sucked in their breath as they watched Lin Fan, arms crossed, sneering coldly at the old man.
Even his seated posture radiated utter disrespect.
The old man flared up, retorting fiercely, "Comrade Lin Fan, your suggestion is utter nonsense.
Do you even understand politics? I'm a researcher. Do I need to understand that stuff? Within the realm of canons, I'm the king. Got that? Have you studied history? The answers you seek are in the history books."
Lin Fan retorted, "My proposal is sound. There's no need to debate right or wrong, that's for other nations.
Dragon Nation doesn't need such discussions. Debating now won't resolve the South China Sea situation. This is irresponsible. When you proposed the Yarlung Tsangpo River diversion plan, did you consider the massive international repercussions? Did you think about how it might impact our domestic economic development? Peace is the mainstream. As a major power, Dragon Nation shouldn't provoke international disputes. Mutual development is our goal.
Now look, India is deploying troops to the plateau, and nations surrounding Dragon Nation have joined Eagle's South China Sea operations.
Our neighbors are all protesting. This is a grave national security incident. I find your proposal to be a reckless decision. Where exactly is it imprudent? I've always been prudent, haven't I? All these years, haven't you noticed how neighboring countries pay lip service to our Dragon Nation while secretly undermining us? Or are you deliberately turning a blind eye? As a great nation, we must show magnanimity.
Lin Fan retorted sharply.
But haven't we always been magnanimous?
When South Vietnam encroached on our territorial waters, we said let's sit down and negotiate a solution. When the Philippines occupied our reefs, we again talked about resolving it through talks. Lin Fan slammed his fist on the table, raging. Negotiating was our only option when our nation was weak. But now, the Dragon Nation is the world's third largest economy, surpassing the second is within reach. As one of the world's top 3 powers, you still want to negotiate when provoked by enemies? Have you been crouched down so long you can't stand up? If you're incapable, step aside and let someone more capable take your seat. You,
Lin Fan, you're out of line.
The old man was so enraged he nearly spat blood. His words were too harsh, completely unbecoming of a senior intellectual.
Su Zhengwei shot Lin Fan a warning glance.
Kid, watch your step. Top leaders are watching this televised meeting.
Experts and scholars nationwide are watching.
Lin Fan fired back, "Old man, over a century has passed since the Qing dynasty fell, and here you are still playing the insolence card? The capable rise, the incompetent fall, that's the way of the world. Our nation's technological stagnation these past years stems precisely from too many old school scholars like you. Your own shortcomings aren't your fault after all, your talents are what they are.
But clinging to outdated practices, prioritizing seniority over merit? That's just embarrassing."
Lin Fan sat in his chair, arms spread wide on the armrests, exuding the swagger of a true heavyweight.
The crowd instantly recognized a completely different Lin Fan.
He now radiated an aura of peerless genius, the commanding presence of a true leader that commanded reverence.
Lin Fan pointed at the old man with a raised finger. You there. What were you just saying about 5th-generation aircraft being difficult to develop? What's so hard about it? Hand over your research funds, I'll handle it. You have the nerve to talk about child's play?
I say we can study 5th-generation aircraft, but just study them. Let's skip straight to developing 6th-generation aircraft and space aircraft warships.
I have a Southern Heavenly Gate project. Want to hear about it?
Su Zhengguo's face drained of color.
He quickly covered Lin Fan's mouth and stammered, "Sir, you're my boss. Keep it down. Don't just blurt things out. Skip 5th gen? Develop 6th gen? Aerospace warships? The Southern Heavenly Gate? Keep that to yourself. The higher-ups are all here this time. Can you just keep your mouth shut? Are you trying to get me killed? Be careful, just be careful. Seeing Su Zhengwe's pleading eyes, Lin Fan nodded. Only then did Su Zhengwe release him. Lin Fan took a deep breath, filled with regret. With the elders and other top brass all gathered here, it would be such a waste not to mention the Southern Heavenly Gate project. But it didn't matter. Even if old Su forbade it, he'd already planted the seed. That was enough. He'd work on convincing them later. Chapter 15, Go for the Biggest. Lin Fan paused, noticing several elders glaring at him with obvious displeasure. He promptly asked Su Zhengwe for paper and pen, then bent his head to write. He wrote for 20 minutes straight, all eyes fixed on him. Lin Fan tossed the manuscript to several elders, the comprehensive blueprint and design philosophy for the 5th-generation fighter, along with the engine improvement strategy and a crucial fluid dynamics formula. I'm handing it all over to you now. If you still can't develop the 5th-generation fighter after this, you're useless. With that, Lin Fan turned away from the skeptical elders. He fixed his gaze on the old man who doubted his cut-off-the-river plan and declared, "Don't cave to threats and seek peace talks. Peace talks are bull. Standing your ground is the way to go. Peace isn't negotiated if you must talk, do it after you've fought. I know you doubt me because I'm young and think I have no place here. Fine, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Name your conditions." Madman. The crowd sucked in their breaths. This was madness. The old man, Han Jiaming, was a renowned expert in aerodynamics with countless disciples. Lin Fan had the audacity to demand a challenge? Utterly arrogant. Han Jiaming fumed, "Challenge you? I'm not that bored. I'll ask you this, do you have a solution for the current situation? Is that your challenge? Consider it won." Han Jiaming snapped. How could Lin Fan possibly resolve the current situation? What a joke. Su Zhengwe covered his face. Han Jiaming was genuinely furious, and Lin Fan was being far too reckless. Lin Fan, you should apologize to old Master Han. Show some respect for our senior colleagues, they're pillars of the nation. You need to act with dignity. I'm not angry with him. I understand the older generation's outdated thinking, okay? Han Lao, don't worry. I won't hold a grudge against you. Put. The veteran experts present rolled their eyes wildly at Lin Fan. If he were their disciple, he'd be expelled from the school immediately. Even Han Xingyan, seated among the crowd, looked down on Lin Fan. Such disrespect toward an elder. His words were like firecrackers, arrogant and reckless. The current situation was far too complex for Lin Fan to resolve so easily. Lin Fan, just stop it. Don't speak recklessly. Right. Young Lin, we're all working for the nation's good. Call a truce with Elder Han. Many veteran comrades urged Lin Fan to calm down, insisting there was no need for an argument. They were genuinely startled by his outburst. Good grief, that temper was like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at the slightest spark. Lin Fan laughed. I have a solution for the current situation in the South. Who says I can't handle it? Su Zhengwe sighed. Lin Fan, this isn't a scientific problem, it's a complex strategic issue. I know your academic abilities are strong, but you shouldn't speak recklessly on matters like this. At that moment, a military general looked at Lin Fan and smiled. Comrade Lin Fan, tell us your solution. I'd like to hear it. Lin Fan perked up instantly. The general looked to be around 40, his eyes gleaming with eager curiosity. That look confirmed he was a radical. As fellow radicals, Lin Fan sensed a kindred spirit in this man. Let's conduct a live fire test with a moving target in the southern waters. That's it? The general looked disappointed. Such a test was practically useless. The other experts couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Fan's idea was far too naive. Su Zhengwe was speechless, muttering under his breath, this is unreliable. Exactly. Lin Fan, this is completely useless. The eagle won't budge. And I thought it was some brilliant plan. Turns out it's just this? Comrade Lin Fan, you're just too young. Useless, utterly useless. No one had faith in Lin Fan's plan. What good would it do? Would the Eagle Nation really back down out of fear? They've already rallied a bunch of minions, clearly looking for trouble. Even a proper national-level notification couldn't scare off the Eagle's aircraft carrier strike group. What the hell good is some ordinary test? Young people talk big, but all they do is brag. The general sighed wryly. Comrade Lin Fan, the military will consider your proposal. Sigh. Is that it? Lin Fan stood up, seeing the disappointed looks on everyone's faces. He picked up the mineral water bottle in front of Su Zhengwe. This is the Eagle's carrier. He placed his own bottle next to Su Zhengwe's. This is our target ship. Lin Fan picked up the marker he'd just used, raised his hand, and stabbed it fiercely into his own mineral water bottle. We're launching mobile missile attacks near their aircraft carrier. Do you think Eagle San will be scared? Ha! Whoosh! Suddenly, the conference room felt like an exhaust fan, filled with the sound of suction everywhere. The young general snapped to attention. Lin Fan, are you suggesting we conduct close-range missile tests near the Eagle's carrier strike group? Why just near? Can't our target ships penetrate deep into their carrier strike group? Lin Fan chuckled. I reckon that threat should be plenty. Aren't you afraid of hitting the Eagle's carrier? If it really gets hit, the Eagle won't just let it slide, there'll be a chain reaction. Reaction my ass. The Eagles all talk, even the flip-flop army could beat the crap out of him. Lin Fan thought to himself, sighing inwardly at the Dragon Nation's excessive caution. They've grown wealthy but still fear breaking their own vases. Lin Fan chuckled, as long as our navigation system is precise enough, I don't see a problem. Lin Fan glanced back at Han Qingyan. You know, that beautiful PhD you work in navigation, right? Can our country's navigation system achieve decimeter level precision? Han Qingyan stared blankly at Lin Fan, feeling like she'd been suddenly called on by a teacher back in school. Sudden panic surged through her. Me? Why me? What did I do? What's the teacher's assignment? Han Qingyan's heart raced. All the other big shots had turned to look at her, and she trembled uncontrollably. It took her a while to steady herself. Lin, it's not possible yet. There are still some algorithmic issues to resolve, but we can achieve meter-level accuracy. Can we achieve precise navigation when targeting large objects like naval vessels? I need to adjust the parameters and recalculate before I can confirm the answer. Lin Fan nodded. Then it's no problem. I trust your expertise can figure it out. After all, you are an outstanding PhD. Are you taking a dig at me? Han Qingyan seethed inwardly, yet dared not show her displeasure publicly. This guy was getting back at her for rejecting him in the parking lot. It should be possible. Han Qingyan replied, swallowing her anger. Her angry expression was like a groundhog's, kind of cute, actually. Lin Fan was doing it on purpose after all. She dared to compare her excellence to his. Later, Lin Fan turned to the general and said, technically, there's absolutely no problem. We should have supersonic missiles capable of sea skimming flight, right? Of course. The general winked at Lin Fan. Our anti-ship missiles are quite distinctive. Go for the biggest one. Got it. Lin Fan exchanged a knowing glance with the general. Their eyes confirmed they were on the same page, both troublemakers at heart. Chapter 16, is that what I meant? Lin Fan thought for a moment before blurting out, General, interested in learning about the South Heavenly Gate project? Ever heard of Great Qin Heavy Industries? I can give you. What the hell? Lin Fan gasped. Before he could launch into his pitch, Su Zhenghua clamped a hand over Lin Fan's mouth and began ushering him out. Lin Fan had spoken up and offered a viable solution that was enough. This bastard can't keep pulling the wool over people's eyes. He's even trying to fool military representatives. What's next, trying to fly to the moon? During the meeting, Su Zhenghua's heart was racing with anxiety. Lin Fan was too sharp-tongued and too forceful. He already regretted bringing Lin Fan to the meeting. Carry on, carry on. Comrade Lin Fan isn't feeling well and requests to withdraw from the meeting. Su, you're being too much. Lin Fan whimpered, letting out a pitiful wail as he pleaded with the military representatives with pleading eyes. Please, someone step in. I could still say, there's the grand plan. At the doorway, just as Su Zhenghua was about to drag him out, Lin Fan grabbed the doorknob. Su Zhenghua's grip loosened slightly, and Lin Fan shouted, the Southern Heavenly Gate Project. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project. It's incredibly awesome. Trust me. Give me a chance, and I'll give you a spring. Please, the nation, give me a chance to prove myself. Su Zhenghua immediately called for help. Quickly pry his fingers open one by one and get him out of here. Old Su, give me a chance. Let me explain the Southern Heavenly Gate Project. It's so awesome. Su Zhenghua grabbed Lin Fan's waist and yanked him backward, gasping, damn it, you're gonna be the death of me. Top leaders are attending this conference. The entire industry is watching. How could a lunatic like Lin Fan show up? Couldn't he just play it safe? I don't want to be your old man. Leaders, consider this just 99.8 billion and you get the space battleship to take home. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project, Southern Heavenly Gate. Lin Fan's fingers were pried open one by one, releasing their grip on the door handle. His head sank completely behind the doorframe, nearly out of sight. Suddenly, his head shot back out. I've also got the Moon Palace project. Contact me for details. Just 998 billion. Contact Lin Fan at Harbin Institute of Technology. Remember that, Finally, Lin Fan was out of sight, but his voice still echoed from beyond the door. Old Su, I'll never forgive you. What a golden opportunity. The leaders were all here, ready for me to pitch the South Heavenly Gate project. You're a traitor to our nation. If my South Heavenly Gate project gets scrapped, I'll make a bomb and blow your whole family to bits. Su Zhenghua clamped his hand over Lin Fan's mouth. Several men quickly carried Lin Fan away. Once outside, they shoved him into a car. Su Zhenghua, exhausted, looked at Lin Fan, who was glaring at him. Damn it, you want to go to heaven? You ruined my chance, Su Zhenghua. I'll never forgive you. You're insane, Su Zhenghua sighed helplessly. Didn't I warn you before the meeting to keep your cool? The Elders' Council was listening to the report. And what do? You lose it right then, ranting at Elder Han, calling him useless. Do you even want to live anymore? Geniuses are never understood, Lin Fan sighed. How could someone like old Su possibly comprehend his realm? Su Zhanghua took a deep breath and snapped, enough. You've made a spectacle of yourself today. Your suggestion was good. Will it be adopted? Young Dragon Shang's eyes were practically glowing. How could we not? You lot are all ing mad, but your plan is so insane it's exhilarating. Su Zhanghua was genuinely satisfied. Though Lin Fan was reckless, his proposal was genuinely brilliant. Technically feasible? That meant it was feasible. Successfully breaking the deadlock in the South China Sea would catapult Lin Fan into the highest echelons of attention. Though he was young and reckless, showing little respect for the elders, youth allowed for mistakes. Su Zhanghua looked at Lin Fan with a hint of envy and whispered, "You're one lucky bastard. Anyone else would have been warned off long ago. Getting to finish your thoughts in a meeting like this? Your ancestors must be smoking in their graves. If this pulls off, your future's wide open." "My future is already bright, no need for you to remind me," Lin Fan retorted bluntly. "Old Su, I care about only one thing." "What is it? Will the higher-ups give me a little extra funding?" Su Zhanghua had just lit a cigarette. He stared blankly at Lin Fan, the cigarette dangling in his mouth. Asking for more money? Crazy. He's obsessed with money. Forget it. At most, we'll give you some personal perks, a special allowance each month. Defense research funds are limited, we can't waste them on you. Put. Like I care about some measly personal allowance? Lin Fan snatched the cigarette from Su Zhenghua's hand, lit it, and began puffing away with practiced ease. Su Zhanghua fumed, "Are you out of your mind? You're a pillar of the nation. Stop smoking and take care of yourself." "I smoke to drown my loneliness. No one understands me." "It hurts," Lin Fan sighed gloomily. In the same dragon nation, under the same research environment, if he waited until he gained enough status to launch the Southern Heavenly Gate project like in his previous life, how many years would that take? How much time would be wasted? How many crucial matters would be delayed? Having been reborn, he had to seize every moment. As for whether others at the meeting were pleased or how they viewed him, Lin Fan couldn't care less. With his capabilities, those who doubted him would be convinced by his achievements. Su Zhanghua urged Lin Fan to take it slow, step by step. He was still young, with plenty of time to build his foundation. Just like Longwei itself, which had risen from nothing to its current achievements through gradual progress. Lin Fan sneered, "The achievements you speak of, like when Eagle San deployed troops in the South China Sea and we still clung to negotiations? That's the kind of achievement you mean?" Su Zhanghua shot Lin Fan a speechless look. "Negotiating with the Eagle is an achievement in itself. Besides, your proposal involves adjusting Dragon Nation's foreign policy. This is no trivial matter. It's not as simple as launching a missile. National affairs demand careful consideration." He was right, of course. Lin Fan understood perfectly well that the implications behind such a meeting were the adjustment of the nation's foreign policy, shifting from the previous moderate dovish stance to a hardline hawkish approach. Such shifts in foreign policy fundamentally reflected the shifting balance of national power. Lin Fan sighed, "The road ahead is long and arduous. That's precisely why the nation should allocate all the funding to me. Let me spearhead the Southern Heavenly Gate project." "Still fixated on that? Let me put it this way, your current standing and influence aren't sufficient to spearhead a major initiative. You need credentials, stature, and clout. Only when you become a strategic asset to the nation will you have the capacity to influence grand national strategies. He who commands the masses becomes king, remember that." Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. "So you want me to build my own little fiefdom, right? As long as it's big enough, it'll carry weight. I get it. Rest assured, I'm an expert in this, forming factions and carving out territories. Once my fiefdom reaches high enough, reaching for the stars won't be a problem." Wasn't this just returning to his familiar territory? Su Zhanghua was genuinely a decent person, not nearly as obnoxious as he'd seemed earlier. He was actually hinting for me to cultivate clique culture. He really had a knack for social dynamics. Su Zhanghua stared at Lin Fan, wanting to curse under his breath. He was utterly baffled. Was that what I meant? Chapter 17, I think you're very talented. Watching Lin Fan twist his words, Su Zhanghua could have killed him. Did I tell you to form cliques and build your own fiefdom? Is that what I meant? Damn it! Su Zhanghua, a senior leader who rarely lost his temper, couldn't hold back this time. He snapped at Lin Fan, "Is that what I meant?" Lin Fan nodded hastily. "I understand, sir. Your anger is just for show after all. It wouldn't be appropriate for a leader of your stature to encourage cliques. But I've grasped your deeper meaning. See how sharp my comprehension is." Lin Fan found Su Zhanghua much more agreeable now. Old Su really spoke with depth. He understood the ways of the bureaucracy so well. No wonder he'd risen to such a high position. He must have built plenty of cliques and factions. Lin Fan grinned as he leaned close to Su Zhanghua, nudging him with his body. "Within the party, there are no factions, only the emperor's mindset. Within the party, there are no cliques, only 1,000 strange and wonderful things, right, boss? Lin Fan blinked rapidly at Su Zhenghua, his expression adorably innocent. Su Zhenghua clapped his hands over his face with a sharp slap, his expression twisting into agony. Good heavens! What the hell is wrong with this guy? Hadn't he made himself clear enough? How could Lin Fan interpret it this way? Was that really what he meant? There's definitely something wrong with Lin Fan's thinking. It has nothing to do with me. Su Zhenghua felt his heart pounding wildly, desperately needing a heart pill to calm his nerves. Lin Fan watched Su Zhenghua's agitation and said, "Sir, rest assured I've understood your meaning perfectly. No need to tremble like that. Are you shocked by my astonishing comprehension? You bastard." Su Zhenghua cursed like a sailor, his defenses crumbling. Is that what I meant? Is it? You've got issues. Who told you to form cliques? Who? Lin Fan looked at him innocently. What was wrong with the boss? Why was he so worked up? Pointing at Su Zhenghua, Lin Fan whispered, "Boss, didn't you hint at this? I got it. This kind of thing can't be said out loud. From now on, you're my backer, the leader of our little clique. Let's join forces, take it step by step, grow stronger, and create new glories." From now on, old Su would handle securing funding while he focused solely on research. Life was looking sweet. The thought made Lin Fan nod contentedly. In his own world, he was the boss, but it was exhausting running around begging for research funds, wasting precious time. Now, with old Su as the boss handling funding requests, he wouldn't have to waste his life anymore. With ample funding, he could conjure up any aircraft or artillery he desired. Those eagle-worshipping punks would be nothing but trash. Once my divine sword of the nation is unleashed, all those demons and monsters won't stand a chance, they'll be wiped out in minutes. Boss, just give me a quick 998 deal, we'll build you a southern heavenly gate. Lin Fan rubbed his fingers together. I'm a pro at this kind of work. I'll have it done in a year or two. Just don't get too excited when it's done. Get excited my ass. You. Go yourself. Su Zhenghua cursed furiously in his mind. Damn Lin Fan, you're here to screw me over, aren't you? If he kept talking nonsense with Lin Fan, Su Zhenghua felt he'd go mad. Without another word, Su Zhenghua turned and walked away. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't let old Su leave. He quickly called out, "Boss, where are you off to? Going to beg for money for me?" Su Zhenghua's foot slipped, nearly causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. He spun around and glared fiercely at Lin Fan. "I'm going back to a meeting. You can get lost. Put. Can't take it already? You haven't seen little Lin's money demanding mastery yet. That was barely 1/10,000th of my true power. In the scientific circles of my past life, any department head managing funds knew my reputation as the dreaded little Lin. Every last one of them was stingy as hell. It's public funding, you know? It's not yours to keep. What's wrong with me using it? I'm not swindling the budget." Lin Fan sat at the door, refusing to leave. He wouldn't come all this way empty-handed. Missing this chance meant waiting another year. Lin Fan immediately returned to his car, hauled down his betting roll, and spread it out right at the entrance. The two soldiers guarding the door stared in stunned silence. If I hadn't known Lin Fan came with Su Zhenghua, I would have tossed him out long ago. "What are you doing, buddy?" Lin Fan looked at the approaching soldier and chuckled, "Sleeping on the floor, of course. Look, I even brought my bedroll. So why the hell are you doing that?" The soldier was dumbfounded. This was a military restricted area. Was the military headquarters building supposed to be a place for you to sleep on the floor? "I'm here to collect money." "Ha? Nothing to do with you. Just don't kick me out. Trust me, I'm seriously awesome." Lin Fan paused, then declared, "If heaven hadn't created me, the Dragon Nation would be lost in eternal darkness. Got it? I'm here to illuminate this very Dragon Nation." The soldier's eyes lit up. Fantasy novels? He loved those too. He quickly replied, "You see me as if sitting in a temple gazing at the heavens. You see me as an ant beholding the bright moon. Whoa! Now that's the spirit." Lin Fan beamed, pulling the soldier onto his bedding. "Bro, that line you just dropped? So damn cool, totally badass. Where'd you learn that?" "From novels. Those lines are crazy cool." Lin Fan nodded. "Nice. Use that for me later. Here's one from me, listen up. Everyone here is trash. How's that sound? Kinda badass." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Exactly. We're on the same wavelength. You're a quick learner with great insight. Interested in doing research with me? Don't worry, I'll take you places." "Research? Me?" Brother Bing Bing Han Dahai was speechless. He joined the army right after high school. What talent did he have for research? Scientists did that kind of work. Was he even qualified? Lin Fan, right? Han Dahai glanced at the nameplate on Lin Fan's chest. "I'm just a soldier. I can't do research." "You're underestimating yourself, aren't you? Let me tell you about a former apprentice of mine. He built satellites. Guess what his education level was?" Lin Fan paused for dramatic effect, seeing the soldier's curiosity before continuing, "Elementary school. He worked as a janitor at his company, but we clicked, didn't we? From there, he defied fate and transformed from a janitor into a great scientist. You know why he became so incredible? No idea.
Lin Fan pointed his thumb at himself. Because I was his teacher and academic heavyweight, a leading authority. Follow me, and you might start as a complete novice, but if you study hard, you'll succeed eventually.
My student ended up being pretty impressive. Seriously? Han Dahai thought for a moment. It had to be fake. How old could this guy even be? He looked so young, how could he be that accomplished? Alright, Lin Fan, cut it out. The boss will be here soon, and we don't want any trouble. What's there to fear? Lin Fan retorted, then suddenly asked, got anything to eat? I'm starving. Chapter 18, grab a bite, fix a bike. There's a cafeteria. Want to eat? I'll take you there, but hurry, I need to get back for guard duty. Wasting talent on guard duty? I think you've got a knack for research. Trust me, I won't be wrong.
Lin Fan grinned at Han Dahai. Especially in military manufacturing, a lot of the work was physical labor.
This soldier was as strong as an ox, perfect to put to work like a beast of burden. To become a research big shot, one must start as a workhorse, right?
Lure this guy over, and he'll be perfect for hauling gear and guarding the warehouse.
Sweet deal.
Han Dahai led Lin Fan to the military canteen behind the base and explained the situation to the head chef. Since Lin Fan had come with a high-ranking leader, getting some food was no problem at all. The kitchen immediately fired up the stove, stir-frying several dishes for Lin Fan and even wrapping up a plate of dumplings. As they ate, they watched outside the cafeteria. Suddenly, an infantry fighting vehicle stalled and came to a halt. The soldiers on board frantically scrambled about like monkeys, inspecting the vehicle.
What's going on?
Lin Fan asked casually. The head chef glanced over and replied, probably stalled due to mechanical trouble.
The head chef stayed by Lin Fan's side after preparing the meal. Sir, the situation is tense right now. The military region is conducting field exercises, ready to deploy at any moment. This is the Northeast, right? You're heading to the South China Sea? How could it be your turn?
Lin Fan chuckled.
Thinking way too far ahead.
The chef chuckled.
To earn glory. Who doesn't want glory? A dedicated page in the family annals. If war breaks out, our turn will come.
Then we'll have our medals.
What kind of soldier doesn't want medals? We enlisted to earn glory. With that, the chef stood up and headed into the kitchen.
When he returned, he pulled out a bottle of Mao Tai and placed it in front of Lin Fan.
What's this for?
Lin Fan chuckled, surprised by the cook's savvy.
The head chef whispered, you're here for the meeting, right? Lin Fan nodded. The chef immediately perked up. Will there be a fight? You're spying on us.
Lin Fan laughed, finding the cook utterly endearing.
Want to start a war? I'm dying to. Those countries bully us, don't they? We grassroots soldiers all watch the news. We know what's happening in the South China Sea. It's outrageous.
Those countries still think our dragon nation is what it was 100 years ago.
Now that we're strong, why wouldn't we fight? People will die. What's there to fear?
Killing one enemy isn't a loss, kill two and you're making a killing, the chef ranted.
I've served 15 years and thought I'd never see combat. Finally, my chance has come. Commander, can we fight? Lin Fan ate dumplings while watching the infantry fighting vehicle outside. He casually remarked, it won't come to war. Those eagle bastards wouldn't dare fight us. This is just a game. I'll go check they can't even handle it.
Watching the soldiers fumble with the IFV outside made Lin Fan cringe. Carrying a plate of dumplings, he walked over. The head chef hurried after him. Sir, do you know how to repair it?
I know a thing or two.
Lin Fan leaned in for a closer look, nodded, and felt confident.
It wasn't a big deal, just a common mechanical glitch. He asked the vehicle commander, can I take a look inside? Who the hell are you? The commander eyed Lin Fan suspiciously. This was an infantry fighting vehicle, not just anyone could go inside. The chef quickly interjected, this is our leader. Jiang Meng, shut it. Leader, please, go ahead.
Lin Fan simply wanted to see the current state of Longhua's equipment. After inspecting it, he was deeply disappointed. It was incredibly unintelligent, cramped inside, and unbearably uncomfortable for anyone inside. Survival relied purely on sheer willpower. Climbing out, Lin Fan surveyed the vehicle, finished his last dumpling, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, hand me the wrench and pliers.
Find some wire and engine oil, I'll fix this. Whoa! What's going on? Why are you the one here? Isn't the leader supposed to handle this? The boss knows how to repair things?
Seeing the soldiers frozen in place, Lin Fan immediately glanced at the head chef. The chef, who knew how to handle situations, quickly whispered something to the tank commander named Jiang Meng.
Only then did Jiang Meng order someone to fetch the tools. Jiang Meng leaned close to Lin Fan. Sir, you really know how to fix this? I do. This issue is a bit complicated, the engine materials aren't top-notch. Have you ever felt like it lacks power during operation? He really knows his stuff. Jiang Meng nodded quickly. Sometimes it was exactly as Lin Fan described. Yeah, sometimes it happens. The engine lacks power, and the cooling isn't great either. After driving a few hundred kilometers, little problems start popping up. It doesn't affect usage, but it just feels off. Lin Fan chuckled. Feels like junk, doesn't it? I never said that. Zhang Meng gave an embarrassed chuckle that was exactly what he meant. Longwa's tech isn't bad, so why can't they build a decent infantry fighting vehicle? It's the materials. I'll tweak them later, engines are no big deal. Lin Fan chuckled. In a few years, your army will definitely replace these IFVs. They lack mobility, feel clunky, and don't pack enough firepower. At minimum, they need anti-aircraft weapons, smart scanning systems, and radar. That's the baseline standard. What on earth was he talking about? Did Longwa's infantry fighting vehicles even have such equipment? Once the tools arrived, Lin Fan swiftly repaired the vehicle, even taking the time to disassemble the engine. The soldiers watched in wide-eyed amazement. Lin Fan disassembled the engine and then reassembled it. Sergeant, where did this genius come from? Should we tell the company commander and have him check out all our vehicles? Zhang Meng thought to himself, no way. He's a superior officer, it's already generous of him to fix yours. Overhearing this, Lin Fan chuckled, sure thing. Bring them all over, I'll give them a thorough check. The soldiers took him at his word and went to report back. Soon, 7 or 8 tanks were lined up before Lin Fan. He didn't hesitate, inspecting each one meticulously. As a military industry expert, understanding the current state of Longwa's weaponry was essential for future research and development. Inspecting these tanks provided him with a broad understanding of the Dragon Nation's land forces equipment. Through these vehicles, Lin Fan had already assessed the nation's military technology level. It was roughly equivalent to the level of his own world around the year 2000, though slightly inferior. Still, it wasn't a major issue. I'm here now. You'll have everything you need. As long as the higher-ups provide the funding, I'll build whatever you require. While Lin Fan was busy with repairs, Su Zhenghua had concluded his meeting. After Lin Fan proposed the missile test, the military representatives, though silent, had tacitly accepted the suggestion. The eagle bastards had gone too far. How could the Dragon Nation's military tolerate such threats? They just lacked a suitable countermeasure. Lin Fan's idea was perfect. It would both demonstrate the Dragon Nation's resolve to fight if necessary and deliver a powerful deterrent to the enemy. Chapter 19, 5th Generation Fighter on the Horizon. Su Zhenghua and the others emerged from the conference building. They didn't see Lin Fan, but they spotted his bedding spread out at the entrance. Su Zhenghua inwardly cursed. My god, does this guy actually plan to camp out in the military headquarters building? Has he lost his mind? The elderly experts who saw Lin Fan's bedding all wore peculiar expressions. Lin Fan had infuriated them beyond measure, yet they were powerless to do anything about it. Several elderly 5th-generation fighter developers exchanged glances while holding the draft papers Lin Fan had given them during the meeting, then nodded slightly. Old Su, where's Lin Fan? Su Zhenghua looked at the experts, his head spinning. Lin Fan had berated them at the meeting, calling them useless if they couldn't deliver the 5th-generation fighter. They were here to confront him. He's laughed. Young Lin Fan doesn't know any better. Please forgive him. Leave? How can he just leave? But what are we supposed to do now that he's gone? No, make him come back. Watching the old men take turns demanding Lin Fan's return, Su Zhenghua felt numb. The youngest among them was nearly his own age, while the others were key figures in the 5th-generation or D-program people he had to treat with utmost courtesy. Did they really intend to cause trouble for Lin Fan? Distinguished experts, I've already apologized on Lin Fan's behalf for his lack of understanding. Please don't make things difficult for him, Su Zhenghua pleaded. Lin Fan was a rare talent. Han Qingyan watched Su Zhenghua's reaction from behind and couldn't help but sneer. These veteran experts would surely remember Lin Fan now. Trouble was coming his way. She was thrilled. Who did that jerk think he was, calling out her name at the conference? She was only there to learn, had no right to speak, yet he singled her out. She felt like dying. She longed to see Lin Fan getting whacked with sticks by those old experts. That little puppy might be talented, but does he think he's hot stuff just because he's achieved a little? She hoped these esteemed experts would give Lin Fan a proper lesson. I nearly made a fool of myself at the meeting. Several veteran experts were both amused and exasperated. One elderly gentleman named Zhang Su remarked, we had a brief discussion after adjourning the meeting. Lin Fan's 5th-generation fighter proposal seems more promising and feasible. We'd like to consult him on a few points. What the hell? Su Zhenghua was speechless, Han Qingyan was stunned, and watching these old men made her feel like she was going mad. Those few sheets of paper Lin Fan handed out could actually develop a 5th-generation fighter? And it's highly feasible. These old men were all top experts in their respective fields. If they said it was feasible, it was definitely feasible, they were just being modest. Han Qingyan couldn't help but blurt out, Old Zhang, are you saying Lin Fan's few sheets of paper can develop a 5th-generation fighter? Zhang Su chuckled, these aren't just a few sheets of paper, they're worth their weight in gold. The fifth-generation fighter development hit a bottleneck, and we've been searching for solutions. The papers Lin Fan provided directly address the most critical issues. To put it plainly, with these papers, the fifth-generation fighter is no longer a problem. What remains is validation testing. If all goes well, the prototype could take its maiden flight within 6 months. Within 2 years, our fifth-generation fighter could be deployed to the Air Force. And it's not just Air Force fighters, our carrier-based aircraft are also detailed in these papers. That's why we urgently need to meet with Lin Fan for discussion. How could that be? That guy's just a college student, how could he possibly solve the critical challenges in fifth-generation fighter development? Isn't this supposed to be a scientific breakthrough? Can it really be achieved with just a few sheets of paper? What the hell is his background? Su Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't here to cause trouble for Lin Fan that had given him quite a scare. But the next moment, he remembered Lin Fan was nowhere to be found. Damn it, Lin Fan. I have no idea where he went. Why aren't you calling him? Su Zhenghua pulled Lin Fan's phone from his pocket. This was a high-level meeting, so communication devices had been confiscated. Su had taken Lin Fan's phone upon arrival. Han Dehai at the entrance interjected, "Sir, Lin Fan was sleeping on the floor by the door earlier. He said he was hungry, so I took him to the military canteen in the back. He should still be there." Hearing this, the old men hurried back to find Lin Fan. Su Zhenghua hurried after them. Sleeping on the floor? He hadn't heard about that, how embarrassing. Han Qingyan pondered for a moment before asking Han Dehai, why was Lin Fan sleeping on the floor? Was he out of his mind? Sleeping on the floor in the military zone? Did he think the military zone was his home? This guy is truly insane. Han Dehai paused, realizing this beauty was also a leader. He quickly replied, Lin Fan said he wants money. Money for sleeping on the floor? Yeah, something about research funding or something like that. Han Qingyan glanced at the bedding on the floor and took a deep breath. Asking for money to sleep on the floor? Isn't that the old trick of a loan shark demanding repayment? Lin Fan would do that? How shameless. No wonder he singled me out at the meeting, what a brazen bastard. Su Zhenghua and several veteran experts arrived at the rear cafeteria. They saw over a dozen combat vehicles, 7 or 8 tanks, and other armored equipment parked there. Around Lin Fan, a group of people crouched like quails, diligently taking notes in their little notebooks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this some kind of mass meeting? Lin Fan stood before them, clanging a wrench as he tapped. Here, mark these spots. They're trouble spots. Pay extra attention during training. I've shown you how to fix them. Got it? Ask if anything's unclear, no need to be shy. Thanks, Expert Lin. You're amazing, Lin. You fixed all our equipment issues, you're the man. Expert Lin, interested in joining the army? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers showered him with gratitude. He had single-handedly repaired an entire armored regiment's equipment and even volunteered to teach the troops. It started with just one company's gear, but word spread. Other companies heard about this super repairman and brought their faulty equipment over for Lin Fan to take a look. Lin Fan accepted every request. This was his chance to showcase his repair skills. A few veteran mechanics had initially doubted his abilities, but after watching him disassemble a piece of equipment right in front of them, they were all convinced. In the military, it doesn't matter who you are, only skill earns respect. Lin Fan spotted Su Zhenghua and the others. He bid farewell to the armored regiment commander and walked over with a smile. Looking for me? Weren't those old guys behind Su Zhenghua the ones working on the fifth-generation fighter? Lin Fan immediately understood the situation, but he was still somewhat surprised to see Han Qingyan standing behind the group. He hadn't expected this beautiful woman to come looking for him too. He really wasn't good enough. Su Zhenghua introduced Lin Fan to Zhang Su and the others. The old man couldn't wait to pull out his notes and discuss things with Lin Fan, who immediately answered their questions. Zhang Su chuckled and nodded. So that's how it is. Exactly right, absolutely right. Lin Fan, you should join us on the fifth-generation fighter project. With your approach, our aircraft could be even more advanced. The old men all looked at Lin Fan with fervor. He had resolved their doubts and proven his capability. If Lin Fan could join their project, the fifth-generation fighter would be within reach. Chapter 20, That Damned Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head. No need. You're already developing the fifth-generation fighter, you just hit a few snags. Now that those issues are resolved, the fighter isn't a problem. I've got other things to focus on. Su Zhenghua's face twitched at Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan continued immediately, I intend to pursue the Southern Heavenly Gate project and the Celestial Palace project. May I introduce you to Daqin Heavy Industries, esteemed elders? Su Zhenghua hastily covered Lin Fan's mouth and turned to Zhang Su and the others. He's just talking nonsense. Kids joking around, please don't take it seriously. Since everything's settled now, Lin Fan and I will take our leave. Su Zhenghua, you bastard. These old guys in charge of the fifth-generation fighter must have a ton of funding. After all, it's a national flagship aircraft, the state must have poured serious cash into it. I was hoping to siphon some off myself. Without funding, the Southern Heavenly Gate project is just a pipe dream. When the hell will my Xian New and White Emperor projects ever see the light of day? But even though Su Zhangwei was a leader, his physical prowess was incredible. He managed to cover Lin Fan's mouth single-handedly, leaving Lin Fan utterly helpless. Zhang Su and the others exchanged glances. They were all seasoned veterans, they'd just leave for now. After all, they could always come back to Lin Fan later if they needed anything. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project 998, right? Lin Fan stared longingly at Zhang Su and the others' receding figures, tears welling up. My money! Only after they were gone did Su Zhangwei release Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately erupted, "Old Su, my money's gone. Are you out of your mind? Isn't this about little cliques and circles? You're the big shot in our circle. Why won't you help me get my money back?" Su Zhangwei snapped, "I have my pride. Cut it out, people are watching." Who? Lin Fan was furious. Without Nanshanmen, how could he dominate space? Was Su Zhangwei some kind of spy sent by the eagle-butted bastards? Deliberately sabotaging the military development of our dragon nation? Lin Fan turned to see Han Qingyan glaring at him. He immediately broke into a smile. "Ah, it's the brilliant Dr. Han." Han Qingyan clenched her fists in anger. He was implying she was incompetent again. If she were truly outstanding, she would have solved the 5th-generation fighter jet problem long ago. Su Zhangwei glanced between Lin Fan and Han Qingyan, then broke into an eerie smile before turning and walking away. Youth is truly wonderful. Lin Fan certainly has good taste. Watching Su Zhangwei walk away, flashing him a parting smirk, Lin Fan felt nothing but contempt. Old Su was so shallow and vulgar. "Dr. Han, you wanted to see me?" Han Qingyan paused, gathering her composure. Lin Fan was irritating but undeniably talented. "General Long asked me to calculate the missile targeting data. You proposed the plan, so he wants me to coordinate with you to ensure data stability." Lin Fan was utterly baffled. What the hell? He wasn't a mathematician or a navigation data specialist. How was this even related to him? They might as well just give him some cash to hand-roll neutron bombs instead. That doesn't make sense. Missile targeting involves navigation data, you just crunch the numbers. As long as the data's roughly accurate, it's fine. Honestly, even if you messed up, it wouldn't matter. If the missile hits someone else's carrier, it's not our Liaoning that gets blown up. Lin Fan chuckled. That'd be even better. Those eagle bastards wouldn't dare say a word, then they'd just run away. Han Qingyan glared. Was this guy completely insane? That would be declaring war on the eagle. Get serious. This is a national mission entrusted to us. Right now, working with you feels like I'm being set up. Nonsense. I never screw people over. Lin Fan corrected. I'm a model of honesty and integrity, don't slander my good name, okay? Who's slandering your integrity? Lin Fan looked at Han Qingyan. You, the esteemed Dr. Han. Are you implying something? Han Qingyan was boiling with rage. She took a deep breath for the mission, and finally calmed down. She looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on the missile test?" "None whatsoever. This mission has nothing to do with me, it's not even in my field, okay? General Long pairing us up must be some kind of matchmaking scheme. Doesn't he know I'm not good enough for you?" Lin Fan wore a distinctly displeased expression. This General Long is beyond words. Han Qingyan was furious beyond endurance, yet she still managed to imply something about herself. "Lin Fan, I apologize to you. I didn't know you were so capable. But could you please prioritize the mission? Don't bring up anything else. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. If the higher-ups decide to adopt your plan, it will affect the well-being of 1.4 billion people and the national fortune of our dragon nation. Please take this seriously." Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan, her eyes bulging like an adorable frog. Dr. Han looked genuinely adorable when angry women always do when upset, and men must adore it. Lin Fan considered it. You handle the calculations. It's not a major issue, not as serious as you make it out to be. With your math PhD, it shouldn't be a problem. But prepare an extra set of data. We might need to launch twice. Twice? Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Keep this confidential. There will definitely be 2 launches, one with a conventional hypersonic missile and another with the Dongfeng. This is state secret, concerning the nation's destiny, Dr. Han." Han Qingyan went silent, feeling embarrassed once again. Lin Fan chuckled, turning to Han Qingyan. Hey. Which unit are you assigned to? What's that supposed to mean? Why so fierce? You're a girl, you know. Getting angry will make you age faster. This guy is shameless. Who made me angry? It's all Lin Fan's fault. Besides, isn't that anger makes you age thing something only girls say? How come Lin Fan spouts such nonsense too? Just thinking about it makes me furious. Han Qingyan snapped, "You're from the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Mathematics and a math professor at Peking University, and you dare come looking for me? No way." Lin Fan thought for a moment. He was studying in northeast China, going all the way to Beijing? Are you crazy? It's way too far. My love is dead. Forget it. What he truly cherished was the Nanchanman project that was his real wife. Beautiful PhDs were superficial, only shallow people needed love. Once he became a mountain lord, an academic overlord, finding a female disciple to marry would be just as good paying homage to that young academic overlord. Han Qingyan froze. She'd expected Lin Fan to say something like, "What are you afraid of?" But this? Her expectations dashed. Han Qingyan couldn't muster the retort she'd prepared. The words stuck in her throat, her face flushing crimson with anger. Lin Fan leered as he leaned in and bumped into Han Qingyan. "Why's your face all red? Is it from the cold, or have you fallen for me and been utterly captivated by my brilliance?" Han Qingyan shoved him away fiercely. "Get lost." "Damn it, that bastard Lin Fan." Watching Han Qingyan walk away, Su Zhanghua hurried over. "What happened? We were getting along fine. Why did you let her leave? At least treat her to a meal." Lin Fan glared at Su Zhanghua. "What era are you living in? You're still thinking about chasing girls? The Eagle is massing troops in the South China Sea, the nation is on the brink of crisis, and you're still thinking about treating a girl to dinner? Romantic entanglements? Do you even deserve your position and identity?" Chapter 21, Lin Fan's Little Schemes. Su Zhanghua felt utterly absurd. Wasn't he doing this for Lin Fan? Who said love was dead? It was all because Lin Fan had taken a liking to her. Su Zhanghua snapped, "Who's the bastard lusting after her? How dare you lecture me? I'm doing this for you. You're taking my kindness for granted." Han Qingyan had impressive credentials, status, and background. If she were dating Lin Fan, Su Zhanghua wouldn't object. Given Lin Yan's talent, finding a girlfriend would require thorough vetting. "How old do you think I am? What's the rush? Director Su, you're acting like a disrespectful elder." "Damn it." Su Zhanghua was truly furious with Lin Fan. Without another word, he grabbed Lin Fan and shoved him into the car, driving him back to campus. Lin Fan felt utterly helpless. This trip to the meeting had yielded no benefits whatsoever. He'd just spent the entire afternoon working as a repairman for the military district for free. Su Zhanghua drove Lin Fan back to campus. "Don't wander off these next few days. Stay on campus and wait for my call." "Another summons?" Lin Fan perked up instantly. Old Su's words held hidden meaning. Could there be more plans in the works? Seeing Lin Fan's eager expression, his eyes practically sparkling, Su Zhanghua frowned. Lin Fan truly loved a good spectacle, no matter how dangerous. "No. Just stay put and keep a low profile. Mind your station." Lin Fan felt deflated. Old Su was playing coy. Ultimately, his current status was merely that of a student. Being allowed to attend the meeting was already pushing the limits. He'd have to fight for his own standing. Lin Fan thought for a moment before replying with measured gravity. "Get that funding you promised me over here ASAP. I'll start researching electromagnetic catapults right away. Want me to design a new aircraft carrier for the country? I can handle it. As long as the budget is sufficient, nothing's a problem." Su Zhanghua dismissed it as Lin Fan's usual tendency to exaggerate. Studying electromagnetic catapults might be plausible, but designing an aircraft carrier? Was that something one person could handle? An aircraft carrier represented the comprehensive industrial strength of a nation. When the Liaoning was purchased from overseas, the related documentation alone weighed dozens of tons. Designing an aircraft carrier was simply beyond the scope of a single individual. Even if Lin Fan possessed extraordinary talent, it would be a tall order. Moreover, how could such a massive project be entrusted to a student like Lin Fan? He'd be torn apart by countless military experts. Old Su spoke earnestly. "I know you're capable, but can you be more grounded? You're still young. Focus on your studies now, build a solid foundation. There will be time to showcase your abilities later. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You don't believe in my abilities? Isn't solving the 5th-generation fighter's development challenges with just a few sheets of paper proof enough? That's one thing, but the 5th-generation fighter hasn't been developed yet. No one can prove your few sheets of paper made that much of a difference." Su Zhanghua said, "The future belongs to you. Don't be so impatient. Wait patiently. You leaders only know how to make empty promises. Born to be pancake masters, huh? Sweet talk is all. It is utterly useless. You just don't get things done." Lin Fan was speechless. Longwa excels in everything else, yet it's obsessed with seniority and hierarchy. Why can't it be bolder? It's his own fault for lacking funds, otherwise, why would he need you pancake masters? Lin Fan wore a cold expression. When it came to money, he did grovel shamelessly, but his mood could shift in an instant. "All right, you can leave now. Transfer my money over quickly. Here's my bank account number. Can national funds be transferred to your personal account? No, but if you transfer it to Hit's account, what if someone else diverts it? Transferring to my personal account at least guarantees the money reaches me. Look, I'm just a student. How could I outmaneuver those old farts? And our president is a tightwad. Wouldn't he drool over 200 million? Lin Fan argued that while transferring RD funds to his personal account was against protocol, it at least guaranteed the money reached him. With the money in my hands, if I can't deliver results within a year, you can chop off my head. But once I develop the electromagnetic catapult technology, I'll have status and achievements. Then I'll establish a research institute with its own dedicated account. Glaring at Su Zhenghua, Lin Fan snapped, "Don't you trust my integrity? Rules are rules. If I can't account for 200 million in funding, I'll be held responsible, got it? Cut the crap. Do you think I'm stupid? Someone in your position definitely has a slush fund. You could transfer funds from that to me. Why would it need to go through official channels? Don't treat me like an idiot. I understand the implications perfectly well. Damn it. How did this guy even know about slush funds?" Su Zhenghua eyed Lin Fan suspiciously. "How do you know about this? What's so strange about that? It's tradition. Don't I know how things work in our country? Having cash on hand means peace of mind. How else would anyone get rich without a slush fund?" Lin Fan leaned against the car window, grinning at Su Zhenghua. "Once my research results are ready, we'll approach the weapons industry group. We'll sell them the technology for funding. An electromagnetic catapult system alone could fetch at least 80 to 100 billion yuan. Don't you agree? You want me to hook you up with the weapons industry group? You're the big shot in our circle. A leader needs to step up. You provide the funding, I guarantee the research. With our combined strengths, we'll be unbeatable. Then we can even take on aircraft carrier designs, each one's worth over 100 billion. Piece of cake." Lin Fan thought to himself, once this model catches on, his research institute could become a tech supplier for the state-owned arms group. Funding would never be an issue. Then he could pursue his plan to dominate space. His academic standing would rise with each new achievement, bringing him within reach of the historical stature he had attained in his previous life. Becoming the dominant academic powerhouse was within reach. By then, he wouldn't need Su Zhenghua's faction anymore. That timid old man was incapable of achieving great things. He'd simply kick old Su to the curb. Crossing bridges after crossing rivers? He was quite adept at that sort of thing. Su Zhenghua thought to himself, Lin Fan sure has a lot on his mind. But that's fine, at least these ambitions might finally keep him quiet, steady. Remember, you must stay steady from now on. Watching Su Zhenghua's car drive away, the smile vanished instantly from Lin Fan's face. Steady my ass. Next, Lin Fan set about preparing his lab. The basement of Building 3 was actually quite spacious, over 1,000 square meters. Outside was just a parking lot. An idea immediately struck Lin Fan: seal off the parking lot entrance and exit, and his lab would gain thousands more square meters of space. As for whether others had places to park, that wasn't his problem. If they couldn't find parking, they could just not drive. If they had money, they should spend it on their parents instead of buying a car. Not driving won't kill you. Chapter 22, Frustration. Setting up an independent lab proved quite troublesome, requiring various equipment that all needed to be procured. But Lin Fan was a seasoned pro in this area, well versed in the ins and outs. There exists a certain type of person who specializes in collaborating with experts at major research institutions to procure instruments and equipment transactions that are decidedly gray. Lin Fan planned to source equipment through these academic parasites. Though opportunistic, their connections were undeniably extensive. With funding still pending, Lin Fan surveyed his space and simply hung a sign above the doorway. The sign read, Strategic Deception Bureau. Next, Lin Fan sought leave from his homeroom teacher. The teacher stated he lacked authority to approve Lin Fan's vacation and that the principal's approval was required. The notoriously stingy principal, upon hearing Lin Fan's plans, immediately granted the leave and handed over the promised 50,000 yuan in funding. You know how to play it smart. Otherwise, I'd have paid you a visit in person. Lin Fan directly contacted several overseas sellers online, ordering some high-performance chips to begin assembling his own supercomputer. These components were available domestically but prohibitively expensive. With only 500,000 yuan in funding, he could afford just a few high-performance computer chips. Lin Fan had no intention of purchasing the entire system. He'd build it himself. The mainstream supercomputers in the world aren't necessarily inferior to those you might think you can build yourself. Hard work and self-reliance are the roots of our strength. As U.S. aircraft carriers gather in the South China Sea, tensions escalate globally. Following Admiral Morrison's press conference where he stated military action to defend Southeast Asian human rights remains an option these nations can no longer endure, the eagle-scented nation called upon all democratic nations worldwide to join the South China Sea operation. The Philippines stated, "We will dispatch our frigates and cruisers, along with 5,000 Special Forces personnel to support the Eagle's operations." Vietnam stated, "We will deploy 2,000 Special Forces personnel and 1 cruiser to join the Eagle's South China Sea Carrier Strike Group." India declared, "We will deploy an aircraft carrier and frigates, accompanied by our formidable Tejas fighter jets, to participate in South China Sea exercises." China bears full responsibility for any consequences. Australia, the United States, Germany, India, and other nations announced they would send their navies to the South Pacific region to uphold human rights. The Third Brother's ground forces have even entered the southern Tibetan plateau, clashing with our border troops and brazenly constructing bunkers along our border. Our border defense soldiers, lacking orders, could only engage in passive defense. On the southern Tibetan plateau, a patrol team stood atop a mountain, observing the construction site below where the Third Brother's nation was building permanent fortifications. The soldiers turned to look at their captain. "Captain, let's fight. Wipe out these bastards." The squad leader's face was twisted with rage. The land below was Chinese territory, yet Indian troops were now building fortifications on Chinese soil, utterly infuriating. Every inch of land is worth every drop of blood. But they couldn't act. The military district had long ordered no clashes with the Indians. For now, they must endure. Follow orders. Trust the nation, the captain gritted out. Our day of retaliation will come. But they've crossed the border with their eyes. The leadership is aware. We all know. Without orders, no action. Captain, are we just going to stand by and watch these bastards seize our land? Shut your mouth, the captain roared. We are soldiers. Obeying orders is our sacred duty. The nation hasn't ordered us to fight, so we must endure. Do you think I don't want to fight? Or that I'm afraid to die? Or that any of us are afraid to die? In the biting cold, soldiers stood atop the snow, glaring at the enemy above and below. The captain drew in the icy wind, clenching his teeth. No one takes our land. Anyone who tries will learn our strength. But comrades, the situation is complex. We must follow command and consider the greater picture. They lack the guts to fire the first shot. As long as they don't shoot, we can't shoot either. Our mission is to monitor their movements. I share your rage, but soldiers must obey orders. Trust the nation and our leaders, we won't endure this forever. After glancing at Third Brother down the mountain, the captain immediately ordered the mission to commence. The soldiers swiftly retrieved various instruments to monitor the situation above and below. The Dragon Nation made no official response to the Eagle Nation's actions in the South China Sea, nor did it publicize the matter domestically. Nevertheless, numerous foreign media reports began circulating on China's internet. The public's initial reaction was disbelief, followed by anger. What the hell is the government doing? Where did all the military funds I'd been contributing through my daily cigarettes go? Why aren't we fighting back when the enemy is already at our doorstep? Fight! This is infuriating. They were so hyped about cutting off the Yarlung Tsangpo River earlier, but now they've gone silent? Not a single response? Are the higher-ups asleep on the job? What the hell are the officials doing? With things like this happening, why aren't they taking action? Send out our Liaoning aircraft carrier. Where's our navy? Where are our planes? This is a national disgrace. I can't stand by and watch this humiliation. They're pushing us too far. If we don't fight now, what are we waiting for? The South China Sea is ours. Where are all those people who claimed it was ours since ancient times? Have they all died? Trust the country. Motherland won't let us down. I'm already disappointed. What's the point of maintaining such a massive military if we won't use it? Damn it, even Japan has announced it's sending warships to the South China Sea. Citizens vented their fury online, brimming with righteous indignation. Yet the government remained utterly passive, leaving the public seething with pent-up rage. Within the national network. Sir, public sentiment is highly unstable. Should we implement controls? Screw controlling it. Can't the people speak their minds? I think they're right, we should just act, the official yelled, grabbing his hair in frustration. Who wouldn't be furious about the South China Sea situation? All this talk of great rejuvenation, and this is what it amounts to? The leader spoke up, dismissing the people's complaints. Suddenly, the public felt emboldened to voice anything. At this juncture, numerous experts stepped forward, urging calm and prioritizing peace. Public intellectuals analyzed the South China Sea situation, with some even questioning the legitimacy of the Yarlung Tsangpo River diversion plan. One expert stated, the plan to cut off the Yarlung Tsangpo River is indeed excessive, threatening the lifeline of Southeast Asian nations' water sources. As a great nation, Dragon Country should demonstrate magnanimity. Peace must be the top priority. The people should also remain calm and respect human rights. Online discourse has become excessively radical, which damages our nation's international image. Everyone should exercise restraint. As a major power, we shouldn't pursue our own interests at the expense of others' survival. Matters at the national level should be resolved through dialogue. Peace is the mainstream approach. This time, we have deliberately provoked regional disputes. If only one country opposes us, they might be mistaken. But when so many nations stand against us, the fault surely lies with us. As a major power, Dragon Nation must look inward. Have we overstepped this time, straying from the path of harmonious development? Countries like Eagle Nation were forced into this position, they had no choice. The internet was soon flooded with countless voices amplifying the narrative. Even celebrities jumped on the bandwagon, riding the wave of attention to amplify the narrative and whitewash Eagle's actions. Chapter 23, Severe Protests from Nations. Morrison listened to his subordinates' report in his command center. He was genuinely surprised to find that some voices on the Dragon Nation's internet were actually supporting him. After hearing the briefing, Morrison smugly declared, "I knew it. The Dragon Nation is all bark and no bite. Weak and incompetent, they can't do a thing against our mighty naval fleet. They wouldn't dare take any action against us." His subordinate replied, "General, international opinion is firmly on our side. The Dragon Nation stands isolated and dare not respond. Your South China Sea operation has been a resounding success. Time magazine wishes to interview you and feature your photograph on the front page." Of course. Morrison chuckled smugly. "They certainly have good judgment. I admire them. Schedule the interview for the day before our exercises begin." Morrison paused, then dialed a satellite phone. "We can proceed to the next phase. Dragon Nation's inherently weak and incompetent nature has been fully exposed. They simply lack the courage to confront us." Morrison hung up, smiling as he gazed out at the sea. Success was within reach. He would return to North America as a hero of the Eagle Nation. Beijing Foreign Ministry. One after another, countless vehicles pulled up unannounced. Ambassadors representing various nations, their expressions grave, paid a visit to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Upon hearing the news, the minister was startled and immediately summoned the ambassadors. "Minister Wang, on behalf of my nation, I lodge a grave protest against Dragon Nation. We demand Dragon Nation seriously reconsider its plan to dam the Yarlung Tsangpo River and resolve the South China Sea incident. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by Dragon Nation. Minister Wang, our nation of Sakura also lodges a protest against Dragon Nation. Your plans have deeply dismayed us. We urge you to correct your mistakes and prevent war in the South China Sea. And we, South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam. A total of 32 nations formally lodged diplomatic protests against Dragon Nation. The envoy from Third Brothers country even declared, "We demand Dragon Nation return Tibet to us." Minister Wang rolled his eyes in exasperation. While the other nations' protests were somewhat understandable, "Third Brother, were you here to joke? Tibet is an inalienable part of our territory. You're welcome to try and take it." With that, Minister Wang gestured for the envoys to depart. "Gentlemen, please." The envoys didn't even glance back at Minister Wang as they turned and walked away. Chatting cheerfully as they departed, they discussed how their united front would surely force the Dragon Nation to retreat. Then they could negotiate for greater concessions. Lin Fan was busy setting up his lab. Just cleaning it was a major undertaking. He asked the university janitorial staff for help, but they ignored him. They stated that the leadership had instructed Lin Fan to handle his laboratory setup independently. Lin Fan grabbed a broom and blocked the entrance to the arrogant building, cursing furiously, "Damn it! You did this on purpose. You did this on purpose." The principal hid behind the door, blocking the entrance to prevent Lin Fan from entering, deliberately creating work for him to distract him from bothering the principal. He even ran out to set off firecrackers. Lin Fan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He still had to get his lab ready. Besides cleaning and waiting for the instruments he'd ordered to arrive, he also had to teach classes. It was utterly exhausting. Whenever Lin Fan showed up for class, his face was dark and gloomy, radiating pure resentment, making even the teachers nervous. Whenever the teacher posed a question in class, they would first glance at Lin Fan. If he was asleep, they'd breathe a sigh of relief, dreading the moment he stood up and declared, "You're wrong. I'll answer." The teachers were furious, but whenever Lin Fan volunteered, he did deliver a few off-the-cuff remarks that left them speechless. "Damn principal, damn teachers, damn Su Zhanghua. Where's my funding? No funding, no fun." Lin Fan muttered as he scrubbed the basement tables with a rag. "And they still expect me to teach? Don't those teachers fear scaring themselves to death?" That piece of trash Su Zhanghua promised him funding, yet days had passed and it still hadn't materialized. Lin Fan picked up a piece of trash from the desk, flicked it into the bin, and noticed the word Su Zhanghua scrawled on it. He'd seen the news online, but it was useless. With only one student, he couldn't do anything. Former classmates like Lin Fan had reached out. These Harbin Tech students wanted to stir things up, spamming embassy websites with hateful comments. But Lin Fan was too busy setting up his lab to waste time on such pointless nonsense. Once his lab was established and he produced research results, he would crush those imperialist powers. Lin Fan had already mapped out his research plan. First, electromagnetic catapults. Studying this topic would naturally lead to electromagnetic cannons. Both fell under the same field. Both projects demanded massive power supplies, inevitably leading to nuclear power generation systems. Given that, it made perfect sense to simultaneously research nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and miniaturized nuclear reactors. And developing third-generation nuclear weapons would be a natural extension too, wouldn't it? Gazing at the research projects listed on the blackboard, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Once these projects were completed and yielded results, he would undoubtedly be recognized as a new generation of scientific leaders. With that academic standing secured, he could propose the Southern Heavenly Gate project. Even if the nation refused to fund it as a leading scientist, would he lack the resources? If the nation wouldn't do it, he'd do it himself. What's the point of waiting for the country when I'm still alive? If rebirth doesn't let me dominate space, I might as well die. TSK TSK. Had heaven not birthed me, Lin Fan, the Dragon Nation would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, but glancing at the rag in his hand, he knew the cleaning must continue. A scholar of my stature, a mountain of learning, now reduced to cleaning? What a waste of life. The thought made Lin Fan want to cry, then curse his luck. All because of that bastard Lao Su. Why hasn't he delivered the money yet? Beep. Lin Fan's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Han Qingyan. She'd sent him a formula, asking him to help calculate it. Lin Fan flicked his wrist to make a video call. All I asked was for you to calculate the missile's trajectory. How come it's been days and you still haven't figured it out? You know nothing. You think it's that simple? Missile flight involves too many variables affecting accuracy. The South China Sea's climate alone is a major issue. What if we miscalculate and miss the target? Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan's face in shock. What happened to you? You look like a beggar. Your hair's a mess. Haven't you showered in days? Does any of that matter? Lin Fan, now little more than a janitor, felt resentment welling up. What matters is the internet's blowing up. Has the higher-up set a timeline yet? It's set. I'm calling you from the capital military district. Everything's in motion. Tomorrow's the day. I need you to double-check my calculations. Lin Fan asked Han Qingyan to hold while he spent 5 minutes double-checking the calculations. He adjusted a decimal point. This should work. Take a look. After reviewing it, Han Qingyan exclaimed, "You altered the data? How could you just change it like that?" Chapter 24, Heading to the Southern Islands. Didn't you factor in the navigation system's margin of error? My figures are accurate. The South China Sea's climate-strong winds, rough seas can throw unexpected situations at any moment. You considered that, but you didn't account for precision or the enemy's radar response. Dragon Nation's military tech lags behind Eagle Nation's by a decade. My data is spot on. Han Qingyan froze, then hung up. Lin Fan fumed, already upset? Can't you just look at it one more time? Doesn't she realize how miserable my life is right now? Just one glance at a beauty could lift my spirits. Lin Fan muttered to himself, then turned to see someone standing at the door. Spotting Su Zhenghua, he erupted, "Where's my money? Did you swipe it to hit the nightclubs?" Su Zhenghua walked in, surveyed the empty space, nodded, and finally said, "I've been swamped. I'll handle your thing later. Busy my ass." Su Zhenghua snapped back, "I just flew to the capital for a meeting. 32 countries lodged serious protests against us. The pressure is immense right now." Lin Fan immediately sensed trouble. Don't tell me the government officials don't want to launch the missiles again. Are they pushing for concessions and peace talks? Su Zhenghua laughed bitterly. There was opposition, but the military stood firm. Young Master Long took matters into his own hands at the meeting and beat the dissenters into submission. The missile launch plan remains unchanged. However, young Master Long has taken responsibility. If the launch fails and triggers a war, his career is over. He's staked his future on you. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. He's got this in the bag. You're so confident. Old Su, if you just give me the money, we really don't need to care about that trash, Lin Fan sighed. He knew Su Zhenghua wasn't having an easy time either. 32 nations protesting, dovish heavyweights still lurking within the court. How eerily similar this situation was to his own Dragon Nation. It took us 20 years of struggle to seize the power to run our own affairs. The dovish leaders aren't without backbone, they just approach problems from a different angle. Civil officials, after all, are always reluctant to part with their trappings of power. This General Long is a man of his word. Su Zhenghua said, "Young Master Long Shang has invited you to the Southern Theater Command. He's taking full command of this operation. Do you have confidence?" Lin Fan dropped the banter, his expression turning serious. "Put me in the first battle, and victory is guaranteed. My confidence is through the roof." Su Zhenghua shot Lin Fan a look, then immediately escorted him to the military zone to board a transport aircraft bound for the Southern Island military base. Lin Fan departed in the afternoon and arrived at the Southern Island military base the following morning. The moment he stepped off the plane, Lin Fan's excitement surged. The tarmac was lined with numerous B-8s, the backbone of Longhua's current air force. Aircraft movements across the airfield were constant, the atmosphere thick with the tension of impending battle. This feels like the real deal. Su Zhenghua rolled his eyes. Lin Fan, this time we're staking the nation's fate. We can't afford to be careless. 32 countries have lodged protests. Our nation is already under immense international pressure. If we lose, at best we'll have to make concessions, at worst, war will break out. Relax, Lin Fan replied calmly, his composure undisturbed by the tense atmosphere. The Eagle is nothing but a paper tiger. He had overseen the Eastern Intercontinental Live Fire test for his own Dragon Nation, a spectacle far grander than this. Lin Fan didn't go directly to meet General Long. Instead, he requested to visit the port first. Su Zhenghua cursed in frustration. What the hell are you thinking? You want to go to the port at a time like this? I need to inspect our naval equipment. Su Zhenghua froze, then seemed to grasp something. Without further comment, he led Lin Fan straight to the port. Lin Fan was disappointed. No 10,000-ton destroyers? What 10,000-ton destroyers? Lin Fan remained silent. Of course, the Liaoning aircraft carrier had only just begun training. The blueprints for a 10,000-ton destroyer probably hadn't even been drawn up yet. At the port, Lin Fan spotted a massive black submarine. Pointing at it, he asked, "Is it nuclear-powered?" "No, diesel-powered." "How many nuclear-powered submarines do we have?" Su Zhenghua chuckled. "Your clearance isn't high enough." Pfft, as if I didn't know how many we had. Lin Fan mentally calculated. This dragon nation's military industry lagged far behind his own. Based on current technology, they likely had about 3 nuclear-powered Blackfish submarines, probably using Soviet technology. But once his miniaturized nuclear propulsion equipment was ready, Blackfish submarines could be mass-produced. After touring the port, Su Zhenghua finally brought Lin Fan to meet Long Xiaoshang. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Long Xiaoshang smiled and said, "We meet again. You've made quite an impression on me. You'll remember me even more vividly in the future." Lin Fan chuckled. Su Zhenghua inwardly cursed. Long Xiaoshang was a key hawk within the military, a leading figure among the younger generation of officers, already a major general commander, a powerful figure with real authority. "Nervous?" Long Xiaoshang chuckled, his expression betraying no tension, though he himself was far from relaxed. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. "What's there to be nervous about? If you're nervous, General, there's no need to pretend. After all, it's been decades of peace in this country. This is the first time we've had such a direct confrontation." Lin Fan shrugged it off as no big deal. Long Xiaoshang froze, momentarily speechless. Lin Fan was so much younger than him, yet he seemed utterly unfazed by participating in such an operation. "I am nervous. Your plan is too bold. If it fails, it won't fail. So confident. Why else would I come to this island? For sightseeing?" Lin Fan chuckled. "You just handle the execution. I'll provide technical support or even command it myself. It's as simple as setting off fireworks, right? Just get the parameters right, press the launch button, and that's it. Easy to say. But failure would bring trouble later." But seeing Lin Fan genuinely unconcerned, showing not a hint of tension, Long Xiaoshang burst into laughter too. His mindset wouldn't lose to Lin Fan's. "All right, we're betting on this and on our nation's fortune. Success or failure rests on this moment." Long Xiaoshang squeezed Lin Fan's hand firmly. "I'm counting on you for the tech. Old Su told me you're a genius." "Old Su's wrong. I'm not a genius, I'm a genius among geniuses. I'm an academic powerhouse." Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Long Xiaoshang and both burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lin Fan asked, "Do you have any research funding? Could you allocate some to me? I could help the military develop some special projects." "Like what?" "How about an electromagnetic railgun, General?" "Whoa! That name alone sounds straight out of sci-fi." Long Xiaoshang pondered for a moment before whispering, "Has the theoretical proof been established?" This guy knows his stuff. Lin Fan was instantly thrilled. Talking to someone knowledgeable was so much easier than dealing with old Su, who only ever told him to stay steady. "Of course there is. I'll get back to you. Take a look, it's a sure thing. For just 50 billion, I can get you an electromagnetic cannon ready to mount on a warship." Electromagnetic cannons require massive power supplies. The current steam-powered warships of the Dragon Nation Navy simply wouldn't suffice. That would provide the perfect justification to push for developing 10,000-ton destroyers. Chapter 25, God is with me. What good is a cutting-edge weapon without a solid platform? The answer is simple: keep developing the platform. That's how research funding works. Once young officers like Long Xiaoshang see the benefits of advanced weaponry, they won't need Lin Fan to speak up. General Long will personally champion the cause, demanding resources for the vanguard and the nation. Long Xiaoshang was swamped. As the lead officer, this mission was a gamble with his career on the line. Failure would effectively end his military service. Aware of the pressure, Lin Fan excused himself after a brief chat, spotting Han Qingyan in the crowd. Dr. Han and a group of experts sat before computers, heads bent over calculations, looking like ordinary workers. Lin Fan immediately appeared behind Han Qingyan. Han Qingyan instantly felt the same nervousness as when an exam proctor stood behind her during tests. Turning to see it was Lin Fan, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She and her team of math and data specialists were running themselves ragged because Lin Fan had tweaked a few figures, yet here he was, strolling around as if nothing mattered. People really do make you sick. Get lost. Don't interrupt my work. Lin Fan glanced at the data, the numbers are correct. No need to recalculate, this is sufficient. You decide, then. Exactly. We even have time for coffee now. My treat. I'd like to discuss something with you. Han Qingyan thought for a moment before following Lin Fan out of the command center. No need for coffee. Just tell me what's on your mind. Lin Fan retorted, it's just a cup of coffee, it won't make you pregnant. You? Han Qingyan glared at him, her voice tinged with irritation. Behave yourself. What is it you need to discuss? This girl can't take a joke. If it weren't for your math skills, I wouldn't be recruiting you. Lin Fan smiled. I've set up a lab and need some computational specialists. I think your skills are up to par. Interested in doing research with me? With you? That's some serious arrogance. Han Qingyan chuckled. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know your own standing? I'm currently doing research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Mathematics. How could your lab possibly be better than my current workplace? It might not be better now, but within 2 years, my lab will become a research institute. Within 5 years, it will be the greatest scientific sanctuary in the Dragon Nation. Within 10 years, we'll be laughing at the world. This invitation is your chance, I hope you seize it. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll even earn the Republic's Medal of Progress. Han Qingyan was both amused and exasperated. That wasn't how you bragged, was it? My current job is stable, and I can serve my country just as well here in the capital. Thank you for the invitation, but I won't be considering it. Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath. He never imagined anyone would refuse the old man's invitation. Young lady, you're being shallow. Do you even realize what you've missed out on? Want to study lithography? I can hand build one for you. As if a lithography machine were some wooden toy you could just hand roll. Han Qingyan looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, you're a genius, but I want you to keep your feet on the ground. Besides, I'm older than you, were not a good match. What the hell? I invited you to discuss science, yet you think I'm after your body? Research is my wife. You can only come in second, got it? Enjoy your moment of triumph. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You think I invited you to join my lab because I wanted to pursue you? Sister, you're overthinking it. We scientists only have one main wife, okay? At best, you could be a concubine. Besides, that's not what I meant. If you don't want to come, it's fine. Main wife, concubine? You want multiple wives? This man has issues. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a displeased look. Goodbye. Lin Fan sighed softly. Don't regret this. I was going to take you to the pinnacle of success, but with that attitude, forget it. Wait until you regret it. Even if it means turning the wedding into a funeral pyre, I'll slash my beloved with a sword. Preparations proceeded methodically at the island command center, leaving Lin Fan with little to do. Though this was merely a missile test, for safety's sake, Commander Long decided to dispatch his warships to the South China Sea. The 6,000-ton warships in the harbor carried a solemn air as they slowly departed the base. It was said every sailor setting sail had left a will and received a black bag. Long Xiaoshang personally presided over the departure ceremony for 3 large surface vessels at the port. To the South China Sea we go invincible. Lin Fan stood at a distance, watching the warships leave the harbor and disappear into the pitch-black ocean. Turning to Su Zhenghua, he declared, within 10 years, I will lead our navy into the deep seas. Let every nation kneel at the sight of our mighty ships. These warships look like junk to Lin Fan. Su Zhenghua chuckled, work hard on that. I'm serious, the era of 10,000-ton destroyers won't last long, Lin Fan said bitterly. Longhua's warships were too small. Small and few in number. He vowed that Dragon Nation soldiers would never again have to gamble on national fortune. Back in the command center, Lin Fan saw Long Xiaoshang and others return. He picked up a phone and connected to the Nimitz strike group. Long Xiaoshang declared sternly, General Morrison, on behalf of Dragon Nation, I formally notify you, our nation will conduct missile tests in the South China Sea. Prepare accordingly and stay clear of our test zone. Should any accidents occur, responsibility lies entirely with your side. Dragon Nation bears no liability. Morrison chuckled over the line, General, our Eagle Squadron's operations in the South China Sea are righteous voyages defending human rights and ethnic groups while countering your nation's hegemonic actions in Southeast Asia. We urge you to correct your mistakes and avoid conflict between our 2 nations. We act for your country's own good. Yet you remain stubbornly obstinate. Therefore, my carrier strike group will conduct exercises in the South China Sea and subsequently head north through the Green Island Strait. Refrain from any provocative actions. Are you provoking us? No, we are merely exercising our freedom of navigation in the free world for human rights and democracy. This is a sacred and inviolable right granted to us by God. Shameful. Long Xiaoshang replied coldly, then bear all consequences yourselves. Morrison chuckled, God is with me. Both hung up simultaneously. Long Xiaoshang turned to face his staff, his expression grave, the weight of pressure bearing down on him. Victory meant everything would be fine, but defeat would mean national humiliation and loss of sovereignty. He himself would be the sinner. He seemed to seek a pillar of support, yet he knew he was the one others leaned on in the command center. Just then, Lin Fan appeared behind him, grinning and pumping his fist. Take them down. Don't worry, this round is ours. For some reason, seeing Lin Fan's face instantly calmed Long Xiaoshang's heart. He picked up the phone beside him and commanded, "I order Operation Thunderbolt to commence. The target vessel is heading to the designated sea area." Chapter 26, The Little Girl Selling Nuclear Bombs. The command center echoed with the steady clatter of keyboards, like a downpour. Staff members were buried in their screens, while the large display constantly refreshed with satellite feeds. Data transmission stable, signal normal, general. Our formation is proceeding at full speed toward the designated area. Long Xiaoshan's eyes were glued to the large screen. Satellite surveillance covered the South China Sea region, showing 2 blue dots representing our navy rapidly advancing toward the designated area. Long Xiaoshan dared not blink, fearing the blue signal representing the Dragon Nation's navy might vanish at any moment. Countless staff members, amidst their tasks, couldn't help but glance up at General Long standing before the screen. His posture was rigid, as straight as a steel rod. Lin Fan, too, dropped his usual carefree grin, his expression turning serious as he watched the commander. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with gravity. Though he'd witnessed countless grand occasions, his mind relaxed and brimming with confidence. Being present at the scene inevitably stirred his emotions. This intense atmosphere sent his nerves into overdrive, even alcohol couldn't dampen it. Su Zhengguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced back to see Lin Fan, not a hair out of place, his face consumed by frenzied excitement, as if he couldn't wait. Damn it, have I lost my mind? Su Zhengguo couldn't help but doubt himself. This Thunderbolt operation was a gamble with the nation's fate. As a high-ranking official, his heart was constantly on edge. What the hell was wrong with this kid? The next moment, Su Zhengguo noticed something odd. Lin Fan was muttering to himself. He leaned closer to hear clearly. Damn it, the satellites aren't cutting it. Their resolution's too low, can't even zoom in on the Nimitz carrier? Even the Fengyun series of agricultural satellites can zoom right into an enemy's face and snap away. Is it a tech issue? Has microwave remote sensing technology stalled, or is laser communication still unreliable? Or is it the lens? That shouldn't be it. Outdated data link systems? No early warning aircraft? Probably not. Maybe they're developing them but hit a bottleneck. It's a bit challenging to pull off, but no big deal. This time it's enough. Next time we'll scare the hell out of the eagle. What are you talking about? Lin Fan was muttering to himself. After getting involved in the actual operation, he realized the Dragon Nation's command system still had a lot of room for improvement. Suddenly, a different voice rang out beside him, startling Lin Fan. He turned around and nearly ended up face to face with Su Zhengguo, only to find it was an old dog. Lin Fan was instantly filled with resentment. If only it had been Han Qingyan instead, a young girl's lips would have been so much more inviting. Why did it have to be an old dog? Nothing, Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Su Zhengguo didn't seem to mind, having grown accustomed to the sky's lawlessness. I heard you mention remote sensing technology, laser communication technology, and early warning aircraft. What's the deal with that? Lin Fan whispered, I'll only tell you, my buddy. Su Zhengguo glared. You bastard, you're getting more and more out of control, aren't you? Acting like he wanted to be his own father? Lin Fan might as well call himself his grandson. Still, those things the kid was muttering about earlier, even if he didn't understand them, they sounded seriously impressive. I'll give you money. Can you actually pull off those things you mentioned? How much? If you're up for it, old Su, you're a good comrade. I'll be your grandson. Lin Fan immediately put on a sycophantic expression. Scraping for research funds wasn't something to be ashamed of. You pay, I'll call you dad. Su Zhengguo looked as uncomfortable as if he'd eaten dog hair. How could he have ever considered such a shameless, brazen scoundrel a peerless genius? Su Zhengguo began questioning his judgment. Had he misread this man? But Lin Fan's displayed brilliance didn't seem like a mistake. Are those things you mentioned earlier really that powerful? Lin Fan paused, his mouth twitching. Powerful was an understatement. The man clearly had no clue. Let me put it this way, if we actually built those things, we could spy on General Morrison taking a shower right here. Talk about powerful. Lin Fan shoved his hands into his pockets. More importantly, this communication system is key to our dominance in space. It's the foundation for future space communications. Not only is it useful for communication, but it also holds immense potential in energy applications, especially for space stations. Damn it, is this about your godlike Southern Heavenly Gate project again? At that mention, Su Zhengguo was speechless. He could tolerate anything else, but not the Southern Heavenly Gate project. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're just a country bumpkin, you'd rather stare at dogs than beautiful women. Lin Fan kept his eyes fixed on the attractive young ladies. The command center had its share of female personnel, and naturally, some were attractive. With a large enough pool, comparisons were inevitable. It wasn't that Lin Fan was lecherous, he was just bored. While others were tense, he remained calm. He personally oversaw the technical aspects, and as long as there were no sudden changes in weather conditions, failure was simply not an option. As the titan of the military-industrial complex, he radiated that kind of confidence. He was the backbone of this nation, thick and sturdy. Su Zhengguo snapped, watch your tone. This is a matter of national destiny. Understand? Be serious, solemn, and energetic, got it? Keep it steady. Got it, Dad. How much are you putting in? What money? Didn't we just agree you'd fund my research? Su Zhangwei turned and walked away. As long as he got far enough, he wouldn't have to listen to Lin Fan's nagging, much less his annoying demands for payment. Lin Fan paused, then rose and approached Long Xiaoshang. Can you get in touch with Morrison? You want to talk to him? Lin Fan smiled. He knew Long Xiaoshang understood him. Just to say hello. Long Xiaoshang hesitated briefly before finally picking up the red phone. He gave a slight nod to those nearby, signaling his consent. General Morrison, I'm an ordinary citizen of Longhua. You can call me Big Brother Lin. I'm formally notifying you now. I want you to leave your current maritime area within 12 hours. There's still time to make things right. Otherwise. Lin Fan deliberately paused. He couldn't think of what to say next. Threats needed impactful rhetoric. Before he could formulate it, Morrison erupted over the line. Big shot Lin? What kind of nonsense is that? Fine, whatever. Tell Long for me, our carrier fleet is invincible. Your dragon nation is like a little girl, just wait and cry. Got it. Lin Fan was exceedingly polite, his mood delightfully cheerful as he said, once upon a time, there was a little girl selling nuclear bombs. Have you heard this story? If not, let me tell it to you. On a cold, snowy Christmas day, the little girl selling nuclear bombs huddled in a corner, watching the passers-by. Lin Fan's tone was light as he winked and shared this little internet tale. This is his favorite little story, the girl selling nuclear bombs, utterly adorable yet fiercely temperamental. In the end, the entire village joined the little girl in seeing her kind-hearted grandmother. What lesson does this story teach us? Simply put, if you don't buy my nuclear bomb, I'll make sure everyone gets to meet Grandma. That's about it. General, do you understand now? Morrison stared blankly at the ocean outside while holding the phone. Some random person from Dragon Country was telling him a story? With a sharp snap, Morrison hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. What the hell kind of story is this? Chapter 27, So You're Blaming Me? Lin Fan hung up the phone with a resigned sigh. This Morrison guy was clearly out of his mind. He'd told the story perfectly, with endless patience. He even explained the moral of the story to the other party. Never push things too far. Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan in utter amazement, as if he'd just spotted some rare creature. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long pause, Long Xiaoshang exhaled deeply. What's the meaning behind this story? The little girl who wanted to buy a nuclear bomb, if she didn't buy ours, she'd meet her grandmother. Long Xiaoshang blinked. Is that a nuclear threat? Lin Fan shook his head. It's just a story. How could you think that's a nuclear threat? Don't say such things. Our dragon nation loves peace. The people of Longhua only cherish peace, they don't guarantee it. Such preferences can change. Long Xiaoshang remained skeptical. He'd heard the story. Lin Fan had told it right beside him on the phone. And at that moment, could it really be an ordinary tale? There had to be deeper meaning. Placed against the backdrop of international politics, an ordinary story takes on a different flavor. Long Xiaoshang murmured, we wouldn't use nuclear warheads. I never intended to use them either. Lin Fan blinked at him. You can't use them, not that you don't want to. Long Xiaoshang considered it. Lin Fan's description was spot on. He nodded. That's exactly it. Ever since acquiring nuclear weapons, Longhua declared it would never attack non-nuclear states nor be the first to use nuclear arms. What a disappointment. Lin Fan chuckled, I was just telling that story to lighten the mood. Seeing you so tense made me uncomfortable too. How are you feeling now? Long Xiaoshang nearly choked on his drink. He snorted so hard, snot practically dripped out. Wiping his nose, he stared speechless at Lin Fan. His expression screamed, are you kidding me? Who could possibly laugh in this situation? Everyone wore solemn expressions, cold sweat clinging to their skin. Even the cool air conditioning couldn't dampen the heat in their hearts. Long Xiaoshang's chiseled features were sharp as a knife, his military uniform immaculate. This reminded Lin Yan of a saying, a gentleman should die with his clothes and hat in order. It meant nothing but sheer backbone. Soldiers were the nation's bedrock. Long Xiaoshang's lips twitched. Lin Fan thought he was about to curse, but instead he said, why don't you go sit in the back? Fine. Lin Fan nodded. As soon as he walked away, the Air Force's fighter jets began taking off. 5 F-18s, just 5 dots on the screen, sped toward their designated maritime zone. Time ticked by, and Lin Fan's heart grew tense. The Air Force's fighters were about to enter the South China Sea. He stared intently at the radar signals on the large screen. The display flashed, adding 5 red dots. Eagle Sans aircraft. In the command center, a pilot's report came through. Eagle Squadron aircraft detected. Awaiting instructions. Intercept and drive them off. Roger that. A cascade of combat orders echoed through the hall. Staff moved with lightning speed, while personnel at various stations received instructions through their headsets and began executing commands. Satellite surveillance, radar signal analysis, flight path prediction. Lin Fan sensed the tension of impending conflict. He didn't believe the eagle dared to fire, but what if? Staring at the blue and red dots on the large screen, the air thick with the sound of alarms, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, praying for the Eight Lord to step up. The eagle is a paper tiger, it has to be. They wouldn't dare. Lin Fan slapped his left hand against his right, a sharp smack echoing. They won't fire. This kid was nervous too, truly nervous this time. Su Zhenghua glanced at Lin Fan, who appeared seated on the back step, yet his entire but was hovering in midair. Han Xingyan glanced at Lin Fan, her beautiful face twitching slightly. Her lips tightened into a faint smile as she returned her full attention to analyzing the data. No one paid Lin Fan any mind now. All eyes were fixed on the large screen, watching the aerial dogfight between our forces and the enemy. Over the South China Sea, Dragon Nation fighter jets roared through the sky, piercing the azure clouds. 5-8 Grandmaster jets darted like sharp blades, their seasoned pilots maneuvering the aircraft straight toward the enemy fighters. Both fleets were locked onto each other's radars. The formation leader swiftly issued orders to split the squadron into two groups, attempting to encircle the enemy. The pilots flew with intense focus and vigilance, controlling their aircraft with precision, achieving perfect man-machine unity. No sooner had the formation split than the enemy responded with corresponding maneuvers, focusing primarily on one-on-one tailing. Captain, our performance can't match theirs. If we keep tangling like this, we won't outlast them. We won't be able to drive them out of the target airspace. Damn it, they're just bullying us with their superior planes. The captain cursed calmly, his tone utterly unruffled. Then he declared, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. If they've got the guts, let them fire. Brothers, let's go bayonet to bayonet. Ha! I'd love that. Let the heavens decide. We're living in interesting times. See you at the martyrs' cemetery. Voices crackled with fervor over the calm's long Shaoshang's order forbidding bayonet charges seemed unheard. The captain shut off the radio as he locked eyes with the hawk-like enemy fighters. The Hornet. The captain swiftly adjusted his flight posture and charged toward the enemy. Without any extra evasive maneuvers, his fire control radar locked onto the target. His finger hovered over the trigger button, waiting for the enemy to make the first move. Two fighter jets sliced through the azure sky, leaving streaks of contrails in their wake like two oncoming trains hurtling toward a single collision point. The sky above, the sea below. The flight path of the enemy fighter was a straight line. The target grew larger and clearer in the captain's sights. He saw the panic on the enemy pilot's face. That face was filled with utter disbelief. The captain grinned savagely. Dragon Nation soldiers never feared death. As the two fighters closed in, the Hornet abruptly pulled up. Captain 8's fighter darted through the underbelly of the enemy plane like a spinning top. The situation shifted. The Hornet streaked skyward in flight, while Captain 8's fighter pursued relentlessly behind. A grand spectacle unfolded between sea and sky. The Dragon Nation pilot had wagered his life against death itself. And won. The Hornet exited the airspace and headed toward the aircraft carrier. The Air Force communications officer at command headquarters exclaimed excitedly, "The enemy aircraft has departed the designated airspace. The Air Force has completed its mission. Air superiority over the target area is temporarily ours. Only temporarily. As long as the enemy carrier fleet remained, air superiority still lay in their hands." Still, this was an extraordinary achievement. Lin Fan's eyes burned with intensity. This air superiority had been won with the pilots' very lives. From now on, his pilots would never engage in close-quarters combat again. They would focus on ultra-long-range strikes and pushing the limits. On the Nimitz, Morrison watched the Hornet land on the deck with a grim expression. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The Hornet had actually been forced back by the Dragon Nation's 8th prince. This was nothing short of an American disgrace. The moment the pilot disembarked, the squadron leader was summoned by Morrison. "Colonel William, why did you return? Are our fighters inferior to that Dragon Nation junk?" William's face still bore traces of terror, his eyes bloodshot from the dogfight. "The Dragon Nation's Air Force are madmen. They're bayoneting me." "So what?" Morrison snapped, furious. William looked at Morrison, his expression grave. "General, you never authorized us to open fire." "Blame me? Who would fire first in the Pacific Theater?" Chapter 28, Get Them Out of Our Way. Morrison's triangular eyes twitched, his gaze brimming with contempt. Dragon Nation pilots dared to bayonet charge, but Eagle Nation pilots didn't. And they have the nerve to say that. Morrison quickly regained his composure. "Forget it. Dragon Nation's planes are outdated, they can only fight with their lives. Once their fuel runs out, they'll naturally turn back. By then, the South China Sea airspace would still be ours. No need to get serious with the Dragon Nation, he never intended to anyway." Morrison sensed something was off. While he didn't care about losing air superiority once, the Dragon Nation was being unusually aggressive this time. They weren't just firing off verbal protests anymore, they'd actually deployed their air force to the South China Sea. Morrison asked, "William, how did it feel engaging the Dragon Nation's air force?" A good general must grasp the situation at the front lines immediately. William frowned thoughtfully, deeply impressed. Dragon Nation's pilots were highly skilled, audacious, and fearless, exceptional. They rank among the top 5 air forces globally. The world's best, of course, are the Eagles, followed by the big furry ones, then the John Bulls and such. William stated, the Dragon Nation's pilots are highly skilled, but their aircraft are inferior. If war truly breaks out, I alone could take on 10 of them. Victory will be ours. Morrison nodded in satisfaction. Exactly as I assessed. The Dragon Nation's aircraft are their weak point. This bayonet charge against us is utterly unwise. Their planes can't match ours, so they're gambling with lives. Their human sacrifice can't bridge the technological gap. A smile spread across Morrison's lips. He took a deep gulp of the sea breeze, then abruptly closed his mouth, though he couldn't suppress a chuckle. I love how they're chasing our technology with their lives. Air Force pilots are invaluable assets. How can the Dragon Nation sustain its Air Force if it keeps burning through its pilots like this? Morrison laughed warmly. Go rest. We'll be ready for the next sortie. We'll thoroughly destroy them. William hesitated, then blurted out, General, I'm injured. I doubt I can fly missions again. I'll need at least 2 weeks to recover. William gasped for breath, coughing weakly like a sick man. I fought the Dragon Nation's Air Force too fiercely just now. Morrison nodded coldly and turned to leave. The moment he was gone, William instantly recovered. He'd be insane to keep dogfighting with the Dragon Nation's Air Force, especially when he couldn't actually open fire. The Dragon Nation pilots weren't afraid of death, but he certainly was. Besides, he was a pilot. Even if Morrison knew he refused to fly, he couldn't just execute him. If Morrison dared do that, he could forget about other pilots following his orders. Pilots in the Eagle Nation were a special breed. As elite combat assets, their status was entirely different from other branches of the military. Morrison's anger was futile. These men had already fought for their country, needing rest now was perfectly reasonable. But Morrison had other means. He immediately ordered the Carrier Strike Group to assemble and occupy the designated maritime zone. At his command, 70 or 80 warships sprang into action. The Nimitz Strike Group alone comprised over 20 surface vessels. Combined with naval ships from allied nations, the total easily surpassed 70 or 80 vessels. Adding various supply ships, the Carrier Strike Group effortlessly exceeded 100 ships, representing a formidable force of 300,000 troops. Morrison commanded the coalition of 18 nations from aboard the USS Nimitz, creating a formidable spectacle. The Philippines drew a massive gathering of international media. Journalists snapped photos and posted reports online. General Morrison had launched the South China Sea Freedom of Navigation exercises, with nations actively participating to defend human rights and resist regional hegemony. A reporter from the internationally renowned AFP news agency published an online report detailing the Dragon Nation's years of hegemonic actions, threatening Southeast Asian nations and oppressing Southeast Asian peoples. Whether or not such oppression actually exists, once he reports it, it becomes fact. BBC media consistently reposted and tracked these developments, protesting against the Dragon Nation's hegemony. Foreign media outlets began smearing the Dragon Nation en masse. The Dragon Nation threat theory resurfaced, with the Eagle's recent South China Sea navigation cited as proof of resistance against its hegemony. With great fanfare, the massive fleet cuts through the waves, advancing relentlessly. Embedded journalists from various nations raise their cameras to capture the breathtaking vista where sea and sky merge. The colossal naval force seems poised to conquer the entire planet. On the deck, embedded journalists discuss the news value of this mission, musing that it might even earn a Pulitzer Prize. Will the Dragon Nation go to war with us? Ha! I hope they do. Our Imperial Navy would beat them like little girls. The Dragon Nation appears strong but is actually weak. I hear their foreign ministry hasn't responded to this incident yet. My colleague in the Dragon Nation's capital, Jingcheng, told me they've already received protests from 32 nations. They'll likely have no choice but to back down. Our mighty Navy has once again defended the world's democratic human rights. An NBC reporter from the Eagle Nation, who claims to be a China expert, stated, the Chinese are actually very weak. They deeply envy our free world, but they've been brainwashed by their government. After this drill, I believe the Chinese people will soon rise up against their regime. With that, the reporter smiled faintly. After this successful exercise, I'm certain the White House will demand greater concessions in trade. China will bleed heavily this time. The other journalists exchanged knowing smiles. They were all too familiar with this playbook. This was the West Standard playbook, everything for profit. Who the hell cared about democracy? Southeast Asians' democratic rights meant jack to them. Morrison was swamped, busy accepting congratulations from fleet commanders of various nations. Especially the Taiwanese, fawning obsequiously, Your Excellency, your name will be etched in history. Morrison's face crinkled with laughter. To be honest, the South Korean guy was quite adorable. Morrison declared that anyone challenging the Eagle's democracy is a reactionary, destined to be crushed by the empire. The little chicken just needs to follow faithfully. No need to struggle, just lie back and watch daddy work. As for himself, he was certain to become a renowned admiral in the Eagle Sausage family, just like MacArthur. He might even become the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, stationed in Tokyo, a place known for its scorching heat. Morrison's mood is as hot as Tokyo right now. Not even the sea breeze could cool the fire in his heart. General, we've spotted the Dragon Nation's navy. The communications officer's sudden report sent Morrison's expression darkening. The Dragon Nation's navy? Here to die. His carrier strike group wasn't an air force. Did the Dragon Nation's navy actually want to engage in bayonet combat? The Nimitz strike group had already deployed early warning aircraft. Radar clearly showed the Dragon Nation's naval position. The communications officer reported that the Dragon Nation had deployed 2 surface vessels. Morrison paused, the wrinkles on his face slowly smoothing out. With disdain, he ordered, "Get them out of our way." Chapter 29, a surprise for you. The communications officer received Morrison's order and opened the communication channel to negotiate with the Dragon Nation Navy. His tone was polite yet formulaic, instructing the Dragon Nation warships to clear the passage. The 2 warships now blocked the Nimitz strike group's path, 240 nautical miles away. Given their speed and course, a head-on collision was imminent. They would soon approach a dangerous proximity. Having issued the notification, the Dragon Nation should yield after all. They were a battle group of over 100 warships, a force beyond what the Dragon Nation's 2 vessels could withstand. Yet Morrison's response was met with Chinese warships still charging forward, accelerating like crazed bulls on steroids. The communications officer once again called out to the Dragon Nation warships over the radio, demanding they immediately leave the shipping lane and clear the safety corridor, or face the consequences. Yet no reply came over the radio. Morrison frowned, snatched the comm unit, and spoke directly. "Young Commander Long, I know you can hear me. Your warships are currently obstructing our navigation channel. Clear the way immediately, or face the consequences." Lin Fan's voice came through, lazy and sluggish, punctuated by heavy breathing. "It's me, General Morrison." "Hello, Big shot Lin?" Morrison recognized the familiar voice. He paused, then cursed inwardly. This was that damn storyteller. "Where's Long?" "He's eating instant noodles. This whole mess has everyone on edge, so I told him to have some pickled cabbage noodles to calm his nerves." Lin Fan chuckled, his tone light. "The sour cabbage is tangy, great for stimulating the appetite and relieving stress." "You know what I mean? You're talking to me about instant noodles? Damn it! What the hell is this about?" Morrison was furious. "Mr. Lin, have your fleet leave our shipping lanes immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to handle." "No way. This area has always been the fixed territorial waters of our Dragon Nation. Now you've intruded into our waters. You want us to move? That's illegal. What gives you the right to threaten us like this?" "Because I command a fleet with a displacement of 1.5 million tons. "How does that sound? So you're saying might makes right?" Lin Fan sneered. "What else? If you possessed equal strength, you could make demands. But since you don't, I hope you'll show some restraint to avoid unnecessary conflict." Lin Fan sighed. "Do you still think of us as we were before, General Morrison? I formally notify you, at 3 p.m. this afternoon, I will conduct live missile tests in the designated sea area. Please leave our test zone immediately." "Trying to intimidate me?" Morrison sneered, his grin twisted and vicious. "No one can stop my fleet. You've made progress, but you're still no match for me. If you insist on this course, you'll bear the consequences." "Then might I ask you to spare me a little face?" Lin Fan chuckled. Before Morrison could respond, Lin Fan added, "Consider it. I'll give you a surprise shortly." "What the hell?" Morrison stared blankly at the communicator. Had this big shot lost his mind? What kind of surprise? Was this a threat? In the command center hall, Long Xiaoshan watched Lin Fan frantically pounding away at the keyboard. He was utterly baffled. And he wasn't the only one. Su Zhanghua and the other staff members were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, Lin Fan had walked up behind the operator, watched for a while, and then suddenly ordered the operator to step aside. Su Zhanghua nearly lost his temper and wanted to strangle Lin Fan on the spot. What kind of timing was this to disrupt the experiment? Lin Fan, however, claimed his skills were top-notch and promised an unexpected surprise. Long Xiaoshan, being bold himself, agreed after Lin Fan repeatedly assured him. Lin Fan chuckled, "Don't worry. Just tweak the algorithm and our electronic system can take on that bastard Morrison. Power might be lacking, but with a superior algorithm, we still have a chance to launch a surprise attack. Just watch me work." "Ambush? How exactly would he ambush them?" From Lin Fan's tone, it sounded like he planned to hack into the enemy system through our electronic network. Han Qingyan was skeptical. "Your concept is perfect, but the difficulty is immense. Our electronic countermeasure system is generations behind theirs. The tech gap? That's where the algorithm comes in. Their walls might be solid, but if a pickaxe can't break through, can a bulldozer? Their tech is advanced, but this boss's algorithm is even more badass." Lin Fan tapped away at his keyboard while sparring verbally with the young lady. A group of electronic system experts stared dumbfounded at Lin Fan, primarily fixated on what he was typing. They had initially been highly skeptical. What kind of kid dares to mess with their electronic systems? But after seeing what Lin Fan had typed out, these technicians immediately shut up. Lin Fan's algorithm baffled them with its unconventional approach. At first glance, they were utterly confused. A second look brought a vague sense of understanding. But upon further examination, cold sweat broke out on their backs and they fell silent. Instead, they took out their little notebooks and began scribbling notes discreetly. The serious ones focused solely on recording. This operation was classified at the highest level. No one carried phones, otherwise they could have simply filmed it. Lin Fan opened his mouth and Su Zhenghua promptly fed him a bite of sausage. Lin Fan was now the big shot, and everyone was eager to see if he could counter the Nimitz's electronic systems. Radio countermeasures are both a profound and fundamental discipline, Lin Fan murmured. If we had an early warning aircraft, it would be even better. Penetrating the enemy's information systems and even directing their operations wouldn't be a problem. He continued, future warfare will be dominated by information-based combat platforms, which is why space technology is essential. Su Zhenghua immediately adopted a look of disinterest, shaking his head as if tuning out a monotonous sermon. Whenever Lin Fan mentioned space technology, it meant the space program. Su Zhenghua had heard it so often his ears were calloused. Now, the moment Lin Fan started talking, Su Zhenghua could predict exactly what he was going to say. They were so familiar it was like knowing when someone was about to take a dump just by seeing them squat. Lin Fan swallowed his sausage, nodded the special supply sausage was the real deal and didn't stop typing, pounding the keyboard so hard it was practically sparking. He didn't even glance at it. Impressive. Damn impressive. The high-tech experts were speechless. Where did this monster come from? Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan paused, gently pressing the enter key. Data began scrolling wildly as the computer started decrypting the enemy's encryption program. Everyone held their breath, staring at the small screen. Meanwhile, aboard the two fleets at sea, all power was diverted to the radar systems, their electronic systems running at full throttle. General, fleet systems are malfunctioning. Our electronics are failing. The fleet commander's voice was faint yet audible as he contacted headquarters. This was because the fleet's electronic systems had been compromised by Lin Fan, turning them into tools. Commonly known as a botnet, all resources were now channeled into breaching the Nimitz carrier's firewall. Long Xiaoshan glanced at Lin Fan, who nodded. Normal procedure. The current military vessels of Longhua lack sufficient configuration, leading to this situation. Had they been large destroyers with ample power, such issues would never arise. Long Xiaoshang replied, no need to worry. Follow all commands. Aye. After hanging up the communicator, Long Xiaoshan looked at Lin Fan. Done? Lin Fan glanced at the clock on the wall, paused briefly, then nodded under Han Qingyan's incredulous gaze. The screen suddenly flickered, revealing a small window. It worked. Lin Fan immediately began playing the animation. Chapter 30, Dragon Nation's missiles get the jitters. On the USS Nimitz, Mori stared dumbfounded at the carrier's radar screen, his expression utterly bizarre. Pleasant goat and big wolf sheep after sheep. What the hell was this? Why were these things appearing on his carrier? General, our radar system seems to have malfunctioned? General. They couldn't continue. Inside the carrier's command pod, the Eagle Squadron soldiers wore blank, bewildered expressions. They'd never encountered this situation before. The animation featured voices from the Dragon Nation, their accents gave them away. If they couldn't understand it, it must be Dragon Nation. Morrison was furious, but his command presence remained strong. He quickly suppressed his anger. How long until normal communications are restored? An aircraft carrier strike group without electronic communications? What kind of joke is that? Were they supposed to resort to semaphore flags? This was digital warfare. The consequences of a compromised communications system were too dire for Morrison to even contemplate. What if the Dragon Nation ordered its warships to fire on them right now? We're working at full capacity to repair it. Full speed? So who knows when it'll be fixed? Morrison lost his cool, ordering the battle group to slow down and eventually halt completely, waiting in place. Order our technicians to restore the systems immediately. The communications officer grabbed his head and bolted. Only then did the others snap out of their daze, though their minds were still reeling. Their combat command system had been hacked? Hacked? This was the command system of the world's most powerful carrier strike group. Just then, the communicator buzzed. The signalman answered it was commanders from other nations' fleets inquiring about the situation. Why were they suddenly ordered to halt? Everyone was in a hurry to head north to defend human rights. The commander from the footbase in Chicken Nation inquired obsequiously, Your Excellency, has some unexpected incident occurred? Nothing. Everything is normal. Then why halt? Yamamoto Sasuke cautiously inquired. Eagle San's tone didn't sound good. Could an accident really have happened? Impossible. Morrison chuckled, I just spoke with the Dragon Nation. They've requested we exercise restraint. As a major world power, I believe we should afford them time to deliberate. He exhaled. Yamamoto Sasuke let out a huge sigh of relief. So that was it. He then declared there was absolutely no need for such restraint. The Dragon Nation was provoking the world, provoking Father Eagle. Father should teach them a harsh lesson, no need to show them any face at all. The whole world knew the grudge between the Chicken Nation and the Dragon Nation. The Chicken Nation now both hated and feared the Dragon Nation. If Eagle Daddy showed Dragon Nation any face, what if Dragon Nation took the opportunity to back down? That would mean failing to humiliate Dragon Nation. Only by crushing the Dragon Nation's confidence and national prestige could they feel secure in their little world. Morrison understands the chicken's mindset, but he can't say it now. The eagle needs to save face. As if having their command system hacked wasn't embarrassing enough. Are you telling me how to do my job? Not at all, not at all. Morrison hung up and ordered technicians to repair the command system immediately. He could stall for time, but prolonged delays would inevitably expose the breach. Once the system was restored, he would teach the Dragon Nation a harsh lesson, perhaps with a live fire exercise. Lin Fan stared at the system notification. An hour had passed, and the Eagle Nation had finally restored their command system. It wasn't his technical skill failing him, it was their hardware that was inadequate. Fuming with rage, Lin Fan tapped his fingers in frustration. What kind of junk warships are these? Can they even fight a war? Give me the money, we'll build the Type 055, we'll build big destroyers. Long Xiaoshang and the others showed no sign of anger, instead, they wore amused smiles. They hadn't even considered this approach before. Though the enemy's systems were restored, our military had gained a new perspective. This approach was entirely unexpected. Perspective matters more than anything. Our equipment might be lacking now, but we can always make up for it later. With the right perspective, we needn't fear the future. Long Xiaoshang said, that's enough, that's enough. Lin Fan, you've done more than enough. Lin Fan sighed and nodded, still feeling helpless inside. The rest was up to the Navy now. Long Xiaoshang assumed command, directing the Navy to enter Level 1 combat readiness. All systems were activated, anti-submarine helicopters took off, and missiles entered launch procedures. They were truly entering combat readiness. Meanwhile, Morrison ordered live fire exercises in the waters near our two warships. He intended to teach our forces a harsh lesson. Missiles soon roared into the sky. Foreign media journalists raised their cameras, capturing the missile launches. The missiles ultimately struck the waters near our naval vessels. The massive explosions sent towering waves crashing upward. Our naval commander immediately ordered retaliation tit for tat. But as the missiles approached the Nimitz carrier's defense zone, they were swiftly intercepted by enemy missiles. Morrison laughed heartily as the missile disintegrated into ash mid-air, resembling fireworks. The Dragon Nation is utterly useless. They should now understand we mean business. Get them out of our shipping lanes, or they'll face the consequences. The communications officer immediately contacted our naval forces, but received only silence. The two warships remained stationary in the shipping lane, maintaining combat stances. Just then, the Nimitz carrier's radar detected another target. General, a cargo ship has appeared near our battle group. A freighter? Yes. When did it appear? What's its course? Heading straight for us. I've attempted contact, but there's no response. Morrison ordered continued attempts to establish contact. After an hour of persistent efforts, the freighter finally came fully into view. Morrison was furious. Flying the Dragon Nation's flag, there was no doubt whose vessel it was. By the time he could see it clearly, the vessel had already entered the carrier strike group's defensive perimeter and was steadily closing in on the carrier formation. Slowly, but undeniably, it was heading toward the carrier strike group. By now, every vessel in the carrier strike group had spotted the freighter. Morrison received a transmission from an outer perimeter warship. General, the freighter is unmanned. It's a ghost ship. What? Morrison frowned, sensing something was terribly wrong. General, what should we do? This ghost ship has already entered our inner defense perimeter. Should they sink it? That would be the best solution, but the freighter flew the Dragon Nation's flag. Sinking it would give the Dragon Nation an excuse. What if it escalated into an actual conflict? But not sinking it? That's insulting. The Dragon Nation plays dirty. Unable to beat us, they resort to underhanded tactics, even deploying an unmanned ghost ship to provoke us. Damn Dragon Nation. Too sneaky. Morrison narrowed his eyes into slits, a menacing glint in them, as he resolved to sink the freighter. Just then, Long Xiaoshang contacted him. Morrison, you saw that, didn't you? You Long Nation is utterly shameless. I've decided to sink your freighter. The responsibility lies entirely with you. Long Xiaoshang chuckled. No need to trouble you. We'll sink this scrap cargo ship ourselves. What? General Morrison, look outside. Morrison hung up the phone. Suddenly, the carrier's battle alarm blared throughout the ship. Everyone froze momentarily in the deafening blast, only to see a missile streaking across the sea, trailing flames. In an instant, it breached the outer defenses of the carrier strike group. Not a single one of the over 100 warships in the carrier strike group reacted in time. The missile swiftly penetrated the inner defense layer, passing through the Japanese warship, skimming the water's surface, and soaring over the deck of the USS Nimitz. Whoosh! It vanished. Countless soldiers on the deck looked up, staring in disbelief at the missile's tail flame. Whoosh! The missile banked sharply, circling around the third brother's carrier. Its tail flame twisted with a sinuous grace before crashing into the freighter with a thunderous boom. A massive fireball erupted into the sky, suspended momentarily as billowing black smoke swirled like a dragon, refusing to dissipate. The freighter split apart as if shattered by a blow, flames shooting skyward as both bow and stern lifted sharply into the air. Morrison stood on the deck, gazing up at the sky. Had that missile just flown over the Nimitz? Had they not attempted any defense or interception? Couldn't they stop it? Morrison retraced the missile's trajectory. Would Dragon Nation's missiles suddenly swerve like they'd lost control? Chapter 31, Don't worry, everyone's got your back. Morrison stared at the burning ship on the sea, silent for a long time. A chill crept up his spine, as if frost had formed on his back. The sea air was hot, yet he felt as though he were standing in the dead of winter. Countless soldiers stood on the deck, staring at the ship with gaping mouths. Many hadn't even processed what was happening. What had happened? How could a ship explode? Judging by its position, it was still within the range of their carrier strike group, though on the outer edge. Being inside or outside that range was a world of difference. The warship closest to the steamship belonged to Third Brother's fleet, positioned less than a kilometer away, granting a clearer view. Soldiers from the Third Brother's forces stared numbly at the ship before erupting into chaos. Enemy attack? Enemy attack. The Third Brother's general immediately ordered battle readiness. Watching his soldiers stumble about in a panic, the commander's expression grew grim. He retreated to his cabin and contacted Morrison immediately. General, what on earth is happening? Why is the steamship exploding? This is terrifying. Are you kidding me? How could this happen? In truth, the naval commander was still reeling, utterly baffled by the situation. Morrison remained silent, hesitating for a long moment before saying, "Come to my carrier for a meeting. The situation is somewhat unexpected, but it remains under my control." Morrison, a seasoned naval commander, spoke with steady composure. This eased the Indian officer's nerves. Boarding the helicopter, he glanced back at the burning ship on the sea. The Indian commander nodded. It must be an accident. He never once considered the possibility of Longwa's involvement that was beyond his imagination. Soon, generals from various nations gathered in Morrison's carrier operations room. The atmosphere remained relatively calm. Morrison's composed demeanor reassured everyone, preventing further speculation. Morrison occupied the chair at the head of the conference table. As commander of the Eagle Swan forces, he was naturally the top dog. After the commanders from various nations took their seats, they began exchanging mutual praise. Everyone held immense confidence in this operation. With the Eagle Nation leading the charge, what was there to fear? Could the Dragon Nation stop them? That was utter nonsense. Our task force should clear the Green Island Strait within a week, right? That was the plan, but now 2 Dragon Nation warships are blocking our route. It might delay us a few days. 2 warships blocking our entire fleet? That's laughable. The Dragon Nation's navy? Ha! At the mere mention of the Dragon Nation dispatching 2 warships, the assembled officers from various nations exchanged looks of utter disdain. Their fleet comprised over 100 vessels from more than a dozen nations. So what if the Dragon Nation is the world's 3rd largest economy? They're just putting on a show. The Indian officer remarked, the Dragon Nation cares about face. They're just putting on a show to save face. 2 warships blocking the channel? Once our fleet advances, they'll clear the way if they don't want casualties. It must be so. Would the Dragon Nation's navy dare challenge such a massive formation? They wouldn't even dare joke about it. The group suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if they could finally slap Longwa in the face. Longwa's rapid economic growth in recent years had caused considerable resentment among other nations. Especially the Southeast Asian nations. It felt like they'd all agreed to stay poor together, only for you to suddenly get rich. Dragon Nation's rapid economic growth was encroaching on Southeast Asia's industrial markets. It's one thing for European powers to bully us, but how dare you, a fellow Asian nation, become wealthy? Business-wise, they couldn't compete with the Dragon Nation, and these Southeast Asian nations had been seething with resentment. This time, they finally had a chance to slap the Dragon Nation in the face. Let's jointly warn the Dragon Nation's navy. Facing our formidable fleet, they'd better get lost if they don't want to die. That's a great idea. The group quickly agreed to send a warning letter to the Dragon Nation Navy. However, the final execution would depend entirely on Morrison's approval, and all eyes immediately turned to him. As they did, some sensed something was off. Ever since they entered the conference room, Morrison's face had been as dark as if he'd lost his parents. We clearly hold the upper hand. Why does Eagle Daddy look so unhappy? Why did he seem so preoccupied? Then it hit them. Maybe it was because of the steamship explosion. After a moment of hushed discussion, all eyes turned to a white naval general named William, a 3-star vice admiral in the Royal Navy of the John Bull family. Everyone knew the John family and the Eagle family were as thick as thieves. Sitting to Morrison's right, Admiral William was puzzled too. He shared a deep personal bond with Morrison and knew the confident general rarely fell silent like this. After a moment's thought, Admiral William whispered, "Morrison, why halt the formation? The world's media is watching our every move." Morrison's brow furrowed deeper, like a canyon's crevice, his expression darkening further. He didn't want to speak, yet he couldn't remain silent. He feared they wouldn't believe him if he spoke, yet as commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, he had a duty to report the situation. But Morrison hadn't figured out how to explain it. Had the Dragon Nation struck back? He himself couldn't be certain. This time, the Dragon Nation's response had exceeded his predictions. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure whether this was intentional, accidental, or driven by some other purpose. Morrison. Seeing Morrison fall silent and grow increasingly troubled, William immediately raised his voice slightly. Instantly, all eyes turned to them. The pressure hit Morrison hard. He inwardly cursed William. What the hell was wrong with him? Seeing everyone staring at him in silence, Morrison had no choice but to speak up. An unexpected incident occurred. Is it about the ship explosion? William asked with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Earlier, my warship's radar detected a missile. It was one of ours, right? William saw it that way. If it wasn't a missile from the Eagle's Nest, how could it possibly appear within the Carrier Strike Group? The defensive capabilities of the entire Carrier Strike Group were formidable. Enemy missiles simply couldn't breach the Carrier Strike Group's defenses. As for the Dragon Nation? Impossible. They'd never dare launch missiles at a Carrier Strike Group. So even a fool could tell it was the Eagle's missile. The Dragon Nation's merchant ship appeared within the Carrier Strike Group, infuriating Morrison. Morrison then attacked the Dragon Nation's freighter, delivering a harsh lesson to the Dragon Nation, defending Western democracy, and showcasing their martial pedigree. Absolutely badass. Only the Eagle dares to launch ballistic missiles at the Dragon Nation, a true big brother. William quickly interjected, "You're worried that sinking Dragon Nation's merchant ships will spark international conflict? Relax, Dragon Nation will only dare to protest. We represent the international community, and everyone will back the Eagle Nation." Chapter 32, One Shot, One Kill Stunned. William's voice boomed with confidence, instantly energizing the conference room. Generals from various nations exchanged glances and relaxed into laughter. Morrison, however, remained grim-faced. Everyone began to speculate negatively. General Williams' reasoning made perfect sense. General Morrison's unease likely stemmed from concerns over potential international conflict. "Your Excellency, you worry too much. What's one merchant ship? Dragon Nation will only protest. If they demand compensation, we Bang Nation will gladly pay. Just give them an identical cargo vessel. Who doesn't know our shipbuilding industry is world-class?" The Bang Nation naval general glanced at the others, lifting his chin slightly. At this moment, Bang Nation's shipbuilding industry was truly formidable. Their Hanjin shipyard hadn't yet been driven bankrupt by the Dragon Nation. "General Kim, your nation's shipbuilding is truly formidable, truly enviable. But our own shipyards likely surpass yours. We can also provide compensation vessels for the Dragon Nation." Spotting the speaker, Admiral Kim Namju snorted. "A general from that Indian country? You think you're worthy? If not for maintaining decorum before the Eagle, I'd tear you apart." Generals from other nations paid it no mind. With someone stepping up to cover the damages, everyone felt even more relieved, looking down on the Dragon Nation with disdain. The Dragon Nation only knows how to protest. Their foreign ministry is probably drafting a protest letter right now. The Dragon Nation's navy is useless. This time, they brought it upon themselves. With Eagle's leadership, we'll defend our nation. One after another, they chatted merrily, all looking down on the Dragon Nation's navy. They were just waiting to pass through the Green Island Strait as planned and give the Dragon Nation a proper slap in the face. The generals of those small Southeast Asian nations dared not speak up, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, they could vent their frustrations. Has the Dragon Nation come to this? They crossed the Eagle Sand, big brother, and their merchant ship got blown up, right? Everyone scrambled to flatter, praising Eagle's missiles as formidable. A single strike had destroyed the freighter. Looking out the conference room window, they could see the distant cargo ship slowly sinking. It would likely be completely submerged within a few hours. This was an ocean-going freighter, destroyed by a single strike. Eagle Sand's high-tech weapons were truly formidable, and many nations were now tempted. We'll discuss with Morrison later to see if we can import this advanced missile from Eagle Sand's country. Possessing such formidable missiles would provide them with a sense of security. General Morrison, would your Eagle Nation consider exporting that missile we just witnessed? A general from a small nation asked proactively, his eyes fixed on Morrison with eager anticipation. Other naval commanders' eyes lit up. Why hadn't they thought of this themselves? The Eagle Nation sank the cargo ship not only because it belonged to the Dragon Nation, but likely to showcase their weaponry. After all, every country in the world knows the Eagle Nation is the largest arms exporter globally. General, do you sell them? General, how much per missile? I'll report this to our Ministry of Defense. General, could you share the specs for that missile? It must be your most advanced model, right? How much per unit? General. Morrison's head was spinning. How could he possibly know the specs of that missile? Sell it? Sell my ass. He was questioning his entire existence. That missile was too brutal. The cargo ship out there was an ocean-going freighter tonnage-wise. It was only slightly less than an aircraft carrier, but the difference was negligible. One hit and it sinks. One hit. These guys were fearless in their ignorance, but he knew exactly what was going on. That missile wasn't from the Eagle's nest, it was from the Dragon Nation. And it could even swerve like it was having a seizure? This involved highly advanced missile technology, guidance systems. If one missile can take out an ocean-going freighter, what about an aircraft carrier? One might not be enough. Military tech is superior to commercial, after all. But does the Dragon Nation only have one such missile? One shot won't kill us, but what about 2? Or 100? China certainly possesses more than 100. Morrison felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Whatever he said would be wrong. Admit the missile isn't Eagle's, and the little brothers will be disappointed. Deny it, and the little brothers will all assume it is Eagle's missile? Damn it! Morrison regretted his silence, but continued to hold his ground. General William of the John Bull camp sensed something was off. Old Mo had something on his mind. He promptly dropped a hint, which Morrison picked up. Finally, he spoke with a heavy sigh. You guys discuss it among yourselves. I'll talk with General William about the missile situation. Everyone nodded hastily, naturally not daring to question the big brother. Morrison took William to his command center, breathing a sigh of relief. He felt the pressure mounting, desperately needing someone to share the burden. This pressure was both mental and from the Dragon Nation. Would they really attack if they pressed northward? Turning back would be a retreat, yet it felt humiliating. William observed Morrison as he opened a bottle of brandy and poured 2 glasses. Handing one to Morrison, he remarked with a smile, the international community is awaiting news of our successful passage through the Green Island Strait. You're about to become an international figure. Why such worry? Afraid of too much fame? Morrison took a sip, shot William a look, then lowered his voice. Before our fleet even set sail, Longwa notified the Pentagon they'd be conducting missile tests. William's eyes widened in surprise, his expression turning grave and tense. He quickly took a sip of brandy to steady himself. This too? An official notification? Morrison nodded. I don't believe it. William nodded. He wouldn't have believed it either. The Dragon Nation had always been weak, and internationally, it was common knowledge that they had conducted very few missile tests in recent years. Missile test. The thought made William's pupils contract sharply. He instinctively turned around. From Morrison's command room, the burning freighter was clearly visible. No, that must be their missile test. Yes. God. William's hand went limp, the wineglass shattering on the floor. A Dragon Nation freighter, a Dragon Nation missile exploding within their own formation? One shot, one kill. Just one shot. What kind of technology is this? Precision strike. If they can hit a test target, how hard would it be to hit their aircraft carriers and warships? Deterrence. This was deterrence. An unyielding, formidable deterrent. If they pressed northward, Dragon Nation would conduct more tests, larger-scale tests. Our carrier strike group is within their missile range. William was too terrified to speak, as if the Dragon Nation had reached out and clamped its hand over his throat, silencing him. Keep your words to yourself. Suffocation. Morrison nodded silently, his voice deep and grave. Dragon Nation's missiles have the capability to sink our entire fleet. Morrison took a sip of wine, suppressing the terror within. After voicing it, he exhaled, even feeling a sense of relief. Someone else could now share the burden. Chapter 33, One More Shot. William and Morrison stared at each other in silence. Their expressions differed, but their feelings were the same. William instantly grasped Morrison's predicament. Retreat was impossible, advance was impossible. Before understanding the Dragon Nation's intentions, any move would be wrong. William pondered briefly before asking, Do you think the Dragon Nation will go to war? Morrison gave a bitter smile. We have no way of gauging the true extent of the Dragon Nation's resolve. More crucially, we both know it's not that the Dragon Nation dares not go to war, it's that we dare not. Even if we unite, could our forces in the Asia-Pacific region possibly defeat the Dragon Nation? No. Morrison sipped his drink, watching the burning cargo ship outside in silence. It seemed to him like his own aircraft carrier was ablaze. His voice grew grave. When the missile entered our defense perimeter, our radars showed no reaction. My soldiers watched it soar over the carrier, then turn within the carrier strike group like some elusive creature, evading all radar surveillance. It picked out its final target for destruction from among so many ships. Impossible. Dragon Nation's navigation technology couldn't achieve that. My men witnessed it firsthand and even recorded video. Hearing about the video, William felt his hair stand on end. Evidence? That meant it was real. Video proves the truth.
Morrison didn't disappoint him, promptly showing him the footage.
After watching it, William couldn't speak, he just wanted to run. The Dragon Nation was terrifying.
William fell into a silent shell, regretting knowing too much.
Now he fully understood Morrison's predicament.
This time, Morrison might be finished. The Pentagon had no intention of going to war with the Dragon Nation. If Morrison stuck to his original plan, it would inevitably provoke retaliation from the Dragon Nation.
This missile test proved it. Dragon Nation was brimming with confidence. While its navy might be weak, its missiles were anything but.
As the carrier strike group approached Dragon Nation's waters, its missiles came within range. If hostilities broke out, the Eagles would be finished.
But retreating.
After all the hype they'd built up, the entire Western world was watching this operation now. Time magazine had already interviewed Morrison, waiting for him to lead the carrier strike group through the Green Island Strait to feature on its cover. Morrison represented not only himself, but the face of the world's top dog, the Eagle. William regretted it deeply. If he'd known China would be this unyielding this time, he never would have come.
Wait.
The UK's Department for Health and Social Care hadn't notified him about China's planned missile test.
I never got a call from Downing Street.
John's Department for Risk Management is also at Downing Street, same building as the Prime Minister's residence.
Longway is testing in the South China Sea, not the Atlantic.
Morrison spat out, feeling slightly better after venting.
Why should they notify European nations about tests right on their own doorstep?
William nodded, finding that somewhat reasonable, but immediately countered. The Pentagon and Downing Street share intelligence.
They're all in the same boat, right? How could Downing Street not know about Longway's military operations? If he didn't have Downing Street's number, there was only one possibility.
William's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Morrison.
It was deliberate. The eagle-eyed bastards had intentionally blocked the information.
You're trying to screw us over.
Damn it.
Morrison gave an awkward chuckle, having considered this possibility himself.
Telling you now isn't too late. What do we do next?
Press forward.
Impossible. William shouted, furious. Were they trying to get his navy killed?
The Yanks' navy was in shambles now. He'd come to support Eagle only as backup. He'd never confront Dragon Nation. I'm withdrawing from this operation immediately.
Withdraw? William retorted, the Dragon Nation is being far too aggressive this time. Do you expect me to gamble with the Royal Navy?
I won't be your accomplice in starting World War III. Besides, John's nation lacked the capability to confront the Dragon Nation, and the Royal Navy itself was in poor shape.
Morrison gave a bitter laugh. William snapped, I'm withdrawing from the formation immediately. What's your plan?
I wish to halt the operation too, but as the Dragon Nation would say, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Damn it. Human rights? What do they have to do with us? William sneered contemptuously. We're here for profit. Now that the Dragon Nation has made its stance clear, are we really going to fight for Southeast Asians? Have you lost your mind? William paused. Find an excuse to return to port. Southeast Asia's problems? What do they have to do with us?
Let them sort it out themselves.
Morrison froze. Was he really that shameless?
He nodded almost immediately, though he'd already made up his mind advancing further was out of the question.
Forget Dragon Nation's missiles. The two Dragon Nation warships leading the formation were obstacle enough.
To proceed, they'd have to clear the shipping lanes.
Once hostilities began, Dragon Nation's missiles would be upon them. Retreat was inevitable, but how would he explain it to the other members of the coalition?
I need a plausible excuse in China's cooperation.
William nodded steadily. Who's in charge for the Dragon Nation this time? Long.
William screamed, that's a madman.
How could it be him? He's notorious for his insanity. After speaking, William stroked his chin, observing Morrison's sympathetic expression. Long is in charge of this missile test. Seeing that the Dragon Nation won't back down on Southeast Asian affairs, I think we should negotiate properly. International issues should be resolved through talks for the sake of world peace. Morrison's mouth twitched. Had his stance shifted so abruptly? He wished he could do the same, but as the leader, he couldn't flip-flop like William, the second in command. William suggested holding off for now, engaging in talks with young Dragon, getting him to cooperate, and providing a face-saving exit for both sides. It would be best for everyone. Morrison immediately contacted young Master Long, expressing his stance that it was all a misunderstanding. He even complimented him, saying, Long, your missiles are remarkably accurate. In the command center, Long Xiaoshang held the phone and glanced back at Lin Fan, who stood behind Han Qingyan with a mysterious smile. The missile accuracy was entirely Lin Fan's doing. Before launch, he'd written a piece of code into the command system, promising a slightly magical effect. Unfortunately, the command center couldn't witness that magical effect. Still, judging by Morrison's changed tone, Long Xiaoshan knew Lin Fan had made an impact. Morrison expressed his hope that Long Xiaoshan would cooperate with his operation, and he immediately turned back. Long Xiaoshan's mouth twitched. He glanced back at Lin Fan once more. His expression remained calm, but inside, a storm was brewing. Lin Fan had secretly told him that Morrison would definitely turn back. How could it be exactly as Lin Fan had predicted? After a moment's thought, Long Xiaoshang replied, "General, we prepared 2 test missiles. We've only fired one so far, the second one remains untested." Chapter 34, Madman Meets Madman. 2. Morrison's eyes narrowed instantly at the mention of 2 missiles. His brow furrowed with tension, beads of sweat forming. The number itself wasn't crucial, it was the attitude that mattered. 1 missile had sunk a 10,000-ton freighter. What would 2 missiles target? An aircraft carrier. This time Longwa wasn't testing on some TIE freighter, they were aiming straight for his aircraft carrier. With that realization, Morrison's mind cleared. Long Xiaoshang truly was a madman. Long Xiaoshang was hinting that 2 missiles were enough to destroy his carrier, and Dragon Nation certainly possessed more than just 2 such anti-ship missiles. There were likely hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Dragon Nation's surface fleet might not match Eagle Nation's, and only 2 naval vessels were positioned ahead of the carrier strike group. But Dragon Nation possessed countless missiles. And the quality of those missiles was exceptionally high. Long Xiaoshang was another madman. In today's largely peaceful world, annual naval exchanges between nations are commonplace. Long Xiaoshang has frequently represented Longwei in such exchanges. Morrison, William, and Long Xiaoshang are actually acquainted. Such international military exchanges allow nations to understand each other's military capabilities, significantly reducing the likelihood of conflict. During one such event with the Dragon Nation Navy, an incident occurred. In front of naval commanders from various nations, he beat up the then naval general of the Little Days family. He fought 8 men single-handedly, then stomped on the loser's head afterward. The reason? The Japanese naval commander had made a disparaging remark about the Dragon Nation's navy, which Long Xiaoshang interpreted as deliberate provocation. Japan later protested vehemently, demanding Long Xiaoshang apologize. He merely stared at them menacingly, and the matter was eventually swept under the rug. After that, naval commanders across nations knew this man was a madman. Some suspected he'd deliberately targeted the Japanese general, as Long Xiaoshang had once admitted it was intentional. This man was ruthless. But though Morrison was tense, he wasn't afraid. His tone remained firm. "Long, what do you mean by that?" "You guess." Hell. Morrison took a deep breath. He couldn't disgrace the Eagle Gang. Disgracing them meant disgracing himself, and that would jeopardize his future. Morrison thought for a moment, his eyes flickering. "Long, I don't want to provoke conflict between us. I believe you feel the same." "Same? I'm not so sure." Long Xiaoshang's voice dripped with a bloodthirsty madness. "I'm dying to know how many missiles it takes to sink an aircraft carrier, 1, 2, or 10. I'm itching to find out. Once we try it, we'll know how to deal with carriers in the future." "Long, have you lost your mind? This is provocation. Your government will hold you accountable. Am I the type to fear death? You?" Morrison was so enraged he couldn't find words. William shot Morrison a look, then picked up a pen and began writing. "He's betting with you. Don't back down." Morrison nodded in agreement. "Long, we have over 100 warships. Our carrier strike group is not something you can resist. I urge you to be rational. I have no qualms about going to war." In the command center, Long Xiaoshang fell silent. He understood Morrison was gambling, but he also feared the other side might actually start a war. Waging war now would inflict too great a loss on the Dragon Nation. Victory wouldn't come quickly either. Long Xiaoshang felt the pressure return. The tension that had eased moments ago now gripped him again. Soon, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Just then, a hand reached toward the button. Long Xiaoshang slapped it away, turning to find Lin Fan's cheerful face staring back. Su Zhenghua flinched. Damn Lin Fan, what was he up to now? As the button came within inches, Su Zhenghua's eyes narrowed sharply. The others around them stared at Lin Fan as if they'd seen a ghost. That button was the control for another missile. Once pressed, it would initiate data transmission and launch procedures. Was he seriously trying to cause trouble in Dalian? Though the others couldn't hear the specifics of Long Xiaoshang and Morrison's conversation, Long Xiaoshang's face drenched in cold sweat spoke volumes. No one in the command center was uneducated. They were all talented, elite minds, quick-witted. They could sense the gravity of the situation from the on-site reactions, except for Lin Fan. Su Zhenghua grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "What the hell are you doing? Trying to get us all killed?" Lin Fan smiled as if completely unfazed, his expression relaxed and cheerful. "The best way to break the deadlock is to send another transmission. Otherwise, what's the point of preparing 2 sets of data?" "Easy for you to say," Su Zhenghua retorted, his eyes rolling with frustration. "What if it actually happens? Longwei isn't prepared." He shoved Lin Fan toward the exit, determined to get this troublemaker out of the way. Lin Fan refused to budge, reaching for the button. Su Zhenghua clamped his arms around Lin Fan's waist, dragging him out. "If you can fight, stop talking nonsense. Old Su, listen to me, that bastard Morrison doesn't have the guts to start a war. Damn it. Stop yanking. You're pulling my underwear out, you're gonna make me myself. You." Lin Fan lunged forward with all his strength, his hand inches from the button when Long Xiaoshang slammed his own hand down on top of Lin Fan's. Su Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief. That bastard Lin Fan was young and strong, bullying an old man he'd almost been unable to hold him back. The people around them weren't unwilling to help, they were just too scared by Lin Fan, staring at him like zombies, still in shock. This guy really had no fear of escalating things. But now they snapped out of it. Several people immediately stepped in front of Lin Fan. Considering he'd just hacked the carrier strike group, they didn't want to fight him, but they wouldn't let him run wild either. Su Zhenghua unleashed a torrent of profanity, cursing Lin Fan's ancestors 18 generations back. The faces of those around them twitched violently. Old Su was a high-ranking official, a highly educated individual, always known for his mild temperament. Who would have thought he had such a volatile side? His insults were so creative, no two were alike. They'd thought Lin Fan might actually listen, but when they turned back, he was busy digging in his ear. Everyone couldn't help but let out a wry smile. After a long rant, Old Su finally paused. Lin Fan turned around and chuckled. That's some lung power, it'd be a shame not to put it to use in research. Do you even know what you're doing? I know. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking with confidence. Morrison is pulling a tactical bluff. He doesn't have the guts to fire on us. If he did, our navy would have fallen silent after we launched the first missile. Since they didn't fire, they're scared and want to make peace. This is just a show. Many frowned, then nodded in agreement after pondering his logic. Others shook their heads, deeming it reckless, better safe than sorry. After all, this was gambling with the nation's fate. What if Morrison deliberately provoked a conflict? The consequences would be beyond their control. Long Xiaoshang's hesitation stemmed from this very concern. Fighting wasn't the issue, Dragon Nation soldiers feared no death. But afterward, they couldn't give the enemy an excuse to blackmail Dragon Nation. Maintaining dignity without being arrogant was paramount. Long Xiaoshang declared, Lin Fan, our disputes with the Eagle Nation have been frequent these past years, but this time is the most severe. Do you understand? Chapter 35, Let's sink their navy. Lin Fan chuckled, of course I understand. You're overthinking it. Lin Fan paused before saying, General, it's not us who are stuck between a rock and a hard place, it's Morrison. He's the one facing a dilemma now. Oh? How so? Long Xiaoshang turned with curiosity. Others also turned their gaze toward Lin Fan, finding the situation intriguing. They all believed that the Dragon Nation was now in a difficult position, its military strength insufficient, it would likely have to concede this time. The current outcome was already quite favorable. But Lin Fan actually believed the advantage was on their side? Su Zhenghua frowned. Lin Fan, this is no time for jokes. Every move we make could trigger a third war, we can't speak carelessly. World War III? Impossible. How could Morrison's single fleet dominate the Asian theater? Lin Fan inwardly cursed, his mind seething. These people were all trapped by their rigid thinking. Still convinced the Eagle is the world's top dog. Lin Fan chuckled, within a decade, the Eagle Nation will inevitably decline. Within 20 years, it won't be able to maintain its position as the world's top power. Impossible. Long Xiaoshang couldn't believe it. Lin Fan, forget that. Morrison is signaling a desire for peace now, wanting our cooperation, but unwilling to lose face. I know his character. What I need now is his concession. What's your suggestion? One more round. Lin Fan declared. I was hoping to give you all a little extra lesson on international affairs, but it seems you're not interested. What a waste. One more shot? Lin Fan nodded. Our previous target was within 3 kilometers of Morrison. This time, we'll aim for within 30 meters of the aircraft carrier. Morrison will be shocked. Su Zhenghua felt a cold shiver run down his spine, while Long Xiaoshang's eyes gleamed with excitement. You can guarantee the margin of error will be around 30 meters and not accidentally hit the carrier? Lin Fan chuckled smugly. Absolutely. Try. Long Xiaoshang hesitated, then his face darkened, his expression becoming terrifyingly fierce. Then let's try it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Anyway, I've already made a solemn pledge to my superiors. If we're going to play, let's play big. Lin Fan roared with laughter. Let's do it. You're insane, Long Xiaoshang. You've lost your mind. If Lin Fan's crazy, you're just as mad. Su Zhenghua erupted in fury. You're gambling with the fate of the Dragon Nation. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Get this noisy old Su out of here. Lin Fan, you dare. Su Zhenghua roared, stomping his feet. Take Lin Fan away. The guards entered, looking at Lin Fan and Su Zhenghua with a dilemma. Unsure whom to arrest, they turned to Long Xiaoshang. After all, he was the supreme commander. Long Xiaoshang was a madman himself, admiring Lin Fan's recklessness. This time, the Dragon Nation had been pushed too far. If Lin Fan dared, what was he afraid of? If they lost, they'd all die together, end of story. Enough talk. Just do it. Soldiers must never show fear. Long Xiaoshang's eyes burned with madness as he shot Su Zhenghua a look. No words were needed, the message was clear: get lost and stop messing with their plans. Lin Fan immediately grabbed a staff member, snatched their computer, and began programming frantically, readjusting the parameters. The thunderous clatter of his fingers pounding the keyboard sent shivers down everyone's spine. Has this guy lost his mind? He's actually going through with it? Han Qingyan couldn't believe it. She trembled with tension, unable to comprehend what was happening. The others stared at Lin Fan, frozen in shock. Long Xiaoshang hung up on Morrison without a second thought. The guy kept saying hello over and over on the call, and it was just annoying. No sooner had he hung up than Morrison called back. After several such exchanges, Long Xiaoshang had no choice but to pick up the communicator. Morrison, what are you doing? Long, what do you mean by that? I don't mean anything. After a long silence, Morrison sneered coldly, I've already ordered my fleet into combat readiness. Long, I'm giving you one last chance for negotiations. You don't have to. Just so you know, we're about to conduct our second missile test. Long Xiaoshang glanced back at Lin Fa, who sat focused at the computer, and suddenly exhaled in relief. Calmly, he smiled, I'll send you a gift. This time, Morrison cut the communication. Morrison's eyes darkened as he told William, Long is a bastard. He knows nothing about politics. We need to teach him a lesson. Order all naval forces to enter combat readiness. If Long's country fires, we sink their entire navy. William froze. You really intend to go to war? Morrison chuckled. Do you think Long has the confidence to go to war with us? He wants to intimidate us, and I want to intimidate him. But we must show him our stance. Afterward, it'll all be a misunderstanding. Morrison added, didn't the Koreans say they could compensate the Dragon Nation with one merchant ship? I think having them compensate with 2 warships afterward should be fine too. It's all a misunderstanding, war won't break out. William nodded. The two then stepped outside to chat briefly with the other naval admirals before dismissing them to prepare for their return to their respective warships. They were ready to test their strength against the Dragon Nation. The group of naval generals walked out of the conference room with smiles, heading to the deck to board helicopters back to their respective ships. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Soldiers across the carrier scrambled into combat readiness. The generals froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, all eyes turned to Morrison. What on earth was happening? Morrison smiled calmly. It's routine training. No need to panic. No sooner had he spoken than a soldier dashed over, as if pursued by a wild beast. General. Suspicious targets detected on radar. What? Morrison hurried to the command pod, and the other naval generals immediately followed, eager to witness the prowess of the Eagle brand navy. The command room instantly filled to capacity. Eyes fixed on the radar screen, they watched a blinking dot rapidly closing in on the carrier strike group. Fast. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the small dot had advanced significantly across the screen. What is that? A fighter jet? No fighter could move that fast. That speed is already supersonic. As soon as one voice fell, the other generals exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They all knew what this was, a missile. Mental calculations of the surrounding maritime situation were unnecessary, the missile's origin was obvious. Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's missiles heading straight for the carrier strike group? Whoa! As the others processed the news, the Cherry Blossom Nation's general shouted excitedly, Dragon Nation fired first. They fired. Wonderful. Dragon Nation has finally fired on Eagle Daddy. Now they can strike back. Eagle Daddy will surely teach Dragon Nation a harsh lesson. General Morrison, Dragon Nation has declared war. General, intercept immediately. Use the Eagle clan's most powerful interceptor missiles to shoot it down. The Dragon Nation is courting death. This is a provocation against us. General Morrison, give the order. Let's see the winner's interceptor missiles in action. A general's eyes burned with intensity. Ever since the Eagle clan's interceptor technology was developed, it had been shrouded in secrecy, never sold to others. This time, he would witness it firsthand. Chapter 36, Backing Down. Morrison immediately ordered the interception. From a Hawk-class fleet ahead, a missile screeched into the sky, trailing a long plume of flame. It arced upward, then shot out like a dragon's tail. Morrison deliberately had the forward fleet launch the interceptor missile, aiming to give the naval commanders from various nations a clear view. A smug smile touched his lips. Soon enough, the Dragon Nation's missile would vanish completely in about 3 minutes. Dragon Nation is provoking the Eagle Empire, they're courting death. General, Dragon Nation fired first. We can retaliate, they brought this upon themselves. Yes, General. This is a defensive counterattack. Afterward, Dragon Nation will have no grounds to blame us. If you'll have us, General, the Sakura family is ready to fire first. Your orders, please. Morrison smiled, thoroughly satisfied and intrigued. Their reasoning was compelling. This was retaliation. Dragon Nation had fired first. General Yamamoto, if that is your wish, so be it. Yes, sir. I'll issue the order immediately. Yamamoto Sasuke Nambu responded promptly, grabbing the phone to contact his fleet.
On the carrier's radar screen, two blinking dots hurtled toward each other at breakneck speed. The radar operators were tense, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Closer, closer, they were about to intercept. Far out on the sea, a missile screeched toward its target, seemingly certain to strike. Suddenly, the Dragon Nation's missile shot upward like a martial arts master, effortlessly evading the sneak attack before continuing toward its target at an even faster, more elusive pace.
Dodged it? Impossible.
The carrier's radar operator stared at the screen, eyes wide in disbelief.
Dragon Nation evaded. Interception. Failed.
In an instant, all the naval commanders turned to stare at the radar screen. Morrison's breathing quickened as he uttered in disbelief, interception failed.
This couldn't be.
This was the world's most advanced intercept system.
A momentary silence fell.
But soon, the missile entered the defense zone, becoming visible to the naked eye. At the very front, a white mist charged forward like a giant umbrella. Or like a massive dandelion scattering seeds along its path.
Look, that's... Everyone turned to witness an unbelievable sight. It's heading toward us. It's heading toward us. The Dragon Nation has declared war. It's really started.
The missile skimmed the surface of the sea, its roaring exhaust vaporizing the water in a cloud of mist as it hurtled straight toward the aircraft carrier.
Time seemed to freeze aboard the carrier.
Every pair of eyes was glued to the missile's trajectory, as if doomsday had arrived.
Yamamoto Sasuke Nan's face was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. He couldn't believe that someone dared attack the Eagle's carrier. Had World War III begun? Would he die here? Naval commanders from other nations were too terrified to speak.
Morrison reacted fastest, immediately ordering interception and counterattack. The missile must not hit the carrier. But before his command could be carried out, the missile was already upon them.
Boom!
A towering wave dozens of meters high erupted before the carrier, and torrential rain poured down onto the deck.
Morrison felt the carrier rock violently. It had been hit. Morrison bellowed, "Inspect the carrier immediately. Prepare for battle."
After issuing the order, Morrison commanded all naval officers to return to their respective warships and initiate battle preparations.
"General! Shut it!"
Morrison was furious beyond words.
The Dragon Nation had declared war. It was truly happening.
They had no choice but to brace for the fight.
The naval commanders from various nations hadn't departed yet, their expressions grave.
They had finally provoked the Dragon Nation. "Your Excellency, it's a call from the Dragon Nation," the communications officer repeated.
Morrison froze, slowly turning to take the phone. "Dragon, I formally. Did you receive my gift? Surprised? Thrilled? A gift?" Morrison roared angrily, "Dragon, this is war. My Dragon Nation is testing missiles within its own territorial waters. What war are you talking about? Have you lost your mind, Morrison?"
Long Xiaoshang chuckled smugly.
"You attacked my aircraft carrier. Missing the target doesn't count as an attack."
Long Xiaoshang chuckled confidently. "Morrison, your carrier strike group's defenses are as flimsy as paper pierced with a single stab.
How could you fail to intercept my missile? Eagle Sands technology is #1, right? Are you sure?" Morrison remained silent, savoring each word of Long Xiaoshang's statement. "Missed? Impossible." He distinctly felt the carrier shake.
Morrison immediately relayed the question to his aide, who quickly returned, "General, the Dragon Nation's missile detonated 50 meters from the carrier.
No damage sustained." Morrison stared at the soldier in disbelief. "Are you sure?" The soldier nodded.
The formation crew had just conducted a thorough inspection. The missile debris was still a short distance from the carrier. Morrison glanced at the naval commanders from various nations. They all looked utterly bewildered, their faces flushed. They wanted to say something, but felt too embarrassed to speak. Each of them was seething with suppressed anger that had nearly scared the hell out of them. Morrison clutched his communicator and ordered, "Cancel all previous combat orders.
Stand by in position. We'll continue the meeting. Everyone wait here.
I'll join you after I finish speaking with Long." As the generals exited the command pod, curses erupted.
Dragon Nation was terrifying. Had they lost their minds? They thought they were doomed this time.
After venting, they felt better, but when they glanced at each other, silence fell. Staring at the sea, they saw soldiers on the Eagle-class ship salvaging missile debris.
Cold sweat instantly drenched the generals' backs.
Lungwa's missile detonated near the carrier, yet the mighty carrier strike group remained helpless. It sliced right through their defense perimeter.
Whoa! Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The naval commanders from various nations couldn't laugh, couldn't cry, only silence remained.
In the command bridge, Morrison gripped the communicator.
"Dragon, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Our Eagle respects every nation's territorial waters, including Dragon Nations.
This exercise and voyage were merely routine drills. We had no intention of challenging Dragon Nation." Young Dragon covered the microphone, glancing back at the people behind him and letting out a deep sigh of relief. He feared his own nervousness might show through if he got too excited.
"Not afraid? Impossible. This could easily have escalated into a full-scale war. In the heat of the moment, the adrenaline made him fearless, but now that he'd calmed down, all that remained was dread. Thankfully, he'd won the gamble. Morrison had backed down. Long Xiaoshan grinned. General Morrison, I still prefer your earlier defiant attitude, but I do agree with what you said. Lin Fan watched Long Xiaoshan and Morrison chat for a moment before hanging up. He hurried over. Wait. Long Xiaoshan paused and looked at Lin Fan. What's on your mind now? Lin Fan whispered something in Long Xiaoshan's ear. Long Xiaoshan shook his head. That's impossible. Would he even agree? Let's give it a shot. Win or lose, we've got nothing to lose. Lin Fan chuckled. When you get hit, you stand at attention. Chapter 37, Just a Common Radical. Long Xiaoshan hung up after speaking with Morrison for over an hour. Turning back, he flashed a faint, ambiguous smile, a half-smile that clearly signaled his excellent mood. He strode quickly toward Lin Fan, then slammed to a halt, nearly colliding with him. His expression instantly turned exasperated. Lin Fan stood behind Han Xingyan, pointing and gesturing. Having finished his business, he now wandered around with a cup of tea, acting like a street loiterer. Whenever he spotted Han Xingyan, he couldn't resist teasing the esteemed Dr. Han. Han Xingyan was furious enough to explode, but she managed to hold back, considering Lin Fan's generally decent behavior. Look, you've messed up here again. This function isn't used like that. Lin Fan acted like a big shot, his tone light and cheerful, smiling as he ignored Han Xingyan's furious glare. If it weren't for you distracting me, I wouldn't have made this mistake, Han Xingyan silently cursed. It was all Lin Fan's fault. Earlier, when Lin Fan hacked the aircraft carrier, it had already shocked her. This guy had actually breached the Eagle's fleet. His hacking skills were seriously impressive. She had to admit this young man was unexpectedly impressive, yet she still felt Lin Fan harbored some ulterior motives. Resentfully making a correction, Han Xingyan suddenly faltered, is this right? Not bad, but Dr. Han still has room for improvement, Lin Fan remarked with a hint of regret. Solid foundation, highly intuitive, a perfect match for him. Lin Fan silently glanced at Han Xingyan and nodded slightly. If only she could be his workhorse, a good-looking, elegant, and intelligent one at that. After all, research was grueling work. Having a beautiful subordinate was a sight to behold. It certainly wasn't because he fancied her body. He wasn't that kind of person. Han Xingyan exhaled in relief, though the immense pressure weighed heavily on her. She felt even more annoyed at Lin Fan for making her look foolish. I'll continue then. With Lin Fan present, Han Xingyan dared not act too casually. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this bastard possessed an intimidating aura. That's what you call a big shot's aura. Just then, Lin Fan noticed someone watching him. He saw Long Xiaoshan wearing an ambiguous smile, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Lin Fan blinked, and Long Xiaoshan nodded. Then the two walked over and shared a hearty hug, leaving everyone else utterly baffled, clueless about what had just transpired. Long Xiaoshan pulled Lin Fan to a corner, Morrison's back. The dispute's resolved. But let's give him some face. They won't interfere with our South China Sea operations from now on. What about the islands and reefs? Tacit approval. The private discussion between Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshan earlier had centered on the reefs. Following this incident, Longwei could concede, but establishing a military base on the southern reefs was non-negotiable. This would require cooperation from the Eagle Nation, otherwise, it would be difficult to pull off. With military bases in the southern seas, things would be much easier going forward. Lin Fan slammed his fists together. Perfect, perfect. Build a few military bases over there, they'll be like aircraft carriers at sea. With those footholds, it'll be our bathtub. The nail was driven right into the Philippines' doorstep. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. Long Xiaoshan and Morrison had discussed matters for over an hour, certainly more than just these points, but the rest held no interest for Lin Fan. Long Xiaoshan agreeing to station troops in the South China Sea at his request, with tacit approval from the Eagle, was sufficient. This marked the beginning of the Eagle's decline in Eastern hegemony. No one understood the significance of this step better than Lin Fan. Currently, Dragon Nation's development in the South China Sea was minimal, and its military capabilities lagged behind the West. Therefore, regarding South China Sea affairs, it adopted a dovish approach, temporarily acquiescing to other nations taking advantage of Dragon Nation's South China Sea interests, with the attitude of settling accounts later. Dragon young master stared at Lin Fan with bright eyes. Interested in joining the military? Special recruitment. It'd be a waste to keep someone like you out there. I can help you apply for a military rank. Lin Fan's role in forcing the Morrison to turn back was immense. Securing a military rank was a certainty, at the very least, a major. And the skills Lin Fan had demonstrated were simply too impressive. Holy, you want me to be your slave? What are you thinking? Lin Fan mentally retorted, his gaze briefly flickering toward Han Xingyan before curling into a faint smile. He never worked for others, others worked for him, got it? Not interested. Lin Fan's refusal was blunt. Long Xiaoshan froze, frowning as he stared at Lin Fan. You think I'm joking? No, not at all. Then why refuse? Too many rules. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He'd held a military rank in his previous life and spent years in the army. As soon as his mission was complete, he'd bolted, didn't want to stay a single day longer. Sure, the military provided good food, drink, and all sorts of perks, but research wasn't free, and the pay was low. But he couldn't say that it would make others think he looked down on the Dragon Nation's military and wasn't patriotic. As a big shot, he had to maintain his cool. Lin Fan chuckled. I'm young and love my freedom. I can contribute to the country anywhere, no need to join the military. Just give me some cash. Young man, you're not quite up to par yet. I was hoping you'd join the strategic forces. This operation clearly shows you're a strategic talent. Young man, you have excellent judgment. Combining his past life with this one, Lin Fan must be in his 60s or 70s. By age alone, calling Long Xiaoshang young man was perfectly justified. He was, after all, a strategic talent. Even if you flatter me like this, I won't join the military. Enough talk, pay up. 10 billion. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together. Those who pay are true friends, those who don't are just pretending. If you're a friend, show it with cash, stop the nonsense. Long Xiaoshang's face twitched, unwilling to give up. Lin Fan's performance this time had been too dazzling: hacking skills, mastery of electronic warfare, strategic thinking. Other aspects remained unseen, though, and he was also a complete money-grubbing bastard. A guy like this is a treasure wherever he goes. Money isn't the issue. If the military has certain projects, you could conduct research on them within the military too. But won't my research still end up being used by the military anyway? Lin Fan countered. What if I forcibly conscript you into the military? Lin Fan glared. No sense of military ethics? Using a compulsory enlistment order on himself? That'd be like issuing an imperial edict to himself. He'd have no choice but to comply. Lin Fan's face flushed with anger. Unfair, huh? He chuckled coldly. You think I won't target you? You won't get a single thing I research from now on. Long Xiaoshang chuckled. Like what? Aerospace warships, hypersonic fighters, missiles, blackout communication systems. Lin Fan chuckled. You know absolutely nothing about me. Long Xiaoshang was dumbfounded. Many of the terms Lin Fan mentioned were beyond his comprehension. After all, he wasn't a technologist, just an ordinary radical. A mere ordinary radical trying to manipulate this old conservative. What was he thinking? Chapter 38, Long Xiaoshang's Banquet. Lin Fan's sole purpose in joining this operation was to secure funding. Everything else was irrelevant. This military confrontation was mere child's play. In his eyes, the real feast lay ahead. Lin Fan observed Long Xiaoshang's expressionless smile, his tone devoid of urgency, appearing utterly relaxed and at ease. What was that look? Was he being looked down upon? Long Xiaoshang found Lin Fan baffling at that moment. He had genuinely invited him. He'd laid out the terms: 200 million yuan in annual research funding, the rank of major, housing, a car, and more. Yet he was being looked down upon. The contempt in Lin Fan's eyes was unmasked, almost spoken aloud. It wasn't that he dared not say it, probably because this was the command center and he was saving face. Had he lost his mind? In that moment, Long Xiaoshang questioned his very existence. He slowly glanced back at his shoulder insignia. He was a brigadier general. A rising star in the military with boundless prospects. Long Xiaoshang's anger flared. Unfulfilled demands bred frustration. If I issue a compulsory draft order, your refusal would be illegal. Don't you fear the consequences? I'm a man of principle, not swayed by force. I'm an educated man. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in contempt. Are you going to shoot me? That wouldn't be necessary. After assessing Lin Fan's capabilities displayed today, Long Xiaoshang concluded he was worth an entire regiment. Currently, he only commanded one regiment, as he truly didn't know Lin Fan well. Long Xiaoshang glanced at Han Qingyan and immediately wore a smug smile, convinced he'd grasped Lin Fan's mindset. What if I had you work alongside Han Qingyan? Admiration is human nature for youths. Disdain for power? That's just lust for beauty. Desire is universal to all people. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes in a frown. What are you trying to do? Long Xiaoshang chuckled. Who hasn't been young? I get it. You're at that age now too. What the hell? Lin Fan took a step back, sensing Long Xiaoshang's twisted worldview and wanting to avoid contaminating his own thoughts. Long Xiaoshang whispered, You like that girl? I'll arrange for you two to work together. How about I give you a chance to win her over? Win her over for what? Damn it, kid, do I have to spell it out for you? How am I supposed to know what you're up to if you don't spell it out? To make babies. Long Xiaoshang, forced into a corner, inwardly cursed Lin Fan for his shamelessness. He clearly wanted that girl, yet he pretended otherwise. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in contempt at Long Xiaoshang, licked his palm, and covered the smile threatening to escape his lips. After a long moment, his desire unabashedly returned. He reached out and wiped his hand on Long Xiaoshang's clothes. Long Xiaoshang's eyes widened. What the hell, you? You've got a wife. Someone washes your clothes, what's the big deal? My wife washes my clothes, so you think you can use mine as a hand towel? That's your honor. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I'm just after your money. You want me to be your slave? Who's being unreasonable? And you tried to seduce me with your looks? Old man here has only science as his wife. All other women are just concubines. You still want multiple wives? You don't. Lin Fan spat. Even if you won't admit it, your body tells the truth. Besides, your language is offensive. 3 wives and 4 concubines is for feudal lords nowadays, we call them confidants. As long as you don't marry them, is having multiple girlfriends illegal? Some notorious outlaw already declared it legal. Did he forget watching Zhang San's videos? Shameless, shameless. Long Xiaoshan wanted to curse like a sailor, but this was a public setting. Surrounded by his men, cursing would damage his reputation. He took a deep breath to suppress his frustration, then put on a resigned expression. What would it take for you to join the military? Are you serious? Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. This might be an opportunity. Long Xiaoshan nodded. Seriously. If it's beyond my authority, I can submit a formal request. All right. Lin Fan considered for a moment. 100 billion yuan in research funding annually, a large-scale laboratory under my direct supervision, and full cooperation from all 3 branches of the military. No interference in my research projects. Long Xiaoshan's eyes widened. At that moment, he felt Lin Fan was joking. Although Long Nation's economy had grown significantly, its annual military research budget was substantial, roughly 300 billion last year. But that 300 billion was allocated to thousands of research institutes and tens of thousands of units nationwide. Lin Fan was demanding 100 billion annually? Even the wealthiest landowner wouldn't have that kind of surplus. Long Xiaoshan shook his head, neither refusing nor agreeing. So you want to research those things you mentioned earlier? Dominate space. Lin Fan grinned. 100 billion a year isn't that much, is it? Just $1 trillion over 10 years. Did you own the banks? Long Xiaoshan couldn't hold back any longer. All his pent-up frustration and anger erupted in one explosive outburst. My family's just ordinary workers. If only we owned a bank. But even one bank wouldn't be enough for my extravagance, I'd need to open several. Long Xiaoshan's mouth opened wide, roaring like a lion. You're outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I gave you an opportunity, and this is how you negotiate terms? You're either clueless or arrogant. All his sincerity had gone down the drain. He was heartbroken. You're a citizen of Longhua. You must obey Longhua's orders. How could you act like this? You have no sense of duty whatsoever. Don't think you can get away with this just because you have some ability. You don't need me? Lin Fan stared calmly at Long Xiaoshan. Long Xiaoshan was instantly speechless, his throat feeling as if it were being choked. His face flushed crimson with rage. Of course he needed Lin Fan, otherwise, why would he have invited him to join the military? Lin Fan's single sentence had completely silenced Long Xiaoshan. Others had long turned to watch, though none knew why Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshan had started arguing. No one dared step in to break it up. Su Zhenghua felt a chill down his spine, standing outside the crowd, staring intently at the two. Lin Fan had a fiery temper, and so did Long Xiaoshan. Now they were locked in a standoff. Su Zhenghua's face darkened. Lin Fan wouldn't stand a chance against Long Xiaoshan. Would he get beaten to a pulp? Han Qingyan clenched her fist slightly, watching them with excitement. Let them fight. Give Lin Fan a good beating so she could vent her frustration. She was several years older than Lin Fan, yet he outplayed her in skill. Her pride depended on General Long to save the day. That pretty boy is the worst. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The operation had succeeded, and now 2 key figures were locked in a heated argument. How entertaining. Everyone eagerly watched the spectacle, instantly energized. The current young Master Long was terrifying, his gaze sharp as blades, his aura radiating like a wrathful deity. Lin Fan, however, stood as still as a blade of grass, observing young Master Long with effortless composure. Utterly unfazed, he radiated an aura of a reclusive master, an otherworldly being. Lin Fan gave a faint smile and sighed. I'm still just a kid, you know. You're a grown man in your 40s, how can you bully a child like me? A kid, my ass. The crowd inwardly scoffed, but glancing between Long Xiaoshan and Lin Fan, they quickly realized Lin Fan was still a college student, more than 20 years younger than Long Xiaoshan. This truly felt like bullying the young. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. His body trembled with feigned vulnerability as his breathing quickened. I'm doing my best to help you, yet you treat me like this? Isn't this bullying? Did I? I didn't. Stop making things up. Long Xiaoshan sensed the crowd's gaze on him wasn't quite right. For a moment, the onlooker's eyes held a hint of contempt, not overt, but unmistakable. How could you bully a junior like this? Countless eyes conveyed precisely that sentiment. Treating a loyal servant like this, Long Xiaoshan, speaks poorly of your character. Chapter 39, The Holy Mother Level White Lotus. Long Xiaoshan grew tense under the stares. He hadn't panicked even when confronting Morrison, but now he sensed trouble brewing. Looking back at Lin Fan, he appeared weak and helpless. Then came Lin Fan's feeble voice, You're a general, I can't stand up to you. Whatever you say, I wouldn't dare resist. I'm just an ordinary person with no one to speak for me. Even when bullied, I can't say a word. Lin Fan took a deep breath, tears welling in his eyes. Pity me, I studied hard, spent 10 years poring over books just to get into university, only to find no way to serve my country. Whoa! The crowd's gaze toward Long Xiaoshan grew even more hostile. Was General Long deliberately suppressing Lin Fan? An elderly research veteran's face trembled with fury as he glared at Long Xiaoshan, his lips quivering with rage. The younger comrades looked at Lin Fan with sympathy, cursing their own low status that prevented them from speaking freely. How dare a general suppress Lin Fan? Lin Fan was still just a child. A wave of nameless grief and indignation swept through the command hall. Everyone fixed their gaze on Long Xiaoshan, seething silently. Long Xiaoshan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. His face wore utter helplessness as he felt inexplicably cast as everyone's enemy. What have I done wrong? Lin Fan, it's all because of Lin Fan. He turned and glared fiercely at Lin Fan, his eyes blazing. Shut up! Lin Fan nearly burst into tears, his eyes welling up. He turned sideways toward Long Xiaoshan, looking frightened. You won't even let me speak? That's way too bossy. I don't want any credit, it's all yours. This operation succeeded because of your brilliant command, okay? I'm just a useless tool who only causes trouble. Good grief. Everyone was furious, realizing that Long Xiaoshan was trying to steal Lin Fan's credit. General Long, this is going too far. Everyone saw it. Without Lin Fan, would we have gotten Eagle San to back down so easily? Lin Fan's skills are undeniably impressive, anyone can see that. General Long, you're bullying him. Do you really think we'll stay silent? We'll report this to higher-ups immediately. Protest. We must protest. Everyone protested vehemently, glaring at Long Xiaoshan. Their resolute gazes and fierce demeanor sent a chill down the spine. Those who master the craft truly understand it. The on-site technicians were filled with grief and indignation. Su Zhanghua stood outside the crowd, staring dumbfounded at Lin Fan. This kid was putting on a show, fishing for sympathy. Now Long Xiaoshan was the enemy of all. This accusation of suppressing juniors and stealing credit. Su Zhanghua was utterly speechless. If this escalated, Long Xiaoshan would lose all credit for this achievement. Han Qingyan covered her mouth, her small fists clenched tightly, afraid she might cry out. After enduring for a long time, she murmured, "Tea-talk, tea-talk." Damn it, Lin Fan is actually a white lotus? How could anyone believe that? Isn't that a skill reserved for girls? Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied with the current situation, a cold smirk spreading across his mind. Try to intimidate me, Brother Long? You're not up to the task. In his previous life as a top researcher, he'd had countless female disciples under him. Naturally, some were pure as the driven snow. For research funding, for projects, for resources, he'd been played by those female disciples time and again. Their tea-talk tactics were every bit as cunning as any streetwise vixen. Their schemes were masterful, and being highly educated, high IQ individuals, when they played the innocent act, each one reached saintly levels. Having been played for years, Lin Fan picked up the tricks effortlessly. After all, when negotiating funding with superiors, a well-executed tea-talk was incredibly effective. Few leaders could resist. Men love the lotus flower, it's like a mental pick-me-up. Long Xiaoshan wasn't well-versed in such matters, but Lin Fan had genuinely infuriated him, a frustrating kind of anger. He shot Lin Fan a look that radiated helplessness and speechlessness, his gaze complex as if Lin Fan were his ex-girlfriend who'd married someone else. Damn it, you're something else. But true to his military roots, Long Xiaoshan left with a single sentence, turning on his heel and walking away with decisive strides. Frustration. Utter frustration. Anywhere else, Long Xiaoshan could have beaten Lin Fan to a pulp. But not here. Too many people were watching him, and every single one of them was an elite. Lin Fan smirked triumphantly, bowing to the crowd. Seeing Long Xiaoshan leave no doubt to report back, everyone rushed over to ask what happened. Why did you fight? Did he really bully you? Don't worry, we'll get justice for you. We'll report him right away. Even if he's a general, he can't act like he's above the law. Yeah, let the higher-ups deal with him. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Sweet talk worked wonders. He instantly made a deep impression on everyone. What a masterful play. Thank you, thank you. Actually, it's nothing. I believe General Long meant no harm, he was just frustrated. With that, Lin Fan sighed. There's no need to report him. How could a soldier not have a temper? Lin Fan, you're way too easygoing. We were all furious just watching that. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have been so smooth. Exactly. Lin Fan, your character is truly admirable, and your skills are so impressive. It's rare to find someone like you. You're way too considerate of others. Everyone agreed Lin Fan was a good guy. These tech geeks all wanted to be his friends, and Lin Fan naturally welcomed them all. Those who participated in this operation were all elite. When he started his own projects later, he might just hire these tech geeks to work for him. No one understood technology better than he did, and no one understood tech geeks better than he did. After all, techies were his kindred spirits. That clueless Long Xiaoshan? This was his turf. Lin Fan promptly pulled out his pre-prepared business cards, handing one to each person. He expressed his desire to stay in touch, his demeanor humble, courteous, and polite, a complete contrast to his earlier self. The new Lin Fan was a determined college student. This persona was instantly established. After distributing all his cards, Lin Fan felt thoroughly satisfied. He'd also exchanged insights with over 100 tech geeks, gathering valuable technical information. You're researching next-generation satellite communication technology? Impressive. I've done a bit of work in that area myself. Let's connect later. Your institute is involved in the aircraft carrier project? That's impressive. Brotherly must be the project lead, you're so talented. Lin Fan moved through the crowd like a fish in water, his manner impeccably polite and his words smooth as silk. Han Qingyan watched Lin Fan from the crowd, taking a deep breath. Seeing him effortlessly converse with over a dozen people simultaneously, each about different topics, she felt utterly helpless. Like a fish in water, like a fish in water. That guy's breadth of knowledge is terrifying. Oomph, but he's still such a slick bastard. Han Qingyan still looked down on Lin Fan, even thinking he was a scheming bastard. Though his skills were impressive, his morals were questionable. She hoped he'd crash and burn sooner rather than later. She had zero interest in the topics he was discussing with others, yet she didn't leave. Instead, she perked up her ears and listened in. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. She overheard Lin Fan discussing 5G communication technology with an expert in the field. 5G communication technology? The core lies in algorithms. I have some insights in that area. Algorithms? Hearing Lin Yan's voice lower, Han Qingyan shifted her feet and moved to stand behind Lin Fan. Chapter 40, Watch Me Take You Down. After spending hours discussing with various tech geeks, it was finally time for dinner. Turning around, Lin Fan froze for a moment before smiling at Su Zhenghua. Had he overreacted? But what could he do? When tech geeks meet, that camaraderie is something outsiders can't possibly understand. Talking with these techies felt like coming home to Lin Fan. The collision of ideas and techniques was more thrilling than the final tremors of physical intimacy. It was a spiritual feast. But Su Zhenghua looked helpless. You could tell just by his expression his face looked like a mischievous child had drawn a turtle on it. He wanted to get angry, but he was afraid of scaring the kid. Old Su? Lin Fan chuckled as he greeted him. Old Su ignored him, his face darkening with displeasure. You're the boss, getting angry so easily shows your self-control isn't up to par. Lin Fan tried to butter him up. After all, he'd need to ask Old Su for funding later. Offending the boss might feel good for a moment, but keep it up and you'll enjoy it forever. Seeing Su Zhenghua still speechless, Lin Fan paused, then deliberately said, Your daughter got knocked up by that yellow-haired punk. Su Zhenghua lost his composure, glaring fiercely. He did indeed have a daughter, but she was long married. Her husband wasn't some yellow-haired punk but a promising elite. That good-for-nothing son of a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Su Zhenghua cursed Lin Fan inwardly, but outwardly, he forced a smile. Su Zhenghua glanced behind Lin Fan, where Han Qingyan had been watching him intently. Earlier, when he saw Lin Fan talking with several technicians, Han Qingyan had stepped up behind Lin Fan. Yet the moment he turned around, Lin Fan greeted him as if Han Qingyan didn't exist. Now she stood trembling with fury. That look was telling. You shouldn't have treated young Master Long like that. Su Zhenghua felt Lin Fan had gone too far with Long Xiaoshang. After all, he was a high-ranking leader, showing him respect was only proper. Lin Fan was getting too big for his britches, riding high on his achievements. This was a surefire way to make enemies. Long Xiaoshang had an upright character, the kind of person who held grudges easily. Taking down Lin Fan would be a piece of cake. Su Zhenghua felt utterly disheartened, his worries weighing him down. Lin Fan explained Long Xiaoshang's plans to Su Zhenghua, fuming, He just wants me to be his slave. Playing some kind of captivity game? I'm not some actress. You know about that? Su Zhenghua shot Lin Fan a sly glance. After all, he was still young and hadn't seen much of the world. But then he frowned, furious enough to curse again. How could he just blurt out something like that? That brat has no respect for elders. If he doesn't fix this habit, he'll drive himself to an early grave. Su Zhenghua sternly said, You've earned your stripes this time, so you should act more level-headed. Young Master Long Shang has no grudge against you. If you play tricks on him, watch out for the backlash. People respect you for your skills, not because they're afraid of you. But my words carry little weight. When will this ever end? Lin Fan muttered to himself inwardly, but kept his composure outwardly, My skills are who I am. If you respect my skills, you respect me, right? Bull. Su Zhenghua tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, muttering, This is a golden opportunity. You could forge connections with the military. With their backing, your Southern Heavenly Gate project might actually have a chance. Su Zhenghua didn't know exactly what Lin Fan's Southern Heavenly Gate project entailed, but the idea of dominating space sounded thrilling. Though he always complained about lack of funds and urged Lin Fan to be cautious, if the project actually took off, he'd definitely back it. No one didn't yearn for the Dragon Nation's strength. Everyone understood that only a powerful nation could ensure the peace of individual households. The people of Dragon Nation understood the reality of their situation. Currently, Lin Fan's influence was minimal. Su Zhenghua had encouraged him to network and showcase his abilities, but instead, he ended up offending people left and right. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry, General Long won't mind. He's furious. Su Zhenggu sighed, glancing at Lin Fan once more. He wanted to say something but ended up sighing again. If Lin Fan had listened to him, he wouldn't have made enemies. Lin Fan couldn't care less. If Long Xiaoshan lacked vision, he wouldn't have risen to his current position. Besides, he'd seen plenty of military men like Long Xiaoshan. No friction, no connection. These types were strong-willed, craving control over everything. If Lin Fan wanted to collaborate with Long Xiaoshan to advance his plans, he absolutely needed to be on equal footing. Otherwise, he'd just be someone else's lackey. This didn't conflict with Lin Fan's goal of serving the nation through research. If Long Xiaoshan were petty-minded, no matter how high his status or how much power he wielded, Lin Fan wouldn't give him the time of day. Old Su had been genuinely kind to him, like a neighborly aunt looking out for him. Lin Fan graciously assured him, I'll be more courteous to him from now on. After all, the military is a big player. Where does the nation's largest research funding pool lie? Undoubtedly with the military. A portion of the military budget is allocated to defense research. A slice of that pie is hard to come by, requiring powerful backing. As for Long Xiaoshan, that tool of a man, Lin Fan decided to observe him a little longer. Su Zhenghua sighed, but his mood lifted instantly. He slapped Lin Fan's shoulder hard. You've made me proud. His gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a flushed glow. The missile test plan was Lin Fan's proposal. Though ultimately executed, many had opposed it, fearing it might provoke the eagle and spark a real conflict. Success meant shared glory, failure meant losing their positions. Long Xiaoshan was gambling his future, and Su Zhenghua was no different. But this missile test had been too successful. It had scared off Morrison. The successful launch, especially the second missile after Lin Fan's adjustments, displayed an astonishingly bizarre trajectory. First came precision, then impenetrable defenses, proving to the Dragon Nation military that carrier strike groups were not beyond their capabilities. The Dragon Nation's navy might be lacking, but its missiles were far more formidable than anyone imagined, essentially indistinguishable from real combat. Lin Fan understood the implications all too well. The current Dragon Nation was far too mild-mannered. Compared to the Dragon Nation he knew, it was like a docile lamb lacking the necessary fierceness. They're finally standing tall? Su Zhenghua roared with laughter, unable to suppress his amusement despite Lin Fan's provocation of Long Xiaoshan. This live fire test carries immense significance. A debriefing session is inevitable, and it might even influence our diplomatic strategy adjustments. In essence, they'd tested the Eagle's limits. Turned out they weren't as tough as expected, pretty weak actually. Lin Fan couldn't care less about the debriefing. Then it's none of my concern. I plan to stay here for a few days of sightseeing. Who'd want to go back to school and listen to teachers drone on when you have a chance to travel? Ha? You're still a student? You're footing the bill. I'm a broke student. Ha? Su Zhenghua stared at Lin Fan in bewilderment, feeling utterly defeated and at a loss for words. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, Old Su, I did something commendable this time. Is there a bonus? How much? Damn it. Old Su was about to lose his temper again. What the hell? This was a major achievement, a matter of honor. How could that bastard Lin Fan only care about the bonus? No way. This is serving the nation, you know? Ha? This is worse than being a corporate drone. At least office workers get commissions when they land big deals for their bosses. Not a single bonus? Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This dragon country sure is broke. Old Su, sensing Lin Fan's disdain, chuckled, but you should at least get a second-class merit. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. It wasn't that he looked down on it, he just had plenty of those medals before, and they weren't much use for getting funding or anything. Lin Fan shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Medals mean nothing to me. Unless it's the Republic medal, I don't need it. I'll pass. Su Zhenghua's face had been beaming with smiles, but suddenly it contorted as if seized by stomach cramps. His trembling grew more violent, his expression deepening into a grim frown. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Zhenghua couldn't contain himself any longer and bellowed, You dare refuse it? I'll beat you to death. Chapter 41. Lin Fan is truly remarkable. Su Zhenghua valued honor above all else. Compared to honor, everything else was trash. Lin Fan inwardly scoffed. It wasn't that he didn't want it, he simply had no use for it. If he had the money, he'd win any honor for himself. Alright, Old Su, don't get so worked up. I'll admit I spoke out of turn. Lin Fan said with a smile. Su Zhenghua rolled his eyes. Good for you for knowing your place. Don't speak recklessly in the future. Anyone who doesn't value honor has a problem with their mindset. People with such issues aren't worthy of trust. Su Zhenghua's face immediately lit up with delight. This was a major win for him. Lin Fan was his man, after all. Lin Fan's achievements were practically his own. A commendation ceremony was inevitable, but it would have to wait until the incident was completely resolved. Su Zhengwei added, once we finalize the details with the Eagle Agency, we'll hold a debriefing and commendation ceremony. All the senior leaders will be present. It's crucial to maintain a dignified atmosphere. Lin Fan quickly asked, will the leader in charge of research funding be there? Su Zhengwei's face twitched violently, but he managed to hold it together. You'll get your turn eventually. So it wasn't the leaders in charge of research funding. Thinking about it, this was a military confrontation. What did it have to do with research? He just wanted some funding to get projects off the ground. What was wrong with that? Lin Fan said, Old Su, I'm still just a kid. You? Is there such a thing as a child your age? Su Zhengwei nearly choked on his words. I'm only a kid of a couple 100 months old. Doesn't that count? Put. Shame on you. Su Zhengwei paused, then realized he needed to appease Lin Fan. This time, I'll apply for a bonus for you. How about 50,000? That's not bad. Bonuses were considered personal income, but this fell far short of what Lin Fan desired. He could easily siphon more than that from research funds. Lin Fan looked down on it, but that was the reality of conditions in Longguo right now. As Lin Fan and Su Zhengguo walked out, Lin Fan kept glancing back. Han Xingyan was glaring at him, her teeth clenched, as if she wanted to beat him to death. When had he ever offended her? He had flirted with her before, but that was just guiding her work, hardly an offense. Women, huh? Such petty creatures. If it weren't for your decent math skills, I wouldn't even bother having you work your ass off for me. Lin Fan walked away without a care. Han Xingyan trembled with rage. This guy just walked off like that without so much as a goodbye? Han Xingyan admitted Lin Fan was highly skilled, but as a person? He was hopeless, utterly lacking in character. He'd greeted all the other staff members, yet ignored her completely? Truthfully, she didn't need Lin Fan to do anything for her. She simply had a few questions she wanted to discuss with him, purely academic exchange, absolutely no ulterior motives. Dr. Han, we can go now. Her colleague's voice snapped Han Xingyan out of her thoughts. The colleague exclaimed excitedly, Dr. Han, Lin Fan is incredible. He hacked into the carrier command system of the Eagle's Nest and has research in other fields too. He's a genius. I see boundless potential in him. The colleague was also a woman, a round face with two dimples when she smiled. Like Han Xingyan, she'd been specially assigned to this operation to handle data calculations. Han Xingyan chuckled, he's okay. Not bad? Her colleague looked at Han Xingyan and chuckled. I almost forgot you're a genius scholar yourself. I saw Lin Fan talking to you earlier. Did you two know each other before? Met him, but we're not close, Han Xingyan replied coldly. Who would want to be friends with someone like that? He's such a green tea. Her colleague's eyes lit up. Then do you know he has a girlfriend? Han Xingyan froze slightly. What do you mean? Have you got your eye on him? The colleague nodded slightly. He's got a bright future ahead. If you snag him now, you'll be set for life. Plus, he's kinda cute and seems like a decent guy. Love really is blind. What a joke. Han Xingyan thought to herself, what's so handsome about Lin Fan? He's just plain ordinary. Her colleague must be blind. Han Xingyan whispered, you better watch out. He's a scoundrel, knows how to play games. Ha? No way. He seems like such a sunny, upbeat guy to me. Love struck fool. Han Xingyan snapped before walking away, leaving her colleague utterly dumbfounded. Han Xingyan, her colleague, and Lin Fan were all on temporary assignment. Once their task was complete, they could go about their business freely. After lunch, the two agreed to go out that evening and fly back to their units the next day. After Lin Fan and Old Su finished their meal, Old Su took Lin Fan to meet people. Lin Fan wasn't particularly interested, they were all Old Su's friends, and honestly, he was just there to show off. After all, Lin Fan was the man he'd brought in. Lin Fan had earned his stripes, and Old Su was basking in the glory. Old Su's group of 7 or 8 friends went to a restaurant, downing 2 cases of baijiu and another 7 or 8 cases of beer. Each of his friends was accompanied by bodyguards. In the end, these people bailed, leaving Old Su in Lin Fan's hands. And Lin Fan was the one who ended up footing the bill. Lin Fan helped Old Su into the car, then glared at him and yelled, I came here to make money, but I ended up footing the bill. None of your friends are reliable, everyone's brothers at the table, but when it's time to pay, they all run away. Old Su was in high spirits, having drunk quite a bit that night. Looking at Lin Fan with a drunken expression, he suddenly hugged him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lin Fan shoved him away, wiping his face. Holy, I'm filthy. Old Su lay back in the rear seat, chuckling. What a face I saved. Saved my ass big time. All these guys usually brag to me, but they're only slightly better off than me. What's so great about that? Today I'm the king, none of them can compare to me. Got it. So he was here to vent. Seems even Old Su has his moments of frustration and humiliation when mocked. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. Old Su was a soldier too, and everyone needs their pride. When your men bring you glory, you've got to brag about it. In scholarship, there's no second place. In martial arts, there's no first. Lin Fan watched Old Su, then decided to straighten his clothes anyway. He snapped, you bunch of little punks. If I still had any clout, you'd all be kneeling before me right now. Turning to the driver, whose laughter he'd overheard, Lin Fan snapped, "What's so funny? Keep your eyes on the road and get the boss home." "But what about you, Commander?" Lin Fan replied, "I'll take a look around. I haven't been here much. Don't worry about me. I won't be returning to base tonight. I'll head back to the school on my own. When Commander Su wakes up, tell him to help me request leave from the school." Lin Fan slammed the door shut and walked away, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Though he'd experienced this kind of military confrontation before, the pressure wasn't absent, just not as intense as what Long Xiaoshang and the others faced. This operation still carried risks, probably only an 80% success rate. Pretty insane. Chapter 42, The Curse of Bad Luck. Lin Fan reflected that next time he could be more cautious. Watching the streets filled with a tide of pedestrians, everyone wearing happy smiles, men and women chatting and laughing, mothers pulling children out for strolls, little ones gazing curiously at the bustling lights of the city. Lin Fan smiled. Wasn't all his hard work precisely for these smiles on people's faces? This dragon nation is still backward. I must act swiftly. I wonder if the higher-ups will adopt my proposal regarding the islands and reefs. This is a golden opportunity. One hope the leaders aren't too conservative. Lin Fan held little sway now, unable to influence major policies. He could only sigh helplessly. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. At a street stall, two girls were trying their hand at ring toss, but failing miserably, wailing in frustration. One had jet black hair and wore a plaid shirt, its hem deliberately knotted at her waist to reveal a slender, snow-white waist as smooth as jade. Her flat, toned abdomen and jeans hugging her hips like round local coconuts caught his eye. Was this Han Qingyan? She looked just like a nightclub girl had she let loose. Everyone knows researchers are usually all business. Who would have guessed? Han Qingyan fiddled with the net for a while, failing to catch anything, yet thoroughly enjoying herself. After burning through another 100 yuan, she pleaded with the owner, "Sir, please be kind, could you move that violent bear closer?" The owner looked utterly exasperated. "Miss, I already moved it closer. Any closer and I might as well just give it to you." "No way. I have to catch it myself," Han Qingyan declared stubbornly, pushing up her black-rimmed glasses. "I have a feeling this time I'll get it. Trust me, boss." The owner remained skeptical. A stuffed animal wasn't worth much, and this girl had been playing for over an hour, spending more than 1,000 yuan. He felt almost embarrassed to take her money. It felt like some kind of scam. "How about I just give you one?" The shopkeeper felt uneasy, deeply embarrassed. "Boss, are you doubting my skills?" "No, you've spent so much already. I just don't want you to accuse me of scamming you." Han Qingyan paused, then laughed. "Relax. Winner takes all. I've got this violent bear in my sights. Trust me, I really have a feeling I'll get it this time. Just move it a little closer." The owner shook his head, sighed, and moved the violent bear closer, now about 3 meters from Han Qingyan. It was really close. Han Qingyan grabbed the hoop and threw it. The owner was even more nervous than she was, muttering to himself, "It has to land. It has to land." "Missed." Han Qingyan smiled faintly. Seeing the owner's sympathetic gaze, she quickly explained, "I was just testing the feel. You moved it, so the data's off. Let me recalculate." Her colleague, who was shopping with her, whispered, "Maybe we should just give up." "No way. I'll do the math. This time, I'll get it right. I've never seen anyone needing calculus to play ring toss." Han Qingyan retorted, "Some jerk today said my math skills suck." "Who was it?" Her colleague sensed she'd hit the nail on the head. Han Qingyan was clearly taking a jab at someone. "You're a PhD, for crying out loud. Who'd dare be so rude? Some little puppy doesn't matter." She eyed the violent bear, made a quick mental calculation, then flung the ring in her hand. Lin Fan stood behind her, his mouth twitching. This time, the ring did touch the stuffed animal, but it still didn't go over. The boss's face darkened. His eyes filled with pity as he looked at Han Qingyan. After a moment, he pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to her. "How about we call it quits? I'll give you back this 100. Let's not play anymore. Maybe you're just having a bad day." "Unlucky? More like cursed." The shopkeeper thought to himself, he'd been more than generous. Most customers playing with 50 bucks could usually snag something. This girl's luck was truly cursed, like a non-champ possessed. She'd spent over 1,000 and hadn't gotten a damn thing. It felt wrong to keep taking her money. "What do you mean, boss? What do you mean?" Han Qingyan glared at him, fuming, feeling utterly disrespected. The owner gave a wry smile. "Honestly, I'm scared of you. I'll just give you this doll. Making money isn't easy." The owner meant well, but Han Qingyan felt deeply hurt. It wasn't that damaging, but it was incredibly humiliating. Lin Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Moments later, he felt a chill as Han Qingyan turned and glared at him fiercely. Damn it, why did she have to run into that annoying Lin Fan? "Lin Fan, what are you doing here?" Han Qingyan's colleague's eyes lit up. Seeing Lin Fan looking a bit dazed, she quickly introduced herself. "I'm Zhong Ai. I work with Qingyan at the same company. We were working together this afternoon." Hello. Lin Fan responded perfunctorily, glancing at the violent bear and deliberately asking, "You guys are playing ring toss? What did you manage to ring? You're dissing me." Han Qingyan's expression shifted slightly. That damn guy was implying something again. Zhong Ai shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could she possibly say that?
Han Qingyan, determined not to lose face, adopted a cold expression.
"What are you doing here?"
"I came out to eat with Old Su. The meal ended, Old Su left first, and I was just strolling around when I ran into you guys," Lin Fan chuckled.
"Dr. Han likes violent bear? Want me to try it for you?" "No need. I can handle it myself."
Han Qingyan snapped, turning away from Lin Fan without another word.
She grabbed the last remaining ring and flung it out.
Lin Fan watched as the ring finally caught something and immediately clapped.
It was no easy feat, truly no easy feat. Zhong Ai shouted, "It hit. But it's not the violent bear."
"Why are you shouting if it's not the violent bear?" Han Qingyan puffed out her cheeks and shot a glare at Zhong Ai. The shopkeeper approached with a small box, his expression awkward.
"Miss, you caught this one. Would you like to exchange it for something else?" Han Qingyan was furious.
Missing the prize was one thing, she didn't care about that.
But encountering the person she despised most? That was another matter entirely. It was utterly humiliating. "What I caught is what I caught. No need to swap it out. This is what I get." Zhong Ai quickly chimed in, "What is it? All wrapped up in that box like it's a secret, could it be the grand prize?"
The vendor pulled the item from the box, a set of adult toys and a box of condoms. Lin Fan burst out laughing.
"How'd you even get this stuff on your stall, boss? You're a genius." Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai fell silent, not daring to look. The vendor chuckled, "This is a tourist city.
It's hot here, and these things actually sell pretty well."
Lin Fan smiled. Han Qingyan didn't want the items, so she tossed them to him. "They're yours. Enjoy." Chapter 43, I'll get drunk and show you all. Lin Fan's face twitched. "You're challenging me?" He chuckled. "How about we share it?" "You?" Han Qingyan glared. "Shameless bastard."
Zhong Ai saw the two about to argue and quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
"Lin Fan, we're planning to grab some snacks. Want to join us?" "He's definitely busy. We'll go on our own, no need to hold him up." Han Qingyan quickly interjected. Lin Fan hadn't planned on going, but seeing Han Qingyan reject him so outright, of course he'd join them. The three found a street food stall and sat at an outdoor table. Han Qingyan kept shooting meaningful glances at Zhong Ai, who pretended not to notice. Zhong Ai pressed the menu into Lin Fan's hands. "What would you like?" "It's on me."
Zhong Ai's face lit up with excitement, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan, not moving an inch. Lin Fan casually ordered a few dishes. Dining with Old Su and the others wasn't really about eating, it was more about watching them drink and listening to their tall tales.
Lin Fan wasn't one for bragging anymore.
He barely ate during dinner as the junior member of the group. He had no say in the matter. Zhong Ai had Han Qingyan order while she watched Lin Fan, hands folded on her knees as she cupped her face and asked softly, "Lin Fan, where are you from? Where do you work?"
"I'm from the south. I go to Harbin Institute of Technology." Zhong Ai froze. "You're still a college student?" "Yep." Lin Fan nodded. Zhong Ai immediately broke into a smile. "Little puppy dog, huh?
And he's just a college student, yet he got to join this top secret mission."
"Lin Fan, you're a genius."
"I'm from Beijing and I'm single."
"What about you?"
Hearing Zhong Ai's words, Han Qingyan rolled her eyes dramatically. "He's still a college student."
"You want to go for someone much younger? Look at yourself. I'm not even 30, I'm only 28, okay? Is it wrong to like younger guys?"
Realizing how blunt she'd been, Zhong Ai quickly added, "Lin Fan, don't take it personally.
Even if we're not a match, we can still be friends." Lin Fan nodded. "Totally get it. Totally get it. But honestly, I kinda like Auntie."
Both girls instantly turned to look at Lin Fan.
Han Qingyan gritted her teeth. Was he implying she was old again?
Zhong Ai's eyes practically shot sparks at Lin Fan.
He didn't mind the age gap? How mature? Did that mean she had a chance?
Zhong Ai brushed off the implied reference to her age and excitedly asked, "Why do you like aunties?"
Lin Fan smiled and whispered, "Haven't you heard?
When you're young, you don't know how great aunts are, so you treat girls like treasures. Aunts have money, no more, are more accommodating, gentle, and considerate." Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan stared blankly at Lin Fan. After a moment, Zhong Ai snapped out of it and nodded.
"Lin Fan, you're something else. What's so great about that? You just want to live off someone else." Han Qingyan sneered. "Wanting to live off others at your age? What a loser."
Lin Fan shrugged indifferently.
"Soft rice smells delicious."
"I won't turn down soft rice as long as it fills my belly." Han Qingyan rolled her eyes at Lin Fan and ignored him. This guy really had no ambition, his mindset was seriously messed up.
Zhong Ai, however, was all excited. She was loaded a rich kid. "Lin Fan, do you think I'm good enough to be your auntie? Speak your mind boldly. Beijing girls are known for their straightforwardness." Lin Fan chuckled, impressed by Zhong Ai. He glanced at Han Qingyan and pondered, I think you're pretty great. Zhong Ai flushed instantly, her earlobes turning pink. Cupping her face, she blurted out, so, we're dating? Everywhere? Han Qingyan couldn't take it anymore. She tugged at Zhong Ai's sleeve and gasped, are you crazy? What do you mean everywhere? Zhong Ai shook off Han Qingyan's hand. I'm 28 or 29 already and haven't dated anyone. By 30, no one will want me. Lin Fan likes someone like me now, don't stand in the way of my happiness. Han Qingyan snapped, he's got issues. He's no good. Don't let his looks fool you. Mental issues? Lin Fan frowned, but his expression softened as he glanced at Zhong Ai. He boldly took her hand. You're so beautiful, sister. How come you don't have a boyfriend yet? If you're willing, I'd like to try being with you. Zhong Ai flushed, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Lin Fan, feeling love stir within her. Han Qingyan glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what do you think you're doing? Lin Fan carried a small stool and sat beside Zhong Ai, speaking in a soft, vulnerable tone. Sister Zhong, your friend is so mean. I want to date you, but why is she opposing me? Why is she saying those things about me? Zhong Ai turned back, fuming. Qingyan, don't be so mean to him. Did I do something wrong? Han Qingyan stared at Zhong Ai in disbelief, her eyes wide. Zhong Ai really had no brain. Seeing Lin Fan smirking smugly beside Zhong Ai only fueled Han Qingyan's rage. This guy was shameless, acting like a green tea BTCH. Han Qingyan seethed, ignoring both Lin Fan and Zhong Ai. She sat alone, fuming silently. Zhong Ai really had no brain. Lin Fan was utterly despicable, a man of questionable character. She had to stop him before any colleagues fell for his tricks and lost both their money and their trust. Zhong Ai said, let's have a drink. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a glance. Zhong Ai never drank, she couldn't hold her liquor at all. Why was she suddenly suggesting drinks? Was she trying to give Lin Fan a chance? Seriously, do you have to be so impulsive? What's so great about Lin Fan? Han Qingyan fixed her gaze on Lin Fan. She deliberately didn't nod, waiting to see how he'd respond. If he agreed, it meant he had ulterior motives, harboring sinister intentions. If he refused, he'd be a cowardly scoundrel, worse than a beast. Lin Fan nodded, seeing no issue. Han Qingyan's pupils suddenly dilated. Just as she suspected, he was trying to take advantage of Zhong Ai. She resolved to keep a close eye on him and nodded. All right, I'll have a little. Zhong Ai's eyes sparkled. She got drunk easily, and it was already late. There was no way they could return to the base now. They'd have to get a room outside. As long as Han Qingyan was taken care of, she wouldn't interfere. Her sister had finally found a guy she liked. Zhong Ai quickly shot Han Qingyan a warning glance, signaling her to stay out of it. Lin Fan glanced over, his lips twitching. Couldn't she blink somewhere private? Your eyelids are fluttering like a screen refresh, Lin Fan silently complained in his mind. Zhong Ai nodded at Han Qingyan, confident she understood. Ordering a cocktail, she raised her glass excitedly. Let's clink glasses, celebrate us completing our mission. Zhong Ai beamed at Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was finally about to lose her virginity. No longer a spinster once she had Lin Fan, she wouldn't be a single dog anymore. Han Qingyan fixed Lin Fan with a gaze as sharp as a knife, warning him, I'm watching you. Try touching Zhong Ai, and you'll regret it. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Let's celebrate our meeting and getting to know each other. Clink. The three glasses touched. Zhong Ai took a sip of wine and immediately flushed crimson. She began massaging her pressure points. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Clang. Zhong Ai froze in confusion, glancing back at Han Qingyan. Both stared at Lin Fan sprawled on the floor, wine glasses rolling across the tiles, liquor spilling everywhere. What just happened? Zhong Ai couldn't believe it. He's drunk? She blinked, glancing at her own cup still full. Was Lin Fan's tolerance even worse than hers? Han Qingyan suddenly realized something and burst out laughing. So he can't hold his liquor. Zhong Ai froze, then suddenly laughed. Qingyan, you go back to the hotel first. I'll take him home. What do you mean? You want to pick up a dead body? Lin Fan muttered to himself on the floor, his mind spitting venom. This Auntie Zhong was ruthless, she wouldn't even let him off the hook now? Chapter 44, Han Qingyan is a trap. Han Qingyan looked at Zhong Ai, hesitating to speak, her gaze flickering between Zhong Ai and Lin Fan. Lin Fan lay sprawled on the floor, as still as a dead pig, utterly silent. Zhong Ai's face brimmed with eagerness. Back in the command hall, Lin Fan had been nothing short of a force of nature. Whenever young Master Long found himself in a tight spot during negotiations with Morrison, Lin Fan would step in to save the day. He might have seemed arrogant and rule-breaking, but to the staff watching, his brilliance was undeniable. A young hero. Back then, Lin Fan seemed to radiate an aura that made hearts pound. Lin Fan's skills were unmatched, his strengths undeniable. Zhong Ai wasn't a fool. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have been so proactive, but with Lin Fan, it was different. Seeing Han Qingyan remain silent, Zhong Ai grew anxious. She hastily waved her hands, urging Han Xingyan to leave first and promising to handle Lin Fan herself. Han Xingyan frowned and whispered, "You wouldn't dare." "I will." Zhong Ai pressed urgently, "This is a golden opportunity. Don't worry about me." "You?" Han Xingyan felt a surge of unease, a vague sense of foreboding. After a moment, she cautioned, "This is illegal. If he decides to press charges later, you'll be in serious trouble." Zhong Ai froze, feeling a pang of guilt. He wouldn't go that far. Seeing Zhong Ai's fear, Han Xingyan nodded. "Who knows? I don't know much about him. He's not like ordinary people. He's someone brought by Chief Su. If you really want to pick him up, it could get messy. Besides, what if he's not drunk?" "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Zhong Ai was bewildered, looking at Lin Fan uncertainly. "Are you saying he's faking it?" Han Xingyan nodded. She suspected Lin Fan was faking it on purpose. He passed out after just one sip? Is he even a man? Zhong Ai pondered for a moment. The hesitation faded from her face, replaced by a smile. Her cheeks flushed and her voice took on a coy tone. Was Lin Fan deliberately giving her an opportunity? He was practically reading her mind. Little brother really is clever. Zhong Ai whispered softly, "Looks like he really likes me. Faking drunkenness like that, isn't that just giving me a chance? Is that how you see it?" Han Xingyan fell silent upon hearing this. The woman's love-struck brain is running wild. It's truly beyond words. Couldn't it be that Lin Fan is pretending to be drunk precisely because he doesn't want to give you a chance? Han Xingyan grabbed Zhong Ai's hand. "No way. I won't let you do anything reckless." "Why not?" Zhong Ai shot her best friend a disgruntled look, clearly not considering her feelings. "I'm almost 30 and haven't even tasted what a man is like. You can't stop me from pursuing love." Han Xingyan pursed her lips. What nonsense was she spouting? As if Han Xingyan herself had tasted the flavor of a man. Her gaze turned serious. "I can't stand by and watch you make a mistake. No, don't interfere with me. I want to make mistakes." Zhong Ai's eyes pleaded as she tugged at Han Xingyan's hand, begging, "If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come? Just let me make a mistake, okay?" "No way. As your sister, I can't stand by and watch you ruin yourself," Han Xingyan declared, her righteous indignation palpable. Zhong Ai stamped her foot in frustration. She regretted coming with Han Xingyan. Glancing at Lin Fan, she thought it over. This time, she'd have to let it go. With Han Xingyan around, there was nothing she could do. Next time, she'd find Lin Fan alone. Then Han Xingyan wouldn't be able to interfere. "Fine, but what do we do now?" Zhong Ai asked. Han Xingyan thought for a moment before pulling out her phone. "In this situation, we should call the police or an ambulance. What if he has an underlying condition? Like heart disease or an alcohol allergy? An ambulance is the safer option." Zhong Ai glared, "Are you crazy?" Han Xingyan smiled faintly, "Just in case. And for his sake, it's safer to get a physical checkup. Sis, you're the one who's sick, your whole family's sick." Lin Fan, lying on the floor, seethed inwardly. But he dared not get up now. Hearing Han Xingyan call an ambulance for him, he could only resign himself to it. Han Xingyan made the call, then picked up Lin Fan's phone. After unlocking it, she turned to the owner and said, "Owner, the bill, please." The owner brought over the bill. Han Xingyan paid with a smug look, leaving Zhong Ai staring in disbelief. Zhong Ai shot Han Xingyan a complicated look. "This isn't right. I said I'd treat, so why did you make Lin Fan pay? Not taking advantage of a free meal? That'd make you a jerk, wouldn't it?" Han Xingyan lifted her chin proudly, revealing her slender neck like a proud swan. "Damn you, Lin Fan, for ignoring me and refusing to acknowledge me. This is just a little payback." Han Xingyan declared with righteous indignation, "Two beauties like us dining with him? He should be dead happy." Zhong Ai thought for a moment, nodded, then took Lin Fan's phone and added her WeChat contact. Perfect. Now she could message Lin Fan privately. With his contact info, future dates would be much easier. She could avoid Han Xingyan altogether. Han Xingyan watched Zhong Ai in utter speechlessness. Shortly after, the ambulance arrived. The two helped Lin Fan into the vehicle. As soon as they were on their way, Lin Fan sat up amidst the bewildered stares of the medical staff, grabbed his phone, and immediately began checking his account balance. Over 1,800. Staring at the bill on his phone, Lin Fan felt a sharp pang of pain in his chest. He was just a broke student. How could he have racked up such a huge bill? The doctor and nurse in the ambulance stared at Lin Fan in bewilderment. You are okay. Let me out. It was all a misunderstanding. That damn woman Han Xingyan really knows how to rip people off." The doctor examined Lin Fan with lingering concern. "You seem fine, but you should still get checked at the hospital." "I'm really fine. Let me off the car. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility myself." The doctor smiled. "Better to get checked. It's for your own good. It'll be quick." Seeing the doctor wouldn't let him off the hook, Lin Fan said nothing more. After the hospital checkup and adding the ambulance fee, Lin Fan stared at his phone, completely devastated. He was nearly bankrupt. Lin Fan was just an ordinary student with a monthly allowance of only 2,000 yuan. His family wasn't wealthy either. His phone now showed just over 500 yuan remaining. Reflecting on what had happened, it was obvious that Han Xingyan, that older sister, had deliberately set him up. Who would have guessed? A beauty with a heart of stone, huh? Gripping his phone, Lin Fan gritted his teeth. You're ruthless. Lin Fan called old Su. Since he was running low on cash, he needed to be frugal and planned to have old Su send a driver to pick him up. But after several missed calls, he finally remembered old Su had gotten drunk the night before. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 at night, almost midnight. Was he really going to be homeless tonight? I can't even afford a hotel room. He'd never been this down and out in his previous life. Lin Fan scrolled through his WeChat contacts, wondering if he should ask a friend for a loan. Spotting Zhong's profile, he smiled faintly. Sis Zhong, where are you? Chapter 45, Sister Fan Fan gives you money. In the hotel, Zhong Ai noticed Lin Fan's face flush instantly. She then cautiously glanced at Han Xingyan, who was still writing her work summary at the desk. They were both on temporary assignment. Once their tasks were completed, they had to write work summaries. Through such daily accumulation, they built their own achievements. Zhong Ai needed to write hers too, but she was more laid back. She figured she could wait until she returned to the office to write it. Zhong Ai quickly typed a reply to Lin Fan at the hotel. Did you get out of the hospital? How are you feeling now? Was there any chance they could have a deeper conversation tonight? Zhong Ai hesitated to be too direct, but trusted Lin Fan would understand her meaning. She thought Lin Fan was truly wonderful. Though younger than her, he didn't seem to mind her age. The young man was charming and capable. In a few years, he'd surely become a rising star. Seizing this chance could solve her single status and land her a great husband. Just thinking about it made her excited. This business trip to the southern island had been so worth it. The next moment, Zhong Ai froze. Lin Fan had replied, Sis, can you lend me some money? Was he already asking to be supported? Zhong Ai felt a chill run down her spine. Did young men these days just come out swinging? How much? Since Lin Fan was asking her for money, she certainly couldn't refuse. If he played it straight, she'd play it straight too. Let him see how generous his big sister could be. Sis, how much do you have? What's that supposed to mean? Trying to bleed her dry? Or testing her limits? Zhong Ai fell deep in thought. It felt like the latter. Lin Fan must be testing her financial resources after all. He mentioned wanting to live off her. Zhong Ai smiled faintly. Is $1 million enough? Staring at the figure on his phone, Lin Fan froze. This Miss Zhong was loaded? $1 million. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. A bit unexpected, but he was no rookie. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. No need for that much. 2,000 is plenty. Zhong Ai, is that enough? Don't be polite. I'm happy to spend money on you. Don't worry, sis has money. Lin Fan, thanks, sis. 2,000 is plenty. A rich, beautiful woman, eager to marry, and with a decent personality. Lin Fan instantly formed a favorable impression of Zhong Ai. The only drawback was her abysmal math skills. She wasn't even qualified to be his personal assistant. But no matter. Once this big shot gives her a little guidance, as long as her talent isn't too lacking, she'll surely achieve something. A familiar voice chimed in, transferring 50,000. Zhong Ai, Fan, take the flowers. If it's not enough, just tell me. No need to be polite with your sister from now on. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Calling him Fan already? Give her a ladder and she'll climb to the moon. First it's Fan, next it'll be baby. In the hotel room, Zhong Ai flashed a smug, anti-like grin. Little Lin Fan was a piece of cake to manipulate. Lin Fan was still in college. He couldn't have much spending money, and he probably didn't own a car either. Zhong Ai immediately messaged Fan, can you drive? Lin Fan could drive, of course, but he never did it himself. No. Zhong Ai, then hurry up and learn. When your birthday comes, I'll give you a gift. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Little girl, are you really trying to reel this old man in? Lin Fan, sis, you're so kind. Zhong Ai beamed with satisfaction. Fan, I'm only nice to you. Han Xingyan heard Zhong Ai's laughter and glanced back. There she was, sitting on the bed with her phone, looking like a lovesick fool. Han Xingyan said, my work report is almost done. I'll let you use the computer later. Lin Fan hadn't replied, and Zhong Ai was growing impatient. Why aren't you talking? Han Xingyan's eyes flashed. She stood up and moved closer, glancing at the phone. Her expression changed slightly as she saw the money transfer between Zhong Ai and Lin Fan. Han Xingyan snapped, you transferred money to him? Zhong Ai quickly covered her phone, looking embarrassed and somewhat guilty at Han Xingyan. But then she thought about why she felt guilty and immediately said, Fan might be having some trouble. I just transferred him some money to help out. Help? Han Xingyan sneered coldly. I think you've been scammed. He's just a student, he can't have much money. Zhong Ai protested. Don't assume all men are bad. Others might not be bad, but Lin Fan definitely isn't a good person. Han Qingyan crossed her arms, her pink pajamas slightly open at the neckline, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Her face was stern. That shameless Lin Fan actually asked a girl for money. Zhong Ai countered, I think you've misunderstood her. Fan isn't that kind of person. You'd better watch out, you might lose both your money and your heart. Zhong Ai chuckled, I don't care. Even if he deceives me, I don't mind. He's so amazing. This is madness. Han Qingyan, fearing her sister might be deceived, hurriedly warned, that bastard looks simple, but he's full of tricks. You don't know him at all. Then do you? Zhong Ai turned to Han Qingyan, her eyes darting around. Tell me about him. Let me get to know him. Han Qingyan thought for a moment, then briefly recounted what happened when she first met Lin Fan. Zhong Ai's eyes lit up. He's that impressive? He actually got into such a high-level conference and took down a bunch of experts and scholars? The man I fell for is truly amazing. Don't you think he lacks manners? Han Qingyan inwardly complained, fuming that Lin Fan had singled her out at such a formal gathering. Zhong Ai clutched her heart, I think I'm falling in love. Suck up. Sis, you're totally a suck-up now, Han Qingyan thought helplessly, glancing at her phone. He replied to your message. Zhong Ai quickly grabbed her phone to check, but there was nothing. She stared speechlessly at Han Qingyan, he must be busy. I'll wait for him. Love struck fool. Han Qingyan's face twitched slightly and she fell silent. Lin Fan, now flush with cash, checked into a hotel and slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he found Zhong Ai had sent him several messages asking if he'd eaten breakfast yet. Fan, Qingyan and I are catching a flight this morning. We'll connect later. Fan, can you come to Beijing? I'll treat you to a meal. Fan, are you still sleeping? Take care of yourself. If you need money, just ask me. Fan. Lin Fan felt every hair on his body stand on end. Holy crap, what was Zhong Ai up to? He felt like he'd accidentally stirred up a hornet's nest. Lin Fan splashed water on his face, ate breakfast, checked out of the hotel, and was about to head to the beach for a swim when Su Jingwa's call came through. Come to the meeting. What meeting? Lin Fan was in a foul mood. If it wasn't about him, why was old Su acting just like Zhong Ai now? Old Su explained, Morrison's carrier strike group was still at sea. Long Xiaoshan had briefed higher-ups yesterday. They'd contacted the eagle-eyed folks, and both sides had engaged in a friendly exchange. Chapter 46, Meetings, my ass. Old Su patiently continued, the higher-ups want to use the diplomatic channel to discuss with the Eagles family how to properly handle this military standoff. We need to hold a debriefing meeting to analyze our experience, compile a report for the higher-ups, and you can voice your thoughts too. Lin Fan beamed, can I request funding? No way. Don't even mention money. Then I have nothing to say. Lin Fan retorted angrily. Old Su, that stubborn old codger, didn't he know he was here for the money? If he couldn't ask for it, what was the point of this damn meeting? Old Su immediately retorted, Lin Fan, you're coming whether you like it or not. Without this meeting, how else would we commend your achievements? Recognition doesn't matter. I just want the funding. No, you don't want funding, you want credit. Old Su, you know internet memes? Lin Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. Old Su sounded serious enough that there was no choice but to skip swimming and attend the meeting. Meetings? Lin Fan's eyes filled with resentment. He hated these pointless meetings the most. He hailed a cab to the base and spotted Old Su waiting at the entrance. As soon as Lin Fan got out of the car, Old Su hurried over and grabbed his arm, as if afraid he might run away. Old Su sized him up, then exhaled in relief, flashing a satisfied grin. Not bad. Just keep your head down during the meeting, okay? Lin Fan, actually, this doesn't really concern me, right? I could skip it. Cut the nonsense, Old Su replied after a moment. This morning, young Master Longsang told me he wants you to enlist. Why don't you consider it? Not interested. You? Old Su genuinely had Lin Fan's best interests at heart. Joining the military would make Lin Fan part of the military establishment, giving him a solid background. If trouble arose, the military would back him up. His safety would be more assured too. Right now, Lin Fan was like a street rat, utterly unmanageable. Old Su continued his tirade, young Master Long means well. Your hacking skills could infiltrate someone's aircraft carrier command system. Do you realize what that means for us? A trump card. Lin Fan chuckled. He understood perfectly well, no need for Lao Su to spell it out. After a moment's thought, he asked, the military wants my skills? Absolutely. This military confrontation, though we won, exposed our Navy's weaknesses and our lag in electronic warfare. Long Xiaoshang has already reported to higher-ups. He wants to establish a specialized electronic warfare unit. He needs a leader. Lao Su's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head hastily. Old Su's face darkened instantly. You're such a little bastard. How many opportunities are you throwing away? Not interested. Lin Fan chuckled. Electronic warfare units? Longguo already has them, right? Mainly in the army. But for the Navy, you need platforms. Without super battleships and radars, what good is it? Give me that budget instead. I'll design a 10,000-ton destroyer for the Navy. Su Zhanghua scoffed. You just want to swindle the budget. As they walked and talked, Lin Fan rejected every single one of Su Zhenghua's suggestions outright. No money, no deal. Today's meeting was internal, attended by several Navy generals, Old Su, Lin Fan, and a few experts in electronic communications. Seeing Lin Fan arrive, Long Xiaoshang smiled briefly before his expression darkened. He gestured to the seat beside him. What, you wanna eat me? Lin Fan chuckled as he sat down. Fine, I'll sit. Like I'm scared of you. Long Xiaoshang sneered coldly, I'm giving you one last chance. Enlist or not. No deal. Damn it, you're practically begging me to beat you up. Lin Fan's eyes reddened, tears welling up as he stared fearfully at Long Xiaoshang. Long Xiaoshang's face twitched violently. After leaving yesterday, he'd realized he'd been played by Lin Fan. And now this? You. A man in his early 50s watched Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang spar with a smirk. Long Xiaoshang, got you good, didn't I? Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan speechless. I'll give you one more chance. The tears vanished instantly from Lin Fan's eyes. This old man could be sweet or salty, his green tea skills were masterful. Just ask yourself if you're scared. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he studied the man in his 50s. The shoulder insignia marked him as a vice admiral, likely the commander of the naval base. Lin Fan stood up, shoving Long Xiaoshang aside. He looked at the commander eagerly, interested in learning about the... Long Xiaoshang glared at Lin Fan, who was acting like a salesman but dared not lose his temper. This is General Li, keep your composure. Why are you just like old Su, always telling me to be steady? Does being steady bring in money? Lin Fan quickly interjected, General Li, would you like to learn about the 10,000-ton destroyer? Our warships weren't up to par during this military exercise, but with the 10,000-ton destroyer, it's a different story. 108 vertical launch cells, phased array radar. A single vessel could stand up to an entire carrier strike group. If the Navy is willing to invest more, I could put some thought into adding nuclear propulsion. What do you think, General? Li Guofeng initially assumed Lin Fan was just bragging. He'd heard reports from young Master Long about Lin Fan's background and his performance during yesterday's military exercise. He'd assumed he was just playing along with Lin Fan, but now he found himself intrigued. 108 vertical launch cells, phased array radar, electromagnetic railgun? A 10,000-ton destroyer? His heart raced. Regardless of whether Lin Fan could actually design it, the very concept was thrilling. As the naval commander, who wouldn't want that? Li Guofeng blurted out, one ship could take on an entire carrier strike group? Absolutely. With over 100 missiles, why wouldn't it? Seeing his interest, Lin Fan pressed his case. Funding is the only hurdle. My capabilities are exceptional. Right now, it's purely a matter of money. If the Navy could allocate 20 billion yuan, I could deliver the blueprints within 6 months and have it built within 2 years. After speaking, Lin Fan looked at ZXIN earnestly. You won't regret giving me 20 billion. How much would a warship like the one you described cost? Under 100 billion, I'd say. It's entirely domestically produced, which would stimulate domestic demand and consume our surplus steel, benefiting both the nation and its people. General Li chuckled, then why don't you enlist? How about specializing in developing this warship? No way. Your rules are too strict, Lin Fan flatly refused. General Li chuckled, don't be so hasty. You can make demands: housing, vehicles, compensation, funding, you name it. Damn it. Trying to tempt me? Unmoved, Lin Fan smiled faintly, cooperation only, no enlistment. I'm a free spirit. Young Dragon Shang erupted in fury, Lin Fan, don't push your luck. Whatever, Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Go ahead and kill me if you can. Lin Fan would rather die than yield. Li Guofeng waved dismissively with a smile. Calm down, little dragon. Chapter 47, Winner Takes All. Lin Fan immediately turned to Long Xiaoshang, see that? Don't you feel the difference in how we conduct ourselves? You're clearly just a major general, while Commander Li is the real leader. This attitude won't cut it. Now you're lecturing me? Long Xiaoshang was so frustrated he was speechless. Li Guofeng pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Fan. I'll consider what you said. I'll organize experts to evaluate it. Lin Fan was overjoyed. If Li Guofeng was swayed, that was good news. He quickly added, Commander, let me tell you this. Use this military confrontation as an excuse. Our Navy ships are inadequate, they're junk. Request funding from higher-ups. Once the money arrives, give it to me. I guarantee I'll get it done. We can collaborate. I have a lab at Harbin Institute of Technology. Oh? Li Guofeng was surprised. You have a lab? What do you plan to research? Old Su promised me funding. I'll start by researching electromagnetic catapults. Carrier technology? Li Guofeng's expression turned serious. Yep. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Whether it was electromagnetic catapults or 10,000-ton destroyers, these were all technologies closely tied to the Navy. As a naval officer, Li Guofeng might not care about other topics, but he'd definitely be interested in anything that could enhance the Navy's combat capabilities. Lin Fan was just fishing. As long as Li Guofeng was interested, that was all that mattered. Not just carriers, drones, anything. Any aircraft can be launched. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Future naval warfare will be about information and airspace integration. Wouldn't you agree? Li Guofeng glanced at old Su, his eyes flickering. This kid had vision, truly a strategic talent. He absolutely couldn't let him slip away, he had to enlist him. Li Guofeng narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan, who instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Something was off. That old fox's gaze was off. Lin Fan quickly stood up and rushed to the door, turning back to look at Li Guofeng. What are you up to? Lin Fan, the Navy offers great benefits, good food, comfortable living. Lin Fan instantly understood. Damn old bastard, he had ulterior motives, trying to recruit me. No way. I've had enough of you old silver coins in my past life. I'm still a kid. Li Guofeng's face twitched. This kid was shameless. Long Xiaoshang's face darkened too. He'd fallen for this very trick yesterday. That shameless Lin Fan's sweet-talking ways were downright intoxicating. Old Su covered his face, feeling utterly humiliated. How could the man he brought along behave like this? How was he supposed to hold his head up in front of his old friends now? Just yesterday, he'd been bragging to them about how Lin Fan was the nation's pillar. The other technical experts attending the meeting wore forced smiles, some struggling to suppress their laughter. How familiar this scene felt. Long Xiaoshang and Li Guofeng exchanged glances and nodded to each other. They decided not to dwell on the matter and proceeded with the meeting. Lin Fan had just returned but dared not sit in Long Xiaoshang's usual seat. His mind went blank, he didn't hear a word Long Xiaoshang was saying, lost in his own thoughts. The Navy folks were definitely going to come after him. He knew all too well the nature of these soldiers. When they spotted something valuable, they'd pounce like rabid dogs on meat. Soldier? No way. He'd had enough of that in his previous life. This time around, he intended to live freely, to embrace the freedom of research and the freedom to pursue his passions. Lin Fan suddenly felt someone nudging him. Turning, he saw old Su. Realizing the moment, he caught Li Guofeng and Long Xiaoshang both staring at him. Oh, that's great. Lin Fan immediately replied. What are you guys talking about? Why are you looking at me? But he was experienced in meetings, all you had to do was nod in agreement and say it was great. That's exactly how he'd handled things in his previous life. Old Su snapped, we're asking you. Didn't you bring up the island reefs issue? Lin Fan's face twitched. Being stared at like that made his scalp tingle, but he was no stranger to high-stakes situations. This was nothing. Lin Fan feigned deep thought, then tapped his fingers on the table solemnly. Reclaim land to build islands, construct airfields, will create an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. We've given the Eagles face, this time they must return the favor. Li Guofeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Lin Fan, won't the Eagles family take action against us? If so, our base will be right at the entrance to their Pacific base. This was a military provocation. The risks were immense. Lin Fan chuckled. No big deal. No big deal? Explain yourself. This concerns the peace of the oceans. Long Xiaoshang snapped. Take national affairs seriously. I am being serious, Lin Fan sighed. Brother, this time we've demonstrated our firm stance. The awkward ones now are the eagle wings. If we still hesitate and retreat, people will look down on us. They won't understand us either. When dealing with the eagle wings, we should communicate with them using logic they can comprehend. What logic? Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan suspiciously. You make it sound like we understand the eagle family, but it just sounds like bull. Lin Fan ignored him, clapping his hands sharply. The winner takes all. That was the bandit logic Westerners could grasp. Longwa had always been gentle toward the Eagle Nation and other Western powers, primarily for the sake of peace. But they wouldn't understand, instead, they'd be puzzled. Why, when Longwa was so powerful, didn't it speak with force? Lin Fan chuckled, when talking to them, this is essential. Only this way will they understand and see clearly. We Dragon Nation people have always been gentle, willing to negotiate even after suffering losses. We know we act for peace, but to them, this is seen as weakness. This time, we won. We should speak in a way they can comprehend. Why did Morrison agree to compromise? Because we made him realize the gap between our navy and theirs. But our missiles can still take him out. Building our base right at the entrance of their Pacific base, that's how we earn their respect for our maritime sovereignty. Lin Fan grinned slyly. And it's especially to piss off those Filipino monkeys. Long Xiaoshan pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. His eyes gleamed with sharpness. The youngster must enlist. Well said. I think it's feasible, Commander. What do you say? Li Guofeng chuckled, worth a try. I'll report this to higher-ups. Island construction was undoubtedly a naval matter. Li Guofeng's expression remained calm, but his heart raced with excitement. This idea was brilliant, why hadn't he thought of it? Young minds truly think on their feet. This kid must enlist. First, secretly enroll Lin Fan in the military. Then keep him off base for a few years. By the time others discover his unique talents and try to poach him, it'll be too late. He's naval talent. Alright, resume the meeting. The meeting dragged on all day, culminating in a formal report. By dinner time, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Long Xiaoshang and Li Guofeng, those soldiers, still had rosy cheeks. Damn, they could really endure. Lin Fan asked, will this incident be made public? Li Guofeng shook his head. Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, but this was his mother's consistent approach. No matter what chaos unfolded abroad, the domestic populace remained blissfully unaware. Lin Fan said nothing more. Changing policy required him to steadily elevate his status and influence. Right now, he held little sway. While Lin Fan held his meeting, the southern seas were churning with turmoil. Chapter 48, Mother's style remains steadfast as ever. Morrison convened a meeting with generals from several nations, summoning all key participants in the exercise. I intend to conduct a brief drill and then withdraw. I've already clarified with the Dragon Nation that this was a misunderstanding. Between the lines, only they understood, other nations wouldn't be notified. This required strict confidentiality. William and the others looked at Morrison. Isn't this a bit problematic? Morrison waved it off. The Dragon Nation is furious this time. Someone needs to absorb their wrath. If we don't let other nations bear the brunt of their anger, should we be the ones to take it? The little brother is meant to be sacrificed, that's Longwa's condition. And it aligns with the Eagle's stance, sacrificing those nations. Did Morrison really think that was no big deal? William nodded quickly. You're right. We've already stepped in for them. The rest should be their responsibility. We have no obligation to keep protecting them. Agreed. Agreed. Seeing everyone's agreement, Morrison smiled. This matter was finally resolved. The next day, he organized joint naval exercises at sea. The nations participated with great enthusiasm and dedication. Morrison positioned those countries' ships at the front, placing his own carrier strike group at the rear. As night fell, he immediately ordered his fleet back to port. Overnight, the sea was left dominated by the smaller nations' warships. When the generals of these nations discovered this the next morning, they were stunned. They contacted Morrison, who had already returned to the port base, and declared the exercise successfully concluded. It was a triumphant exercise, a triumphant exercise. The Eagle once again defended peace and fulfilled the obligations of a great power. As for the warships that didn't return together, Morrison stated, they've returned to their home ports. After all, no one was going to go out to sea to look for them. Could international media even find anyone to verify? General, you previously stated you intended to sail north for freedom of navigation. This time, it seems you didn't complete the planned mission. Did something go wrong? Morrison shot a glance at the reporter who asked the question. Who do you think you are? Don't you know the rules? Why bring up the most sensitive topic? Trying to make things difficult for me? But he maintained his smile. We are peace-loving people. We wouldn't casually sail through another nation's straits. Our original intent this time was to engage in an exchange with the Dragon Nation's navy. Since that objective has been achieved, there's no need to persist. The Dragon Nation also respects our right to freedom of navigation. Moreover, we have other missions. We hope to continue and expand exchanges with the Dragon Nation's navy in the future. General, we've heard reports of an attack during the exercise. That's a rumor, Morrison replied with a faint smile. We were testing a new missile. Yes, it was our own missile, absolutely unrelated to the Dragon Nation, and there was certainly no missile attack. Anyway, we've agreed with the Dragon Nation to maintain a unified narrative. They've given us ample face. Young Master Long is truly a good man. I see. General, I have one more question. Could you tell us about this new missile? I hear it's quite powerful. Morrison thought to himself, I don't know about it. When that missile came flying in, I nearly thought we were done for. But he kept his smile intact. Military secrets, no comment. Of course, if any nation is interested in our missiles, they can contact Washington. Seizing this chance to push some Eagle brand arms sales, Washington should be pleased, right? How clever of me. Out at sea, generals from Japan and other nations gathered together, staring at the screen showing Morrison being interviewed. They exchanged glances. They'd been sold out. But no one dared speak up. Sanbon Sasuke Nan's face darkened. Damn white pig, he actually got away. What's the point of this exercise now? Weren't we supposed to humiliate the Dragon Nation? Is this it? The general from the third brother's household flinched. They didn't even notify us before leaving. Yeah, how could they just run off? It's outrageous. Now we're left to face young Master Long alone? The group froze, exchanging stunned glances. The cabin fell deathly silent, broken only by the roar of waves outside. Suddenly, one man's face paled. We've lodged a formal protest with the Dragon Nation. Damn it! What do we do? What do we do? Panic spread through the group. These nations had all lodged stern protests against the Dragon Kingdom earlier, acting as if they'd fight to the bitter end if the Dragon Kingdom didn't back down. Now that the Eagle had fled, their resolve crumbled instantly. If the Dragon Nation couldn't take down the Eagle Nation, could it take down them? The mood instantly turned gloomy. They hurried back to their warships to contact their home country. It's all over. In the capital, General Wang of the relevant department hung up the phone, his face beaming with a smile. Previously, various nations had lodged severe protests and submitted formal complaints, placing immense pressure on him. During the military standoff in the south, he had tried to navigate the situation, but to little effect. He had even proactively summoned the envoys in an attempt to placate them, but they paid him no mind. Diplomatic relations between Dragon Nation and its neighboring countries had become severely strained. The entire department had been working overtime to devise solutions for this severe protest incident. Now, it was over. Those bastards had backed down. At that moment, Chief Wang felt his spine straighten with renewed confidence, almost unable to sit still. He stood up, opened the window to breathe in the crisp air, and burst into hearty laughter. "Sir, the ambassador from Sakura Nation wishes to meet with you." The ambassador from the wishes to withdraw their protest letter. The secretary walked in from outside, reporting the situation to Director Wang with utter astonishment. These nations were actually requesting to withdraw their protest letters, and their tone was exceptionally humble. They were even proactively inviting Chief Wang to visit their countries, speaking in unprecedentedly obsequious tones. Chief Wang smiled faintly, his mood exceptionally light. "Let them wait a few days. We can hold a press conference. Express our consistent stance of loving peace." That same day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference. Longwei reaffirmed its commitment to peace. The spokesperson remained composed and unshakable, with the word peace constantly on his lips. Morrison watched the live stream, inwardly ranting, "You love peace? Then who was threatening me with missiles? 2 missiles. 2 missiles. One of them exploded right near the aircraft carrier. The Long Nation are all liars, how dare they claim to love peace?" Domestic citizens glanced at online news reports and felt a bit angry. Here we go again with this routine. Didn't they just claim the Eagle was stirring trouble in the South China Sea? And this is the response? Are the higher-ups out of their minds? Let me handle this. All they talk about is peace? With their mouths? They're stirring up trouble right at our doorstep and still talk about peace? Peace my ass. I smoke 5 packs a day, and this is what my tax money buys? Disappointing. Forget it, forget it. We'll get used to it. Our Navy really can't match theirs. Just grin and bear it. The public was deeply dissatisfied with the statements, their bellicose instincts stirring restlessly. Lin Fan glanced at his phone. Still too conservative. Damn, our style is way too steady. Chapter 49, Money Makes the Godfather. Lin Fan lay on a beach chair, a small stool beside him holding drinks, a sun umbrella overhead. The beach was deserted, not even a bikini-clad beauty in sight. He turned to old Sue, who was lying beside him. "Am I being held captive?" "Nonsense. This is the organization showing you care." Lin Fan was furious. After the meeting, Li Guofeng wouldn't let him leave the base. Instead, he was sent to a seaside villa with guards stationed at the gate. This is care? This is imprisonment. I'm a human being, not a pig. Su Zhenghua chuckled. Just chill out for a few days, think of it as a vacation. The situation at sea has calmed down, but what if their spies target you? We'll wait until the dust settles. This is for your own protection. I want to see beautiful women. Unhealthy mindset. I'm a perfectly normal young man, okay? Lin Fan rubbed his belly, emphasizing his virility. What's the point of coming to the South Island without checking out the scantily clad ladies? In his previous life, he'd spent all his time researching. Though his achievements were remarkable, he'd barely enjoyed life back then. His time was barely enough to conquer technological challenges. This time was different. All that technology was stored in his mind. He'd worked hard his whole life. This lifetime deserved a little enjoyment. Su Zhenghua snorted coldly. Aren't you getting along great with that girl named Zhong Ai? Calling her sister all the time, it makes even me cringe. How shameless. You snooped through my phone. Lin Fan exploded. Old Su was getting more and more shameless. Old Su chuckled. I didn't peek. Lin Fan grunted in acknowledgement. Old Su continued. I was conducting a legitimate inspection. You're currently in a military restricted area, so I have the right to check your communication devices. That's how I saw it. You were actually asking that girl for money. Old Su stared at Lin Fan with a look reserved for scumbags. Holy. This shameless bastard actually had the nerve to justify himself so brazenly. His face was thicker than the Great Wall itself. Lin Fan inwardly cursed. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Old Su smiled faintly. You're a key figure now, you know. I feel like I'm just a panda, a mere exhibit for people to gawk at. That's not possible, Old Su replied. Lin Fan chuckled. Then what is it? Old Su, pandas are cuter and more valuable than you. You're just a big talker. Put. The old geezer just doesn't get me. Lin Fan suddenly felt like no one understood him. Taking a sip of watermelon juice, he nodded in satisfaction with the flavor. Then, remembering something, he looked at old Sue. When will the funding you promised me come through? Hold on, I'm stuck here. Where am I supposed to get funding from? We'll talk about it later. Seriously, old man, are you just stringing me along? Old Sue's face twitched and he shook his head hastily. Am I that kind of person? He knew the president of HIT had already given Lin Fan 500,000 yuan. Figuring that should be enough for Lin Fan to tinker around with, he wasn't particularly eager to provide more funding. But Lin Fan was asking for hundreds of millions right off the bat. Old Sue's little slush fund wasn't exactly overflowing. Handing it over to Lin Fan would drain it dry. He'd stall as long as he could. Funds were needed everywhere, and giving them all to Lin Fan would inevitably cause resentment among his peers. Ultimately, it came down to Lin Fan's lack of clout. Old Sue tried to reassure Lin Fan, trust me. We've known each other for a while now. I've never deceived you. As long as you work diligently and play it safe, everything will fall into place. You sound like a snake oil salesman. Lin Fan stared at old Sue for a long moment before nodding slowly. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Get that money over here fast. I'm doing research here. Do you want that electromagnetic catapult or not? Of course. Of course. Rest assured, I'll transfer it the moment I get back. Lao Su's eyes flickered briefly before he resumed his confident and controlled demeanor. Life here was unbearably dull, no way out, no entertainment. After 10 days cooped up in the villa, Lin Fan was at his wit's end when Long Xiaoshan came knocking. Lin Fan took a document from his hand. His expression changed drastically as he read the contents. It was his military registration certificate. You've gone too far. Long Xiaoshan chuckled. It's a done deal. From now on, you're my man. My man? My ass. Did I ever agree to this? What the hell is a mere brigadier general? Lin Fan was furious. He understood their motives, but he utterly resisted the thought of living without freedom. I refuse to acknowledge this. It's bull. Watch out for the court-martial. Then go ahead and shoot me. Lin Fan spat. This is forcing someone into something they don't want. Damn it. Long Xiaoshan's face twitched. He couldn't be bothered with Lin Fan's nonsense. He handed Lin Fan another box and a packet of paper. Inside the box was a second-class merit medal. The paper packet held a stack of cash. Both were for Lin Fan. Su Zhenghua glanced at it and nodded. Just as he'd expected, Lin Fan had earned a second-class merit this time. Lin Fan stared at the medal for a long time before snapping the box shut and tossing it carelessly onto the sofa, his expression one of utter contempt. He picked up the money, glanced at it, and sneered, "Is that all?" Young Master Long ignored him and went to speak with Su Zhenghua. Seeing no one around, Lin Fan quickly retrieved the medal, opened the box, ran his fingers over it, then pinned it to his chest. He stared at his reflection in the mirror for a long time. This was his very first medal in this world and he was thoroughly delighted. A second-class merit medal earned standing up. Cool. It'd look even cooler with a full military uniform. Lin Fan nodded. Suddenly, Long Xiaoshang and Su Zhenghua appeared, grinning at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face twitched. He slowly turned to face them, disdainfully removing the medal and placing it back in its box. I was just checking if this medal matched my aura. It's just average, really. Compared to my aura, it's nothing. Long Xiaoshan couldn't hide his contempt. He'd seen Lin Fan's earlier reaction. Clearly he loved it. Then give it to me. I didn't get anything this time. That's because you're useless. Lin Fan snapped. If you want a medal, work your ass off. You need to reflect on whether you've been diligent enough in your duties. Stop envying others' medals. Be down to earth. This brat was lecturing him now? Long Xiaoshan rolled his eyes and chuckled. The Navy's really interested in electromagnetic catapults. The commander said he'd be willing to fund some research on it. Lin Fan froze, then immediately put on his most eager expression, staring at Long Xiaoshan. Really? But you don't seem too keen on it. So I think it'd be better to give the funding to the Navy's Research Institute. Lin Fan's expression instantly soured. Damn it, Long Xiaoshan. How dare you? You dare give my money to someone else? I'll never forgive you. Long Xiaoshang sneered coldly. That funding is in my hands. How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Fan hesitated, took 2 steps back, and bowed deeply toward Long Xiaoshan. Greetings, Godfather. Hand over the money. Long Xiaoshang and Su Zhenghua were both stunned, staring at the two men in utter speechlessness. This guy really had no shame when it came to funding. He'd even call him Godfather. Long Xiaoshan glared at Lin Fan, gritting his teeth. You've got no shame. You're a soldier now. What good is having dignity? Can it buy me funding? If it could, I'd give you my face. Lin Fan couldn't care less. How could an old man who's made his mark in the research world care about dignity? How could someone with dignity become a big shot? Long Xiaoshang is still young. Whoever has money and is willing to fund my research is my godfather. How much is the Navy going to give me? 20 million. Is that all? Are you trying to fob me off like I'm some beggar? Lin Fan roared, pointing an accusing finger at Long Xiaoshang. Quickly take back that father you just called me. A measly 20 million? That's an insult. Chapter 50. This old man's integrity is unshakable. Long Xiaoshang shot Su Zhangwei a peculiar glance. As high-ranking officials, they were well aware of the national funding situation. Annual research budgets were fixed, allocated at year-end for the following year. It wasn't the beginning or end of the fiscal year, even the landlords had no surplus grain. Lin Fan's funding request was unreasonable to begin with. While he was talented and technically skilled, he remained a student, essentially not part of the national research system. Someone of Lin Fan's age, even if employed now, would at best participate in projects or assist their advisor. They simply didn't have the qualifications for independent research. The fact that Lin Fan had a lab at HIT was already an exception. The Navy's willingness to grant Lin Fan 20 million yuan wasn't contingent on tangible results. It was a bet placed on his potential and advance investment. Even if those 20 million were ultimately spent on wild parties and no tangible results emerged, the Navy would accept it. Of course, tangible results would be preferable. But such matters aren't easily discussed openly. After all, it's state money. Yet this kid still thinks it's not enough. Seems like a sharp guy, yet he's clueless about social etiquette. Typical engineer. Long Xiaoshang winked at Su Zhangwa. Was this guy out of his mind? Old Su blinked back, no idea. Long Xiaoshang blinked back, remind him. Su Zhangwa blinked and shook his head. You Navy folks want to cozy up to Lin Fan? What's that got to do with me? Su Zhangwa? Clean up your own mess. Money was a taboo topic with Lin Fan mention it, and he'd get all fired up, causing nothing but headaches. Su Zhangwa had no interest in getting involved. Lin Fan caught Su Zhangwa and Long Xiaoshang exchanging winks and quickly jumped in. He winked at Long Xiaoshang, then turned and winked at Su Zhangwa. Lin Fan blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Spit it out. Long Xiaoshang blinked. Su Zhangwa. Lin Fan blinked. Huh? What's going on? Is there a scheme? Lin Fan frowned, then seemed to grasp something. Could these two be trying to rip him off? You guys aren't backing out of paying me, are you? Long Xiaoshang breathed a sigh of relief. Seems this guy genuinely doesn't get it. He quickly whispered, this money is for you. Lin Fan froze, took a deep breath, and stared at Long Xiaoshang earnestly. If you're not giving me this money, are you planning to rip me off? Though it was only 20 million, it was still money. Every little bit helped. Lin Fan thought to himself that small amounts could add up. 20 million today, 40 million tomorrow. It would only take a mere 100 days to scrape together 2 billion. He wasn't in a rush. With 20 billion, he could finally launch the Southern Heavenly Gate project. The cutting-edge stuff might be out of reach, but couldn't he at least get the basic equipment? Forget it, you don't have to call me Dad. Lin Fan hurriedly looked at Long Xiaoshang. When will the money be transferred? This afternoon, to your personal account. Long Xiaoshang specifically emphasized the personal account. Our commander holds you in high regard. Do you feel the sincerity of our Navy? What? Sincerity? A mere 20 million? How is that sincerity? Lin Fan made it clear that winning his admiration wasn't so simple. He'd seen big money before. 20 million and you expect me to be moved? What are you thinking? The Navy has no sincerity. Long Xiaoshang sighed in exasperation. This guy was supposed to be smart, wasn't he? Why did he suddenly seem so dim-witted? Keep this money and spend it slowly. There's no rush with the research. Do I need you to teach me how to spend my own money? I know how to handle it. Look at you being so stingy. The money isn't even in my hands yet, and you're already watching how I spend it? Let me tell you, people like you have such a small-minded outlook. Is this a lack of trust in me? Lin Fan glared, utterly exasperated. He'd handled massive sums before. A yearly budget of 100 billion yuan, every penny spent precisely where it belonged. What was Long Xiaoshang playing at? Utterly petty. The thought alone made Lin Fan seethe. If you're so reluctant to part with this money, don't give it to me. I'm not exactly desperate for it. Long Xiaoshang sighed helplessly. Brother, where's your brain? My brain's right here. Lin Fan tapped his head. It was perfectly intact, a brilliant mind brimming with knowledge and wisdom. He shot Long Xiaoshang a look of utter contempt. What's that supposed to mean? You want to compete with me on intelligence? I could crush you 3 generations over, you know that? Don't even try challenging someone with an IQ of 160. Lin Fan possessed an exceptionally high IQ. Though he held such metrics in contempt, it didn't stop him from using it to humiliate fools like Long Xiaoshang. Old man, you're not in my league. Long Xiaoshang sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Fan still hadn't grasped his meaning. What I meant was, this money is yours to spend however you see fit. Whether you understand it or not. So you still want to lecture me on spending? Lin Fan was furious. Was Long Xiaoshang mentally ill? He wasn't an idiot. Didn't he know how to allocate funds for research? Did he need someone to teach him? Was this guy deliberately testing his IQ? Seeing you now, why do I find your face so repulsive? You're unbearable, polluting the air and tarnishing the dignity of our military. And now you're blaming me? You ignored my instructions, yet you can't stand the sight of me? Long Xiaoshang snapped back, this is special funding allocated just for you. From now on, you're part of our navy. Got it? Cut the crap. I'll never join the military in this lifetime. Not even if you beat me to death. Long Xiaoshang glanced at the medal on Lin Fan's chest, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Words meant little, actions spoke louder. Lin Fan covered the medal on his chest with one hand and hurriedly explained, I was just trying it on to see if it affects my handsome looks. Turns out it kinda does. Don't read too much into it, it's like buying clothes. How else would you know if it fits? You clearly love it. Why are you being so stubborn? Who's being stubborn? You, Long, still owe me a godfather. Lin Fan took off the medal, pretending to toss it aside, but then reconsidered and placed it back in the box. I don't care for things that ruin my looks. Lin Fan seethed inwardly. Damn, Long Xiaoshang being broke was one thing, but now he was trying to guilt-trip me? It was all Long Xiaoshang's fault, I'm not the one at fault here. After all, it was his first medal. Thinking about it, it was quite meaningful. A soldier's medal was like a beauty's first time thrilling. Long Xiaoshang paused, then whispered, you can spend this money however you like, buy a house, buy a car. You don't need to use it for research. It's a reward from the military district. That's what I mean. You understand? You want me to make a mistake. Lin Fan roared, his finger nearly poking into Long Xiaoshang's nostril. You're so devious, this is what you had planned all along? Fortunately, this old man isn't a novice. Any ordinary person would have jumped into the fire pit, unable to resist the temptation and ruining their future. That Long fellow probably doesn't realize I'm an old fox who's traveled through time. How could I possibly fall for your sugar-coated bullets? You underestimate this old man's integrity. Chapter 51, Who knew you were so savvy? Long Xiaoshang raised his hand and slapped himself. Was Lin Fan this guy actually clever or just plain stupid? Some things are meant to be understood, not stated outright. He'd already made himself clear enough, saying more would only be admitting a mistake. Long Xiaoshang shot an unspoken command to old Su, you take over. Su Zhengwei gave a wry smile, taking Lin Fan's hand. This is money for your use for research or to improve your living conditions. You decide how to allocate it. Lin Fan snorted coldly. Trying to trick me? Not a chance. I've seen the world, you know. Old man? Old man my ass. Su Zhengwa pressed, you did earn credit this time, didn't you? Of course it was me, who else could it be? Lin Fan flashed a smug grin. What was so remarkable about earning credit? Wasn't that perfectly normal? My skills are top-notch. Making a little contribution is nothing out of the ordinary. Is that even worth mentioning? Su Zhengwa desperately wanted to slap Lin Fan into some sense, but he couldn't. This was his prized asset. Look, matters at sea aren't publicized by the state. The higher-ups have their own considerations. You understand, right? That's it? Did he really need an explanation? He wasn't some angry youth. Lin Fan was a radical among conservatives, completely different from angry youths. Radicals spew mindless vitriol, while he unleashes mindless bombardment. Firepower reigns supreme. Lin Fan thought both old Su and that Long guy were pretty dim. They seriously underestimated his awareness. He knew the higher-ups wouldn't publicize it. That was the state's consistent approach, make a fortune quietly. No need to stir up public panic over something already settled. Old Su chuckled, so because the higher-ups aren't publicizing it, you can't become famous, right? You suffered some losses, didn't you? You collaborated with the Navy once, and your capabilities were recognized by the leadership. That's why they gave you 20 million. It's also a way of testing the waters. Lin Fan stared expressionlessly at old Su. That sounds like a bribe to me. What are you talking about? This is compensation. Old Su hastily corrected him. Lin Fan was talking nonsense. It's both a reward and compensation, but more importantly, it's an expression of our expectations for you. After all, your contribution this time was significant. Without Lin Fan, Morrison wouldn't have yielded so easily. Even if the Dragon Nation had tested their missile, breaking through the enemy's formation defense might still have been uncertain. It was Lin Fan who adjusted the parameters, recalculated the missile trajectory, and left the relevant programs. More crucially, Lin Fan hacked into their command system, directly opening up new avenues for the Navy. Long Xiaoshang and his team weren't incapable of hacking the enemy's system, they simply lacked the capability. The world's most formidable carrier strike group isn't something you can hack into on a whim. The Eagle's electronic warfare specialists aren't fools. Lin Fan's breach provided the Navy with crucial reference experience. Subsequent research could then focus on developing targeted operational procedures. The military isn't short of skilled personnel, what it lacks are visionaries who can break through conventional thinking. Old Su stated earnestly, while repelling Morrison's fleet was crucial, it pales in comparison to the operational insights you provided. You've opened our eyes to electronic warfare, a modern combat approach. We've always studied foreign militaries, but that's just reference material. They won't share their methods with us. We've been feeling our way across the river. Old Su looked at Lin Fan with delight. Before, they had been feeling their way across the river, relying on luck. Now, with Lin Fan's practical experience, they could feel their way across the river with Lin Fan. Old Su continued, I've discussed this with Young Dragon and the base commander. We're forming a specialized electronic countermeasures unit dedicated to hunting aircraft carriers. We want you to lead it. Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. So you just want me to enlist? You think a measly 20 million will buy me off? That's not the price, okay? Unless you give me 200 billion to dominate space, forget it. Long Xiaoshan quickly interjected, it's not about enlisting you. The commander said we'll process your military registration primarily for your protection. This unit won't have an official designation, it's a special covert force. I'll handle its formation, and you'll just train the personnel. You'll be the instructor. The 20 million is our gratitude, but such matters can't be openly discussed. So we'll treat it as research funding for you to use as you see fit. There's absolutely no intention to shortchange you. Heh, Lin Fan scoffed coldly. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You sugarcoat it now, saying I can spend it freely, but later on, you'll screw me over. I'm no novice. Those army brutes will stoop to anything to get their hands on decent gear. They'll screw people over without a second thought. Lin Fan said earnestly, funding is funding, and bonuses are bonuses. I need clarity before I can accept. Leisure is making me jump into a pit of fire. I'm a broke student myself, but this rich lady has money. If it comes down to it, I'll just stop trying and let her support me. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Fan declared he'd gladly accept being capped. Dignity? That's nothing compared to money. Nothing to be ashamed of. Long Xiaoshan was thoroughly annoyed by Lin Fan's stubborn refusal. Grabbing his wrist, he declared, you're taking this money whether you like it or not. No haggling. You're building my electronic warfare unit. Share every skill you possess, no holding back. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm swamped. Don't even think about it. When would I have time to play games with you? Play? This is serious business. Long Xiaoshan snapped. You've earned your medals, we've secured your military registration, and we'll apply for your rank. Do you think I'm joking? From now on, you're my man. You're out of your mind. Think you're some kind of tyrant CEO? Lin Fan thought to himself. These soldiers were no different from the people he'd encountered in his past life, each one utterly infuriating, ordinary yet brimming with confidence. Lin Fan retorted, I like women, so cut the crap. We've got women too, don't worry. Whatever type you like, we'll arrange it. Our unit has plenty of military hotties and smarties, Long Xiaoshan chuckled. Of course there are female soldiers in electronic warfare units, that's not even a question. Is that what I meant? You're pulling my leg. Lin Fan felt utterly defeated. Old Su quickly chimed in, how about I transfer Han Qingyan over to work with you? Who's Han Qingyan? A female PhD candidate Lin Fan admires. Lin Fan's face twitched. What nonsense are you spouting? If I liked Han Qingyan, how could I be so shallow? I merely thought that female PhD candidates showed some talent, purely academic admiration. Long Xiaoshan froze, glanced back at Lin Fan, and nodded. True. He's a grown man now past the age of springtime thoughts. You're the one going through puberty, shallow. Lin Fan snapped. Long Xiaoshan sneered coldly, what are you embarrassed about? What's the big deal? You're an adult now. It's perfectly normal to think about having a girlfriend. Hearing Long Xiaoshan's teasing, childish tone, Lin Fan flared up, how could I possibly fancy a dim-witted girl like Han Qingyan? I merely thought her talent was passable and paid her a bit of attention. Stop spouting nonsense and sullying that girl's reputation. You have no shame, but she still has her dignity. Long Xiaoshan burst out laughing. He exchanged a knowing glance with Old Su, then turned back to Lin Fan and teased, you haven't even hooked up yet, and you're already playing the protector? You say you're not into her? Su Zhenghua delivered the final blow. Han Qingyan is quite a bit older than Lin Fan. He has a thing for older women. Long Xiaoshan exclaimed in surprise, so that's your type? Huh, never would have guessed. You really know how to appreciate a mature woman, huh? Chapter 52, You Belong to Me Now. Lin Fan's face darkened. He and Han Qingyan were completely innocent. What did these two take him for? Old Su shamelessly offered, how about I play matchmaker for you? Long Xiaoshan eagerly agreed, yes. Absolutely. Enough already. Lin Fan snapped, don't push this old man to his limits. You won't be able to handle the consequences. You think you're so tough? Long Xiaoshan grabbed Lin Fan's arm and executed a back throw, slamming him onto the sofa. Lin Fan sat there dumbfounded as Long Xiaoshan sneered coldly, I could take 10 of your kind. Old Su chuckled as he helped Lin Fan up. Long Xiaoshan, why resort to violence? If he gets hurt, will you take responsibility? Couldn't you just talk it out? I'm sure Lin Fan would agree. Oh my god. You two are playing good cop, bad cop, aren't you? Like I can't see through it? Lin Fan glared at Su Zhenghua. You're no better yourself. Su Zhenghua rolled his eyes. Are you even speaking human language? I didn't lay a finger on you, and I never would. I'm your senior, after all. Cut the nonsense. Long Xiaoshang doesn't know his own strength. He'll really beat you up if you keep this up. Long Xiaoshang immediately clenched his fists in support, threatening Lin Fan. Don't believe me? Try it. Try it and die. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Looks like he'd been set up. No point in fighting back now. Better to swallow the humiliation for now. Once he made it big, he'd make that bastard Long Xiaoshang pay. Fine. I'm magnanimous enough not to hold this against you. Lin Fan crossed his legs on the sofa. I agree to what you proposed. Prepare well. Long Xiaoshang nodded, though his eyes gleamed with shrewdness. This guy clearly only responds to force, not politeness. He absolutely couldn't be courteous to Lin Fan anymore. Violence spoke louder than words. Long Xiaoshang asked, do you have any other suggestions for our navy? I wouldn't dare offer suggestions. I'm unworthy. Long Xiaoshang glanced back at Su Zhenghua. What was this guy playing at? Lin Fan was furious. He actually wanted to beat me up? Is he bullying me? Just you wait. Old Su quickly interjected, Lin Fan, if you have any suggestions, speak up. It's all for our country, think big picture. They're all broke-ass losers. What good would my suggestions do? Money talks, that's what makes suggestions count. Lin Fan sneered, my advice isn't for the poor. Long Xiaoshang fumed, you're nothing but a braggart. Pfft, trying to provoke me? That's old hat. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Fan picked his toes smugly, eyeing Long Xiaoshang. Just stick with what you're doing. Don't bite off more than you can chew. With that, Lin Fan picked up his phone and started playing a game. Su Zhenghua and Long Xiaoshang could only sigh in resignation. If Lin Fan didn't want to speak, they couldn't force him. Suggestions for Lin Fan were certainly available, but voicing them was pointless. The Dragon Nation Navy currently lacked the funds to implement his ideas. 10,000-ton destroyers didn't just fall from the sky. Long Xiaoshang reflected that rushing things wasn't wise. After all, Lin Fan's military registration was now with the Navy. He wasn't going anywhere. They'd just have to work things out gradually. Lin Fan declined the Navy's offer of 20 million yuan, sensing something fishy about the money. He directed Long Xiaoshang to use it instead for establishing an electronic countermeasures unit. Long Xiaoshang took the check and left. Su Zhenghua looked at Lin Fan and smiled. You and Long Xiaoshang should work closely together to build a high-tech force as soon as possible. Can you achieve combat readiness by next fall? Less than a year to become combat ready? Besides, I'm not the one in charge. Why are you asking me? Lin Fan retorted with disdain. I only provide the technology. How much they learn is none of my concern. This kind of thing just distracts me from my research. Su Zhenghua replied, it would be best if you could achieve some level of combat readiness. Why the rush? The autumn military exercises. Long Xiaoshang definitely wants to participate in next fall's exercises. If this experimental unit succeeds, it might be converted into a formal military branch. We need to catch the attention of higher-ups to secure funding. Lin Fan froze, then slowly broke into a smile. If that's what you're after, old man, now you've got my interest. It's just like research. Start with a small investment to test the waters. If there's no result, the loss isn't significant. But once you get results, you can ramp up funding massively. Military funding? That's a lot of money. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his eyes burning as he looked at Su Zhenghua. You say if it succeeds, how much will the higher-ups invest? At least 12 billion yuan. Electronic equipment isn't cheap. Even domestically produced high-tech gear commands a premium. A single electronic countermeasures unit alone would cost a fortune, not to mention routine training and research. I don't have the exact figures, but it's definitely astronomical. Lin Fan nodded. Old Su might not grasp the cost of a professional informationized unit, but Lin Fan knew exactly. After all, in his previous life, he'd been deeply involved in the Army's informationization reform. That was a project worth hundreds of billions. Lin Fan slapped his thigh and said steadily, Old Su, do you know what a heavy equipment combined arms brigade is? What's that? Finding it tough to explain to Old Su, Lin Fan simplified it. It's like this: a single brigade could wipe out an entire nation. Old Su looked utterly bewildered. The local dragon nation hadn't developed this kind of thing yet. Seeing Old Su's expression, Lin Fan felt confident. Sweet. He'd use this to secure military funding later. The army brass would definitely be interested. The army had deep pockets now. After all, it was the largest branch in the entire dragon nation, receiving the lion's share of the annual military budget. But soon, the army would become the neglected stepchild. Old Su only caught half of what Lin Fan said. The rest went over his head. But Lin Fan stopped talking. Frustrated, he wanted to curse. Speak up. Keep going. No more. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm saving the concept of the heavy armored brigade for when I need to sweet-talk the military budget. Why would I just blurt it out? In Lin Fan's mind, Old Su, the big brother of their circle, had a rebellious streak. They were clearly in the same circle. He even respected Old Su as their leader, yet Old Su had no principles whatsoever. Just now, he and young dragon played good cop bad cop, trying to screw him over. That kind of behavior was pure disloyalty. Old Su's wavering loyalty and inability to stand firmly behind him caused his standing in Lin Fan's eyes to plummet. Since the circle currently only consisted of Lin Fan and Old Su, Lin Fan decided that once the circle grew larger, he would expel Old Su. For now, he'd tolerate Lao Su's continued presence. Mark my words, I'll stab you in the back someday. After that, Long Xiaoshang didn't come looking for Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Old Su stayed at the villa for a few days before flying back to northeast China. Meanwhile, our mother remained as low-key as Old Dog, treating the maritime incident as classified information. However, the international web buzzed with excitement. The Eagle Nation's fleet returned to port, and international opinion did an about-face, suddenly showering praise on the friendship between Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. Neighboring small nations rushed to request visits to Longhua. The common folk were utterly bewildered just moments ago. These countries had been shouting threats and bristling with aggression, yet now they'd suddenly gone soft. Truly, the surrounding nations exist only for comic relief. Chapter 53, Imperial Court Liquor. Lin Fan returned to school, first to sign out of leave, then rushed to find the principal only to discover he was absent. Lin Fan suspected the principal was deliberately avoiding him. Well, nothing to be done about that. He attended classes during the day and tinkered with his lab during free time. The lab was in the basement. Lin Fan had already cleaned it up, but the entrance was right next to the parking lot. He was extremely dissatisfied, wishing he could sweep all those cars away. His previous lab had been spacious and well-equipped, with ample funding, a harmonious team, and full autonomy. He'd held status and prestige. Now, looking at his current lab, it was utterly unworthy of his stature as a research heavyweight. He attended classes to save face for his professor, but by the time he returned, Lin Fan had made up his mind he was just a student. If not a student, then a soldier. Of course he'd choose student life. At least he could enjoy a few carefree years before graduation, then pursue a master's and PhD. That meant several more years of carefree living. Long Xiaoshang wanted to control him? He could dream on. Once he truly left academia, he'd be a major player in his own right. Then Long Xiaoshang wouldn't dare touch him, and he'd kick that traitor Su Zhenghua out of his little clique. He wouldn't need Old Su's spineless backing anymore. By then, he'd be the one others leaned on. As long as he stuck to his plan, taking steady steps to grow stronger, his Strategic Deception Bureau would become Longhua's most crucial research institution. By then, the nation's research funds would be his to command. Anyone daring to snatch his budget would have their skulls smashed. The funding the university president gave him was nearly depleted. He still needed to secure more money. Lin Fan regretted returning the 20 million to Long Xiaoshang. Honestly, 10 million would have sufficed. Keeping 10 million for himself would have been just fine. Sometimes you just have to jump into the fire when you have to. If someone offered me 100 million now, I'd call them dad on the spot. Lin Fan sat on the desk, dangling his legs and swinging them back and forth, feeling utterly disillusioned with life. Life just isn't worth it. Being broke really sucks. That old bastard Su Zhenghua broke his promise and still hasn't transferred the funds he owed me. Could he have embezzled it? Lin Fan thought it was highly likely. The more he looked at Old Su, the more he saw him as a shady character. Just then, Lin Fan's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. It was Zhong Ai. The image of the rich, beautiful young lady popped up, looking incredibly cute. Zhong Ai had dressed up meticulously, her fair skin glowing with a healthy flush. She was truly unique, with big, sparkling eyes, the kind of sweet, round-faced cutie who stood out from the crowd. But in Lin Fan's eyes, all beauties were just mistresses. His true wife was research. "Oh, it's you," Lin Fan answered lazily, sounding utterly disinterested. Beautiful women held no attraction for him. Zhong Ai froze. Why was Lin Fan reacting like this? After returning to the capital with Han Qingyan, she'd wanted to call Lin Fan to strengthen their bond. But she couldn't get through to him at all. After inquiring with Han Qingyan and learning that Su Zhenghua had returned, she'd chosen today to call Lin Fan. For this call, she'd gone out of her way to get a spa treatment, pampering herself head to toe to look younger. She was well aware of the age gap between them. Seeing Lin Fan's disinterested expression, Zhong Ai grew anxious. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick or? Why are you so dark? Are you feeling okay? Hey, we're not exactly the type of friends who ask about each other's health, are we? Though I've given up on trying hard, but that's only with money." It doesn't mean I don't want to do research, Lin Fan thought to himself, slightly exasperated. This girl really is naive. Still, she meant well, so Lin Fan wouldn't hurt her feelings, nothing much. "I'm fine physically. Just a string of bad luck. That bastard Su is avoiding me now." After returning, Su Zhenghua's phone went dead. Completely unreachable. Lin Fan went to see the principal not just for money, but also to find out what was up with that traitor Su. Could he have been taken away after returning? Lin Fan briefly thought it quite possible. After all, Old Su was a turncoat. Anything happening to him seemed perfectly normal. Zhou Naixin sensed Lin Fan was facing trouble, the perfect chance for her to step up. "What can I do to help?" she asked. "I'm broke," Lin Fan sighed. Zhou Naixin immediately offered, I have some. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. Holy crap, is Zhou Nai that wealthy? Lin Fan's eyes lit up, though he couldn't quite believe it. 200 million? That's too much for a mobile transfer. We'd have to go to the bank. Zhou Nai fell silent, her face flushing with embarrassment as she stared blankly, as if questioning the meaning of life. 200 million? That's way too much to ask for. Even if she had feelings for Lin Fan, she wasn't about to play the naive fool. Could a naive fool even be Han Qingyan's colleague? Zhou Nai considered a possibility. Lin Fan must be in trouble. Did you run into some trouble? Did you offend someone? You bet. I've crossed that dragon young master Shanghai and I got swindled by old Su too. Lin Fan sighed heavily. Don't ask. The answer is, do you have 200 million to give me? I'm just concerned about you. What on earth do you need 200 million for? Lin Fan instantly grew wary. His research project was surely classified as a state secret, right? Zhou Nai was prying into it. This behavior was textbook spy activity. Though they knew each other, they weren't truly close. What if Zhou Nai was a spy? Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. He grabbed his phone and said, Imperial Jade Liquor. Huh, you want to drink? Zhou Nai furrowed her delicate brow. What kind of trouble had Lin Fan gotten into that he wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol? Whatever it was, it must be serious. Lin Fan's expression darkened. The code didn't connect. Was Zhou Nai not a pure-blooded Dragon Nation citizen? Do you know how much a big hammer costs? What the hell? Zhou Nai was utterly baffled. Lin Fan's words were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her. Lin Fan, stop messing around. I'm serious. Tell me what happened that you need so much money. Lin Fan replied with deadpan seriousness, I think you're the one with the problem. How can you not know the answer to something everyone knows? Lin Fan looked at Zhou Nai and said slowly, You're the one with the problem. I have a problem? What's wrong with me? Zhou Nai quickly looked down at herself. Her outfit was fine, revealing where it should be, modest where it needed to be, subtle yet alluring. This was her carefully curated ensemble, the kind that made men's hearts flutter at a single glance. Zhou Nai thought to herself, she'd put so much effort into her appearance, all to make Lin Fan fall for her. What's wrong with me? Lin Fan gave a cold chuckle. Are you working for a foreign power? Are you a spy infiltrating our Dragon Nation? Chapter 54, I'm going to buy some oranges. Zhou Naixin froze in place, feeling as if she'd been struck by lightning, charred on the outside, tender on the inside. Are you out of your mind? How could she possibly be a spy? That was completely unfair. Zhou Nai was at a loss for words. Lin Fan, we've worked together. If I were a spy, how could I have been part of the last operation? For that mission at sea, only people who'd undergone thorough background checks and multiple layers of vetting could participate. Lin Fan shook his head. You could have been posing as someone else. The organization never detected any issues with you. But in front of me? I've already figured you out. You don't even know such a simple thing, and you still claim you're not. Lin Fan's tone grew grave. I advise you to turn yourself in quickly. There's still time now. Once the authorities come knocking, it'll be too late. Zhou Nai puffed out her cheeks in a huff. This is unfair. Heartbreaking. How dare you say that about me, Lin Fan? I'm not a spy. I'm completely innocent. Hey, this is a serious matter, okay? I'm not joking around with you. Lin Fan stared intently at Zhou Nai. While I hope you're not a spy, we can't overlook even the slightest possibility. Zhou Nai froze, her breath caught in her throat until she felt like crying. Her voice trembled with tears. Lin Fan, you're picking on me. That voice was so soft and sweet it gave Lin Fan goosebumps. But he quickly pulled himself together. These little tricks were useless against him. How am I bullying you? Lin Fan retorted. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I'm doing this for your own good. You're in grave danger right now. I urge you to pull back from the brink. Pull back, my ass. Zhou Nai couldn't help but inwardly rant. She just wanted to video chat with Lin Fan, and now she'd somehow become a spy? Is this Lin Fan out of his mind? Zhou Nai took a deep breath, controlling her emotions. She couldn't lose face in front of Lin Fan. If you say I'm a spy, then show me the evidence. Isn't the evidence obvious? You don't even know about Imperial Jade Liquor or the Big Hammer. I really don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Nai clenched her teeth so hard her molars nearly cracked. What the hell was this Imperial Jade Liquor? And what about the Big Hammer? He had no clue. And because of this, Lin Fan thought she was a spy? How ridiculous. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. You think these two things aren't enough to prove you're a spy? Yeah, I've never even heard of it. It's like they're just looking for an excuse to pin something on me. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Then let's test it out. So what do you think I meant when I said I went to buy some oranges? Just buying oranges, what's the big deal? Zhou Nai looked confused again. Lin Fan chuckled. Your suspicion as a spy just went up another notch. I couldn't say much about the first two things you didn't know, but if you don't even understand buying oranges, how am I supposed to trust you? Lin Fan doesn't trust me anymore? Zhong Ai panicked slightly and hurriedly said, trust me. Let's try again. Ask me one more question. Lin Fan agreed, then thought for a moment. The Jiangnan leather factory went bankrupt. What's the next line? Zhong Ai's eyes lit up. She'd heard this one before. The brother-in-law ran off with his sister-in-law, right? Ha? You didn't know the first part, so how did you know this? Zhong Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she'd passed the test. Damn Lin Fan, is it that hard to date you? Just wait until I get my hands on you, then you'll see what I'll do to you. Zhong Ai croaked, I just know. Maybe it's a gift. Lin Fan nodded. I'll let you pass this time. Looks like you're not a spy. Oh my goodness, Lin Fan, you scared the living daylights out of me. Zhong Ai thought to herself, her face softening into a gentle smile. That Lin Fan sure knows how to stir things up. Lin Fan, why do you need so much money? To spend, of course. Don't ask why, just trust it's useful. Lin Fan thought to himself, what's with these women? What else is money for if not spending? Zhong Ai gritted her teeth in frustration. How dare he be so impatient? But for the sake of finding a partner, she'd endure it. I don't have 200 million. How about 2 million? No need. How could I possibly spend your money? Lin Fan waved it off. He was conducting research for the nation. How could he possibly use a woman's money? What if Zhong Ai demanded a share of the patent later? National affairs were best kept free of female interference. Zhong Ai insisted on giving him the money. I'm offering it willingly. No one can stop me. Take it and use it freely. I'll transfer it to you shortly. What exactly do you need it for? What could I possibly need? Like taking out a high-interest loan? Zhong Ai realized that was the only plausible explanation. Nothing else seemed connected to the 200 million. Lin Fan snapped, you really dare to think that? If it's not loan sharks, then what is it? Military secrets, no comment. Zhong Ai nodded. Alright, I won't ask. When are you coming to Beijing? Why would I go to Beijing? Lin Fan looked at Zhong Ai strangely. What was in Beijing? Who exactly was there? Don't you want to see me? Come to the capital and I'll show you around. Sis Zhong, wasting life on such things is pointless. My life is precious, I can't squander it on meaningless pursuits. Lin Fan dismissed the idea with disdain. I'm building machines. I'm busy, very busy. Stop tinkering with machines and come tinker with me instead. Damn Lin Fan, is he just thick-headed? Zhong Ai's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked, do you know about the robotics competition? Since Lin Fan liked machines, he must be into robot competitions. To hook a guy, you gotta know his interests. Sure enough, Lin Fan perked up. You mean that college robotics competition that looks like kids playing house? Zhong Ai wanted to retort it wasn't child's play, it was high-tech, but remembering who Lin Fan was, she shut her mouth immediately. Ha, those things might seem simple to you, but the competition is actually quite interesting. The finals are in the capital. I can get tickets, let's go check it out. Zhong Ai added, if you come, I'll get you in. Lin Fan nodded. You're right, that stuff is too basic. But it might be worth checking out if there are any talented workhorses. Research needs talent, and those automation students would be quite useful. Lin Fan considered it for a moment before replying, I'll think about it. Wait for my word. Yes. Zhong Ai wanted to keep talking, but Lin Fan hung up. It infuriated her so much that she glared at the darkened phone, nearly cursing out loud. That damn Lin Fan really doesn't understand romance. Would talking a couple more minutes kill him? Did she hold absolutely no appeal? For a moment, Zhong Ai doubted herself. Meeting Lin Fan on the southern island felt like a dream. It felt like yesterday. Spotting Han Qingyan walking in from outside, Zhong Ai blurted out, sis, that jerk Lin Fan is coming to Beijing. Chapter 55, Study Materials. Han Qingyan frowned slightly. Though Lin Fan was formidable, she harbored resentment toward him, recalling how he treated her on the southern island. What's he coming here for? To watch the college robot competition. Han Qingyan scoffed. As if he'd stoop to watching that kind of competition. Lin Fan had demonstrated extraordinary skills during Operation Thunderbolt, even adjusting missiles on the fly. He'd surely look down on something like a robotics competition. 8 out of 10 chances it's Zhong Ai. Han Qingyan chuckled, you're just missing a man, aren't you? Zhong Ai burst out laughing, knew I couldn't hide it from you. You really do know me best, no wonder you're my bestie. Once Lin Fan arrives, you've gotta help me get him. Remember how arrogant he was toward you in Nandao? Once I take him down, I'll get my revenge for you. This girl is going to devour Lin Fan. Han Qingyan shook her head. You're no match for someone like Lin Fan. You'll just lose both your money and your dignity. That's not true. Even if I can't beat him, I've got you to help me, right? Zhong Ai thought for a moment before laughing. You know what he said during our video call earlier? What? Seeing Zhong Ai's speechless expression, Han Qingyan grew curious. What had that jerk Lin Fan done now? Zhong Ai couldn't help but laugh. Sis, have you heard of Imperial Jade liquor? What the hell? I don't drink. Han Xingyan pondered. There wasn't such a liquor on the market. Imperial Jade nectar? It's not some knockoff, is it? Zhong Ai watched Han Xingyan's eager expression. She really had no idea. Zhong Ai felt playful. I'm going to buy some oranges. Big hammer. Jiangnan Leather Factory went bankrupt. What happened next? Are you out of your mind? Han Xingyan rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Today's Zhong Ai was acting strange. She was swamped with work and had no energy for Zhong Ai's games. I have work to do. You play by yourself. Zhong Ai grabbed Han Xingyan's hand, her expression grave. Sis, you're in trouble. You're a spy. Go turn yourself in now while you still can. Once the authorities come knocking, you're done for. She even knew about the Jiangnan Leather Factory, while Han Xingyan hadn't a clue. Zhong Ai felt a surge of pride, lifting her chin to look down at Han Xingyan. She was clearly more capable than her friend. Han Xingyan was flustered and bewildered. What was all this about? She walked back to her seat and sat down, but Zhong Ai approached again. Han Xingyan sighed, we've got plenty of work ahead. The next phase of the Beidou tests is coming up. We're all involved in this project. Are you ready? Work? What work? It sounded utterly pointless. Zhong Ai seemed to have found an entertaining game she just had to share with Han Xingyan. Do you know who raised these questions? Han Xingyan glanced at Zhong Ai. Seeing the amusement in her eyes, she guessed immediately, Lin Fan? Yep. He just used these questions to deliberately corner me, accusing me of being a spy. What a character, Zhong Ai said. Pretty amusing, huh? Han Xingyan didn't want to say much. This was Zhong Ai's business, but seeing how carried away she was, she cautioned, be careful. He might be setting you up, deliberately trying to spark your interest. Men's words are the devil's lies. Zhong Ai blinked innocently. You think Lin Fan did that on purpose? Han Xingyan nodded. Be careful. Don't get too caught up. Zhong Ai brushed off Han Xingyan's warning, her eyes sparkling as she stared at her. Doesn't that mean Lin Fan has feelings for me? Is that how you see it? Han Xingyan's mouth twitched violently. She was completely love-struck. Zhong Ai declared, I hadn't realized it before, but now that you mention it, it makes perfect sense. Lin Fan is trying to hit on me, that's why he's playing games with me. Oh my, he's really putting in the effort for me. Absolutely speechless. Han Xingyan exhaled deeply. Women with love-struck brains were hopeless, truly terrifying. Zhong Ai continued, sis, I'm about to get off the singles market. When are you planning to do the same? If you don't find someone soon, it'll get really tough. Han Xingyan froze, her temper flaring. She desperately wanted to curse. PhD women are the toughest category in the blind date market, you know. Han Xingyan felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. It was so bitter. Men all prefer 18-year-olds. Sure, we have stable jobs and decent incomes, but we don't have youth on our side. If you keep putting it off, I'll genuinely start worrying about you. Another stab to the heart. Han Xingyan's face flushed slightly, anger rising within her. Zhong Ai must be deliberately provoking me. She really doesn't care if I live or die. What grudge or hatred could possibly warrant treating me like this? Zhong Ai didn't notice anything off about Han Xingyan at all, continuing to drone on. My mom said the other day that at my age, the matchmakers only introduce divorced women with 2 kids. You're even a few years older than me. Enough. Han Xingyan couldn't take it anymore. Is she really my sister, not my enemy? Is she deliberately stabbing me in the back? This is ridiculous. Han Xingyan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. I'll consider your suggestion. Could you please stop talking now? My heart is in pieces, okay? Attacks from a sister are too brutal, each one is deadly. Zhong Ai said, I'm doing this for your own good. You really should consider it. You can't keep putting it off. Being alone is fine, but 2 is better. A thought struck Zhong Ai, and she chuckled to herself. She glanced at Han Xingyan and whispered in her ear, do you have that kind of movie? What kind of movies? You know, those romantic action films? Me? How could I possibly have something like that? You've never seen one? Han Xingyan stared at Zhong Ai in silence. Was this girl out of her mind? How could she possibly watch that kind of thing? What exactly are you trying to do? Zhong Ai flushed slightly, embarrassed. Well, since Lin Fan is coming to Beijing, I wanted to find some study materials. I'm not really familiar with that stuff. Han Xingyan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. If you don't know, how could I possibly know? I've lived 28 years and still have no experience. Where am I supposed to learn this stuff? Zhong Ai pressed, aren't you a top student? I thought you'd know everything. What should we do? You. Han Xingyan fiercely suppressed the helplessness welling up inside, calming herself before replying, shouldn't Lin Fan be the one who knows about this? Just listen to him. Zhong Ai shook her head. Are you kidding? How old is Lin Fan? How could he possibly have experience? He's definitely a novice too. Besides, I'm older than him. If I don't know anything, that's embarrassing, you know? Zhong Ai frowned in worry. Health class never covered this sort of thing. She looked at Han Qingyan. Is there anywhere we can buy study materials? We'll come over to your place tonight to learn. Sis, this concerns my future. You have to help me. Han Qingyan was speechless and helpless. Good grief, now they wanted to go to her place to watch videos. But what could she do? Zhong Ai only had this one small request she couldn't refuse. Chapter 56, The Fighter Jet Among Chicken Drumsticks. Han Qingyan agreed, but she had no idea where to get study materials. Zhong Ai suggested, maybe look online? How about Animal World? Ha! Han Qingyan explained, it's all the same, right? Humans are animals too. Watching Animal World should work, just picture the animals as people. Zhong Ai thought about it. It wasn't impossible, but watching animals lacked the aesthetic appeal of watching humans. The immersion just wasn't as strong. If we're using this kind of learning material, why bother thinking? Zhong Ai said, I think we should just find a small website to look at. Han Qingyan had no clue how to find small websites. Zhong Ai had her get up and directly ask netizens on Tieba. When in doubt, ask netizens, it never fails. Zhong Ai chuckled smugly. Soon, netizens provided numerous answers. Zhong Ai said triumphantly, see? Let's pick one to check out. These thoughtful netizens even sent us links. Before Han Qingyan could respond, Zhong Ai clicked the link. As the page loaded, both girls' eyes widened, their faces flushing crimson. The explicit images hit them right in the gut. They immediately closed their eyes, yet couldn't resist peeking. Seeing no one around, Zhong Ai hurriedly closed the office door. Alright, let's take a look. Han Qingyan looked utterly numb. There was no stopping Zhong Ai. As the video played, the girl's eyes grew wider and wider. Whoa, that's intense. Holy crap, that's a foreigner. And this, so many variations. Zhong Ai felt enlightened. The internet held truth. She turned to Han Qingyan and said, how come stuff like this exists online? How come we never knew about it before? How much good stuff have we missed out on? Han Qingyan closed the webpage, her tone aloof. It's all trashy stuff. Just forget about it. Just a little longer, please. My mind is filled with thoughts of Lin Fan and me. Better not say that out loud or Han Qingyan might get upset. After all, she was about to have a boyfriend, while her sister was still a single dog. Poor thing. Han Qingyan took a deep breath, banishing the trashy thoughts from her mind before asking, what if Lin Fan already has a girlfriend at school? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. What if? He's in Northeast China, you're in Beijing, that's a long-distance relationship. Han Qingyan's eyes clouded with disappointment as she sighed, no one can last in a long-distance relationship. I can. Zhong Ai hurriedly insisted. I absolutely can. Han Qingyan chuckled. Don't kid yourself. Lin Fan is amazing, right? His hacking skills make you admire him. But sister, that's admiration, not love. No, this is love. Stop talking, Zhong Ai declared with unwavering resolve. I won't rest until I try. If I make the first move, I'll definitely win Lin Fan over. Han Qingyan gave a wry smile and said nothing. What she'd shared with Zhong Ai was her own personal experience. After that, neither spoke until the end of the workday. Zhong Ai followed Han Qingyan straight home. Let's keep studying. Once we're home, we won't have to worry about anyone watching us. Han Qingyan was utterly speechless. She really wouldn't give up, would she? It was all Lin Fan's fault. Damn him. Watch this. I'll make a call. Zhong Ai paid no mind as Han Qingyan walked to the balcony with her phone. Her apartment wasn't small, featuring a spacious balcony where she'd often bask in the sun and sip coffee during her free time. Lin Fan? The call connected. Han Qingyan said, this is Han Qingyan. On the other end, Lin Fan's expression turned slightly awkward. He hadn't expected this female PhD to contact him. What can I do for you, Dr. Han? I heard from Zhong Ai that you're coming to Beijing? Not decided yet. Might go take a look. That's all. Hold on, I'm in line at the cafeteria right now. Hold on, Han Qingyan said. I don't think you and Zhong Ai are right for each other. I hope you'll break up with her. What do you mean? Lin Fan was baffled. He and Zhong Ai weren't even in a relationship, how could there be a breakup? Sure, that older woman had offered him money and implied she'd support him, but he hadn't agreed to anything yet, had he? Han Qingyan continued, Zhong Ai's become obsessed with you. You're not even age appropriate for each other. She's my best friend, and I don't want her to get hurt. You must be mistaken. I've never hurt her, Lin Fan retorted. Besides, I never hurt anyone. I'm a good person. He'd better hand himself a good guy card first. This Han Qingyan must be crazy, meddling in such trivial matters? No wonder she's a PhD with limited achievements, she hasn't devoted her finite life to infinite scientific research. Lin Fan thought to himself, women just aren't cut out for research. It's got to be the guys. Guys can achieve that level of dedication forgetting life and death, not needing women. Indeed, his true wife was science. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, his original aspirations remained unchanged. He deserved to reward himself with a big chicken drumstick for dinner tonight. Han Qingyan listened to Lin Fan's words, growing irritated. Did you understand what I said? Don't bother Zhong AI anymore. If you have any demands, bring them to me. And then? Lin Fan had already reached the cafeteria window and quickly ordered several items. Chicken leg, my chicken leg. Sorry, student, we're out. Try again next time. The lady serving food completely ignored Lin Fan's glare. Missing the last chicken drumstick just because he took a call from Han Qingyan made Lin Fan furious. He'd calculated it perfectly based on the people ahead of him, their eating habits, and probability he had an 80% chance of grabbing that final drumstick. But Han Qingyan's unexpected call ruined his odds. His order was just a fraction of a second too slow. Holding his meal, Lin Fan grumbled, Dr. Han, because of you, I missed out on my late-night snack. You're responsible. Han Qingyan replied coldly, you blame me for not getting the drumstick yourself? Poof. According to my calculations, that last drumstick should have been mine. But you showed up as a chaotic variable, messing up my results. If it's not your fault, then whose is it? Calculating over a chicken drumstick? Lin Fan really is sick. Han Qingyan took a deep breath. As long as you stop harassing Zhong AI, I'll give you a truckload of chicken drumsticks. You don't know. This is HIT's braised chicken drumstick, the best in all university cafeterias. Windows 16 at HIT makes them perfect in every way, flavor, aroma, and appearance. They're limited edition, you know? These are the drumsticks of students' dreams. Lin Fan blurted out. Ignorance is truly bliss. Is this just any chicken leg? This is the fuel that drives my research, you know? And you, a mere woman, know nothing yet you dare to insult me with some other chicken leg? The recipe is incredibly complex. Only through intricate preparation and the chef's meticulous craftsmanship can it transform into HIT's signature braised chicken drumstick. Do you really think it's comparable to those trashy drumsticks from your workplace? This chicken leg comes from free-range chickens born and raised on the vast lands of Liaodong, scientifically known as roaming chickens. They're not comparable to those factory-farmed chickens you're talking about, okay? One bite erases your troubles, one whiff lifts you above the mundane. Do you understand? This isn't just any chicken leg, it's the fighter jet of chicken legs. Lin Fan listened, drew a breath, then heard Han Qingyan's cold voice on the phone. Are you done? Chapter 57, The Buddha. There's more. Want me to give you the detailed specs on Northeast free-range chicken? Just so you don't miscalculate. You. Back home in the capital, Han Qingyan pressed one hand to her ear while cradling her stunning waist, her expression flushing with irritation. That bastard Lin Fan was implying she'd messed up her calculations again. You're talking about free-range chickens? You're talking about me. Damn bastard. If you hadn't tampered with the parameters, I wouldn't have miscalculated. Han Qingyan sneered coldly, I admit I made a mistake in my calculations. But I won't resort to those green tea tactics, acting coy and shamelessly making things difficult for others. I wonder who it is that's so shameless, acting all sassy and flirtatious in front of young Master Long. You're talking about me? Is that person you? I never mentioned any names, you're the one projecting. Han Qingyan sneered, aren't you a man? The way you acted back then, I genuinely thought you were a woman. Oomph. Is this war? Lin Fan stopped eating. Whoever played ring toss ended up forcing the owner to pay up. Seems like it was some Dr. Han, a female PhD. Dr. Han, you share that surname, could it be you? If so, you must forgive me. I didn't mean to. Dr. Han, you're a big PhD, surely you won't blame me, right? But seriously, Dr. Han, how could a PhD like you miscalculate data? After a brief pause, Han Qingyan took a sharp breath, thinking Lin Fan was done. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Fan continued, Dr. Han, did you buy your degree? You can't even get such simple calculations right. Are you really a real PhD? Lin Fan. Han Qingyan snapped, her defenses crumbling. What do you mean by that? I earned my doctorate through my own hard work. How dare you question me? This isn't over between us. Scared of you? Come on then, fly over here and beat me to death. Lin Fan was utterly smug. Got you there, huh? So your Achilles heel is your degree, huh? Han Qingyan roared, you just wait. I'm not done with you. Only fools make threats. Smart people stay quiet like pretty boys. Dr. Han, this is just impotent rage. Lin Fan laughed, completely ignoring the fact that Han Qingyan on the other end was a woman. Even kindergarten kids can calculate this with their toes. You, a PhD, got it wrong. How can you even say that? In such a critical moment, if you miscalculate the data and a missile actually hits the Eagle's warship, you'd be a historical villain. I saved you, I'm your savior, okay? And you dare yell at me? Lin Fan retorted. If you won't repay me with your body, that's one thing, but mocking me? Who's the sick one here? You. Oh, and even if you did offer yourself, I wouldn't want it. You know why? You're too old. All you female PhDs are like Buddha himself. Hearing silence on the line, Lin Fan chuckled coldly. Trying to outsmart me? What makes you think you're anything special? Didn't expect this old man's sharpness, huh? Feeling dumbfounded now? You probably think you're so hot stuff, getting fawned over by men all the time. You actually believe the whole world revolves around you women? Others might revolve around you. But in Lin Fan's eyes, they're all just tools, beasts of burden. This steel straight man asks you, are you scared? At Han Qingyan's residence in the capital, she stared blankly at the floral wreaths adorning the balcony, her heart shattering as Lin Fan's words sliced through her once more. Buddha? How cruel, utterly cruel. Ah! Han Qingyan vented her frustration fiercely on the balcony. Zhong Ai heard the commotion and rushed out, holding a bag of potato chips. Her face flushed, her eyes burning with adorable intensity as she asked, what's wrong? What happened? Zhong Ai had never seen Han Qingyan scream like this before. She was always the goddess. How did she lose her composure? There must be more to it. Zhong Ai wore a gossipy grin as she teased, what happened? You were on the phone, right? Who was it? A guy? It had to be a guy. It had to be a guy who made her lose her cool. Han Qingyan turned to glare at Zhong Ai. What's it to you? Or are you just here for the drama? Put. It was Lin Fan. Ha? Zhong Ai quickly interjected, what did Lin Fan do to upset you? Don't be mad, he's still just a kid. I didn't mess with him. He messed with me. Zhong Ai quickly interjected, bestie, you know I have my eye on Lin Fan. If you keep picking fights with him, what am I supposed to do? I'll be stuck between you two, caught in the middle. How exactly did he upset you? He called me the Buddha. Han Qingyan didn't want to say it, but seeing Zhong Ai's expression, she felt a flicker of emotion. It was the perfect chance to let Zhong Ai see just how vile Lin Fan could be, shattering her romantic illusions once and for all. Ah! Zhong Ai looked at Han Qingyan. Han Qingyan was stunningly beautiful and maintained herself exceptionally well. Though already 28, she looked like a girl in her early 20s. How could he say you're the Buddha? The Buddha isn't nearly as beautiful as you are. Right? That guy has a venomous tongue. You should be the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Han Qingyan had prepared a flood of complaints about Lin Fan to vent to Zhong Ai, but she suddenly froze. The words stuck in her throat, leaving her unbearably frustrated. So the Buddha isn't flattering, but Guanyin is? Both are unmarriageable, over-the-hill spinsters. Zhong Ai, what do you mean? Do you even want to be sisters anymore? Han Qingyan glared fiercely at Zhong Ai, forcing her to choose men or sisterhood. Zhong Ai looked troubled. Can't I have both? Besides, even though Lin Fan has a sharp tongue, he doesn't actually hurt anyone. It's really not that big of a deal. No way. You pick one. It's him or me, can't have both, Han Qingyan snapped. Zhong Ai hesitated before whispering, I've never even tasted a man's love. I finally found one I like. Could you wait until I've experienced it? Then I'll choose you. You'd abandon your best friend for some stinking man? Han Qingyan clutched her chest, wounded. Women really do abandon loyalty for a pretty face. I misjudged you, Zhong Ai. No, that's not what I meant. Zhong Ai quickly pleaded. I just want to experience what a man is like. I'd never betray my sisterhood. Just calm Han Qingyan down first, the rest could wait. After all, once she was with Lin Fan, Han Qingyan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Zhong Ai thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? If you're upset, I'll pay to find you a man. I'm not that depraved. Han Qingyan roared, storming off to her room. Zhong Ai quickly grabbed her laptop and followed after her. Sis, let's study together. Open up. We agreed to research this together. I found some really good research materials. Chapter 58, you just admitted it like that? Lin Fan thought Han Qingyan was crazy. Did all beautiful women have such temperamental personalities? This was probably what they meant by using one's looks to bully others. Too bad he wasn't going to indulge her. Miss Han's face was indeed beautiful, mature yet alluring, with a hint of aloofness beneath the charm. She wasn't all that. Back in the day, he'd had beautiful female researchers under him too. He never gave them a second glance, much to the base leadership's frustration. Those old fools wanted that pretty researcher to marry them. Their motives were downright sinister. An old man like me barely has enough time for research. How could I waste it on women? My wife's name is research. To Lin Fan, any beautiful woman was nothing but a waste of time. You mentioned physical needs? They don't exist for me. A great scientist can go days without feeling hungry once immersed in work. Lin Fan possessed unparalleled expertise in this regard. No one throughout history, east or west, could match his experience. Once, for a bomber project, he led his team through a month-long intensive push. When they emerged, the leadership was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan and his technicians looked like caveman hair long enough to cover chicken coops, faces sallow from severe malnutrition. Amidst this horde of zombie-like scientists, a madman stood laughing hysterically. Who else but Lin Fan? After completing the project, he bellowed, keep going. If it doesn't kill us, we'll work ourselves to death. A large number of team researchers fainted on the spot from sheer terror. Afterward, these people refused to work under him anymore. Traitors, lacking any willpower whatsoever. Lin Fan saw these people as incapable of greatness. Just a few months of instant noodles and they couldn't handle it. Those losers had no clue what it meant to suffer hardships to rise above others. Lin Fan himself ended up in the hospital. When he woke up, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman tending to him. He was utterly shocked, immediately suspecting she was a foreign spy using the beauty tactic on him. Good heavens! A man as reckless as himself, and now a beauty was tending to him? Impossible. Absolutely not. There was only one possibility left: she was a spy. So Lin Fan promptly handed the beauty over to security. Later, the base leadership revealed she was actually a potential match for him. Turns out she wasn't a spy trying to steal his research, she was just someone who fancied him. Lin Fan flatly refused, but the base leadership was furious. Looking back now, those days were like smoke drifting away. Sitting in the cafeteria eating, Lin Fan felt a pang of regret thinking about that stunning female researcher. In his previous life, he had no time to pay her any mind. This time around, with all his research findings stored in his own mind, he could have carved out a few minutes a day for romance. But now, the beauty was gone. Han Qingyan still falls short compared to that beauty. That beauty never gave me any trouble with math problems. This guy still couldn't remember the name of that stunningly beautiful scientist. Han Qingyan's just been spoiled rotten by men. She's got a pretty face, that classic oval shape, what they call a national prosperity and peace face. Her features are dignified and a bit aloof, but that's about it. Wait, her legs are actually pretty long, over 170 centimeters tall with legs over 100 centimeters. But that's about it. Wait, her figure is actually pretty good too, really top-notch. Lin Fan's muttering abruptly halted as his eyes snapped open in bewilderment. Why did he remember Han Qingyan's figure so clearly? It felt strangely familiar. He was a research bigwig now. His memory should only hold parameters, formulas, and development progress. In his previous life, Lin Fan never memorized useless things during his research. He always believed human memory was limited, and storing useless information was a waste. Thanks to this approach, Lin Fan could eat instant noodles day after day without ever remembering their taste. Each bowl felt like a new flavor. He could eat instant noodles for 3 months straight without going mad, something others couldn't manage. But now Lin Fan was bewildered. Han Qingyan's measurements and parameters were etched into his memory. The moment he thought of them, the data leapt from his mind. Holy crap, is my memory malfunctioning? Lin Fan was alarmed. The brain's memory function was a storage system governed by strict scientific logic and principles. Han Qingyan's body measurements couldn't just appear out of thin air. Lin Fan immediately closed his eyes. Every project, system, and engineering endeavor he'd ever worked on flashed through his mind like a data stream. After about half an hour, Lin Fan opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. His memory had only gained a bit of useless data about Han Qingyan, none of his other memories were lost. Lin Fan concluded his data was intact, but his body must have malfunctioned. Just then, Lin Fan spotted Lin Feng heading to the cafeteria for lunch and quickly called him over. He was quite curious after all, Lin Fan was the leader in their circle. What's up, Lin Fan? Lin Fan's expression turned serious. I'd like to have a very serious academic discussion with you. Li Feng's expression also grew solemn. A hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. What an honor to engage in an academic discussion with Lin Fan. Li Feng's advisor was involved in the 5th-generation fighter research, not as the lead, but responsible for a specific component. Recently, his advisor had vanished, and rumors were circulating that the 5th-generation fighter project was making significant progress. More widespread rumors claimed that the elderly chief engineer of the project had obtained several sheets of paper from a young man surnamed Lin, which had finally resolved the most critical computational challenge of the 5th-generation fighter. As a direct disciple of his advisor's lineage, Lin Feng knew that young man surnamed Lin was most likely Lin Fan, the nuclear theory specialist. Lin Feng whispered, "Lin Fan, are you trying to get me to discuss the 5th-generation fighter issue?" Lin Fan froze. What the hell did this have to do with the 5th-generation fighter? But since Li Feng brought it up, there must be a reason. What about the 5th-generation fighter? We're making headway on the 5th-generation fighter. Several major critical issues have recently started to break through. My professor isn't even on campus anymore, he must have been reassigned to secret work. I studied aerodynamics under him. Seeming reluctant to say too much, Lin Feng blinked. Are you involved in the 5th-generation fighter research? No, I'm not. Impossible. I heard a mysterious genius solved the 5th-generation fighter's problems. That genius surnamed Lin, still a young guy, even from our university. I can only think of you, the guy who casually wrote a paper on controlled nuclear fusion, is capable of solving the 5th-generation fighter's issues. That's me. Exactly. Lin Fan replied. It seemed perfectly normal, but he hadn't actually participated in the 5th-generation fighter's development. His focus was on 6th, 7th, and 8th-generation aircraft. The Nanshanmen project was an 8th-generation initiative. Generations 6 and 7 targeted near-Earth orbit and atmospheric platforms, while the South Heavenly Gate project aimed for the stars and the vast ocean. You admit it? You just admit it like that? Lin Feng stared at Lin Fan, both surprised and stunned. Chapter 59, School Observations. Lin Feng was speechless for a long moment before forcing himself to lower his voice. Do you realize this is the 5th-generation fighter project? You solved such a critical problem. Do you understand? You're a hero. Do you get it? Lin Fan merely nodded, his expression serene and utterly unaware. This left Lin Feng utterly baffled. Why was Lin Fan so calm? So calm it made him feel Lin Fan wasn't quite human. Solving a technical problem for a 5th-generation fighter, what an enormous contribution, what an incredible achievement. Yet Lin Fan's utterly unconcerned demeanor seemed to say, relax, young man. My true brilliance is beyond your imagination. He Feng was utterly intrigued, desperate to understand what kind of genius Lin Fan was. His first contribution was a groundbreaking paper on controlled nuclear fusion, a topic where others struggled to find direction or were still merely dreaming. Lin Fan had already produced a complete paper. The 5th-generation fighter project was even more astonishing. The 5th-generation fighter program had actually been initiated 15 years ago, but progress had been painstakingly slow. With few established precedents to reference, mature 5th-generation technology was currently only possessed by the Eagle Nation. And how could the Eagle Nation possibly share its 5th-generation secrets? China's 5th-generation fighter program had been navigating uncharted waters. Now, the project is largely taking shape. Solving the final few challenges will bring it to maturity. Lin Feng's advisor had nearly gone bald over these research topics. He knew his advisor's project had been stalled for nearly a year. And now, the problems are solved. All because Lin Fan handed over a few sheets of paper. Anyone who solved such problems would be proud, but Lin Fan was as steady as an old dog. Aren't you even a little excited? Lin Fan looked at Lin Feng calmly. What's there to be excited about? You solved a major breakthrough challenge. It's not all my doing. I just offered a tiny suggestion. Those engineers made minor adjustments based on my input. I admit I solved the problem, but it wasn't entirely my contribution. Modesty. Lin Feng felt he discovered yet another admirable quality in Lin Fan, such modesty, truly remarkable modesty. Lin Fan, you don't need to be so humble. You're the most outstanding among us, even more so than He Guang. Lin Fan froze. Who's this He Guang you're talking about? A top student, the national college entrance exam champion, and a rich kid to boot. Lin Feng perked up, his tone dripping with envy. And to top it off, he's a total hottie. It's infuriating. Rich, good-looking, and a genius. He even got into our Harbin Institute of Technology. His political ideology is rock solid, he's practically red hot. He's a freshman too? Yeah, you don't know him? Lin Fan shook his head, thinking to himself, why should I know him? I should be asking if he knows me. He didn't know how Lin Feng stacked up academically, but his EQ was already evident, he just didn't know how to talk. If you're bragging about yourself, you shouldn't bring up others in front of me. You know this could invite trouble, right? What if that He Guang thinks he's tougher or more capable than you and wants to test himself against you? If he gets crushed and his confidence shattered, he'll end up resenting you. Young people just aren't steady enough. Lin Fan nodded. I wasn't at school before, so I wasn't aware of these matters. During Lin Fan's absence, He Guang had risen to become vice president of the student union. For a freshman to attain such a position speaks volumes about his skill and influence. He Guang also formed a robotics team to compete in the national robotics competition. They'd already passed the regional qualifiers and were highly likely to win the regional championship. What really rubbed the guys the wrong way was that several of HIT's campus beauties were showing obvious interest in He Guang, clearly trying to make a move. Engineering major Wang Qing even sent He Guang flowers the other day. She's pursuing him. How awesome is that? Lin Feng rattled off the latest developments to Lin Fan. Lin Feng looked expectantly at Lin Fan, hoping for a critique of He Guang. A guy like that is truly a role model for us. Lin Fan's eyebrows furrowed briefly before slowly relaxing. He gave a faint smile. Just okay. Not bad. Just okay? Yeah, decent is good enough. But he's still not qualified to join my team. Lin Fan thought to himself. In his previous life, those who made it into his core team were either industry heavyweights or elite experts in their fields. He Guang was still a long way off from meeting the standard. Even if the school beauty confessed to me, I wouldn't give her a second glance. Lin Feng thought He Guang was incredibly impressive, practically a born winner, someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth. If only I were half as good as him. Classmate, don't think like that. Study hard and build a solid foundation. I see potential in you to become an outer disciple of my team, Lin Fan said. Lin Feng was a man of honor and had the guts to speak his mind, qualities Lin Fan greatly admired. His research circle had been infiltrated by that rebel Lao Su, and now he desperately needed fresh blood. Having Lin Feng work tirelessly for him was one thing, but the young man was also skilled at gathering intelligence. Later, he could have him keep an eye on the principal to prevent his research funding from slipping away. He Feng sighed deeply. Lin Fan's tone remained utterly ordinary, not a hint of change. Was this man even human? Still unwilling to give up, he pressed, "Don't you envy him having girls chasing after him? And not just any girls, campus beauty queen level. Why should I envy him?" Lin Fan thought to himself, women only hinder his research progress. Feng rolled his eyes. "You're the one with the biggest reputation on campus. He Guang is stealing the spotlight now, stealing opportunities that should have been yours. Don't you care at all? You two are just playing childish games, so naive. How could an old man like me care about some ordinary, self-assured rich kid?" Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively. She wanted Lin Feng to focus on her own issues, not He Guang's nonsense. "Don't worry about those things. If you work hard, you'll get them. I'm pretty good at judging people." Well, I do think I'm a genius too. "Not as good as you, but smarter than most people." Lin Feng beamed. Lin Fan sure knew how to flatter. He recognized his genius at a glance. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Finally, the conversation turned to his own concerns. Lin Fan paused, realizing how embarrassing this topic was. He lowered his voice. "I have a friend. You know, suddenly having all these memories pop up, isn't that weird? Could he be sick? And he just happens to remember a woman's measurements. It's pretty bizarre, right?" Lin Feng shot Lin Fan a strangely intense look. "Your friend's totally fine. He's probably just fallen for that girl. Is she from our school? Those measurements you mentioned earlier, height, weight, and all that pretty interesting stuff." Chapter 60, You're in serious danger. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, picturing a beautiful woman in his mind. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Lin Fan, your friend has an incredible eye. She must be a total knockout. Tell me, is she from our school or another? Take me to meet this friend of yours. Her vision is like X-ray vision, utterly terrifying. To know a girl's measurements at a glance? That's god-tier skill." Lin Fan's eyes went blank, revealing a hint of confusion and unease. Lin Feng was talking nonsense. How could he possibly have fallen for her? Him, falling for Han Qingyan? You've got to be kidding me. He simply felt that Han Qingyan was barely adequate to serve as his workhorse. This was his affirmation of her capabilities as a top-tier researcher. It had nothing to do with liking or disliking her. Women only hinder his research progress. Lin Feng exclaimed in delight, "Lin Fan, your friend is a legend. Definitely a master at picking up girls. Introduce him to me. Being able to read someone's body data at a glance? That's insane." Feng was brimming with excitement. If he had a friend like that, he'd be unstoppable. No need to even think about a goddess's measurements anymore. For a science guy, that's god-tier skill. Lin Fan snapped back to reality, his expression tinged with resignation. "Master? Are you sure about that?" Seeing Lin Fan's skepticism, Lin Feng quickly whispered, "From my experience, someone who can read a girl's measurements at a glance is definitely a master of the dating game, a womanizer who sleeps around every night. Without extensive experience, how could one possibly gauge a girl's depth with just a glance? And that experience comes from practice. I really want to meet this friend of Lin Fan's right now." Lin Fan frowned, panic rising within him. He was a player? This couldn't be possible. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Fan whispered, careful not to speak too loudly and embarrass Lin Feng. "No. How can you call my friend a scumbag playboy when you have zero experience yourself?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Tell me, how else could he instantly gauge a girl's measurements? That kind of skill comes from, well, experience with a lot of girls, obviously." Lin Fan shook his head. "I think you're wrong. How could he possibly be a jerk? Besides, Lin Feng himself had no experience. He was just talking nonsense." Lin Feng chuckled, "Lin Fan, I don't have proof, but my gut tells me your friend is definitely a player. And the women he remembers must be super beauties. Come with me now, we'll build a model using the measurements you described. Let's see what this perfect girl actually looks like." Still not satisfied, Lin Feng relished the power of high-tech. Though he didn't know Han Qingyan personally, the computer could model her. Lin Feng added, "This girl must be the one your friend is chasing. And he hasn't gotten her yet, otherwise he wouldn't be so obsessed. Men, you know, once they get what they want, they lose interest. It's the unattainable that keeps them restless." Lin Feng gave Lin Fan a knowing nod, acting like a seasoned veteran. Though he was single himself, he understood the dynamics. Lin Fan was completely baffled by Lin Feng's words. Was he really a player, or was he still obsessed with Han Qingyan and trying to pursue her? Had he lost his mind? Let's be honest, Han Qingyan is beautiful, but calling her a supermodel is a stretch. It must be because Lin Feng hasn't seen much of the world. In his previous life, the match his boss set him up with was the real super beauty. "I still think your judgment is off." Lin Feng didn't want to waste words with Lin Fan. He dragged Lin Fan to his dorm, grabbed his computer, and started modeling. In just half an hour, a stunningly proportioned female model was complete. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Lin Fan, look! Look at those proportions! What a shame, no face." The model was just a body, but it was already incredibly impressive. Lin Feng turned to Lin Fan, his eyes pleading. "Can I see if this beauty works? You must be out of your mind." Lin Fan mentally cursed. College students really are animals, impulsive creatures without brains. For a woman, they even start losing their dignity. Lin Fan examined the model and nodded. Hey, Lin Feng's foundation in this area was solid. He thought to himself, I definitely didn't misjudge this guy. Even though his mindset was a bit off, he still had great potential to be my loyal servant. After all, the Nanshanmen project required extensive modeling for developing new fighter jets. Lin Fan knew which model was best, but he couldn't just hand it over directly. It was best to guide him through the process, ensuring the most suitable fluid dynamics model emerged. This approach adhered to the scientific principles of research. His role was simply to mentor, passing on his research approach and philosophy to those below him. Only then could a steady stream of scientific elites emerge. Lin Fan said earnestly, I believe you and I, as promising young scholars, should focus on leveraging our strengths to contribute to national research. Don't waste precious brainpower studying women. Women are utterly meaningless. What? That's what Lin Fan thought. Lin Feng stared at Lin Fan with a strange look. I knew you were bold, but I didn't know you were this bold. The girls at HIT aren't easy to mess with. If they heard this, they'd definitely challenge you to a duel. Those girls studying welding and mechanical engineering? They're all fierce. Lin Fan, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lin Feng pleaded urgently. I still want to get married. I still want to find a girlfriend on campus. Listen to me. We won't look for one. You've got potential. Hang with me for a while, and I guarantee you'll become an expert. Lin Fan looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Old man, I'm giving you a chance to join what will be the greatest little group in the Dragon Kingdom someday. Young man, keep your wits about you. Love and romance are nothing but nonsense. Lin Fan wore a calm, serene smile as he encouraged Lin Feng. Go ahead, say what you want to say. Lin Feng hesitated, then quickly stepped back. You're insane. Not dating in college? You're mentally unstable. You're dangerous. This feels like a trap. Lin Fan stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Is that your way of rejecting me? Bro, I don't want to die, Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. You'll get torn apart by those girls. I'm telling you, turn back while you still can. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Lin Fan shot Lin Feng a disappointed look. Do you even realize what you're missing out on? I don't want to know. Lin Fan, please don't say such dangerous things anymore. Ha Feng said. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of those girls, but he was. Chapter 61, The Godfather Above. Lin Fan looked at Lin Feng and thought he was pretty brainless. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Fan frowned in exasperation. How can a man be so scared? What a useless fool. Probably just inexperienced. After all, he was just an ordinary college student, nothing like himself. Lin Fan decided to forgive Lin Feng. You really are being ridiculous. Me? Lin Feng was speechless. Didn't Lin Fan realize how off-putting his words were to potential partners? What girl would like a guy who looks down on women like that? This is beyond ridiculous. Lin Feng took a deep breath and sighed. Bro, you just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? You have no idea how fierce girls are these days. Lin Feng paused before adding, you probably haven't heard just the other day at the school next door, a girl pinned her boyfriend to the ground and beat him senseless. That happened? Lin Fan perked up. Women beating men was rare enough, but a brutal beating? Did this girl train in kickboxing? It's real, you can find it online. They even ripped his underwear off. Brutal as hell. That's intense. Why? Did the guy cheat? No, apparently he said something wrong, Lin Feng said, looking at Lin Fan. Just like you did earlier, like you were looking down on girls. Lin Fan chuckled. But can that guy compare to me? It's not comparable, okay? I was young and reckless back then. That kind of recklessness comes with confidence. Ordinary people can't compare. How could some average college student measure up to me? Lin Fan dismissed the idea with disdain. Lin Feng thought he could convince him like that? Yeah, right. Lin Feng offered a well-meaning warning. You should be careful from now on. Don't speak carelessly. Girls these days can be violent. Lin Fan scoffed coldly. Do you really understand girls? What does that even mean? Doubting my abilities? Lin Feng thought to himself, even if I don't know much about girls, Lin Fan definitely doesn't. Genius nerds are all emotionally challenged. Someone as brilliant as Lin Fan surely has no time to understand girls. Lin Feng chuckled. No offense, Lin Fan. I'm no match for you academically, but in this department, you're definitely not my equal. I frequent bars, you know. What does that even prove? Lin Fan observed Lin Feng, who was as illogical as a wooden ox or a wooden horse. He was destined to be a workhorse. In his previous life, Lin Fan had at least 800 disciples like this dimwit Lin Feng, if not 10,000. After all, in his previous life, Lin Fan had been a titan of the academic world, thriving in the clique culture of the scholarly elite. His disciples were countless, and the number of his grand disciples and their descendants was beyond counting. His status as an academic titan relied not only on his brilliant mind but also on the sheer size of his network. With countless disciples and grand disciples spanning every field, the power of such numbers was utterly overwhelming. Now that he had transmigrated, his counterpart in that other world was surely dead. He wondered how his disciples and their descendants fared. With the network and connections he had left behind, they must be running even wilder and crazier. They might even be pressuring the nation to develop star-destroying warships. Lin Fan's top disciple in that other world had truly grasped his essence. While he could keep that disciple in check when he was around, now that he was gone, that disciple would surely run wild. Lin Fan smiled faintly, feeling a sense of peace in his death. The thought felt rather pleasant. Now, he just needed to build his own little circle in this world. That bastard Lao Su was a traitor he'd be dealt with sooner or later. Lin Fan set his sights on He Linfeng. The young lad was still agonizing over love, consumed by a lust for mating. He had the desire but not the guts. Probably knew nothing about women, thinking hitting the bars was some great achievement. Let this old man give you a reality check. Lin Fan scoffed, is that all? What do you mean? Have you ever been to a bar? I mean the kind with lots of girls, He Linfeng boasted proudly. He had been to one and even chatted with a few girls from the scene. It felt pretty great. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't go to those kinds of places, especially ones packed with girls. The places I go to have girls too, but not many. Everyone just drinks quietly, chats no loud noise. He Linfeng froze. You mean those places are actually bars? How could the bar not be bustling? Lin Fan sighed. Your perspective is too narrow. Now I'm thinking having you work like a beast of burden might embarrass me. What do you mean? He Linfeng felt insulted. Lin Fan was going too far. He'd kindly offered guidance, yet now Lin Fan was suggesting he become his servant. Impossible. He Linfeng snapped. Don't even think about me being your ox or horse. Idiot. Aren't you already working like a dog for your advisor? Serve me, and I'll take you to new heights, making you a prodigy for generations to come. What do you do with a stubborn disciple? You crush him, of course. Lin Fan said, the kind of place I go to is called a club. Lin Fan smiled faintly at He Linfeng. You know what a club's young models are, right? Whoa. He Linfeng was stunned, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief, his eyes filled with envy. Every man who goes to bars dreams of going to a club. Young models were the stuff of legend. Hall Feng asked with intense curiosity, you've actually been to a club? Lin Fan smiled faintly, patting He Linfeng on the shoulder. Want to check out the club? Yeah. Hall Feng nodded eagerly, then added, if you take me there just once, you can be my godfather. I'd do anything for you, even be your grandson. Being someone's godfather was the highest honor a man could receive. Lin Fan chuckled, but just now, you seemed to look down on me? No, you misread me earlier. I definitely didn't look down on you. He Linfeng regretted boasting about his bar experiences earlier. It had been an impulsive move. Lin Fan pressed, you said I don't understand women. No, absolutely not. He Linfeng snapped. That's what others say. I'd never speak of you that way, you're a god in my eyes. Lin Fan stopped teasing He Linfeng, I can't go to the club right now. What? You're messing with me. Hall Feng stared at Lin Fan in agony, feeling like he'd swallowed laxatives. His mood instantly plummeted. How could you lie to me like that? I thought you were my friend. The little boat of friendship capsized instantly. He Linfeng declared, Lin Fan, you're too much. You've disappointed me. You've betrayed my feelings. Lin Fan chuckled, the reason I can't go to the club is because I don't know where the local one is. But to prove I'm not lying, let me first show you I understand women, okay? Put. You worthless liar, I'll believe you when pigs fly. The next moment, He Linfeng was stunned. On Lin Fan's phone appeared a stunning young woman. She was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, her figure was fiery hot, and her eyes seemed to speak volumes. He Linfeng instantly felt like he was falling in love. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. This guy actually knew such a gorgeous girl? Lin Fan hung up. It was actually Zhong AI. His video had just been sent, and Zhong AI had picked it up instantly as fast as a rocket launch. Hall Feng watched Lin Fan and immediately dropped to his knees. Honorable Godfather, please accept my bow. Chapter 62, The First Cow and Horse. Hall Feng bowed to Lin Fan, then immediately scrambled to his feet and pressed close to him, fawning, I spoke too loudly just now. How could I have doubted you? I deserve to die. You're so awesome, how did you manage to have such a gorgeous girl in your phone? We're all college students, why do you have such a gorgeous girl? Lin Fan chuckled, now you believe in my abilities, huh? I wouldn't dare doubt you again, He Linfeng chuckled, his enthusiasm practically overflowing. Lin Fan was truly unexpected. Lin Fan smiled. Want to meet her? He Linfeng nodded eagerly. Could you introduce her? The girl in Lin Fan's phone was stunningly beautiful, her friends must be equally gorgeous. If Lin Fan introduced him, maybe he could. The thought made He Linfeng let out an eerie chuckle. Lin Fan said, sure, I'll introduce you later. But she's in Beijing. Not local? Beijing girls aren't your thing? No, that's not what I meant. I just meant she's in Beijing and you're in Northeast China. Are you two in a long-distance relationship? Long-distance relationship? I'm not in one, Lin Fan smiled faintly. We're just casual acquaintances. You're such a liar. Though he didn't know what was going on between Lin Fan and that girl, Lin Feng sensed something off. The moment Lin Fan called, she answered instantly. What does it mean when a girl answers your call instantly? Doesn't that just mean she's head over heels for you? Even normal boyfriends and girlfriends couldn't manage that kind of instant response. That girl was always waiting for Lin Fan's call. Ha Feng didn't buy the chance encounter story. I don't buy it. How did you two even meet? We met right on the street, Lin Fan explained. I was out shopping, we hit it off, and then we went for barbecue together. Lin Feng's eyes widened. That simple? Does that even make sense? It didn't make sense. It was completely unscientific. Lin Feng retorted, why? Because I'm handsome isn't that good enough? Lin Feng dared not offend Lin Fan, still hoping for the beauty's friend's favor. Yes, you are handsome, but you're not so handsome that she'd pursue you, are you? How do you know she's pursuing me? Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What kind of braggadocio did I just hear? His eyes slowly rolled, focus sharpening as he fixed Lin Fan with an intense stare. What did you just say? Before Lin Fan could respond, Lin Feng burst out laughing. Ha! That's just ridiculous. No way. That girl was incredibly beautiful. Why would she? Lin Fan patted Lin Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Old man here has strength you couldn't even imagine. Seeing Lin Feng staring at him wide-eyed, still unable to accept the truth, Lin Fan pulled out his phone. Zhong Ai answered instantly. Zhong Ai, Lin Fan, why did you hang up on me just now? We hadn't even exchanged a word before you cut me off. What's your deal? Zhong Ai's tone carried a hint of reproach. Lin Feng felt heartbroken listening to it. The beauty was actually complaining about Lin Fan, not even getting angry. What a sweet disposition she had. Lin Fan paused before replying, I'm a little short on cash. I was hoping to ask you for some. Lin Feng was stunned. How shameless could Lin Fan be, asking a young lady for money? Sis, please don't give him any. Give him a good scolding instead. Zhong Ai chuckled, sure, how much do you need? 5,000 to start. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. She was actually willing to give Lin Fan money? 5,000 wasn't exactly small change enough to cover his living expenses for a month. Zhong Ai scoffed, that's so little. What can 5,000 even do? I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Use it first. If it's not enough, you must tell me. I've been looking at cars lately. What brand do you like? Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? What was this happening? Why was this happening? A woman was actually giving a man money, worried he might not have enough and proactively offering more, even suggesting to buy him a car. Was this some kind of love-struck fanatic? A female one? Lin Fan replied coldly, I don't need a car. You don't have to pick one out. No, I insist on buying you a car. That way you can visit me in Beijing more easily. Zhong Ai beamed. How about I get you one around $1 million? Something low-key and understated, what do you think? Lin Feng felt like he could cry. The young lady was spending $1 million to buy Lin Fan a car. $1 million? What the hell was wrong with this world? Wasn't it supposed to be men fawning over women? Why did everything flip upside down when it came to Lin Fan? Lin Fan naturally didn't want a car. What use was a car anyway? He looked down on such low-level technology. If he wanted a car, he could just conjure one with his own hands. Lin Fan said coldly, mind your own business. Just transfer me 5,000 yuan later. Oh. Zhong Ai's voice trembled with hurt. Lin Feng watched Lin Fan, his eyes growing unfocused. It was as if he'd just experienced a major upheaval. Unbelievable. Lin Fan hung up. Lin Feng immediately asked, already? Not continuing? That was way too decisive, like some heartless jerk. Lin Fan replied, we're done talking. Isn't that enough? What else is there to say if we don't hang up? You're such a jerk you haven't even comforted the young lady. If you don't know how, I'll show you. Li Feng's inner energy was incredibly abundant. Thinking about how someone was actually pursuing Lin Fan made him utterly heartbroken. He wasn't bad looking either. Why didn't any girls give him money to spend? Lin Feng went to find a mirror and stared at himself for a long time. He thought he looked pretty good, actually. Lin Fan grinned as he watched Lin Feng show off. Do you think girls might like you because of your looks? Isn't that the case? Wrong, Lin Fan replied. Lin Feng asked, then what is it? Lin Fan smiled faintly. It's confidence radiating from within, unshakable confidence. Want to train with me on how to pick up girls? Li Feng's eyes lit up. You can actually learn how to pick up girls? Got some tricks up your sleeve? Tricks are dead. Once you master the same confidence and awesomeness I have, you'll have plenty of lovely ladies. Lin Fan paused, momentarily forgetting how one of his disciples had described it. He had a disciple who was an academic sea king. After a moment, Lin Fan recalled. Patting Lin Feng's head like a dog, he said, once you master what I have, you'll only worry about whether your pond is big enough. Lin Feng trembled with excitement, blurting out, "Lin Fan, you're my godfather from now on. I'll take good care of you. I'm willing to offer up my personal collection." "You have a collection?" Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. "Impressive. Only the wealthy cultivate such hobbies. I underestimated you, thinking you were just a country bumpkin." Lin Feng opened his computer. Lin Fan suspected his collection might involve the internet, and it seemed rather mysterious. Finally, Lin Fan saw 100 gigabytes of torrent files. Lin Feng chuckled smugly, "These are the gems I collected over my 3 years of high school. I'm now happy to present them to my godfather." A country bumpkin college student is indeed a country bumpkin. Lin Fan silently rolled his eyes inwardly, but he figured it was a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 63, Old Sue appears. "Forget it. I don't need much. You should keep it for yourself." Lin Fan didn't bother looking at the torrents, they held no interest for him. "I couldn't care less about women, let alone a bunch of dead things?" Lin Feng hastily apologized. It was only natural that Lin Fan, with his beautiful young lady, wouldn't care for his things. In Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Fan suddenly seemed towering and dignified, radiating an air of superiority. "My mistake. You've got a lady already," Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Those parameters I gave you? They actually belong to another young lady, a colleague of the one I know." Li Feng's breathing quickened as he stared at Lin Fan, his eyes lighting up. "Seriously? You've met her in person?" "Of course. You know when I say a friend or something, I'm talking about myself." Lin Feng immediately chimed in, his excitement peaking. "I know. I just never said it out loud. Is she pretty?" "Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a straight A student." "Whoa. Does she have a thing for you too?" Lin Fan smiled faintly. "What do you think? Dad, you're my real dad. I'll take good care of you. Please introduce me to that girl." Lin Feng immediately knelt down and hugged Lin Fan's leg. "Please, Dad, give me her phone number." Lin Fan ruffled Lin Feng's head like a dog. "Not yet. That lady is way out of your league. But once you master your cultivation, you'll have no shortage of ladies. So that's how Dad works. College dogs really have no dignity, they can be used however you like. For the sake of a young lady, he's brave as a bull, fearless of hardship," Lin Fan thought to himself, then suddenly realized he was a college student too, basically calling himself names. But whatever. He'd already got one girl. Le Feng agreed with Lin Fan's logic. He couldn't rush things, take it slow, and a young lady would come along eventually. "I'll study hard." Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. He grabbed paper and pen and scribbled down a long list of words. Lin Feng stared blankly at the page. It was all titles of professional textbooks. Practicing pickup techniques requires reading such specialized books? What is this? You have 6 months to finish these books. Then write me a 100,000 word book report, clearly outlining your thoughts and feelings. Lin Fan figured Lin Feng's brain would need at least half a year to process this. He himself had finished all 20 of these specialized books in just 1 month. The gap in natural talent was truly disheartening. Le Feng stared blankly at Lin Fan. Why? Would reading this kind of specialized material really help him pick up girls? He felt like he was losing his mind. Lin Fan replied, "Trust me and you'll win over the ladies. Disbelieve me and you'll end up alone forever. It's your call. For the ladies, for a better life, I'll give it my all." Lin Feng quickly replied, "Got it. It's just a measly 100,000 word book report, no big deal." "Excellent. I admire your attitude." Lin Fan standing in Lin Feng's eyes skyrocketed. What a master at picking up girls. Who would have guessed? Le Feng chuckled like a silly dog, letting out a ha-ha laugh that made him look like a total goofball. "What a greenhorn." Lin Fan gave Lin Feng a shove, snapping him out of his daze. "What is it?" he blurted. Lin Fan pointed at the 3D model on the computer screen. "This can be printed out, right?" Li Feng's eyes lit up. This was the 3D data model of that stunning beauty. And Lin Fan actually wanted to print it out. "What are you planning to do?" A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he stared at Lin Fan. "What are you up to?" "Ha!" Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. What was this guy thinking? He just wanted to print the model and mail it to Han Qingyan. Lin Fan asked, "Can you print it?" Sure. "What exactly are you up to? Something unsavory?" Le Feng suggested, "How about I print you a soft version? The soft ones have elasticity and feel better. The lab has the materials. He won't even notice if I take a little." Lin Fan sighed. Why was this guy's brain filled with nothing but yellow paint? But the professor had sparked an idea in Lin Fan. Would something like this be popular? Absolutely. The three-dimensional proportions are perfect, anyone who sees it will be captivated. Lin Fan stroked his chin and nodded. While it might be a bit unfair to Han Qingyan, sacrificing her for the nation's scientific research was worth it, right? Besides, if he didn't mention it, who would know the proportions were based on Han Qingyan's measurements? If it captivates everyone who sees it, that means there's a market for it, it can make money. The market for adult dolls is huge. Lin Fan declared, let's print one out first to test. Use cheaper materials. If it turns out well, we'll set up a small factory and launch an online store. And just like that, it was decided. Han Qingyan wasn't exactly kind to herself, but he was merely taking revenge through her. How magnanimous of him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Got it. No problem. Lin Fan was pleased. Lin Feng clearly grasped his intent and shamelessly supported him, truly promising talent destined for greatness. Lin Fan declared, then it's all yours. Lin Fan transferred the funds to Lin Feng, instructing him to scout locations and stockpile supplies. Production details weren't his concern. The school labs were brimming with machinery. Why not utilize them? As long as they weren't caught, he was the righteous one. Lin Fan returned to his underground lab, still deeply skeptical of his own conclusion that he had developed feelings for Han Qingyan. Impossible. She's just a mere ordinary female PhD candidate. Nothing special about her. Lin Fan heard movement and looked up to see old Su, whom he hadn't seen in ages, sneaking around the doorway. Furious, Lin Fan snapped, you dare show your face here? Old Su grinned sheepishly. Why the anger? I'm here to bring you money this time. Lin Fan's expression softened slightly. You're getting the hang of it. Where's the money? Lao Su replied, 10 million will be in your account this afternoon. Lin Fan's eyes widened. The amount was wrong. This wasn't what old Su had originally promised. You think I'm stupid? Old Su, you're becoming less and less reliable. You hold a high position, yet your words carry no weight. Do you even deserve your title? Old Su stared at Lin Fan speechless. This 10 million is me secretly giving it to you. No one else knows. See how good I am to you. Bull. How much did you promise me originally? How much are you giving me now? Not even 100 million, and you still have the nerve to say you've done right by me? I followed you to the South Islands, and you're paying me less than what young Master Long offered me. Lin Fan spread his hands dismissively, as if the paltry sum was beneath him. Su Zhangui sighed. You have to understand my position. My rank isn't low, but everyone below me is watching me. So many eyes are on the funds I control. If I really gave you over 100 million, I'd be investigated. What's there to fear? It's not like it's embezzlement. You may not fear it, but I do. I'm afraid of lightning strikes. If you can't even take the heat, what good are you? Allowing you into this inner circle is precisely so you can take the lightning strikes. Don't you have even that much awareness? Chapter 64, Free Research Funding. Lin Fan felt utterly drained. Old Su was clearly playing dead on purpose. You came here just to hand over the money? Nothing else? Just delivering the funds. Nothing else. Old Su declared solemnly. Just delivering the funds. Fine, Lin Fan muttered inwardly. Every little bit helps. I'm a generous guy. I won't hold it against you. But he vowed silently, once I've got my own herd of cattle and horses, old Su will be the first one I take care of. Meaning that even now, he was still a nobody who needed help from a rebel like old Su. Old Su breathed a sigh of relief, finally having Lin Fan off his back. Being hounded by this guy was unbearable. Glancing at the empty lab, old Su asked, ready to start working on your electromagnetic catapult? Are we even doing that? Lin Fan pointed to his head. It's all right here. Old Su chuckled, shifting the topic away from the lab. The Liaoning is training right now. They nearly had a crash landing during a takeoff. What went wrong? Operational error or pilot skill issues? We've no experience with carrier takeoffs. It's just a process of trial and error. Some unexpected incidents are normal. Lin Fan retorted, how can that be normal? Is there no solution? We're working on it. Everyone's been in meetings these past few days, but no solutions yet. The international community has imposed a blockade on us. Our training is classified. We can't go public. We're stuck reinventing the wheel behind closed doors. Old Su pulled out a cigarette to light it, then realized he was in Lin Fan's lab and quickly put it away. Lin Fan chuckled, go ahead. The equipment hasn't arrived yet. Even if the equipment were here, Lin Fan would still smoke. It didn't matter. Old Su puffed on his cigarette while briefing Lin Fan. The Liaoning aircraft carrier was the focus of global attention and speculation, and the Chinese people were no exception. Mentioning their first aircraft carrier filled them with overwhelming pride, wishing they could sail it out to flex their military might. If national circumstances permitted, the public yearned for the carrier to set sail and engage in a major battle. But in reality, carrier training was incredibly complicated. China had no relevant experience and was essentially feeling its way in the dark. Lin Fan recalled something. Where did the arresting wires currently used on the carrier come from? We bought them from the second Mao. Not many, though. We already scrapped 2 during training. The second Mao's got no more in stock, so we're checking with the Eagle Sauce folks. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Did the Eagles quote a price? $20 million. We're still considering it. Several major domestic steel enterprises are working hard to overcome the technical hurdles, but it's unclear when they'll be ready. Old Su sighed. It truly felt like 1,000 threads tangled together, with no clear place to begin. Seeing Lao Su's distress only made Lin Fan more irritated. They'd given him such a paltry sum, yet still came to cause him trouble. Old Su turned to look at Lin Fan. Why aren't you saying anything? What do you want me to say? I don't have anything to say. What do you mean? For instance, if I asked you to develop an aircraft carrier arresting wire, how confident would you be? Lin Fan scoffed. Didn't you say you were just here to give me money? There's nothing else. This isn't business, it's just chatting, Old Su countered. If you were tasked with developing it, how long would it take to achieve a breakthrough? My specialty is nuclear physics, not steel metallurgy, Lin Fan chuckled. Old Su realized he was grasping at straws, that asking Lin Fan was pointless. But when he turned back, he caught Lin Fan's lips curling in disdain. Old Su froze. Lin Fan wasn't a stranger to him. Lao Su knew him well enough to recognize that a sneer meant genuine contempt. Why would he look down on it? Because such disdain comes from confidence. This guy had the confidence. But he wouldn't say it. Was he just annoyed that the offer was too low? Old Su pondered for a moment. Recently, the organization set up a research project for the aircraft carrier arresting cable. The research funding is 200 million. Whoever has the confidence to develop it gets it. 200 million? Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. That's impressive. While 200 million in research funding might seem like a drop in the bucket, it's precisely what he needed. Are you sure? Will the funds actually be available? Old Su chuckled. The funds have been secured for ages. Major defense contractors are all developing prototypes now, aiming to present their results for bidding. Whoever comes closest to meeting the Navy's requirements gets the development contract, along with the full funding in ample time, 2 years. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Alright, I'll take the 200 million. When's the bidding? By the end of this month. Not much time left. You'll need to go to Beijing for the bidding. Are you confident? Lin Fan flashed a confident, dismissive look. No problem. Old Su pressed. This isn't a joke. Rest assured. Did Operation Thunderbolt ever disappoint you? Didn't I make you look good? This time will be no different. I'm the reliable ally you can always count on. Too bad you're a weak-willed turncoat who always waters down my demands. You can't stand firm. Once I've grown strong enough, you'll be the first one I kick to the curb. Su Zhengwei departed satisfied. Truth be told, this visit was purely to deliver funds to Lin Fan. The aircraft carrier matter had been mere small talk. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fan would actually agree to bid. It was the first time he'd seen Lin Fan so proactive. As soon as Old Su left, Lin Fan burst into laughter. Arresting cables? Why bother developing my own? There's a ready-made solution out there. That private company has been supplying arresting wires to the eagle-worshipping bastards for ages. Too bad Old Su and his crowd look down on private enterprises, always thinking state-owned companies are superior. They assume if SOEs can't do it, private companies definitely can't. Fixed mindsets are deadly. But luckily, they ran into me. So let me take this money. Lin Fan was doing this on purpose, planning to pocket the entire sum. When other military contractors brought samples to bid, he'd simply show up with a US arresting wire. There was no way he wouldn't win. A few people freaking out? That's normal. Lin Fan happily cleaned up. In a few days, the parts he'd ordered would arrive, and he'd be able to assemble a supercomputer. Actually, some parts had already arrived and were piled in the corner of the lab. Lin Fan tidied up and closed the door. Suddenly, he heard voices behind him. Turning around, he watched in surprise as a group of people walked into the underground parking garage. They seemed to be heading his way, a dozen or so men and women, each carrying something. They stared at Lin Fan, and Lin Fan stared back at them. Who are you? What are you doing here? A tall woman asked Lin Fan, her tone odd. Lin Fan retorted, why shouldn't I be here? As if his presence here was somehow questionable. The girl stared at the door behind Lin Fan. Move aside. We need to go in. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Are you even speaking human language? You want to go in? Did I give you permission? The girl replied, the student council has assigned this room to us as the robotics club's base. We have proof from the student council. Lin Fan instantly flared up. What kind of nonsense was this student council pulling? How dare they touch his turf? Are they bigger than the principal? Chapter 65, Expulsion or 50 million. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know anything about some student council. All I know is this is my lab. You lot can go somewhere else. What the hell? The students stared at Lin Fan in bewilderment, utterly incredulous. The girl frowned angrily. This is unreasonable. Here's my proof. Now move aside. I told you, I don't know anything about the student union. This is my lab. You lot need to get lost. Lin Fan looked at the girl. Restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The girl realized he was refusing to acknowledge the student union's proof. You say it's your place, but do you have proof? Proof issued by the student union? No. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I told you I don't know anything about the student union. How could I possibly have proof? Women just aren't very bright, talking without any logic. Must be arts majors. Who do you call stupid? The girl pointed at Lin Fan. This guy really didn't know when to back down. She'd been polite enough, yet he still took offense. Lin Fan sneered coldly, whoever puts themselves in my shoes is the dumb one. That's too much. Her face flushed crimson with anger. Two guys stood on either side of her, glaring coldly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's smile twitched at the corners. Here came the flower protectors. He glanced over as the man spoke up. Hey, classmate. Our senior already told you this space belongs to our robotics lab. We have proof you don't. From now on, this is ours. Got a problem with that? So cocky? Lin Fan stared coldly at the man. You want to steal my spot and play the hero saving the damsel in distress? Your turf? Watch too many Hong Kong movies? This isn't some turf war. If you want to show off, find someone else. I'm not falling for your act. The young fool didn't know his own strength. This old man's lab was classified at the very least. Outsiders who entered wouldn't be coming out alive. Too bad this guy didn't get it. Seeing Lin Fan acting like a dead pig fearing no boiling water, he immediately lunged forward to shove him. Lin Fan dodged effortlessly. Dare to step inside? Not a single one of you will escape. You think you're hot stuff? The guy kicked the door open. Lin Fan sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. Useless. Thought he was some big shot? Scared stiff at the first scare. The group erupted in laughter. Someone remarked, He Guang, you're something else. He Guang? Lin Fan heard the name and glanced back at He Guang, who happened to be looking his way. What are you staring at? Get lost. Lin Fan nodded. So you're He Guang. I've heard of you. Apparently you placed in that robotics competition. What's that supposed to mean? Seems like you're pretty upset, He Guang sneered coldly. Lin Fan chuckled. Not upset. I was just about to say, trash. He Guang flew into a rage. The robot enthusiasts behind him glared at Lin Fan just as fiercely, and the girls were especially furious. Who do you think you are, talking to He Guang like that? He Guang represents our school in competitions and brings honor to us. What about you? He Guang stepped closer, glaring at Lin Fan. Apologize now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Lin Fan shook his head. You're wrong. You're already finished. Lin Fan stared at the door to his lab. From the moment He Guang kicked it open, things had never been that simple. Apologize? Apologizing won't save you. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan said slowly. He Guang froze, glancing back at the people behind him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The girl who had been talking to Lin Fan snapped out of it. That's Lin Fan, the one who insulted Professor Zhang and called the teacher useless. Good to know. I guess I'm somewhat famous after all, Lin Fan chuckled. He Guang sneered coldly. So you're just scum. I thought you were something special. You insult professors, curse teachers, and don't even understand respect for educators. What else could you be but scum? Lin Fan sneered coldly. Apologize, and I'll forgive you. Refuse, and the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear, even if you're a rich kid, even if your family is the wealthiest in the nation. You're not worthy. He Guang pointed coldly at Lin Fan. Get lost. If you don't leave now, I'll make you regret it. Lin Fan stared coldly at He Guang. Infuriated by the stare, He Guang lashed out, slapping Lin Fan across the face. Lin Fan deliberately didn't dodge, taking the blow. He Guang sneered, leaving or not? Lin Fan nodded. I'm leaving. Put. He Guang shot Lin Fan a dismissive look before turning to his buddies and entering the lab. He chuckled, this place is actually spotless. Must have been cleaned by that idiot. Perfect, we don't have to do any work. Everyone burst into laughter. What a useless piece of trash, Lin Fan. He Guang, you're the man. Lin Fan's nothing. No one paid it much mind. The girl tugged at He Guang's sleeve. I'm a bit worried. Lin Fan's expression was off when he left. What's there to fear? We have the student council's approval. This place is ours. Besides, it was just a fight, no big deal. But it's Lin Fan. You shouldn't have hit him. So I hit him. Everyone says he's so arrogant, but arrogance depends on strength. Don't I have strength? He Guang didn't care at all. Senior, let's tidy up first and throw away the trash he left behind. Later, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Zhang Jing thought for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. Lin Fan bypassed the basement and went straight to the principal's office. This time, the principal was present, clearly caught off guard by Lin Fan's sudden visit, with no chance to hide. Seeing the principal's helpless expression, Lin Fan said, I'm not here for money. The principal visibly relaxed. This kid had even forced old Su into hiding. He was terrifying. Then why are you here? Lin Fan held up his phone, pointing it at his own face. I've been bullied on campus. There are criminal elements operating within the school. I'm here to ask you, principal, to uphold justice. Lin Fan pulled two items from his pocket, a military service record and a box containing a Medal of Honor. The principal's face twitched violently. Staring at the two items, he froze in bewilderment. After a long moment, the principal finally processed it. Lin Fan had been beaten up. Holy crap! Who was so reckless? Why? The principal's heart was in his throat, but at least Lin Fan didn't appear to have any other injuries. The lab you gave me was taken by the robotics club led by some rich kid named He Guang, Lin Fan said with a smirk. He thinks being a rich kid means he can do whatever he wants. Lin Fan stopped talking, poured himself a glass of water, then sat down in front of the principal. Sipping his water, he stared intently at the principal. In the silence, the weight of the 5 elements bore down on the principal like a mountain. An officer's ID and a medal spoke louder than 1,000 words. Quarrels and fights were childish behavior. Adults dealt with such matters decisively. How could one establish authority without asserting it? The principal pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll look into the matter first. If it's true, I'll handle it strictly." Lin Fan rose, walked to the door, and turned back. Expulsion or 50 million in research funding. Chapter 66, This is Serious. The moment Lin Fan left, the principal immediately dispatched investigators to uncover the truth. Lin Fan's attitude made his fury abundantly clear. For an ordinary student, the principal wouldn't have made such a fuss, but Lin Fan was different. After old Su returned from the south, he had called to recount Lin Fan's godlike maneuvers. Long Xiaoshang held Lin Fan in even higher regard. It was only because Lin Fan currently refused to join Long Xiaoshang's inner circle that he was left to his own devices at the university. Otherwise, had he gone south, Lin Fan would likely never have returned. A talent like Lin Fan would shine brightly anywhere. To be beaten up and have his lab stolen? That's practically courting disaster. Lin Fan never imagined such a thing could happen at his own university. Other schools were one thing, but why would this occur right here? Truly, you don't know until you're reborn, and when you are, it's a shock. This world is nothing but a grand farce. Lost in thought, Lin Fan found himself back at his lab door. By the time he snapped out of it, his hand was already turning the knob. Inside, the room had been buzzing with activity until it suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at him. He Guang and his crew, recognizing Lin Fan, instantly boiled over with rage. He Guang led several others over, their faces dark with anger. "You dare show your face here?" Lin Fan had just remarked how attached he was to his first lab. Though this space was worlds apart from the one he'd once possessed. But the first time was always special. He never imagined he'd be back. Lin Fan surveyed his lab. In such a short time, it had become a complete mess. Snacks and drinks littered the tables, trash was everywhere. The lab he'd spent days cleaning and organizing had been trashed. The walls were plastered with meaningless stickers. Several girls giggled and played around, shooting him disdainful glances. He Guang, irritated by Lin Fan's silence, pointed angrily at the door. "Get out of here. Don't make me hit you." "You want to hit me?" Lin Fan smiled faintly, his lips curling into a cold, indifferent smile. He glanced at his own hands. "I once swore before the red flag, believing it my duty to protect my countrymen. Now the very people I swore to protect want to strike me." He lifted his head, his gaze calm as he met He Guang's, choosing not to retaliate against violence as a matter of my character, not a lack of ability. "I simply disdain responding to your provocation." "Do you truly believe this petty violence of yours could threaten anyone?" "Only children resort to violence to solve problems." The group froze, clearly stunned that Lin Fan would counter and with such philosophical grace. Several female classmates glanced at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with surprise. They'd expected a fight, but after Lin Fan's words, many students remembered their identities. Their anger vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of embarrassment. Lin Fan, this spot was genuinely assigned to us by the student council. We have proof, I can show it to you. If you still don't believe us, just go ask the student council yourself." "Lin Fan, find another spot. I can help you locate the student council." He Guang felt uneasy seeing others being polite to Lin Fan. These were his people, why were they treating Lin Fan like this? This was a direct hit to his pride. He Guang snapped, "Get out of here immediately, or I'll hit you again." The next moment, He Guang froze. Lin Fan's palm slammed into his face. After the slap, a kick followed swiftly. His body moved instinctively, guided by muscle memory. He Guang was like a punching bag, utterly defenseless. Lin Fan unleashed a furious barrage of military-style boxing techniques in one breath, finishing with a powerful back throw that slammed He Guang onto the ground. The students watched in stunned silence. Lin Fan stood towering over He Guang, looking down at him. "Don't assume scholars can't fight. I'm the kind who excels at both. How could one pursue research without a strong body? Physical fitness is the foundation of scientific work." Did he really think he was as weak as a reed? In his previous life, Lin Fan had been robust, otherwise, how could he have endured months of grueling research on nothing but instant noodles? He had trained alongside the base's security guards. Lin Fan surveyed the others. "I don't resort to violence because I have self-control. If any of you still want to test my fists, come at me. I can take on 100 of your kind single-handedly." The word arrogant was always written by me. The group fell silent, like ducks hung by their throats. They no longer dared to laugh at Lin Fan, instead feeling a palpable fear that silenced them. After all, they were just students, not street toughs who'd made a name for themselves in the underworld. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to He Guang. Since you're in college to receive an education, you should possess some basic decency. Your advisor taught you to steal others' labs, to kick people out if they don't understand, and to resort to violence. What gives you the right? Before He Guang could respond, Lin Fan continued, all you've got going for you is your family background. I hear you're a rich kid, while I come from an ordinary family. Think you're so great, huh? He Guang's face flushed crimson with rage as he scrambled to his feet. Lin Fan, you're asking for it. You? Lin Fan scoffed. You're here for laughs. Want to kill me? Fine. Can't do it? Then shut up. You've got your asshole on your face and still dare to act cocky? I've seen it all. At sea, I've battled the eagle. In the sky, I've fought the cosmos. On land, I'm the master of weapons. I've survived over a dozen assassination attempts. Car crashes, plane crashes, haven't I seen it all? Lin Fan's body might be new, but inside dwells an old dog steady and ruthless. What background could possibly rival the military? And now he was military. Soon, he would be the military's own background. He Guang knows Jack. Does he have a flower growing on his face? The classmates were dumbfounded. The words were vicious, yet upon reflection, they were also hilarious. He Guang couldn't take it anymore. He looked at his few close friends beside him. Hit me. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Lin Fan glared fiercely at the group. Think carefully. Whoever lays a finger on him, I'll destroy them. If you're willing to gamble your entire future for some rich kid, I'll give you credit for being a real man. Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves, and the others immediately hesitated. While student fights elsewhere might be handled differently, their school enforced strict discipline. Though He Guang claimed responsibility, the others didn't truly believe him. This is a matter of staking your future on the line. Lin Fan was absolutely right about that. Besides, He Guang was the one who started this whole thing in the first place. Hey, He Guang, why don't we just call it off? Hearing someone speak up, He Guang instantly lost his composure. What are you afraid of? What could possibly happen? Lin Fan sneered coldly at He Guang. They know what could happen, but you don't. Let me tell you, fighting violates the school student handbook. The school strictly prohibits fighting and brawling. Serious cases result in immediate expulsion and referral to the authorities. Your current actions constitute a serious case. Chapter 67, I lost 50 million. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, many students nodded in agreement. It was true. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with a strange feeling. You clearly know the school handbook, yet you still fight? How reckless. Recalling how Lin Fan had publicly berated professors and instructors during lectures, the crowd fell silent. Comparisons truly kill. Despite Lin Fan's insults and dismissals of teachers as useless, he remained the darling of the faculty. The instructors he'd criticized were utterly convinced by his arguments. In fact, thanks to Lin Fan, these professors who juggled teaching and research had published a string of new papers. Zhang Jing pondered silently. She knew several professors whom Lin Fan had corrected during lectures. Their research now progressed smoothly, and whenever they mentioned Lin Fan, their faces lit up with admiration and astonishment. After Lin Fan left, Zhang Jing recalled many things about him. Lin Fan was the kind of legendary student who could teach professors without ever attending a class himself. And now, he was surprisingly capable in a fight, too calm and composed, showing no signs of haste. The way he took down He Guang and his crew felt as natural as a father disciplining his own son. What a commanding presence. What a real man. Watching Lin Fan, Zhang Jing couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. Though He Guang was wealthy, compared to Lin Fan, he truly seemed like a child. He Guang was furious. He'd spent a fortune treating these classmates to meals, investing heavily in them to become their leader. Yet now, these same people who usually fawned over him wouldn't listen to a word he said. Useless in the moment when it mattered most. He Guang felt the sting of humiliation on his face. He narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan, thinking, if he couldn't regain his dignity now, what face would he have left? What was there to fear from a mere Lin Fan? He Guang lunged at Lin Fan. Others might hesitate to strike, but he dared. Yet the next instant, Lin Fan hurled him to the ground and planted a foot squarely on He Guang's body. You're useless in a fight. A man like you doesn't deserve my protection. Lin Fan exhaled. This He Guang looked tall and imposing, but in reality, he was weak as a chicken, his body long since drained of vitality. Lin Fan studied his opponent's complexion, wrapped up in booze and women, hollowed out inside, eyes devoid of life, hardly the vibrant college student he pretends to be. Just a drunken lecher. Crouching down, Lin Fan pinched He Guang's cheeks, forcing him to bare his teeth. Like an experienced farmer inspecting livestock, he appraised him, just a scumbag. Doesn't even qualify as a player. Whoa! The students watched in astonishment, feeling an eerie sense of unease. Who would have thought they'd get to witness such drama? Several female students immediately paled, exchanging glances as if they'd grasped something. Zhang Jing couldn't bear to watch anymore. Lin Fan was too skilled at humiliating people. Lin Fan, let go of He Guang first. Let's talk this out properly. Lin Fan glanced up at the girl, pausing before recalling her name. What gives you the right to tell me to talk properly? You, fighting is wrong. Zhang Jing hadn't expected Lin Fan to show her absolutely no courtesy after all, she was a beauty. Lin Fan shot back coldly, fighting is wrong? Stealing my lab is right? He just hit me, how is that wrong? Truth delayed is truth denied, my ass. Zhang Jing's face flushed instantly. You're being so unreasonable. How can you not see reason? When I tried to reason with you, did you ever reason with me? Now that I refuse to play nice, suddenly you remember there's such a thing as reason? Lin Fan sneered. Your double standards are crystal clear. If you can't be fair, don't try to be the referee. Save yourself the trouble. Zhang Jing was pushed to the brink of tears, her eyes red and darting around. Her pitiful expression instantly drew sympathy from many male students. The boys rushed to Zhang Jing's defense. Lin Fan, you and Guang are one thing, but you don't need to speak to Zhang Jing like that. She was only trying to help you. Fighting is wrong, and escalating this won't do you any favors. What did Zhang Jing do wrong? You're so ungrateful. If she didn't care about you guys, she wouldn't have said anything. Don't think your reputation at school means everyone has to cater to you. We're all alumni, what goes around comes around. Things might not stay this way forever. Wow, you guys sure can talk. If you're so eloquent, why not run for president? Suddenly, it seemed like he was the one in the wrong. Lin Fan felt nothing but contempt. Looking at them, Lin Fan said, are you all just Zhang Jing's bootlickers? Working so hard, but the goddess won't even give you a second glance. Lin Fan snarled, lickers never end well. Ah! The crowd froze in stunned silence, exchanging guilty glances. They wanted to lash out at Lin Fan but feared being labeled as Zhang Jing's bootlickers. They refused to admit it, yet holding back their anger left them seething. In the end, they could only glare at Lin Fan, their frustration boiling over. Zhang Jing fumed, Lin Fan, how can you speak to classmates like that? They haven't done anything to you. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. Is aiding tyranny not wrong? Lin Fan sneered coldly. The classmates exchanged glances, wanting to argue back but unsure where to start. A feeling of pent-up anger welled up inside them. They were furious and wanted to vent, but Lin Fan's words, filled with self-reflection, felt like a blockage in their throats, preventing any release. It was suffocating, they felt like they were about to explode. Tears welled up in Zhang Jing's wide eyes. Lin Fan, what exactly are you trying to do? You ask me, but I want to know where I went wrong. I worked so hard to prepare that lab, and you just took it away with a single sentence? You beat me up, and now that I've fought back, you think I've gone too far? Where exactly have I crossed the line? Lin Fan exhaled sharply. We weren't close to begin with, you're the ones who provoked me. If you want to talk reason, let's talk reason. If you can't win with logic, your cutesy antics won't work either. Take those issues to your boyfriend. I've no obligation to bear burdens that aren't mine to bear. Lin Fan stared down at Guang, sprawled on the floor like a dead dog. He can't be your boyfriend, huh? Ha! Zhang Jing's voice faltered, her pent-up anger unable to find release. She'd never encountered someone like Lin Fan before. He simply refused to give a beautiful woman any face. You're being way too much, Zhang Jing snapped, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Fan. It took her a moment to force out the words. Lin Fan controlled the entire scene, completely unfazed. Then his gaze swept to the corner, and he erupted in fury. Where are those things in the corner? Everyone stared at Lin Fan coldly. After the way he'd just confronted them, naturally no one was willing to engage with him. Lin Fan shot a cold glance at Guang and the others. You'll all be going to jail, he said icily. A bunch of good-for-nothings. His computational cards, obtained through special channels, were gone. Though Lin Fan looked down on these cards far inferior to what he used before, now wasn't the time for pickiness. He still valued them, and now they were gone. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy cold as murderous intent stirred within him. He pulled out his phone and contacted security himself. I've lost computing cards worth 50 million. Please come immediately. Chapter 68, Old Su makes his move. The university's security department was essentially a force to be reckoned with. Harbin Institute of Technology held a unique status, and its security protocols were exceptionally stringent. After all, the campus housed numerous national-level laboratories. Seeing Lin Fan contact security, Zhang Jing and the others grew visibly uneasy. Lin Fan, you don't need to go this far. Making such a big deal out of this, aren't you afraid the school will come after you? You won't be able to escape then. Lin Fan, couldn't you just handle your fight with Guang privately? Calling security, are you trying to get us all in trouble? Everyone grew restless, scolding Lin Fan. No one wanted to deal with the security office that would change the nature of the situation entirely. Lin Fan sneered coldly, cut the nonsense. You're all just waiting to die. What the hell are you babbling about? Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with these people. He'd make sure every last one of them paid. Security arrived shortly. Lin Fan explained the situation, then declared the 50 million yuan computing card was for the lab. Its disappearance must be these people's doing. I demand accountability, open a case. His uncle was stunned, thinking to himself, shouldn't we wait until the facts are clear before deciding? You can't just demand an investigation like that. Lin Fan shot him a look. If you have something to say, just say it. No beating around the bush. His uncle paused, then chuckled softly. We're all classmates. If you file a case, it'll leave a record. You're all pillars of the nation. Couldn't we resolve this amicably? No. Lin Fan retorted. My belongings are gone worth 5 million. You suggest a peaceful resolution? How exactly do I achieve peace with a thief? The uncle didn't want things to escalate either, but Lin Fan remained firm. Fine, we'll investigate thoroughly. But you just casually left 50 million worth of stuff here? Comrade, please be precise with your words. What do you mean, just leave it here? What does just even mean? This is my laboratory. They broke in, that's illegal trespassing and theft. The value is significant, and it seriously threatens our harmonious society. Uncle stared at Lin Fan's serious expression, feeling utterly exasperated. This college student label was too much. If they followed Lin Fan's logic, none of these people would get off scot-free. The students turned pale with fear. Zhang Jing hurriedly interjected, Lin Fan, what do you mean? You just say 50 million and it's 50 million? It's not up to you alone to decide. He Guang then stood up from the ground, you have 50 million? You're trying to scare me. Whether I have it or not is my business, not yours. Even if it's just $5, it's mine. If you lose it, you're responsible. Lin Fan turned to the uncle, I'm formally filing a report now. Give me a receipt. Those encryption cards were painstakingly retrieved by me. This involves international classified missions. If you try to sweep it under the rug, I'll have the military investigate. You're scaring the hell out of me. His uncle could only smile bitterly, exasperated by his increasingly bold tone. He Guang sneered, the military? Like you're anything special. I threw that stuff away. What are you gonna do about it? He Guang stared at Lin Fan with utter defiance. It was just a minor incident. Lin Fan was just desperate in trying to scam him. What ordinary family could possibly have 50 million? As for any international top-secret missions, no one believed that. Lin Fan was just a college student like them. What qualifications did he have to participate in state-level missions? I've documented the situation, Uncle said. We'll get to the bottom of this. Since He Guang had admitted to losing something, the investigation moved quickly. He Guang confessed to losing an item but denied it was worth 50 million. Uncle instructed He Guang to lead them to retrieve it. But those items had long been discarded as trash. Zhang Jing walked over to Lin Fan and said, losing your stuff was our fault, but you couldn't just claim it was worth 50 million. Are you trying to extort money? Do you have any idea how reckless that is? Lin Fan was sick of this woman, cut the crap. If you're scared, shut up. I'm telling you, none of you are getting away with this today. Lin Fan pulled out his phone and called Old Su, my stuff got stolen. Come over here. Su Zhangwei was startled. What happened? Lin Fan briefly explained the situation. Su Zhangwa flew into a rage, this is outrageous. Does your stuff involve classified information? Of course. Lin Fan snapped. Even my underwear is classified, my stuff doesn't involve classified info. Su Zhangwei was speechless. This isn't the time for jokes. Have you started researching electromagnetic catapults? I've already started working on it. Su Zhangwa hummed in acknowledgement, hung up without further comment, and Lin Fan knew Old Su would arrive immediately. Uncle and He Guang returned and told Lin Fan the stuff was hauled away as trash. We probably won't get it back. Lin Fan, can you tell us exactly what you lost? What's the specific value? He Guang, catching Lin Fan's gaze, sneered arrogantly, come on, poor schmuck, name your price and I'll pay you back. Use that money to buy yourself a coffin. Lin Fan sneered coldly, you're dead meat. He Guang was utterly arrogant, if you can kill me, good for you. If you can't, I'll make sure you can't stand your ground in this town. Uncle, exasperated, looked at the two men trading threats and said, enough. Lin Fan, you speak. Lin Fan smiled. No need for words. This isn't something you two can interfere with. Just wait for someone to arrive. Who? Uncle froze, then turned to look at the underground garage. 3 cars pulled up outside, their license plates alone were terrifying. Old Su stepped out of his car, his gaze icy as he strode over with the bearing of a dragon. The students stared dumbfounded. Old Su arrived in military uniform, his rank and authority undeniable. Behind him followed a group of plainclothes officers. The moment they exited the vehicles, they sealed off all access routes, separating everyone. Zhang Jing and the other students had never seen anything like this before. They were instantly terrified and at a loss. Where are the stolen items? Old Su demanded. He was addressing Uncle, who hesitated before admitting it might be lost. Old Su roared in fury, I summoned you specifically. I don't care how you do it, but you must retrieve Lin Fan's belongings immediately. Otherwise, you'll face military justice. Uncle broke out in a cold sweat and turned to flee. This was serious, much more serious than he'd imagined. He Guang stared blankly at Old Su, his gaze growing unfocused. A general had arrived. Old Su looked at Lin Fan and sighed, I think we should go to Long Xiaoshang's place. It's not safe here. I'm a college student. What would I do there? Lin Fan snapped. It's not like this happens every day. Can you just give me a break? Old Su pulled Lin Fan aside and asked, how far along is your electromagnetic catapult research? The relevant research had long been in his mind fully matured technology. Lin Fan pursued research solely to secure funding for the Southern Heavenly Gate project. Electromagnetic catapults? That was something he could whip up in a snap. But since Old Su asked, he naturally replied, just getting started. We're making headway. It's not difficult, pretty straightforward. If things go fast, we'll have results in 2 months. If it takes longer, 3 to 5 months at most. We'll definitely have something within a year. Really? Chapter 69, no obligation to watch you cry. Of course. When have I ever let you down? You're the one disappointing me, not giving me funding. You know my research speed depends entirely on how much you allocate. More funding means faster progress. If you give me 200 million now, I'll deliver the electromagnetic catapult design blueprints and engineering drawings immediately. I'll even provide free technical support. We can retrofit it directly onto the Liaoning. Lin Fan was just bluffing. There was no need to retrofit the Liaoning, it wouldn't be cost-effective or necessary. The Liaoning features a sloped deck design. While retrofitting is technically feasible, it's unnecessary. Electromagnetic catapults are better suited for new aircraft carriers. A new carrier. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Old Su wouldn't show such concern for his research without a purpose. Has the higher-ups decided to design a new aircraft carrier? Holy crap. I only asked one question, and you already guessed it. Did you plant a spy on me? Old Su was already suspicious. This was classified information. The Liaoning was still undergoing training, but research on carrier design had commenced long ago. After a naval confrontation erupted, the higher-ups realized our navy was severely underpowered. Facing Morrison's fleet, we could only rely on missile deterrence. The higher-ups decided to start building an aircraft carrier. For electromagnetic catapults and arresting wires, these are especially crucial. You can't buy these things from the West, yet they're key technologies in carrier construction. Old Su nodded. Sometimes I really suspect there's an old ghost hiding inside you. You seem to know everything. He smiled at Lin Fan. Just now in the meeting, it was decided that to compensate for our naval deficiencies, we'll build a new aircraft carrier entirely domestically produced. You've arrived at the perfect time. This meant Lin Fan's electromagnetic catapult technology would become a critical component of the carrier program, ensuring high-level attention. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. More funding to scam. Excellent. Lin Fan whispered, actually, I have an unpolished idea about the domestically built carrier. Could you offer your insights, sir? Old Su's face twitched slightly. When things are chill, I'm just Old Su, but when it's serious, I'm suddenly the boss. Go ahead. Lin Fan nodded. I believe I can take on the entire carrier design project. I guarantee world-class standards. All I need is 50 billion yuan in design funding. Give me a year, and I'll deliver the blueprints. Old Su's expression instantly darkened. That little bastard was spouting nonsense again. When the Liaoning returned, it brought back the original design blueprints, over 10 tons of paper alone. While computers simplified things now, the sheer volume of data involved was still staggering. Could one person really handle it? Ship design is a rigorous science. Stop spouting nonsense. An aircraft carrier represents a nation's comprehensive strength. It requires coordination across all industrial sectors and cooperation from tens of thousands of departments. Do you understand? One person? That sounds completely unrealistic. Lin Fan replied, I can do it. Just give me 50 billion yuan and deliver the carrier blueprints to my doorstep. They'll be the most advanced designs. Please spare me, Lin Fan. Be a good guy. Even if I trust your abilities, if I dare propose handing such a monumental task to you, I'm finished. The higher-ups would think I'm immature. I'm over 50, don't I act mature and steady? Old Su's gaze was incredibly complex. I already took a risk supporting your electromagnetic catapult project. If you come up empty-handed and say science allows for failure, I'll lose my seat. Lin Fan remained unhurried. Aircraft carrier design was a marathon, not a sprint. Achieving results within 2 or 3 years would be commendable. Without this level of difficulty, the carrier wouldn't be the crown jewel of naval architecture. Under Dragon Nation's rules, once the higher-ups decide to build, the lower ranks must design and bid, selecting the best proposal before handing it to the shipyard. This process takes considerable time, and Lin Fan wasn't without leverage. Electromagnetic catapults, arresting wires, nuclear reactors. Contemplating the technologies he possessed, Lin Fan found himself happily overwhelmed. With my capabilities, won't other research institutes envy me to death? Highly likely. Lin Fan smiled broadly as he waved at Old Su. See, you're getting anxious again. I never said I wanted it handed over to me immediately. When the opportunity is right, I'm willing to take on the carrier design contract. Right now, I'm just letting you know my stance and giving you advance notice. If you run into trouble during the bidding process, you'll remember me, right? I can be your savior. Just pay up. 50 billion and you'll take home the most advanced carrier. That's a steal. 50 billion is a lot, but for his own Southern Heavenly Gate project, it was mere pocket change. Lin Fan said no more, and Old Su said no more. To him, Lin Fan's words were nothing but hot air. Just a young upstart running wild, though Lin Fan's brand of recklessness was rather unusual. With Old Su here, things became much easier. He Guang was already dumbfounded, crouched in a corner making a call to his family. Lin Fan glanced at him dismissively. Just a mere mortal. The classmates stared at Lin Fan, too afraid to speak. Zhang Jing trembled in fear. This place truly was Lin Fan's laboratory, he hadn't lied. They had broken into Lin Fan's lab and lost precious classified documents. The girls covered their heads and began sobbing, their whimpers sounding like ghostly wails. Those who had once looked down on Lin Fan now realized this was someone they would have to look up to. As soon as Old Su arrived, the principal appeared. The two retreated to discuss how to resolve today's incident. Lin Fan sat waiting for news. Zhang Jing glanced over several times, but plainclothes officers blocked her view. Unable to leave, she could only wipe away her tears. Now everyone knew fear. Who could have imagined such a big shot would show up? Lin Fan beckoned, and only then did Zhang Jing manage to approach. Speak, he urged. Say whatever you need to say. We're not really going to jail, are we? You're asking me? Lin Fan glanced sideways at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing shook her head nervously. No, I'm not blaming you. I mean, could you forgive us? We don't want to go to jail. We didn't know it was really you. What kind of light made us throw away your things? So you just did whatever he told you to do? Don't you have a brain? Lin Fan was furious. They were just filled with regret and fear now. He sneered coldly, so you're scared now? Weren't you having a blast when you were ganging up on me? I didn't. I told you about He Guang, but he wouldn't listen. Don't bother explaining. I've seen plenty like you. Lin Fan was utterly cold. Get the stuff back, and we can talk. Fail to retrieve it, and none of you will have any future. Prison is all you'll get, I guarantee you'll never see the outside again. Zhang Jing burst into tears instantly. Lin Fan's coldness was like death itself. One person meant nothing. He had no sympathy for these people. Long hours of monotonous research had forged his heart into something cold and hard. Lin Fan was annoyed by the noise. If you want to cry yourself to death, do it somewhere else. Don't bother me. I have no obligation to watch your tears. Zhang Jing sniffled in fright, silently wiping her tears before retreating to the side like a frightened quail. Chapter 70, It's simple. By evening, Uncle finally returned, carrying a bag. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Old Su hurriedly asked Lin Fan to inspect it. Lin Fan gave a slight nod. Principal Su breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan, now that the item's been recovered, can we just let this blow over? Old Su snapped, how can it be? This must be dealt with seriously. Old Su was determined to see justice done for Lin Fan. This was his man. Had Su Zhanghua spent his entire life in this world only to fail to protect one person? Old Su shot a fierce glare at He Guang. He turned to the principal and said, assaulting an active duty officer? That's quite the feat. The principal looked utterly embarrassed. This was my oversight. The student union didn't know someone here had already used it, so they allocated it to them. Student He Guang is quite outstanding. Old Su waved him off. So you're saying Lin Fan isn't good enough? You don't want him? I'll take him. The Navy would be more than happy to have Lin Fan transferred over. Someone like Lin Fan had no shortage of options. He simply refused to go anywhere, and everyone around him indulged him. Old Su whispered urgently, don't hesitate. I'm handling this now. If young Master Long gets involved later, he'll come armed. Whoa! The principal took a deep breath and nodded. Expulsion. Prison. Lin Fan's lab involved classified information, Lao Su stated coldly, utterly indifferent to Yi Guang's fate. A mere mortal with some money? Compared to national secrets, he was nothing. The principal sighed and nodded. What about the others? Lao Su remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan spoke, sign a confidentiality agreement. Any breach means immediate execution. The principal and Old Su stared at Lin Fan in shock. This was brutally harsh. This was supposed to be a harmonious society. But Lin Fan's heart was as hard as iron. Meeting their gazes without flinching, he declared in a deep voice, mercy has no place in command. I've given them a chance. Any further leaks means death. No discussion. Human rights? Freedom? What a load of crap. National interests come first. Besides, if anything happened to these people, it could endanger my own life. Lin Fan was already being generous. He wasn't some softy who'd never pulled the trigger. When a leak occurred at his research institute years ago, Lin Fan had ordered the culprits executed. The last one died in an accident, and that was that. Seeing the principal still hesitating, Old Su declared, it's settled. We've given them a chance. They must remain under surveillance on campus for 3 years. Old Su's decisive words settled it. The principal took the students for a talk, then turned to Lin Fan. You're ruthless. Your research hasn't even officially started yet. You don't know Jack. The fact that they know I'm conducting research is already a major issue, Lin Fan sighed. Don't underestimate the CIA, they're everywhere. Old Su froze. You know about them? Of course I do. I was assassinated by the CIA over a dozen times in my previous life. How could I not know? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, then smiled. Let's get down to business. Seeing Lin Fan's sour expression, Old Su shook his head. He didn't even need Lin Fan to speak to know this bastard wanted money. I haven't even mentioned what it's about yet, and you're already giving me attitude. Lin Fan glared at Lao Su. You double dealer, I'll kick you out of the inner circle sooner or later. Old Su replied, I don't need you to say it. I know what you want. I'm broke, really broke. I've given you everything I could. I don't have a single penny left. You wouldn't feel right taking what little salary I have left. I've got a family to feed. You're such a big shot and you're living off your salary? The state's supporting you, you know. Lin Fan knew full well that Lao Su's compensation was extremely generous. After retirement, his pension would start at 3 or 500,000 yuan and he might even be underestimating it. And that was before factoring in inflation. Old Su started walking toward his car. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed his arm. Just a couple more words, just a couple more words. Don't rush off. Let go. You're being completely disrespectful. And you're the one breaking promises. You didn't deliver on what you promised me. I'm working hard on my research, you should support me. You haven't produced a damn thing. How could I support you? What more do you want from me? Old Su fired back confidently, you're doing just fine now. Be grateful. Lin Fan cut straight to the point, what I want to say is, can I really pull off the aircraft carrier? Seriously? Old Su thought for a moment and nodded. I believe you. But we'll talk about it next time. Put. The old bastard was trying to brush him off. Lin Fan quickly changed the subject, forget that. Let's talk about something else. Get me a business license and production permit for making adult dolls. Preferably a special operating license, the kind for restricted businesses. I can't pull that off, but you definitely can. Old Su froze. What did he mean? Adult dolls? Sex toys? Pretty much. I plan to make my own money, do research. Dealing with you cheapskates is just too much hassle. Lin Fan made it clear he was branching out on his own, refusing to play ball with Su and his broke buddies anymore. Lao Su didn't think much of it, just curious, can that stuff actually make money? You don't get it? As long as humanity survives, there'll always be a market for this stuff. Men and women alike, the fancier it is, the more it costs. A piece of plastic can fetch hundreds. How could it not be profitable? Lin Fan whispered, businesses catering to base desires have always been highly lucrative. Lao Su thought about it and found it made sense. Ancient brothels, modern red light districts, you can't eradicate them no matter how hard you try. Human desire is just there. Lao Su figured it wasn't a big deal. Lin Fan wasn't asking for funding, just a special business license. Finding someone to handle it should be easy. Old Su chuckled. That kind of business is tricky to talk about. You're a college student, an officer even, could you really bring yourself to do it? You don't know. I'm earning money for research, glorious, right? Not for booze, women, or gambling. Lin Fan looked at Old Su. Don't be so narrow-minded. Think big. Old Su thought Lin Fan was truly remarkable, ruthless when he needed to be, with clear goals, and utterly shameless when the situation demanded it. Old Su agreed, then asked if Lin Fan wanted him to assign some soldiers to his lab. Lin Fan thought Old Su had lost his mind. What did the school need soldiers for? Relax. After this incident, those students won't dare to mess with me again. Besides, I'm not exactly someone worth paying attention to right now. Security shouldn't be an issue. Old Su persisted, but Lin Fan grew impatient and told him to get lost. After Old Su left, Lin Fan glanced back at the lab before calling He Lin Feng over. He Lin Feng arrived eagerly, shouting, what do you need me for? Lin Fan pointed at the lab, patting He Lin Feng's shoulder earnestly. Thanks to my efforts, the school has agreed to let me use this place. From now on, this is our secret base. I'll teach you here, pass on my ultimate secrets to charm girls. Excited? Whoa! He Li Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Fan was going to teach him how to pick up girls? He hadn't expected it to be so grand even with a base. Chapter 71, Lin Fan just likes quiet. You really put your heart into this. Thanks. No need to say more, just trust me. I'll keep it spotless. He Lin Feng nodded. Lin Fan truly treated him like a brother, going to such lengths to teach him the ways of romance. He vowed to repay Lin Fan generously in the future. He Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, tonight, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Get to sweeping. Clean the floor, organize those cards too. I believe in you. I'll hook you up with a stunner later. Lin Feng saluted, then charged into the battlefield. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. College kids were so gullible. Watching Lin Feng bustle about with boundless energy, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This guy was top-notch. Lin Fan returned to his dorm first. His room also housed 4 people, but he wasn't close with the other 3. Probably because his reputation was too notorious, he'd been isolated. The other 3 barely spoke to him. All 3 were in the dorm, each at their own computer, engrossed in gaming. No one acknowledged Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care. He sat down and opened his phone, only to receive another video call. To his surprise, it was Han Qingyan calling him. His relationship with that dead woman wasn't exactly great, was it? Lin Fan answered anyway. Han Qingyan appeared to be at work, wearing a white lab coat, likely in some kind of laboratory. Lin Fan, are you familiar with navigation systems? Oh my, so this PhD student ran into trouble and thought of me. The moment Han Qingyan's voice came through, his 3 roommates, engrossed in their games, all turned to look. They couldn't believe a girl would actually contact Lin Fan. The classmate next to Lin Fan glanced over, eyes widening instantly. He turned back to the other 2, gesturing wildly. A beauty. A stunning beauty. The trio hurried over, peering from a distance, their breaths catching like water being sucked up. Lin Fan turned back to Han Qingyan. What's the matter? Han Qingyan replied, I've run into a bit of trouble and might need your help. Could you come to Beijing? What kind of trouble? Top secret. Alright, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. But he had a hunch. Han Qingyan worked on navigation algorithms. Her expression was serious, yet not frantic, meaning something had indeed gone wrong, but it wasn't critical and was still manageable. I'll make time to come. Han Qingyan's eyes widened suddenly, her beautiful eyes rounding in surprise. Find time? Come now. I'll book your flight, just give me your ID. Lin Fan is still a college student and wants to live off his girlfriend's money. He definitely doesn't have any cash. Han Qingyan felt that reimbursing Lin Fan's travel expenses was the last thing she wanted to do. But with the situation at hand, neither she nor Zhang Ai had any other options. Zhang Ai suggested giving Lin Fan a shot. Lin Fan thought it over. He wasn't exactly eager to help. Asking someone for favors with that kind of attitude was downright awful. But he couldn't say it so bluntly. He was still pretty savvy. I'm pretty busy lately, preparing for a bid. I won't have time anytime soon. What bidding? Are you refusing to help me? I'm not insisting on you, it's Zhang Ai's idea. I'm only asking because of her. Han Qingyan was getting annoyed. Lin Fan really didn't know how to take a hint. Covering her flight expenses wasn't enough? After a moment, Han Qingyan said, come over now. Whether you solve the problem or not, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as compensation. 10,000 yuan was no small sum for a student. Any more than that, and Han Qingyan felt Lin Fan wasn't worth it. Lin Fan considered it. Since blocking Sua's bid was in Beijing anyway, he might as well swing by. He couldn't care less about Han Qingyan's irritation. He provoked her with just one sentence. Lin Fan chuckled. I'll tell my sister Zhong I'll be there tomorrow. Have her arrange a hotel for me, a nice one. The bed has to be big. Han Qingyan narrowed her eyes. A big bed? What are you planning? This bastard really does want to leech off Zhong's generosity. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a withering glare, gave a cold snort, and hung up immediately. Lin Fan's lips curved upward. Go ahead and get angry. A mere female PhD thinks she can boss me around? Watch out for my green tea tactics. Turning around, Lin Fan found the 3 idiots staring blankly at him. It took them a while to snap out of it. Lin Fan, who was that? Your girlfriend? Lin Fan replied, just a friend. Just a friend? Who would believe that? Such a good-looking ordinary friend? You want to be friends? You're heading to the capital? Yeah. To see your ordinary friend. Lin Fan's tone was neither cold nor warm, utterly calm. She asked me to help. Must be something tricky. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. The international situation had been relatively stable lately. Eagle Chan's country was stirring up trouble as usual, but not in the east this time, it was in the west. The Eagle Nation kept ranting about the Dragon Nation, but it was limited to verbal attacks. The only significant development was high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation visiting several neighboring countries, a continuation of the maritime dispute. Back then, over a dozen neighboring countries had lodged serious protests against the Dragon Nation, only to later scramble to seek forgiveness. The ambassador's visits served 2 purposes, to placate these nations and to collect debts. They would undoubtedly invest in these countries to harvest their resources and interests. Some price must be paid. As for the water diversion plan, there's been little online reaction. The public seems oblivious, so Han Qingyan's issues likely have nothing to do with international disputes. Seeing Lin Fan's lukewarm response, the 3 classmates lost interest. They curled their lips in disdain. As soon as Lin Fan left, they began whispering among themselves. Lin Fan is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Exactly. We're no worse than him. He won't even answer a simple question. Someone like that has poor character. Better not associate with him in the future. He even snapped at the teacher. Even if he has some talent, his character is flawed. Before you do anything, learn to be a decent person. He can't even handle basic manners, he'll only narrow his own path in the end. The three nodded in agreement, disdaining Lin Fan's arrogant demeanor and utter lack of social grace. Just then, someone came running past outside, shouting something as they went. The three hurriedly called out to the passerby. What's going on? The student outside gasped, big trouble. Higuang got taken away. What? The three students froze in shock. Higuang's reputation had been particularly notorious lately. Taken away? What does that mean? The authorities took him away. Rumor has it he might be going to jail. The speaker whispered, I don't know the details, but word on the street is he crossed Lin Fan. Wait, Lin Fan lives in your dorm, right? He must know what happened. Holy crap. The three fell silent, exchanging glances as a chill seemed to creep up their spines. They had just been bad-mouthing Lin Fan. Could he possibly know? The student had already sprinted away, and news of Higuang's situation spread like wildfire. The three classmates hurriedly shut the door, took deep breaths, and exchanged glances. After a long silence, one finally said, we shouldn't talk nonsense anymore. Lin Fan is actually a decent guy. Yeah, he is. He's actually pretty polite to us. He probably just prefers quiet by nature, so he doesn't talk much. It's not that he's aloof with you. We might have misunderstood him. The three exchanged glances again, nodding in agreement. That was it, Lin Fan definitely wasn't aloof. Yet their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Higuang was taken away? It was terrifying, and Lin Fan was the one who did it. Chapter 72, admired from afar, not to be messed with. News of Higuang's removal spread like wildfire across campus. All sorts of theories began circulating instantly. After all, Higuang was a notoriously prominent student. He just hit the peak of his glory when it all came crashing down. Lin Fan couldn't care less. He hailed a cab to the airport, scrolling through his phone the whole way while casually requesting leave from his advisor. His advisor called back immediately, sounding excited. How many days are you taking off? The advisor hoped Lin Fan would take several more days off, ideally not returning until after exams. Attending classes at the university was supposed to be a joyful experience for Lin Fan, and his advisor was delighted to have a student like him. After all, he might be nurturing a future academician in his teaching career. That would be a glorious achievement. But after just a few days back at school, Lin Fan was reported by a whole group of professors. The youngster was too formidable, the lecturing professors couldn't handle it. Every class began with a glance to see if Lin Fan was present. His absence brought relief, his presence brought dread. Fearful of speaking poorly or making mistakes, they would immediately stand up and declare, you're no good. I'll take over. The professors would lose face, yet they couldn't argue with Lin Fan. The truth was, Lin Fan didn't even need to attend classes, he could skip straight to graduate studies. Lin Fan wasn't pleased. I'm your precious student, you know, he said. Why does your tone sound like you'd rather I died out there than come back to school? The advisor froze, then quickly realized his emotions had slipped. Though he desperately wished Lin Fan would never return, he couldn't let Lin Fan see it. No, you're overthinking it. I really didn't want to approve your leave of absence. After all, you're still a student. Well, that's great. I won't be taking leave then. No. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the advisor was startled. When had this kid become so obedient? Was this really Lin Fan? You must have something extremely urgent to request leave. I can't hold you back. I'll definitely approve this leave. How many days do you need? 3 days, Lin Fan chuckled. Ha, you just want me to die out there. 1 day to fly to the capital, 1 day to resolve the issue, and 1 day to explore the city. Lin Fan had it all planned out. His schedule was packed, visiting the Forbidden City, climbing the Great Wall, and indulging in a Peking duck feast. In his previous life, consumed by work, he'd visited the capital too rarely, only twice, specifically to receive the Republic Medal. Truthfully, Lin Fan disliked these medal ceremonies, but the Republic Medal carried such weight that he had no choice but to attend in person. This lifetime allowed him to slow down a bit. Han Qingyan offered a decent price, 50,000 yuan per favor. That stubborn woman didn't realize she had some spare cash, huh? Recalling his identity as a penniless student, Lin Fan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, why didn't I bring my billion-dollar research fund with me? His advisor was displeased about the 3-day trip. But when Lin Fan mentioned Beijing, the advisor perked up. Beijing is wonderful, the heart of our nation, with breathtaking scenery and dozens of scenic spots. How could you possibly see it all in just 3 days? Lin Fan, don't rush. Take your time exploring Beijing. I'll approve 10 days for you. Ha? 10 days is way too long. 10 days is barely enough. You have to visit the Ming tombs to pay respects to the emperors of past dynasties. The Great Wall is a must-see, and then there's the Forbidden City. 10 days won't be sufficient. Make it 20 days. Enjoy yourself and don't worry about the time. The advisor enthusiastically recommended Beijing sites to Lin Fan, truly offering heartfelt advice. Lin Fan hesitated. 20 days? Won't I fall behind in my courses? Won't my professors give me trouble? Don't even think that way. The counselor was speechless. Would the professors give you trouble, or would you give them trouble? Those professors would be thrilled not to see you in class. No. Just take lots of photos to share with us later. That's it, 20 days off. Don't even think about coming back until you've used them all. The advisor hung up on Lin Fan immediately and started contacting other professors.
Lin Fan has requested leave 20 days.
Right. Lin Fan won't be around. Everyone relax, he won't bother you. He's off to the capital. Seems like something there needs his attention.
The professors breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this.
Was Lin Fan even a student?
He was a troll, and a dangerous one at that, with unfathomable depth and expertise that surpassed their own.
They couldn't even retaliate against him. After discussing it, the professors decided to confront the advisor. Why approve a 20-day leave? Why not half a year? What a missed opportunity. This was Lin Fan's own request, and you only gave him 20 days. What if he came back to cause trouble after those 20 days? The advisor instantly regretted it. Who could argue with that?
Lin Fan boarded the plane with a satisfied smile. Sitting in economy class, he couldn't help but think Han Qingyan was being stingy. If she wanted him to do her favor, she could have at least let him fly business class.
The flight attendants in business class were prettier.
Unable to see the pretty flight attendants, Lin Fan fell asleep and slept all the way to Beijing. Stepping out of the airport, he was speechless. Han Qingyan hadn't come to pick him up.
Dr. Han, I'm at the airport. Where are you?
Lin Fan stared at Han Qingyan on the video call.
She was wearing a yoga outfit, seemingly in the middle of a session. I'm exercising. Take a taxi over yourself. Is this how you treat your guests? What kind of guest are you? You're just a hired tool I've employed. Han Qingyan sneered coldly. A guest? What a joke. Go ahead, turn around and go home. This is called delivery to the doorstep, then you're done for. She was betting Lin Fan wouldn't turn back.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes, only to be stunned by what he saw.
Han Qingyan's phone must have been on the ground.
As she made a movement, her upper body entered the frame, revealing her emerald green cleavage, milky white and flawless.
Whoa!
Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath.
Was this something he could see without paying? No way, even if he had paid, he probably wouldn't have seen this.
Han Qingyan's cleavage was truly deadly, as tempting as cotton-filled snow-white bean bags from northeast China. Han Qingyan suddenly heard the gasp and glanced over to see Lin Fan in the camera feed. 2 streams of blood were slowly trickling down his nose, like 2 wriggling earthworms. Han Qingyan snapped to attention. Damn it, where are you looking?
Can you blame me? You practically offered yourself up for me to see. Why not take a look? And honestly, it's damn gorgeous, right? You. The phone screen went black instantly. Han Qingyan hung up immediately. Damn, Lin Fan, not only did he sneak a peek, but he got a nosebleed too?
After a moment, Han Qingyan chuckled. The little brat probably hadn't seen anyone as gorgeous as her before. She was utterly confident in her figure. This time, Lin Fan got lucky. Next time, I'll gouge his eyes out. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his nose. It was incredibly arousing, but he could resist. A man who couldn't control his own body couldn't achieve great things. Lin Fan forced himself to suppress his wicked thoughts, but moments later, a phrase popped into his mind.
Admire from afar, but never touch. He really wanted to defile her. Chapter 73, the biggest problem is when there are no problems. No, this is sinful.
Lin Fan muttered frantically to himself.
He wasn't that kind of person. This wasn't his fault. Han Qingyan had accidentally let him see it. Even as he said this, his mind was flooded with the images from moments ago. The moment he thought about it, Han Qingyan's bust measurements and other dimensions flooded his mind. Lin Fan felt like he was going mad again with these useless statistics. He must be sick. Maybe he should visit a psychiatrist during this trip to the capital. No one would ever know.
Lin Fan's expression grew grave. He suspected this might be a side effect of his time-traveling rebirth. He was a man with a wife, his goddess of science wife, whom he kept hidden in his heart. Lin Fan resolved to stop dwelling on it. The nation's scientific endeavors still needed him. He had no time to spare for a female primate. Lin Fan resolved to hail a cab to find Han Qingyan when suddenly his phone rang. Before he could answer, a sports car pulled up before him.
Zhong Ai sat inside, beaming at him.
Zhong Ai looked stunningly gorgeous, her skin glowing with a healthy sheen. Lin Fan was genuinely surprised. She looked even more beautiful than when he'd met her on the southern island. Seeing Lin Fan staring at her in a daze, Zhong Ai felt satisfied. This was exactly the reaction she wanted. For Lin Fan, she had gone out of her way to get a full-body spa treatment, making herself look and smell absolutely divine. Surprised? Lin Fan placed his luggage in the car and looked at Zhong Ai. His gaze briefly lingered on her chest, yet he remained completely unmoved, a stark contrast to how he reacted when facing Han Qingyan.
Lin Fan nodded. Thanks for picking me up. I was actually planning to take a taxi. Zhang AI chuckled. So how do you plan to thank me? How about offering yourself in return? 100 odd yuan isn't worth asking me to pledge my life, Lin Fan chuckled. The taxi fare from the airport to meet Han Qingyan was 158 yuan. Zhang AI rolled her eyes, such a killjoy. Still, she was genuinely pleased. Let me treat you to something delicious. Lin Fan sighed. Do I look like some naive little puppy who's never seen the world? Sister Zhang, I'm an adult. Hee hee, then shall we do things adults should do? Zhang AI fluttered her eyebrows, both of them dancing playfully. Whatever you want, I'll accompany you. See how nice I am to you? I bet you're so touched you'll come running to my room like a good boy. Lin Fan pursed his lips and got down to business. Why did Dr. Han contact me? Is there a problem? Zhang AI explained while driving. Xingyan suspects her confidential information has been leaked. Leak? Yeah, right now it's just suspicion that someone tampered with her computer, but we have no proof. Zhang AI continued, we brought you in to help see if we can find any clues. If it really is a leak, the consequences would be severe. How serious? It concerns matters in the heavens. Lin Fan immediately understood. Han Qingyan was involved in the research of the navigation system. As a math PhD, she was responsible for a specific part of the algorithm. If there really was a leak and the algorithm fell into enemy hands, the Dragon Nation's navigation system would no longer hold any secrets. Lin Fan chuckled. No big deal. Zhang AI glanced back at him. Not a big deal? Don't you realize the consequences if this is a leak? The impact would be enormous. Xingyan could even face investigation. It won't come to that. Lin Fan declared. Zhang AI eyed him skeptically. Lin Fan's confident smile struck her as strangely charming. What do you mean? I may not have worked on the navigation system, but I know this isn't something one person could complete alone, Lin Fan thought to himself. Unless it was me. After all, he hadn't been involved in this lifetime, but in his previous life, he had participated even in satellite weaponry projects. Even if it's a leak, the enemy would only gain access to some algorithms. Algorithms can be adjusted and optimized. We just need to strengthen our defenses. Besides, algorithms evolve with the times. When better algorithms emerge in the future, the current ones will naturally be phased out. Lin Fan now understood Han Qingyan's purpose in seeking him out. She wanted to leverage his hacking skills to uncover evidence. Lin Fan frowned, knowing full well this was likely a leak. When it came to research, you had to trust your instincts. Once you sensed something was off, it almost certainly was. Han Qingyan must have been frantic with worry, yet she persisted in her exercise routine, a classic case of outward calm concealing inner tension. Zhang AI led Lin Fan to Han Qingyan's residence. Dr. Han had already changed into a new outfit, covering herself completely, and regarded Lin Fan with a blank expression. Zhang AI hurriedly interjected, Lin Fan, check Xingyan's computer right away. Lin Fan nodded. Zhang AI handed him the laptop. He logged into Han Qingyan's computer and accessed the Research Institute's database. Lin Fan's fingers began tapping at an astonishing speed. Zhang AI was somewhat surprised. Those fingers are incredibly fast, like Kato's one-finger typing. What? Lin Fan froze, his fingers slowing momentarily as he turned to glare at Zhang AI. Explain this to me. Where did you even hear of Kato Ichiji? There's a lot packed into what you just said. Zhang AI brushed it off nonchalantly. Did Lin Fan find any suspicious traces? No. If someone accessed the lab's database from Dr. Han's computer, that person must be a computer whiz as skilled in hacking as I am. Lin Fan dismissed thoughts of Kato and replied earnestly. Han Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Looks like I was overthinking it. It probably isn't a leak after all. Zhang AI smiled. Then you can relax. Let's grab a bite later to welcome Lin Fan back. Lin Fan shook his head. Sis Zhang, you're being too optimistic. I can now confirm this was a deliberate leak and it's organized. Zhang AI gasped, but you haven't found anything yet, have you? Han Qingyan's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lin Fan noticed her fingers trembling as she stared silently at him. Lin Fan nodded. Precisely because I found nothing that I'm certain this is a leak incident. Dr. Han, someone has tampered with your computer. Zhang AI was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Lin Fan explained, every time a computer is used, it leaves a record. I just checked the system logs, a segment is missing. That's why I found no traces. Or rather, I found them. Han Qingyan, you mean unless someone had ulterior motives, they wouldn't need to wipe the computer clean? Lin Fan nodded. That was precisely the point. Normal computer use wouldn't necessitate wiping the system clean. It could only mean ulterior motives. Zhang AI finally grasped the situation, staring blankly at Lin Fan and Han Qingyan. This is serious trouble. Qingyan, you won't get investigated, will you? Zhang AI was utterly panicked. If Han Qingyan got labeled as untrustworthy, everything would be ruined, her entire future destroyed. Zhang AI turned to Lin Fan and blurted out, can you keep this confidential? If we don't mention it, we can pretend this never happened. Wouldn't that be best? Chapter 74, I'll cover for you this once. Han Qingyan stared silently at Lin Fan, her gaze intensely focused, as if expecting something. If we don't tell anyone, it's as if it never happened. As long as it never happened, then nothing went wrong. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Sister Zhong, you go into the room first. I'll talk with Dr. Han. Zhong Ai glanced between Lin Fan and Han Qingyan before nodding. Once she left, Lin Fan looked at Han Qingyan and smiled. It's no big deal. Even if it's considered a breach of confidentiality, it won't matter. What do you know? Han Qingyan retorted bitterly. My career could be ruined because of this. I'll end up being the scapegoat. Lin Fan smiled. Hiding it won't help. Only part of it has leaked now, but once our enemies get their hands on it, it could pose a threat to our national security. You don't want to help me? Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan, her eyes dim. I know you're right. It's just that I can't face the truth. But? Lin Fan chuckled. It's not like you leaked it. What are you afraid of? Besides, your algorithm isn't cutting edge, it has plenty of room for improvement. Damn it. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Qingyan felt annoyed. He was being patronizing again. What was wrong with her algorithm? Han Qingyan sneered contemptuously. Do you have any idea how much effort I poured into this algorithm? I've been sleeping only 4 hours a day just to finish it sooner. It's like my own child. Now someone's stolen it and might even ruin me. You make it sound so easy. No kidding, I'm a big shot, a top-tier expert in my field. Lin Fan chuckled. Sleep is still necessary. If you could achieve great things without sleep, research would be too easy. Then nobody would need to sleep anymore. Han Qingyan glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Damn it, men always have to make snide remarks. If you're so capable, go find that person yourself. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, my point is, report it. Don't try to hide. You can't escape it. Don't underestimate our relevant departments. As long as they take it seriously, they'll handle anything for you. Han Qingyan nodded helplessly. Lin Fan was right, she was just scared. What will happen to me? Nothing will happen to you. Just be nicer to me from now on. Show me some respect, and I'll protect you this once. Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan. He pulled out his phone and contacted Long Xiaoshang directly. Dr. Han's situation is as follows. I guarantee she didn't betray any secrets. I'm vouching for her this once. No investigation. No interference with her normal life. Long Xiaoshang cursed in exasperation. Who does she think she is to you? How dare you use your personal guarantee? We have discipline here, you know. You've got it wrong. It's not me vouching for her, it's you. Damn it, you bastard. How dare you bully people like this? Long Xiaoshang was furious. After Operation Thunderbolt, higher-ups had begun prioritizing the Navy, especially information warfare. Long Xiaoshang had gambled correctly, now the bigwigs were backing him, and his career was skyrocketing. Who was Han Qingyan? Just an ordinary researcher. As long as he hadn't leaked classified information after the investigation, while his career would suffer and he'd be barred from classified work, it wouldn't affect his livelihood. But Lin Fan's demand was outrageous. He was being asked to personally vouch for Han Qingyan. That's downright bullying. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Old Long, look at you getting worked up again. I won't let you lose out. In return, I'll provide something to your navy. What could possibly be worth all this trouble? An aircraft carrier arresting cable, how about it? Long Xiaoshang fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, you have such a thing? What kind of question is that? Of course I have it, your navy has it too. Believe it or not, I can get it done. If not, I'll go to old Su. He's a high-ranking official, can't he pull strings for one person? Lin Fan retorted. I'm doing you a favor by coming to you, you know? Without my help, you wouldn't be where you are today. What about the information warfare unit? Do you even want it anymore? This bastard. First threatening me, then dangling arresting cables as bait. Long Xiaoshang couldn't help but wonder, what's your relationship with this Han guy? After pondering for a moment, Long Xiaoshang still couldn't recall what Han Qingyan was like, only that she was a female PhD. Lin Fan glanced at Han Qingyan before turning away. She's mine. I've set my sights on her. A fine piece of cattle. After all, they were in Han Qingyan's home, so Lin Fan couldn't openly talk about cattle or horses. Long Xiaoshang burst out laughing. So it's a knight in shining armor saving the damsel in distress? Got it. Fine, I'll agree. I'll protect this Dr. Han. But you better deliver on your end of the deal. If you try to stop me, you're dead meat. Threatening me? You can have as many of those things as you want. No technical difficulty. But let's be clear, I heard from old Su that your navy has bounty funds. I'll give you the stuff, but the bounty is mine. Long Xiaoshang readily agreed. But was developing carrier arresting gear really that simple? Globally, only a handful of companies could produce arresting gear meeting the required specifications, and all of them fell under the control of the Eagle. Lin Fan was joking, right? But if he agreed, failing to deliver the arresting wire would mean he owed him a favor. He should report to the military soon, right? Time to work on that information warfare platform.
Long Xiaoshang was intensely envious of Lin Fan's method of hacking into an enemy carrier using technology. It exuded sophistication and, above all, sheer awesomeness. Lin Fan later told Han Xingyan, General Long will vouch for you.
You're in the clear now. Just file the report and let the relevant authorities investigate. I owe Lord Long Xiaoshang a huge favor for you. The unspoken message was clear: if you know what's good for you, show proper gratitude. No need for empty thanks, show some real appreciation. Han Qingyan nodded. Thank you. That's it? Lin Fan was baffled. Hadn't she caught on yet? Her EQ was lacking. She was nowhere near as sharp as he was. Well, couldn't expect more. Beauties are all ditzy pretty but not too bright. Lin Fan motioned for Zhong Ai to come out. She rushed out of the room immediately. How'd it go? How'd it go? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. You weren't eavesdropping just now? Zhong Ai flushed with embarrassment. Of course she'd been eavesdropping, I'm not that kind of person. Han Qingyan explained briefly before calling state security. Zhong Ai scolded Han Qingyan for being too hasty. Couldn't she have waited to report? Han Qingyan replied, this is the best course of action. My mistake can't jeopardize national security. Only then could she truly feel at ease. Zhong Ai sighed dejectedly, I was worried about you. What if? It's fine. I told you it's no big deal. Lin Fan waved dismissively with a smile. With young Master Long stepping in, it'll be sorted out quickly. Lin Fan, unwilling to waste words, took Han Qingyan's laptop and continued typing. He remained seated the entire time, not even standing up when the relevant authorities arrived. Chapter 75, I'm a respectable person. Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan were called in for questioning one after the other, but Lin Fan simply presented his military ID and avoided it. Han Qingyan returned and glared at Lin Fan. What did you do? Left a little loophole. Lin Fan blinked innocently. Han Qingyan flared up instantly. You're out of your mind. How dare you tamper with the database? Do you even realize the gravity of this? Lin Fan smiled. I understand the gravity of this better than you do. But it's also an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Her computer could access the Research Institute's database. Lin Fan's unauthorized tampering was pure sabotage. Lin Fan watched Han Qingyan's stunned and furious expression and chuckled. Young lady, trust this old man. The future will bring you a pleasant surprise. All I feel right now is shock. Can you stop messing around? I'm already annoyed enough. Han Qingyan pushed Lin Fan away and logged into the computer to investigate what tampering he had done. The result left Han Qingyan utterly dumbfounded. Her algorithm had become better. It had been optimized. You optimized my algorithm? MHM. This version is now perfect. Of course, that's just the surface. Your algorithm is complex. The leaker only took a portion. I suspect she'll continue. I want this segment spread by that person. Lin Fan whispered in Han Qingyan's ear, it's a trap one I set for Eagle Chan. Han Qingyan felt Lin Fan's breath against her ear, her cheeks flushing instantly. They were pressed far too close together, yet she couldn't quite bring herself to say anything. Eagle sauce? Who else would care about our algorithm besides them? Remember Operation Thunderbolt? My navigation must have stunned them. Lin Fan explained, that's why they'd steal our algorithm. You were involved. Who else would they target? But this was likely done by one of your colleagues. Han Qingyan knew it well. Only colleagues could access her computer, though she couldn't be certain. Who could it be? You don't suspect Zhong Ai, do you? How could it be her? She's just a ditzy girl. Han Qingyan shot him a look of contempt. Lin Fan was so ungrateful. Zhong Ai was head over heels for him, practically throwing herself at him, and he called her a ditzy blonde. But Zhong Ai was definitely not the culprit. Lin Fan said, this is a matter for the relevant authorities now. It has nothing to do with you guys. You called Zhong Ai a ditzy blonde? Han Qingyan glared at Lin Fan, her voice dripping with irritation. You're a complete jerk. What's a mere bastard? Back in my day, I was shameless too. You haven't seen the truly shameless old crooks out there. For a few $100 billion in funding, people would sell their own brains to get their hands on it. Lin Fan couldn't care less about Han Qingyan's insults. Sis Zhong, what are we having for dinner? Lin Fan turned and saw Zhong Ai emerging with several comrades in tow. Zhong Ai's eyes lit up as she patted her ample chest. Whatever you want to eat, just say the word. I'm treating. Big sis has money. Anything you fancy, I'll buy it for you. Han Qingyan froze, then nodded thoughtfully at Zhong Ai. This woman really was a big-hearted fool. Lin Fan was right. Who could possibly think about eating at a time like this? Just then, a comrade gave Lin Fan a meaningful look. Lin Fan nodded and walked over. The comrade said, we just inspected the two ladies' computers and found some data disks. Would you like to take a look? What kind of materials? The comrade glanced at Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai with a peculiar look. Such beautiful girls without boyfriends, no wonder they were watching that stuff. Lin Fan, however, was an officer with credentials and a witness to the scene. The comrade felt it was his duty to inform Lin Fan, leading him into the room. There, Lin Fan saw hundreds of adult videos. Holy crap! These two beauties watching this stuff? The content was shockingly explicit. Lin Fan exchanged an awkward glance with the officers. This doesn't need to be recorded, does it? It's only natural for young women to have such needs. Understood. We'll continue our investigation and may require your cooperation. Our superiors have already notified us. We'll stay in touch, we might need your assistance at some point. Lin Fan nodded, seeing the comrades out. Turning back, he caught Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai staring at him. Zhang Ai asked, "What did they tell you to say? Anything else?" "Nothing else." Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Perhaps those reference materials were for their research after all. After all, researchers could be rather peculiar sometimes, wanting to study absolutely everything. It was perfectly scientific for the two girls to study that kind of material. Han Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off. Lin Fan's expression seemed too peculiar. Could it be that those people had said something? Her situation wasn't as straightforward as Lin Fan claimed that having Long Xiaoshang's guarantee would make everything okay. Lin Fan, just tell me. I can handle it. Han Qingyan forced a bitter smile. It really is fine. Don't overthink it. Then why did they talk to you alone? Zhang Ai asked. Something must be up. Just tell me. Qingyan, don't worry, if it comes to it, I'll support you. I'm loaded, you know. Lin Fan didn't want to embarrass the two girls by saying it. Besides, how could he even explain something like this? Should they all watch together? But the more he held back, the more anxious Han Qingyan grew. Just tell me, please. This? You're the one who begged for it. Lin Fan thought to himself, since Han Qingyan begged for it, he couldn't very well keep quiet. But don't blame me for not giving you face. The authorities found something unexpected on your computer. What? A backdoor Trojan? Zhang Ai stared intently at Lin Fan. If someone was trying to steal data from the computer, planting a Trojan was the most logical move. Han Qingyan suddenly remembered something, whirling around and taking a deep breath. When she turned back to Lin Fan, her gaze immediately grew evasive. No, it's adult films. Over 100 of them. Zhang Ai gasped, frozen in place. Her face flushed from the bottom up. Within moments, she was as red as a prawn, staring intently at the floor as if trying to see through it. Lin Fan quickly interjected, I told those guys it's your research material. Nothing to worry about. We're scientists, we've seen all kinds of weird stuff. Ah. Those people from the relevant departments saw it? Zhang Ai began trembling all over. This was utterly mortifying. Only then did she suddenly realize why those comrades from the relevant departments had looked at them so strangely when they left. So everyone saw it. I might as well just die. Especially in front of Lin Fan. Would he think she wasn't a good girl for watching that kind of film? Zhang Ai hung her head in dejection, instantly wilting like a drowned rat. Han Qingyan gave a cool nod. Those are just ordinary research materials. Nothing else. Lin Fan, don't get any ideas. I wouldn't. I'm a decent person. Chapter 76, Scamming a Satellite Back. This is hilarious, two gorgeous women watching that kind of stuff together. And it's pretty explicit too. Truly surprising. Lin Fan suddenly thought if he sold dolls later and Han Qingyan found out they used her body measurements, she'd probably be fine with it given her open-minded attitude. After all, if she could watch that kind of thing, she'd probably be fine with being turned into a doll too. Lin Fan thought it made perfect sense. Just then, Han Qingyan said, Lin Fan, you should find a hotel to stay at first. Thank you for everything. Zhang Ai and I need to talk about something. Got it. It must be about those educational materials. Lin Fan turned to leave, but just as he stepped out, Han Qingyan let out a shriek. Zhang Ai, look. It's all your fault for insisting on watching that stuff. Now my reputation is ruined. What are you talking about? We watched it together. You even said it felt pretty good. You're the one who touched me, right? That's because you were the one acting all flirty, trying to sleep with Lin Fan. I'm just caught in the middle. So what if I want to sleep with Lin Fan? He's so awesome. He handled today's huge situation with ease. He's bound to be a rising star in the future. That's called having good judgment. Talking about me? Heh, fair's fair, your taste in men is spot on. This boss is a dragon among men. Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai got into an argument, while Lin Fan chuckled to himself and checked into a nearby hotel. Before long, Long Xiaoshang's call came through. Heard about it. That Han Qingyan isn't as proper as she seems. Damn, Long Xiaoshang sure gets around fast. Lin Fan replied, everyone has their needs. Isn't that normal? Normal? Is it normal for two beauties to watch that kind of stuff together? Maybe I'm just narrow-minded. Long Xiaoshang sneered, two beauties? You're quite the catch. Jealous of me? I'm a college student, young, handsome, capable. Can't I have two beauties chasing me? Lin Fan retorted. Long Xiaoshang couldn't be bothered with Lin Fan's nonsense, the relevant authorities will handle the rest. I looked into it, it's pretty serious. If I hadn't stepped in, your girl would have been locked up. Making it sound so serious just to curry favor with me? Lin Fan signaled he understood the game. Long Xiaoshang sneered coldly, it's about the leak of the Beidou system. Now you know how serious it is? Lin Fan fell silent. Yeah, it was pretty serious, but just pretty serious. Still, no big deal. He could handle it himself. Relax, I've already taken care of it. Now we just wait for the fish to take the bait. Let him deliver the goods. Send it out? Won't our losses be even greater then? Ha. Trust me, even if we catch someone, it'll only be small fry. Let him go, and I'll trick a few satellites back for you to play with. Lin Fan chuckled coldly. Daring to steal from my house and expecting it to just blow over? That's a pipe dream. Steal satellites? This kid's bragging again, but this time it sounds surprisingly plausible. Long Xiaoshang immediately interjected, you're in the capital, right? I'm waiting for mine too. Wait, isn't this guy in the Navy? Why's he in Beijing instead of the naval base? He's got issues. After waiting over an hour, Long Xiaoshang found Lin Fan. Spill it, how do you scam satellites? Lin Fan stared at him speechless. Why the hell are you in the capital? You shouldn't be here, you should be out at sea. Long Xiaoshang lit a cigarette with a chuckle. I'm here for funding and equipment. How can we build an information-based force without money? I have to run around Beijing. Plus, the naval bidding conference is coming up in a few days, I'm in charge. Doesn't that mean the bounty on me is practically guaranteed? Lin Fan perked up. Hey, old buddy, interested in a backroom deal? A bold idea struck Lin Fan, hand over the carrier design to me. You want me to get myself shot? Long Xiaoshang immediately shot back, utterly flabbergasted. That was carrier design. Lin Fan really had the nerve to ask. Your current mission is to assist me in establishing a special information-based force. My requirements aren't high, just capable of infiltrating Morrison's carrier strike group. You think the carrier strike group's firewall is as flimsy as your family's window paper? Are you kidding? That requires real skill and mastering. That skill demands innate talent. Lin Fan couldn't guarantee that. Long Xiaoshang pondered for a moment before replying, fine, we'll revisit that later. First, tell me how you plan to deceive the satellites. Lin Fan outlined his plan. Once I deploy my code, it'll inevitably be integrated into the satellites. Then we'll have our chance. I guarantee Eagle Lady won't be able to complain. Why specifically Eagle's place? Why not someone else? Sure, other countries could be targeted, but messing with Eagle Lady is way more satisfying. Guys love conquering mountains, you know? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Long Xiaoshang. Besides Eagle Lady, who else would be interested in our navigation system? You're asking me such a basic question? You're an idiot. Long Xiaoshang, sensing Lin Fan's contempt, quickly retorted, I figured it out ages ago. No need for you to tell me. Poof. The moment you open your mouth, your ignorance shows. Long Xiaoshang couldn't take it anymore. Don't forget I stepped in to save your porn-loving girlfriend. Lin Fan burst out laughing. A girlfriend who loves watching porn? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Wonder what expression Han Qingyan would have if she knew. Watching Lin Fan flustered, Long Xiaoshang smirked triumphantly. Who knew your tastes were so unique? You really can't judge a book by its cover. That Han Qingyan is way older than you. Is this you going for the older woman thing? Going against the grain? Stop talking nonsense. It's perfectly innocent between us. Long Xiaoshang hummed in response. Completely innocent, huh? Come tell uncle just how innocent and pure it is. Lin Fan was speechless. This guy had become shameless ever since getting close to him. I suspect you're in a car, but I have no proof. Is this what a soldier should say? Utterly uncultured. After giving Lin Fan a hard time, Long Xiaoshang beamed. We get to play together again this time. You promise you can trick satellite back? Pretty much. Don't brag. I'll be reporting this. Long Xiaoshang chimed in, naturally sharing responsibility. Lin Fan chuckled, whether I'm bragging or not doesn't matter as long as everything I bragged about comes true. Fair enough. Though Lin Fan was arrogant and looked down on others, Long Xiaoshang loved his attitude and skills. Then we'll do it your way. Can we actually catch anyone? Long Xiaoshang chuckled, catching people has never been the problem. The real challenge is cleaning up the entire line of people. Mimicking Lin Fan's tone felt incredibly satisfying to Long Xiaoshang. Bragging was pure joy. Lin Fan froze for a moment while Long Xiaoshang roared with laughter. I never brag, because every boast I've ever made has come true. Lin Fan. This guy stole my catchphrase, he owes me royalties. Chapter 77, What Others Can't Do, Only Lin Fan Can. Long Xiaoshang didn't dwell on the leak. For one, Lin Fan had already explained it, just a bit of algorithmic code, nothing that would cause major trouble. Long Xiaoshang was a pragmatic man who knew Lin Fan's capabilities. If Lin Fan dared say it was no big deal, then it probably wasn't. He left the leak investigation to the relevant authorities. What truly intrigued him was Lin Fan's plan to trick the satellite. It sounded too thrilling to ignore. Lin Fan told him to wait, so he waited. When the opportunity arose, they'd pull off the heist together. Lin Fan assured him the technical side was entirely his responsibility, absolutely no issues. But the division of the loot still needed to be discussed. Long Xiaoshang froze. Damn, you actually want to split the satellite? What do you mean? Lin Fan replied, once we've tricked the satellite back, we'll definitely have to return it to its rightful owner. Why return it? Can't we just make the satellite ours? Damn, you really think that way? Lin Fan could certainly seize the satellite outright, but doing so would easily spark an international conflict. Even if he wanted to pull it off, timing was crucial. Dragon Nation's overall strength wasn't yet sufficient to go toe-to-toe with Eagle Nation. Besides, Lin Fan didn't care much for the Eagle's satellite, nothing particularly advanced. Stirring up trouble over a piece of junk? It might be thrilling, but it's not rational. Lin Fan's goal was to extort money, high-tech blackmail. If the Eagle's satellite vanished, wouldn't they search for it? Unable to find it themselves, they'd inevitably seek help, and that's when his extortion opportunity would arise. Extorting tens of millions in technical service fees from the Eagle Nation was feasible. Lin Fan planned to provide 3 such services, netting $100 million each time. That would amount to 7 or 800 million Dragon Nation currency, replenishing his research funds. Money. What I need is money. I don't need any damn satellite. But it's a satellite. It could very well be a military satellite. Its value is incalculable. No way. Even if it's military, money matters more. Long Xiaoshang grumbled, how can someone so young be so obsessed with money? Don't you think it'd be incredibly prestigious and awesome to scam the Eagle's satellite? What does that prove? Long Xiaoshang raised his voice, waving his arms excitedly. It means our technology crushes theirs. It's bringing glory to our nation. Long Xiaoshang started acting like a lunatic, waving his arms around wildly. Lin Fan fumed, none of you give me money. You keep cutting my budget, what am I supposed to do? Without funding, how the hell am I supposed to conduct research? Do you think science is child's play? Didn't old Sue give you tens of millions? Long Xiaoshang thought to himself. How old are you, anyway, to be managing tens of millions and still not satisfied? People his age were still in school, living off their parents' money. Lin Fan already had his own lab and funding that was seriously impressive. Among the nation's youth, Lin Fan ranked among the absolute top tier, a key national cultivation target. Tens of millions? Is that a lot? Lin Fan looked down on the sum. He had no interest in pursuing projects like 6th or 7th generation aircraft research. While such mature programs didn't exist in Longwa, they were all mapped out in his mind. Once his lab was fully operational, he'd delegate these technologies to the lower level cattle and horses to execute. His sole pursuit remained unchanged: the Southern Heavenly Gate, the Star Fortress, the quest for space supremacy. To build this, tens of millions wouldn't even cover a single subsystem. It required hundreds of billions in investment, a national super project defending the nation's dignity. Lin Fan stated, I have no choice. You must understand, me research requires funding. Therefore, I will return the satellite to the eagle-eyed ones. This is my final decision. Any objections? Of course. Long Xiaoshang was furious. Who the hell did Lin Fan think he was, deciding the satellite's fate? I call the shots on this satellite business. Oh? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Looks like he's not convinced. This country bumpkin Long Xiaoshang wants to rebel? Fine, you call the shots. Then go trick them into handing over their satellite. I'll respect you as a true hero. Long Xiaoshang fell silent. Where would he even learn that kind of technology? I'm done talking. I can't do it. Long Xiaoshang glared at Lin Fan, his face flushed with anger. Lin Fan burst out laughing. I thought you had the technical know-how. Turns out you don't. Guess you still need me after all. So what exactly are you in charge of? Mastering technology is what makes you formidable. Holding that technology means holding the reins of power. Lin Fan snapped, think before you speak to me. Just accept my decisions without objection. You'll naturally reap your share of benefits, your contribution won't be overlooked, and you'll get your fair share of rewards. Otherwise, it'll get awkward. Long Xiaoshang's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Fine. We'll see what you do then. You little bastard, just you wait. If I ever catch you with your hand in the cookie jar, I'll make you pay. Fuming at Lin Fan's indifference, Long Xiaoshang had an idea. He grabbed his phone and rushed out to contact a research director at the Navy. Can your institute hijack satellites? Ah. Theoretically possible, but untested. It requires advanced expertise in communications and mastery of engineering technology. This is extremely difficult, the director replied honestly. Satellites weren't ordinary things. Security protocols were undoubtedly ironclad. With so many satellites orbiting, if they lacked such safeguards, they would have been stolen long ago. Long Xiaoshang understood. Extremely difficult meant impossible. He hung up without another word. Looks like he'd have to rely on Lin Fan after all. This little bastard had him right where he wanted him. Fuming, he turned and stormed off. He planned to share a room with Lin Fan that night to build rapport, but now he was in a foul mood. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up and ate breakfast. Not seeing Long Xiaoshang, he immediately called, "Where the hell are you? I'm swamped. You think I'm some good-for-nothing college slacker with time to chase girls and party?" Long Xiaoshang seethed with resentment toward Lin Fan. No one in the Navy could hijack a satellite. They all claimed it was too difficult, the technology unreliable, basically, it was impossible. He hadn't slept all night and had to get back to work in the morning. Where was the ease Lin Fan enjoyed? He was chasing 2 girls at once, living a life of decadence and corruption. Long Xiaoshang paused, then warned, "You're a military man. You can't have 2 girlfriends, you know." His mood suddenly lifted, and Long Xiaoshang burst into laughter. That bastard Lin Fan is a soldier now, and he dares to play both sides? Awesome. Lin Fan was utterly speechless. What the hell was this guy talking about? I asked where the Navy's arresting cable bid is being held. Shugong Factory. You don't even know that? My brain cells are reserved for research. I don't bother memorizing trivial details like that, Lin Fan replied flatly. Long Xiaoshang froze, caught off guard by the bluff. But upon reflection, Lin Fan's words carried undeniable swagger. The aura of a true master was faintly discernible. Chapter 78, Heading to Capital Iron and Steel Group. Long Xiaoshang concluded Lin Fan truly possessed the aura of a master of arrogance. He was too good at it. Calling himself this old man at every turn, why didn't he just die of old age? He showed zero self-respect. Fortunately, he was a magnanimous person and chose not to dwell on it. What was the point? Lin Fan wouldn't give him the time of day anyway. Long Xiaoshang left quickly. Lin Fan slept through the night. The next day, Zhang Ai and Han Xingyan showed up at his door, inviting him out for fun. Zhang Ai was especially enthusiastic. They planned a fun day out, followed by getting Lin Fan drunk that night. The hotel was already booked. Once the girls were distracted, Lin Fan would be completely in her grasp. Han Xingyan's attitude toward Lin Fan had shifted. Had it not been for him this time, she'd have been in serious trouble. With the leak incident now resolved, she wouldn't need to work for a while and could take some time off. Lin Fan, come on. Let your big sister treat you to all the fun. Whatever you want to eat or do, I'll arrange it. Zhang Ai wore the smug expression of someone flush with cash. Lin Fan snapped, "I'm busy, okay?" Han Xingyan couldn't stand Lin Fan's pretentious act and gave a cold snort. Zhang Ai inquired curiously, "So Xingyan's situation is resolved? What else could possibly be keeping you busy?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Zhang Ai's naive expression. As a leading figure in military technology, he was naturally occupied with research. A man who doesn't strive hard, what good is he? If a man doesn't work hard, he'll never get a wife. Though I personally have no need for such useless things as wives, the principle remains sound. How else would he scam research funding or dominate space with Nanshanmen? A man needs ambition, right, Sister Zhang? Lin Fan chuckled. Zhang Ai stared at him in surprise. While what you say makes sense, I don't think you need ambitions. I'm rich, I can support you. How could you be so blunt? Lin Fan was utterly speechless. It felt like he was out of sync with the times. Had he traveled back too late? Were young women nowadays this blunt? Lin Fan flatly refused. I have major matters to attend to, matters concerning the nation's long-term future. I have no time for games. My time belongs to the country. Zhang Ai burst out laughing. Lin Fan was just a college student, what was he so full of? Han Xingyan looked at Lin Fan with a hint of contempt. You're just a college student. What could you possibly be doing? Thanks for your help this time. I'll take you out for a couple of days as my way of saying thanks. Lin Fan glanced at Han Xingyan. That tone of yours, old man, I don't particularly like. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with this female PhD. Lin Fan replied, I need to attend the naval bidding conference. Isn't that important? Isn't it more important than eating, drinking, and having fun? Eating and drinking can wait any time. But if I miss the bidding conference, do you have any idea how much I'll lose? At least 200 million. 200 million was the bounty offered by the Navy near pocket change. The real payoff lay ahead. If Lin Fan secured the arresting cable project, he wouldn't just gain funding, he'd establish a reputation in aircraft carrier military engineering. Lin Fan was a seasoned veteran who understood the value of reputation. With a solid reputation, future bids would be a breeze. As a college student, he desperately needed that reputation. Only with prestige could he become a leading authority in his field. Han Xingyan and Zhang Ai were utterly dumbfounded. A naval bidding conference? Sounds super high-end. Is it related to Lin Fan? Zhang Ai exclaimed in surprise, Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure. Is there any reason to doubt? Lin Fan felt utterly drained talking to these unintelligent creatures. He didn't want to explain, nor did he feel like it. How could that be? You're a college student, how could you possibly participate in such a high-level bidding event? That's the kind of tender only major military contractors get involved in. What qualifies you? Zhang Ai was highly skeptical she wasn't some clueless fool. Han Xinyan nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. What's going on? Lin Fan tidied his things, turned to the two of them, and smiled faintly. State secrets. Your clearance levels aren't high enough to know. So infuriating. Zhong Ai gritted her teeth, nearly choking on her own blood. You, state secrets? Wow, you're really turning up the heat right off the bat. What gives you the right to know? State secrets. This again? Zhong Ai was dumbfounded, staring helplessly at Han Xinyan. You handle this. This guy is infuriating. Han Xinyan thought for a moment and asked, which aspect? Shipbuilding. That much could be disclosed, but anti-ship missiles were another matter entirely. If word got out that Longwa was bidding on anti-ship missiles, it would immediately lead to speculation that Longwa was planning to build an aircraft carrier. Lin Fan was a seasoned veteran in this field. He wouldn't make such a mistake. Such news couldn't be concealed, but it couldn't come from his own mouth. Han Xinyan nodded slightly, as if understanding something. So there's news about the aircraft carrier. You know a thing or two, Lin Fan remarked, looking at Han Xinyan with newfound respect. Han Xinyan smiled. It's no secret. Our research institute participated in some of the computational engineering. The nation actually announced the plan long ago. It's just now being implemented. You don't need to keep it confidential. What should be kept confidential must remain confidential. It's a matter of principle. Lin Fan packed his things, then took everything he could from the hotel room: toothpaste, toilet paper, leaving nothing behind. Zhong Ai no longer cared about the aircraft carrier. Instead, she watched in shock as Lin Fan stuffed the hotel supplies into his bag. You're stealing? What the hell, Dong? These items are meant for my use. I'm entitled to take them. Don't you get it? They're all included in the room rate. Lin Fan explained with the calmness of an old pro. I'm a broke student. If I can save a little, I should save a little. Once his lab was up and running, he'd have plenty of hard-working assistants like Lin Feng. People cost money to feed and clothe, and these items would be perfect for them. When it came to necessary expenses, Lin Fan was generous enough to scare people. But when it was unnecessary, he was stingy enough to make your butt bleed. Zhong Ai nodded blankly, feeling enlightened. Oh, I see. I thought you were stealing. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. That's the kind of thinking you get from being a rich, pretty girl. After packing his things, Lin Fan told Han Xinyan, I need to check out the bidding site. Who's driving me there? Naturally, Zhong Ai offered to drive. The two beauties accompanied him to the Capital Steel Group. The bidding event was set to begin the day after tomorrow, but the group's guesthouse and nearby hotels were already filled with industry peers, all there for the bidding. Lin Fan booked a room at the group's guesthouse under the name Harbin Institute of Technology Strategic Lab. He'd initially considered writing Strategic Hype Lab, but it seemed too serious, so Lin Fan tweaked it. Strategic Laboratory sounded high-end and intimidating. Han Xinyan looked at the name he'd registered with some surprise. You really have a lab? If you're lying about this, the consequences could be serious. Would I lie? Do I need to? Chapter 79, Underestimated. Don't underestimate this old man. Don't think I'll let it slide just because you're pretty. Lin Fan thought for a moment. He really couldn't afford to pick a fight with Han Xinyan after all. He planned to use her body data to make dolls and sell them for profit. He hadn't even paid Han Xinyan the data usage fee yet. He was the one in debt. Zhong Ai cared little for truth or falsehood. Watching Lin Fan, her heart fluttered. So young, yet already running his own lab, Lin Fan had boundless potential, the makings of a rising star. She must seize this opportunity. She absolutely must. Lin Fan flipped through the registration book. Nearly every major heavy industry conglomerate in the country had arrived. Those who hadn't come yet would surely show up in the next few days. This bidding session would draw at least 1,000 participants. The actual bidders would be representatives, but each one had a technical team backing them. A company sending dozens of people was considered small-scale. Large-scale operations would have hundreds of technical personnel providing support. As Lin Fan observed, a large group entered the premises. Uniformed personnel followed an elderly leader, with middle-aged managers coordinating operations while technical staff complied with instructions. Carrying thick stacks of documents, they walked and discussed. Northern Heavy Industries Group. Lin Fan recognized them immediately, representatives from the Northern Heavy Industries Group, a major arms manufacturer. They were here to compete for the aircraft carrier design contract, a project worth at least 5 billion yuan. Technical teams in heavy industry rarely included women, so when Lin Fan appeared at the front desk accompanied by two beauties, the Northern Heavy Industries Group personnel couldn't help but glance their way. Han Xinyan and Zhong Ai were both stunning beauties. The technical staff couldn't tear their eyes away. Only the old man kept his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. He sensed a faint aura of menace emanating from him. Standing there, Lin Fan exuded the steady presence of a seasoned veteran, utterly unflappable. Which company are you from? The old man initiated the conversation with a smile. Such a young manager? That's rare. My name is Lin Fan. I'm with the Harbin Institute of Technology Strategic Laboratory. And you? Strategic Laboratory at HIT? Zhang Guangsu froze, a look of confusion crossing his face. He'd never heard of this lab, but he didn't care much. A university lab probably posed little threat. My name is Zhang Guangsu. We're here for the ship design. What's your objective? I'm also bidding for the ship design contract. The money's good. Zhang Guangsu looked at Lin Fan in surprise. How old are you? 20. Freshman at HIT. Zhang Guangsu fell silent. He'd thought Lin Fan was a rival, but it turned out to be just a college student? Are you kidding me? Trying to make a fool of me? Freshman? Zhang Guangsu thought to himself, if it weren't for my self-restraint, I'd slap you silly. What business does a college student have meddling in this? Youngsters are formidable these days. Still, it's good you came to this bidding. You can learn a thing or two and broaden your horizons. I'm not pleased with that remark. Do you take me for a child? Lin Fan chuckled. I've already solved the anti-collision cable issue, old Zhang. I'm also quite capable in aircraft carrier design, pretty darn good at it. I could get it done in a year. Don't underestimate me in this area either. Zhang Guangsu froze in place. What kind of nonsense is this kid spouting? Instantly, he developed reservations about Lin Fan. This clearly wasn't someone grounded in reality. Look at you, full of yourself. You know ship design? Of course I do. Not only am I proficient in ship design, but I've also researched aerospace, aircraft, and weaponry, Lin Fan replied with a smile. After all, in his previous life, he had been the youngest recipient of the Republic Medal. He had started with theoretical research before shifting to shipbuilding and then aircraft. Before his transmigration, he had already begun overseeing the construction of a lunar base. Zhang Guangsu glared at Lin Fan, his expression darkening. Young man, I've seen enough of your talent for bragging. What the hell was he talking about? Aerospace, aircraft, ships, these aren't even in the same field. How could this kid know them all? Accumulating that kind of knowledge takes time. Zhang Guangsu felt irritated. Lin Fan was clearly the type to aim too high. Glancing at Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai, his displeasure deepened. At a serious event like a bidding conference, he actually brought two beautiful women along. Is your relationship with them proper? Zhang Guangsu paused before saying, I know your principal. What's that supposed to mean? Are you threatening me? Lin Fan glared at the old man. Are you planning to complain about me to my principal, old Zhang? Let me tell you, that old codger is a shady character, a cheapskate. If he hadn't cut my funding, I wouldn't even bother bidding here. Only kids compete in auctions. Back in my world, if I set my sights on a project, who dared compete with me? Dare to compete for my project funding? I'll ask you if you still want to live. No need for Lin Fan to lift a finger. Someone would immediately teach those insolent fools a lesson. Do you think you can just snatch funding from the grand old man of Mount Tai? Only projects I don't want require bidding, got it? The old man wants to threaten me? Perfect. Go find the president of Harbin Institute of Technology. That old fox is already avoiding me like the plague. Even Lin Fan would struggle to track him down. Someone helping out would be perfect. Zhang Guangsu's face darkened with anger. How dare you speak to your president like that? You're utterly insolent. Elder, I've always been arrogant. Do you see anyone in your own eyes? Lin Fan chuckled. You guys at Northern Heavy Industries Group are so pathetic, resorting to blocking cables. What kind of future do you have? With that, Lin Fan turned and walked away. No point wasting breath on that old codger. What a miserable conversation, just an old man flexing his seniority. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai hurried after Lin Fan. Han Qingyan frowned in displeasure. You didn't need to be so rude to Elder Zhang. What you said was really uncultured. Zhong Ai chimed in eagerly, not at all. I thought it was totally manly. That old guy wasn't polite either. What's wrong with Lin Fan standing up to him? Han Qingyan shot Zhong Ai a disapproving look. Lin Fan is the junior here. Speaking like that risks offending people and won't help his future prospects. Zhong Ai knew Han Qingyan was right, but stubbornly refused to admit it. Fine, I'll just support Lin Fan financially. This girl has money, supporting a man is no problem. Han Qingyan slapped her forehead. Dating someone like Zhong Ai who took romance so seriously was exhausting. Lin Fan looked at the two girls and chuckled. No big deal, don't worry about it. Besides, I could crush that old man with ease. Putting him down would be a piece of cake. Zhong Ai nodded eagerly, chiming in, we young people are the masters of this world. Old farts like him should step aside and make way for the next generation. Han Qingyan sighed, exasperated, at Lin Yuan and Zhong Ai, these two lunatics. Lin Fan settled himself down and began making a call. He'd already made arrangements with his target manufacturer, a renowned cable company. After finishing his call, Lin Fan asked the two girls, someone's hosting a dinner tonight. Want to tag along for free food and drinks? Chapter 80, just an elementary school kid. Do you have other friends in the capital besides us? Male or female? Zhong Ai eyed Lin Fan nervously. Could it be a girl? Was she going to compete with me for his attention? Han Qingyan took a deep breath, exasperated with Zhong Ai. If you have things to do, go ahead. We'll be leaving soon. Come on, you're already here. Free food's free food, the boss isn't exactly broke. Lin Fan quickly interjected. If these two women left, he'd be bidding alone. Not even a single assistant to help. Even if they were just two female assistants, they could still pour tea and move documents. As a research bigwig, he had to fully utilize every resource at his disposal, and people counted as resources. Besides, the Capital Steel Group guesthouse was expensive. He was hoping Zhong Ai or Han Qingyan would foot the bill for his room. Zhong Ai nodded eagerly, her eyes crinkling with delight as she flashed a radiant smile. Han Qingyan glanced at Lin Yuan, her gaze wary. You've got something up your sleeve, don't you? No, you're overthinking it. Lin Fan protested. Zhong Ai's eyes twinkled as she turned to Lin Fan. You could have one. Me? Come on, make plans for me. Han Qingyan saw the eager glint in Zhong Ai's eyes, grabbed her hand, and pulled her away immediately. Behave yourself. You're practically glued to him. What's the big deal? Zhong Ai whined from outside the door. I'm just chasing happiness. If I miss this chance, it's gone forever. You're a girl too, you know. Is it really okay to throw yourself at him like this? What's wrong with that? I'm willing, and Lin Fan doesn't mind. Perfect. The thing is, he won't even let me spend money on him now. What am I supposed to do? I have to throw myself at him. Zhong Ai chuckled. Tonight, you leave, but I'm staying. I'll keep him company. You? She's getting more shameless by the minute. She's supposed to be a young lady, yet she has no shame whatsoever. Han Qingyan pressed her hand to her forehead, took a deep breath, and glared at Zhong Ai. No way. I'm keeping an eye on you. Don't even think about it. How can you be like this? Zhong Ai retorted. Sis, don't you want me to be happy? Han Qingyan whispered. Lin Fan is a sly bastard. Not a single word out of his mouth is true. You can't handle him. Guys like that are cunning and tricky. You're so naive. I'm doing this for your own good. To add weight to her argument, Han Qingyan declared, he's a scumbag. What? No way. How did I miss that? Zhong Ai shook her head firmly. Impossible. If he were a jerk, he'd agree to buy a car if I offered. How could he refuse my money? That's exactly why he's so clever. He's playing the long game. Zhong Ai glanced at her best friend, a bold thought forming. Is he into you? Or does he want to have his cake and eat it too? What kind of twisted idea is that? Han Qingyan froze. Zhong Ai insisted that's how scumbags operate, claiming to like you while actually having their eye on your best friend. Best friends and scumbags are a perfect match. It sounded almost plausible. Han Qingyan fell silent, clenching her fists as if she wanted to punch Zhong Ai. How could she possibly be interested in Lin Fan? Their ages didn't match, and their values were completely different. She had her own standards for a partner now. Zhong Ai was annoyed. What was wrong with finally finding someone she liked and pursuing him? If she didn't take the initiative, where would the story come from? She loved Lin Fan's swagger, that I'm number one, you're number two attitude. So cocky, so incredibly charming. I'm different from you. You're prettier, more refined, and an academic star. How many guys in the dorm want to chase after you? You're just too picky. I'm the one nobody wants. Zhong Ai pleaded, I'm in love with Lin Fan right now. Can you just let me be? Let me love properly for once. I've never even tasted what it's like with a man. Han Qingyan's face twitched slightly with anger. As if she knew what it was like to be with a man. I'm doing this for your own good. Thanks for caring, but I've set my heart on Lin Fan. Even if he's a jerk, so be it, Zhong Ai declared. Getting dumped won't kill me. Her logic was undeniable. I was left speechless. Han Qingyan just sighed in resignation. Lin Fan finished packing his things and stepped out. He noticed the two girls whispering but paid them no mind. He had a meeting to attend. His contact was the CEO of Julie Rigging Company, and Lin Fan planned to squeeze some cash out of him. He wanted the Navy bid funds, and he also wanted the benefits from Julie Sling Company. He intended to profit from both sides. Spotting Lin Fan, Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan immediately stopped talking. Zhong Ai grabbed Lin Fan's hand outright, leaving Han Qingyan utterly exasperated. Damn it, this woman has no shame left. Lin Fan glanced at Zhong Ai, who quickly interjected, we're all friends here. Don't worry about it, just shake hands. Are you sure? Yep. Lin Fan looked at Zhong Ai helplessly. At least he wasn't losing out. As she held his hand, the sensation on his arm felt surprisingly pleasant. Suffering is a blessing. The old saying really hits the nail on the head. Han Qingyan couldn't bear to watch anymore. She forcefully pulled Zhong Ai away from Lin Fan. Zhong Ai immediately turned to glare at her sister, her eyes brimming with resentment. Han Qingyan shot Zhong Ai a withering glance, stepping between her and Lin Fan to separate them. You two have no shame, but I do. Sis, what are you doing, leaving me in this awkward spot? Be a decent person. Zhong Ai muttered to herself. Seeing Han Qingyan ignore her, Zhong Ai suddenly blurted out, you wouldn't be falling for Lin Fan and trying to steal my man, would you? Lin Fan froze, halting his steps to stare at Han Qingyan. Her face flushed with anger as she shot Zhong Ai a fierce glare. Just then, Lin Fan spoke up, "You're lusting after my body." Han Qingyan was speechless. She turned to glare at Lin Fan. "Like hell I'm lusting after your body." "Good. Good. That puts my mind at ease." Han Qingyan instantly felt annoyed. What did that mean? What did it mean? This dog Lin Fan, did he look down on her now? What was wrong with her? Her figure and face were top-notch, and she had plenty of suitors. "You're overthinking it. I'm the one who's not interested in you." Han Qingyan sneered coldly. "Sure, you've got some skills, but you're a terrible person. Your character is all wrong. You've studied me? How do you know me so well?" Lin Fan smiled sweetly at Han Qingyan. "Seems you've been paying close attention. Better not keep watching me, you might end up falling head over heels. Besides, you'd only be my concubine. I'm already married to my main wife." Han Qingyan was furious. She raised her hand and grabbed Lin Fan's ear so hard it felt like it might fall off, the pain making her heart cramp. Han Qingyan sneered coldly, "Dare to be insolent again, and I won't hold back. So, are you scared or not?" Lin Fan scrambled to appease her. Fine, you win." "I misspoke. Gentlemen use words, not fists. I'm a woman." Han Qingyan sneered coldly. "You think you can get away with anything? You're just a little kid, like I'd be scared of you." Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Han Qingyan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a smug smile. Chapter 81, Lin Fan has a wife. Lin Fan brought Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai to a hotel in the capital. Zhong Ai nodded approvingly at the hotel's high standard. Since Lin Fan rarely visited the capital, he naturally wanted to eat well. Money was no object. Han Qingyan had been irritated with Lin Fan the entire way, finding him increasingly unreliable. Her expression now clearly showed her annoyance. Zhong Ai suddenly took Lin Fan's hand. "Is tonight a business dinner?" A gleam flashed in Zhong Ai's eyes. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Tonight he was meeting with the head of Julie Company, an introduction arranged by Old Sue. After all, Lin Fan was just a college student. If he reached out to someone like that, they might not even bother with him. But with Old Sue stepping in, things were different. The other party would definitely give him face. The other party was hosting dinner tonight, clearly a business engagement. Zhong Ai whispered, "Then let's just have dinner. Skip the club." Zhong Ai came from a business family and knew all too well the true nature of such dinners. After the meal, there would inevitably be post-dinner entertainment. Beijing was, after all, a city renowned for its nightlife. "You're still young, stay away from those places. You don't want to pick up bad habits," Zhong Ai said, feigning concern for Lin Fan. "If you can avoid those business events, do. They're unhealthy. You don't want to catch something." Han Qingyan felt a headache coming on just listening to this. Zhong Ai was like an ant finding sugar whenever she ran into Lin Fan. Why even bother with this? That kid Lin Fan probably can't wait to check out the clubs in the capital. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, curiosity piqued. "You mean the club models?" Han Qingyan frowned immediately. Sure enough, that bastard Lin Fan was degenerate. He even knew about club models. Corrupted mind. Zhong Ai nodded. "You know about them? Been there?" "Nope," Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile. He hadn't been himself, but some of his disciples had visited before. Especially those research disciples closely tied to civilian technology, they lived it up. He'd occasionally overheard them discussing things like club models, ladies in black stockings, and writing big foreign maras to bring glory to the nation. Scientists aren't saints, after all. Lin Fan was quite open-minded about such matters. Young people having certain needs was perfectly normal after all. The nation was prosperous and stable, and the entertainment industry thrived. Lin Fan chuckled, "I don't need any." "Ha?" Zhong Ai stared at Lin Fan in shock, blinking rapidly. "What do you mean you don't need it? Aren't you interested in girls? Could it be that Lin Fan wasn't into girls but into boys?" Zhong Ai stared at Lin Fan with a strange look, feeling a bit conflicted. What was she supposed to do now? She'd finally found someone she liked, only to discover Lin Fan wasn't into girls? Was he? Lin Fan replied, "What's the point of girls? They're completely pointless. I told you girls are the most boring." Zhong Ai's eyes widened. "But girls are actually really interesting." "Interesting? Girls are a pain in the ass. They lack ability, spend all day primping, and their emotional resilience is hopeless. I had a few female disciples before. All they knew how to do was whine, brag, and spend money. They couldn't get any work done and constantly needed help. Only my patience saved them, otherwise, I'd have smacked each one silly long ago." Lin Fan winced at the memory of his former female disciples, clearly wanting to drop the subject. He resolved never to take female apprentices again. Better to be a workhorse than deal with them. Women just can't cut it. Zhong Ai completely ignored his complaint, only noticing how frustrated Lin Fan was with girls. But she was a girl herself, an older one at that. Zhong Ai quickly interjected, "Lin Fan, don't you think girls are adorable?" Lin Fan scoffed, "Cute? What good is that? Can you eat cuteness? All that cute and sexy stuff is the most useless thing in the world." Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a contemptuous glance, recalling their first meeting in northeast China. Back then, he stared at her like a stray dog. Now he's spouting such nonsense? Men's words are nothing but lies, though Zhong Ai remained unaware of this truth. Zhong Ai had always believed she and Lin Fan had met during Operation Thunderbolt on the southern island. Han Qingyan felt torn. Lin Fan was clearly playing games with Zhong Ai. Should she tell Zhong that she and Lin Fan had known each other for a long time? Zhong Ai felt a pang of disappointment. Lin Fan, you have a point. But haven't you ever considered finding a girlfriend? Like me, a stunning, wealthy girl who'd gladly spend her money on you. Lin Fan thought for a moment before replying, girlfriends? They're useless to me. I already have a wife. Zhong Ai gasped in shock, and even Han Qingyan couldn't help but stare at Lin Fan. Zhong Ai felt like her world was collapsing. Was she the other woman? Lin Fan already had a wife? He was married? How could that be? How could you possibly have a wife? Why couldn't I? What are you saying, Sister Zhong? Lin Fan flashed a radiant, blissful smile. My wife is amazing, though she does spend a fortune. Just thinking about his Southern Heavenly Gate project gave Lin Fan a massive headache. Where on earth was he supposed to get that kind of funding? A few $100 billion was merely an appetizer, $1 trillion was a drop in the bucket. Just look at the annual procurement budget of $3 trillion. And he needed a long time to nurture his wife. Zhong Ai gave a bitter smile. She arrived too late, how could this be? She turned to look at Han Qingyan with pitiful eyes. Han Qingyan quickly wrapped her arms around Zhong Ai. Don't worry about it. Well, this was for the best. Now that Lin Fan had a partner, he couldn't cause trouble for Zhong Ai anymore. This time, the little bastard had come clean. Zhong Ai would surely give up, sparing her future heartache. Han Qingyan felt rather pleased. She'd been scheming to tear Zhong Ai and Lin Fan apart, but now she could relax without any effort. Zhong Ai pouted. How could he already have a wife? How should I know? Learn your lesson, you can't trust a man's words. Zhong Ai seemed unable to accept it, but he's still a student. Students dating and marrying is common nowadays. It's perfectly normal. Han Qingyan felt happy for Zhong Ai. Accept the reality. Lin Fan might already be married. Impossible. I could believe he has a girlfriend, but marriage? No way. He barely got any calls today, all from men, not a single woman. Han Qingyan froze. You're paying attention to that? Zhong Ai smirked triumphantly. Earlier he complained his wife spends too much, sounding really annoyed. Clearly he's fed up. Maybe they'll split soon. I have money, I can spend it on Lin Fan. I still have a chance. No way, you're crazy. Calm down. Han Qingyan pinched Zhong Ai, wishing she could wring the love-struck fool's neck. Lin Fan had already made his feelings clear, and yet Zhong Ai was still trying to throw herself at him. Was this really necessary? What was so great about Lin Fan that Zhong Ai was this obsessed? She found Lin Fan irritating and utterly unreliable. Chapter 82, highly recommended. Han Qingyan thought Lin Fan was a scumbag who knew exactly how to manipulate women. She stared at him, then suddenly noticed Lin Fan glancing back at her and Zhong Ai. Why were these two girls walking so close together? Their closeness seemed a bit excessive. Lin Fan immediately considered a possibility. Beijing was reputed to be an open-minded city with many women who were into other women. Could Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai be among them? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He felt like he'd glimpsed the truth. Who would have thought that Han Qingyan, who always appeared so proper and aloof like a goddess, was actually best buds with Zhong Ai in private? It was their personal business, and Lin Fan didn't concern himself with it. Lin Fan gave Han Qingyan a knowing wink. I get it. They shared an unspoken understanding, respecting each other's boundaries. After all, it's just a matter of personal preference. This old man doesn't discriminate against such things. Han Qingyan found Lin Fan's subtle signal utterly baffling. She couldn't make heads or tails of it. Soon, Lin Fan met with Mr. Yang, the CEO of Julie Corporation. A steady-handed middle-aged man with a somewhat simple demeanor, Mr. Yang showed a hint of reverence upon seeing Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help it. Though Yang was a billionaire CEO of a company worth tens of billions, and Julie itself was a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, he was introduced by Old Su. Lin Fan looked down on everyone, treating Old Su like a stray dog. But in the eyes of ordinary folks like President Yang, Old Su was someone he could never hope to be on the same level with. The moment Mr. Yang saw Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai, he understood immediately. This Lin Fan was undoubtedly a playboy. Even coming out to discuss business, he brought along two female companions. Both were stunning beauties, indicating his refined taste. Commander Lin. Yang addressed him tentatively. Since Old Su had introduced him, calling him commander should be appropriate, right? Truthfully, he was baffled. Out of nowhere, Old Su had sought him out and instructed him to assist Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled. I'm no big shot. Just call me Little Lin. If you address me with such respect, how could I possibly bring myself to fleece you? But I do intend to fleece you. Mr. Yang quickly replied, that won't do. I'll call you young Master Lin instead. Lin Fan chuckled, that's too much. Just call me Lin Fan. Young master makes me sound like I'm for sale. Mr. Yang was instantly speechless. Calling him young master gave that impression? It just showed different tastes. Take Lin Fan, for instance. He always brought two female companions when discussing business, flaunting his extravagance while his true capabilities remained unfathomable. The four sat down in the private room. Mr. Yang ordered a table full of dishes, pulling out all his business acumen. They began drinking, his posture particularly humble. Lin Fan watched with a pang of sadness how lowly private entrepreneurs could be. But he'd long mastered the art of maintaining a poker face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Is what I requested ready? Everything is ready. The materials have been placed in the Beijing warehouse, and all relevant documentation is here for your review. Lin Fan nodded. Mr. Yang promptly handed over the documents. Lin Fan scanned them. Indeed, they were the data on the interceptor. The figures were brutally impressive. How much are you selling each one to the Americans? $20,000. The Eagle Nation sells them to the Dragon Nation for $20 million apiece. Exporting them only to resell domestically, what a racket. Lin Fan pressed, how many are left? Mr. Yang fumed. When the Eagles asked for them, we procured a batch. But they only bought a few. Over 200 are still sitting in the warehouse. We didn't even recoup the cost from selling to the Eagles. This stuff just has too few uses. Lin Fan thought to himself, Eagle sauce probably won't use many either. One arresting cable lasts for ages, dozen or so could rotate for years without replacement. Arresting cables just aren't that useful. This Mr. Yang went ahead and produced a whole batch, selling them all? That's a pipe dream. Lin Fan pondered, I'll sell them all for you, but I want 100,000 yuan commission per piece. Really? President Yang was overjoyed. Glancing at Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai, he saw they weren't paying attention. He then surreptitiously pulled out a bank card and slipped it into Lin Fan's hand. Then I'm counting on you. Rest assured, your commission won't be skimped on. Don't lose that patent. I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you in? What kind of opportunity? Interested in becoming a military supplier? Whoa! Mr. Yang's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Fan. Seriously, how can I ever thank you? Just watch me, I'll make it happen. Bring on the club models. He absolutely couldn't shortchange his benefactor. A military supplier? Mr. Yang dared not even dream of it. He was just a private entrepreneur. Where would he find such connections? Becoming a military supplier was like being an imperial merchant in ancient times. Money was irrelevant. This brand carried unmatched prestige. He'd gladly accept it for free just to partner with the military. Lin Fan said, calm down. I'm here specifically for the naval bidding. Your company is my top recommendation. That's too little. Mr. Yang regretted it. That bank card only held 5 million yuan, yet young Master Lin had given him far too much. The primary candidate. Mr. Yang was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak. After a long pause, he stammered, but I'm a private company. Can this really work? What's wrong with being private? Trust me, I'll back you. Anyone who dares to challenge me, I'll tear them apart. Lin Fan chuckled. This is fate bringing us together. Have a drink to calm your nerves. It's no big deal. Seeing Lin Fan's nonchalance, Mr. Yang felt both amused and exasperated. How could he possibly stay calm? He knew about the naval bidding conference and had wanted to try, but he couldn't even get a recommendation letter. The bar was too high. The companies participating in naval bidding were either state-owned enterprises or central government-owned enterprises, all those big names starting with China. What was their company, Jui, compared to those? Yet now Lin Fan was pushing for them to be the main contender. No further discussion was needed. President Yang slammed his glass down and declared, what kind of PR budget do you need? I'll handle it. How about I start with 100 million, is that enough? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. 100 million? Wow, you're loaded. Just hand over the money later. One word from me and your deal is done. Yes. President Yang nodded eagerly. He understood. This was a true benefactor. If this succeeded, Julie Company's development would leap to a new level, transforming from an ordinary private firm into a military supplier. That was capital, that was qualification. With that label, he'd finally dare to compete with state-owned enterprises for contracts and bid on military tenders. Military projects were the most reliable, never a missed payment. 100 million in public relations fees was a lot, but compared to such qualifications, the money was nothing. Opportunity always outweighed money. General Manager Yang requested Lin Fan's account details, assuring him the funds would arrive tomorrow. The rest is up to you, young Master Lin. Success or failure doesn't matter. Even if it failed, he'd still gain access to Lin Fan's connections. After all, Lin Fan had Commander Su backing him, a figure he could only look up to. Lin Fan chuckled. What nonsense are you talking about? Success or failure? It's a sure thing, okay? I know you don't believe me, so let me tell you something. The guy handling the naval bid is my friend. Want me to give him a call and have him join us for dinner? Chapter 83, Highly Likely. Mr. Yang quickly replied, "No way. I believe you, I'm just too excited." Lin Fan finally relented. Truthfully, he was just putting on a show. The bidding was in 2 days, and Long Shashan was swamped. He'd have no time for drinks. Mr. Yang wasn't stupid. Actually asking Lin Fan to make that call would have been asking for trouble. Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei exchanged bewildered glances. They'd overheard Lin Fan and Mr. Yang's conversation. It reeked of shady deals. Han Qingyan had even seen Lin Fan take someone's bank card. This guy was actually using the naval bid to make shady deals with others, utterly shameless. After finalizing the deal, Lin Fan, in high spirits, suddenly said, "Mr. Yang, you're coming with me to the bidding the day after tomorrow, right?" "I was thinking the same thing. I'll follow your lead." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Nice. This Mr. Yang knew how to play the game. Lin Fan finished his meal quickly. Mr. Yang promptly suggested, "Shall we head to the club for more drinks?" The club. Lin Fan hesitated. In his previous life, he'd never set foot in such places, too busy with research. But in this life, he had the time. Visiting wouldn't hurt, he wouldn't indulge. But he had 2 female colleagues with him. Zhou Nei and Han Qingyan immediately looked at Lin Fan, their eyes asking, "What do you mean?" Lin Fan said, "Why don't you 2 head home first? I need to discuss something further with Mr. Yang." He was trying to ditch them. Zhou Nei immediately protested. Being the third wheel was painful enough, and now Lin Fan wanted to go to a club? "I'm coming with you." Han Qingyan felt an instant headache. This damn love-struck fool. If Zhou Nei went, she couldn't let her go alone, she'd have to go too. Lin Fan frowned. What are 2 girls doing in a place like that? Then what are you doing there? "I warned you not to go to such unsavory places when we arrived," Zhou Nei retorted. Seeing the 2 about to argue, General Manager Yang quickly interjected, "Young Master Lin, it's fine. There are male attendants at the club too." Before he could finish, Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei both glared at Mr. Yang. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't brought it up, how could Lin Fan have even thought of going to a place like that?" Mr. Yang instantly felt his anus clench. You can't offend a rich kid's girlfriend. But he'd already spoken and couldn't backtrack, so he could only smile politely. Lin Fan offered awkwardly, "How about I get you a couple male models to experience?" Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei were lesbians who'd never experienced men. Maybe trying a guy would make them straight again? Han Qingyan glared at Lin Fan with eyes like daggers. "Male models? Are you out of your mind? What does he take himself for? Does he think I'm the kind of girl who goes out and sleeps around? Or is he just trying to disgust me on purpose? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just looking out for you guys." Lin Fan watched Han Qingyan holding hands with Zhou Nei. Such a beautiful girl with questionable taste, what a waste. He was genuinely sacrificing himself for others. Zhou Nei noticed Lin Fan staring at her and Han Qingyan holding hands. She immediately let go of Han Qingyan's hand. "Oh. Did you misunderstand something? Am I?" Lin Fan thought. Zhou Nei letting go of Han Qingyan's hand meant she was embarrassed. It definitely wasn't a misunderstanding. Lin Fan gave Zhou Nei a confident look. "I won't say anything out of turn. After all, this is your own business. I respect your choice." "What the hell?" Han Qingyan was furious. Zhou Nei quickly whispered something in her ear. Han Qingyan turned to glare at Lin Fan. "You think we're abnormal?" "No, no." Lin Fan shook his head frantically. She was lashing out in embarrassment. Women were terrifying. Not only did she refuse to admit it, she got angry too. Lin Fan shot an apologetic glance at Mr. Yang. "My friend's a bit emotional, please don't mind her." Mr. Yang dared not take it personally. He was just hoping Lin Fan and his confidant would stop bickering. If they broke up, wouldn't it be his fault? He wanted to speak, but decided silence was golden. Han Qingyan paused before saying, "Mr. Yang, could you step out for a moment? We need to speak with Lin Fan privately." Mr. Yang left immediately. As for Auntie, she certainly didn't dare stick around to listen. Leaving was perfect. It meant she was no longer involved. Once he was gone, Zhou Nei smiled and said, "Lin Fan, Qingyan, and I aren't lesbians." Lin Fan didn't buy it for a second. They were so close just now. Zhou Nei had even collapsed into Han Qingyan's arms. That kind of intimacy wasn't ordinary, and they were holding hands. Lin Fan said, "It's fine. I don't discriminate against you two. I'm very open-minded. There are no outsiders here now. I understand." "It's not like that, really." Zhou Nei insisted urgently. Lin Fan wore a mysterious smile. "Don't even try to fool me. Beijing is an open and accepting city. Don't you think I know how things work? I haven't seen it myself, but I've certainly heard the rumors. They say a certain big-name director was also known for using connections back in his younger days, and there are even photos to prove it. Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei, both stunning women, both single and past their prime. Could it be they'd already found the person they needed?" Lin Fan thought it highly probable. The reason for Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei's singleness was clear. He wore a smug expression, as if he'd seen through everything all alone. It's an open world now. No one looks down on lesbians. There's absolutely no need to hide. You can be completely open about it, Lin Fan chuckled. They even allow same-sex marriage overseas. What's the big deal here? Don't worry, I won't judge you. Han Qingyan couldn't take it anymore and threw her arms around Lin Fan's neck. You idiot. We're not like that. Lin Fan's face flushed crimson as Han Qingyan held him tight. How could you? You clearly are. Holding hands, being past the age to find boyfriends, all the signs point to it. Damn it. Han Qingyan clutched Lin Fan's neck so tightly he couldn't breathe. Zhonei gasped in alarm. Qingyan, ease up. You're going to kill him. Only then did Han Qingyan release her grip. Lin Fan gasped for air, feeling as if he'd nearly met his end just now. That female PhD was terrifying. A woman's body actually has muscles. Zhonei looked at Lin Fan and said, "You've got the wrong idea. We really aren't lesbians." Han Qingyan, still seething with anger, didn't mince words with Lin Fan. You dare call us lesbians? You're the one who's a total player. How dare you judge others? What playboy? Lin Fan stared at Han Qingyan, utterly bewildered. Han Qingyan fumed. You're already married. I'm warning you, stop messing with Zhong Ai. Or else I'll make you regret it, you deadbeat. Zhong Ai looked utterly heartbroken, staring at Lin Fan with pleading eyes as tears welled up. Lin Fan, I won't be the other woman. We're not meant to be. What the hell? Lin Fan blinked. What fate? And why are you crying? Your tears make it seem like I'm bullying you. Han Qingyan shoved Lin Fan aside, furious. Haven't you bullied Zhong Ai enough? You're married, why are you still messing with her? You just want her to be your mistress, don't you? You're morally bankrupt. Chapter 84, scared the hell out of me. Lin Fan felt utterly wronged, looking at Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan with hurt eyes. What the hell are you two talking about? The scumbags playing the victim? Han Qingyan sneered coldly. This time, she was determined to expose Lin Fan, lest he ruin Zhong Ai. You know exactly what I mean. Aware of what? Lin Fan thought to himself, old man, I'm asking you precisely because I don't know. If you answered me like that, I'd slap you silly if you were my student. Seeing Lin Fan and Han Qingyan start arguing again, Zhong Ai quickly interjected, Lin Fan, do you have a wife? Yes, Lin Fan nodded. His primary focus was research. No matter who asked, his answer never wavered. Zhong Ai sighed, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at Lin Fan. You have a wife? Then we shouldn't see each other anymore. I don't want to be the other woman. Han Qingyan sneered coldly at Zhong Ai, finally got it through your thick skull. A man like that isn't worth your time. Lin Fan felt a surge of irritation. What on earth were they talking about? Surely they weren't referring to matters of the heart? Wife? Lin Fan cautiously asked, are you talking about romantic relationships? Han Qingyan glared at Lin Fan. What was he playing at? Zhong Aishin felt a pang of heartache. She was just a step too late. Lin Fan already belonged to someone else. After finally finding someone she cared about, it turned out to have nothing to do with her. This was probably what they meant by meant to be together but not meant to be. Lin Fan, I hope you find happiness in the future. Seeing how much more haggard Zhong Ai looked, Lin Fan was alarmed. Are you sick? You don't look well. Should we go to the hospital? Zhong Ai waved it off. I'm just feeling a bit off, but no need for the hospital. I'll be fine on my own. Lin Fan nodded, then suddenly understood. I get it, you're on your period. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai froze, both looking helpless. Han Qingyan glared at Lin Fan. From now on, keep your distance from me and Zhong Ai. Why? You still dare to ask? Don't you know yourself? I don't know. Lin Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. Like I'd ask if I knew women really aren't the brightest, are they? Zhong Ai said softly, Lin Fan, I won't be the other woman. Lin Fan nodded, curious. Who asked you to be one? Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai both fell silent, staring at Lin Fan. Startled, Lin Fan thought, what the hell? Pointing at himself in disbelief, he stammered, me? They both nodded. Lin Fan exploded, bull. When did I ever ask you to be my mistress? I don't even have a girlfriend. Ha? Zhong Ai stared at Lin Fan in shock. You don't have a girlfriend? Instantly, Zhong Ai felt rejuvenated. She gazed at Lin Fan with overwhelming delight, still struggling to believe it. You don't have a girlfriend? Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a look of utter contempt. This bastard was full of lies. But seeing Zhong Ai's expression, Han Qingyan felt utterly hopeless. She'd lost her mind again. Lin Fan had clearly said he had a wife just moments ago. What he was saying now was pure nonsense, yet Zhong Ai still believed him. Zhong Ai, stop being so foolish, okay? Han Qingyan felt utterly exhausted. Zhong Ai countered, Qingyan, he said he's single. Yeah, so what? Lin Fan retorted. I'm totally single, okay? There's no way I'd make you the other woman. You're imagining things. Shameless. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than Han Qingyan erupted in fury. Lin Fan, have you no shame? You just said you have a wife. Yes, I do. You? Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai were both speechless again. Lin Fan found it odd. What were these two women playing at? So he had a research-obsessed wife. What was wrong with that? Research would always come first in his heart. After a moment, Lin Fan thought he understood. Are you referring to my romantic situation? What else? Han Qingyan sneered, never having seen such shamelessness. He still wouldn't admit it in front of them. Lin Fan chuckled. Then I'm single. I don't have a wife. But you just said. Right, my wife is called Nanchinman. Lin Fan chuckled. It's a research project, my life's work. Far more important than a wife. Nanchinman? Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai froze. This. The two exchanged glances, their faces flushing crimson as if they'd suddenly caught a fever. Realizing what Lin Fan meant, they quickly looked down at the floor. At that moment, Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai felt so embarrassed they wanted to sink into the ground and run away. Lin Fan chuckled. Can't you think bigger? Stop fixating on love and romance. What's the point in that? We're researchers, we need a broader perspective. Girlfriends aren't important. Han Qingyan took a deep breath, shot Lin Fan a withering look, and was thoroughly unimpressed with his words. What did he mean, girlfriends weren't important? Did he look down on girls? Zhang Ai looked at Lin Fan, her eyes glistening. She hadn't been dumped, he was talking about work. The little rich girl instantly perked up. You scared me. I thought I'd become the other woman. You like me? Zhang Ai nodded eagerly. I really like you. Let's date. Lin Fan had only said it casually to ease the awkwardness, but he hadn't expected Zhang Ai to be so direct. Suddenly, he felt a bit flustered. He had no experience with this. Besides, he'd never even considered such a thing. Girls who acted like his servants weren't quite up to par. A wife? Was that even feasible? Lin Fan decided to reject Zhang Ai with tact. I'm still in college. I think I should focus on my studies now and not get lost in romance. You should work hard too, so we can meet at the peak later. Once I reach the top, I'll consider whether we should date. Zhang Ai blinked, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. But since Lin Fan hadn't outright rejected her, she saw it as an opening. Alright then. We'll start dating after you graduate. Han Qingyan felt utterly hopeless. Zhang Ai was such a fool, how could she not grasp Lin Fan's true meaning? He's stringing you along. Who knows what Lin Fan might get up to before graduation? Men are unreliable. Lin Fan felt he'd cleverly resolved Zhang Ai's issue. Stepping out of the private room, he found General Manager Yang waiting. Lin Fan declined the club, opting instead to head home early. Mr. Yang glanced at Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai, then nodded in agreement. Lin Fan must have coordinated with his confidants. Right, those two confidants were stunning. No club girl could compare to such beautiful companions. Of course he'd head home. The three drove Lin Fan back to the guest house. Zhang Ai whispered, Lin Fan, maybe I shouldn't leave tonight. I'll stay with you. Han Qingyan's face turned pale, and Lin Fan was taken aback. Han Qingyan pulled Zhang Ai aside. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're saying? Zhang Ai replied, I just want to seize the chance. What if it works out? Don't you think? Oh my god. Han Qingyan covered her forehead, desperately wanting to slap Zhang Ai. She couldn't be bothered with words anymore and simply dragged Zhang Ai away. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This sister was one fierce woman. Were all girls in the capital this open and direct? Chapter 85. This old man is about to lose his temper. Seeing Zhang Ai led away by Han Qingyan, Lin Fan felt completely at ease. He quickly showered and rested, spending the next day plotting with General Manager Yang. Zhang Ai did call him several times, inviting him out to play, but Lin Fan turned them all down. What future could there be for someone who wasted their prime years on nothing but eating and drinking? Of course, the bidding was the priority. Lin Fan faced formidable opponents, major state-owned steel giants. President Yang felt immense pressure. Though Jelly Corporation was substantial, it paled in comparison to those state-owned behemoths. Every single one of these companies is a powerhouse with unmatched technical prowess. Do we really stand a chance? After dining with Lin Fan yesterday, Mr. Yang had been quite confident, but today, upon learning the specifics, his resolve crumbled. What's there to fear? Lin Fan chuckled. Not afraid? How could that be? President Yang forced a bitter smile. I was careless. I had no idea about the situation before. All the top players in the country are here this time, right? I'm just a private company. I just don't feel confident. Don't worry, Lin Fan reassured him. He knew exactly what was going on. Mr. Yang's steel cables were more than sufficient for the barrier. If it still didn't work, there must be foul play involved. If all else fails, I can help him improve it myself. Have confidence, your cables are top-notch. Even Eagle Sauce uses your stuff. What's there to fear? Yang thought to himself, but I have no confidence. Lin Fan didn't run the company and didn't understand the domestic industry. The best steel cable technology was in the hands of state-owned enterprises. They were the real big players. Let's try it anyway. We'll do our best. Seeing Mr. Yang's lack of confidence, Lin Fan didn't press further. Before doing his homework, who knew private enterprises could be so ruthless? He knew the ins and outs of this industry all too well. Before the investigation, China's tech industry always felt inferior, convinced that all the good technology was in foreign hands. But after digging deeper, they discovered they were actually the technological powerhouses, holding the foreign nations by the throat in many areas. Cable arresters, carbon fiber, stealth coatings, drone technology, and more. Lin Fan didn't plan to reveal everything at once. Since the nation hadn't conducted a comprehensive industrial survey yet, he could leverage these existing technologies to secure funding. Old Su and young dragon forced me into this, otherwise, why would an old man like me stoop to such lengths? As lunchtime approached, General Manager Yang went to buy food. Returning, he sighed to Lin Fan, I've met an industry heavyweight. I couldn't even breathe in front of him. Oh. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently while eating his fast food. And then? Their technology is incredibly advanced. I think we're in for a treat. You, Mr. Yang, could you please stop boosting their ego and undermining our own? No, you're not in the industry, you wouldn't understand. The kind of projects he handles don't just appear out of nowhere. When he shows up, it's always for projects where he's got everything under control. That impressive? Sounds a bit like me. What's his name? Wang Ruo's. He's a big shot in the steel industry. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Oh, it's him. Old Wang's only in his 40s now, right? He's just average. He's not that great. Still a ways off from being a true heavyweight. What big shot? He is the big shot in this industry. You clearly don't know him. Lin Fan thought to himself, he and that stubborn old man Wang Rus had fought over funding and projects countless times. Their disciples had even clashed on the field. Seeing that reassuring Mr. Yang was useless, Lin Fan kept quiet. Mr. Yang pondered, I'll pay Professor Wang a visit. You stay here, Lin Fan. Still lacking confidence. Entrepreneurs back then were indeed superstitious about authority, completely unaware of their own true strength. Lin Fan didn't bother to intervene. After a while, Mr. Yang returned, bringing someone with him. Who else but Wang Ruo's? Wang Ruo's, in his 40s, carried himself with dignified poise. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, he fixed his gaze on Lin Fan the moment he entered. Lin Fan immediately sensed something was off. That old man's gaze was off, like he'd spotted a fraud. Mr. Yang stood awkwardly to the side, cautiously introducing Lin Fan. After hearing the introduction, Wang Ruo's expression darkened. Comrade Lin, it was you who encouraged Mr. Yang to participate in this bidding. Do you understand the gravity of this matter? The gravity of the matter? This official tone rubbed Lin Fan the wrong way. Lin Fan lifted his head. What's the problem? The Navy's bidding rules explicitly state private enterprises can't participate. Professor Wang, are you questioning Mr. Yang's capabilities or my qualifications? Speak plainly, no need for veiled insults. I'm not afraid of you. You're just a defeated opponent. Wang Ruo's was deeply irritated by Lin Fan's tone. I came here after hearing about it from General Manager Yang. I've never heard your name mentioned in the industry. Who exactly are you? Without President Yang, I wouldn't even know who you are. I've never heard of you either. Is there a problem? Lin Fan sneered coldly. Professor Wang, don't blame me for disrespecting you. You don't have the qualifications or the capability to speak to me like this. Come talk to me when you've earned the Republic Medal. Old farts get arrogant in their twilight years, so you're already full of yourself, huh? Wang Ruo's was so enraged he could barely contain himself. You, how dare you speak to me like this? Mr. Yang, startled, shot pleading glances at Lin Fan. Please, don't provoke Professor Wang any further. Lin Fan ignored him completely, fixing Wang Rus with a stare. Let me remind you, this is my room. You barged in here to confront me, then question my audacity? What gives you the right? Who do you think you are? Just another citizen, yet you act like you're the emperor. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Wang Ruo's. Who I am isn't your concern. Your academic prowess is lacking, but your temper sure isn't. With his hands behind his back, Lin Fan actually looked quite imposing. General Manager Yang's expression immediately turned peculiar. But when he glanced at Wang Rus, whose face had darkened to an unrecognizable degree, Yang hurriedly interjected, Professor Wang, please calm down. Let's talk this out properly. Wang Ruo's was practically fuming. He shot Lin Fan a furious glare before turning and storming out. Mr. Yang slapped his thigh, sighed heavily, and shot Lin Fan a look before chasing after him. Lin Fan merely sneered coldly. The old man would surely resort to tattling and pulling strings again, trying to suppress him? You're dreaming. Lin Fan didn't want to clash with this old codger either, but what could he do? When fate brings you together, you just have to deal with it. Blame Wang Rus for his bad luck. Bidding wars, like fighting for funding, allowed no room for mercy. Soon, Mr. Yang returned. Lin Fan, we should withdraw. You've really angered Professor Wang. He's going to file a complaint and have our bid disqualified. Him? You've got to be kidding, Lin Fan scoffed. More of his petty tricks. President Yang looked at Lin Fan. He checked your registration details. You listed the Harbin Institute of Technology Strategic Laboratory, right? He claims he's never heard of it. He's not only going to complain to the bidding committee but also investigate your credentials. Lin Fan remained unconcerned, meeting Yang's gaze. Do you believe me? Yang hesitated, his eyes darting nervously. He couldn't bring himself to say it outright. This was putting him in an impossible position. Lin Fan patted Yang Zong on the shoulder. Give it a shot. If it works out, no harm done, right? If it doesn't, I'm not returning the money you gave me, over 100 million yuan. Mr. Yang considered it. Over 100 million, losing it outright would sting. Are you really sure? I didn't want to make a scene, but it seems I have no choice now, Lin Fan said coldly. That Wang fellow is utterly unpresentable. I'm forced to lose my temper. Chapter 86, The Penny-Pinching Principle offers a new perspective. Seeing Lin Fan's temper flare, President Yang cautiously tried to placate him. Forget it. He's an elder statesman. We're just a small factory after all. Good grief, Lin Fan's temper was truly something else. Even Mr. Yang was starting to feel intimidated. He genuinely didn't want to offend Wang Ruo's. The man was a distinguished professor with connections, while Yang was just a small-time businessman. Keeping the peace was the way to make money. Besides, sometimes he needed to consult the other party on technical matters. Industry heavyweights weren't ordinary people. Lin Fan glared at Mr. Yang. What are you afraid of? What? I've got your back. Trust me, I'm way more capable than that old Wang. Yes. Mr. Yang said this, but he didn't believe it. How old was Lin Fan? Could he really compare to Wang Ruo's? But he didn't want to offend Lin Fan either. After all, Lin Fan had old Su backing him. He could only try to please both sides. This is killing me. Lin Fan genuinely didn't think much of Wang Ruo's. Though they weren't from the same world, the difference shouldn't be that great. Wang Ruo and his crew were here to block this project too. Competitors are enemies. Lin Fan was furious. If this old fox dared to play dirty tricks on him, he'd make sure to slap him hard. After all, the Navy project's bounty was 200 million yuan. Lin Fan had already claimed the bounty as his own. Compared to Wang Ruo, Lin Fan might be less famous, younger, and lacking academic standing, but none of that mattered. Once he secured the interceptor, fame would follow. Using Wang Ruo's as a stepping stone was perfect. He practically handed himself over. As these thoughts swirled through Lin Fan's mind, his phone rang. He quickly saw it was the president of Harbin Institute of Technology. The moment he answered, the president's voice was thick with resentment. Why did you go to Beijing to attend some Navy bidding conference and get into a conflict with someone? Complaints have already reached me. No doubt about it, Wang Ruo's was behind this. Is that all? Lin Fan cut straight to the chase. President, pick a side. Me or Wang Ruo's? Be clear, I'm a student of HIT. You're letting that old fart bully me? Where's your dignity? What about your reputation? The principal was speechless. Did it really have to be elevated to this level? That bastard Lin Fan was clearly trying to drag him down with him. The principal retorted, he's a big shot in the industry. Do you even know what that means, senior? So what? Does being a senior automatically give you the right to look down on juniors? Is that what you're implying, principal? Then when I get back, I'll look down on you every single day. Is that what I meant? The president was furious yet helpless. If Lin Fan were just an ordinary student, he wouldn't give him the time of day. Unfortunately, Lin Fan wasn't. The principal said, I'll speak with Professor Wang. Let's just call this even. What do you mean forget it? He's bullying me by exploiting his seniority. This is my legitimate counterattack. Besides, this is a matter between academic powerhouses. How could you, a mere principal, possibly understand? Lin Fan intended to make an example of him to establish his reputation and standing in the academic world. If the principal intervened, wouldn't his plan be ruined? When would he ever gain fame and standing? Even securing basic funding now required groveling. Lin Fan had had enough. This is an adult matter. You, as the principal, should stay out of it. Lin Fan assured him he'd handle it without the principal's intervention. The principal was uneasy but powerless. Don't make enemies, understand? By the way, why are you going to the Navy's bidding conference? To bid, of course. Duh, that's exactly what I meant. Why the hell did you go there in the first place? What did you accomplish there? The principal was so furious he wanted to fly over and beat the crap out of Lin Fan. What business has the Navy's got with you? I've developed an anti-climbing rope. I'm here to bid on the project and secure some research funding, Lin Fan said. What nonsense are you spouting? You developed it? The principal was stunned. The barrier cable's technical complexity was minimal, primarily focused on materials. As long as the material parameters were met, any standard cable-making technique could produce it. It's just a steel cable, after all. But it's precisely the materials that have stumped domestic companies. Lin Fan claims he's developed it? You're scaring the hell out of me. The president pondered. Lin Fan was an oddball, just like that controlled nuclear fusion paper. Who would have guessed a freshman pulled that off? If Lin Fan really did develop the anti-collision cable, it would be a source of pride for the university, a significant research achievement for HIT. The president's tone shifted. Are you certain? Absolutely. Whoa. Can we publish a paper on it? Sure, but I don't think this minor technique warrants a paper. Lin Fan wasn't interested. The technology was too ordinary, utterly unnecessary. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. But for the sake of the paper, the principal held back. Lin Fan, you can't think like that. This is still a breakthrough in materials science, right? You could write a paper about it, it'd be on your resume and benefit your future graduation. On a larger scale, it'd prove our nation's progress in materials science. As someone who specializes in materials myself, I can help you with anything you don't understand. Lin Fan froze for a second before snapping back. You want to co-author a paper with me, don't you? This shameless principal just wants to ride my coattails. All this talk about helping? He just wants his name on the paper. The president was a materials scientist who also supervised doctoral students. Like any faculty member, he faced teaching evaluations and performance metrics. Besides, to become a big shot in any field, you need papers. Industry leaders are built on mountains of papers. In his previous life, Lin Fan published over 3,000 papers and developed countless patents, all gifted to the state. His patents were game-changing breakthroughs. It was these papers and patents that elevated him to a position of dominance, allowing him to wield unparalleled authority within the scientific community. The president just wants to piggyback on his success. You bastard, you don't even offer a penny and still expect to piggyback? The principal chuckled, his meaning clear. Then Lin Fan erupted, 1 million for a single author credit? You want credit without paying? Dream on. A million? How can you be so greedy? Do you think research money just falls from the sky? Take it or leave it, I'll find someone else. Lin Fan beamed with satisfaction, suddenly envisioning a lucrative business opportunity. With so many universities in the capital and countless graduating students needing papers to finish their degrees, why not give them a chance? Charge a little fee, why not? And what about those university professors needing papers for promotion evaluations? He could help them fly. 50,000 per person wasn't too much, was it? One paper, one lead author, 3 to 5 team members, plus other assistants listing 10 names wouldn't be excessive. He could easily rake in 3 to 5 million more. These were papers by big shots. People could pay to share credit with him. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That stingy principal just gave me a brilliant new idea for funding projects. Lin Fan decided to thank this stingy principal by hanging up on him immediately. Turning to Mr. Yang, Lin Fan said, Mr. Yang, I'll borrow your arresting cable technology for a few papers. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I'll teach you a new cable-making technique to take your rigging to the next level. Chapter 87, That one guy's a real shameless bastard. Mr. Yang hadn't processed what just happened. He'd just witnessed Lin Fan tearing someone apart. Now, hearing Lin Fan's proposal, he nodded blankly. Feel free to use it. Or should I gather the papers published by our companies or D-team for you? Not necessary. I wouldn't look at them. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Are you kidding? I'm a leading authority in this field. Do you really think I'd bother with papers written by your company's researchers? Lin Fan immediately opened the files. This time, President Yang had brought every relevant document for the bid. Lin Fan scanned through them rapidly, then closed his eyes slightly. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes and began typing furiously on his laptop. Line after line of paper materialized before General Manager Yang's stunned gaze. Within a few hours, Lin Fan had completed 3 papers, one on materials science, another on lock manufacturing techniques, and a third on new applications of rigging in aerospace. Each paper was packed with substantial value. Lin Fan was pleased with himself. He was still as capable as ever. Just then, he saw President Yang staring intently at a paper he'd just retrieved from the print room. Lin Fan chuckled. Can you understand it? Mr. Yang ignored Lin Fan, his eyes fixed intently on the paper in his hands, the one about materials. He gazed at it as if he had found a treasure. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Fan, his eyes sparkling. His hand trembled as he held the paper. I studied materials engineering myself. Of course I can understand it. Lin Fan, is what this paper says really possible? Absolutely. Then can I have someone test it right now? Go ahead and test it. Mr. Yang immediately made a call and faxed the paper over. Returning, he still couldn't contain his excitement as he looked at Lin Fan. If this succeeds, Lin Fan, I want to purchase this patent. It's yours. It's just a common technique. Lin Fan smiled warmly at Mr. Yang, feeling a bit awkward about essentially getting 100 million yuan for free. No, I must pay. As an industry insider, Mr. Yang had immediately recognized upon reading Lin Fan's paper that the processes and materials described represented a completely unexplored field domestically. Securing this patent would be like striking gold. Mr. Yang looked at Lin Fan with newfound respect. He'd assumed Lin Fan was just another well-connected official's offspring, a middleman facilitating backdoor deals for companies. Little did he know he was also a powerhouse in his field. A technical powerhouse. Mr. Yang felt he'd truly encountered a benefactor. Even if this bid failed, Lin Fan had already made him a fortune. His ancestors must be smiling down from their graves. Mr. Yang stared at Lin Fan. "You really are a university student?" "Absolutely," Lin Fan replied. "But I have a lab at HIT, a newly established one that currently lacks sponsors. If you're interested, we could explore deeper collaboration. Your company could commission me to develop new technologies for you." That's exactly what I had in mind. I was going to ask, what are the terms for working with you? Patent sharing, 50-50 split. The technology must not leave the country, it stays domestic. I refuse to collaborate with foreigners. We only sell finished products overseas. Production lines and related technologies absolutely cannot be exported. Lin Fan added, "I currently have an electromagnetic catapult project you could invest in. This tech will inevitably find military applications, but who says it lacks commercial potential?" Lin Fan chuckled. "We're facing a significant funding gap right now. How about you chip in 500 million? Yang sucked in a sharp breath. Holy cow, 500 million out of nowhere. Electromagnetic catapult sounded super high tech. Is this related to cable systems? Of course it is. Ever heard of magnetic strip steel? Seeing Mr. Yang's bewildered expression, Lin Fan chuckled. It's perfectly normal if you don't know about it, and you don't need to. Just know it's a valuable asset that generates profits. Aerospace and marine sectors are highly lucrative. Besides, are you planning to stick with cable systems your entire career? Why not diversify into other ventures? Mr. Yang's heart stirred. Who wouldn't want to? But the problem was the lack of technology. He only understood the cable business. But now, hearing Lin Fan's words, he was deeply tempted. Why not give it a shot? It's only 500 million yuan. Lin Fan's terms were actually quite reasonable. Alright, we'll invest 500 million into this electromagnetic catapult and the magnetic steel, President Yang said. I'll give my verbal approval for now. I still need to convene the board meeting, but it should be smooth sailing. If we win this bid, things will be even easier to handle. Got it. Winning the bid would prove Lin Fan's credibility. He has the technology and the backing. The board would feel confident partnering with him. Lin Fan chuckled, "Rest assured, this arresting cable is ours for the taking. This is a strategic investment. Within 10 years, I'll make Jule's market value tenfold. Start preparing for your transition into military manufacturing." Military industry? What else? You don't think defense isn't profitable, do you? No, I wouldn't dare imagine it. President Yang felt a pang of unease. The future seemed too beautiful. He dared not dream too big. Lin Fan slapped General Manager Yang on the shoulder. "Dream big, I've got your back. You're on the right track, and I like what I see." Lin Fan did the math. Julius 500 million, plus President Yang's 100 million, plus the Navy's 200 million, that's 800 million right there. Now he could finally attempt to miniaturize nuclear power plants. Forget about Nanshanmen, this money would burn up in a single blaze. Miniaturizing nuclear power plants, building a compact reactor. That way, he could power his lab, palace and school's electricity needs without worrying about oversizing projects. With his own mini nuclear plant, he could finally launch the electromagnetic railgun and railgun projects, both of which were power-hungry beasts. As he pondered, Lin Fan pulled out his little notebook and began jotting down his plans. Everything was proceeding methodically. Seeing it was getting late, Lin Fan retired for the night. He returned early the next morning after breakfast with President Yang, preparing for the bidding. Han Xinyan and Zhong Ai had also come to assist. The two girls had been awkward yesterday, but after a night's rest, they had recovered. They came specifically to see the commotion. They were also curious to see if Lin Fan could pull it off, a college student bidding on a naval project. It was almost unimaginable. Lin Fan chuckled, "Alright then, today you two will be my assistants. Watch this old man perform. I'll blow your minds, especially you, Dr. Han." Lin Fan harbored some resentment toward Han Xinyan, feeling she was targeting him for no reason. He hadn't done anything to her. Women were simply unpredictable. Soon they arrived at the bidding venue. Just as Lin Fan was about to enter, he was stopped by the security guard checking credentials at the door. "Sorry, your organization isn't listed. You can't enter the bidding hall." "What?" Lin Fan stared at the guard. "Did you misread it? I'm from HIT Strategic Laboratory. Take another look. There really isn't a name like that." "HIT Strategic Laboratory? Sorry, it's not on the list." Lin Fan's face darkened as he cursed, "That Wang guy is shameless." Chapter 88, Unexpected Help from an Old Acquaintance. His name had been deleted. Without a second thought, Lin Fan suspected Wang Ruo's. This kind of dirty trick was exactly the sort of thing that bastard Wang would pull. Lin Fan knew Wang Ruo's from his own world all too well. The old bastard had absolutely no limits when it came to shamelessness. Of course, when he lost all sense of shame, he was no better. But for now, Lin Fan was determined to morally condemn Wang Ruo's as a shameless beast. Mr. Yang saw there was no other way. Maybe we should just drop it. With Lin Fan's thesis in hand, Mr. Yang no longer placed much importance on this bidding process. Even if they won, what difference would it make? As a private enterprise, even if they secured a partnership with the Navy, they wouldn't get the lion's share of the pie. The Navy wanted the cable? He could practically give it away for free. Better to take Lin Fan to his company sooner rather than later, discuss deeper cooperation, and develop new projects. Participating in this bid was sufficient. Mr. Yang was quite satisfied. Han Qingyan inquired and grasped the situation. This kind of bid probably favors experience, right? You might not have enough. Lin Fan replied, of course it's about qualifications. My lab has 0 qualifications. His lab didn't even have equipment, it was as hollow as could be. Han Qingyan said, that might be the problem. Either find someone influential to vouch for you, or just forget it. Zhang Ai protested, how can we just give up? Lin Fan came all this way. No way. Let me see if I can find someone to help. Lin Fan waved it off. He'd figure it out himself. Han Qingyan suggested, why not approach young Master Long? No way. He's on the review committee. If I contact him now, people will say I'm colluding with him and the bidding isn't fair, Lin Fan sighed. His connections just weren't what they used to be. Back in the day, who would dare question him? Just then, a group approached representatives from the Northern Industries Group. Zhang Guangsu led them past, the old man deliberately glancing at Lin Fan. Can't get in. Looks like it's blocked. Young man, head back. This isn't something you should meddle in. Lin Fan was already irritated, and Zhang Guangsu's words only fueled his anger. You're the one who's meddling. What have you accomplished? You. Zhang Guangsu shot Lin Fan a furious glare. I'm kindly warning you, and this is how you respond? I wonder what your teacher taught you. Thank goodness my teacher isn't you. Otherwise, my life would be ruined. I'd just be another old fart trying to pull rank. Zhang Guangsu flared up. Who was he talking about? What do you mean by that? Spit it out. Why so upset, old man? You love getting angry, watch out, you might die from it. Lin Fan sneered, his sharp tongue showing no mercy. He was the big shot here who did these kids think they were acting all tough? Zhang Guangsu was livid. Those around him quickly pulled the old gentleman aside, while several younger men glared fiercely at Lin Fan. What's your problem? Looking for a beating? What kind of brat are you? No respect for elders. Lin Fan pointed at them. Say one more word and I'll beat you to a pulp. If it weren't for your incompetence, how could our dragon nation only have 1 aircraft carrier by now? The Liaoning has been back for years, have you all been sitting around doing nothing? Pointing at me? Want a fight? Bring it on. I can take 10 of you guys single-handedly. Lin Fan unbuttoned his shirt, glaring fiercely at them. Don't be a coward. Whoever backs down is a bastard. Not all scientists are bookworms. Lin Fan stood at a towering 1.8 meters. President Yang and Zhong Nikong were dumbfounded. Lin Fan was just way too cocky. Zhong Ai narrowed her eyes, feeling an odd sense of security. She longed to hide in Lin Fan's embrace, it would surely be safe. Han Qingyan clutched her temples in exasperation. Here we go again with Lin Fan. You're a research expert, not a thug. But Lin Fan declared that thugs weren't scary, educated thugs were the real terror. And he was the grandmaster among educated thugs, the most terrifying kind. The Northern Industries folks had never encountered such a seasoned rogue's demeanor before, leaving them utterly at a loss. They couldn't actually resort to violence, it was uncertain whether they could win, and fighting would be an embarrassment. They were all respectable people. Yet to stand down while being berated by Lin Fan was equally humiliating. Finally, they shot Lin Fan a cold, dismissive glance. A gentleman doesn't stoop to arguing with a petty man. Fine, I'll give you the honor. If you won't fight, I will. You dare? Security. Security. Seeing Lin Fan ready to strike, panic seized them. They scrambled to call for help. The guards at the entrance stared at Lin Fan as if they'd seen a ghost. They were real security personnel, not ordinary guards. 2 of them immediately stepped in front of Lin Fan. We understand how you feel, but violence is wrong. I haven't hit anyone yet. But you wanted to. Seeing the guard's eyes brimming with frustration, the guard sighed helplessly, go back. Stop causing trouble. This isn't the place for that. Lin Fan shot a look at the North Industries Group, you should thank the security guards, buddy. Otherwise, if I didn't beat the crap out of you lot, I'd consider myself useless. Professor Zhang, huh? Cut the bull and get down to business. Who are you trying to impress with your seniority? I don't care how others treat you, but with me, Lin Fan, you don't get that privilege. You know damn well you're a useless piece of. You. Professor Zhang's face drained white with fury, clutching his chest as if seized by a heart attack. The Norinco representatives hurried to placate him, urging the old man not to take it to heart and not to stoop to Lin Fan's level. Professor, let's focus on the bid. Don't waste your energy on such an uncivilized person. It's not worth it. Oomph. Professor Zhang snorted coldly, finally recovering. He rose and addressed the guards, this is a major naval event today. You must clearly distinguish who was permitted to enter and who was not. The guard nodded, casting a helpless glance at Lin Fan. That guy was something else. He nearly drove the old man to his grave. Just as the Narinko representatives were about to leave, several elderly men approached. One of them spotted Lin Fan and immediately quickened his pace. "What's up, old Lin?" Another old man looked up and saw Lin Fan standing at the doorway. He hurried over as well. "Lin Fan." The North Industries personnel halted, turning to observe the late arriving elders. Lin Fan stared blankly at the two elderly men beside him. After a moment, he seemed to recognize them: Senior Lin, Senior Zhang. Old Lin and old Zhang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a strange look. This guy didn't even remember them just now. It was utterly baffling. "Did you forget us?" asked old Zhang, his round face and slightly balding head brimming with curiosity. "No need to bring up such awkward things," Lin Fan chuckled. Both old Zhang and old Lin were project leaders for the 5th-generation aircraft program. Lin Fan had met them at a conference in northeast China last time, where he decalled them useless before handing them a few sheets of paper, and the 5th-generation technology challenges were solved from then on. Lin Fan chuckled. "So you two made it to Beijing too? For the carrier-based fighter." Chapter 89. Do you know about shockwave engines? It made sense. Lin Fan realized the new aircraft carrier would definitely require compatible fighter jets, so the leaders of these 5th-generation projects had to attend. They just worked on different programs. The Narinko personnel were stunned to see Lin Fan chatting and laughing so easily with these two. After all, Lin Lao and Zhang Lao maintained close ties with Narinko, which had also participated in the 5th-generation fighter program. Their stature and standing far surpassed that of Zhang Guangsu. How did Lin Fan know these two heavyweights? And these formidable elders were treating him with remarkable courtesy, even giving the impression they held him in high regard. Lin Fan smiled. "Has the 5th-generation fighter been finalized?" "It's done. We've built a prototype. Come see it during the test flight," old Lin said, smiling as he took Lin Fan's hand. "Interested in joining our team? If you're willing to come, both old Zhang and I will follow your lead." "No thanks." Lin Fan shook his head. What was he thinking? He'd already researched 5th-generation fighters himself. The blueprints and design concepts were all in his head. He really had no interest in going through it all again. Not interested? What kind of answer is that? Just not interested. No challenge, no interest. Old Zhang and old Lin fell silent. The surrounding crowd also fell silent. Han Qingyan scanned Lin Fan. This guy's bragging was truly unbearable. That's a 5th-generation fighter jet. And he's not even interested? That's the most advanced fighter jet in the world. Old Zhang and old Lin exchanged glances, their faces etched with helplessness. Old Zhang suddenly interjected, "Wait, I just remembered you don't have any connection to the Navy, do you? What are you doing here?" "Funding, of course. Unlike you two, who get heaps of state funding for your aircraft projects, I'm broke. I have to secure my own research funds. The Navy's offering a bounty for a blocking cable, and I happen to have the resources for it. Here to collect the money," Lin Fan said, fixing his gaze on the two old men. These were influential figures. They could certainly vouch for him. Lin Fan explained briefly. Old Zhang and old Lin naturally had no objections. They were simply curious how Lin Fan had managed to secure the interception net. The strategic laboratory at Harbin Institute of Technology, when was it established, and what does it primarily research? Lin Fan chuckled. "It's newly established, my personal lab. We're researching controlled nuclear fusion, outer space weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and the Southern Heavenly Gate project." He's trying to scare the hell out of us. Old Zhang and old Lin exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. This Lin Fan's bragging was utterly ridiculous. Is that even human speech? Controlled nuclear fusion? Outer space weapons? Taking on aliens? Electromagnetic weapons? This is like a movie plot. The Southern Heavenly Gate project? What the hell is that? The two industry veterans suddenly felt like they'd been left behind by the times. They'd never heard of any of the things Lin Fan mentioned. Only electromagnetic weapons rang a bell. "This lab of yours has quite a bit of depth," old Lin hesitated before finally saying politely. He genuinely didn't know what to say. Old Zhang followed with an awkward chuckle. "Not bad, not bad. We look forward to your results." "Don't believe me? Whatever. Why should this big shot even bother explaining?" Lin Fan chuckled. "The only problem now is funding. I came to secure some money, but ran into a snag. Got tangled up with some old timer trying to pull rank." "Who?" Lin Fan shot a glance toward Zhang Guangsu. Old Lin and old Zhang immediately exchanged wry smiles. They knew Zhang Guangsu well, a man without ill intent, though admittedly rather old-fashioned. He definitely didn't know Lin Fan, which is why he ended up offending him. Old Zhang chuckled. "Lin Fan, you didn't get into a fight with him, did you?" Old Lin instantly understood old Zhang's meaning. He wasn't worried about Lin Fan getting bullied, but rather that Lin Fan might drive the other person to their grave. They'd seen Lin Fan when he was in full scathing mode. The tongue of his was poisonous. He could easily finish off a person or two without breaking a sweat. Lin Fan smiled. The two elders immediately understood. There had been an argument, but no one was hurt. Lin Fan had restrained himself. They breathed a sigh of relief. After informing Zhang Guangsu, the matter would be settled. Old Lin thought for a moment, then beckoned. Zhang Guangsu hurried over before these two elders. He was merely a younger brother and junior. Little Zhang, this is Lin Fan, a remarkably talented young man. His words may be harsh, but he truly has ability. Whatever misunderstanding you had is now resolved. Zhang Guangsu's face turned an awkward shade of red. Over? Old Lin, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Old Lin, I have no misunderstanding with him. I merely gave him a few words of advice, but he... Lin Fan shot Zhang Guangsu a dismissive glance. Zhang Guangsu fumed, Master Lin, Master Zhang, look at that look, that look. I'm his senior, how dare he? Old Zhang retorted, be grateful. Who do you think you are? He pointed his finger at me and Old Lin, calling us useless. We didn't utter a word back. What's wrong with him saying a few things to you? He said it was for your own good. Old Lin nodded. You'll get used to it. Being scolded by little Lin? That's your good fortune. Zhang Guangsu stared speechless at the two old men. Are you even speaking human language? Are you kidding me? Is this bullying? Ignoring Zhang Guangsu, Old Lin turned to Lin Fan. Little Lin, the 5th-generation fighter project is settled. We plan to develop carrier-based aircraft. Any suggestions? Zhang Guangsu was stunned. Was Old Lin actually consulting Lin Fan? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan chuckled, will you pay me? Zhang Guangsu stared blankly at Lin Fan. You want money? Of course. Knowledge is wealth. Those two old guys have budgets to burn, but I'm broke. If I don't take the money, I'd be crazy. Lin Fan declared with righteous indignation, turning to Zhang Guangsu. You old man wouldn't understand. Who's an old man? I'm only in my 50s, not old. But in front of Old Lin and Old Zhang, Zhang Guangsu dared not speak out of turn, though he felt utterly frustrated inside. Lin Lao chuckled, how about 20 million? For 20 million, I can give you a complete set of mature carrier-based aircraft design blueprints. Lin Fan said, then fell silent. Old Zhang pondered, what if I offered 50 million? Lin Fan immediately looked at Old Zhang. You get me, Old Zhang. I'll give you blueprints ready for mass production. I'll even include the active phased array radar. Active phased array radar? Old Zhang and Old Lin exchanged glances, then quickly pulled Lin Fan aside. This was state secrets, no eavesdropping allowed. The two elders even had guards keep watch, forbidding anyone else from approaching. Active phased array radar? You've studied radar too? We don't even have that yet. It's exclusive to the Eagle's Nest. You know how to do it? Lin Yuan didn't believe the Dragon Nation lacked such technology. China had it large-scale versions deployed primarily for coastal early warning. But miniaturization technology was still under development. I know a thing or two. Here's the deal, pay me, and I'll work for you. Lin Yuan dangled the bait, 5th-gen fighters are no problem. When are we tackling 6th gen? 7th? 8th? I've got an idea for engines. Ever heard of detonation engines? Chapter 90, no interest in being a workhorse. Lin Fan watched the two stunned elders as he slowly stated, I can design detonation engines. Want a fighter jet capable of Mach 10 cruise? 50 billion, and I'll make it happen. Whoa. That's way too sci-fi. Never heard of it, but just the name gets the blood pumping. Old Zhang and Old Lin stared at Lin Fan like country bumpkins seeing the city lights for the first time, utterly dumbfounded. Shockwave engine? Yeah. Bottom line, pay up and I'll get it done. They'll see the finished product in 3 years. Lin Fan thought to himself, 50 billion for this? Not a bad deal. The detonator engine is probably the most powerful engine within the atmosphere and likely the absolute limit for atmospheric engines. Gentlemen, you're in the presence of a heavyweight here. Seize this opportunity. Lin Lao and Zhang Lao were inwardly stunned, unable to fathom such a thing. Their eyes burned with fervor as they looked at Lin Fan, speaking in perfect unison, Lin Fan, drop your studies. Come with us now and work on this detonation engine. Study? Lin Fan? Forget studying. Old Zhang and Old Lin had never doubted Lin Fan's capabilities. Solving the 5th-generation fighter project's challenges with just a few sheets of paper spoke volumes. Lin Fan retorted, I'm not going. Collaboration at most, don't expect me to be your workhorse. Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan, your knowledge has long surpassed what any school can teach you. You're ready to join the workforce and lead projects independently. Our research team needs young talent like you. Exactly. Who else could teach you? Get to work already. You can help lighten the load for me and Old Zhang. Once our 5th-generation fighter project wraps up, we might not have the bandwidth for 6th-gen development. None of our successors are quite ready for that yet. I think you're the one. You take charge. Start as our deputy, and we'll recommend you as chief engineer for the 6th-gen project. For Lin Fan, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity, a chance to leapfrog the grind of building experience and land directly at the pinnacle of his career. But Lin Fan simply couldn't muster any interest. 6th gen? 7th gen? He'd already played with those. Retracing his own steps? What the hell was the point? Lin Fan only cared about the Southern Heavenly Gate project and building the Palace of the Moon. Everything else was trash. No thanks. My goal is to dominate space. Aircraft are boring, Lin Fan replied. Besides, I'm still a student. I want to enjoy a few more years of student life. What a waste. We absolutely won't let you throw your talent away. Elders Lin and Zhang were furious. What was the point of being a student? A genius among geniuses like Lin Fan, a prodigy whose brilliance pierced the heavens, should be building aircraft right now. We'll file a transfer request for you right away and give you the best treatment possible. Lin Fan retorted, you old farts have no shame, do you? Old Zhang and old Lin wiped the drool from their faces and grinned. What dignity do two old men like us have left? If building an aircraft adds another type to our blue skies, then we'll gladly lose our dignity. No, no. Lin Fan pleaded, dreading these seasoned elders with prestige who'd stop at nothing. I'm doing research at school too. Contributing doesn't mean I have to join your project. Here's a better deal. When you hit technical roadblocks, collaborate with me. I'll be your outsourced consultant. Pay me, and I'll solve your problems. Pay enough, and I'll even build you a space battleship. After a brief consultation, Professors Zhang and Lin acknowledged Lin Fan's youth and his still developing character. They understood his desire to spend a few more years as a university student. Since Lin Fan had already offered to collaborate, the two elders readily agreed. Then it's settled. We both have our own labs at Narinko. Come find us when you need to keep in touch. All right. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved he'd managed to navigate the situation. With the two elders backing, he could now enter the bidding process. Senior Zhang and Senior Lin, being of a higher caliber than Lin Fan, headed elsewhere. Zhang Guangsu and Lin Fan walked together, both wearing awkward and uncomfortable expressions. Zhang Guangsu wanted to apologize, but the words wouldn't come out. Lin Fan smiled. No fight, no friendship, right, Teacher Zhang? Yes, yes. Lin Fan, you've really impressed me. I was narrow-minded before. I was in the wrong. I apologize to you. Zhang Guangsu breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Fan initiating the conversation, the past matter was settled. He asked, did you handle those difficult points with the fifth-generation fighter? I couldn't help it. Seeing how puzzled old Zhang and old Lin were made me anxious, so I pitched in, Lin Fan murmured. Later, when Narinko bids on the aircraft carrier design, if there's anything you can't handle, just ask me for help. I'll take care of it, you just pay me. Zhang Guangsu felt intensely conflicted upon hearing this. Narinko isn't some small company, you know. Making it sound like they lack substance. Is that even human speech? He was being underestimated again. No, I have to pull myself together. Alright, Zhang Guangsu said, but inwardly thought, over my dead body would I ever contact you? He had his pride, after all. Lin Fan and Zhang Guangsu parted at the elevator lobby. The Northern Industries personnel looked at Lin Fan with a hint of fear. Only after everyone had left did President Yang, Han Qingyan, and the others dare to breathe again, gasping for air. President Yang was stunned. Lin Fan was too formidable. He actually had connections with figures like old Zhang and old Lin. I thought you were just another official's son, but it turns out you're an academic powerhouse. I thought you were only good at academics, but I never imagined you'd be valued by figures like old Zhang and old Lin. What have I, Yang, ever done to deserve such a powerful ally? In Mr. Yang's mind, Lin Fan was now his powerful patron, a patron as solid as a mountain. Wang Ruo's? Big shots? All small fry. If Wang Ruo's knew how powerful Lin Fan really was, would he be scared to death? Han Qingyan fell silent, her gaze complex as she studied Lin Fan. Was this guy really that formidable? He was downright terrifying. She knew Lin Fan was formidable, but this still exceeded her wildest imagination. Zhonei wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan, you were so cool just now. The man I chose is truly one of a kind. Zhonei was laughing so hard her legs couldn't close, leaning against Lin Fan with drool practically dripping from her mouth. Lin Fan gently pushed Zhonei away. Mind your manners. Zhonei flushed crimson. She didn't care. She wanted everyone to know Lin Fan was the man she'd chosen. Just let me hold you a little longer. Her voice was soft and sweet. Han Qingyan's face twitched violently as she yanked Zhonei away. You're a girl. Act with some dignity. Zhonei stared at Lin Fan, her eyes unblinking. Mr. Yang quickly covered his ears. This was way too intense. Han Qingyan gazed at Zhonei, who was acting like a lovesick fool, feeling utterly helpless. This silly woman was beyond saving. Lin Fan remained expressionless, like a heartless jerk. Stepping out of the elevator into the bidding hall, he declared, let's go. I'm curious to see how Wang Ruo's competes with me. Lin Fan led the way, followed by Mr. Yang. Han Qingyan and Zhonei brought up the rear. The four of them charged into the bidding hall like a sword. Those already present in the bidding hall froze upon seeing Lin Fan and his group. Chapter 91, seems your relationship isn't that solid after all. Lin Fan scanned the room, then led General Manager Yang and the others to an empty section. The attendees could be roughly divided into three groups. One was led by Wang Ruo's, another represented Magic City Steel Company, and the third was the Shugon Group. The remaining spot was occupied by Lin Fan and his 3 companions. Lin Fan's group was the smallest, the other teams each had over a dozen members participating in the bidding. Compared to them, Lin Fan's group seemed the least formidable. Now feeling more confident, President Yang watched as members of the other teams busily cross-checked data before the bidding began. Seeing Lin Fan sitting idly, President Yang grew anxious. Shouldn't we verify our data too? Everyone else is so busy it feels awkward for us to just sit here. Han Qingyan whispered, they're all watching us. Feeling watched makes us behave ourselves. Zhong Ai murmured, let's put on a show too. Lin Fan laughed. What's there to pretend? They're pretending because they're unsure their technology isn't perfected. What do we have to fear? Han Qingyan couldn't stand Lin Fan's overconfidence. Can't you be a little more humble? No wonder you keep rubbing people the wrong way. Without the confidence to be the best in the world, what's the point of doing research? Lin Fan chuckled. When this old man steps in, who dares to challenge? That's some serious swagger. Han Qingyan shook her head speechless. Lin Fan must never have been tempered by the harsh realities of society. Zhong Ai nodded mindlessly in agreement. Lin Fan's right. Confident men are so handsome. Han Qingyan reached out, pressing Zhong Ai's head away as she leaned toward Lin Fan. She grabbed her and swapped places with her. Zhong Ai shot Han Qingyan a helpless look. She'd lost her chance to be next to Lin Fan. That darn woman. Wang Ruz glanced over curiously, then walked straight over. Mr. Yang, how did you get in here? Mr. Yang replied, I followed Lin Fan in. Lin Fan looked at Wang Ruz. Did you pull some shady stuff to get my name crossed off the bidding list? What do you mean messed with? If your name wasn't on the bidding list, it's because the committee deemed you unqualified. What does that have to do with me? Wang Ruz chuckled. 3 companies are bidding today. You weren't supposed to be here anyway. Hearing Wang Ruz's words, the teams from Magic City and Shugong all turned to look. This was actually an ineligible bidding team. They instantly breathed a sigh of relief. One less competitor meant their chances of winning the bid increased. Professor Wang, what's going on here? The head of Magic City Steel asked pointedly. Wang Ruo's quickly interjected, this Lin Fan claims to represent some strategic lab at Harbin Institute of Technology, a lab I've never even heard of. He says he's here to block the cable car project. It's nothing but a ridiculous stunt. Is that even possible? You bet. Isn't it ridiculous? We're all state-owned enterprises, yet he brings a private company to bid? It's utterly absurd. A private enterprise? The Motuo and Shugong teams felt even more confident. How could a private enterprise compete with state-owned enterprises? They're not even in the same league. Everyone looked at Lin Fan and his crew with disdain. He brings 2 beauties to compete? Are you sure you're here to compete? Or is this some kind of beauty ploy? Lin Fan chuckled, whether it's a donkey or a horse, just bring it out for a walk. Talking won't help. Who's the donkey? Wang Ruz sneered coldly, you don't even have the qualifications to bid. What right do you have to sit here? You should be outside right now. Where do I need you to tell me where I belong? Lin Fan sneered. Professor Wang, just because you're useless doesn't mean others are. What's wrong with private enterprises? Lin Fan slammed his fist on the table. This is about supplying carrier arresting cables for the Navy, not granting bidding qualifications. Does eligibility depend on whether you're state-owned or private? Any enterprise from our Dragon Nation has the right to sit here and bid. Lin Fan stood up, pointing his finger right at Wang Ruo's nose. You're not the one calling the shots here. As for you not having heard of HIT's strategic experimental program? That's because you're not qualified enough. You're not on the same level. Someone like you? I wouldn't even hire you as a doorman. Wang Ruo's felt his blood boil. This was utterly humiliating, a crushing blow to his pride. What you? You're a useless piece of trash, admit it. Lin Fan sneered. You're useless at research and academia, but you're full of tricks and schemes. I'm here to bid, and you treat this like some palace intrigue? If you love playing dirty tricks so much, go home and play them with your female students. Everyone perked up instantly. Lin Fan's words were packed with meaning. Female students? Everyone turned to stare at Wang Ruo's, their expressions pensive. Wang Ruo's wasn't old, just over 40. For a man, that was prime age. It was entirely plausible he'd be seeing younger women. Yang's mouth twitched. Lin Fan was too bold, far too bold. He actually dared to say something like that. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai shot Wang Ruz a disdainful glance. What a jerk. The Magic City team and Shugong representatives remained silent, but their eyes spoke volumes. Who would have thought Professor Wang was this kind of person? He looked so upright and dignified, yet his private life was surprisingly colorful. Wang Ruo's trembled with rage, his eyes blazing as he glared fiercely at Lin Fan. You're making baseless accusations. This is slander. Don't listen to him, he's defaming me. I've always conducted myself with integrity. There's absolutely no truth to this. Seeing Wang Ruz's agitation, the crowd began to doubt him. Lin Fan sneered coldly, why are you so flustered? Flustered means guilty. Your explanations are just cover-ups. You know better than anyone that you're not innocent. That makes sense. The gaze of disdain returned to the scoundrel. Everyone turned their attention back to Wang Ruo's, eager to watch the drama unfold. Several female engineers, in particular, looked at him with utter contempt. Furious, Wang Ruo bellowed, security. Throw this man out. Can't win an argument, so you resort to calling for backup? Lin Fan sneered coldly. Several security guards entered from outside. Lin Fan glanced at them, while General Manager Yang and Han Xingyan hurriedly interjected, Lin Fan, stop this. Otherwise, there'll be no way to resolve this. He still wants to resolve this? Wang Ruo sneered coldly. The naval bidding is classified information. His very presence here as an unqualified individual is a violation. He's waiting for judgment. Arrest him immediately. A smug smile touched Wang Ruo's lips. Turning to Mr. Yang, Wang Ruo said, my apologies, Mr. Yang. This isn't personal. Lin Fan compromised classified information, and you're caught in the crossfire. As for these two ladies, I'll explain the situation to higher-ups. Han Xingyan and Zhong Ai exchanged worried glances. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Wang Ruo was clearly trying to frame Lin Fan. A security guard approached Lin Fan. Please verify your identity. Everyone watched Lin Fan nervously. Lin Fan paused, then remained as steady as an old dog. He nodded at the guard before pulling out a notebook and handing it over. The guard flipped through it, immediately closed it, and saluted Lin Fan, all clear, Comrade Major. Major? Wang Ruo was furious, what major? How could he possibly be a major? Lin Fan smiled warmly at Wang Ruo. Weren't you investigating me? You even called my university president. Our president didn't tell you I'm Navy? Seems your relationship with our president isn't that solid after all? Chapter 92, The Omnipresent Human Touch. Wang Ruo snorted coldly and turned to leave. There was nothing more to say. The more he talked, the more he'd embarrass himself. After all, he was a man of standing. The others grew even more curious about Lin Fan's background. Even the security guards arriving hadn't swayed him, the stubborn one. Mr. Yang stared at Lin Fan in astonishment. Status? Words failed him. All Yang could think was, Lin Fan was beyond impressive, utterly unforeseeable. I thought you were formidable, but you've surpassed all expectations. Mr. Yang couldn't help but marvel at his own incredible luck. He'd assumed Lin Fan sought him out because he was doing Lin Fan a favor, but now he realized it was purely Lin Fan taking pity on him and giving him a helping hand. Mr. Yang gazed at Lin Fan earnestly. Lin Fan, rest assured I won't embarrass you. No wonder I find you so likable. Lin Fan gave a slight nod. Money was one thing, but saving face was equally important. With the conflict between him and Wang was now out in the open, the stakes had shifted. It was no longer about winning, but about saving face and proving technical superiority. Lin Fan couldn't care less about the technical aspect, since he was certain of victory. But Wang Ruo wasn't without his advantages either. He'd been famous for longer, was an industry heavyweight and technical expert, making him more persuasive in that regard. No problem, Lin Fan chuckled. It's just a minor thing. Watching Lin Fan's calm demeanor, General Manager Yang gradually settled down as well. Han Xingyan gave Lin Fan another lingering glance, saying nothing, yet inwardly she was equally stunned. Just how many hidden cards did this guy have up his sleeve? Zhong Ai didn't dwell on it. Watching Lin Fan put Wang Ruo in his place felt incredibly satisfying. Representatives from the Magic City and Shugon teams began approaching Lin Fan to greet him. Those with real capability truly received special treatment. The head of Magic City Steel Group, Zhang Shui, inquired, Lin Fan, how far along are your data analyses? Any breakthroughs? Lin Fan thought for a moment and chuckled, Master Zhang, you're asking about confidential information. Zhang Shui quickly replied, no need to say if it's inconvenient. I understand. Ah, the anti-ram cable, the technical difficulty is too high. We still lag behind overseas in this area. Don't underestimate it. Just because it's a cable, the technology involved is truly substantial. What stage are you at? Can you meet the Navy's specifications? You're really prying into classified matters. Zhang Shui chuckled, though he didn't take it seriously. He didn't believe Lin Fan could meet the Navy's requirements. I won't hide it from you, we're about 80% there. That's already quite good, Lin Fan remarked. Zhang Shui quickly interjected, I told you that. Can you tell me how much you've actually achieved? Lin Fan replied, we've already developed something that exceeds the Navy's requirements. What? Zhang Shui gasped. You're joking, right? Why would I joke with you? We've never even met before. Could you even pay me if I were joking? Zhang Shui shook his head at Lin Fan, struggling to believe it. I still don't buy it. Many peers nationwide have been researching these materials and processes without breakthroughs. You tell me you've succeeded? I just can't bring myself to believe it. It's fine. We've developed it, period. You're just not used to it yet. You'll get used to it. Lin Fan paused and asked, "Is Jiangnan Shipyard closely connected to your company?" Zhang Shui brushed aside thoughts of blocking Sua and laughed, "Of course. We're a steel mill, they're shipbuilders, how could we not be close? Our Magic City Steel Group is even a shareholder in Jiangnan Shipyard. Why are you asking about this?"
Lin Fan immediately pulled Zhang Shui down to sit with him, his enthusiasm palpable.
"You're exactly the kind of connection I've been looking for.
You know the country wants to build an aircraft carrier.
How many shipyards nationwide do you think have the capability to construct one?"
3 or 4, Zhang Shui replied instantly, knowing Jiangnan Shipyard was precisely one of those capable of building such large vessels.
"What are you up to? Could you introduce me to the people at Jiangnan Shipyard?
I want to team up with them to secure the aircraft carrier construction contract, or rather, I want to help them secure it,"
Lin Fan stated. "Holy crap, you're scaring the hell out of me.
The right to build an aircraft carrier isn't something you just decide to get.
That's no ordinary ship, it's an aircraft carrier."
Zhang Shui felt a chill run down his spine, yet his curiosity burned fiercely.
What kind of background did Lin Fan have?
The Navy had only just begun the bidding process, and he was already eyeing the carrier contract.
Most people don't think that boldly. Zhang Shui snapped, "Do you even know what you're saying? An aircraft carrier is a comprehensive super project. The construction rights aren't just handed out. Why not try?
Whoever wins the contract will earn immense prestige. This is our first domestically developed aircraft carrier," Lin Fan emphasized.
What did this signify? It meant merit. Merit equaled political capital. Whoever builds the first one earns prestige.
Zhang Shui's eyes lit up at the thought, but upon reflection, he lacked confidence.
It was too difficult.
While Lin Fan understood its significance, others were equally aware.
Yet his heart pounded wildly, the temptation was simply too great.
Zhang Shui whispered, "I mean, hypothetically speaking, if Jiangnan Shipyard were willing to partner with you, how exactly would you secure that construction contract?"
"Do you have someone backing you? And someone big enough to reach the Elders' Council?" Building the first aircraft carrier was a monumental task that required the Elders' approval. Lin Fan thought to himself, logically, that's true. But if I were to make a move, I wouldn't need such a setup.
His goal was the aircraft carrier design itself. He planned to seize this opportunity to directly unveil a domestically developed nuclear-powered 100,000-ton class carrier, skipping the conventional carrier phase entirely.
With a 100,000-ton class vessel, who needs conventional carriers?
Even if it ultimately failed, proposing this concept would ensure the higher-ups remembered him what they call building goodwill.
Thus, partnering with Jiangnan Shipyard would never put Lin Fan at a disadvantage.
Success meant he could pocket the profits, failure meant he'd gain recognition.
"I have people," Lin Fan stated bluntly. "You're asking if I have connections? Even if I didn't, I'd have to make them." Zhang Shui nodded hastily. "Then once the bidding concludes, we'll discuss with Jiangnan Shipyard to see if it's feasible."
Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. As they spoke, several officers appeared, among them Long Xiaoshang. 6 or 7 Navy personnel took their seats as Long Xiaoshang announced the start of the bidding. The process was straightforward. Bidding teams submitted their proposals, naval experts reviewed the materials on the spot, evaluated them, and then selected the winning bidder. When the proposals from Magic City and Shugong were submitted, the naval experts showed little reaction, a bit disappointing, clearly not meeting their expectations. When Wang Ruo's bid arrived, the naval experts asked several additional questions. One expert even exchanged knowing glances with Wang Ruo's, displaying particular enthusiasm.
He specifically introduced Wang Ruo's to Long Xiaoshang.
Lin Fan didn't even glance at it, sensing something fishy. His name was removed from the bidding list without an insider from the Navy pulling strings for Wang Ruo's. It simply wouldn't have happened.
Chapter 93, I won't take it if you don't give it.
Professor Wang's progress is remarkably swift, already 90% aligned with international standards.
I'd say he's our man. After brief deliberation, the experts agreed that Wang Ru's achievements were clearly closer to the Navy's requirements than those of Magic City Steel or Shugong.
The experts nodded in agreement. The one who was relatively close to Wang was even offered congratulations, and Wang beamed with delight.
Zhang Shui looked at Lin Fan. "What about you? Why didn't you submit a bid? I'm not even on the list. How could I submit one?"
"So you're just giving up?"
"Are you kidding? It's a 200 million yuan bounty."
Lin Fan smiled faintly. "I'm the last person to turn down money."
200 million? Like I'd pass that up. What kind of joke is that? Then submit your bid.
Let that guy have his moment of glory first. Lin Fan tilted his chin up, adopting a boss-like demeanor, showing no sign of urgency.
But Zhang Shui was anxious. How exactly was Lin Fan going to make Wang Ru's look foolish? Curiosity was killing him. Just as the panel of experts finished their deliberations and were about to announce the final winner, Long Xiaoshang suddenly spoke up. "Isn't there still one team left? Why haven't they submitted their bid?"
Long Xiaoshang smiled at Lin Fan. He'd been waiting for Lin Fan to submit the bid, but Lin Fan just sat there, giving him no chance to find fault. No choice, he'd have to speak up first. That bastard really could sit tight.
Wang Rus quickly interjected that Lin Fan isn't on the bidding list. He snuck in. Seems like he's got some serious connections. Background? Sneaked in? The naval experts immediately grew dissatisfied, even angry. Another spoiled rich kid who'd pulled strings to get his hands on ill-gotten gains. This was a matter concerning the nation's aircraft carrier, and these people dared to reach for the money. If he's not on the list, then forget it. I agree. If he's not on the list, it must mean his technology isn't up to par. We should respect the bidding rules. The experts unanimously decided to ignore Lin Fan. Lin Fan then said, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. What questions? Asked the naval expert. Long Xiaoshang shot Lin Fan a withering glance. Here he goes again. Lin Fan smiled. This is about the arresting cable project tender, right? It's for the domestically built aircraft carrier, isn't it? Need I say more? The experts glared at Lin Fan. Are you mocking us? Lin Fan chuckled, Gentlemen, please calm down. I know the Navy is bidding on arresting cables for the domestically built aircraft carrier. Since that's the case, why not take a look at our bid? I may not have proactively handed it to you, but surely you could have asked for it yourselves. Not a shred of common sense. Not a single one of these people is fit to be a cow or a horse. The expert retorted, You didn't submit it to us, and you're not on the list. So we can't be held responsible. Wang Ruo smiled faintly, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Fan. How dare you be so impolite to these naval experts? Lin Fan sneered coldly, which is more important, the domestically built aircraft carrier or the bidding process? Come on, tell me which one matters more. Long Xiaoshang's mouth twitched. Here it comes. Here it comes. This bastard is at it again. The experts were furious too. Of course the carrier is more important. This entire bidding process is for the carrier. Then what's the problem? Why didn't you proactively ask me for the bid documents? What were you and that good-for-nothing Wang Ruo's exchanging glances for? Lin Fan spat. Do you think I'm blind? You, which team are you with? Who's your leader? The expert's defenses crumbled instantly. Lin Fan was essentially slapping him in the face in front of everyone. Zhang Shui was stunned. This was too intense, far too intense. Radical. Extremely radical. Lin Fan sneered, I have no leader. I am my own leader. Got a problem? Want to file a complaint? I'll reject it. Lin Fan walked over, holding the bid documents, and tapped them lightly on Long Xiaoshang's desk. We already have the anti-torpedo system. Check the specs. Do they exceed the Navy's requirements? Impossible. Our country doesn't possess this technology. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than the expert denied it. Wang Ruo's immediately interjected, Lin Fan is lying. All the key enterprises nationwide are tackling this technology, and everyone is making slow progress. How could he have solved it? He must be lying. His technology is fake. Fake my ass, Lin Fan snapped back. Just because you're useless doesn't mean everyone else is. If you can't do it, why should I be able to? You? How dare you speak like that? Your mouth is full of filth. Wang Ruo's face turned ashen with rage. You have no manners. What manners do losers need? Lin Fan sneered coldly. The expert panel hurriedly opened the proposal Lin Fan had submitted. As they scanned the specifications, their expressions turned astonished. It seems to exceed our requirements. These figures don't look fake. How is that possible? Lin Fan sneered coldly, nothing is impossible. The steel cables used on the Eagle's aircraft carriers are produced by us. Ha? This time, even Long Xiaoshang was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Lin Fan. What are you talking about? The others were utterly bewildered, doubting their own ears. The Eagle's family uses arresting gear produced by the Dragon Nation? Impossible. One expert after another fixed their gaze on Lin Fan. Do you know what you're saying? Of course I know what I'm talking about. Eagle Sauce's country can no longer produce qualified arresting cables. They've always been using ours. Lin Fan looked at these experts, who were as clueless as logs, with amusement. Surprised? Long Xiaoshang whispered, You're not just bragging to win the bid, are you? Am I that kind of person? Lin Fan retorted. You wouldn't believe the truth even if I told it. Long Xiaoshang and the experts nodded. Who could possibly believe it? It was simply too shocking. Not even the biggest joke of the year dared go this far. Wang Rus looked utterly overwhelmed, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could that be? It must be fake. You weren't even qualified to bid. To win the contract, you made up such an absurd story? It's beyond comprehension. Hearing Wang Ru's words, the experts found it plausible but hesitated to make a judgment, turning instead to Long Xiaoshang. The current situation was unexpected, utterly beyond their imagination. Long Xiaoshang asked, Lin Fan, can you guarantee what you're saying is true? I brought the blocking cable. Test it yourselves if you don't believe me. Where is it? This time, without Long Xiaoshang prompting them, the experts scrambled to ask. It's in Shugong's warehouse. It was just delivered yesterday. Mr. Yang can take a few experts to Shugong's lab for testing. Got it. Mr. Yang's face flushed with pride. His company's steel cable was the barrier cable. How awesome was that? Mr. Yang and the experts hurried off immediately, while the others followed to catch the excitement. It was thrilling. Wang Ruo's also dispatched someone to follow and keep an eye on things. Lin Fan couldn't care less. He looked at Long Xiaoshang. Those 200 million are mine. If it really is yours. Wang Ruo quickly interjected, Sir, he doesn't even have bidding qualifications. Chapter 94, The Cultivation of an Academic Hegemon. Long Xiaoshang stared at Wang Ruo's in disbelief. Professor Wang, is the bidding process really that important? If what Lin Fan says is true, we've already solved the challenge of producing arresting cables. Do you understand? The bidding is irrelevant. The product itself is what matters. We can now manufacture arresting cables ourselves. We're the third country in the world after the US and Russia capable of producing them. That's what truly matters. But I've invested significant funds and effort into this project. Long Xiaoshang couldn't be bothered with Wang Ruo's. How much you invested? What does that matter to me? I want results. The process is irrelevant. It's not something a naval admiral like me should concern himself with. Lin Fan smiled warmly at Wang Ruo's. Oh dear, what a pity for Professor Wang. Your research was already 90% complete, but alas, you were just a step too slow. My research broke through long ago. You? I don't believe you. You must be lying. Sorry to disappoint you, old man. I never lie, Lin Fan sneered. This project was always meant for me. It's what they call a carrot and stick project, got it? My products are already on the market, while you're still stuck in the lab. What's the point of all that research? Lin Fan waved his finger at Wang Ruo's. No means no. A loser will always be a loser. You're pretty good at playing petty tricks, but when it comes to RD, you can't even keep up with the dust I kick up. Wang Ruo's face turned ashen. He glared fiercely at Lin Fan, silent. Long Xiaoshang watched Lin Fan with a headache. Could you be a little nicer? It's like you two are sworn enemies. He had someone strike me off the list. You tell me, is that the nature of a grudge or what? Long Xiaoshang froze, his expression turning grim. Someone sabotaging the Navy's bidding process? Deliberately making things difficult? Long Xiaoshang declared, I'll get to the bottom of this for you. I don't need any explanation. I want the design rights for the aircraft carrier. You're dreaming. Lin Fan sighed. Why is it so damn hard to make a buck? Money's tough to earn, tough to swallow. This bastard, his mouth is filthy. Long Xiaoshang was utterly exasperated. Watching Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang bicker back and forth, Wang Ruo suddenly realized they knew each other. Lin Fan had connections on the bidding committee. He'd been certain he'd win the bid, since his classmate was the reviewing expert. But Lin Fan actually knew the person in charge, Long Xiaoshang. Damn it! You're playing me. Wang Ruo instantly felt like a complete fool. He had connections, and so did Lin Fan, and his were even stronger. Is this fair? Unfair. So unfair. This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. Wang Ruo fumed. You two know each other. Lin Fan, you're impersonating me. This is rigged. I'm filing a complaint. Long Xiaoshang sneered coldly. Complain? Go ahead. We welcome your complaint. But before you do, why don't you explain why you're trying to retaliate against Lin Fan? I didn't. Wang Ruo immediately felt guilty and couldn't meet anyone's gaze. Long Xiaoshang sneered coldly. You didn't? You must be unaware that Lin Fan is already affiliated with the Navy. Even if you remove his name, the Navy's bidding committee won't exclude him. You dare play dirty tricks with me? You must not know the meaning of the word death. Long Xiaoshang dismissed his excuses. Your problems will find you. Just confess honestly. No need to waste my time. Wang Ruo slumped into a chair, his body breaking out in a cold sweat. Lin Fan chuckled. Don't worry. Just explain everything clearly. The blame won't fall on you. But that expert you were flirting with is in for trouble. Flirting openly at a bidding session like this, treating everyone like they're blind? That takes some nerve. What are you so smug about? You're only here because someone's backing you. Wrong, Lin Fan said, looking at Wang Ruo's. Old Wang, you've got some skills, but you lack vision. What do you mean Long Xiaoshang's backing me? My back's made of steel and iron, stiff as a board. I can't even squat to take air. Do I need someone backing me? My name is Lin Fan. Haven't you figured out who I am yet? Looks like you're not one to follow the news either. Lin Fan sighed. I'm the one backing Long Xiaoshang. Got it? You go back and train harder. We'll meet again. Long Xiaoshang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Alright, stop rubbing it in. Lin Fan shot Long Xiaoshang a withering look. Where's the money? Hand it over and I'm outta here. I'm swamped, got no time for your nonsense. We still can't confirm if your blocking cable works. How could we possibly pay you? Lin Fan fell silent, waiting patiently. 2 hours later, the sound of footsteps filled the hall. Those who hadn't left the bidding session perked up, all eyes turning toward the entrance. A technician burst in. It passed. It really passed. Team Lin Fan's specs exceeded the Navy's requirements. That arresting cables technology is exceptionally mature. General Manager Yang said 20,000 each. They've got over 200 left in their warehouse, looks like they can't sell them. Young Dragon Xiao roared with excitement, damn those Americans. They wanted 20 million bucks for it, but we already had our own. Lin Fan interjected, the ones willing to sell you the barrier nets, their barrier nets are our own products. Long Xiaoshang fell silent, his face flushing with embarrassment. 20,000 dragon coins versus 20 million US dollars? The contrast was staggering. After a long silence, Long Xiaoshang muttered, those foreign devils sure know how to do business. They're downright ruthless. Wang Ruo's couldn't believe it, but when his scout returned with the news, he was utterly devastated. He turned and led his men away. Lin Fan shouted, hang in there, old Wang. Fighting you was a blast. I'm waiting for your revenge, make it count. Wang Ruo's nearly stumbled, but his men quickly steadied him. He shot Lin Fan a furious look before finally leaving. Zhang Shuai watched Lin Fan with a mix of laughter and exasperation. This guy was just too much. Wang Ruo's had been utterly humiliated this time. His heart burned with excitement. Lin Fan had a strong connection with young Dragon Shang, and now that he'd cleared the roadblock for the cable project, the contract for building that aircraft carrier wasn't out of reach. Lin Fan had effortlessly proven his capabilities. This time a real man's got to be tough. Zhang Shuai's heart burned with determination. We absolutely have to try that idea you mentioned. Tonight, we'll reach out to the Jiangnan shipyard people. They sent representatives this time too. Lin Fan nodded. Long Xiaoshan listened, then exclaimed in surprise, you haven't given up yet? You still want to design an aircraft carrier? Of course. Design fees are huge, you know? I'm broke, gotta scrape together some capital bit by bit. You wouldn't understand anyway. This is the cultivation path of an academic overlord. Lin Fan mused that after this, his standing in academic circles should see a slight boost. Chapter 95, You're not smitten with Lin Fan, are you? Long Xiaoshang could only sigh at Lin Fan's persistence, but he was relieved that Suwa could handle the situation. After confirming the parameters met specifications, Long Xiaoshang finally grasped the full picture and expressed astonishment. I never imagined private enterprises could possess such advanced technology. Lin Fan chuckled. Talent exists among the common folk, after all. Long Xiaoshang didn't think it was about masters in the civilian sector or anything like that. It just felt unreal. Something that so many key state-owned enterprises couldn't figure out had been achieved by a private company. Where did all the funding the state poured in every year go? We clearly have the barrier net, even the Eagle's own equipment uses our domestically produced version. Yet we were still planning to buy it from others. Does that make any sense? Long Xiaoshang remarked that if they had known this information earlier, today's incident could have been avoided. Industrial inventory? Lin Fan felt a pang of anxiety. If a comprehensive industrial audit were conducted, all the hidden gems in the private sector would be exposed. Then he wouldn't be able to use what he already had to siphon off funds anymore. Long Xiaoshang's current thinking is dangerous. Cutting off my funding is like killing my parents. Don't push your luck, kid. Since you won't voluntarily hand over trillions in funding to this old man, I'll just have to resort to shady methods to get my black money. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, determined to dissuade Long Xiaoshang from such thoughts. Letting him continue down this line of reasoning would cost him dearly. Truthfully, it stems from your inherent bias against private enterprises. You persistently believe private companies fall short of state-owned ones, refusing to grant them opportunities. If you were willing to treat SOEs and private enterprises fairly, you'd discover private companies are remarkably ambitious and capable. Long Xiaoshang chuckled awkwardly. State-owned enterprises are simply more robust and technologically advanced. Private enterprises just can't compare. Relying on private enterprises for national projects, it just feels unreliable. Well, that's a relief to hear you think that way. True, Lin Fan nodded immediately. You're right. As long as Long Xiaoshang thinks that way, I still have a chance to exploit private enterprises for another round of illicit gains. Lin Fan cut to the chase, hurry up and send over the bounty money for the 2 points. And don't try to skim off my share. Am I that kind of person? Hard to say. Lin Fan eyed Long Xiaoshang warily. With the money not yet transferred, he had to be cautious. He'd encountered too many shameless people. Long Xiaoshang shot Lin Fan a dismissive look before turning to leave. He was busy, needing to check other bidding venues. After all, the aircraft carrier project was a comprehensive mega project, and this was Longwa's first attempt at building one. They were all feeling their way forward. Once he was gone, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shuai and his team were also preparing to leave, having agreed with Lin Fan to reconnect later. Zhang intended to approach the Jiangnan shipyard team first to test the waters. The incident at the arresting gear venue alone was thrilling enough. Zhang Shuai felt today's events provided ample material for bragging. No one would believe it if he told them. General Manager Yang was soon ushered away by naval experts. Future collaboration would require their own negotiations. Lin Fan was merely acting as an intermediary, earning a modest fee. Han Xingyan stared at Lin Fan, at a loss for words. This guy was always so unpredictable. He'd actually pulled off the barrier cable deal. He must have hit the jackpot. Zhong Ai hurriedly asked, Lin Fan, are you free now? Lin Fan considered it. Not much to do. This trip was mainly about making money. Then you've got time to play. Come on, I'll show you around and let you see the glitz and glamour of the capital. Zhong Ai grinned at Lin Fan. With his business concluded, it was finally time for her to make her move. Zhou Maixin thought to herself, she'd already studied plenty of technical materials, now all she needed was some hands-on practice. Lin Fan had no plans for the afternoon and readily agreed. Zhou Mei had invited him before, but he'd turned her down. He couldn't keep rejecting the young lady, it would only disappoint her. Sometimes you had to say no, sometimes you had to say yes, that was the key to getting what you wanted. Overjoyed, Zhang Ai ushered Lin Fan into the car to go out. Spotting Han Xingyan there too, she felt for the first time that this best friend lacked tact. Zhou Maixin quickly shot Han Xingyan a meaningful glance, signaling her to take the initiative and give her and Lin Fan some alone time. But Han Xingyan seemed oblivious, completely ignoring the signal. Exasperated, Zhou Mei took Lin Fan to the scenic area. After visiting the Ming tombs in the afternoon, they returned at night. Zhou Mei winked at Han Xingyan, do you have something else to do? No, I don't. I thought you had plans tonight. Han Xingyan looked at Zhou Mei's earnest expression and couldn't help but sneer. She understood Zhou Mei's intentions perfectly. You've got the wrong person. Don't you get what I mean? Zhou Mei grew impatient. If she missed tonight, when would she ever get her way with Lin Fan? Han Xingyan glanced at Lin Fan munching on snacks nearby and sneered with contempt, I'm doing this for your own good. You can't handle Lin Fan. Nonsense. As long as he's a guy, I can handle him. Zhou Mei insisted that as a beauty, she could make things happen if she took the initiative. I don't want to be single anymore. Can't you just help me out? I can't. I'm doing this for your own good. That guy is cunning. Look at how he played you today. You'd be counting the money he sold you for. You two aren't right for each other. Han Xingyan thought to herself, Lin Fan wasn't just a college student, he was a seasoned fox, full of tricks that could scare the living daylights out of anyone. Zhou Mei, with her naive innocence, was no match for Lin Fan. Zhou Mei looked at Han Xingyan and suddenly exclaimed, you wouldn't have fallen for Lin Fan too, would you? After all, Lin Fan was so outstanding and full of personality. Han Xingyan froze. How could that be? What are you thinking? I just can't stand that guy. Zhou Mei stared at Han Xingyan for a moment before nodding reassuredly. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. You may not fancy Lin Fan, but I certainly do. We're not kids anymore, and Lin Fan is still young, he needs a big sister like me to guide him. Han Xingyan suspected Zhou Mei was being sarcastic. Acceptance? What kind of acceptance? Zhou Mei rolled her eyes at Han Xingyan. What was she pretending? Of course she understood it meant all kinds of tolerance. You go home and rest. I'll keep Lin Fan company. So she doesn't need her bestie anymore? Han Xingyan felt a pang of hurt. I'm doing this for your own good. Please, just this once, don't be looking out for me. You can do that later. Zhou Mei glanced at Lin Fan, then quickly turned to Han Xingyan, I'm all set. Tonight, I'm definitely going to win Lin Fan over. Afterwards, I'll have him introduce you to his friends and help you sort out your personal situation too. Great people are always surrounded by other great people. Zhou Mei adopted an expression of having done her utmost. Han Xingyan was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, her phone rang. After answering, she looked displeased. Zhou Mei hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Who was that? Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhou Mei's eyes widened. Your ex-boyfriend? Trying to get back together? Chapter 96, The Ex-Boyfriend. Han Xingyan remained silent. Zhang Xiaoyu and she had been university classmates. They dated for a while, but when Zhang Xiaoyu went abroad for studies, they naturally drifted apart. Years later, Zhang Xiaoyu returned, but Han Xingyan no longer felt anything for him. Zhou Mei knew full well that Han Xingyan and Zhang Xiaoyu hadn't been in touch for ages. His sudden call now couldn't be simple. Han Xingyan shook her head. He returned to Beijing for work 6 months ago. He's a university professor now. How do you know all this? Zhou Mei zeroed in on the key point, surprised Han Xingyan had never mentioned it before. Have you been keeping in touch with him? Han Xingyan snapped, what's there to say about that? Of course I do. I care about you, sis. Ex-boyfriends aren't worth your time. If he could abandon you to go abroad back then, he could just as easily dump you again later. He's seen the world, eaten steak, and now he's back craving scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Who knows what diseases he might have picked up? Zhang Ai sneered. Ex-boyfriends are best off dead. May his whole family be torn apart. Han Xingyan sighed in resignation. She and Zhang Xiaoyu had long since ended things. His recent contact had been entirely his doing, and she'd been dismissive throughout. He asked me out to dinner. Pfft, he clearly just wants to sleep with you. Zhou Mei stared at Han Xingyan. You don't actually have those kinds of feelings, do you? Don't do anything stupid. Once I get Lin Fan, I'll have him introduce you to his best friend. Friends of outstanding people are always outstanding too, trust me, I won't leave you alone. That would be pitiful. Han Qingyan asked, is Zhang Xiaoyu coming over later? What? You told him? Oh my god. What the hell was I thinking? Han Qingyan said, if I don't let him come, he'll come looking for me tomorrow. Might as well let him come, Lin Fan will be here, so he won't dare do anything. Zhang Ai sighed in resignation. What could she do? This was her best friend. She just had to let it go. Zhang Ai rushed over to tell Lin Fan, who thought to himself, whether she comes or not, what the hell does it matter to me? Lin Fan held a bunch of candied fruit skewers in his hand, various flavors, all made from real fruit. They tasted pretty good, with the only downside being the price. Zhang Ai was stunned. You like candied fruit skewers? Watching the colorful skewers in Lin Fan's hand, Zhang Ai felt he was just like a child. But then she thought, he was a college student after all, perfectly normal. Since I'm here, I figured I'd see if Beijing's candied hawthorn is the same as the Northeast's. Honestly, there are so many flavors. The Northeast ones are mostly hawthorn and cheaper, while the local ones are pricey, ridiculously expensive. Lin Fan munched on his stick, maybe because you guys make more money in the capital. You're loaded. Zhang Ai watched the skewers and whispered, give me one too, the one you just bit into. Sharing the same stick of candied hawthorn was practically like kissing, wasn't it? Zhang Ai's face flushed as she thought about it. Lin Fan stared at Zhang Ai in utter bewilderment. What kind of thing is this? Does she like eating my saliva? No way. Cross-contamination spreads germs. What if you have something and pass it to me? Zhang Ai stared at Lin Fan, utterly speechless. Seriously, does that even sound like something a human would say? I don't have any diseases. You think you don't have anything? Got proof? Lin Fan replied seriously, if you want to eat it, I can buy it for you. But I can't eat what I buy myself. Damn blockhead, he really doesn't get me. Zhang Ai sighed in resignation. Lin Fan munched on his candied hawthorn, thoroughly enjoying himself. The little girl had quite a few tricks up her sleeve, but alas, this old fox had seen it all before. Zhang Ai followed Lin Fan angrily. Moments later, a blue Lamborghini pulled over to the curb and a handsome guy with great style stepped out. Lin Fan gave it a second look. This car's kinda cool. Zhang Ai quickly offered, do you like it? I'll buy it for you. It's only a few million. Lin Fan shook his head. Trash goods. No need. I can just hand build one myself. It'll be way more powerful than this. Real men don't drive Lamborghinis. I ride in Hongqi, okay? In Lin Fan's eyes, all branded cars were mere commodities meant to be consumed. A Lamborghini might be expensive, but could it compare to his own experimental equipment? He could hand-build an engine and find a workshop to machine it into something superior. Only show-offs drive cars like that. But Miss Zhang Ai was certainly generous. Too bad he was already married, he had little interest in mistresses like her. Lin Fan mused that Zhang Ai's talent was mediocre, she wouldn't even make a decent workhorse for him. He glanced at Han Qingyan instead. Dr. Han would be perfect for that role. If he really secured the aircraft carrier design rights, it would require massive calculations. Dr. Han is a math PhD. The key point was that she was a female math PhD. A female math PhD? Her combat effectiveness would be formidable. Far more useful than a computer. Lin Fan pondered how to get Han Qingyan to willingly become his workhorse. Ideally, she'd volunteer. That way, he could acquire a top-tier workhorse for minimal pay, preferably one that only consumed 2 steamed buns per day of computation. Workhorses are just that cheap of a consumable. The moment the Lamborghini appeared, it drew the curious glances of the ladies nearby. Seeing the handsome young man stepping out with such charisma, several bold ladies immediately approached him to ask for his contact information. Beijing had plenty of young ladies, and they were beautiful. These girls flaunted their long legs, sleek black hair, and stood out with their bold personalities. Lin Fan glanced back at Zhang Ai. She was the sweet type, with a slightly ditzy, not too bright look about her. The Lamborghini owner politely declined the young lady's advances and walked toward Han Qingyan. Lin Fan let out a surprised "huh?" Zhang Ai immediately recognized him. That's Zhang Xiaoyu. Who's Zhang Xiaoyu? A university professor. Qingyan's college classmate. Lin Fan immediately understood, her ex-boyfriend, right? Yep. They dated for half a year, then he suddenly went abroad. He's been gone for 6 years and now he's back, probably hoping to get back together. Lin Fan chuckled. Rich, somewhat handsome, and a university professor, pretty impressive. But Lin Fan couldn't care less. All he wanted from Han Qingyan was for her to serve him like a beast of burden. As he and Zhang Ai approached, Zhang Xiaoyu and Han Qingyan were talking. Lin Fan overheard a bit. Zhang Xiaoyu was asking if Han Qingyan was under investigation and offered to help if needed. Spotting Lin Fan and Zhang Ai approaching, Zhang Xiaoyu fell silent and turned to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Ai, he smiled at the pair and announced, Zhang Ai, this is your boyfriend. Zhang Ai flushed, glancing at Lin Fan cautiously, afraid he might deny it. Her heart was as pure as the moonlight, yet Lin Fan had never confirmed their relationship. Chapter 97. Do you know? Lin Fan chuckled. Zhong Ai and I are just friends. Boyfriend? It's not impossible to consider, but I need to see how things develop. After all, I take relationships very seriously. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a withering look. Whether you're serious about relationships, I don't know. But whether you're shameless? I know for sure. Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in, Zhong Ai is great, beautiful and wealthy. You'd be crazy to let her slip away. Lin Fan didn't care for this guy's tone as if he were living off someone else. Who the hell does he think he is, lecturing me? Lin Fan chuckled. Does dating have anything to do with money or looks? Do you really need to consider those things when you like someone? That's not love, that's business. Zhang Xiaoyu froze, then retorted, love without a material foundation is just a pile of sand. All those reasons are just excuses for not loving someone or for finding a new fling. No need to explain. It's pointless. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Such a mundane person. Zhang Xiaoyu shot Lin Fan a displeased look. Han Qingyan quickly interjected, alright, let's find somewhere to eat. Zhang Xiaoyu, Lin Fan just doesn't know how to express himself. Don't take it to heart. How could I possibly care? Zhang Xiaoyu scoffed coldly. They weren't on the same level at all. He felt a pang of sympathy for Zhong Ai. He couldn't fathom what she saw in this man. Lin Fan chuckled. I don't care either. Just a lowly insect. You. As Zhang Xiaoyu turned to glare, Lin Fan fixed him with a beaming stare. His eyes held an unsettling intensity, deep, almost excited. Though seemingly focused on Zhang Xiaoyu, his gaze actually lingered on a single button on the collar of Zhang's shirt. It was gold, and quite beautiful. Han Qingyan quickly stepped in to smooth things over, and only then did Zhang Xiaoyu let it go. The four of them found a roadside stall with private booths. Once seated in the private booth, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately complained, let's find somewhere else. The hygiene here is seriously questionable. You expect hygiene at a street stall? Lin Fan's mouth twitched as he turned to Zhong Ai beside him and said, you're such a poser. Zhong Ai covered her mouth and giggled, I've seen the world, you know. Stop it, or Qingyan will feel awkward. Lin Fan whispered, does Dr. Han still have feelings for him? I don't think so, I'm not really sure, Zhong Ai quickly replied, then hesitated, hard to say, really hard to say. Han Qingyan and Zhang Xiaoyu watched Lin Fan and Zhong Ai whispering to each other, their expressions darkening. The private room wasn't large, and with only 4 people present, even the quietest whispers between Lin Fan and Zhong Ai could be overheard. Yet the two of them covered their mouths and whispered like thieves, which seemed utterly unnecessary. You might as well just say it to our faces. Han Qingyan sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly drained. After Han Qingyan ordered a few dishes, Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in, too greasy. Eating too much isn't good for your health. We should have some vegetables instead. Let's get a salad, green and healthy. Lin Fan and Zhang Ai fell silent. He gave Zhang Xiaoyu a strange look and smiled. Zhang Xiaoyu casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing his green submariner watch on his wrist, the epitome of a successful man. Do you have any red wine here? This was just a regular food stall serving home-style stir-fries and he wanted red wine? Han Qingyan sighed helplessly, we don't have red wine here. And you're driving, aren't you? Zhang Xiaoyu sighed, that's the problem with China. Back home, I could drink and drive without any issues. The Eagle Nation is so much freer. Feels like the Dragon Country is still a bit behind. Han Qingyan froze, instantly feeling awkward. Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore. If you hate Longhua so much, don't come back. You go abroad once and come back looking down on your own country. Good grief. Do you take me for dead? Lin Fan asked, where did you study abroad, Mr. Zhang? The States, of course. I went to Yale. Lin Fan, right? What about you? I never studied abroad. I couldn't afford it. My family is ordinary, just 1 year overseas costs a fortune. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as he chuckled, actually, you could have applied for financial aid. Universities in the Eagle Country offer substantial scholarships. The annual amount is quite generous, enough to cover your entire study abroad period with money left over. I received a full scholarship there myself. Not only did I not spend a dime during college, I even made a profit. As long as you're truly outstanding, American universities treat talent very favorably. Lin Fan nodded. It's the same in China. If you study hard, the national scholarships are substantial too. It's not the same thing at all. The difference is huge. Before Lin Fan could finish, Zhang Xiaoyu shook his head. Greenbacks and dragon coins? They're worlds apart. Over there, even dishwashing pays $15 an hour, that's over 100 dragon coins. Plus, it's far more democratic and free. You can speak your mind, voice opinions to the government. We're still lagging behind in that regard. Plus, the US has advanced technology and a democratic system. Our Dragon Nation lags far behind in these areas. If my mom hadn't insisted I come back, I wouldn't have returned. You're still a filial child, aren't you? Lin Fan smiled and said no more, giving Han Qingyan face. Han Qingyan and Zhang Xiaoyu inquired about the latest technological developments in the United States. Zhang Xiaoyu recounted everything in detail, though he couldn't resist taking a dig at China whenever he spoke. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu remembered something. Did you guys hear about that big incident in Southeast Asia not long ago? Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier conducted a freedom of navigation operation in the South China Sea and even test-fired a new missile. The foreign internet went wild over it. Lin Fan had no intention of engaging with this guy, but he couldn't help but look up. Han Qingyan also turned to glance over, and the two shared a silent exchange of glances. Now that's something I'm interested in. The internet went wild? Han Qingyan shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard about it. Domestic news hasn't covered it. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. China must have blocked the news, that's why you guys don't know. But foreign media reported it. The Eagles Morrison Carrier Strike Group conducted a military exercise right at China's doorstep. It was a huge success. China remained silent. They're just too powerful. Han Qingyan's lips twitched, barely holding back a laugh. Having participated in Operation Thunderbolt alongside Lin Fan, she knew exactly what was going on. Powerful? Powerful? The mighty Eagles Home Carrier Strike Group, bolstered by warships from surrounding nations, over 100 vessels, couldn't withstand 2 missiles from Dragon Nation. Lin Fan single-handedly hacked the carrier's command system and played half an hour of cartoons. You call that powerful? Lin Fan nodded. Yeah, Eagle San's country is pretty powerful after all. Zhong Ai glanced at Lin Fan, biting her lip hard. She'd been part of the operation too and nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. The Nimitz-class carriers are the most powerful in the world, and Admiral Morrison is a naval commander full of wisdom and courage. Our carriers haven't even developed combat capabilities yet, they're still in training. How can we compare? Lin Fan, you really should get out and see the world someday. Only then will you truly feel the gap between nations. It's a gap spanning several eras. Thanks for the advice, but I'll never leave this country in my lifetime, Lin Fan replied. Chapter 98, This guy's got issues. Zhang Xiaoyu froze, staring at Lin Fan. You don't plan to leave the country for your entire life? Just stay holed up domestically? Is it because you're poor? Zhong Ai grew irritated. Zhang Xiaoyu was being too harsh on Lin Fan. So what if he was poor? She had money. Lin Fan, wherever you want to go, we'll go there. You can go anywhere you please. Am I crazy or are you stupid? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I'm not going to school anymore. Besides, the outside world is filthy and chaotic. Our country has so many beautiful and fun places to see. Why would I be crazy enough to go out there and look at AIDS patients, drug dealers, or homeless people urinating everywhere? Only someone with water in their brain would go abroad. Zhong Ai paused, then nodded. You're right. Home is safer. Besides, given Lin Fan's background in the Navy, leaving the country was only possible through formal academic invitations or naval deployments. He couldn't just pack up and go like ordinary people. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a bit annoyed, as if he'd been indirectly criticized, though Lin Fan hadn't mentioned him by name. Lin Fan, that's not right. A person's horizons determine how far they can go. If you don't go out and see the world, you'll never know the gap. You can't be so narrow-minded. True enough, Lin Fan replied with a smile, but I can only see what's right outside my doorstep. Things too far away remain hidden. He added with a wry chuckle, what can you do? Character shapes destiny. Zhang Xiaoyu shot Lin Fan a look of utter contempt. They were simply not on the same level. Zhang Xiaoyu spoke with Han Qingyan, enthusiastically extolling the American undergraduate environment, how wonderful, fair, democratic, and free it was. His face was filled with longing. Han Qingyan responded with forced politeness. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly said, Qingyan, there's an opportunity now. There's an international academic exchange conference coming up. I'll take you to check it out. You might even meet some big names in academia. You could exchange ideas with them, which would be hugely beneficial for you. With your abilities, you might even get an opportunity to teach in the US. Han Qingyan already held a PhD, so studying abroad wasn't necessary. But the chance to meet industry leaders and prominent figures in the math world definitely piqued her interest. Her eyes lit up. Great, I'll definitely attend. Professor Harris will be attending as well. Harris was a renowned American mathematician whose field perfectly aligned with Han Qingyan's. Han Qingyan nodded. I'll attend. It would be great to exchange ideas with Professor Harris. Zhang Xiaoyu offered to help. Having studied abroad himself, he had some overseas connections. His American professor knew Harris and could facilitate the introduction. Zhong Ai watched as Zhang Xiaoyu and Han Qingyan began making plans. She rolled her eyes and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, women really have no self-restraint. She was just saying she didn't feel anything, but now she's already making plans? It's just a regular academic conference. Nothing to it. One must have a broader perspective. Lin Fan dismissed it as no big deal. He had zero interest in such academic exchanges. He was in military engineering, dabbling in sci-fi. Academic theories held no relevance to his work. If someone wanted to discuss military technology, missiles, or weaponry with him, that would pique his interest. But what truly piqued Lin Fan's interest was Zhang Xiaoyu himself. "Xingyan, what field are you working in now?" "Data communications." "Oh? How's it going?" "It's great." Zhang Xiaoyu and Han Xingyan chatted in bursts, while Lin Fan and Zhou Nei focused on eating. Soon they finished, and Zhang Xiaoyu offered to drive Han Xingyan home. Zhou Nei said, "No need to trouble yourself. We have our own car." Han Xingyan nodded and told Zhang Xiaoyu, "You go ahead and head back." Zhang Xiaoyu looked a bit disappointed. "All right then. Let's keep in touch." Watching him get into his car and drive away, Lin Fan smiled. Han Xingyan suddenly turned to glare at Lin Fan. She'd been watching him all evening. His sarcastic remarks about Zhang Xiaoyu throughout the trip had been unbearable. "If you have something to say, just say it. What's with all the snide remarks?" Zhong Ai retorted, "What's your problem? Why blame Lin Fan? What did he do? Didn't you hear what Zhang Xiaoyu was saying? All that nonsense about how great America is: peace, freedom, democracy, openness." I couldn't stand listening to it anymore. Han Qingyan sighed. "I never imagined he'd become like this. He wasn't always like this." She then turned to Lin Fan. "What's your take on this? If you have something to say, just say it." Han Xingyan had long noticed Lin Fan holding back his words. Now that Zhang Xiaoyu had left, he could finally speak. No need to save face for her anymore. Lin Fan chuckled. "Your ex-boyfriend has ulterior motives." Zhou Nei quickly chimed in, "Of course he had ulterior motives. He even offered to take Qingyan home. Was he really just taking her to her place, or to his? That's just how men think, and he thought he was hiding it well." Han Qingyan rolled her eyes at Zhou Nei. "Stop talking nonsense." She felt embarrassed too. She wasn't some naive girl who didn't understand what it meant when a guy offered to walk her home. Once you reach the doorstep, naturally he'd want to come upstairs for a visit. Have a cup of tea or something. That sitting down would inevitably turn into doing things. It's all the same old routine. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then looked at Han Xingyan and warned, "Be careful around this Zhang Xiaoyu." Sensing something off in Lin Fan's tone, Han Xingyan frowned thoughtfully. She sent Zhou Nei to fetch the car, and only after Zhou Nei left did she turn to Lin Fan. "What did you mean by that earlier? There's something off about him," Lin Fan declared. Han Xingyan froze in disbelief. "What nonsense are you talking about? What could possibly be wrong with Zhang Xiaoyu?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Han Xingyan. "You're falling for him again, aren't you? Wanting to get back together? Explain yourself. What exactly do you mean?" Lin Fan sighed. "You're under investigation for leaking information, and he shows up right now wanting to get back together, spouting all that superiority complex nonsense about his country. Is that normal?" Han Xingyan fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "It's not like that. I barely had any contact with him before. My leak definitely has nothing to do with him." "That's nonsense. The leaker must be someone from your unit. Who else could access your computer?" Lin Fan countered. "But Zhang Xiaoyu might have other identities, just like me. I'm a college student, but I'm also a big shot." Han Qingyan scoffed coldly. "I think you're overthinking it. You assume everyone's as devious as you. Even though I haven't seen Zhang Xiaoyu in ages and he might have changed, he's definitely not the kind of person you're describing." Lin Fan shook his head. "You've got water in your brain. Every traitor to the Dragon Nation is a Dragon Nation citizen." Han Xingyan and Zhang Xiaoyu had known each other after all, they'd even dated. Lin Fan didn't care that she couldn't accept his assessment. Besides, the authorities were monitoring Han Xingyan's case. No mistakes could slip through. Lin Fan sneered, "The PhD lady's getting desperate to marry someone." "You." Han Xingyan couldn't be bothered with the nonsense. This Lin Fan was a professional at getting under her skin. Chapter 99, dragging Zhou Nei into it. The two fell silent, waiting for Zhou Nei to drive over. Zhou Nei would drop Han Xingyan off at home first, then take Lin Fan straight to the hotel. All the way there, Zhou Nei grinned from ear to ear, unable to contain his excitement. Finally, it was his turn to be alone with Lin Fan. Tonight, she would definitely make her move. But when they arrived at the hotel, Zhou Nei watched as Lin Fan booked another room at the front desk and was completely dumbfounded. "I already booked a room. Why are you booking another one?" "Yeah, you sleep in yours, and I'll sleep in mine." "But, you." Did he expect her to say it out loud? How embarrassing. Lin Fan held up his key card with a faint smile. "I have a guest tonight. Don't mind me." "Fine then." Once they reached the room, Lin Fan promptly opened and closed the door, blocking Zhou Nei outside. "Trying to sleep with an old man like me? You're way too green." Outside the door, Zhou Nei stomped her feet in frustration. "Damn Lin Fan, such a killjoy. Isn't he supposed to be a college student, a young guy? Doesn't he want a girl?" Lin Fan couldn't care less about girls. Girls were the most useless thing ever. Inside his room, he called Zhang Shuwei. Zhang had met with the Jiangnan shipyard team that afternoon and relayed Lin Fan's plans. Naturally, the Jiangnan shipyard was eager to secure the aircraft carrier construction contract. They'd been preparing for this for a long time, so they weren't particularly interested in collaborating with Lin Fan. They could secure the construction contract on their own. Why would they need to partner with Lin Fan? Besides, they weren't familiar with him. Zhang Shui and the Jiangnan shipyard representatives insisted that Lin Fan's connections were irrelevant. In matters like aircraft carriers, those without the right background couldn't possibly get involved. Only those with established connections could participate. Even though you solved the arresting cable issue, Jiangnan shipyard still doesn't trust you, Zhang Shui said. I thought we could collaborate, but it turns out they want to go it alone. They have their own ship design institute and partner with other design institutes. Collaborating with outsiders, well, it's a bit hard to justify. Lin Fan smiled. I understand. No partnership is fine too. You're not upset? What are you talking about? Do I lack perspective? We're all building aircraft carriers for the nation. Competition is normal, differing ideas are normal. But our ultimate goal is the same. There's absolutely no need to get angry over this. Lin Fan chuckled, since the carrier design wouldn't begin immediately anyway. This was an aircraft carrier, after all. Just the research, testing, and revisions would take an extended period. The time it would take to finalize the blueprints alone could be enough to build an entire carrier. Only 3 or 4 shipyards nationwide possessed the capability to build one. Jiangnan shipyard had deep-rooted strength and looked down on him. Lin Fan could accept that. After hanging up, Lin Fan went to sleep. Take your time. Do you really think you can snatch a project I've set my sights on? Lin Fan slept until noon. Opening the door, he found Zhou Mei standing outside, dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had little rest. Lin Fan jumped in surprise. What's going on? Why are you standing at the door? Oh no. Zhou Mei stared at Lin Fan. I was just waiting to see if you'd dare open the door. You stood here all night? No. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If Zhou Mei had really stood there all night, that would have been insane. Then why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Damn it, you're asking me? I wanted to sleep, but you wouldn't let me. How could I sleep? All those study materials I poured over weren't wasted after all. That night, Zhou Mei lay in her room, utterly unable to sleep. Her mind was swamped with all that study material. I don't want to talk. Zhou Mei watched Lin Fan breathe weakly, feeling utterly exhausted. She thought a guy like Lin Fan would be easy to handle, but he was as stubborn as a 1,000-year-old turtle, not budging an inch. She was flirting with a stone. Lin Fan suggested, why don't you get some rest? Zhou Mei insisted he didn't need it. He wasn't some frail invalid, just a sleepless night. As long as it didn't kill him, it wasn't a big deal. He'd tough it out. Zhou Mei asked, where do you want to go today? Play? As if this old man's precious time was meant for play. Lin Fan mentally rolled his eyes. This little rich girl was living it up. He replied, we'll see. I might have something to do. Something else? How come Lin Fan seems busier than those officials? You're just a clueless college student. Aren't college students supposed to love playing the most? Zhou Mei thought for a moment and said, let's go to the auto show. I'll pick out a car for you. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu drive yesterday while Lin Fan didn't, Zhou Mei decided to get him one. With her own money. The bottom line was, whatever others had, Lin Fan had to have too. Lin Fan blurted out, are you kidding me? Why buy you a car? Because I want to. I don't need one, Lin Fan replied. It's just a car, not a necessity. When I want one, I'll get it naturally. But Lin Fan did recall something. Zhou Mei was quite wealthy, and Beijing had a huge consumer market. If he wanted to buy dolls later, shipping them all the way from northeast China wouldn't be cost effective. Setting up a warehouse right in Beijing would be perfect for collaborating with Zhou Mei. Are you interested in business? Zhou Mei froze, then shook his head. Not really. I don't need to do business. I have money. My family has money. My dad has even more money. All right, you're rich. Lin Fan explained, I'm thinking of partnering with you. Could you help me rent a warehouse? What kind of business? Zhou Mei wasn't interested in other businesses, but Lin Fan's venture immediately caught her attention. Lin Fan thought for a moment and whispered the details. Zhou Mei's eyes widened in shock. You want to sell that kind of thing? That feels so sleazy. But this was Lin Fan's business. She couldn't just blurt it out, lest he come to dislike her. How do you even run that kind of business? Zhou Mei asked nervously. Lin Fan chuckled. First, adult dolls are a lucrative industry. Second, the costs are low. Third, demand is huge. Fourth, they help stabilize people's emotions. With so many benefits, why wouldn't I do it? But this is the adult industry. You're a student at HIT. Who would have thought a college student would earn money this way? Lin Fan retorted, this is a legitimate business with proper permits, okay? I'm not stealing or robbing. What's wrong with running a legitimate business? All right. Zhang Ai nodded. Lin Fan was right, there was nothing wrong with honest work. He'd been narrow-minded. My family owns several properties. I'll find a large one for your warehouse and hire someone to manage it. You can pay the rent later once we start making money. After all, we're friends. You'd probably feel awkward asking for rent right now, right? Don't worry about the rent, I don't want your money.
Lin Fan thought to himself, that's exactly why I like you, rich, generous, and gullible as can be.
Who else would waive their rent? Dream on. With Beijing's sky-high property prices, rent is naturally through the roof. Another expense saved, basically a win.
Lin Fan was in a good mood and decided to treat Zhou Mei to a meal to show his gratitude.
Of course, Zhou Mei would pay. He was the one hosting.
After all, he was a broke student with no money.
Chapter 100, You Have the Advantage. Zhou Mei was ridiculously wealthy. After making arrangements with Lin Fan, Zhou Mei took him to a residential complex downtown. They arrived at an empty villa where Zhou Mei declared Lin Fan could use it freely as a warehouse or even as his own residence. The three-story villa boasted Western architecture, complete with an outdoor garden and a detached garage. The garage alone was spacious enough to serve as Lin Fan's warehouse. What's the deal with your family?
Lin Fan stared at the massive villa, his mind reeling. Based on Beijing's property prices and the prime location, Zhou Mei's villa was worth at least 300 million yuan.
Yet she simply left it sitting empty. She's clearly loaded beyond belief, yet she still goes to work? Why the hell work when you could just be a rich girl?
My dad was in real estate years ago, but he's out of that now.
My family still owns properties covering 2 entire streets.
We mainly live off rental income.
I personally own over 30 units, half of which are rented out. The rent is basically my pocket money.
I also have a skyscraper, my dowry, plus some shares and funds. Zhou Mei confessed with the candor of a fool, feeling utterly smug inside. She'd never brag about her wealth to anyone else that would be flaunting it, but Lin Fan was an exception. She hoped that once Lin Fan knew just how wealthy she was, he'd immediately decide to live off her. Naturally, the more money, the better. Holy cow, you're worth at least 10 billion. After mentally calculating the value of the building and properties Zhou Mei mentioned, Lin Fan instantly grasped the scale.
This wasn't ordinary wealth. He struck gold. Lin Fan quickly proposed, interested in investing in a lab? Do some research, develop weapons or something. Zhou Mei looked at Lin Fan blankly. Weapons? Why would I need that? I don't need them.
Miss, you might not need them, but the motherland does.
Lin Fan had underestimated Zhou Mei.
He'd assumed she was just a millionaire socialite, but now he realized he'd completely misjudged her.
Lin Fan instantly softened his tone. Honestly, someone as wealthy as you must find spending money a real headache, right? Too much cash, nowhere to put it, and always worried about people eyeing your fortune.
That must be frustrating.
Zhou Mei's eyes widened. How did you know? I really am troubled.
Every morning I wake up and my bank account has grown again. Others buy houses when they get money, but I already have plenty of houses, more than enough to live in.
Buying luxury goods? I have no interest in that either. I already own so many.
I rarely spend much. $30 for a meal is plenty.
I can't spend it all. I just can't.
Zhou Mei sighed in frustration. I still have my salary from work.
It's not small, over 10,000 a month.
Qingyan makes much more than me, around 40 to 50,000 a month, plus project bonuses.
Does Han Qingyan's salary even matter? Are you two even in the same league?
Your job is just for the experience, while Han Qingyan does it to make a living. Lin Fan inwardly raged. If not for this old man traveling through time and encountering such a high-quality young lady, he might have given in. Fortunately, as the academic tycoon, he'd seen his share of big money. Zhou Mei was so wealthy that Lin Fan figured he should be a little nicer to her. Even if he dipped into her funds for $1 billion, she wouldn't bat an eye. Of course, collaborating with her, how could he possibly rip her off? He'd definitely repay her later, just whip up some tech in the lab. That would propel Zhou Mei to the pinnacle of success. Lin Fan smiled warmly at Zhou Mei. I don't think research suits you. Why not resign and become a high-tech investor? Focus on funding cutting-edge technologies. You've got all that money to put to work.
Zhou Mei frowned gloomily. I don't know how to spend money. You won't even accept my offers to invest. I'm not cut out for this. Blame me?
It's my fault, I was too conservative. With a young lady like this, I could have been more aggressive. 10 billion could have easily funded a rainbow drone project. Lin Fan mainly lacked funding. With money, he could assemble a team and recruit talent. She was willing to spend money on herself, but I didn't take it. Now she's questioning her life choices and has lost her enthusiasm for investing in herself.
How about I sacrifice my dignity?
Miss Zhou Mei is the sweet, delicate type, pink and tempting.
For the sake of his main wife, Nanshanman, a little sacrifice is worth it. She'd understand, right? As for principles? Lin Fan couldn't care less. When you're already planning to sell Han Qingyan-themed adult dolls, what's integrity worth?
I'm advancing technology for the motherland. Integrity can be discarded any time. As the undisputed leader of the academic elite, there's nothing I can't let go of. Lin Fan smiled faintly, deciding to slowly woo Miss Zhou Mei. He planned to cultivate her into a qualified weapons investor.
Old man sees great potential in you to become the queen of arms, he mused. Lin Fan said, that was because I didn't know your capabilities back then. I was afraid you'd spend money on me. Now that I understand your strength, I've decided I'll allow you to spend money on me. What do you plan to buy for me? How about a sports car? Zhong Ai's eyes lit up instantly.
And $1 million watch like that green submariner Zhang Xiaoyu wears.
Want a house? I'll buy you one. Is your dad aware of how generous you're being? This rhythm is totally like she's about to sponsor me. Sis, I don't want to work hard anymore?
Lin Fan shook his head.
Just a car for getting around is fine. Nothing else is necessary. I have money. You don't need to save for me. I just want to treat you well. Whatever other men have, you should have too. Zhong Ai declared solemnly, as if swearing an oath.
Lin Fan shook his head again.
I'm not worried you'll waste money.
What I mean is, buy a car for commuting, then convert the rest into cash for me, a house, a luxury watch, let's say 100 million.
Ah. Is that how it is? Zhong Ai felt confused. Lin Fan wanted cash?
It felt like he liked her money more than he liked her.
Lin Fan, do you not like me? No, absolutely not. Then why won't you accept gifts from me? You want money instead. It feels like you only care about the money. You're right. You admit it? Zhong Ai was shocked, feeling a twinge of pain in her heart.
Lin Fan really was after her money.
How can you be just like those men who only came after me because they knew I was rich? You can take my money, but couldn't you at least pretend to care about me first before taking it? Sis, your logic is truly unique. That's how you think?
Lin Fan inwardly cursed his luck.
What kind of monster had he stumbled upon? But that wasn't the issue. After all, I'm a time-traveling veteran. Lin Fan looked at Zhong Ai earnestly and said, you've misunderstood me. I'm not after your money, I'm doing it for the motherland. Zhong Ai blinked, confused.
She looked at Lin Fan with confusion.
Lin Fan continued, as a researcher, don't you wish to contribute to our nation's strength? Yet your talents are limited, you can't achieve major breakthroughs in science.
But, you possess other strengths that could serve our country in different ways, helping realize the rejuvenation of our great nation.
Don't you want that?
Zhong Ai suddenly trembled all over, her excitement overwhelming her.
I have other strengths. What strengths? Chapter 101, Unexpected Wealth. You have money. Lin Fan stared intently into Zhong Ai's eyes.
Miss, your greatest asset is that you're wealthy, extremely wealthy.
Lin Fan continued, I've established a lab at HIT.
You could invest in me in my strategic research facility. That way, I could develop numerous technologies to realize our nation's great rejuvenation. When the country grows strong and our nation revives, you'll have played a part in that.
Doesn't that sound thrilling? Common rich people just spend money on eating, drinking, and pleasure. But you're so refined and extraordinary, you naturally pursue greater achievements. You take national rejuvenation as your responsibility and national strength as your mission.
One day, you might even stand on the city walls watching a military parade. Centuries from now, people will still remember you as that wealthy individual.
Lin Fan grew animated, waving his hands emphatically. History will remember your name. Your family will create a separate branch in their genealogy just for you. Trust me, investing in me is absolutely the right choice. After all, my name will be etched into the annals of Dragon Nation's technological advancement. Now I'm offering you the chance to invest in me, to have your name follow mine. I wouldn't even give this opportunity to that PhD woman Han Qingyan. Don't you feel honored? Whoa! Zhong Ai sucked in a sharp breath, goosebumps rising all over his body. A dedicated page in the family registry. Her family actually had a genealogy. Even though her father was ridiculously wealthy, he still didn't qualify for a dedicated page. Zhong Ai mused, my dad always said he wished he could get a page in the family register, but the elders looked down on him.
Even being a nationally renowned tycoon didn't help.
Why not? My dad only has an associate degree. He doesn't even qualify to have his name plaque displayed in the ancestral hall. Money doesn't count either? No. Our family doesn't recognize money.
I got into graduate school, and they hung a plaque for my degree in the ancestral hall.
My dad still dreams of having his own page in the family registry?
The clan leader looks down on him every New Year's, calling him a nouveau riche. Every year, my dad is the last one to burn incense. We're the richest family in the clan, but those poorer families whose kids go to university have more face than my dad. Lin Fan was intrigued. This Zhong family clearly valued scholarship over wealth, a deeply traditional clan, likely descended from an old scholarly lineage. Scholarly families passed down traditions of farming and learning. Intellectuals were aloof, looking down on the stench of money. Even if Zhong Ai's father had money, his lack of formal education meant he was looked down upon by his clan. No wonder Zhong Ai was so wealthy yet remained so low-key. This was the mark of a good family tradition. Lin Fan's heart leapt with joy. Zhong Ai certainly couldn't be as wealthy as her father. If her father wanted to establish a separate family lineage, didn't that mean he was precisely missing me? Lin Fan quickly added, when might your father be available?
I'd like to pay my respects to him. Ah, that. Zhong Ai's face flushed as red as an apple, too embarrassed to look at Lin Fan. Are we already at the stage where we can meet each other's parents? This is moving way too fast.
But then Zhong Ai's mood lifted.
Lin Fan was going to meet her father, didn't that mean he'd agreed to date her? So exciting. Finally, I'm getting out of the single life. Zhong Ai forced herself to stay composed. Lin Fan, does this mean you're agreeing to be my boyfriend? After all, we're meeting parents. This? Damn, you really have the nerve to think that.
I just wanted to give your dad a chance to start his own family line.
Shouldn't you be thanking me? Instead, you're trying to get your hands on me. Biting the hand that feeds you.
But Lin Fan thought about it, it really was like that.
For science, I'll give it my all. Look, romance is all about fate. While I don't dislike you and even admire and like you a bit, that doesn't mean you'll become my wife. Let's be clear, I already have a wife. Research, right? Zhang Ai chuckled. What kind of wife is that? It just shows Lin Fan prioritizes his career. He's a driven, ambitious young man. Exactly. So you can only come in second. Second place is enough. Zhang Ai took a deep breath. I'll let my family know. I'll take you there. My dad's a bit eccentric, please be understanding. Eccentric? How eccentric could he be? As long as he gives me money, I can handle any level of eccentricity.
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction.
How could Boss Zhong not invest a few billion in him?
Lin Fan and Zhong Ai entered the villa, which was already fully furnished and ready to move into. Lin Fan recalled staying in hotels throughout this trip and suddenly felt the sting of all those wasted hotel bills, thousands of yuan down the drain. If he'd known Zhong Ai had a place, why bother with hotels? Wasn't the villa far nicer than a hotel? Zhong Ai handed Lin Fan the keys. This place is yours from now on. Use it however you like. Will you move here? Lin Fan nodded eagerly. Of course. Rest assured, I'll take good care of the villa. Then could I move in later? Absolutely. Yay. This counts as living together, right? Things were moving so fast, way too fast. Zhong Ai felt like she was losing control. It was like 1,000 miles in a day. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to Zhong Ai's reaction. The young lady was love-struck, her mind filled with nothing but romantic fantasies. He scanned the villa and immediately made arrangements. The third floor would be the lounge area, the second floor the office space, and the main hall could serve as both a reception room and storage. Hiring a few staff members would turn the place into a fully operational online sales hub. Han Qingyan themed adult dolls would definitely sell like hotcakes. After all, this world was overflowing with horny perverts. The world was full of sycophants. If they couldn't get the real goddess, a fake would do just fine. Lin Fan contacted He Linfeng, asking him to try producing a few samples. He Linfeng felt a bit uneasy. You're really going through with this? Don't you want to make money? Don't worry, once we start making money, you'll get your cut. With Lin Fan putting it that way, He Linfeng had no choice but to comply. Once the samples were ready, mass production would still require heading to Yiwu, the world's factory. Costs were much cheaper there. Lin Fan couldn't help but think how tough business really was. Look, he still had to connect with manufacturers. He hung up and glanced at Zhong Ai. What was this girl doing with research? She had no talent for it. She'd be better off in business. But he could take it slow. As long as he persisted in his seduction, Zhong Ai would eventually quit her job and dive into business. After touring the villa, Lin Fan and Zhong Ai emerged together. Zhong Ai was delighted, feeling their bond had deepened. She tugged at Lin Fan, insisting they celebrate properly. Just as they drove out of the villa complex, Zhong Ai received a call from Han Qingyan. After a brief conversation, she hung up and told Lin Fan that Zhang Xiaoyu went to see Qingyan today. I think he just wants to get back together. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He went to Qingyan's place? Yes. I'm worried Qingyan might lose her boundaries and actually get back together with Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhong Ai replied. After all, Han Qingyan was single too. What if she impulsively got back together? Let's go find Qingyan. I need to warn her not to lose her head. Chapter 102, Eye of Light. Lin Fan didn't care either way, but he didn't think Han Qingyan was the type to act without thinking. Honestly, this is her own business. I trust she can handle it herself. Zhong Ai shook her head. You're not a girl, so you don't understand girls. Once a girl gets carried away, it's terrifying. I may not be a girl, but to say I don't understand them at all, well, that's wrong. Lin Fan didn't press the issue. Soon they arrived at Han Qingyan's home. Zhong Ai went to find her while Lin Fan looked around. Nothing seemed different in the apartment except for an empty cup on the table and a laptop open on the desk. Working from home again? Noticing Lin Fan's restless glances, Han Qingyan gave him a lingering look. Feeling slightly annoyed, she turned to Zhong Ai and asked, why are you still hanging around him? What's the big deal? Lin Fan and I are completely innocent. We're just proper friends. Why did Zhang Xiaoyu come looking for you? He wouldn't actually be trying to get back together with you, would he? You didn't agree, did you? Zhong Ai seized the chance to change the subject.
Her relationship with Lin Fan was just beginning. What if Han Qingyan said something out of line and Lin Fan got upset? Han Qingyan thought for a moment before replying, I think he's hinting at it. Zhong Ai glared at her. Don't get carried away. That guy has some seriously messed up values. She'd overheard Zhang Xiaoyu's comments during yesterday's group dinner. The guy was a complete Western-obsessed weirdo. Han Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan and whispered to Zhong Ai, my work has been suspended and I'm under investigation by the authorities. I feel utterly disheartened. With no idea when I'll be able to return to work, I'm seriously considering just getting married and calling it quits. Zhong Ai gasped in alarm and quickly protested, but you can't choose Zhang Xiaoyu. He ran off without a word before he'll do it again. That kind of man is unreliable. Han Qingyan didn't need to rely on anyone. After years of work, she had savings and could easily support herself. Han Qingyan replied, I'm still considering it. You shouldn't even be considering it. What's there to think about? There are plenty of other men out there, why choose him? Zhong Ai insisted. You just don't get it. Han Qingyan's emotions were tangled. Her career had suffered a setback and more trouble might be coming. Just when she felt utterly disheartened, Zhang Xiaoyu appeared. It felt like fate had arranged it. Hearing this, Zhong Ai sighed helplessly. Lin Fan overheard and chuckled, fate? A researcher believing in fate? Might as well believe in quantum mechanics. Lin Fan stood beside Han Qingyan's bookshelf, his gaze growing intense. Han Qingyan snapped, what business is it of yours? Eavesdropping on our conversation, how rude. Caught between the man she liked and her best friend, Zhong Ai suddenly didn't know whose side to take. Why did Lin Fan and Han Qingyan always clash whenever they met? It was truly headache-inducing. Lin Fan suddenly interjected, there's something off about this Zhang Xiaoyu. What do you mean? Lin Fan replied, exactly what you're thinking. Han Qingyan instantly flared up. What gives you the right to say he's suspicious? Do you even know him? Zhong Ai, seeing Han Qingyan's anger, quickly interjected, Qingyan, Lin Fan didn't mean it that way. Lin Fan walked over with a smile, sat beside Zhong Ai, and lowered his voice as he looked at Han Qingyan. You're being bugged. What? Both Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai were stunned, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned and pointed toward the bookshelf. There's a wireless listening device on your bookshelf, right behind that copy of Data Communication Theory. I just saw it. The last time I visited your home, your books were arranged very neatly, organized by subject area. This time, that book is in the wrong spot. Its original position was 2 books behind where it is now. Han Qingyan froze. She did indeed arrange her books by category, and her habits were impeccable, each volume placed in a specific order. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Qingyan checked and found it exactly as he described. Data Communication Theory was indeed misplaced. She recalled Zhang Xiaoyu coming to see her that morning. He seemed to have taken a book from the shelf. She hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now the memory made her heart race. She feared Zhang Xiaoyu might genuinely be up to something, yet also dreaded that his apparent desire to reconcile might be false. Zhong Ai exclaimed in surprise, Lin Fan, how do you remember all this so clearly? Of course I do. I'm the undisputed master of memorization. If I can draw complex aircraft carrier blueprints from memory, how could my memory be anything but sharp? After seeing something just once, I could recall it almost perfectly. Seeing it twice? I'd remember every detail. My memory's been honed through decades of training. Lin Fan chuckled, it's my natural gift, photographic memory. Zhong Ai nodded. But what about Zhang Xiaoyu? Why is he monitoring Qingyan? Han Qingyan couldn't believe it. She stood up and went straight to the bookshelf, pulling out that book. She had to confirm it. Her hands were trembling. When she pulled the book out, she saw a plastic disc stuck to the back of the shelf. Han Qingyan nearly broke down. How could this be? Seeing she was about to speak, Lin Fan quickly made a shushing gesture. Han Qingyan immediately stopped and looked at him. Lin Fan motioned for Zhong Ai to speak while leading Han Qingyan to the balcony. He followed them out and closed the door behind them. Han Qingyan's eyes were red. How could this happen? What's so strange? Lin Fan chuckled. I suspected something was off with him yesterday. Zhong Ai asked curiously, then why didn't you say anything yesterday? How did you know Zhang Xiaoyu was suspicious? Lin Fan smiled. Have you heard of the Eye of Light? What? Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai froze, staring at Lin Fan in confusion. Lin Fan chuckled. The Eye of Light was a special intelligence agency under the Eagle's wing, known for funding elite operatives in other nations and assimilating them for their own purposes. Lin Fan had dealt with this organization more than once, and he never expected to encounter the Eye of Light again in this dragon country. Lin Fan explained briefly, the Eagle Nation has an organization called the International Foundation. It funds and trains defectors who join their cause. Backed by the Eagle Nation's conglomerates, it steals commercial intelligence, recruits spies, assimilates designated targets, and disrupts other nations' order. Unlike ordinary spies, its operatives hold significant social status. They're elite members of society. During our dinner yesterday, I noticed a small eye emblem on Zhang Xiaoyu's spare collar button, the Eye of Light symbol. I didn't mention it then, since you probably wouldn't have believed me. Lin Fan smiled confidently, turning to Han Qingyan. Your ex-boyfriend was likely recruited by the Illuminati during his overseas studies. He probably received a full scholarship, graduated with top honors, and built extensive international connections. Now back in China, he is likely the type who effortlessly attends high-level international conferences. These are all hallmarks of Illuminati members. Han Qingyan nodded. He is currently a lecturer at Huaqing University. Is this serious? Chapter 103. Dr. Han, you're safe. Old flames or something else, huh? Why does he care so much about whether it's serious or not? Lin Fan inwardly scoffed. This Zhang Xiaoyu was clearly just a pawn. Nothing serious, since no major consequences have resulted. But his motive for approaching you definitely isn't just to reconcile, Lin Fan said with a smile as he looked at Han Qingyan. I think he wants to recruit you into the Illuminati. After all, your value is quite high. Me? Han Qingyan stared blankly at Lin Fan, doubting his words. Are you serious? This sounds completely absurd. You saw the bugging device. Still doubting me? Lin Fan smiled calmly. I get it. Researchers like you rarely encounter this kind of thing. Lacking experience is understandable. You've got experience, huh? Han Qingyan wanted to retort but thought better of it. The evidence was undeniable. She simply couldn't explain it away. Why did he want me to join this Illuminati thing? Lin Fan whispered, Operation Thunderbolt. We dealt a heavy blow to Eagle Sands carrier strike group, mainly because our missiles were terrifyingly accurate. You were responsible for the calculations. The missile formulas and trajectory parameters are top secret. Even though the operation is over and the data's importance has diminished, it holds different significance for researchers. Lin Fan's gaze took on an air of world-dominating arrogance. Take me, for example. If I had access to the Eagle's post-test data, I could reverse-engineer their missile performance. I could even calculate their missile design blueprints myself, proceed with direct reverse engineering, and on that foundation, develop interceptor missiles specifically targeting theirs. Whether the data is useful depends entirely on who holds it. Zhong Ai stared blankly at Lin Fan. She knew he was brilliant, but this sounded almost godlike. To reverse engineer an enemy missile's capabilities from mere data points? So impressive. Absolutely incredible. He truly was the man she had chosen. Han Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing her inner agitation, and looked at Lin Fan expectantly. But is there a possibility he wasn't targeting Operation Thunderbolt? That's just your assumption. That's for our navigation system, you know. Don't forget you were involved in the computational engineering for it. So you're saying he's no good, huh? Of course not. If he were a good person, he wouldn't be such a cheerleader for the Eagle. Have you ever seen a good person from the Dragon Country doing that? Lin Fan sneered. He's just a lowly lackey. I can't be bothered to argue with him. Otherwise, one phone call would have sent Zhang Xiaoyu packing. Lin Fan shrugged casually. There are plenty like Zhang Xiaoyu in Longwood, at least 8,000 if not 10,000. You couldn't arrest them all. No need to worry. Zhong Ai breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. So you're saying he's just a low-level lackey? He nearly scared the hell out of me. If he had any real clout, I'd have him shot on the spot. Shoot him. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai felt the situation was getting increasingly absurd. Lin Fan didn't care. He'd done worse before. Back in the day, a few such low-level thugs tried to steal his top-secret project intel. He caught them red-handed. At the time, he'd been stuck on a technical breakthrough for half a month with no results, his temper flaring. When he heard someone was eyeing his project intel, he ordered them shot on the spot. No need to hand them over to the authorities. After executing several people, the higher-ups pretended nothing had happened. They staged a mock trial, sentencing them to death primarily to appease the victims' families. After the executions, Lin Fan suddenly experienced a burst of inspiration and his technical breakthrough came smoothly. Later, whenever Lin Fan encountered technical hurdles, he found himself secretly hoping someone would steal his intelligence. Human sacrifices to the heavens' truly limitless power. Lin Fan couldn't care less about Zhang Xiaoyu. Such individuals were as plentiful as cowhare in Dragon Nation, merely cattle and horses remotely herded by the Eagle Nation. Zhong Ai suggested, we should still report this to the relevant authorities. Unnecessary. We lack evidence. Current proof is insufficient. Arresting him would only lead to his release. He's a lecturer at Huaqing University, a man of standing. Besides, it would put Han Qingyan in a difficult position. Lin Fan thought to himself that using Han Qingyan's body measurements to create the doll was his way of compensating her. Now that she knew he'd used her measurements, she couldn't possibly cause him trouble. Han Qingyan exhaled in relief and nodded. I never would have guessed. Lin Fan asked, did Zhang Xiaoyu touch your computer? Han Qingyan froze, then pushed open the door and hurried to her computer. After checking, she finally exhaled in relief. We watched a movie. Lin Fan whispered, let me check. You suspect something? Sis, she's a highly educated professional and elite. Maybe she has other methods. Lin Fan pushed Han Qingyan aside and directly accessed the computer's data, searching for traces. After a long moment, he smiled slightly and exhaled in relief. Zhong Ai leaned against Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "Everything okay?"
Han Qingyan saw Lin Fan smile and relaxed. Her computer was definitely fine.
Lin Fan declared, "Your computer is infected." "What?" Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan in utter shock. How could that be?
She was there when Zhang Xiaoyu was around, and she hadn't seen him touch her computer.
How could it be infected? Are you sure? I swear he never touched my computer, not even once. Your home Wi-Fi is open, right?
He must have carried a modified USB drive with a built-in connection device. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively at the two stunned girls.
Don't be surprised. For intelligence operatives, the tools they use are beyond your imagination.
I could do the same, hack your smart home appliances without ever touching your devices.
Zhong Ai gasped in horror. Lin Fan, if it's infected, doesn't that mean he can access the lab's database through Qingyan's computer? That's a huge problem. He already got the data he wanted. We did lose some data. Huh?
Zhong Ai turned back with worry, her heart sinking as she looked at Han Qingyan.
This is bad. Data's gone again. Qingyan's previous issues aren't resolved yet, and now this. What are we going to do?
Zhong Ai stared blankly at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, Qingyan won't go to jail, will she? Han Qingyan sat silently on the sofa, her eyes suddenly becoming hollow, devoid of all light.
Lin Fan patted Han Qingyan's shoulder.
He went to the balcony to wait for her. After a while, Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai walked over.
They heard Lin Fan say, "Dr. Han, you're in the clear.
You can return to work normally tomorrow." What?
Zhong Ai looked at Lin Fan in confusion.
What's going on? Why? Shouldn't things be getting more complicated? How did it end?
Chapter 104, Devoting myself to the nation, not to you.
Yes, it's over?
Lin Fan looked at Han Qingyan. If Zhang Xiaoyu hadn't stolen your data, your case wouldn't have been closed.
But since he did, it can be resolved. Report to young Master Long later. He'll arrange for you to join Longgua's premier information warfare unit. Ha?
Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai both looked utterly bewildered, completely dumbfounded.
What the hell?
Lin Fan chuckled. It was a trap one I designed. Last time I came to check Dr. Han's computer, I set up a honeypot system, just waiting for someone to steal the code inside.
Whoa! Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan exchanged glances, both girls looking adorably clueless. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle.
The real show is just beginning. Dr. Han, your situation was merely the appetizer. Lin Fan pulled out his phone and dialed Long Xiaoshong. The code's been stolen.
Have our people withdraw completely. Drop the investigation into Dr. Han's case. Business as usual, prepare for Operation Star Harvest. Long Xiaoshong was agitated. Are you sure? If you're certain, I'll immediately request assistance from the Aerospace Agency. Go ahead.
Also, announce the latest developments in my beta system externally.
How should I phrase it? I don't know anything about this stuff. Blow your own horn. Whatever sounds impressive, just say no one can crack my beta system. Long Xiaoshong thought Lin Fan was being unreliable. Was such bragging acceptable? The beta system was still in its refinement phase. Unbreakable? Wouldn't the international community laugh at Longhua?
But those were Lin Fan's words. Long Xiaoshang immediately retorted, "You're the one making the claims, you're the one who has to deliver."
I'm just reporting the facts. Coward. When we split the profits later, I'm taking the lion's share. A single satellite is worth at least $10 billion, right?
We'll talk about splitting the money later. Long Xiaoshong hung up the phone with a satisfied smile.
Damn, Lin Fan really is something else. Just thinking about it got him excited.
Lin Fan hung up and turned to the two girls. You were so engrossed you forgot this is top secret. From now on, you're military personnel.
I'm your superior. Zhong Ai burst out laughing. Yes, Commander Lin. Han Qingyan exhaled a huge sigh of relief, but the next moment, she glared at Lin Fan with fierce intensity. You're using me. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Han Qingyan finally realized she'd been completely used as his pawn. The Li case, Zhang Xiaoyu, and even Zhong Ai all had been manipulated by Lin Fan. He was a total scheming bastard. The data leak had been suffocating her, and now she realized it was merely a tool for Lin Fan to execute his next plan. You really don't care about me at all. Are you some kind of cold-blooded animal?
Lin Fan remained silent, only staring intently at Han Qingyan as he spoke slowly. The interests of the motherland come before all else. If one day my life conflicts with the nation's interests, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the country.
What about you? Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan for a long moment before drawing in a sharp breath.
Turning to Zhong Ai, she declared, you must break up with him. You won't find happiness with someone like him. He has no room in his heart for family or genuine emotion.
Zhong Ai fell silent.
She wasn't stupid, she could sense that only one thing occupied Lin Fan's heart. Beyond that one thing, nothing else mattered to Lin Fan. Her eyes reddened as she looked up at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, I'm asking you seriously, do I hold even the tiniest place in your heart? I mean, in the future, if we were truly together, would you ever think of me occasionally? Lin Fan froze, staring at Zhong Ai in silence. Would he? In his previous life, when his parents died, he hadn't gone to see them off. His relatives all called him cold-hearted and heartless, but that was precisely when the Southern Heavenly Gate project was at its most critical stage. In his previous life, the organization had arranged for someone to care for him, but he had refused. Lin Fan shook his head. Old habits die hard. He would never forget the Southern Heavenly Gate project, even in death. I can't give you what you want. Zhong Ai burst into tears. She truly loved Lin Fan. Lin Fan was spirited and brilliant, soaring like an eagle in the sky. She had never felt this way about anyone before in her entire life. Can't you make just a tiny space for me in your heart? Zhong Ai pinched her fingers. I don't ask for much, just a little. Lin Fan smiled. Sister Zhong, Dr. Han was right. People like me are cold-blooded by nature, incapable of love. My life is already pledged to my country. Born in the Dragon Nation, I will never allow foreign warships to appear in our territorial waters, nor foreign aircraft to cross our skies. I will guard the Dragon Nation's skies, and my thunder will echo across its seas. I will lead the Dragon Nation into space. Lin Fan murmured as if to himself, in the realms of scientific research and military technology, I cannot be absent. That is what I cherish most. Since I am devoted to research, I have no energy left for others. Zhong Ai buried her face in Han Xingyan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Han Xingyan was furious. Lin Fan, you're a jerk. Zhong Ai is sincere with you, and this is how you treat him? If I were lying, deception might make her happy. But I choose sincerity, Lin Fan said earnestly, meeting Han Xingyan's gaze. This is my approach to life and my approach to research. Only by taking steady, grounded steps can we reach the day when the dragon's roar resounds. Lin Fan placed his hand on Zhong Ai's shoulder. I'm sorry for hurting you. I know how good you are, but there are things I just can't let go of. All along, I've only wanted your money. After speaking, Lin Fan bowed apologetically. I should go now. Get lost. Han Xingyan spat through gritted teeth. Lin Fan exited Han Xingyan's residence and waited briefly by the roadside. Long Xiaoshang's truck pulled up, whisking Lin Fan straight to the capital base. They then boarded a military aircraft bound for the Northwest Aerospace Center. You don't seem too thrilled, Long Xiaoshang remarked with a smile. Isn't everything going exactly as you planned? There's a slight difference. Zhong Ai has fallen for me. Zhong Ai? Long Xiaoshang immediately recalled who she was. After Han Xingyan's data leak, the relevant authorities had already thoroughly investigated everyone around her. Long Xiaoshang recalled Zhong Ai. She's a decent girl and a rich one at that. Her old man's a hidden tycoon with serious family connections. What do you mean by background? Long Xiaoshang whispered, a big compound kid. My boss has connections with her old man, they call each other old brother. So she really did have connections. Long Xiaoshang's superior was the commander of the Southern Fleet, a vice admiral. So everyone had connections, except him. He'd built everything from scratch. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. By the time they arrived at the Northwest Aerospace Center, night had fallen. A group had been waiting for them. Long Xiaoshang made no introductions, and Lin Fan didn't ask further. One of the officials, a man in his early 50s, escorted Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang to the Aerospace Command Center. This man was Wang Yangji. Wang Yangji whispered to Long Xiaoshang, will this work? Long Xiaoshang glanced at Lin Fan, then nodded. I trust Lin Fan's abilities. If anyone can steal a satellite, it's him. Such high praise? Wang Yangji couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan again, only to see him sitting in his chair with his eyes closed, as if asleep. Staff members around them stared intently at the screens, their fingers flying across keyboards as they monitored the space over 15,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Chapter 105, You Protect Me, I'm a Weakling. At Han Xingyan's home, soft lighting bathed her in Zhong Ai. Zhong Ai curled up on the sofa like a little ball. After Lin Fan left, Zhong Ai had cried her heart out, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The sight was heartbreaking. Han Xingyan tried to comfort her, but it was useless. Zhong Ai was utterly consumed by her obsession with Lin Fan. Exhausted from crying, she curled up on the sofa, her body wriggling like a worm. I told you before, someone like Lin Fan isn't worth it, Han Xingyan said sympathetically. After a moment, she looked at Zhong Ai and added, don't be so sad. At least you two never made it official. You still have time to walk away. I haven't even started dating him and I'm already heartbroken. This is so unfair. Zhong Ai lifted her tear-stained face, her eyes pleading with Han Xingyan. You don't understand. You just don't get it. I love Lin Fan so much. He's so perfect, no one else can compare. There are plenty of good men out there. Are you really going to hang yourself on that one tree called Lin Fan? Han Xingyan scolded her with exasperation. Men aren't exactly extinct. If Lin Fan doesn't work out, find a Zhang Fan. If that doesn't work, fine too. But it's not the same. Zhong Ai was both amused and exasperated. You don't get it. I have this special connection with Lin Fan. Like a dog's feeling? Zhongnai stared blankly at Han Qingyan, tears welling up again. Han Qingyan sighed in exasperation, quickly apologizing to herself for her harsh words. Damn, women really are frustrating. Just thinking about it made Han Qingyan furious at Lin Fan. What kind of man was he? Look at the mess he'd created. After a moment, Zhongnai stopped crying. Han Qingyan said, forget about Lin Fan. He never truly cared about you. But I like him, Zhongnai said, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. It's not like I don't have suitors. I just don't fancy them. They're more mature than Lin Fan, wealthier too, but they're not the kind of person I like. What exactly do you like about Lin Fan? His confidence, his strength, his reckless brilliance. Zhongnai's eyes shone like they were reflecting light. He has this commanding presence, unbreakable, unyielding authority. Just seeing him makes you feel secure. Really? Han Qingyan pondered for a moment, unable to sense it. To him, Lin Fan was just a silver coin who liked to show off. He treated Lin Fan as a friend, only to find himself used by him in return. Such people were formidable but terrifying. Girls who crossed paths with them could easily be played to death. But Zhongnai was clearly head over heels for Lin Fan. Han Qingyan whispered softly, forget Lin Fan. Start over and find someone who truly cares about you. A person like Lin Fan has no room in his heart for anyone. Not even a sliver of a chance? If I try my best, could there be a possibility? Nothing is absolutely impossible. Han Qingyan embraced Zhongnai. Didn't you hear him? National interests come before everything. I admire that kind of person, but for a girl, being with someone like that is a disaster. It's likely that Lin Fan will become an unsung hero in the future. He achieves greatness for himself, yet can only betray those closest to him. That would be too painful for any girl. Han Qingyan had never approved of Zhongnai and Lin Fan. Lin Fan's cold words today infuriated her. Damn that man. Look how heartbroken Zhongnai is. Seeing Zhongnai utterly devastated, Han Qingyan knew she had to do something. This heartbreak couldn't go on. Let's go out, she said. Where to? The club. I'll find you some male models. Zhongnai was speechless, staring at Han Qingyan in surprise. She hadn't expected Han to know about such places. Han Qingyan retorted, I just couldn't stand watching you like this. The best way to forget someone is to replace them with someone else. Zhongnai felt a flicker of interest. If Han Qingyan dared go to such a place, then going with her should be fine, right? You've been there. Zhongnai struck straight at Han Qingyan's heart. Of course not. Isn't this all for you? Han Qingyan shook her head. I heard it's pretty chaotic. Who said that? Someone else. This piqued Zhongnai's interest. She stopped crying and looked at Han Qingyan eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who? Someone from our office? It's not right to talk about others' business. It's not like there's anyone else around. Tell me, I promise I won't say a word. Han Qingyan agreed that discussing it at her own place shouldn't be a problem. She and Zhongnai soon got caught up in the gossip. A female researcher from their institute had visited a club. This person usually seems so proper, totally not the type to go to such places. She said she went with friends to see the sights, but I don't know if that's true. Definitely not friends, she went on her own. Who'd have thought? Just like that, I have a friend excuse I've heard before. Zhongnai nodded, her eyes sparkling as she laughed, instantly forgetting her own heartbreak. Han Qingyan watched her come back to life, feeling an immediate wave of relief. Gossip truly heals a woman's minor wounds. As they chatted, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Han Qingyan glanced at it, her expression shifting slightly. It was Zhang Xiaoyu. How dare he come looking for her? Zhongnai was also surprised to see Zhang Xiaoyu. How bold of him. Unaware of the tension, Zhang Xiaoyu cheerfully entered, carrying a box of crabs. A friend gave these to me, so I brought them over. Try them, they're huge. Glancing toward the kitchen, Zhang Xiaoyu offered, I'll cook them for you. You two just sit tight and wait to eat. As he spoke, he flashed Zhongnai a smile. Here, Zhongnai seemed perfectly normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. Zhang Xiaoyu had come to see if Han Qingyan was up to anything. From the looks of it, Han Qingyan had no idea what was going on. Han Qingyan nodded calmly, even offering Zhang Xiaoyu a faint smile, though inside she was panicking. Why had Zhang Xiaoyu come? Why had he come? What should she do? Would Zhang Xiaoyu kill her? After all, Lin Fan had said he was a dragon trader. Though Han Qingyan wasn't particularly fond of Lin Fan, he was arrogant, cold, and full of scheming. She still trusted his words. After all, Lin Fan was considered part of the official establishment. Then I'll trouble you, Han Qingyan forced herself to stay calm, offering a faint smile. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyu entered the kitchen, she shut the door and rushed to Zhongnai, panic rising in her heart. What do we do? He's here. Should we call the police? What if he goes berserk when we call the police? Could he kill someone? Those spies in movies are always cold-blooded and ruthless. Who knows? Han Qingyan stated that she was a PhD in mathematics, not a PhD in espionage. Such matters fell outside her field of research. Who would have thought Zhang Xiaoyu would return? If only Lin Fan were here right now. Damn it! Why was she thinking about that jerk? Han Qingyan took a deep breath. Her own affairs were hers to handle. Calm down. I don't think Zhang Xiaoyu knows we've uncovered his true nature. He's out in the open while we're in the shadows. No need to worry, we'll just act like nothing ever happened. Zhong Ai clutched Han Qingyan's hand. You have to protect me. I'm so weak. Chapter 106, The White Dove and the Black Wolf. She was a girl too, after all. Han Qingyan thought to herself, I'm not afraid. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyu finished cooking the crabs. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai forced smiles at him. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't seem to notice. He glanced back at the bookshelf and said, let's eat the crab. By the way, where's your boyfriend, Zhong Ai? His name is Lin Fan, right? Should we call him over? Han Qingyan replied nonchalantly, Lin Fan has something to do. Zhong Ai nodded. Zhang Xiaoyu hummed in acknowledgement, his expression instantly lightening into a smile. Let's eat the crab. Qingyan, I'll peel yours. Zhong Ai, wait a moment, I'll help Qingyan first, then get to yours. Zhong Ai nodded. She couldn't just stay silent, otherwise Zhang Xiaoyu would definitely sense something was off, so she asked, what have you been up to lately? Just work, teaching students. I teach communications, which actually has some connection to your research institute. Zhong Ai remarked, so you and Qingyan are in the same field, then? Zhang Xiaoyu glanced back at Han Qingyan, gave a slight nod, and smiled. I suppose so. But I'm in teaching, while you're in research it's still different. What have you two been up to lately? Han Qingyan gave Zhang Xiaoyu a serious look and deliberately replied, satellite navigation and communications. Lin Fan had said her personal matters were settled, so discussing work details shouldn't be an issue. After all, the research institute specialized in this field, it wasn't exactly a secret. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of satisfaction. He'd been wanting to ask about this very topic but hadn't found the chance. Now that Zhong Ai brought it up, it gave him the perfect excuse to probe for information. If he could coax some classified info out of Han Qingyan, he'd be doing himself a favor. Not only would he get paid, but the Illuminati would recognize his value. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly shifted the conversation to technical exchange, launching into a detailed discussion of the Eagle Nation's GPS system. After finishing, he sighed, when will our Dragon Nation's navigation ever catch up to GPS? The gap between us and overseas countries is just too vast. Yet online, there's still a bunch of clueless people hyping up how great China is. They have no clue about the real differences. Sometimes I just feel speechless reading their nonsense. Speechless? If Lin Fan were here, he'd tear you apart. You're nothing but a traitor to the Dragon Nation. Zhong Ai inwardly scoffed. How could such people compare to Lin Fan? Though Lin Fan was an emotionless machine, he was patriotic. That patriotism alone made her adore him. His values are sound, his stance unwavering. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhong Ai couldn't help but recall Lin Fan's eyes filled with nothing but pure, clear devotion for the Dragon Nation. Han Qingyan handled Zhang Xiaoyu's questions one by one, nodding and humming in agreement. Overseas countries are a bit more advanced than Dragon Nation, but we can catch up. We're already working on navigation systems, it won't be long before we succeed. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly pressed, can you share how far along you are? Zhong Ai replied, that's not appropriate. It's classified information. You're not part of our research institute. She eyed Zhang Xiaoyu suspiciously. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly recovered, saying, I didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to understand. Maybe I could help. I want our country to thrive too. Of course, if you can't say, don't. I won't ask. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai exchanged glances, both their eyes filled with contempt. You don't want to hear it? Damn it. But they weren't about to spill the beans. After eating the crab, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly said, I forgot something important. I need to send documents to my students. I was so focused on bringing you crabs that I completely forgot about this. It's pretty urgent. Qingyan, could I use your computer? Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan exchanged glances. Here we go. Han Qingyan smiled. Go ahead. Thanks. Zhang Xiaoyu hurried over to fire up Han Qingyan's computer. Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was facing away from them. Something was definitely off. Is he guarding us? Don't let him catch us. Lin Fan already tampered with the computer, let him use it however he wants. Zhong Ai nodded. What do you think he's up to? Han Qingyan shrugged indifferently. She'd actually had a favorable impression of Zhang Xiaoyu before, though his values were a bit skewed, it wasn't beyond redemption. But after learning he was a dragon trader, Han Qingyan felt like she could kill Zhang Xiaoyu with her bare hands. Using his own computer to steal Research Institute's secrets, was he even human? If Lin Fan hadn't insisted on being dragged down by Zhang Xiaoyu, he'd never have been able to turn his life around, and 3 generations of his family would have suffered alongside him. This thought made Han Qingyan realize that even though Lin Fan was an old-school silver coin, he was undeniably reliable. No wonder Zhong Ai adored him to death. Zhang Xiaoyu finished the task in just over 10 minutes before promptly taking his leave. As soon as he got into his car, he pulled out a backup phone. The data has been transferred via Han Qingyin's computer. Did they act suspiciously? Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. Han Qingyan and the others have no clue. I was with them all evening, nothing suspicious happened. Relax, I've got a connection with her. The data's already sent. Even if she finds out, what can she do? If she does, I'll just take her with me to the States. She's a real asset. By good, you've done well. We've received your data and confirmed it's encrypted information from Longhua's Beidou navigation system. Once we crack their encryption, Longhua's Beidou navigation becomes useless. Can it be cracked? Of course. We are the most powerful nation on Earth, with countless specialists at our disposal. Once we master the encryption methods of the Dragon Nation's satellite navigation communications, their satellites will hold no secrets from us. By go, this month's $1 million has been deposited into your overseas account. We will remember your contribution. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. It's the least I could do. When can I return? This place isn't democratic or free at all. Soon. 3 days will be enough for us to decrypt Dragon Nation's navigation data. The voice on the phone added, have you heard anything about Operation Thunderbolt? Not yet. Thunderbolt is over. Why does the organization still care so much? Classified. The voice on the line fell silent. Why the concern? Because Morrison's carrier strike group nearly got wiped out by the Dragon Nation. As for the Dragon Nation's unusual choice to engage in military confrontation this time, the Eagle's intelligence agencies had been monitoring it closely. After Morrison's carrier exercises, every intelligence agency in the Eagle's camp worked overtime, simulating scenarios and probing for the Dragon Nation's specific motives behind this operation. The reason was simple: China had always projected a moderate image internationally, prioritizing the greater good. Yet during Operation Thunderbolt, China had acted like a thug, ready to flip the table. This stark contrast was mirrored in Dragon Nation's diplomatic posture. Following the conclusion of the Morrison Carrier Group exercises, Director Wang, Dragon Nation's foreign affairs chief, embarked on a goodwill tour of neighboring countries. This was the official narrative, but those in the know understood the reality. Director Wang's visits to neighboring countries were, in truth, invitations from those nations begging him to come as their honored guest. Chapter 107, The Beidou Leak. The smaller nations now lay awake at night, their previous arrogance in following the hawkish powers now replaced by utter subservience. Director Wang seized the opportunity to lead a business delegation, exploiting the situation to reap profits under the guise of mutually beneficial cooperation. While Dragon Nation claimed to invest in these nations, examining the actual contracts revealed that its companies were engaging in colonial-style resource extraction. For a nation, resources are the foundation. Investments are insignificant, they can be withdrawn at any moment. But once resources are taken, can they ever be returned? Director Wang's tour of these 4 small nations has maximized its impact, significantly elevating Longhua's standing in the eyes of its neighbors. Naturally, such matters are beyond the comprehension of a lowly lackey like you, Zhang Xiaoyu. This individual, codenamed Black Wolf within the Illuminati, specializes in monitoring activities like Zhang Xiaoyu's within the Dragon Nation. Intelligence indicates a super hacker involved in Operation Thunderbolt. This is a master hacker proficient in military technology, extremely dangerous. You must uncover this person. Zhang Xiaoyu inquired curiously, how dangerous is this person? He rivals Zero himself and may even be more dangerous. Zero. A legendary figure in the international hacker community, mysterious, powerful, and mythical, dedicated to opposing the Illuminati. To capture this figure known as Zero, the Illuminati had placed a global bounty of $1 billion. Zhang Xiaoyu sucked in a sharp breath. Could there really be a hacker in Dragon Nation as powerful as Zero? I don't think Longhua has someone like that. Longhua's internet technology isn't as advanced as Eagle's. Longhua's people only know how to copy. How could such a skilled hacker possibly emerge? Black Wolf scoffed with disdain. You know nothing. Facts are facts. The fact was that this hacker from Longhua was even more terrifying than Zero himself. A person who could hack into an aircraft carrier's command system single-handedly. What kind of being was that? Black Wolf didn't say much more to Zhang Xiaoyu before hanging up. To him, Zhang Xiaoyu was nothing but an insignificant ant, someone he could abandon at any moment. United States. Inside a massive laboratory building, a group of computer experts frantically refreshed their screens. A closer look revealed that 90% of the staff present were of Asian descent. They were decrypting newly acquired data. Black Wolf, the project lead, demanded, "Can we crack the encryption of Dragon Nation's Beidou system within 3 days?" A Chinese technician replied, "No problem. I initially thought it would be difficult, but after reviewing it, it's not as challenging as I imagined. 3 days will be sufficient. Alright, when the time comes, we'll announce to the world that we've cracked the Dragon Nation's Beidou system. Even if they manage to develop it, it'll become a pile of useless junk no one wants. The most critical aspects of navigation are security and precision. If we crack it, all the Dragon Nation's previous boasts about the Beidou system will become a laughingstock." Black Wolf smiled with satisfaction. 1 GPS system is sufficient for this planet. There's no need for redundant navigation systems. Success would mean GPS's monopoly over the entire global market, a multi-trillion-dollar windfall. Should they succeed, the international fund they'd established would surely reward them handsomely. 3 days passed swiftly. Black Wolf received word his engineers had successfully cracked the Beidou navigation system's encryption. The most crucial contribution came from a female Chinese-American researcher named Lin Hongyan. She had come to study in Eagle Land and was later recruited into the Illuminati. Black Wolf decided to have Lin Hongyan make the announcement publicly, delivering a crushing blow to Dragon Nation's pride. Lin, all credit for this achievement is yours. You single-handedly cracked Beidou's encryption. I will personally commend you for this feat. Your reward will be substantial, and you will become a shining star in the global scientific community. Lin Hongyan blushed with excitement. Eagle Chan's father was being too kind, offering her too much. Sir, I won't let you down. Lin Hongyan was, after all, a Dragon Nation citizen. A Dragon Nation citizen had cracked Dragon Nation's navigation encryption to serve the Eagle family. Black Wolf found the thought utterly delightful. The greater significance lay in eliminating Dragon Nation's Beidou navigation system, allowing GPS to dominate the globe. With navigation control secured, Dragon Nation would be blind from then on. Black Wolf then invited every media outlet, newspaper, and television station he could reach. Standing before hundreds of international journalists, Lin Hongyan announced to the world that she had cracked the Dragon Nation's navigation system. Lin Hongyan further stated that Dragon Nation's Beidou system posed no technical challenge whatsoever. Their encryption methods are outdated. I believe such a navigation system cannot provide customers with safe and reliable navigation. Not only did she disparage the Dragon Nation's technology, but she also delivered a final blow. As soon as the press conference ended, the international media began their coverage. Longhua's Beidou navigation has been cracked, utterly unreliable and devoid of security. The Dragon's eyes in the east have gone blind. GPS stocks hit the daily limit up. Dragon Nation's boastful Beidou system has become a laughingstock. GPS reigns supreme in global navigation technology. Major international media outlets competed for attention by churning out sensational headlines, while citizens worldwide joined the frenzy. Many remarked that Uncle Sam remains the same old Uncle Sam, so powerful it's despairing, having actually cracked the Dragon Nation's navigation system. Netizen from Little Korea, Daddy's so awesome. Let the Dragon Nation tremble before Eagle Daddy. Little Korean, China's been thoroughly humiliated this time. They're just an agrarian developing country. How could they possibly develop something as advanced as a navigation system? They've been bragging all along. They even claimed the Spring Festival was theirs, when it's clearly our Korean traditional holiday. Big Brother China says, don't lose heart, Dragon Nation. Your navigation system may be trash and got cracked, but we're developing our own. You can use our product anytime, just pay up and we'll work something out. After all, we're friendly nations. Netizens worldwide were buzzing with mockery of Dragon Nation on foreign platforms, while major international media outlets were hyping the story. Naturally, these developments didn't escape the all-seeing eyes of China's internet users. Those adept at bypassing the Great Firewall swiftly relayed the overseas news back home. Domestic netizens, upon seeing this, were immediately alarmed and felt their defenses crumble. Damn it! Our navigation system. How could this happen? Are those people out of their minds? Why would they hack our navigation system for no reason? This is infuriating, absolutely infuriating. These people deserve to be shot. And Lin Hongyan, she's one of our own who went abroad, only to turn her weapons against her homeland? If I ever see her on the street, I'll kill her even if it's the last thing I do. Dragon betrayer. How despicable. What has the Dragon Nation ever done to you that you treat your own country this way? Selling out her country for glory, using state secrets to curry favor with the eagle-eyed bastards. I hope the heavens have eyes and strike her down with lightning humane destruction. Is our navigation system really that weak? There's a technological gap. After all, we've been playing catch-up. Domestic citizens protested online, but it was useless. Some radical netizens went to protest on the official account of the Eagle Nation's embassy, only for them to directly lodge a protest against our Dragon Nation. Tell your country to manage its own citizens properly. Chapter 108, The Firepower Anxiety of the Research Industry. The Eagle Nation's ambassador posted on their official account, Science Knows No Borders. Our friends in the Dragon Nation, your online attacks against Ms. Lin Hongyan show a serious lack of civility. She is a great scientist. Are the people of the Dragon Kingdom angry at Lin Hongyan? No, they're furious at traitors like her. They were furious that their own people were aiding the enemy against their own kind. At the Northwest Air Base, Lin Yuan sipped cola, munched on fried chicken, and scrolled through his phone, growing increasingly excited. It was here. Finally here. Young Dragon grabbed a piece of fried chicken, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and was left with just a bone. He tossed it aside, and the chicken bone landed precisely in the trash can. The internet's going wild. Those bastards at Eagle Sauce have no shame, they actually made it public. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. How else would they show off? You think they're as low-key as us? The Eagle Squad's disclosure wasn't just about sabotaging Dragon Nation's beta system, their real target was the massive market behind navigation technology. Aviation, maritime, land. Where doesn't navigation matter? Take something as basic as buying a car. Every single vehicle comes with a navigation system, and you pay for it. The positioning and navigation for ships and planes rakes in countless dollars every single year. Ordinary people don't see this money because it exists in the form of goods and services. Lin Fan pursed his lips and smiled. The bigger the better. I'm not afraid. Long Xiaoshang chuckled. If you're confident, I'm certainly not afraid. You're leading this initiative anyway. The real issue now is the foreign media uproar. The Aerospace Ministry is under immense pressure. The Aerospace Ministry oversees the Beidou system. Navigation involves satellite technology. Now that it's been compromised, the blow to the ministry is unimaginable. After decades of hard work, you tell me our own system is junk? That it was cracked so easily? Instantly, the staff working on the navigation system lost all motivation. Long Xiaoshang remarked, you should see those comrades, they're all so stressed they could die. They're questioning their entire careers. Is our technology really that far behind overseas? The gap existed, and Long Xiaoshang could accept that. After all, Longhua had pursued navigation technology entirely through independent research. Foreign nations wouldn't sell such technology to them. GPS's monopoly hadn't emerged overnight. Lin Fan chuckled, there is a gap, but it's not that we're inferior to them. Then what is it? Of course, they're not as good as us. Lin Fan chuckled. Don't worry, our Beidou system is incredibly powerful, way more powerful than you imagine. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Long Xiaoshang suspected Lin Fan was just trying to placate him, taking advantage of his lack of technical knowledge. If Longhua's technology truly surpassed overseas standards, why did those engineers look like they'd lost their parents? Judging by the professionals' reactions, Long Xiaoshang knew Longhua's technology definitely lagged far behind many overseas counterparts. What I said is definitely the correct answer. Just trust me on this. But the engineers' reactions don't match what you're saying. Lin Fan chuckled, that's because they don't realize how awesome they are. They've always thought they were inadequate, just plodding along. In truth, the Beidou system had long surpassed other systems. It's just that these Longhua technicians think their skills are average, pushing themselves endlessly to meet ever higher standards. If they'd just study those overseas navigation systems properly, they'd see the gap. China's Beidou system, in a nutshell, is more user-friendly. They've anticipated every need users could conceive and even those users haven't thought of. Yet they still feel their skills are lacking and their efforts insufficient. Upon arriving at the space base, Lin Fan gained access to classified materials unavailable elsewhere. He observed that China's Beidou system already possessed the rudimentary form of the Beidou he remembered from his memories, though its strides were still somewhat small. To date, the Dragon Nation Space Center has launched only 600 satellites into space, enabling round-the-clock monitoring of Asia alone. This was utterly insufficient. Long Xiaoshang was utterly dumbfounded. They don't realize how awesome they are? That's an interesting perspective. Lin Fan explained, our nation encompasses nearly every type of terrain and topography found on Earth. Such complex geography naturally imposes stringent demands on our navigation and communication systems. These requirements translate into technological breakthroughs far beyond what overseas nations can match. This is dictated by objective conditions. In many aspects, Beidou actually surpasses overseas navigation systems. I won't go into specifics, just look up the data yourself. If I understood it, why would I ask you? Long Xiaoshang retorted, though his lack of comprehension was precisely why he felt uneasy. He eyed Lin Fan suspiciously. If we're so awesome as you claim, why are those technicians so nervous? They suffer from firepower deficiency syndrome. What? Lin Fan chuckled. Let me put it this way, imagine a family finally produces a college graduate, pinning all their hopes on him to bring honor to the family. Then the kid goes and hooks up with a prostitute. Of course everyone's freaking out, they're terrified something terrible will happen. But really, what could possibly go wrong? Lin Fan found it quite amusing. The Dragon Nation's research experts had no clue how formidable they truly were. Their current state mirrored his own experience conducting research in another world, always doubting their capabilities and pushing themselves harder. Only later did he learn that Eagle Land had been fabricating research data since the 1950s. Furious, Lin Fan stood atop the research building and ranted for 3 full days and nights. Had he not been utterly starved and physically exhausted, he might have kept ranting. Several elderly academicians from his institute had cursed so fiercely they'd even thrown their shoes in rage. Infuriating, despicable, and laughable. It wasn't that he hadn't worked hard enough, they'd been faking results from the very beginning. Now, the technicians at the space base share the same mindset I had back then. The slightest hint of their achievements being challenged sends them into a panic. This is precisely what happens when firepower phobia spreads to the aerospace sector. After all, the education we've always received tells us there's a gap between us and the rest of the world, and that we must strive to catch up for the sake of our motherland. In this pursuit, we've forgotten one possibility. Truth is, we've already overtaken everyone ahead of us. Back when Lin Fan unveiled the South Heavenly Gate project, it was intended to counter the Eagle space program. Yet by the time we deployed our Shen Nuan by D drones and mass-produced our shockwave engines, the Eagle Space Initiative was still stuck in PowerPoint presentations. It was truly a lonely wait. Without any competition, Lin Fan even lost interest in his research. Lin Fan only shared the details with Long Xiao he never intended to tell the aerospace folks. There was no need. It was precisely because researchers felt their own inadequacies that it spurred the masses to strive relentlessly. Without that relentless drive, progress would grind to a halt. Long Xiaoshan might be a greenhorn in research, but Lin Fan was the big shot. This spirit of scientific dedication was more precious than anything else. Don't worry. I reckon we'll be able to hijack that satellite tonight or tomorrow. Once they've cracked the code, they'll definitely want to use it to show off in front of the whole world. Long Xiaoshang chuckled like a fool. It all depends on your skills then. You'll definitely pull it off, right? Chapter 109, Dragon Nation's Nightmare. No problem. Eagle's satellites are a piece of cake to steal. Long Xiaoshang relaxed. Seeing Lin Fan brought him inner peace. This guy might not be the most trustworthy, full of tricks, but fair's fair. Lin Fan's skills were truly impressive. Online, the people of Dragon Nation were heartbroken and devastated. They couldn't even muster the confidence to argue with others anymore. Their own technology was inferior. Losing was no injustice. They could only cling to self-deception for some measure of comfort. As the world's leading superpower, our technology was still in its infancy. Just wait 30 years. The common folk gritted their teeth in frustration. Faced with the public intellectuals whitewashing the Eagle Nation, this time everyone fell silent. Our technology just isn't up to par. That's why we have no backbone, no dignity, only the bitter taste of silent resignation. At 9 p.m., it was still afternoon on the other side of the ocean. Lin Hongyan delivered a speech attended by tech giants and wealthy elites from the Eagle Nation, making it a high-profile event. Thousands of international media outlets were present at the venue. Everyone listened as Lin Hongyan detailed the process of cracking the Beidou system, eagerly anticipating her live demonstration that afternoon. Black Wolf sat among the global financial elite. Absolutely no problem. Once we present the results of this meeting to the world, the Dragon Nation's Beidou system will be utterly destroyed. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. We will increase our funding for your efforts. We are truly grateful. A general in uniform then addressed Black Wolf. Monet, how is the matter entrusted to you by the Ministry of Defense progressing? Black Wolf Monet sighed. We still haven't located the big shot you mentioned, Lin. Lin Fan had used the alias Big Shot Lin during his confrontation with Morrison, and Morrison had subsequently reported it as such to his superiors. I seriously doubt such a person even exists, Black Wolf mused, recalling Zhang Xiaoyu's words. How could Longhua possibly have a hacker this skilled who also mastered military-industrial technology? The general rose, signaling Black Wolf to step aside for a private conversation. Watching Lin Hongyan continue her explanation of the hacking process, Black Wolf, no longer needed there, rose and followed the general into an adjacent room. The general declared, this person must exist. He poses too great a threat. He must be eliminated at any cost. Of course, if you can recruit him, that would be even better. This man is extremely valuable. That important? More important than you can imagine. The general paused, then continued, he alone could counter Morrison's carrier strike group, a fleet of 120 warships of all types. And under his control, Longhua's missiles detonated just 50 meters from our carrier. Do you grasp what that means? Black Wolf nodded. I served in the Navy's Aviation Corps. This means our carrier strike group is defenseless against Dragon Nation missiles. If they've already penetrated to the vicinity of the core carrier, what defense is there? It's just waiting to die. That's exactly what the general meant. So we must find this individual. I need you to deploy your most exceptional beauties. Boss Lin is a man, his voice sounds young, perhaps the beauty tactic could work. No problem. I have plenty of Dragon Nation exchange students under me, lots of beauties, Black Wolf chuckled. They're quite the catch. Dragon Nation women have a unique shyness other nationalities just don't have. The general shot Black Wolf a withering look. Find this man quickly. Kill him or buy him off. Because of him, Morrison's carrier fleet now dares not operate in Southeast Asia. Dragon Nation's influence in the region is growing, something we absolutely cannot tolerate. Southeast Asia was the Eagle's backyard. An increase in Dragon Nation's influence meant a decline in their own. If the Dragon Nation truly achieves overwhelming influence over its neighbors, those semi-colonial states might just start harboring other ambitions. Black Wolf hastily assured him, I'll expedite it. Rest assured, I already botched the Beidou system, didn't I? Just trust me. With sufficient funding, nothing is insurmountable. 50 million will be in your account tomorrow. If you can bring Big Boss Lin back alive, I'll give you $1 billion. Black Wolf was stunned. 100 million? The military is placing far too much importance on this Dragon Nation man. No problem. I'll bring him back. Once I locate him, I'll personally go to Longwei to retrieve him. The two settled their terms and returned to the conference hall. Lin Hongyang was preparing to connect to the satellite, with journalists nearby holding cameras ready to capture the entire process. Countless journalists stared intently at the large screen behind Lin Hongyan, displaying various operational interfaces and data streams. As Lin Hongyan began inputting parameters, the signal reached the satellite orbiting tens of thousands of kilometers above. The satellite activated its reception mode, capturing wireless signals originating from the Dragon Nation. Soon, decrypted information appeared on the screen. A truck equipped with Longgua's Beidou system was traveling on a highway in the northwest. Success! Lin Hongyan's face flushed with excitement. Everyone, we've successfully captured a Dragon Nation transport vehicle. Our satellite is now monitoring this Dragon Nation transport vehicle. If we can track vehicles, what about warships and aircraft? The thought sent the room into a frenzy. The Dragon Nation's Beidou system was now decrypted before the Eagle's eyes. Everything in Longhua would be under Eagle's surveillance. Impressive. It's like magic. A general from the Eagle Nation's military stood up and applauded. Ms. Lin, you are a great magician. You will become the Dragon Nation's nightmare. China's nightmare? Reporters nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The nickname was perfect, it fit like a glove. The crowd chanted wildly, China's nightmare, and Lin Hongyan. A Time magazine reporter even demanded an exclusive interview with Lin Hongyan, vowing to put her on the magazine's cover. Lin, you will be the greatest communications expert of this era. The entire world will know your name. Lin Hongyan would become a superstar in the global communications field. The very thought of Lin Hongyan filled them with pride. Meanwhile, high above the Earth in the vast expanse of space, a satellite originating from the Dragon Nation slowly began adjusting its orientation. Simultaneously, it continuously transmitted various command signals to the outside world. At the Northwest Space Base, Lin Fan sat before his computer, sipping coffee and tapping away at the keyboard. He looked as relaxed as if he were at home, completely ignoring the dozens of people standing behind him. Young people are working here. You old folks, staying up late to supervise my work? How dare you? Long Xiaoshang was furious. Lin Fan, you still have the nerve to drink coffee. It's late at night. I need coffee to stay awake. For heaven's sake. What's the status? Did you actually steal the satellite or not? Your words are too harsh. Can you really call a scholar's action stealing? I'm merely acquiring them. Satellites in this world have no true owner, they belong to whoever has the skill to claim them. A scholar's affairs should be spoken of with refinement. Lin Fan replied slowly. His eyes flashed sharply as he tapped the keyboard lightly. Just wait and see. Chapter 110, the satellite suddenly changed orbit. Lin Fan wasn't the least bit anxious. The plan was underway, all he needed to do was wait for the results. As a hacker well versed in military technology, Lin Fan had long since identified vulnerabilities in Eagle Sand satellites. These flaws were closely guarded secrets for Dragon Nation scientists, but to him, they were as fragile as paper ready to be pierced. After all, he had previously clashed with Eagle Nation's technical personnel. Technologically speaking, Dragon Nation's capabilities could completely overwhelm the opposition. Dragon Nation scientists had underestimated themselves while overestimating Eagle Nation's researchers. The Eagle Nation's most elite scientists were gradually aging, creating a talent gap. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation consistently prioritized nurturing its research teams, allowing its scientific talents to build up momentum for a breakthrough. While there remains an overall technological gap with Eagle Land, the Dragon Nation is closing it at breakneck speed. This is essentially the late stage of firepower deficiency phobia, preventing people from re-evaluating Eagle Nation and global technology. Lin Fan tapped his keyboard, then glanced at the cloud map on the large screen displaying images captured by Dragon Nation satellites. Over a dozen Dragon Nation satellites were quietly monitoring 3 Eagle Nation satellites. As Lin Fan issued his command, the Eagle Nation satellites began adjusting their orientation, altering their orbits, and moving toward the trajectory Lin Fan had predetermined. They're moving. They're really moving? Long Xiaoshan gaped in shock, and the technical experts behind him were equally stunned. Could they really steal satellites? The Eagle's satellites are shifting to another orbit? Awesome! The group stared at Lin Fan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Some of the older men's eyes began to sparkle. Lin Fan was a treasure. This technology was exactly what their space base needed. The satellite's posture adjustment was painstakingly slow, taking a full 40 minutes from maneuver initiation to orbital shift. Lin Fan hadn't severed communications, so Eagle's camp remained completely unaware. Had he cut communications, that satellite would have been lost. One down. Lin Fan used this satellite to access others, continuing his operations. Everyone knew satellites functioned in networks, and this first satellite served as a gateway. Give me a crack, and I'll tear open a hole in the sky. Eagle's Nest. The grand launch event was still underway. Lin Hongyan, her face glowing, was being interviewed by various media outlets. Once today passed, she would become the world's foremost expert in global communications. Honors, bonuses, and investments would pour in, especially from the satisfied backers of the telecom giants. This time, the attack dealt a severe blow to Longhua's Beidou system, eliminating a future competitor. Lin Hongyan issued a fierce warning to the media. With her in charge, China's Beidou system is nothing but junk. The shadowy figures behind the scenes, like Black Wolf, were thoroughly satisfied with Lin Hongyan. They needed someone like her. Lin is an exceptional scientist. With her gone, Longhua's navigation system is finished. We'll have this massive market all to ourselves. This operation has cost Longhua dearly, yet they can't do a thing about it. That feeling is incredibly satisfying. The Dragon Nation deludes itself into thinking it can have its own navigation system without asking our permission. They're only fit to use ours and pay us obediently. General Eagle chuckled. This is navigation supremacy. I think we should charge them more if they use our system in the future. The group burst into laughter, feeling immensely pleased and their spirits soaring. As soon as Lin Hongyan finished the interview, Black Wolf approached her. Congratulations, Lin. You've succeeded. Thank you. I'll keep working hard. Black Wolf nodded. I believe in you. Those influential figures are highly satisfied with you. You've proven your loyalty to us. The Illuminati leadership will reward you. You can now consider what you desire. Sir, I want to become a true American citizen. That's simple. Black Wolf nodded at Lin Hongyan. Just a phone call away. Once today's press conference ends, you'll receive your identity documents. Black Wolf embraced Lin Hongyan and whispered in her ear, I'm proud of you, girl. You've done exceptionally well. It's because of you that we've achieved such greatness. Lin Hongyan was overcome with emotion. Just as she was about to express her gratitude again, a sudden cry erupted from the staff operating the computer on stage. As others turned to look, the staff member quickly fell silent, though panic began to show on their face. They hurriedly approached Lin Hongyan. Lin, something seems to be wrong. Black Wolf watched Lin Hongyan and warned, not a single glitch can happen now. Tonight, all the bigwigs and VIPs were gathered at Eagle Sauce's place. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Hongyan assured him, absolutely no problems. I'll go check. Lin Hongyan remained relatively composed as she walked and gathered information from the staff. Our satellite seems to have drifted off course, and the satellite signal appears unstable. That's it? Lin Hongyan dismissed it as minor. Maybe someone's adjusting the satellite. Could it be the space agency reallocating our satellite? We requested 3 satellites for our service tonight. It's definitely not the space agency using ours. Are we still intercepting signals from the Beidou system? Yes. Lin Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were still intercepting Beidou signals, she felt reassured. She approached the control console, pulled up the display and parameters, and studied them intently. Indeed, some readings were abnormal. Our satellite just adjusted its orbit. It's nothing serious. Lin Hongyan thought to herself that the satellite might have automatically adjusted its orbit, possibly encountering an unexpected event in space. But as long as they continued decrypting and intercepting the passive system signals, it would be fine. Don't be surprised. But I find it strange. Why would the satellite suddenly adjust its orbit? It could be an accident. After all, you never know what might happen in space. Anyway, as long as the satellite is up there, why worry about it disappearing? That's impossible. The staff member whispered, could it be aliens tampering with our satellite? Haha, Lin Hongyan laughed. This staff member was a foreigner. Foreigners always loved this kind of space sci-fi. She didn't mind at all. I wish there were aliens too. And I hope he's a hottie. The staffer froze, then chuckled. Alright, maybe I'm overthinking it. But congratulations, you've succeeded. Lin Hongyan nodded. She was about to head back to mingle with the bigwigs when the staffer suddenly gasped again. Lin, come look. This isn't right. What the hell now? Don't you know today is the peak of my life? First one thing, then another, you're trying to ruin my day. Lin Hongyan turned back in irritation, staring at the screen once more. There, in space, another satellite began changing its orbit. The first one could be dismissed as an accident, but another? Something was off. Lin Hongyan immediately ordered, contact the space agency. Ask if they're the ones changing the orbit. Moments later, the staff member returned from the call. It's not them. They've also detected satellite anomalies and are investigating the cause. Lin Hongyan's gut sank. She stared intently at the large screen, which suddenly went black. The truck she had been monitoring vanished from view, leaving the room in complete silence. Chapter 111, You're So Naive. All the media personnel now fixed their gaze on Lin Hongyan, as did the bigwigs present. Lin, why did the feed cut out? Did something happen? Did Longhua catch on and patch the vulnerability? The reporters were buzzing as if they'd uncovered a major scoop. Lin Hongyan cracking the beta system was big news. Longhua catching on was big news too. 2 major stories in one event. The reporters instantly grew excited. The bigwigs, however, were less than pleased. Black Wolf hurried over to Lin Hongyan. What's going on? How should I know? Everything was fine until suddenly. But Lin Hongyan dared not speculate. It must be a technical issue. Can it be fixed? Those VIPs are watching you. Don't worry, I've got this. Lin Hongyan rushed to fix it. Soon, the screen displayed a signal again. The bigwigs immediately smiled with satisfaction. The reporters looked a bit disappointed but still diligently captured the scene. Black Wolf exhaled in relief. Excellent, excellent. Seems it really was a technical glitch. Before Black Wolf could ponder further, the screen went black again. His face twitched as he frowned at Lin Hongyan. What's the problem this time? Technical issue. Definitely a technical issue. Ah. The technician at the control console gasped, "We've lost signal." Lin Hongyan was startled and quickly retorted, "What do you mean no signal? We can't receive the satellite signal anymore. It's gone completely lost." What the hell? Lin Hongyan rushed over and frantically tried to troubleshoot, but nothing happened. She was at a loss. The satellite was gone? As the executives and reporters stared at her, cold sweat poured down Lin Hongyan's back like water, her whole body trembling. Black Wolf approached and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Hongyan snapped back to reality and whispered, "We can't receive satellite signals anymore. All 3 of our satellites have lost contact." A satellite issue? Black Wolf glanced back at the high-ranking general, hurried over to him, and explained the situation. The general nodded, then made a phone call. Not long after, his face darkened as he told Black Wolf, "Those 3 satellites have been shut down. We've lost them. How is that possible? How could this happen?" The general looked utterly dismayed. "You're asking me?" After a moment's thought, he added, "Our team is currently performing emergency repairs. It might be a malfunction." A malfunction? 3 satellites down from a single malfunction? Do you even believe what you're saying? Black Wolf's face darkened. He glanced back to see Lin Hongyan still frantically operating the controls, trying to contact the satellites but clearly failing. Frustrated, she cursed loudly. What the hell is going on? The leaders exchanged glances, then sent someone to inquire about the situation with Lin Hongyan. Naturally, she claimed it was a technical issue and needed just a little more time to resolve it. "Please bear with us, everyone." Lin Hongyan rushed over to Black Wolf. "What the hell is going on?" "The satellite malfunctioned." "All 3? Black Wolf nodded. Lin Hongyan considered for a moment before saying, "Then please continue to allocate new satellites. Let the press conference proceed, those dignitaries are all waiting." There was no other choice. With the general present, a military satellite was quickly reassigned for Lin Hongyan's temporary use. The images reappeared on the large screen. Lin Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, things were back to normal. The influential figures nodded in satisfaction. "Lin, your technology is truly impressive." Why did it go dark again? Just as one influential figure was about to praise Lin Hongyan and invite her to his gala the next evening, the screen went black again. Then, to their astonishment, a line of Chinese text appeared on the screen. Military satellite? Nice piece of hardware. Let's make it fall. A string of ellipses flashed repeatedly across the screen. Reporters immediately captured the black screen footage. While the foreigners couldn't decipher the meaning of the text, Lin Hongyan recognized it instantly. "We've been hacked. It's a hacker." "What?" Everyone was stunned. A hacker intrusion. How could this be? Black Wolf urgently demanded, "What's going on?" Lin Hongyan explained, "Our satellite has been hacked. It's a hacker from Dragon Nation. He intends to destroy this satellite." General Eagle shook his head, "Impossible. This is a military satellite. How could they possibly hack into our military satellite?" Before he could finish, the general received a call. "General, we've lost a satellite. We can't find it." "Are you sure?" "Yes, General." The general's face darkened as he barked the order, "I command you to retrieve that satellite." No sooner had the general finished speaking than the large screen flashed a new message, "Traitors shall die." Before anyone could react, the screen displayed a live feed. The Eagle brand satellite orbited silently in space. Black Wolf and the other foreigners visibly relaxed at the sight, instantly forgetting the earlier Chinese characters. They all assumed this was Lin Hongyan's doing. Only Lin Hongyan's face turned deathly pale as she stared blankly at the screen. The satellite on screen belonged to Eagle Chan. So who was spying? Who was monitoring? "Hello, dear Eagle San." A voice in fluent English echoed through the hall, though it was soft and childlike. This was naturally Lin Fan's voice, altered by a voice changer to prevent the enemy from pinpointing his location through his audio signature. High-tech experts understand the dark side of tech-savvy dogs best. "Lin Fan, the beta system has been hacked? You're a bunch of fools. You know nothing about Beidou. Let me tell you this, I've been watching you secretly for hours. From the very beginning, I've had you under surveillance. Watching your charade was utterly tedious. Everything you saw from Lin Hongyan was fabricated. He never cracked Beidou. Those trucks you observed were merely false signals I fed you. Got it, naive children?" A pistol appeared on the large screen. Bang! A bullet fired. Then a string of numbers appeared. "Illuminati, I formally notify you, you are under my control. This is my account. Transfer 50 billion US dollars to it immediately. Otherwise, your satellites will become fireworks. You have 24 hours to decide, cooperation or death. As Lin Fan's voice faded, live footage from the press conference filled the screen. They'd been under surveillance all along. The venue erupted in chaos. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? My god, an incredibly powerful hacker, a hacker from the Dragon Nation. This is absolutely global breaking news. Our satellites have been hijacked. Today's press conference was a farce. Everything was orchestrated. Lin Hongyan never cracked the beta system. They've been monitoring our every move all along. The thought that we've been under surveillance this whole time is terrifying. Chapter 112, You failed, you must die. Lin Hongyan felt as if she were dying. Hearing the reporter's words, she shouted, "This is fake. It's not like that. I decrypted the Beidou system. I really did decrypt it. That hacker is lying." The reporters weren't stupid. The footage they'd just seen demonstrated extraordinary technical prowess. True or false? Everyone could judge for themselves. The bigwigs' faces darkened, their expressions grim and terrifying. They had come to watch the show, expecting to crush Longgua's Beidou system and reap massive navigation profits. Instead, they'd been made fools. Damn it! Lin Hongyan had humiliated them beyond measure. The bigwigs confronted Black Wolf directly. "You'll give us an explanation, or else you're dead." As the bigwigs rose to leave, their phones suddenly buzzed with a message: "Lin Hongyan, die, or else." This was both a warning and a notification. It was Lin Fan's stance. Exchanging glances, the big shots quickly conferred. One Lin Hongyan was insignificant, but a mysterious hacker was another matter entirely. The fact that he could hijack satellites and contact them sent chills down their spines. Lin Hongyan played us. We were deceived. She never cracked the Beidou system. Instead, we've drawn the attention of the Dragon Nation. Let's negotiate. The leaders nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Just as they stepped outside, another message from Lin Fan arrived. Press 1 to agree, press 2 to disagree. Having already discussed it, they naturally pressed 1. After pressing 1, Lin Fan sent another message: "Happy cooperation." Happy my ass. They'd intended to crush the Dragon Nation, but ended up making fools of themselves. How could anyone be pleased about this? The bigwigs immediately got into their cars and left. At the press conference venue, Lin Hongyan sat on the floor, her legs weak as if drained of all vitality, looking like a walking corpse. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with confidence, feeling like she'd reached the pinnacle of her career, but now it felt like she'd fallen into an abyss. Black Wolf ordered his men to pacify the journalists, bribe them, and seal off the night's news. The bigwigs were gone, but he still had to clean up the mess after all. He was the one who handled their dirty work. The once bustling venue had been reduced to a shambles by Lin Fan. Black Wolf helped Lin Hongyan to her feet. "Lin, don't worry about it. I believe in your abilities. I really did crack the Beidou system. I really did." The large screen flickered. "You haven't. What you decrypted was merely a fake Beidou signal I provided. And considering your technical capabilities, I deliberately lowered the difficulty significantly. I expected it to take you half a day, yet you took 3. I still overestimated your level." Reading the words on the screen, Lin Hongyan snapped back to life and roared, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? You insignificant nobody, you still don't know who I am." Lin Fan typed rapidly, completely ignoring the stunned expressions of those watching behind him. "When it's time to put on a show, you must deliver. Life's beautiful scenery shouldn't be missed." Lin Hongyan screamed hysterically, "Do you have to treat me like this? Is it wrong for me to want success? You're a traitor. Don't spout nonsense about pursuing success. You betrayed your country, just accept it without regret. What's there to explain?" Lin Fan's words were devoid of emotion. Sympathy for someone like Lin Hongyan was impossible. Even the slightest understanding of her mindset would be disrespectful to those who sacrificed for the nation. Text flashed across the giant screen: "Dragon Nation owes you nothing. Why did you stab it in the back? If you despise my homeland, then get the hell out. I'll be the one to protect it. Traitors must die." A massive, blood-red death flashed across the screen, leaving behind a terrifying, crimson trail of blood. Lin Hongyan roared, "What country? What country? Is it wrong to want a good life? You're all just ants, you don't understand a thing." Lin Fan ignored the woman. The screen went blank. Black Wolf supported Lin Hongyan, soothing her, "It's over. It's okay now, Lin. Everything will pass." Feeling Black Wolf's strength, Lin Hongyan gasped heavily, her eyes burning with hatred. "Dragon Nation, this isn't over between us." She had succeeded, yet because of Longhua, she was ruined. "I'll fight. I'll make Longhua pay." Black Wolf smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I'll support you. Soon you'll become one with this nation, a part of this great country." Lin Hongyan nodded. "I won't betray your trust." Looking at Black Wolf, Lin Hongyan felt profoundly moved. After enduring such a devastating blow that night, only Black Wolf had stayed by her side. She kissed him passionately. Black Wolf didn't hesitate. Right there in the conference hall, they engaged in a passionate encounter. their voices intertwined. Lin Hongyan needed to release her pent-up emotions. Like a wounded beast, she let out a primal roar, her back turned to Black Wolf as she cried out, feeling the collision of their lives. Suddenly, her voice trailed off. A rope had been looped around her neck. Black Wolf tightened the rope with brutal force. Lin Hongyan rolled, staring at him in disbelief as the cord dug deep into her throat, completely silencing her. Black Wolf thrust into her body, his eyes wild as he snarled, "You failed. So you must die. You have no chance." Lin Hongyan's hand clutched the rope. Her eyes began to glaze over, her face turning purple. After thrusting once more, the Black Wolf let out a howl, gasped for air, and rose from Lin Hongyan's body. The woman lay naked on the floor, her eyes wide and silent as she stared at the ceiling. The rope around her neck resembled a dog collar. Northwest Aerospace Base. A group of people stared dumbfounded at the screen. The footage of Black Wolf killing Lin Hongyan was visible to everyone in the base. After all, Lin Fan was genuinely monitoring the scene. From the moment Lin Hongyan connected to the satellite, Eagle's side had been under Lin Fan's surveillance. Everyone then witnessed the murder scene firsthand. The footage was both explicit and brutal. Lin Fan was stunned. Damn it, who could have imagined that psychopath Black Wolf would kill Lin Hongyan in such a way? He could have just shot her. But the result? Keep in mind, there were 200 people watching this together, including many female comrades. Social death. Total social death. Lin Fan hung his head in embarrassment, feeling like he wanted to die. Ugh. The staff at the base all turned to look at Lin Fan. Man, you really are something else. What on earth were they showing them? After all, none of them had paid for this. To be watching this kind of thing live, no less. Several elderly men felt their hearts couldn't take it, while the younger ones were slightly better off. But everyone's gaze toward Lin Fan was distinctly strange. Lin Fan seemed completely unfazed while watching, appearing utterly engrossed. Some even sensed a hint of excitement in him. How perverted. If Lin Fan knew what these people were thinking, he'd be furious. Excited? He was perfectly calm the whole time, okay? These guys were the ones with the weak hearts. Chapter 113, Meet Lin Fan's Girlfriend. As for Lin Hongyan, Lin Fan felt no sympathy whatsoever. Dead was dead. What did a mere woman matter? Especially a traitor like her? She was nothing. The only surprise was how scandalously she'd met her end. At this moment, some people sighed, "Poor Lin Hongyan, she's really pitiful." Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Pitiful my ass. That's what happens when you betray your country. Everyone thought about it and realized they'd only pitied Lin Hongyan for a moment. They certainly didn't truly sympathize with her. It was just a passing sigh. Long Xiaoshang smiled at Lin Fan. Don't you have even a shred of feeling about this? It kinda feels awkward having everyone witness Lin Hongyan's death like that. But I never expected her and that dead foreigner to get so carried away. Just kissing is one thing, but going all the way? Lin Fan realized his mistake lay here. If he'd just watched alone, it would have been one thing, but over 200 people had witnessed it. Long Xiaoshang remarked, "She really has become one with the United States." Oomph. Lin Fan gave a cold laugh and immediately pushed the whole mess out of his mind. So, what about the satellite deal? How are we going to negotiate? Leave it to the aerospace agency and relevant departments. You just wait to collect your payment. Are you serious? You won't screw me out of my money? I don't trust your word, Lin Fan said. Actually, I could handle the deal myself. Long Xiaoshang sneered with disdain. You've stirred up such a huge mess this time. Overseas forces won't let you off. They'll definitely investigate you. Just keep a low profile. Let the relevant departments handle the negotiations. $50 billion? You actually dare to ask for that much? Bull. I hijacked the satellite, why wouldn't I dare ask for it? Lin Fan felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. The eagle wouldn't budge this time, nor should they. A satellite was worth only $1 billion or so. Lin Fan had every reason to make an outrageous demand. Long Xiaoshan was concerned for Lin Fan's safety. The eagle's modus operandi was simple: if they couldn't have it, they'd destroy it. They wouldn't let Lin Fan off the hook. Any losses Lin Fan suffered would be losses for the Dragon Nation. Understanding Long Xiaoshang's concerns, Lin Fan chuckled, "Don't worry. I'll focus on being a student from now on, doing research, designing aircraft carriers, and such. I'll be quite busy." Long Xiaoshang nodded, but immediately retorted, "You're still obsessed with aircraft carriers? You don't have the qualifications, okay? Heh, qualifications are something you seize. I may lack them now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future." Lin Fan retorted, "Do I need your permission to handle my own affairs? I'm just advising you not to waste your time." Put. You know nothing. Even though Jiangnan Shipyard refused to partner with him, rejecting him despite Zhang Shui's endorsement, Lin Fan still had connections like Zhang Guangsu from Norinco. If Jiangnan Shipyard wouldn't partner with him, then he'd team up with Norinco to snatch the opportunity right from under their noses. As Lin Fan and Young Dragon were talking, someone approached to greet them, a young woman. The moment she saw Lin Fan, her face flushed crimson. Lin Fan felt utterly embarrassed. She must have been watching the livestream. The girl said, Lin Fan, the leadership wants you to join them for dinner, a celebratory banquet. Though the ending wasn't perfect, the goal was achieved. Lin Fan had made the aerospace base leaders green with envy. His capabilities were simply too formidable. Lin Fan was precisely the high-caliber talent the aerospace base needed. His depth of knowledge about satellites astonished the leadership. How could someone unfamiliar with satellites pull off hijacking another country's satellite? Long Xiaoshang immediately grew tense and blurted out, I see those old farts have their sights set on you. Sending a girl to invite you? They're trying to use the beauty tactic on you. You must stand firm, you're our Navy man. Bull. I'm my own man. Cut the crap. Long Xiaoshang grew anxious, you've got military registration now. You're part of our Navy. We're going to be partners in the future. I may have joined your Navy's ranks, but I'm still my own man. Lin Fan smirked at Long Xiaoshang. Go ahead and try to deny it. I'll turn around and join aerospace in a heartbeat. I've got a tiny bit of research in this area too. The Southern Heavenly Gate project requires collaboration with aerospace. Lin Fan was quite interested in collaborating with the current space agency. Building an aircraft carrier was tough, so he'd start with a space station or even a lunar mission. Long Xiaoshang really had no way to deal with Lin Fan. This guy's technical skills were unfathomable. Fine. You're your own man. Just don't defect to someone else. Damn it, those old farts at the space agency are shady. They actually sent a beauty to recruit Lin Fan. Like you're the only ones with beauties? What about the Navy? For Lin Fan's sake, Long Xiaoshang was driven to desperate measures. Watch out, I might just recruit beauties from the entire military. Then he suddenly remembered another beauty, Han Qingyan. Lin Fan was clearly fixated on beautiful women. When Han Qingyan got caught leaking secrets, Lin Fan immediately called him to step in and protect her, even concocting a satellite hijacking scheme. All of this was really for Han Qingyan, wasn't it? Long Xiaoshang whispered, what's going on with you and that Han Qingyan? If you like her, just go for it, stop dragging your feet. What do you mean, how are things? We're just pure and simple friends. Lin Fan thought to himself, what kind of relationship could he possibly have with Han Qingyan? He'd merely used her body measurements to create a sex doll, nothing more than that. Besides, he was after Han Qingyan's brain. He wanted to turn her into a workhorse. Nothing else. He was a man with aspirations, after all. Han Qingyan was beautiful, with long legs and great aura, but she was an older woman. Long Xiaoshang despised Lin Fan's stubborn denial. Trash like Lin Fan had the audacity to covet her, yet claimed innocence? Then why did they drag me into this? Fine, let Han Qingyan be dragged off for questioning. Better yet, he'd make sure she ended up under his command. You dare claim you have no ulterior motives whatsoever? Long Xiaoshang couldn't care less about Lin Fan's personal life. Report to me later. The Information Warfare Unit needs to be formed immediately. Our Navy will provide full support. The location is South Island. But I'm still a student. I have to go to school. Lin Fan didn't want to go. Military discipline was too strict, no freedom. Who cares? If you don't come, we'll arrest you. That's not honorable. I'm a soldier. What martial ethics are you talking about? Long Xiaoshang retorted with righteous indignation. Lin Fan sighed in resignation and headed to dinner. The base leadership hosted him, though it was just the base cafeteria. The food was delicious, but the stares from those old men were unbearable. These leaders all wanted to recruit Lin Fan to work at the base, offering to meet any conditions he might have. But Lin Fan refused them all. He was just an ordinary college student. The group of old men glared at him in fury. You call yourself a college student? Is there anyone like you among college students? One old man, who clearly wasn't a good soul, grinned and said, we have plenty of girls your age at the base, Lin Fan. They're all talented and beautiful. Want me to introduce you to one? Shameless. Long Xiaoshang cursed under his breath. So they were playing the beauty trap card. Without hesitation, Long Xiaoshang pulled out Han Qingyan's photo and placed it on the table. This is Lin Fan's girlfriend. He's already taken. Chapter 114, Checking the Thesis? Holy. Don't mess around. I'm a married man. Staring at Han Qingyan's photo, Lin Fan fell silent. Where the hell did that bastard Long Xiaoshang get this picture? He and Han Qingyan had just broken up. Thinking about it, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Dr. Han was ungrateful, a cold-blooded bastard. Long Xiaoshang pulled out Han Qingyan's photos. The old men sighed helplessly. Han Qingyan was simply too beautiful, with an extraordinary aura, like a goddess descended from heaven. To be fair, Lin Fan also thought Han Qingyan was amazing. She was way better than any celebrity out there. If she hadn't ended up in the entertainment industry, she'd definitely be a top-tier star. She possessed a face that could bring down a nation, coupled with a brilliant mind. She could have easily made a living off her looks, yet she chose scientific research instead. The meal was lively. The old men were shrewd. Since Lin Fan had a girlfriend, they kept quiet about it, saving the topic for when he was single again. After the meal, Lin Fan and Long Xiao boarded a military aircraft back to the capital. Want to stay at my place? Lin Fan stared at Long Xiaoshang in utter astonishment. You're from around here? Didn't I tell you? I'm from the capital. Did I? Damn it.
Since he'd known Long Xiaoshang, the guy had never mentioned being from a prominent local family. Lin Fan felt a pang of envy. A Beijing big shot and a general at that, definitely a third-generation revolutionary.
How else could someone his age become a general? He wasn't even 40 yet, at least a decade ahead of everyone else.
After all, Lin Fan had been a general in his previous life to a major general, though in the research system where he reached the ceiling.
A mere major general? That's nothing special. Alright, I won't disturb you and your wife.
Lin Fan signaled his discretion, unlike that long fellow who showed zero awareness.
Long Xiaoshang sneered, you're just itching to go find Han Qingyan, aren't you?
Mind your own business, young master. Lin Fan decided to head to the hotel and spend a few days in the capital. Once Lin Fan's samples arrived in Beijing, he'd head to the great city of Yiwu for mass production of adult dolls. Before that, he needed to meet Han Qingyan to sign a document. After all, using her data required her authorization. Otherwise, if Han Qingyan sued him later, he'd be facing legal trouble. Truthfully, he could have stubbornly denied everything like a rogue, but he was a man of principle.
Meeting Dr. Han wasn't about personal interest.
The meeting was purely to make Dr. Han work like a beast of burden for him, nothing more. After parting ways with Long Xiaoshang, Lin Fan checked into a 5-star hotel and sent the bill to Long Xiaoshang. Long Xiaoshang's call came through immediately. You little bastard, what do you think you're doing?
Lin Fan held the phone and chuckled. Aren't you from around here?
I'm coming to the capital to crash at your place.
You're responsible for my every need, right?
Don't worry, I'll cover all my expenses in the capital.
I'm giving you the chance to play host. Seriously? You're gonna make me foot your bill? What else?
I wouldn't even bother staying at your place and hanging out with you and your wife.
I know you so well, don't you get me? I'm just a college student, a broke student, you know? You're broke and you're staying at a 5-star hotel? You're footing the bill, why wouldn't I?
Long Xiaoshang was instantly speechless.
You really have a point. Long Xiaoshang was suddenly filled with resentment. His salary was high, but
why should he spend it on you? But then he remembered he'd need Lin Fan's help later.
He really couldn't refuse him. Just this once.
After this, I hope you never come to Beijing again.
Pfft, like the capital is your personal fiefdom.
Lin Fan hung up the phone, watching Long Xiaoshang transfer the money to him. He felt completely satisfied, another free ride successfully secured. The next day, Lin Fan wandered around aimlessly, visiting several tourist spots. On the third day, he deliberately bought a bag and a mask before heading to Wodaeco Technical College. Standing at the entrance, he specifically targeted students who looked visibly exhausted and drained.
The bag contained his research papers, 3 uncredited papers he'd written during the bidding process.
Students at Wodaeco were well off. Tuition-free education, generous scholarships, and a solid academic foundation meant most graduates were already mini-millionaires. Lin Fan intended to sell his papers. These papers were useless to him, they'd only pad his publication count.
Better to sell them for cash. My papers? Each one's worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. Nothing like those ghostwritten ones, these are the real deal.
Students at Wodaeco Technical College certainly don't need ghostwriters, but their quality can't hold a candle to mine. Lin Fan sought out students drained by thesis work, those radiating vitality and youthful vigor, clearly untouched by the thesis god's brutal beatings. Only those students who'd been beaten by the thesis gods would understand me. Soon, Lin Fan spotted a girl with hair like a bird's nest, a vacant stare, a swaying gait, and a distracted demeanor, all framed by thick black-rimmed glasses. A girl who cared so little about her appearance was clearly a workhorse nearing graduation.
Lin Fan stepped forward abruptly, blocking the young lady's path, and flashed a charming smile. Interested in taking a look at my thesis? Ha!
The girl looked at Lin Fan in confusion.
What thesis?
A solid paper, reliable quality, perfect for an A-tier journal, Lin Fan considered, though it's still a bit short for nature or science. The young lady stared blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan promptly pulled out his thesis.
Just take a look. If you don't like it, you don't pay. Money? What do you mean? What do you mean? Does the paper have anything to do with money?
The young lady looked at Lin Fan intently, then glanced at the school gate not far away. A faint smile touched her lips.
Are you a student here too?
Lin Fan glanced back at the luxurious gates behind him and sneered. No.
Your school isn't good enough for me.
The young lady stared at Lin Fan as if he were a lunatic.
You're really something else. Not convinced?
Lin Fan smiled faintly.
Does your school have missiles? Ours does. We even have launch vehicles. Do you? Harbin Institute of Technology?
The young woman suddenly fixed her gaze on Lin Fan, her whole body seeming to perk up.
You're from HIT. Oh, you know your stuff?
Lin Fan nodded, his tone calm.
Let's look at the research papers. We can talk properly, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Lin Fan took her in from head to toe.
She was of average height, with a face that wasn't immediately striking but grew on you. What caught his eye, though, was the necklace she wore, clearly high-end.
Rich. He'd found a good client. The young lady glanced at Lin Fan before picking up the thesis. She was curious to see the caliber of an hit student. Lin Fan's remark about his school not being good enough for her had annoyed her. After glancing at the thesis, she sighed helplessly. This is materials science? It's not really related to my field. I specialize in graphene research. I understand, Lin Fan quickly replied. 1 million. I'll deliver it tomorrow. Chapter 115. Prejudice in the Human Heart is a Mountain. Lin Fan stared at the girl excitedly. Despite her somewhat scruffy appearance, she turned out to be working in a cutting-edge scientific field. Graphene research was a national frontier and major hotspot lately. Only the big shots could afford to work on it. Lin Fan had a bit of research in this area, mainly focusing on graphene structures and energy applications. After all, as a military scientist, his first thought when studying materials was whether they could be used explosively. Good materials should be used to make bombs. Civilian applications? Not important. The common folk won't get to use them anyway, and it won't affect their daily lives. But if the nation gains a new type of bomb? That's a whole different story. Take graphene bombs, for instance. They're incredibly effective for taking out nuclear power plants. One blast and they're silenced. Plus, graphene's conductivity can be harnessed to create electronic pulse bombs. Now he just waited for the young lady to speak up about a genuine exchange. But the young lady was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Fan like he was a madman. 1 million? Think it's too expensive? This is cutting-edge material science. If you publish a paper on it, you'll become a big shot in this field. A big shot. It's incredibly valuable. Crazy. The young lady dismissed Lin Fan as a con artist. You know a lot for a scammer. Must have a fancy degree. These days, even con artists need to be so well educated? Why bother learning about graphene materials? Who's a con artist? Lin Fan looked at the young lady helplessly. If I weren't short on cash right now, I wouldn't even bother dealing with you. You don't even have 1 million? I didn't realize you were that broke. Too bad for my paper. You're lying and still acting all righteous? The young lady was furious. This con artist was too arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll call the cops on you. Calm down and get your facts straight. What exactly did I scam you out of? Nothing, right? Yet you're calling me a fraud. That's slander. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. If you don't want to buy it, fine. But don't smear my name. Don't mess with my business. My thesis is top-notch quality. And you're still gloating. Who knows if your thesis isn't stolen? Put. Lin Fan dismissed the accusation with disdain. Why would he need to steal papers? The sheer number of papers he published in his previous life alone could scare the crap out of you. Every big shot is built on a mountain of papers. The sheer number of papers Lin Fan had published was terrifying, and there were even more that couldn't be published. After all, those papers touched on national strategic security. Lin Fan ignored the young lady. She was just a poor soul. He'd find another target. But she wouldn't leave. Instead, she squatted beside him on the roadside. The two of them looked like urban vagrants, both disheveled and messy. The young lady grew suspicious of Lin Fan's background and decided to keep a close eye on him, just in case he tried to pull a fast one. She stared at him and demanded, "Are you really from HIT?" "Yes, I am." "Then why are you out here scamming people?" "What scam? Who did I scam? I'm here to do good deeds, okay? Don't you understand how painful writing a thesis is? I'm heaven sent to save those thesis-stricken souls." Lin Fan reflected on his client-finding strategy. First, he had to weed out people like this young lady, those who seemed like losers but were actually just broke. He needed rich kids. Then, he needed students with average grades. People like that struggled to write high-quality papers but desperately needed their thesis to graduate. Seeing the young lady fall silent, Lin Fan pressed on. "Do you know any rich kids? The kind who aren't great at school but come from wealthy families?" "No. Your social circle must be pretty small," Lin Fan chuckled. How could she get by without knowing a single rich kid? "All right, you can go now. I've got business to attend to. This isn't your turf. It's our school. You're from HIT and you want me to leave? Does that even make sense?" Lin Fan moved slightly away from the young lady. "Is this better?" He thought for a moment, then went to a nearby supermarket to get a piece of cardboard. He wrote "thesis consultation" on it and stood at his spot waiting for clients. But the young lady also got a piece of cardboard, drew an arrow pointing at Lin Fan, and wrote "scammer" on it. Lin Fan was speechless, feeling targeted. "That's going too far." The young lady shook her head, unwilling to waste words on Lin Fan. With her move, she wondered how he'd handle it. Naturally, no one would fall for it now. Lin Fan suddenly got fired up. After a moment's thought, he declared, "How am I supposed to do business like this? I just lost millions because of you. Are you going to take responsibility? Damn scammer, now trying to extort me?" The con artist had turned into a robber. The young lady held up her cardboard sign. "You're really overthinking this. Did I single you out? I'm not aware of it. Stop reading too much into things. Put yourself in my shoes, okay? You're ruining my mood." I've lost tens of millions. Are you going to cover that? Are you just looking for a fight? This is right outside my school. What are you going to do about it? Watch out, I'll call security to beat you up. Lin Fa unleashed his most vicious curse, watch out, I might just send you off to join the army. Long Xiaoshan was forming an information warfare unit, and as a sort of co-leader, he could abuse his authority to draft this girl into service. Lin Fan was utterly fed up with Long Xiaoshan. Exploiting him caused her not a shred of guilt. The young lady chuckled, who knew you had such influence? Are all scammers these days as confident as you? Sending me to the army? Thanks a bunch. That way I wouldn't have to worry about my thesis or experiments. I'd just hand myself over to the state, and they'd even take care of my retirement. Miscalculation. This girl was quite peculiar. Lin Fan sighed in resignation. He couldn't possibly resort to violence that wasn't his style. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. If you want that thesis, just buy it from me. The price will be steep, after all, graphene research is cutting-edge territory. But targeting me? It's unnecessary. You talk a good game. You won't believe it unless I show you something? Lin Fan thought for a moment, then beckoned the young lady over. She hesitated briefly before leaning closer. Lin Fan whispered a few words in her ear, and her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Lin Fan discussed research topics related to graphene, a material whose practical applications remain obscure to anyone outside the field. Lin Fan explained it with crystal clarity, demonstrating profound expertise. Only a true specialist could speak like that. Coincidentally, the research direction she pursued with her advisor aligned perfectly with one of the topics Lin Fan mentioned, the development of graphene in the energy sector. The young woman looked at him with newfound respect. You really know your stuff. Why are you scamming people? With your level of expertise, you could easily be a professor. When did I ever say I was a fraud? Lin Fan sighed. Preconceived notions are like mountains in the human heart. Lin Fan looked at the young lady. She snapped back, her eyes widening. You're the mountain. Chapter 116, if you meet an old man like me, you better burn incense. Lin Fan didn't argue with the young lady. He was here to make money, not to fight. I can prove my abilities. Can you prove your financial resources? You? The young lady was curious. What exactly was this man up to? Was he really a student from Harbin Institute of Technology? First tell me who you really are. My name is Lin Fan. I'm just an ordinary thesis merchant. And you? Mei Ying. Lin Fan quickly replied, then we're acquainted. Do you need any papers? No. Then why the hell are you even talking to me? Lin Fan instantly turned cold and unfeeling, but Mei Ying said, I wouldn't stoop to hiring someone to write my thesis. But could you take a look at the one I wrote? Give me some feedback. I want to see what you're made of. You'll have to pay 5,000. You're a student at Huaqing University. Is your paper really only worth 5,000? Lin Fan sneered with utter contempt. 5,000? What the hell good is that? Add a zero and it might be worth something. I'm just asking you to read it. You probably wouldn't even understand my paper anyway. Put. This kid's got some nerve. Lin Fan immediately changed his mind. He hadn't cared about the 5,000 yuan, but perhaps this Mei Ying was a breakthrough. He didn't need it, but her friends might. As the saying goes, if you know 6 people, you know the whole world. Lin Fan agreed. Mei Ying asked him to wait while she fetched the thesis. Deep down, she doubted his expertise. Her research field was so niche, all thanks to her advisor. When choosing her thesis topic, her advisor had enthusiastically told her graphene was cutting edge, a future blue ocean technology with vast potential. She'd plunged in headfirst and couldn't turn back. Professor Lin was in the same boat. He was now stuck in the graphene field. It wasn't that he had no results, just not many. This new material was all the rage lately, with the whole world researching it, making the competition fierce. Before you could even publish your paper, someone else might have already released theirs. Internationally, researchers started exploring graphene materials years ahead of China, and their research conditions were superior. Yet, in just these few years, China has been struggling to catch up. The professor's hair had thinned, yet he still hadn't made any major breakthroughs in graphene research. Lin Fan waited a moment before Mei Ying returned, handing him her paper. He glanced at it, then looked up at Mei Ying with a peculiar expression. You've got some nerve attempting to strip graphene atoms and reconstruct new structures. You understood it? Lin Fan ignored Mei Ying. As if I don't understand? I've practically mastered this material, haven't I? After all, it has extensive military applications. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Your research proposal has issues. Current Dragon Nation technology can't achieve atom-level separation and reconstruction. It'll take at least another decade. Your paper is too far ahead of its time. Still, it holds promise, especially in reshaping energy conduits. It could make significant strides in the energy sector, even sparking an energy revolution. But given your talent? Old man here thinks it'll be tough. Whoa! Mei Ying felt as if electricity had surged through her body. She stared silently at Lin Fan, her eyes fixed solely on him, as if the world around her had vanished into silence. You actually understand? Of course I do. If you can achieve molecular level separation and restructuring, it would have major applications in superconductivity. But your experimental process is flawed. You need a medium. First, create a graphene-based substrate, then use chemical methods. Try nickel compounds, they're relatively inexpensive. Rhodium would be ideal, but that stuff is crazy expensive, millions per pound. You probably don't have access to it. Lin Fan took the pen from Mei Ying's hand and began editing her paper directly. Finished writing, he glanced at Mei Ying. The young girl showed some talent, so he decided to lend a hand. Lin Fan directly outlined the experimental process for a new material. With a sharp slap, the paper landed on Mei Ying's chest. Lin Fan, with the air of an old sage, declared, "If you follow the experiment I've designed for you and don't get the desired results, you can come find me. I'll accept any punishment you deem fit. But first, I want you to swear an oath." Mei Ying's chest stung from the slap, and she felt a surge of irritation. Then she quickly recovered and asked, "You want me to swear an oath?" Lin Fan nodded. "Are you planning to go abroad in the future?" After all, Huaqing University had some questionable affiliations. Mei Ying shook her head. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Now swear to me, the experimental method I'm sharing today, you must keep it entirely to yourself. Never reveal it to foreigners." Lin Fan fixed Mei Ying with a stern gaze. "Otherwise, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The moment this experiment yields results, you must immediately apply for a patent and donate it to the nation." Mei Ying felt a sharp pang in her chest. She drew a breath, stunned for a moment. "Is that really necessary?" "You're still young and don't fully grasp what I've given you," Lin Fan chuckled. "Meeting me today was fate. If you pursue further studies, apply for the strategic laboratory at Harbin Institute of Technology." What was this? Strategic laboratory, never heard of it, but it sounded pretty impressive. Mei Ying stared at the paper in her hands and finally snapped out of it. "Why did you scribble all over my paper? That paper of yours is garbage. What I gave you is the real deal," Lin Fan sneered. "You really are thick-headed. All right, pay up." Mei Ying opened her mouth to speak but closed it again, her mind filled with curiosity. She added Lin Fan's contact information to her phone, transferred the money, and still looked utterly bewildered. Can this experiment really succeed? With Huaqing Lab's resources, it's guaranteed to succeed. Lin Fan had anticipated this question. Had Mei Ying not been a Huaqing student, he never would have shared this experimental method. He was confident that under Huaqing's lab conditions, his experiment would succeed. If he conducted it himself, success would be guaranteed. After all, this was the superconducting base material he had developed years ago for missile production. Sharing this experimental method with Mei Ying didn't bother Lin Fan. It was just a first-generation technique. Back then, the production cost was quite high. Later, he made further breakthroughs and finally reduced the cost to 100,000 yuan per ton for mass production, making this material as cheap as cabbage. Foreign military contractors despised him above all others. They nicknamed him the price butcher. Because of this, Lin Fan had no shortage of verbal sparring with overseas materials experts. They accused him of disrupting the market. "With prices so high, my missile production costs skyrocket. Of course, rock-bottom prices are best." By selling his own materials at rock-bottom prices, he not only saved the nation money on missile production but also earned foreign currency through exports, a true win-win. Lin Fan's interpretation of win-win was simple: I win, you all can go to hell. Lin Fan had another goal: to give Mei Ying a taste of success, then have her apply for research funding. Securing grants at Huaqing was far easier than at HIT, with higher allocations from higher-ups. Once the project was approved and funds arrived, he'd lure Mei Ying into his lab. Then wouldn't the funding and project belong entirely to him? Why should Huaqing get the credit? Chapter 117, What does spending the night together mean? Funding for new material research is expensive. Applying for it through Huaqing would siphon off their research budget. How sweet. Lin Fan glanced at Huaqing's gates. Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame yourself for being so useless, ending up as talent for the eagle's nest. He was merely playing a cultivation game. After collecting the money, Lin Fan found Mei Ying much more agreeable. His experiments weren't free, after all. 5,000 yuan was hardly enough. He planned to squeeze 50 billion out of her someday. Mei Ying decided to give it a shot. Encountering Lin Fan felt like pure magic. He'd even handed her the experimental method. It was practically spoon-fed. Trying it couldn't kill anyone. Alright, I'll try it out later. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Just pay up 5,000 per session. You? Mei Ying glared at Lin Fan. Why are you so obsessed with money? Knowledge is wealth. You're a top student from Huaqing University, don't you get that? Teachers drilled it into us since childhood. Lin Fan argued with righteous indignation. I'm giving you a golden opportunity here. You should be burning incense and bowing in gratitude. You think you can get something for nothing? Have you no shame? A perfectly good girl has no shame left. Clearly, Huaqing University's education is a complete failure. Mei Ying stomped her foot in anger, shot Lin Fan a withering look, and turned to leave. Lin Fan hurriedly called after her, "Help me promote my thesis. I'll give you a cut of the profits." Lin Fan looked over, but Mei Ying had already disappeared into the crowd. Turning back, he saw someone getting out of a car. Who else could it be but Zhang Xiaoyu? And beside him was Han Qingyan. The moment they stepped out, they spotted Lin Fan holding a cardboard sign at the entrance of Huaqing University. Lin Fan gave a faint smile. Han Qingyan and Zhang Xiaoyu approached, sizing him up. Zhang Xiaoyu's face twisted with disdain. "Lin Fan, what are you doing here, offering thesis consultations? Selling papers?" Glancing at the text on Lin Fan's cardboard sign, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly understood he'd actually come here to do business. Lin Fan chuckled, "Just making a little extra cash, you know how it is. Where there's demand among college students, there's a market. I'll build my reputation and expand my clientele in no time." Han Qingyan frowned at Lin Fan. Today there was an international exchange event. She had previously agreed to accompany Zhang Xiaoyu, so they attended together. After exchanging ideas with some scholars, she had some questions she wanted to discuss with a professor from Huaqing University. She never expected to run into Lin Fan, who had been missing for days. Where the hell had he been all this time? He hadn't returned to HIT, yet here he was in Beijing. Han Qingyan was surprised to see Lin Fan but didn't know what to say at first. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled at Lin Fan's words. "So, did you find any clients? This is Huaqing University. Students here buying papers? That's ridiculous. This is one of the top universities in the country." Lin Fan nodded. "You might be disappointed I just made 5,000 yuan. 5,000 per paper? Looks like the quality isn't great either. Mr. Zhang, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't spout nonsense. A standard paper goes for 3,000, but mine is 5,000. That's already above market rate. Of course, if you need top-tier quality, I've got even better options. I can get you one for 500,000 apiece. I'll take your paper? Are you kidding? Do you even know what field I'm in?" Zhang Xiaoyu was getting annoyed, feeling like Lin Fan was targeting him. The last time they met, Lin Fan had been dismissive, and he'd only held back because of Han Qingyan's presence. Lin Fan shook his head casually. "None of that matters. Whatever you want, I can deliver." Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Turning to Han Qingyan, he said, "Qingyan, look at what he's saying. How dare a student be so arrogant? The state of education in this country is truly alarming. Worry my ass. Do you even know how Lin Hongyan died? You're just a lowly lackey. I'm too busy to bother with you, yet you dare show off in front of me? Watch out, or I'll put you down." Han Qingyan stepped in, pulling Lin Fan aside. Zhang Xiaoyu froze, his expression darkening instantly. While Lin Fan was away, Zhang Xiaoyu had been lavishing attention on Han Qingyan, launching an all-out offensive. Yet Han Qingyan remained aloof, maintaining polite distance. But with Lin Fan? She'd gone straight for his hand. Only after pulling Lin Fan far away from Zhang Xiaoyu did Han Qingyan speak up. "Where have you been these past few days? Don't pry. Why are you asking about grown-ups business?" Han Qingyan whispered, "I heard Lin Hongyan was in a car accident." Lin Hongyan had been murdered, but Eagle Nation would never reveal the truth. The day after her death, Eagle Nation announced it was an accidental car crash, declaring that the great United States had lost a great magician. They even made a snide remark suggesting some other country might be behind it. That certain country was none other than the Dragon Nation. Han Qingyan had been following Lin Hongyan's career and felt a sense of relief upon hearing of her death. Lin Fan chuckled. The Eagles people are full of it. They killed Lin Hongyan. Or rather, he had forced her to her death. If the Illuminati bigwigs didn't eliminate Lin Hongyan, Lin Fan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. Between his own life and Lin Hongyan's, the choice was obvious. Better the friend die than the monk. Han Qingyan froze. "How do you know?" "I saw it with my own eyes." "Don't ask, it's classified." Han Qingyan finally exhaled, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Fan. "I still can't stop thinking about Zhong Ai. Have you seen her? Zhong Ai and I were only after her money. You wouldn't think I was after her, would you? You truly have no conscience at all? What does conscience have to do with it? If you think mine was eaten by a dog, fine." Lin Fan replied bluntly. "A man of action doesn't sweat the small stuff. Besides, what girls think has never been my concern. He wasn't some love-struck fool. Clear goals, that was his way." Lin Fan smiled at Han Qingyan. "You know exactly what kind of person Zhang Xiaoyu is. Don't get your hopes up." "I haven't. I know exactly what I'm doing." Han Qingyan whispered. "This meeting was something I promised her last time. If I don't show up, he'll suspect me. You come with me later so he won't bother me. That guy is terrifying." Han Qingyan could sense Zhang Xiaoyu harbored ill intentions toward her. Lin Fan nodded. Han Qingyan led him straight to Zhang Xiaoyu. "Zhang Xiaoyu, Lin Fan and I are leaving now. We've made plans to spend the evening together. Sorry, I can't stay for your birthday celebration. Zhang Xiaoyu shot Lin Fan a glance, his eyes burning with frenzied hatred, yet he put on a magnanimous smile. No problem, no problem. Just having you with me today made me happy enough. What a green tea. Lin Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. But as Han Qingyan pulled him away, it dawned on him, what did celebrating together tonight even mean? Are we going to a hotel? Is Dr. Han lusting after my body? Holy crap, I never expected you to be like this, Dr. Han. Chapter 118, Lin Fan's Deception. Lin Fan and Han Qingyan walked side by side, maintaining a two-body distance between them. Han Qingyan's earlier words had put Lin Fan on guard. Once Zhang Xiaoyu was out of sight, Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Alright, he can't see us now. We can split up. I have something to do, so I'll head off first." Before Lin Fan could make a run for it, Han Qingyan grabbed him by the arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Fan was utterly shocked. "I already helped you deal with Zhang Xiaoyu. Isn't that enough? What else do you want?" He clutched his chest, warning, "I'm a decent person. Don't project your decadent Beijing mentality onto me." The capital, home to the world's wealthiest, was a place of vibrant bustle and the most depraved. Lin Fan knew of a notorious establishment here called Heaven and Earth that had caused quite a stir. Think about it, why would such a place exist in the capital and nowhere else? It must be because the capital's customs are so open and its lifestyle so corrupt. As a leading figure in scientific research, I'm swamped with work, how could I possibly have time for debauchery? Han Qingyan was furious. What kind of mindset is that? Can't you think of something normal? Lin Fan inwardly retorted, am I the abnormal one? It was Han Qingyan who suggested spending the night together. What could spending the night together possibly mean? Did he not understand? He wasn't a 3-year-old child anymore, but a young adult in his early 20s. Han Qingyan had something to ask Lin Fan, and it was still about Lin Hongyan. Her computer had lost classified information, and Lin Hongyan had just announced the decryption of the beta system. With Zhang Xiaoyu on board, Han Qingyan had her suspicions. Zhang Xiaoyu clearly had ulterior motives toward her. Leaving someone like that out there made Han Qingyan feel completely insecure. She had people she could confide in. Except Lin Fan. Having finally found him, she couldn't let this chance slip away. They found a tea house where Han Qingyan deliberately ordered a pot of de Hong Pao tea costing 800 yuan, along with some pastries, splurging 1,000 yuan on Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled, Dr. Han, what's with the sudden generosity? Treating me to de Hong Pao? This is something else. I sense you need something from me. Han Qingyan shot him a look and replied seriously, Zhang Xiaoyu has been subtly probing me these past few days, asking if I'd been to the southern islands. I suspect he's trying to find someone through me. Looking for someone? Lin Fan pondered. Are you sure he's asking about South Island? Not sure, just a feeling. He asked if I traveled recently and where I went. You know, we just visited South Island and I took some photos he saw. Then he started talking about South Island a lot, acting like he really wanted to travel there. But I don't think he genuinely wants to go sightseeing, he seems to have some ulterior motive. Reason? Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. At 800 yuan per household, the de Hong Pao tea wasn't the most authentic, but it was still top tier, a far cry from what he used to drink. After all, in his previous life, he was a big shot who enjoyed special supply privileges. Plus, he had a disciple from Fujian whose family owned tea mountains. Every year, they'd send him a huge package of their finest tea. As everyone knows, farmers always keep the best stuff for their own families and sell the inferior stuff to city folks. Han Qingyan rolled her eyes as Lin Fan sipped his tea, feeling as if he were drinking her hard-earned blood. I have no proof, she said, but a woman's intuition tells me he's searching for something. Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan, her expression laden with meaning. Lin Fan gasped, you wouldn't be saying he's looking for me, would you? Highly likely. After all, your performance during Operation Thunderbolt was the most outstanding. Han Qingyan frowned, pondering for a moment before adding, if I were Zhang Xiaoyu and I had a mission, it would be to find the most valuable target. And during the operation on South Island, you were the most valuable. A single man forced back an entire carrier strike group, leaving the Indo-Pacific commander of the Eagle's Nest, Morrison, utterly humiliated. Spy operations always prioritize target value. Han Qingyan warned, if Zhang Xiaoyu is truly after you, you'd better watch your back. You're exaggerating, Lin Fan said with a smile, though he knew better. The Eagle Squad was undoubtedly searching for him, but a low-level Freemason like Zhang Xiaoyu likely didn't have clearance for such a high-level mission. It would be more likely to be the Langley Intelligence Agency. Still, Lin Fan wasn't overly concerned. Soon he'd be heading off to work with Young Dragon, and he'd be out of sight for a while. The heat would naturally die down. He glanced at Han Qingyan. Dr. Han was also a high-value target, given her involvement in the Beidou satellite system project. You're forgetting yourself. I think Zhang Xiaoyu's real target is you, Lin Fan chuckled. His approach to you probably has nothing to do with Operation Thunderbolt. It's all about the Beidou system. This time, things have gotten really messy. How big? Han Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. Whenever Lin Fan phrased it like this, something major was bound to happen. Lin Fan paused before whispering, the Eagle's Nest lost 3 communications satellites. 1 military satellite was destroyed in a controlled detonation. Han Qingyan was stunned. Having worked on the navigation system project, she knew exactly how severe a satellite loss was. This was terrifying news. She hadn't heard a thing about it, yet Lin Fan knew. How do you know? I did it. Lin Fan gave a slight smile and tilted his chin toward Han Qingyan. Han Qingyan was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Fan as her breathing grew increasingly rapid. How could that be possible? Those are satellites. You can't just steal them. Eagle's satellite technology is highly advanced. They are, after all, a major space power. Lin Fan chuckled, expecting her disbelief. Fine, don't believe me. But it was indeed me. I installed a fake system on the computer, actually a Trojan specifically targeting Eagle Country's satellites. Zhang Xiaoyu and his crew gave it to Lin Hongyan. You know what happened next? Lin Hongyan died. I watched her sultry demise live on the surveillance feed. Han Qingyan blinked, unable to picture how Lin Hongyan had actually died. Just like your study materials, she was strangled by a foreigner while doing business with him. Lin Fan demonstrated, wrapping his hand around his own neck and pulling sharply, sticking out his tongue. Just like that, died naked. This operation dealt a devastating blow to the Illuminati. They lost a valuable female scientist, 3 satellites, and a military satellite was destroyed. The Eagle's direct losses exceeded $200 billion. Han Qingyan's face flushed slightly as she recalled the documentary footage she'd watched with Zhong Ai. A wave of unexplainable shock washed over her. So that's how Lin Hongyan died. Her eyes locked on Lin Fan as terror washed over her. But won't Eagle's people trace it back to me through the satellites? Doesn't that put me in danger? Lin Fan was setting her up. What if Eagle Squadron's people started tracking me? Chapter 119, Pretending to be a Couple. Lin Fan patted Han Qingyan's hand, signaling calmness. Startled for a moment, Han Qingyan didn't notice Lin Fan had touched her. Under normal circumstances, Han Qingyan would have been furious by now. Lin Fan chuckled, don't worry. I've cleaned up all the backdoors and left no traces. That's basic etiquette for a top-tier hacker, after all. Watching Han Qingyan, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Even Dr. Han had her fears, huh? With a faint smile, he added, you don't need to worry about Zhang Xiaoyu. Someone's keeping an eye on him. We're keeping him around to reel in bigger fish. Our authorities can be terrifying when they get serious. You might have even met one of our people already? Really? Han Qingyan couldn't recall. Lin Fan prompted, haven't you noticed anyone around Zhang Xiaoyu lately? Like his colleagues, students, or something? I only met his cousin. Han Qingyan froze mid-sentence. Her encounter with Zhang Xiaoyu's cousin had been unexpected, and the cousin seemed to have only a casual relationship with Zhang Xiaoyu. It suddenly clicked. I even added her contact info. She asked to connect with me. I thought it was odd at the time. So that's why. Don't say it out loud. Just keep it to yourself, Lin Fan chuckled. Zhang Xiaoyu definitely wants to learn more about Beidou from you. He might even be planning to trick you into going to the US. After all, you two were once lovers. Han Qingyan glared fiercely. Now that she knew Zhang Xiaoyu was a spy, how could she possibly still have any feelings for him? She wanted to arrest him immediately. Han Qingyan snapped, if it weren't for you, how would I have ever crossed paths with someone like him? Blame me? Well, I have something to say about that. You begged me to help you. Losing the classified documents, does that have anything to do with me? Lin Fan retorted bluntly. If I hadn't helped you, you'd be sitting in jail right now. Bit the hand that fed you, huh? Han Qingyan sighed. She couldn't really blame Lin Fan. The leaker at the research institute still hadn't been found, and because of that, she hadn't been reinstated to her position yet. When will this ever end? Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Why the rush? This game has only just begun. We're in the shadows, while Zhang Xiaoyu is out in the open. What's there to fear? Easy for you to say. Zhang Xiaoyu is incredibly suspicious. No way. You can't leave Beijing for now. And you and I, let's just act like we're dating for now. Lin Fan gasped. Dr. Han, I sell my skills, not my body, okay? Besides, Zhong Ai and I had a complicated history. Now you want to snatch her love interest? Your so-called sisterhood is totally fake. Han Qingyan snapped, you can't spit out pearls from a dog's mouth, can you? I meant we'll pretend to be a couple first. That way, Zhang Xiaoyu will give up on me, and I'll be safer. Besides, I'm the one at a disadvantage here, and you're complaining? What disadvantage? Lin Fan retorted angrily. I'm still a virgin. I'm barely in my 20s, and you're 6 years older than me. 2 gold bricks could crush someone to death. Han Qingyan grabbed Lin Fan's ear without a word. Come on, say that again. Is a girl's age something you just throw around? Trying to provoke me, huh? I'll fight you to the death. Lin Fan immediately pleaded helplessly, I'm sorry, can we show a little martial courtesy? What kind of situation is this? A big shot like me getting his ear pulled by a woman. Dr. Han is so violent, no wonder she has no boyfriend. At her age, she can only get her kicks from studying reference materials. Lin Fan mentally railed against Han Qingyan. Han Qingyan released Lin Fan, her gaze icy as she stared at him. Do you think I enjoy this? I have no choice. Zhang Xiaoyu is hounding me, calling 10 times a day. I can't reveal his true identity. What if he gets desperate? You want to help me deal with him, right? Once he gives up, you can leave. As for Zhou Mei, Han Qingyan couldn't spare the energy to worry about him right now. She needed to deal with her own mess first. An ordinary researcher like her never imagined she'd get entangled with spies. The thought filled Han Qingyan with despair. If she didn't save herself, trouble was bound to follow. She had no choice but to drag Lin Fan into this. Though he was unreliable and heartless, at least he seemed experienced with spies. The thought made Han Qingyan freeze, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. How do you know so much about this stuff? Only then did Han Qingyan realize something was off. Ordinary people never encountered such situations naturally, they wouldn't know how to handle them. But where would a college student like Lin Fan have learned about these things? Fixing her gaze on Lin Fan, Han Qingyan warned, "Don't tell me you learned this from movies. Reality is reality. Don't take me for a fool." Lin Fan smiled faintly. It's a natural talent. Talent? There's such a thing? Why wouldn't there be? I am one. Lin Fan thought to himself. In his previous life, he'd taken down countless spies. This was nothing compared to that. He'd even eliminated a whole bunch of Eagle's ace agents. Zhang Xiaoyu was nowhere near that level, utterly insignificant. He thought he was hiding well, but to Lin Fan, his flaws were glaringly obvious everywhere. He was just another disposable pawn, like Lin Hongyan, ready to be discarded at any moment. Han Qingyan reluctantly accepted this as the only temporary solution. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaoyu's call came through. Zhang Xiaoyu, unconvinced that Han Qingyan and Lin Fan cared, was calling to test the waters. Han Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan, quickly sat beside him, draped an arm over his shoulder, and rested her head against it before opening the video call. Lin Fan flashed a warm smile at the camera and greeted enthusiastically, "Hello, Teacher Zhang. I'm having tea with Dr. Han right now. We'll head out for dinner soon." Lin Fan turned his head and was met with Han Qingyan's stunning face. Up close, her skin was flawless, smooth as jade, delicate and rosy, pure white like a piece of white jade with a refreshing fragrance. It was irresistibly tempting to kiss. Lin Fan couldn't help but exhale softly. Han Qingyan's lashes fluttered. A blush spread across her neck, quickly engulfing her entire face, making her look as delicate and rosy as a peach blossom. Han Qingyan felt slightly uncomfortable. Never before had a boy come this close to her. It felt unfamiliar and strange, making her heart race. "Honey, let's grab dinner and catch a movie later. I've already booked the hotel. You won't stand me up tonight, right? Hope you're not on your period or anything." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly in his element. Han Qingyan had been tugging at her own ear earlier, but now it was her turn to get revenge. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a withering look, a mix of exasperation and resignation, 7 parts irritation, 3 parts frustration, and 1 part urge to punch him. But under Zhang Xiaoyu's watchful gaze, she had no choice but to nod. "Oh, I see. Well, sorry to bother you then." Zhang Xiaoyu hung up the phone expressionless. Chapter 120, Free Stuff is the Best. Han Qingyan quickly sat back down in her original seat, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. "Hotel? Aunt Flo? You sure know your stuff. And watching a movie? It'll be midnight by the time you finish. Guess you won't be going home, huh? Isn't that the usual routine? You want to crush Zhang Xiaoyu's hopes. What's wrong with me saying that?" Lin Fan argued with righteous indignation. "Isn't that how dates work? Dinner, movie, then hotel, the whole package." Han Qingyan snorted coldly, her mood sour. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "If you're not satisfied, we can skip the movie and dinner altogether and go straight to the hotel." "Hotel my ass. You haven't had enough of taking advantage of me? Forget about it." "Fine." Lin Fan pulled out his phone and started calculating. "Then let's be even more direct. No hotel, no movie, no dinner. I figured it out, dinner alone would be at least 600, the movie another 300, and the hotel definitely needs to be decent, so at least 800 for the night. If it's a proper date, it'd cost 1700. I'm the guy, so normally I'd pay, but since we're skipping all that, just transfer me 850. Lin Fan held his phone, shoving the payment QR code right in Han Qingyan's face. Han Qingyan was stunned. Was this how it worked? He wanted to rip her off for over 800 without spending a dime? You think I'm a sucker? Dr. Han, if you put it that way, your head isn't big. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. Your head proportions are excellent, absolutely perfect. Her head might not be big, but she was old. Han Qingyan was furious. Damn Lin Fan. Don't even think about swindling my money. How is it scamming? If we'd gone on a full service date, that's exactly what it would have cost. But at least I'd have gotten emotional value for my money, not a loss. But we didn't, did we? So I've lost out on a potentially wonderful date. Don't you owe me compensation? Emotional value can't be bought with money. You're freeloading. Lin Fan declared that freeloading was the most despicable behavior under heaven. Without a doubt. Lin Fan muttered under his breath, freeloaders have absolutely no morals. But you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, shouldn't you cover the costs? With my fair complexion and bright smile, even if you worshipped a wealthy woman, you wouldn't earn just 800 yuan a day. Why is there such a huge gap between Miss Zhou Mei and Miss Zhou Mei? Looking at it this way, Zhou Mei is definitely more generous. As Lin Fan spoke, he found himself nostalgic for Zhou Mei, that rich, beautiful woman. Once, an opportunity to coast through life had been right in front of him, but he hadn't shown the slightest interest. If only he hadn't been so educated, if he'd just been an ordinary guy. Then he could have been a little puppy dog without any burdens. Han Qingyan couldn't stand Lin Fan's constant nagging anymore. She scanned the money to him, can you shut up now? Thank you for your patronage. Lin Fan was satisfied. There wasn't anything he couldn't get his hands on, and 850 wasn't bad at all. Every penny counts for researchers. Words are me too. After all, he was pretty broke. Lin Fan looked at Han Qingyan earnestly. Let's talk about something serious. What? How did we meet? Who chased who? You chased me. Lin Fan touched his own face, unwilling to accept it. Why would I, being so young, go after that old woman? Were the college girls not appealing enough? Or was it because you're older? That doesn't make sense. Han Qingyan's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it, he was bringing up her age again. Dare you mention my age one more time, and I'll beat you to a pulp. Is this for me? Of course it's for you. Lin Fan looked genuinely hurt. You're ungrateful for all this effort. You said Zhang Xiaoyu is suspicious he won't give up easily. If we're putting on a show, we need to go all the way. If we act clueless when he questions us, he'll see right through it. He's not some love-struck fool or desperate suitor. We need to be professional about this. Han Qingyan took a deep breath to suppress her anger, snapping, You're no angel either. Then how do you explain how we met? Who chased who? Lin Fan replied earnestly, I think we were online friends originally. You were an older woman lonely for a young guy, then one day you were on a business trip up north and asked to meet me. You were blown away by me and started pursuing me like crazy. Han Qingyan's eyes widened. You've got some nerve saying that. Lin Fan shrugged off her disdain. Dr. Han, this fits your persona perfectly. You're an older single woman after all. Despite your brilliance, loneliness creeps in. You craved a younger toy boy and I was that handsome, talented, broke guy. It all makes sense. Seeing Lin Fan's shameless expression, Han Qingyan felt an overwhelming urge to beat him to a pulp right then and there. She still felt he was making fun of her. Han Qingyan shrugged it off, fine, whatever. Right. So our arrangement is this, whenever we hang out, you're covering the tab. After all, my persona is the handsome but broke type, spending money fits the character perfectly. Han Qingyan suddenly snapped out of it and lashed out at Lin Fan, you just want me to spend money, don't you? No way, Lin Fan thought to himself that was exactly what he wanted, but he wouldn't admit it. Sis spending money is just her love for her little bro. After all, Sis is older. Han Qingyan snapped, shut up. Stop talking. You're going to drive me crazy. You're something else. Well, when you're broke, your ambitions shrink and your hair grows long, it's just how it is. Lin Fan adopted a I'm poor, so I'm entitled attitude, speaking with righteous indignation. Free stuff makes me happy. Keep freeloading, keep happy. Got it? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu paced restlessly in his office, his expression shifting like a kaleidoscope. His mind was filled with images of Han Qingyan and Lin Fan leaning close together, shoulder to shoulder. Rage burned within him, growing more intense with every thought. He was so outstanding, yet Han Qingyan kept her distance from him, choosing instead some puppy boy, the very same puppy boy who used to be her best friends. Zhang Xiaoyu had long assumed Lin Fan was Zhou Mei's boyfriend. After all, the last time they'd all met, Zhou Mei's gaze toward Lin Fan had been unmistakably sticky and clingy. Anyone would assume Lin Fan and Zhou Mei were a couple. Zhang Xiaoyu decided to call Zhou Mei directly. Knowing her boyfriend had flirted with Han Qingyan would surely drive a wedge between Lin Fan and Han Qingyan. Then he could step in, win Han Qingyan over, and not only get the beauty but also recruit her to his side, helping him complete the Illuminati's mission. Zhang Xiaoyu exhaled, then hurriedly reassured Zhou Mei once the call connected. Zhou Mei, he said, I think I just saw your boyfriend. Huh? What? Zhou Mei's voice sounded confused. Lin Fan had already made things clear to her, and she couldn't process it immediately. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly explained the situation. Zhou Mei gasped, Lin Fan hasn't come back yet? Just as expected. Nothing was more intolerable to a woman than a man's infidelity. Zhang Xiaoyu's tone was grave. Zhou Mei, your boyfriend is a real piece of work. He's been flirting with Qingyan behind your back. They're together right now, planning to have dinner and watch a movie tonight, then head to a hotel. I just couldn't stand by and watch, so I'm telling you. But don't say it came from me, I don't want Qingyan to misunderstand me. Chapter 121, This thigh is a golden thigh. Zhou Mei hung up and immediately contacted Han Qingyan. Learning about Zhang Xiaoyu's issue, Zhou Ai declared she wasn't stupid enough to fall for it. She also knew Zhang Xiaoyu was pursuing Han Qingyan with ulterior motives. Zhou Ai smirked smugly. That dumb bird Zhang Xiaoyu thinks I'm some brainless girl? Actually thought I was a toxic friend? Who does he think he's looking down on? Zhou Ai emphasized that she and Han Qingyan shared an extraordinary bond as best friends who studied advanced materials together. Zhang Xiaoyu had seriously underestimated her. Han Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhou Ai hadn't misunderstood her, she finally relaxed. After glancing at Lin Fan, Han Qingyan whispered to Zhou Ai, Lin Fan is here too. Do you want to come over? I'll send you the address. Zhou Ai froze, stammering for a moment before finally saying, I'd rather not see him yet. I'm still recovering from him? How is he? He's okay. Does he have enough money? Ask him for me. Han Qingyan sighed inwardly. Why did this woman always think about spending money on others? Zhou Ai's personality left Han Qingyan feeling helpless. Lin Fan seems completely unaffected. He was a cold-blooded animal. Zhou Ai had misplaced her affection. Han Qingyan felt so sorry for Zhou Ai that a bold idea suddenly struck her. She took the phone and moved aside, whispering, Why don't you come over? You can trick him into going to the hotel. What do you mean? What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. Haven't you been wanting to go to a hotel with him for ages? Han Qingyan made it clear she wasn't opposed. To help her best friend, she took the initiative. I'll keep her occupied. You come over later, get him drunk. Even if you don't love him anymore, at least get something out of it. Fine, I'll help you out. Zhou Ai perked up at the idea. That worked too. Lin Fan was cold and ruthless? This girl would play cold and ruthless to sleep with him and walk away without responsibility. Zhou Ai nervously asked, If I do this, you won't look down on me, right? Not at all. It's all Lin Fan's fault. Han Qingyan declared enthusiastically, readily betraying Lin Fan all for her best friend. After hanging up, Han Qingyan told Lin Fan that Zhou Ai would be coming over soon, wanting to see his reaction. But she was disappointed. Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened, so Comet made her want to punch him. Lin Fan was no spring chicken. His mindset was different from Han Qingyan's. Oh, well, we'll wait for her then. Han Qingyan was dissatisfied with Lin Fan's reaction. Even though Lin Fan and Zhou Ai hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, Zhou Ai was utterly devoted to him. Surely Lin Fan should have shown some concern? What's with this calm act? Don't you have anything to say to Zhou Ai? Lin Fan chuckled. I already apologized to her. And to you too I've apologized. Using you both was wrong of me, but I did it for a greater cause. Your composure is downright terrifying. Han Qingyan felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't help but think that while rationality was a virtue, being as coldly logical as Lin Fan bordered on disaster. Han Qingyan set down her teacup and stared at Lin Fan. Don't you think you're being selfish? She'd witnessed how deeply Zhou Ai adored Lin Fan, how utterly smitten she was. Yet Lin Fan kept her dangling, acting like a total jerk. He neither rejected her nor committed, just doing his own thing, acting like any other jerk. It was incredibly irresponsible. Lin Fan froze, his expression sour. You can call me cold-hearted or overly rational, I won't argue with that. I am what I am. But selfish? That's going too far. Lin Fan regarded Han Qingyan coolly, his eyes flashing with icy rationality. I'm a scientist. Emotions only cloud my judgment in research. Science demands logic and logic is cold, hard numbers, countless lonely nights spent working. I can't abandon my research just because someone likes or dislikes me. Research is about necessity, not sentiment. Because it's necessary, I must give it my all. Emotions are meaningless. Lin Fan smiled. When my discoveries are applied where our nation needs them, when my technology powers missiles and aircraft carriers, when foreign adversaries learn humility because of my work, then it all becomes worthwhile. Lin Fan sneered, without these cold, ruthless researchers, would you have your comfortable life today? You can't enjoy the fruits of our labor and then demand more from us researchers. People shouldn't push their luck. Lin Fan concluded, you women want too much yet refuse to give anything in return. That's your flaw. That's why I'm so strict with my female subordinates. Han Qingyan felt a chill run down her spine under Lin Fan's piercing stare. Could any sane person utter such words? All your talk can't hide the fact that you're a scumbag, Han Qingyan retorted, pouting. Unable to out-argue Lin Fan, she felt deeply uncomfortable. He was clearly a scumbag, yet Lin Fan elevated his excuses to a national level, a technically skilled scumbag. He was a master at moral blackmail. Han Qingyan felt utterly outmatched by Lin Fan. He was more womanly than any woman. Lin Fan dismissed her with disdain. What a pity such a petty woman couldn't grasp the greater good of family and nation. Han Qingyan still couldn't shake the feeling of unease. You're just a college student. What kind of researcher are you? What have you actually researched? The way you talk, someone might mistake you for a super scientist. Questioning my abilities? Lin Fan decided to knock Han Qingyan down a peg. With a female scholar like Dr. Han, whose intelligence was superior, the only way to make her obey was to defeat her at her strongest point. Lin Fan smiled. I won't bother proving my hacking skills. But I published a paper titled Theoretical Feasibility of Controlled Nuclear Fusion and Preliminary Principles of Reaction Devices. Have you heard of it? Han Qingyan fell silent. As a fellow researcher, she instantly recognized the paper's significance upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan smiled faintly. This paper is now classified. I suspect the state has already begun secretly planning this engineering project. When the time comes, I will definitely be involved. The Dragon Nation's style has always been to operate covertly. No one knows what's being developed until it's unveiled, stunning the entire world. After Lin Fan's paper was published, it was quickly restricted. Only those with specific clearance could access it. Even Lin Fan himself needed Old Su's assistance to access it. Despite being the author, he lacked the clearance due to insufficient security level. Lin Fan smiled wryly. The whole situation struck him as rather amusing. Lin Fan continued, I have an electromagnetic catapult project and an electromagnetic cannon project coming up. I need an assistant for data processing. Dr. Han, are you interested? Ha? What do you mean? I think your data processing skills are solid. I'm giving you a chance, let me take you to new heights. Lin Fan slapped his thigh. This thigh is made of gold, Dr. Han. Wanna grab a piece? You? Han Qingyan looked utterly incredulous. Wasn't this supposed to be about romantic feelings? How did it turn into a job interview? Han Qingyan was speechless. I have my own work. I have no interest in playing games with you. You give off a bad vibe, your motives are dirty. For my own safety, I'd rather keep my distance from you. Chapter 122, Getting to Know Each Other Again. Lin Fan felt like a fog to Han Qingyan, impenetrable, unfathomable. She just wanted to avoid him. Once this whole thing was over and her life returned to normal, she'd depack her bags and travel. Meeting Lin Fan nearly cost her her best friend, but luckily Zhou Mei was a girl whose heart was bigger than her chest. Han Qingyan felt losing a best friend over a man like Lin Fan wasn't worth it. Conversely, losing Lin Fan wouldn't be much of a loss. Spotting Lin Fan's phone on the table, she glanced at it as it flashed. Her eyes froze instantly. She caught a glimpse of a string of numbers on his screen, a set of data that looked eerily familiar. Han Qingyan's workplace conducted annual physicals, so she knew her body measurements inside out. As a data processing expert herself, she memorized the figures at a glance. Han Qingyan was momentarily dumbfounded. How could Lin Fan have her body measurements? You have a message. Without proof that the data belonged to her, Han Qingyan watched Lin Fan impassively. Lin Fan nodded, picked up his phone, and a guilty look flashed across his eyes as he averted his gaze. He just caught Han Qingyan glancing at his phone's language settings. The message had probably been seen. That bastard Lin Fan, why did he have to contact him at this exact moment? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel annoyed. His persona couldn't be compromised. Fiddling with her body measurements right in front of her? Just the thought felt sleazy. Seeing Lin Fan staring at his phone, Han Qingyan wanted to confirm something and asked, is that a set of data? It looks familiar to me. Oh, just ordinary data. Ordinary? Han Qingyan remained impassive. What aspect are you referring to? A certain kind of synthetic toy. That description wasn't inaccurate, after all it was just a toy, nothing wrong with that. Lin Fan forced himself to stay calm. As long as he remained as steady as an old dog, Han Qingyan wouldn't notice anything. Han Qingyan paused slightly. A toy? So the one you created with your data must be life-sized, right? After speaking, Han Qingyan paused, as if suddenly realizing life-size toys? Those weren't exactly common on the market. Then she remembered Lin Fan was a man, though he carried himself with an icy demeanor, he was still just a young guy in his early 20s. Han Qingyan chuckled inwardly, but fearing Lin Fan might fly into a rage, she forced herself to suppress the smile. Yet the thought that Han Qingyan had believed her guess annoyed her. She recalled how the data matched her own measurements perfectly, which only added to her irritation. Pride prevented her from asking Lin Fan directly, so she simply studied him with her eyes, hoping to catch a hint. Lin Fan's face tightened, his tone betraying unease as he changed the subject. Didn't Zhou Mei say she was coming? Why isn't she here yet? Why don't you call and give her a nudge? Han Qingyan, still preoccupied with the data, probed cautiously. That last set of measurements you entered seemed pretty close to Zhou Mei's body specs. Could it actually be Zhou Mei's data? Lin Fan chuckled, you're overthinking it. If Zhou Mei doesn't show up soon, I'm leaving. Everyone's busy. Han Qingyan insisted on getting to the bottom of this. She couldn't let Lin Fan slip away. Who knew where he'd end up? Humph, men's words are like deceitful ghosts. Are you feeling guilty and afraid to face Zhou Mei, so you're making excuses? Got a guilty conscience and can't meet the girl? I'm afraid you'll find out the truth about the measurements and kill me. Lin Fan sidestepped the topic, avoiding mention of Zhou Mei. I'm working on a project research for the state. You know humanoid robots? Or mecha suits? Those figures relate to that field. I'm collaborating with a classmate and we've made some progress. That explanation fits my persona perfectly. Clever as I am, Lin Fan thought to himself, flashing a composed smile. Han Qingyan wouldn't suspect anything else. If she did think of something unsavory, he'd simply accuse her of having an unhealthy mind. Offense and defense, all covered. As for humanoid robots, Lin Fan had always intended to research them. It was part of the Southern Heavenly Gate project. You couldn't rely on humans to fight at 30,000 feet. Robots were the best solution. Lin Fan countered, "You didn't happen to see the data and start imagining something inappropriate, did you? If so, you've completely misunderstood me." Han Qingyan fell silent. Could she really have misinterpreted it? Yet she also realized Lin Fan's words implied she was the one with improper thoughts. Han Qingyan grew irritated. "I'm worried your youth might lead you astray. Once you go down that path, it's hard to turn back. A sharp mind like yours should be used for proper things. I'm only reminding you because we're friends. Most people wouldn't even bother. And I'm supposed to thank you?" Lin Fan retorted. Seeing Han Qingyan's dismissive expression, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He loved her impulsive nature. She genuinely startled him earlier. Too bad it was so close, otherwise I'd have blown my cover. But then Lin Fan found himself in a bind. He planned to bring up the data matter with Han Qingyan, sign a contract, and pay her some fees to avoid future complications. Now it was awkward to bring it up. Han Qingyan was stealing glances at him again, clearly not fully buying his story. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Clever people really aren't cute. No wonder men prefer women who are a bit dim. They're easier to deceive and less mentally exhausting. After a while, Zhong Ai finally arrived. She entered, her skin as pink and smooth as a freshly boiled egg. Plump and rounded, she was dressed neatly and understatedly, looking unexpectedly beautiful to Lin Fan. Han Qingyan, however, was displeased. Zhong Ai had gone to such lengths to dress up for whom? For that worthless man, Lin Fan. Rolling her eyes at Zhong Ai, Han Qingyan snapped, "Ha! All dressed up, did you hit the beauty salon? But what good is looking pretty? He won't give you a second glance. That heartless bastard is like a cold-blooded animal, completely uninterested in women. You wasted all that effort for nothing." Lin Fan felt utterly mortified. This was worse than being killed. Having his face plastered on a billboard was bad enough. He could only force a smile, desperately trying to maintain his image. Zhong Ai retorted, "So what if I pamper myself? It's not for anyone else's benefit, just to lift my own spirits. Besides, meeting friends calls for tidying up. Are we research girls forbidden from dressing up? You'd be happy with bare faces every day, wouldn't you?" After taking a jab at Han Qingyan, Zhong Ai immediately turned to greet Lin Fan with her usual sweet smile and unchanging warmth. Lin Fan instantly regained his composure. Zhong Ai was far easier to handle than Han Qingyan. "You look stunning today." Zhong Ai's big eyes narrowed playfully. "Do you like it? I did this especially for you. Let's have a drink later tonight." Zhong Ai gazed at Lin Fan with pleading eyes, her face begging him. They hadn't properly shared a drink since they first met. Zhong Ai waved her hand dismissively. "The past is behind us. Let's get to know each other anew." Chapter 123, Betrayal, Again and Again. Zhong Ai was filled with joy. The past was behind them. She'd already discussed it with her best friend. Tonight they were going to take down Lin Fan. If she couldn't have him forever, having him just once would suffice. A Beijing girl never backs down. Lin Fan sensed something off, but brushed it off. After all, he was a man. What could Zhong Ai possibly do to him? She couldn't exactly hit him. This girl seemed easy to handle, nothing like Han Qingyan, who was clever enough to give you a headache. He promptly shook Zhong Ai's hand, reintroducing himself to ease the awkwardness. Lin Fan found himself genuinely admiring her attitude toward life. She could take things in stride and let them go. So cheerful. Lin Fan exclaimed, "Sis Zhong, your character is truly admirable. The grace of a great general, never petty or vindictive. I didn't know you before, but now I do. Only after getting to know you do I realize how great you are. We're good friends now, right? Our collaboration will continue, won't it?" Zhong Ai smiled and nodded. The collaboration wouldn't just continue, it would deepen. "Damn Lin Fan, tonight I'll drain you dry and make it unforgettable." Zhong Ai said, "Lin Fan, even though things didn't work out between us, my admiration for you remains unchanged. I still like you. Liking you is my business. You wouldn't care anyway." "Of course. Being liked is a happy thing," Lin Fan replied, his expression unflinching, utterly unconcerned, like a true scoundrel. "We're all players in this game. It's all about being able to take it or leave it." Han Qingyan listened, feeling awkward and displeased. Good grief, these two really had no shame. If you think so highly of each other, why not just make it work? Zhong Ai quickly chimed in, "I'm fine with it." "Do you have a problem, Lin Fan?" Lin Fan replied, "Let's be honest. I know my personality flaws. I'm not a good boyfriend, and I might not make a good husband either. I'm not even sure I can find someone suitable." Han Qingyan sneered coldly, "At least you know yourself. That makes you somewhat human." Zhong Ai shot Han Qingyan a warning glare, silently urging her to watch her words. If Lin Fan stormed off in anger, where would she find a man tonight? She wouldn't settle for just any man. Han Xingyan could only stew in silent frustration, exasperated with Zhong Ai. Zhong Ai interjected, Lin Fan, don't take it to heart. Xingyan didn't mean anything by it. She's probably just envious of how close we are. Han Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the words she'd heard. Me, envious? One cold-blooded and ruthless, the other clinging desperately. You two are truly the cream of the crop. Looking at the three of them, Han Xingyan felt she was the only one within the realm of normalcy. Lin Fan, of course, didn't care. Having scraped by for 2 decades, what was there left to be upset about? Since everyone seemed to have put past grievances aside for today's gathering, he decided to have a drink later. Sis Zhong, let's have a drink later. I'll toast with you. Refreshing. That's exactly why I like you, Zhong Ai replied. Let's head to Nightlawn Bar. I know the owner, she's a friend of mine, a stunning beauty with real class. She dabbled in showbiz for a while as a minor celebrity before opening this bar and becoming an investor. Lin Fan didn't care. No matter how stunning she was, she couldn't compare to Han Xingyan. Han Xingyan was just a bit older, at least to Lin Fan. Among peers, she was ageless. Lin Fan thought to himself that Han Xingyan's measurements were mathematically verified. Except for being overly clever, which makes me feel a bit uneasy, everything else about her is perfect. Lin Fan chuckled, is this beauty friend of yours even prettier than Dr. Han? Zhong Ai replied, they're different styles. Xingyan is genuinely stunning, every aspect is flawless. She could easily make a living off her looks, yet she chooses to earn her salary with her brain. My beautiful boss, on the other hand, is a mature, sophisticated type, exactly what men find most appealing. Lin Fan hummed in acknowledgement, his heart unmoved. Beauties like that only slow down this old man's research. Today's mission was to mend ties with Zhong Ai, so Lin Fan reluctantly dragged himself to that den of iniquity known as a bar. He had always kept himself pure and never set foot in such places. Zhong Ai made a call to reserve a table. The three of them took a car to the destination. Upon arrival, they found the entrance to Nightlawn Bar bustling with activity, prime time for customers. Zhong Ai used her connections to get Lin Fan and Han Xingyan inside. They found their reserved seats, and Zhong Ai ordered strong liquor. Lin Fan froze, unable to protest, and could only silently acquiesce. Han Xingyan exchanged a meaningful glance but remained silent. Zhong Ai began drinking, urging Lin Fan to join him. Glass after glass, sip after sip, their cheeks gradually flushed crimson. Lin Fan drank a little too. Zhong Ai looked at him, dumbfounded. Lin Fan, you don't react to alcohol at all. Are you okay? Perfectly sober, Lin Fan chuckled. My dad was a lifelong drinker. He started feeding me alcohol when I was a kid. After my college entrance exams, he threw a banquet to celebrate my acceptance. I drank the entire bottle by myself. Han Xingyan grew anxious, her voice uncertain. Drink the entire table dry? How much did you consume? 15 pounds of old liquor, the kind we make locally. Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan were instantly dumbfounded. 15 pounds? If they tried to keep up with Lin Fan, they'd pass out drunk before he even got tipsy. Homemade liquor packs a much stronger punch than regular baijiu. Han Xingyan glared at him. But didn't you get drunk after just one sip of beer on the South Island? Zhong Ai nodded frantically, then stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan. Realizing what she'd said, she gasped, you were faking it. You're unbelievable. Did you think we'd eat you or something? Lin Fan passing out after one sip on South Island was etched into Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan's memories. They felt like fools, unable to believe it themselves. Who gets drunk from one sip of beer? But Lin Fan's acting was so convincing, they hadn't caught on at the time. Lin Fan gave a wry smile. Back then, we weren't close. If I'd started drinking, would you have kept up with me? 15 pounds of booze, that's a serious amount, you know? I'm just naturally awesome. No way around it. I was worried getting drunk would scare you off since we'd only just met. But now it's different, we're close. Tonight, I'll go all out drinking with you. What do you say? Zhong Ai gauged her own tolerance, shook her head in alarm, and looked utterly conflicted. Getting Lin Fan drunk seemed impossible, but what if she ended up getting herself wasted instead? After taking a sip with Lin Fan, Zhong Ai whispered into Han Xingyan's ear, what should I do? He can drink so much, I'm afraid I can't handle him alone. How much can you drink? Han Xingyan snapped, you're the one sleeping with him, not me. I've already betrayed him once. Zhong Ai chuckled, there's only a first time and countless times. Since it's already happened, what's one more? I'm so fed up I won't rest until I sleep with him. Han Xingyan was furious, listen to yourself. Is this how a girl should talk? Such predatory words. Lin Fan is cunning, he probably already has plans. Zhong Ai scoffed, impossible. Unless you told him I was going after him, you betrayed me. Han Xingyan was too furious to speak, but Zhong Ai's pleading wore her down. After a moment's thought, she shared a recipe, ordinary ingredients that would undergo a peculiar chemical reaction when mixed with alcohol. Chapter 124, The Capital City's Tough as Nails Lady. In places like bars, all sorts of strange concoctions circulate, most involving men and women. Ordinary items mixed with alcohol can trigger unexpected chemical effects. Zhou Ai listened in astonishment, then quickly made an excuse to find a friend who had these items, determined to give Lin Fan an answer. Watching Zhou Ai leave, Lin Fan asked curiously, "What were you two whispering about?" Han Qingyan felt a pang of guilt and whispered, "Maybe you should leave soon." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "I've never been to a bar before. It's a rare occasion. If I leave before Zhou Ai has had her fill, it'll embarrass her." Han Qingyan was speechless. "You're not usually heartless and only care about the greater good? How come you're suddenly considering others and worrying about their face?" Lin Fan replied bluntly, "They're not mutually exclusive. I just know how to prioritize what's important and what's secondary. Besides, even if Zhou Ai and I aren't in a romantic relationship, we're still business partners." Han Qingyan pressed, "You still have business dealings? You didn't take money from her, did you?" Looking down on Lin Fan, taking Zhou Ai's money, then rejecting the mortal world 100% scumbag material. He's mastered the art of freeloading. Seeing Han Qingyan's reaction, Lin Fan knew the PhD was overthinking it. But since the partnership was still uncertain, he simply said he'd rented Zhou Ai's villa as a base and planned to start a small business in Beijing to earn some extra cash. He dared not mention the adult doll business. Han Qingyan sneered, "If you just submit to Zhou Ai, you'll have everything." Lin Fan replied, "I don't earn money for myself. Besides, if I wanted to make money, I could get rich easily. Just buying stocks could turn me into a fortune. Right now, I have no choice, but later, I won't need to earn money anymore." Seeing how casually Lin Fan spoke, Han Qingyan scoffed, "You think making money is easy? You talk like you're some kind of financial genius." Lin Fan reminded her, "I'm a top-tier hacker. If I got desperate, you think I couldn't just break into the Eagle's house and steal some cash? That's illegal." Han Qingyan hesitated, momentarily forgetting Lin Fan's formidable hacking skills. Lin Fan chuckled, "As long as I don't get caught, I'm the righteous one." Han Qingyan fell silent. She couldn't win an argument with Lin Fan once he got shameless. She was completely helpless. He actually wanted to use his skills to steal money? He had no moral boundaries whatsoever. Han Qingyan suddenly felt less troubled. Betraying someone like Lin Fan felt like delivering righteous judgment. He deserved it. Zhou Ai bounced back, handing Lin Fan a glass of green liquor. "Try this. My friend made a new blend. Give me your verdict." Zhou Ai had enlisted her boss's friend to concoct a spiked drink, now watching Lin Fan expectantly. Lin Fan sniffed it, slightly surprised. Zhou Ai and Han Qingyan quickly turned their heads, pretending to admire the scenery, though their hearts pounded with anxiety. Lin Fan detected something off about the drink just from the scent. After all, he was a military scientist. How could he not understand chemistry? How else would he formulate explosives and fuel? Lin Fan said, "Thanks, Sister Zhong. But since it's new, let's all share it. That way, we'll get more opinions, and it'll be more useful." Lin Fan promptly poured drinks for Han Qingyan and Zhou Ai. "If we're going down, we're all going down together." No way was he taking the fall alone. The two women fell silent, frozen like two stunned melons. Han Qingyan shot Zhou Ai a furious glare, blaming her for this mess. Now they were stuck. Drink it or suffer the consequences. If Lin Fan figured out Zhou Ai had drugged him, it would be utterly mortifying. Zhou Ai bit her tongue, glancing at Lin Fan with a sigh. This was too hard. Men were too sharp, leaving her no chance at all. Lin Fan smiled warmly as he placed the blanket down, his words dripping with politeness. "Zhou Ai's friends are so kind, and Zhou Ai herself is wonderful. To think she'd go out of her way to look out for me, inviting me to try this new wine. Such friends are truly loyal. I'm genuinely envious that Zhou Ai has such good friends." Zhou Ai flushed crimson, rubbing her hands together as she bowed her head. It felt worse than death. Han Qingyan played dead. After all, it was Zhou Ai who'd started this whole thing. She wasn't really responsible. Seeing the two of them frozen in place, Lin Fan accidentally knocked over a cup, spilling the wine. "What a waste," he remarked. "I'll have something else. But Dr. Han and Sister Zhong, don't let your friend's kind gesture go to waste." He pointed at their empty glasses. "A friend's heart is poured into these cups. Drink up." "Whoa!" The two glared at each other, looking utterly mortified, speechless for a long moment. Lin Fan pressed, "Why aren't you drinking? Is there something wrong with the wine? It just has a weird color. Why is it green?" Deeply meaningful. Han Qingyan thought to herself, "This Lin Fan is utterly despicable, with no moral boundaries whatsoever." She looked at him and said, "You know it's really inappropriate to pressure girls into drinking in a bar, right?" Lin Fan retorted, "Where's the coercion? Don't smear my good name. This is Sister Zhong, a friend treating us. A drink in this bar costs at least $100. That's 1/3, $30. If you won't drink, pay up $50. Just pay the fine." Lin Fan pulled out his phone and opened the payment QR code. Han Qingyan was furious, "You're so broke you'd make money off anything." Zhou Ai nodded, having never seen this tactic before. "Playing abstract, huh?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "Let me tell you a terrifying truth. I'm actually quite skilled in many areas: electronic communications, computer technology, energy, aerospace, and I've made significant contributions in chemistry too. People call me the research and development big shot. Got it?" Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan felt a pang of guilt at Lin Fan's pointed remark. He'd called them out but kept quiet, sparing their dignity. The two obediently pulled out their phones to pay. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. Free stuff is the best. That old saying really rings true. What? Zhong Ai asked curiously. Han Xingyan rolled her eyes dismissively, knowing Lin Fan was about to show off again. Lin Fan declared, guys really need to protect themselves out here. People are treacherous. Oomph. He shot both of them a scornful look, leaving Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan flushed with embarrassment beyond measure. They felt like they could kill Lin Fan on the spot. Zhong Ai felt wronged and instantly flew into a rage. Spotting Lin Fan, she immediately plopped down beside him and pounced, wrapping her arms around his neck. Protect yourself, huh? How about you show me how to protect myself? You're not playing fair. Lin Fan exclaimed. With Zhong Ai's arms wrapped around his neck, he found himself momentarily unable to resist. If he tried to fight back, he'd inevitably touch other parts of her body. Oh my god. Lin Fan thought to himself, I get why you want to sleep with me, but you can't just force yourself on me like this. This is way too brazen. When a woman loses her shame, men are truly powerless. Han Xingyan leaned back on the sofa, her legs crossed, sneering coldly, fine. Just this once, Lin Fan, be obedient. What harm could Zhong Ai possibly do to you? Damn it, I'm your boyfriend now, and you're just selling me out like this? Lin Fan's face flushed as he snapped, you're ruthless. Zhong Ai sneered coldly, it's fake. Stop resisting, or I'll scream sexual assault. Just be a good boy, and I'll treat you well. Ha! Zhong Ai burst into maniacal laughter. Directness really suits me best. Chapter 125, A Green Flash. Lin Fan was speechless. Damn woman. Once exposed, she becomes utterly shameless, doesn't she? He couldn't resist, it was far too inconvenient. The slightest movement would brush against Zhong Ai's sensitive areas. I'm a proper college student, damn it. Han Xingyan completely ignored Lin Fan and Zhong Ai, grabbing her phone and preparing to leave. Zhong Ai, watch yourself tonight. Don't go too far after all, he's still a young man. Zhong Ai nodded with satisfaction. Young men have such strong vitality, so robust. She took a deep, hungry breath over Lin Fan, her eyes gleaming like a female wolf. Young man, I'll take care of you. Han Xingyan started to walk away. Lin Fan hurriedly protested, you betrayed me. You stood by and did nothing. Is this how a girlfriend behaves? Han Xingyan sneered coldly, it's fake. I just needed you to help me deal with someone. You actually thought you were my boyfriend? Besides, even if you were, compared to my best friend, what's a man anyway? Zhong Ai beamed. My dear friend, rest assured. Once I've got this brat under my thumb, he's all yours. You two are something else. Is the scale really that big? Lin Fan thought about it. After all, Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan were close friends who studied together. Lin Fan felt like he was going to die. Die. He couldn't have really been set up by Zhong Ai, could he? I've lived my whole life with a clean slate. Stop messing around. Screaming won't help. I'm a girl, if anyone sees this, they'll just think you're hitting on me. No one will believe I'm the one making advances, Zhong Ai said triumphantly. Lin Fan was at a loss for words, but didn't we already resolve that? We've made up. Zhong Ai batted her eyelashes. Exactly. I'm not holding the past against you. Let's start fresh. I'm pursuing you aggressively. Last time, maybe I approached it wrong. This time, I'm changing tactics. Lin Fan was stunned. This is your final word? Zhong Ai nodded. Exactly. Just give in to me. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Look, Xingyan is helping me. Lin Fan exploded, helped me? She sold me out. Traitor. And to think I helped her deal with Zhang Xiaoyu. Pausing momentarily, Lin Fan glanced toward the bar entrance and suddenly broke into a smile. There walked in Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu shared some overlapping social circles with Zhong Ai and Han Xingyan, and knew this was the bar Zhong Ai would frequent. After informing on Zhong Ai, he surmised that her falling out with Lin Fan would leave her in a foul mood, certain to seek solace in a drink here. Han Xingyan would undoubtedly accompany her, making this the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his gentlemanly manners. Han Xingyan found Lin Fan's silence odd. Following his gaze, she panicked. She hadn't expected to run into Zhang Xiaoyu here. Zhong Ai was speechless. How did he end up here too? Who told him? Is he following us? Han Xingyan shook her head in confusion, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Did you tell him? Lin Fan snapped, am I that close to him? It must have been one of you. Definitely not me, I don't even have his contact info. Zhong Ai hurriedly interjected, I didn't tell him. But he did call me. In a flash of realization, Zhong Ai gasped in horror, he wouldn't be monitoring my phone, would he? He's the type having that kind of surveillance tech isn't impossible. Lin Fan seized the moment to break free from Zhong Ai's grasp. Seeing her furious glare, he quickly added, what are you thinking? He definitely doesn't have that kind of tech. My guess is he figured it out himself. Zhong Ai stared blankly. How could that be possible? You don't understand. There's a discipline people like him study, social behavioral engineering. It allows them to predict how someone might react to situations based on their personality and daily habits, Lin Fan explained calmly. Simply put, it's predicting your predictions. Han Qingyan, reluctant to face Zhang Xiaoyu, quickly hid behind the sofa, curling up like a shrimp cooked to a deep red. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He spotted you ages ago. He's here for you. Stop hiding. Have a drink with him. Listen to his tall tales. It'll be fun. Spotting the green liquor, Lin Fan instantly hatched a plan to trick Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Fan proactively greeted Zhang Xiaoyu. The handsome Zhang immediately approached. Professor Zhang, what a coincidence. Let's have a drink together. Dr. Han and Zhong Ai are here too, come on, join us. Han Qingyan was speechless. She sat up, smoothed her clothes, and ran her fingers through her hair, adopting a look of pleasant surprise. What a coincidence. Let's join them. Zhang Xiaoyu replied politely, what a coincidence. Didn't you and Lin Fan go to see a movie? How come? Lin Fan quickly interjected, no good Hollywood blockbusters, boring. So we came here to have fun. Mr. Zhang, you're out bar hopping too? Life's full of surprises. Looking for a fling, huh? Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan froze, both turning to stare at Lin Fan. How did Lin Fan know so much? He seemed to know everything. Didn't he say he never came to places like this? Both of them shot Lin Fan a look of disdain. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled, I come occasionally to unwind. Lin Fan, I'm a teacher, I don't indulge in that sort of thing. I just come for a drink to relax. After work, I drop by the bar for a sip to unwind, chat with acquaintances. This lifestyle is quite popular overseas. Don't you get it? With a hint of superiority, Zhang Xiaoyu tilted his chin slightly, no longer bothering with Lin Fan. Lin Fan and he were worlds apart. He looked at Han Qingyan and said, I don't come to bars often either. Today was an exception. His words implied his private life was spotless. Han Qingyan remained silent, merely smiling faintly. Lin Fan picked up the green bottle. This is a new batch. Teacher Zhang, try it and give us your thoughts. We've all sampled it and think it's pretty good. Zhang Xiaoyu confidently accepted the glass, took a sip, and found the flavor quite pleasant. Seeing Lin Fan and the others watching him, he felt a surge of excitement, especially with Han Qingyan's eyes brimming with encouragement. Zhang Xiaoyu downed the glass in one gulp. Setting it down, he mused, tastes pretty good. This is a rice-based cocktail, right? What's it called? Lin Fan immediately replied, Green Ray. Recalling the drink's green hue, Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, Green Ray is nice, but green light is simpler and easier to remember. He turned to look at Han Qingyan, seeking her approval. Lin Fan and Zhong Ai exchanged glances, nearly laughing themselves silly. Green light? Green light, green enough to make your heart race. Han Qingyan gave a slight nod. Zhang Xiaoyu felt satisfied, but still wanted more. Let's have another round. It's on me. Qingyan, let's have a drink together. Zhong Ai pulled Lin Fan away urgently. You and Qingyan pretending to be a couple, doesn't that count as cuckolding him? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, of course it is. That's exactly what it is. Teacher Zhang is such a good guy. By the way, what did you put in that drink? What does it do? Zhong Ai glanced around before whispering into Lin Fan's ear, it gets you high, really high. My friend gave me the secret recipe. He called it Spanish fly. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Thank goodness I'm smart. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Turning to look at Zhang Xiaoyu, Lin Fan suddenly felt a wave of pity wash over him. Chapter 126, Digging for Gold. Within moments, Zhang Xiaoyu reacted violently. In sheer agony, he began stripping off his clothes. One piece wasn't enough, so he stripped completely naked, then tried to pull down his pants, utterly devoid of any rational thought. Lin Fan shuddered with relief. If he'd drunk that wine, he'd be the one making a fool of himself. This concoction Zhong Ai had made was truly potent. Han Qingyan quickly covered her eyes, retreating far away and hiding behind a pillar, yet she couldn't resist peeking. Other patrons in the bar had all turned to watch. Staff rushed over, pinned Zhang Xiaoyu down, and promptly dragged him outside. Lin Fan felt immense sympathy. This was a huge embarrassment. He feared the police would be called soon, and with a bit of luck, it might even make the news. Zhong Ai hurriedly said, let's go. If the police show up, they'll be looking for us. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and chuckled, did you record that on video? Zhong Ai shook her head. Who could have anticipated the drug's potency? She'd been too stunned to react. How quickly Zhang Xiaoyu had reacted. He'd completely transformed into a different person. There was no time to think about filming. Lin Fan instantly felt disappointed. One less video to save in my moments. Do you think it's still possible to film it now? Zhong Ai laughed bitterly. Forget it. He'll regret it when he wakes up. I'm not worried about him, I'm worried about myself. If anyone finds out I drugged him. Before Zhong Ai could finish, Lin Fan cut in, did you slip him anything? I didn't notice anything. We were just having a few drinks. He drank too much on his own. Zhong Ai's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. You're right. That's exactly what happened. Committing her first misdeed, Zhou Ai felt a rush of excitement. Lin Fan really was a jerk. Considering Zhang Xiaoyu's background, Zhou Ai didn't care. Zhang Xiaoyu wasn't exactly a saint. Zhou Ai exchanged a few words with her boss's friend, then promptly led Lin Fan and Han Qingyan away. There was no point lingering in a place fraught with trouble. Truth be told, her boss's friend was experienced and knew how to handle situations involving someone like Zhang Xiaoyu. Since he dared to just toss the guy outside, the boss certainly had the means to keep things under wraps. It was just Zhou Ai who lacked experience, feeling guilty like a thief. The three headed back to Han Qingyan's place. Recalling Zhang Xiaoyu, they all found it amusing. Before they knew it, the three were back to their old ways. Zhou Ai suddenly shifted gears, adopting a provocative tone. I'm sleeping here tonight. Lin Fan, are you going to sleep with me, or with Qingyan? Han Qingyan shot back, what kind of talk is that? I don't keep men in my house. Zhou Ai quickly retorted, what man? He's just a boy. We've studied all those supplementary materials, don't we have to test if they're real or fake? Han Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. You've got some nerve saying that. If the guest room's full, he can sleep on the couch in the living room. Zhou Ai quickly suggested, Lin Fan, how about we go to a hotel? Zhou Ai winked at Lin Fan, who suddenly asked, did you handle the listening devices here? Zhou Ai and Han Qingyan froze instantly. Zhang Xiaoyu had installed listening devices in their home, and they'd been too afraid of him noticing to remove them. Earlier, everyone had been in such high spirits they'd completely forgotten about the listening devices. The two girls panicked. Zhou Ai pulled Lin Fan, and the three of them squeezed into Han Qingyan's bedroom. Zhang Ai panicked, what do we do? The surveillance is still there. He'll definitely uncover everything later. Han Qingyan regretted, if only we hadn't gotten carried away. What if Zhang Xiaoyu snaps? Maybe we should just call the police and have him arrested. No way, Lin Fan blurted out. I need to keep him around to reel in the big fish. Han Qingyan and Zhou Ai glared at him in exasperation. Bait him? Qingyan is in grave danger now. What if Zhang Xiaoyu retaliates? A man like him is capable of anything. Impossible. He doesn't have the guts. You think he's some kind of top-tier operative? He's just a low-level lackey. Without orders, he wouldn't dare, Lin Fan replied calmly. He'd encountered plenty of small-time thugs like Zhang Xiaoyu before. With his wealth of experience, Lin Fan trusted his judgment. But you're not Zhang Xiaoyu, how could you possibly know him? Zhou Ai looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Everything Lin Fan displayed wasn't something an ordinary college student should know. You're far more mysterious than Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhou Ai and Han Qingyan sat cross-legged on the bed like empresses, with Zhou Ai even grabbing a bag of chips to munch on while watching Lin Fan. Han Qingyan shook her head helplessly, picking up the crumbs scattered on the bed. Lin Fan replied, of course I know. How do you know? Don't ask. This is grown-up business. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. Zhou Ai rolled her eyes in exasperation. Han Qingyan sneered, why can't you just say it? Honestly, you seem even more dangerous than Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Fan retorted angrily, I'm state certified, you know. How could Zhang Xiaoyu possibly compare to me? I'm a walking Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Someone like Zhang Xiaoyu isn't really a threat. Unless he's backed into a corner, he'd never risk going down fighting. He's just a low-level lackey, following orders. At most, he'll stir up some pro-American propaganda and manipulate public opinion. Zhou Ai and Han Qingyan nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. After all, not everyone has the guts to break the law. Zhang Xiaoyu, with his higher education, knew the cost of breaking the law. Unless cornered, he wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. With the nation's recent aircraft carrier construction plans attracting global attention, Zhang Xiaoyu might well be assigned tasks related to this project. Mentioning it to Han Qingyan and Zhou Ai wouldn't hurt, they'd both accompanied Lin Fan to naval bidding events before. Lin Fan said, the country is building its first domestically developed heavy aircraft carrier. I think Zhang Xiaoyu is looking for an opportunity right now. Huh? But what does that have to do with me? Han Qingyan asked in surprise. Lin Fan smiled. Doesn't an aircraft carrier need communication systems? Your research institute will definitely be involved. After all, the carrier project is a massive integrated engineering endeavor. Han Qingyan and Zhou Ai were both speechless. Zhang Xiaoyu had such deep-seated ambitions it was truly unexpected, yet Lin Fan's reasoning made perfect sense. Zhou Ai looked at Lin Fan and asked, so will you be involved in the aircraft carrier project? As soon as she said it, Zhou Ai realized it was unlikely. Their research institute participating made sense, but Lin Fan was just a college student, he really had no connection to aircraft carriers. Lin Fan smiled lightly. I might contribute to the design. Nothing was more shocking than Lin Fan's revelation. Han Qingyan and Zhou Ai were stunned for a moment, incredulous. You mean the aircraft carrier design? Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Without him, the domestic aircraft carrier program would be delayed for years. By presenting the most mature design directly, there'd be no need for further debate. Lin Fan looked at the two girls and chuckled. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, I still plan to mine some gold from him. Chapter 127, Saw Nothing. Both Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan found Lin Fan's words unbelievable, but neither said anything. Lin Fan was a prodigy. Sure, he was a college student, but what other college student possessed his level of hacking skills? And participating in a naval bidding process, humiliating those competitors? Both felt they needed to treat Lin Fan differently, fearing he might prove them wrong later. Since Lin Fan had opposed calling the police on Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan decided to send him to sleep on the living room floor. They weren't exactly opposed to letting him crash on the floor in their bedroom, but seeing his cocky attitude instantly rubbed them the wrong way. Lin Fan spent the night in the living room, constantly on guard against Zhong Ai bursting out of the bedroom to harass him. He barely got any rest, but at least the night passed without incident, and he managed to keep his dignity intact. Early the next morning, after buying some breakfast, Lin Fan went to call Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan for meals. Zhong Ai hadn't slept alone the previous night either, she'd slept with Han Qingyan. Lin Fan knocked lightly on the door. To his shock, it swung open immediately. Why hadn't they locked it? Were these two women hinting at something? Peering inside, he saw the two beauties embracing each other in an utterly intoxicating pose. He wiped his nose, only to realize he'd gotten a nosebleed. For pairs of long, snow-white legs were truly testing this old man's resolve. At least he could see this without paying. Thankfully, both women were acting properly. Lin Fan thought to himself, I'm a decent man too. If I were some scumbag player, I wouldn't be alive right now. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan pulled himself together. Women? Just ordinary women. Lin Fan called out, but the two girls showed no reaction. After a moment's thought, he fetched some water, dipped his hand in, and flicked droplets directly onto their faces. This jolted them awake. Seeing Lin Fan standing by their bed, Han Qingyan snapped angrily, How did you get in here? Get out. Lin Fan immediately started to leave. Han Qingyan called after him, Stop. What did you see? Lin Fan turned back and chuckled. Nothing at all. You two were sleeping perfectly properly. Han Qingyan looked at him suspiciously. Then why are you laughing? You didn't do anything to me and Zhong Ai, did you? Be honest. We can still be friends if you tell me the truth. Otherwise, your character is seriously questionable. Lin Fan sneered, as if I'd ever be interested in you. Even if you were as beautiful as a heavenly maiden, in my eyes you're nothing but a pile of bones. His moral compass remained steadfast. He had a proper wife, after all. Beauties like Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai were, at best, mistresses. Lin Fan tossed out a parting shot, Don't judge people so crudely, will you? Women? Ha, just average. Han Qingyan was furious. She'd been dismissed by Lin Fan first thing in the morning, and now he had the nerve to boast? Average? Was her appearance really just average? That scumbag Lin Fan just barged right in. Who knows, maybe he'd snuck in last night too. The thought left Han Qingyan speechless and furious. Zhong Ai, however, couldn't care less. Seeing Lin Fan leave, she even felt a hint of regret. So he looked. Big deal. Sooner or later, someone will look anyway. Someone will touch me too. Lin Fan isn't so bad, actually. Han Qingyan snapped, You're getting more shameless by the day. It's like you're a completely different person. Zhong Ai chuckled smugly. I learned it all from the expansion pack. If you want a man to love you, you have to be shameless. It's the same for both genders. You're so stuck on your pride, no wonder you can't find a man. Narrowing her eyes, Zhong Ai added smugly, Do you think Lin Fan was checking me out? Did he get flustered? My figure's pretty good, right? Han Qingyan dismissed Zhong Ai's hopes with a cold laugh. You're dreaming. That guy's cold-blooded and heartless. Haven't you heard him say we beauties are nothing but skeletons to him? Zhong Ai shrugged it off, laughing instead, Bones? His tastes are that extreme? He likes dead people? Han Qingyan was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. The two got up, had breakfast together, and asked about Lin Fan's plans for the day. Han Qingyan had been resting lately and didn't need to work, so Zhong Ai took leave too. With Zhang Xiaoyu's situation, the two girls felt insecure whenever they brought it up. Lin Fan had spent the entire previous night scheming. He wanted to mine gold from Zhang Xiaoyu and had devised a plan requiring their cooperation. Dr. Han and I will pretend to be a fake couple. Sister Zhong, you need to turn on Dr. Han. Why? Zhong Ai exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan smiled faintly. If you and Dr. Han don't fall out, how will Zhang Xiaoyu get close to you? Didn't you say yesterday that Zhang Xiaoyu called to tell you I was seducing Dr. Han? Best friends falling out over a guy is perfectly normal. Then I'll introduce you to young Master Long. Later, casually tell Zhang Xiaoyu you've joined the aircraft carrier project. To get back at Dr. Han, you decide to sell him carrier secrets but you want money. Zhang Ai was dumbfounded. The plan seemed impossibly complex, and she sensed Lin Fan was trying to set her up for disaster. I won't end up in jail, will I? What are you thinking? Absolutely not. We'll swindle over $1 billion from Zhang Xiaoyu together, and I'll give you a cut. Zhang Ai nodded in relief. As long as he didn't go to jail, it was fine. No problem, I can do it. But since I'm helping you out, shouldn't you show me some appreciation? Han Qingyan's expression turned peculiar, as if she were about to lose all sense of shame. Sure enough, Zhang Ai declared, I don't want money, I have plenty. I want something else. I'll help you, but you have to accompany me to the hotel. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. I'm not that kind of person. Put. I'm willing to betray my best friend for you, and you won't even team up with me? Zhang Ai retorted. That's how short dramas play out, we're still tangled up, right? Everyone's in these messy relationships. That's the logical flow. This makes me sound like some kind of womanizer? You already are, Zhang Ai said, smiling as she held a steamed bun. Did you really not peek at Qin Yan and me this morning? Maybe you've already switched sides and even snuck a touch. Lin Fan gasped, you're implying your door was unlocked? How else would I have gotten in? I even thought you left it open on purpose to hint at something? Exactly. I left it open yesterday on purpose. I can't believe you didn't take advantage of the situation. You treat us two gorgeous women like we're dead. You're not even a real man. Han Qingyan flared up. Zhang Ai, how dare you? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Ai let loose, so what? If you don't give him a chance, how will you get a man? Qingyan, we're all grown women now, we can't be conservative. When it's time to be bold, we must be bold. We're women who've seen the extras, what's there to fear? Talk about courting disaster, Han Qingyan thought, torn between laughter and tears. She was both exasperated and helpless. Zhang Ai had truly lost her mind. Lin Fan was also stunned. This girl's boundaries were getting pushed further and further. She used to at least try to hide it, but now she couldn't even be bothered? Lin Fan resolved never to meet Zhang Ai alone again. Who knew what this young lady might turn into? Chapter 128, Lin Fan's Sinister Plan. Lin Fan avoided mentioning the morning's incident and focused solely on his plan to trick Zhang Xiaoyu. While Zhang might not have much money, the Illuminati certainly did. The Dragon Nation aircraft carrier project would definitely pique the Illuminati's interest. Spending money to acquire classified information was something they frequently did. Lin Fan discussed with Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai that they should carry on as usual for now. He also had Han Qingyan rent a new place. Han Qingyan retorted, why would I rent a new place when I have my own home? Because we're moving in together and I don't like your place. Lin Fan lowered his voice as he continued, besides, it's for your own good to get out of this bug department. You cover the cost now, and I'll reimburse you once we've swindled the money. Housing in the capital was expensive, and rentals weren't cheap either. Countless Beijing drifters complained about the high rents. Lin Fan thought to himself that as a broke student, he certainly couldn't afford rent. Having a beautiful PhD spend money on him fit his persona perfectly. Han Qingyan looked down on Lin Fan, but he had a point. There was no other way. Zhang Ai glanced between Lin Fan and Han Qingyan, then pulled Han Qingyan toward the bedroom. She made Han Qingyan promise to keep her distance from Lin Fan during their few days of cohabitation. Han Qingyan snapped, you don't trust me? Am I crazy or are you? How could I possibly be interested in that little puppy dog? Oof, Lin Fan's charm is undeniable. You might not fancy him now, but what about later? As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection, Zhang Ai retorted. Let me make this clear, I'll be the one to make the first move. Unless I give up after failing to win him over, you're not allowed to poach him from me. Han Qingyan covered her forehead in exasperation, unwilling to engage in this romantic nonsense with Zhang Ai. It felt downright insulting. Why should you get to pass him up while I'm left to poach him? It felt like she was just picking up leftovers. Who was she looking down on? The mere thought of Lin Fan made Han Qingyan's face darken. A man like that? Cold-hearted, ruthless, with a mind as full of holes as a sieve? I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Rest assured. But now that you mention it, I should warn Lin Fan to keep his hands off me. If he ever makes a move, you'll be stuck in the middle and that's no fun. Zhang Ai declared confidently, don't worry. I trust Lin Fan. If he can't even catch my eye, he certainly won't fancy you. If anything happens, it'll definitely be. When you two are together, you must wear more clothes. No showing off your figure. Han Qingyan fumed, if he dares touch me, I'll beat him to death. Zhang Ai wasn't entirely sure such a scenario would play out, and her concern surfaced. If he really does something to you, just hit him once. Please don't kill him, okay? You can just make him pay compensation. Han Qingyan stared at Zhang Ai in disbelief, trembling with rage. Do you even realize what you're saying? For this man, you've completely lost your dignity and principles. You actually think he could do something to me? Betray me? Zhang Ai flushed crimson with embarrassment. That's just how love works. Besides, he's still a kid. If he really did something to you, you'd come out ahead. We're both old maids now. Han Qingyan instantly bristled. Her age was already a sore spot, and Zhong Ai had to rub salt in the wound. It was infuriating. You're something else. It was all Lin Fan's fault for changing Zhong Ai so drastically. Thinking about Han Qingyan made her want to beat Lin Fan to a pulp. After leaving the bedroom, Han Qingyan couldn't stand the sight of Lin Fan. His face was dark and gloomy, his mood as heavy as lead. Lin Fan found it odd and asked Zhong Ai, "What's wrong with Dr. Han?" Zhong Ai, annoyed by Han Qingyan's lack of grace, replied, "Probably just her period. Don't mind her, girls get irritable these days. Just stay out of her way." Lin Fan immediately nodded and kept his distance from Han Qingyan. He whispered to Zhong Ai, "Should we prepare some sugar water or something?" "It's fine. She'll get over it soon." Han Qingyan shot Zhong Ai a withering look. What a great friend she was. Was that even human speech? Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He only mentioned it casually, not seriously, just being polite. "Alright, I'll take your word for it." Han Qingyan nearly spat blood. "You two are such a pair of dogs." The angrier she got, the more she gave Lin Fan the cold shoulder. Lin Fan made a call to Long Xiaoshang, who was also trying to reach him. After informing the two girls, Lin Fan headed out. Long Xiaoshang's reason for contacting Lin Fan was straightforward. News had come from the space agency that the Eagle Nation Space Agency had requested assistance from the Dragon Nation Space Agency. That was the polite version. After all, Lin Fan had stolen their satellites. Exposing this would be a massive blow to their pride. For days, the Eagle Nation Space Agency had been trying desperately to re-establish contact with the 3 communications satellites Lin Fan had stolen. Both the Pentagon and the Space Agency had been working overtime for over 72 hours, exhausting every possible method. Yet the satellites in orbit showed no response whatsoever. With no other options left, they finally reached out to Longhua. Young Dragon Shang met with Lin Fan and briefed him on the situation, his mood exceptionally high. "You're something else. You've made a name for yourself in the aerospace world now. The other side thinks our asking price is too high. The space agency asked me to check with you. After all, you're the one who stole the satellites. They don't know how to get them back. They still need you. Could you offer a discount on the price? 50 billion isn't too much." "Bro, you mean US dollars, right? Are you kidding me?" Lin Fan scoffed. "Bro, they lost 3 communication satellites. That costs them billions of US dollars every single day. Do you get it? 50 billion US dollars solves the problem. They won't hesitate to pay." Long Xiaoshang suddenly understood it was them, not him, who were desperate. "My bad, I was being narrow-minded. The higher-ups are worried this incident will strain relations between our two countries. Our ties with the Eagle Nation are neither good nor bad right now. Some people think you're asking for way too much, 50 billion out of the blue. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd think you were being greedy. Pfft, the Eagles got deep pockets. 50 billion? That's peanuts. I'm being downright magnanimous here, you know." Lin Fan paused, then thought about how he needed that money fast. With it, he could buy materials and equipment to launch the electromagnetic catapult project, his bargaining chip to push for the carrier program with the Navy. Lin Fan outlined his plan to exploit Zhang Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoshang erupted in fury. "What do you take the carrier program for? Some toy you can leak at will? Stop messing around, big brother. You'll get me killed." He and Lin Fan were close, and this time Lin Fan wanted him, Long, to vouch for the scheme. If it succeeded, great. If it failed, he'd be screwed. "Leak the aircraft carrier project? Are you out of your mind?" Long Shang grabbed Lin Fan by the collar. "Can't you be a decent person? How dare you joke about something like this?" Chapter 129, Are You Trying to Kill Me? Lin Fan, struggling to free himself, pushed Long Xiaoshang away. After straightening his clothes, he looked at Long Xiaoshang with a sly smile. "Can you guarantee the aircraft carrier project won't leak?" "You know, Jack. The carrier project was impossible to keep secret. Eagle Chan's people were embedded in every industry domestically." Lin Fan knew that Dragon Nation's carrier design had already suffered a major leak. Some high-ranking official turned out to be a veteran spy from the Eagle family who'd been operating undercover in the country for over a decade. This person had even been deeply involved in the aircraft carrier project. But even if he spoke up before something happened, no one would believe him. This person held a position comparable to old Su's, a big shot in charge of a major division. Long Xiaoshang declared confidently, "I can't guarantee it, but we'll handle security thoroughly. Don't even think about meddling with the carrier project. Besides, it's none of your concern anyway." Lin Fan retorted angrily, "You're counting on those domestic research institutes, right? I'm not saying they lack capability, but their pace is too slow. Give me a window, and I can deliver a completely new aircraft carrier design to the Navy, complete blueprints, novel combat tactics, and 2 interchangeable electromagnetic catapult systems. With my plans, you can start construction immediately. Factoring in design time, we'll have the world's most advanced carrier within 3 years. Within 5, I guarantee we'll field an entirely new carrier strike group, 10,000-ton destroyers leading the way, frigates providing escort, carriers, anti-submarine vessels, nuclear submarines. Don't you want these for your Navy? Just give me 5 years, and I guarantee we'll have a battle group capable of taking down an entire nation. Long Xiaoshang felt a flicker of interest, but upon seeing Lin Fan, he shook his head. You're just a college student. What are you talking about, carrier strike groups? Just go back and work with me on the electronic countermeasures unit. Stop dreaming. Something this big isn't for you to get involved in. You don't even have the qualifications to be a screw in the machine, let alone a carrier strike group. Lin Fan retorted angrily, can't you just trust me once? When have I ever let you down? I said it's possible the complete blueprint is in my head. Once I get back to the lab, I'll make it happen. Long Xiaoshang laughed heartily. You're impressive, but you're not omnipotent. Don't think you're a god. I am the god of military engineering. Lin Fan spat. Why do you think I'm demanding 50 billion bucks from the Eagle-ass family? I'm building a 10,000-ton destroyer. If you won't fund me, I'll find the money myself. I know I don't have the credentials now, but once I build that destroyer, I bet you won't be able to refuse it. Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan as if he'd seen a ghost. You want to build warships yourself? Surprised? What's so surprising? Lin Fan sneered. Why can't I build one? It's just a warship, what's so strange about that? They've all said it's a warship. What qualifications do you have to build one? Who would even use it? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Without proof, no one will believe me. But once I have the real thing, you'll be fighting over it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to the Coast Guard. Long Xiaoshang dismissed Lin Fan's words as nonsense, unwilling to engage. Young people having big ideas was nothing unusual, but building a warship wasn't something Lin Fan could just decide to do. Long Xiaoshang said, we'll discuss the warship later. Right now, let's talk about the satellite. What's there to discuss? If the Eagle Nation pays, we return it. If they don't pay, we keep it. They could expose us for stealing their satellite, but would they really risk losing face as the world's tech leader? Lin Fan chuckled. They'll definitely agree. Losing that satellite costs them billions daily in communication losses. They can't sustain that for long. Lin Fan was as steady as an old dog. He'd pulled off similar deals in his past life, though back then he wasn't broke, the state funded his ventures. So he'd settled for a modest technical service fee of around 80 million. But this time, desperate and penniless, he grew bold and ruthless, demanding 50 billion outright. Young Dragon Xiao had no clue about Lin Fan's true intentions, that he'd already cornered the Eagle family. Instead, he brought up another matter, Dragon Nation's desire to collaborate with the Eagle family in aerospace, specifically joining their space station program. Negotiations were currently underway. Lin Fan scoffed coldly, don't get your hopes up. They're just stringing us along. We've been talking for a decade now. Close enough. But now with the satellite project, isn't this an opportunity? Everyone's thinking, could you lower your demands? For the greater good, could you give the aerospace sector a boost? Help push this forward? Lin Fan sighed. Brother Long, if they truly wanted to include us, they would have partnered long ago. Why drag negotiations out for over a decade? Talks started in the 90s, now it's the 2000s. Can't you tell if they're sincere? We should just build our own space station. I'm quite capable in that field, I have the full design blueprints. It's just expensive. Long Xiao retorted sharply, don't always say if you're so good, do it yourself. Are all the experts and scholars in the country inferior to you? That's underestimating people. Besides, a space station isn't something you can just dream up. It's a major national project. Do you think it can be built with a few words? That's cutting-edge aerospace technology. If we're not as advanced as other countries, we have to admit it. Lin Fan retorted, where are we inferior to foreign countries? Where are we lacking? We're underestimating our own capabilities, okay? Let me put it this way, I guarantee we can land Chinese astronauts on the moon within 30 years and grow potatoes up there. The question is, will you give me the funding to make it happen? Long Xiaoshang was so exasperated he was laughing and crying at the same time. Talking to Lin Fan was like a roller coaster for his heart, every word sounded like bragging, yet it was undeniably thrilling. Who didn't want their country to be unrivaled in strength, commanding awe from all corners? Long Xiaoshang didn't believe Lin Fan's claims. Sure, Lin Fan was a college student who seemed remarkable, but he certainly wasn't remarkable enough to pull off something like a space station. His visit to discuss satellites was at the behest of the Aerospace Bureau, hoping Lin Fan would lower his demands to facilitate negotiations with the Eagle Nation for space cooperation. After all, the Eagle Nation was a seasoned aerospace powerhouse, especially in space station technology. They had deep reserves and solid foundations. Longwo wanted to hitch a ride on their coattails. Building a space station on its own? China could dream about it, but it certainly didn't dare to take action yet. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and asked, how much does the space agency want me to ask for? 100 million. Are they dreaming? 100 million isn't even enough to build a single satellite. Those 3 satellites alone cost 5 billion, and they could impact Eagle's trillion-dollar communications market. Do they think my technology is worthless? Lin Fan was furious. Chapter 130, Earn money by any means necessary. He understood the space agency's difficulties, but these leaders were too timid. They had the guts of petty thieves. Who does business like this? Eagle Sauce is a major player. Long Shashan pleaded earnestly, your tech is top-notch, no one dares underestimate you. The aerospace folks have been hounding me for your details lately. They want to poach you, even resorting to beauty traps. But tech is tech, and vision is vision. Your asking price is outrageous, it borders on robbery. Frankly, it damages our nation's international image. Long Shashan pointed out that while the Eagle Nation was still negotiating with Longwa, if talks broke down, their notorious bandit-like tactics would inevitably exploit this incident. They'd spin it into some Longwa threat theory or tech piracy narrative. Lin Fan sighed in resignation. Current international sentiment was unfavorable toward Dragon Nation. The Eagle Nation was weaving a global web of cliques nesting like Russian dolls, each circle ensnaring another, binding nations worldwide into its sphere and isolating Dragon Nation. China has been striving to break this deadlock, but its policies remain relatively conservative and lack boldness. Lin Fan considered carefully, 30 billion yuan minimum. Anything less is out of the question. I'd rather destroy those 3 satellites than hand them over. 30 billion Dragon Nation currency? What are you thinking? US dollars. Lin Fan retorted. 30 billion would be enough to build 2 10,000-ton destroyers. One destroyer costs 60 billion, and with additional R&D and equipment expenses, 30 billion USD would cover it. Building destroyers for my motherland, I'm proud of that. Lin Fan felt utterly speechless at the thought. If he were back in his own Dragon Nation, would he have to stoop so low? Now he felt his backbone wasn't even stiff enough. Lin Fan's demands weren't high, he just wanted to be so tough he could squat even while taking a. Once my 10,000-ton destroyers appear, let the world see which nation dares to defy them. Long Shashan pondered for a moment before nodding. I'll discuss this with the aerospace division. And you, stop wandering around outside. Report to the base immediately. The electronic countermeasures unit needs you, you're not getting away. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with this nonsense. Electronic countermeasures? That's beneath him. What's this electronic warfare unit nonsense? Sounds fancy, but the tech's mediocre. He felt it was a waste of his time. He could easily handle it by gathering a few communications experts with some hacking skills. Lin Fan shot Long Shashang a pained look. Can't you tell I genuinely have zero interest in this? Why else would I be avoiding you? Find someone else. Come on, think you can just switch people? Do you think the military is your personal fiefdom? Don't get any funny ideas, Long Shashang sneered. If you don't report on time, it'll count as desertion. I'll come arrest you myself. Lin Fan could only sigh. He genuinely wasn't interested. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, we'll see when the time comes. Lin Fan was itching to mine the gold that was Zhang Xiaoyu, so he kept pestering Long Shashang about it. But Long Shashang wasn't interested at all and warned Lin Fan to behave himself. Zhang Xiaoyu was already under surveillance by the authorities. Lin Fan didn't need to worry about him. Lin Fan cursed under his breath, you'll regret this. Yeah, right. Scare me. Seeing Long Shashang about to leave, Lin Fan immediately grabbed his arm. Hold on. Here's the expenses from the past few days. Reimburse me. Aren't you responsible for my expenses in the capital? You promised, so deliver. After all, you're the big shot here, and I'm just a broke student. Seeing Lin Fan's phone demanding reimbursement even for breakfasts bought for Han Xingyan and Zhong Ai that morning, Long Shashang's face darkened with fury. Damn it, you've got some nerve. What good is a face? Money matters more. Every penny counts. Long Shashang reluctantly reimbursed Lin Fan, then hurried off. Lin Fan returned to Han Xingyan's place and pulled the same stunt, insisting they split the bill. After all, he was just a poor student. Han Xingyan paid her share expressionlessly. Splitting the bill for breakfast? What else? Lin Fan felt no shame. Eating at both places was a win-win. It wasn't just one meal, it was two. Combined, it was 50 or 60 bucks. That money would eventually fuel the firepower on his future 10,000-ton destroyer. Spend where you should, earn where you must. Han Xingyan had already arranged with the agent to rent an apartment while Lin Fan was away. Lin Fan immediately volunteered to go with her, but Zhong Ai had already returned home. The two met with the agent and then went to view the property. The apartment was quite nice, but the monthly rent of over 20,000 yuan made Lin Fan's face twitch. Beijing's housing market was truly outrageous. He quickly slipped to the side and waited. After Han Xingyan haggled with the agent for a while, they finally struck a deal. Lin Fan immediately grabbed the agent and whispered, "Buddy, my girlfriend's renting this place. You want to close the deal or not?" The agent blinked, looking slightly confused. Lin Fan explained, "If I say deal, we rent this place. If I say no, your deal's dead. My girlfriend's renting this for me, got it?" The agent stared at Lin Fan as if he were a god. That girl was breathtakingly beautiful, and he never expected her to be dating such a pretty boy. This guy was seriously impressive. "So what you're saying is, I want a commission. I don't care how much you make, 2,000 bucks commission. But I'm not making that much to begin with. Giving you all of it wouldn't even cover it, the agent protested, clearly distressed. Lin Fan snapped, are you stupid? My girlfriend is loaded and won't budge on the price. Just add whatever you'd get from me to the rent later. Holy crap! How can you even justify ripping off your own girlfriend like this? Lin Fan nodded with a smug smile, and the agent immediately agreed. I've seen scumbags before, but never one this low. Lin Fan quickly sealed the backroom deal with the agent, then turned to Han Qingyan, this is the one. I love it. Price is no object, I'll reimburse you later. Han Qingyan had no choice but to agree. But when the agent announced a 2,000 yuan increase, she instantly flared up, why is the price going up again? The agent glanced at Lin Fan awkwardly. Lin Fan quickly interjected, Dr. Han, the guy's just trying to make a living. Let's just pay the extra. When we're house hunting, mood is everything. Don't let a little money ruin your day, it's not worth it. Lin Fan promptly agreed to the new price with the agent. Though still annoyed, Han Qingyan had no choice but to comply. The agent felt he'd learned something new. The freeloader was genuinely no pushover. Damn impressive. Seeing the agent about to leave, Lin Fan hurried him out the door, when I switch apartments next time, I'll come back to you, same deal, okay? Bro, your girlfriend is gorgeous. Don't screw her over financially and risk losing such a great catch. Ha? She's not my girlfriend. At best, she's my mistress. The agent almost knelt before Lin Fan. You're the first bold guy I've ever met who'd say it so plainly. Too bold. Lin Fan waved off the agent's admiring gaze, dismissed him, and returned to the room. Han Qingyan asked, what did you talk about with the agent? Why did it take so long? Chapter 131, I don't believe it. Lin Fan chuckled, the young man thought I was such a good person, he was practically worshipping me. I felt embarrassed. I encouraged him to work hard, keep his feet on the ground, and not get distracted by nonsense. That way, he could become as outstanding as me someday. That's exactly what happened. Like I'd tell you about the 2,000 I made off you? Give me a break. With the apartment secured, Han Qingyan immediately arranged for movers. Lin Fan then whispered something to the moving crew, quietly pocketing another 300 yuan. Amidst the movers' astonished stares, Lin Fan's stature soared. After the move, Zhao Mei arrived with her own luggage and claimed a room in the house. Lin Fan immediately agreed, you should cover some of the costs, I'm pretty broke, after all. Zhao Mei had no problem with that and promptly covered all the expenses. Lin Fan then transferred half the money to Han Qingyan and kept the other half for himself. Watching his savings grow on his phone, Lin Fan felt ecstatic. He truly had a knack for making money. Making money was as easy as eating for him. Han Qingyan got the money and immediately figured it out. The clever Dr. Han was about to confront Lin Fan, the damn shameless bastard had swindled Zhou Mei out of her money. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu's call came through. After being reported by concerned citizens at the bar and taken away, Zhang Xiaoyu had quickly realized he'd been set up by Lin Fan. Today, he'd intended to ask Han Qingyan out again, but upon arriving at her place, he found the door locked. He contacted Han Qingyan directly to inquire about the situation. Han Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan and repeated what he planned. Lin Fan and I are moving in together. He doesn't like my place, so I rented him an apartment. I'm planning to rent out my place. Zhang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Wait, you mean you have a place but you won't live there? You're renting a place just for Lin Fan? Han Qingyan nodded. Zhang Xiaoyu fell completely silent. What was going on? Why were Han Qingyan and Lin Fan moving in together? Moving in together? Living together meant they could easily become intimate, right? What gives Lin Fan? First he hooks up with Zhou Mei, and now he's snatching my target? Zhang Xiaoyu's mind exploded. Qingyan, isn't that Lin Fan Zhou Mei's boyfriend? And aren't you and Zhou Mei best friends? How can you live together with her? Han Qingyan forced back her disgust. I guess that's just love. Love my ass. Zhang Xiaoyu felt like he was going to lose his mind. Had Han Qingyan lost her mind, or was she under Lin Fan's spell? He'd long considered Han Qingyan his for the taking. They'd dated before, and now he was just waiting for the old flame to reignite. Winning her over meant not only getting a beauty but also gaining access to some of the Dragon Nation's secrets, which would greatly boost his standing within the Illuminati. Qingyan, don't do anything foolish. Lin Fan isn't worthy of you. He's just a penniless student, what do you see in him? He's definitely not sincere. Wherever you are, I'm coming to find you right now. Han Qingyan covered the phone, her eyes darting nervously at Lin Fan. Zhang Xiaoyu is coming for me. What should I do? Lin Fan snatched Han Qingyan's phone and answered coldly, Professor Zhang, are you out of your mind? Dr. Han is my girlfriend now. Why are you still clinging to her? Have some decency. Stop bothering my girlfriend, or I'll get angry. Lin Fan hung up immediately and tossed the phone back to Han Qingyan. That's how it's done. He'll be so frustrated he'll have to try seducing you. Though he'd never dated before, he'd had countless disciples, several of whom were total jerks. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run, right? Zhou Mei chuckled, mimicking Lin Fan's tone, I'll get angry. Ha, Lin Fan, your voice sounds so manipulative. Where did you even learn that? Lin Fan chuckled. Do I need to learn? It's all over TV dramas. A bootlicker like Zhang Xiaoyu will totally fall for it. With his great conditions, losing to a broke student like me? He'd have to be crazy not to go nuts. Dr. Han, later, post on your social feed saying you've been moving and are starving, craving something delicious. Zhong Ai burst out laughing. Zhang Xiaoyu will definitely order takeout. He might even deliver it himself. Exactly. Lin Fan thought to himself. From now on, he'd eat Zhang Xiaoyu's food, drink Zhang Xiaoyu's drinks, and spend Zhang Xiaoyu's money. Han Qingyan shot her a withering glare. Lin Fan, you have absolutely no shame or boundaries. Lin Fan retorted, that guy took money from the Illuminati. What's wrong with me helping him spend it? You're the one feeling sorry for him? Han Qingyan fell silent, thinking Zhang Xiaoyu had only himself to blame after all, he was the spy. She proceeded to post exactly as Lin Fan suggested on her social feed. In less than half an hour, the delivery arrived. As soon as Lin Fan opened the door, he saw a delivery guy standing outside along with Zhang Xiaoyu. Han Qingyan had specifically ordered from a certain restaurant in her WeChat moments, so Zhang Xiaoyu had gone to that shop to place the order and wait. He had asked every delivery guy passing by until he finally found the courage to approach Han Qingyan herself. After spending 100 yuan to bribe the delivery guy, he had come over. Lin Fan shot Zhang Xiaoyu a displeased look. Teacher Shang, what are you doing here? You really know how to track people down. You followed me even after I moved. Seriously? Zhang Xiaoyu sneered coldly, pushing open the door to enter. Lin Fan hurriedly blocked him. What are you doing? I'm Han Qingyan's friend. I'm here for her. Move. Zhang Xiaoyu snapped angrily. What was Lin Fan anyway? As long as he showed his true strength, Han Qingyan would surely come back to him. Are you out of your mind? You're looking for my girlfriend, and you expect me to step aside? Lin Fan stared at Zhang Xiaoyu in disbelief. You're a scumbag. Qingyan must have been deceived by you. Zhang Xiaoyu pointed an accusing finger at Lin Fan. I won't stand by and watch her get fooled. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Don't force me to lay a hand on you. You want to hit me? Lin Fan exclaimed. This is my house. Believe it or not, I'll call the cops on you. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately shouted, Qingyan! Qingyan! Come out and see me. I need to talk to you. Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan discussed briefly inside before an argument erupted. Before Zhang Xiaoyu could call out to Han Qingyan, Zhong Ai stormed out angrily. At the doorway, she confronted Han Qingyan who had followed. I'm done with you. I never imagined you'd be with Lin Fan. Don't you know I like him? Han Qingyan looked utterly wronged as she explained, I couldn't help it. Lin Fan seduced me. I fell for him. What was I supposed to do? You. Zhong Ai stomped her foot in fury, then burst out with a cry, colliding hard into Zhang Xiaoyu. She shoved him aside and dashed out, heartbroken. Zhang Xiaoyu steadied himself against the wall, staring at Han Qingyan in disbelief, his face twisted with resentment. Qingyan, this can't be real. How could you possibly be with someone like Lin Fan? Han Qingyan took a deep breath. Don't you dare speak of Lin Fan that way. It felt so disgusting. Han Qingyan's expression darkened. Lin Fan quickly interjected, Teacher Shang, I'm the scum here, not you. That's better, right? Zhang Xiaoyu fixed his gaze solely on Han Qingyan. Qingyan, is everything fake? Are you with Lin Fan just to spite me? I refuse to believe you're living together. Chapter 132, Human Computer. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyu speak, Lin Fan glanced at Han Qingyan. It's your turn to act now, he thought, feeling a rush of excitement. According to typical TV drama logic, this is the moment when the girl should kiss the guy. This was the old man's first intimate contact with a girl. Dr. Han was getting lucky. Though Dr. Han was a stunning beauty, she was still an older woman. An old cow grazing on tender grass. Lin Fan hesitated, then decided Dr. Han was getting the better deal. She was already 27 or 28 and hadn't even tasted grass yet. She didn't even know what a man tasted like and needed to learn through supplementary materials to improve herself. Just thinking about it felt like a sad thing. Lin Fan signaled that his tender grass was ready. But Han Qingyan merely glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, her words as delicate as orchids. Zhang Xiaoyu, how long do you intend to carry on like this? Do you realize how contemptible this makes you? Zhang Xiaoyu froze, his face flushing crimson. For a moment, he was so embarrassed he wanted to sink into the ground. Han Qingyan's words hit harder than anything else. A man's pride matters most in front of a woman. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly fall silent, flustered and embarrassed, Lin Fan was utterly shocked. Holy crap, this actually worked? This was utterly unexpected. You're spying for someone else, and you still have the nerve to care about your reputation? Before Lin Fan could figure out what kind of twisted mindset this was, Zhang Xiaoyu started apologizing. Qingyan, I can't accept you finding someone worse than me. A guy like Lin Fan is just a freeloader. If you find someone better than me, I promise I won't bother you anymore. I truly love you. Han Qingyan's face remained cold. If you'd said that to me 5 years ago, I might have believed you. But now, just leave. Zhang Xiaoyu fell silent. 5 years ago, he and Han Xingyan had been dating, but he abruptly left for overseas studies without a word. Now that she brought it up, he felt utterly humiliated. He realized Han Xingyan must be furious about his abrupt departure 5 years ago. She was deliberately living with Lin Fan to provoke him, hoping he'd sincerely pursue her again. His own qualifications far surpassed Lin Fan's, it had to be that. And since he'd shown up today completely unprepared, right in front of Lin Fan, Han Xingyan would definitely feel awkward discussing intimate matters with him. Zhang Xiaoyu resolved to return another day. Now that he knew Han Xingyan's current address, he'd come back when Lin Fan wasn't around and launch a full-court press on her. For now, Zhang Xiaoyu said, Xingyan, I'll head back first. We both need to cool off. You absolutely can't gamble with your lifelong happiness. I know you're angry I left without a word 5 years ago, but I'm back now. I just want a chance to pursue you anew. Even if you don't choose me, you can't pick someone who leeches off others. How could I ever feel at ease with that? I'll come find you again later. With that, Zhang Xiaoyu turned and walked away. As he neared the elevator, he glanced back with lingering affection. Only when the elevator doors opened did he step inside. Han Xingyan watched from the doorway for a moment. Lin Fan observed silently. Once Zhang Xiaoyu was completely out of sight, he closed the door, picked up the takeout, and began eating. This meal must have cost several hundred. To be fair, old Zhang is a decent guy. Seeing Han Xingyan had little appetite, Lin Fan chuckled. Do you still have feelings for him? None of your business. Eat your food. You're full of tricks and scams. Han Xingyan thought to herself, amazed by Lin Fan's character. He even swindled Zhang Xiaoyu out of a meal. Lin Fan couldn't care less. What's wrong with an old man eating and drinking? Every penny saved goes toward research funding. Since it's Zhang Xiaoyu's money anyway, why not use it? As a top researcher, he had nothing to be narrow-minded about. A man of action judged by results, not methods. The chief designer had said it himself, whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. The same applies to research, whether it's our own technology or foreign patents. If it works, we use it. Lin Fan chuckled, too bad he's a banana person, not one of us. Thank goodness you're level-headed. If you'd gone love-struck and jumped in headfirst, our Dragon Nation beauties would have ended up as American wives. The people back home would have wet themselves to death. Han Xingyan shot Lin Fan a withering glance. The man never spoke with sincerity. Seeing him eat so heartily made her hungry too. She joined him at the table and asked, what exactly do you want? Squeeze every last penny out of him. Extract all his value. Lin Fan didn't mince words after all. Dr. Han was a crucial piece in his plan. Han Xingyan sighed. You're so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of having no friends? Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. My country doesn't need friends. As a researcher for this nation, I'm no different. My homeland and I have always been prepared to stand against the world. Lin Fan's tone was casual, yet Han Xingyan froze, startled by such an audacious and despairing declaration. She couldn't fathom what kind of conviction could drive an ordinary college student like Lin Fan to declare war on the world. Han Xingyan countered, a world war won't happen, you don't need to be like this. You know nothing. Without me, the Dragon Nation would definitely start one. Besides, why wouldn't it happen? It's because we're powerful enough, because my technology is advanced enough, because we can achieve what others cannot. It's these things that command everyone's awe. That's why we are a great nation. But we must become a powerful nation in the future, until the day we can become the dominant force on this planet. Then we'll still have the vast universe to conquer. Lin Fan chuckled while eating, our journey never lies on Earth, it lies in the cosmic seas. Han Xingyan asked curiously, have you never thought about yourself? In what sense? Emotionally? That's irrelevant. Women only slow down my research progress. My lab will be fully operational this year. Then I'll apply for a leave of absence. Within a year, I'll develop electromagnetic catapult technology, battery cannons, and compact nuclear power units. Lin Fan stared intently at Han Xingyan. Know why I'm telling you all this? I couldn't care less. Han Xingyan shot him a cold, dismissive look. Lin Fan chuckled. I see you have the talent to become a chief computing engineer. I'd like to invite you to work in my lab. Under my guidance, you could become the nation's human computer, a national treasure. Interested? Han Xingyan dismissed Lin Fan's words as nonsense. Besides, was being a human computer really such a lofty achievement? Who talks to a young woman like that? Sure, I'm an old woman, but I'm not a machine. Lin Fan tried to smooth things over. You truly have the talent for this. Believe in yourself. I don't misjudge people. You're more gifted than the human computer I used before. Join my team. Together, we'll build the Southern Heavenly Gate Project. I don't bother with ordinary people. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project? Han Xingyan stared blankly at Lin Fan. What the hell is that? Are you planning to storm Heaven's Palace next? Chapter 133, Teacher Zhang, you're such a good person. Lin Fan wiped his mouth, stood up, opened the door to check outside, then turned back to explain the Nanshanman project seriously for the first time. Simply put, it's an integrated aerospace combat system, cutting-edge technology combined with an intelligent command system. It's a massive, systematic offense-defense framework. Together with the Heavenly Palace project and the Guanghan Palace base, it forms Earth's orbital defense system. You could call it a planetary defense system. Lin Fan elaborated on the Southern Heavenly Gate project, drone warfare, swarm technology, and more. He spoke for hours, leaving Han Xingyan's face pale. Seeing Lin Fan about to continue, she quickly interrupted, no need to say more. I'm scared. The more she knew, the more she stood to lose. Han Xingyan deeply regretted learning about Lin Fan's plans. Her eyes darted nervously to Lin Fan. You won't turn on me now that I know all this, right? Like arresting me or something? Ha? Lin Fan looked at Dr. Han in confusion. How could she possibly think that? Han Xingyan retorted, you said these were top secret. Pfft, top secret my ass. It'll be public sooner or later. Lin Fan thought to himself. In his world, things like the Southern Heavenly Gate project were common knowledge. Once he launched this project, there'd be no need to hide it. With his country now possessing an aircraft carrier, their research strategy had shifted. Any technological breakthrough would be bombarded into the public eye, intimidating the world with their scientific might. This dragon nation was only slightly behind his own dragon nation, but it was largely comparable. In the future, it would likely follow the same path as his own dragon nation. Don't worry, this plan is still just my personal concept, Lin Fan explained. The problem is the old guard running things. Newcomers like me don't have the clout to speak up yet. But once I secure the aircraft carrier design rights, those old farts will have to listen. It'll only take 3 to 5 years. Lin Fan looked at Han Xingyan with utmost sincerity. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join my team and handle the computational aspects. I could manage it myself, but this work is rather tedious and requires patience. As a woman, you can sit still for long hours. You're perfectly suited for the position I have in mind for you. Han Xingyan exhaled in relief. If this was merely Lin Fan's personal opinion, then it wasn't classified information. She needn't fear any repercussions. She thought for a moment before tentatively asking, if I join your team, what kind of compensation can you offer me? I'm broke. Lin Fan glanced at Han Xingyan. Dr. Han's attire wasn't cheap, not extravagant, but clearly indicative of a high-quality lifestyle. Her entire outfit easily cost tens of thousands. You're already well off. Let's not get bogged down in mundane matters like salary. Isn't it enough that I provide meals? Every penny saved goes straight into the research fund. Han Xingyan sneered, so you don't want to contribute anything at all. I'll feed you. Guaranteed to fill you up. Eat as much as you want. Our school cafeteria food is delicious and super convenient. Wow. Not a single word about salary, and now you want me to eat cafeteria food? Taking advantage of the school. You're a con artist, aren't you? Han Xingyan sneered, it's a shame you're not a con artist. If you were, you'd be the kingpin of phone scams, the kind who sits back and eats peanuts. Lin Fan chuckled, working for national research, how could you possibly ask for pay? Shouldn't we show some spirit? Do you not need to eat to survive? They feed us. Put. Han Xingyan sneered, suddenly feeling much better. Tearing into Lin Fan felt incredibly satisfying. As for the opportunity Lin Fan offered, she couldn't care less. She had a job in the capital, insurance, a house, and a car. Why would she help Lin Fan? The shameless bastard was trying to freeload. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. Winning over Dr. Han was a long-term process. The cattle and horses he set his sights on would eventually come crawling back to serve him. After Zhang Xiaoyu left, he felt resentful. The thought of Han Xingyan now living with Lin Fan, and the shameful things they'd do together at night, was unbearable. As for whether they actually did it, Zhang Xiaoyu was certain they did. Han Xingyan was a stunning beauty. What man wouldn't covet her body? Men were creatures driven by looks and physique. He was no exception, and Lin Fan surely was too. Plus, Lin Fan was a young buck. Imagining how Lin Fan must be handling Han Xingyan inside, Zhang Xiaoyu felt unbearably restless, as if a monkey were scratching at his heart. After much deliberation, Zhang Xiaoyu resolved to keep tabs on Lin Fan and Han Xingyan, both for the beauty and for the mission. He immediately approached the real estate agent to inquire about the unit next to Han Xingyan's. To his surprise, he found one. A household was moving out of the apartment directly across from hers. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyu rented it. That evening, he began moving in, making quite a racket. When Lin Fan came out to investigate, he saw it was teacher Zhang and couldn't help but laugh. The tail had arrived. That was a bold move. As if nothing had happened that day, Lin Fan greeted Zhang Xiaoyu warmly. Mr. Zhang, did you rent this place through Agent Xiao Zhang? Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond to Lin Fan, looking at him as if he were trash, utterly disgusting. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. Let me tell you, if you rent through Agent Xiao Zhang, he's a really nice guy. He can get you a great deal. Like I care about a little discount? Zhang Xiaoyu sneered, his mood soured by the thought of losing his girlfriend. Lin Fan chuckled, you may not care, but I get a commission. Damn it. Watching Lin Fan's cheerful expression, Zhang Xiaoyu felt his anger boiling over. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Were they even that close? And what the hell was this about commissions? Lin Fan couldn't care less about Zhang Xiaoyu's reaction. As a big shot in research, his thick skin was beyond imagination. Spotting a coffee machine, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. That's a coffee machine, right? Perfect. Dr. Han loves coffee. Too bad we don't have one at home, way too expensive for us. What does that mean? Zhang Xiaoyu eyed Lin Fan, narrowing his eyes. A thought struck him. Han Qingyan liked coffee. Wasn't this his chance? Then I'll treat you to some later. Really? You're such a kind person, Teacher Zhang. Lin Fan hurriedly called out to the mover's assistant, take it to the door across the hall. Teacher Zhang said he'd treat my girlfriend to coffee. Deliver it there. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. Teacher Zhang, that's what you meant, right? Put the coffee machine over here. Whenever you want a cup, just come over. Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to curse under his breath. This coffee machine was specially imported at his own expense, costing over 100,000 yuan. But then he thought this could bring him closer to Han Qingyan. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, that's exactly what I meant, as long as Qingyan likes it. Lin Fan quickly chimed in with praise. Teacher Zhang, you're such a great guy, so generous. Your future girlfriend is going to be incredibly lucky. Chapter 134, Feel My Sincerity. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan smugly. Lin Fan, at least you know your place. A man should provide a girl with ample material support. You're just a poor student with nothing to offer. How can you compare to me? You can't make Qingyan happy, so you should step aside. Oomph. The word give up doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said earnestly, Teacher Zhang, you're right. I have many shortcomings. After all, I'm young, just in my 20s. Not having a car or a house is normal. But I'm young. I'm full of energy. Anything is possible. Youth and stamina. Age is a woman's weakness, and men are no exception. As you get older, your body starts to fail that science. Zhang Xiaoyu felt his defenses crumbling. Damn Lin Fan, daring to talk to him like that. Yet he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't exactly start a fight. Lin Fan was no small guy, and he doubted he could beat him. Since Lin Fan was greedy and loved taking advantage of small opportunities, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately had a plan. He glanced at Lin Fan and said, you're only with Qingyan for her money. Just say it, how much do you want to leave her? Lin Fan stared at Zhang Xiaoyu with excitement. Finally, the part he was interested in had arrived. Old Zhang, why all the nonsense? Just get to the point. Finally, the moment he'd been waiting for. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and came up with a very reasonable price, 10 million. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. You're out of your mind. As if he were an ATM. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Don't get worked up, Teacher Zhang. Let me break it down for you. Dr. Han's current salary is 30,000 a month, which comes to 40,000 a year. Factor in bonuses and such, at least 40,000. I'm in my early 20s, and Dr. Han is older than me. We could easily be together for 20 years, right? That's 8 million right there. Of course, not all of Dr. Han's money will go to me, but we can use this as a baseline, right? The remaining 2 million is justified too. Is Dr. Han just any ordinary beauty? She's a super beauty, stunning looks, great figure, and a high-level education. Super, I tell you. More beautiful than actresses, with amazing presence. Doesn't her beauty alone warrant 2 million? I'm even giving you a discount. After all, we both like the same girl. It's fate. When this old man's short on cash, kid, you're out of luck. Zhang Xiaoyu snapped, don't push it. Does Qingyan mean nothing to you but money? Of course not. This isn't me demanding money, I'm just giving you a straightforward calculation. Teacher Zhang, ask yourself, is your relationship with Dr. Han really worth 10 million? Is it truly priceless? So 10 million isn't excessive, is it? Zhang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. You're a ing scumbag. Lin Fan accepted this cheerfully, nodding. Whether you pay or not is your call. I won't force you. But tonight, I'll be sharing a room with Dr. Han. I'm a hot-blooded young man and she's a stunning beauty. What do you think we'll be doing? No man could bear the thought of a woman he cared about being with another man. Lin Fan's words were like a knife plunging straight into Zhang Xiaoyu's heart, drawing at least 2 pounds of blood. The thought alone was unbearable. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed heavily like an ox, his eyes red as he glared at Lin Fan. Clearly pushed to his limit, he calculated for a moment before saying, fine, I agree. But I don't have that much cash on me right now. Give me some time. Zhang Xiaoyu was actually quite wealthy. His family owned 3 properties locally, including a villa. He was ready to sell one immediately to get Lin Fan off Han Qingyan's back, he just needed time. Lin Fan replied, words alone aren't proof. Give me a deposit first. Zhang Xiaoyu checked his account. Over 500,000 yuan remained. He promptly transferred it as a deposit, demanding Lin Fan keep his hands off Han Qingyan. Lin Fan readily agreed, feeling thrilled to have snagged 500,000 yuan for free. But he knew Zhang Xiaoyu would likely back out of paying the rest. He'd play the delaying game, and who knows, maybe he'd call Han Xingyan later to expose him. Too bad. He and Dr. Han were just ordinary friends. If he was coveting anything about Han Xingyan, it was merely her intellect. He just wanted her to work for him like a beast of burden. Even if Han Xingyan discovered the truth, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Fan returned to his room and immediately inspected Zhang Xiaoyu's coffee machine. Finding no listening devices, he promptly installed it. The machine still held some unused coffee beans, so Lin Fan brewed himself a cup. He'd barely finished half when Han Xingyan stormed in, glaring angrily at him. Han Xingyan had gone out to buy groceries that afternoon and just returned when she encountered Zhang Xiaoyu. She then heard Zhang Xiaoyu say that Lin Fan had extorted 500,000 yuan from him. Zhang Xiaoyu naturally didn't elaborate on the details, only saying Lin Fan had threatened him and he'd had no choice. Do you actually want to go to jail? Han Xingyan snapped. How could you extort him? Lin Fan chuckled. Mind your own business when it comes to men's affairs. What extortion? He gave it to me willingly. What a man, playing those manipulative games. Han Xingyan fumed. Give him the money back. I'm doing this for your own good. If he reports you to the police, you're finished. The money never reached me, Lin Fan scoffed dismissively, rising to confront Zhang Xiaoyu. How could I return something given willingly? This isn't extortion. Zhang Xiaoyu only dared tell Han Xingyan because he thought I wouldn't speak up. Do I look like the type to care about my reputation? Han Xingyan grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Enough already. What else do you want? Of course I'm going to have a little chat with Teacher Zhang about his views on love. Lin Fan chuckled. Han Xingyan sighed, exasperated by Lin Fan's stubbornness. Forget it. Stop courting disaster. How did he end up living across from us? Obviously he came for you. He's head over heels for you. Lin Fan blurted out nonsense. Han Xingyan shot Lin Fan a withering look, abandoned her cooking plans, and sank into the sofa with a sigh. How could I possibly rip him off? Lin Fan couldn't be bothered listening to Han Xingyan's complaints. He was planning to swindle him anyway. What was there to think about? Since Han Xingyan wasn't cooking, Lin Fan took over the kitchen. Dinner was ready soon. Calling Han Xingyan to eat, he grinned. Teacher Zhang just moved in, he must be starving. Shouldn't we invite him over? You decide, I'm totally open-minded. Han Xingyan didn't want to see Zhang Xiaoyu and remained silent. Lin Fan, however, immediately went to find Zhang Xiaoyu. He knocked on his door and greeted him with boundless enthusiasm, acting as if he knew nothing. Teacher Zhang, dinner's ready. Have you eaten? Want to join me and Han Bashi? Not interested. Come on. Lin Fan pleaded. We're having dinner with Dr. Han. We have a deal, right? Here's what we'll do to show my sincerity. I'll sell you the right to join us for dinner. $500 a meal. You eat with us, and you can keep an eye on me to make sure I don't pull anything on Dr. Han, okay? Have you gone completely broke? Not exactly. Think about it, going out to eat with Dr. Han costs at least 1,000, right? But eating at my place, I can stay out of the way. It's just the two of you. For 500, you're getting a steal. Plus, how about staying in my room? 1,000 a day to share a roof with Dr. Han. Who knows? Maybe something more than friendship might happen. Lin Fan said earnestly, this is all my sincerity for our exchange. Teacher Zhang, can you feel it? Chapter 135, The Sucker. Zhang Xiaoyu thought to himself, renting the place next door was precisely to keep an eye on Han Xingyan. Now Lin Fan, greedy for money, was offering him an opportunity. It would be a real shame to miss it. Zhang Xiaoyu's heart raced. Are you sure? As long as the money's right, we can talk. You just moved in today, your place probably isn't settled yet. Staying at mine would be awkward, considering we're business partners with financial ties. Lin Fan offered to sleep in the living room. Zhang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, his heart racing with temptation. But the thought of sharing a space with Lin Fan made him uneasy. I'll pay you, go stay at a hotel. No way. I'm living with Teacher Han. Until I get my 10 million, I'm not leaving this place. And don't get any funny ideas, I'm keeping a close eye on my 10 million. That's just how stingy I am. Zhang Xiaoyu shot Lin Fan a look. Lin Fan immediately pulled out his phone to collect the payment, then took Zhang Xiaoyu back to eat together. Han Xingyan watched their expressions and felt like dying. This guy actually brought Zhang Xiaoyu along? What the hell is wrong with him? Is he out of his mind? Han Xingyan mentally berated Lin Fan over and over. Watching Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoyu chatting and laughing together, she suddenly felt a sense of unease. She ate a couple of bites casually before heading back to her bedroom. Lin Fan winked at Zhang Xiaoyu. Dr. Han has her own bedroom, I have mine, and there's another one for Zhou Mei. See? I'm not involved with Dr. Han like that. I'm honest, right? Zhang Xiaoyu sneered coldly. You better not have one. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Report me for extortion? Lin Fan chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. Reporting this benefits neither of us. I can afford to lose face, but can you? You're a professor at Huaqing University, can you really afford the embarrassment? Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless with rage, while Lin Fan doubled over with laughter. When Zhang Xiaoyu heard Lin Fan mention blackmail, he knew Han Qingyan had told him about it. Yet Lin Fan seemed utterly unconcerned. Han Qingyan hadn't argued with him, caused a scene, or even broken up. None of the outcomes he'd hoped for had materialized. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Had Han Qingyan fallen head over heels for Lin Fan? What tricks had this guy pulled? How could she know Lin Fan was no good and still refuse to break up? 5 years apart, and now Han Qingyan was love-struck? He reflected on his own time with Han Qingyan. It seemed true. She'd always been warm and considerate toward him, always thinking of his needs. Now that consideration had shifted to someone else, Lin Fan. Once a woman falls for someone, she easily becomes love-struck. If he could just get rid of Lin Fan, Han Qingyan's infatuation would surely shift to him. Then he'd have a beauty in his arms and a channel to access Dragon Nation's secrets, which would undoubtedly boost his standing within the Illuminati. Zhang Xiaoyu instantly decided against causing trouble. He would complete the deal with Lin Fan quickly and make him leave immediately. We'll settle the deal in a week. If you haven't left the capital by then, I'll kill you. Deal. Lin Fan escorted Zhang Xiaoyu to see the room, but Zhang had no intention of staying the night. He wanted to leave a good impression on Han Qingyan. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Another free meal in the bag. Teacher Zhang, will you join us for dinner tomorrow? If you do, what would you like to eat? After all, you're the one paying. Lin Fan looked slightly embarrassed. We'll see tomorrow. Lin Fan nodded quickly, turned to close the door, and began clearing the dishes. Han Qingyan appeared in the kitchen out of nowhere, startling him. Could you make some noise when you walk? You were singing to yourself. How could you blame me for not hearing your footsteps? Han Qingyan sneered. I really have to rethink my opinion of you. You have absolutely no boundaries. I do have boundaries, okay? Lin Fan retorted. My boundaries are just unfathomably deep. Just beyond what ordinary people have. Han Qingyan sneered coldly. Are you treating me like a tool to blackmail Zhang Xiaoyu? Lin Fan chuckled. Absolutely not. How could I betray a friend? I'm protecting you. You don't need sympathy when dealing with someone like Zhang Xiaoyu. Han Qingyan snorted coldly. How do you explain the 10 million? I heard it all. While Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoyu discussed matters over dinner, Han Qingyan had been hiding by the bedroom door, eavesdropping. The rage had nearly consumed her. That damned Lin Fan had truly shown her the full meaning of the phrase, the human heart is treacherous. Lin Fan gasped and immediately said, don't get angry yet. I can give you a cut. How about 100,000 yuan? That's a 1% commission. Is this about the commission? Han Qingyan couldn't contain her rage. You're shameless. This is about your character. You've used me again, exploited my feelings, you're scum. Lin Fan washed dishes in silence for a long while before finally saying, I'm broke. You'll be happy once you see my results. Bull results. That's just you daydreaming. Electromagnetic catapults? I may not be a physicist, but do you take me for an uneducated fool? What qualifies you, a college student, to work on that? What if I told you I'm not a college student? I used to be a military technology expert, the best in the world. Would you believe me? You? Han Qingyan sneered. In your next life. People with no integrity can't succeed at anything. Lin Fan sighed. Do you feel like I've screwed over Zhang Xiaoyu? Do you pity him, sympathize with him, remembering he was your college boyfriend? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold, rational light. I understand you perfectly. Your ex-lover reappears, still pursuing you. You could have rekindled your relationship and lived happily ever after. Too bad you discovered your former boyfriend had become a spy. Cut it out. What do you know? Lin Fan smiled. Dr. Han, human emotions aren't impossible to decipher. You just need the courage to face your past. Haven't you been avoiding relationships all this time, waiting for the moment you'd meet Zhang Xiaoyu again? Han Qingyan's expression darkened noticeably. Feeling uneasy, she avoided Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan wiped his hands and fetched her a cup of tea. Sitting on the sofa like royalty, Lin Fan smiled. You're still young. You haven't experienced true humiliation, nor faced real adversity or setbacks. Personal humiliation and setbacks pale in comparison to the humiliation of a nation. Do you know what I went through to collaborate with others? To learn their technology, I groveled like a dog. I rummaged through their trash bins, hid in restrooms for 2 days straight just to eavesdrop on their technical secrets. When our ships were lost at sea due to foreign navigation systems, forcing us to pay exorbitant costs? When our missile technology lagged behind others, inviting ridicule? Do you know how much I despised my own incompetence? Lin Fan's voice was low and heavy. Chapter 136, The Greater Good. Love isn't something only you've experienced. I've been there too, Lin Fan said in a low voice. I've been dumped, simply because the moon outside seemed brighter. The person I loved married an ordinary foreigner and went to live a life of freedom. Our country was poor and weak, we didn't even have the right to love. Back then, I swore, by Lin Fan, live only to make the dragon nation mighty unmatched in strength so no one dares look down on us again. I don't want love, but I want our people to have the right to love. Lin Fan fumbled for a cigarette, lighting it with trembling hands. He took a deep drag and began coughing violently. Do you think I don't understand you? Or your love? The people I've seen, the things I've witnessed you couldn't even begin to imagine. Right now, I need money. I won't care what means I use to get what I want, as long as I ultimately achieve my goals. Without us, Morrison's carrier would have entered our territorial waters in the South China Sea. You were there, didn't you feel our nation's head being trampled underfoot at that moment? Lin Fan fixed Han Xinyan with a fierce stare. When duty calls, there's no room for choice. Neither of us gets to choose, because the enemy won't give us that option. Han Xinyan listened silently, her heart trembling. She couldn't believe it. Lin Fan's words slammed into her soul. Yet she stubbornly retorted, "Are you saying everything you say is right? I've lived it. I've witnessed it. Of course I'm right." Lin Fan declared. "I need you to help me complete certain calculations. This isn't my demand, it's history's mission for you, your very destiny. Don't question my methods. As long as my results are correct, then I am right." Lin Fan continued, "Zhang Xiaoyu approached you thought it was for love, but he was after the secrets of the Beidou system. He wanted what's inside your mind." A heavy weight pressed on Han Xingyan's heart. As Lin Fan said, she had absolutely wronged Zhang Xiaoyu, betraying the trust of their past relationship. Lin Fan's methods were too dirty, staining the beautiful past she shared with Zhang Xiaoyu. After a long silence, Han Xingyan snapped, "You're no better. Good people never get things done. I'm destined to be no good in this life." Lin Fan extended his hand. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Lin Fan, nicknamed Big Shot Lin. Chief Designer of the Southern Heavenly Gate Project, Chief Designer of the Planetary Defense Program. Currently assigned to the Southern Naval Base, Head of the Strategic Laboratory at Harbin Institute of Technology, and future Chief Designer of the Aircraft Carrier." Lin Fan shifted from solemn to stern, then suddenly acted like a goofball. Han Xingyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This man was truly bizarre. His smile lifted her spirits somewhat, but she wasn't fooled. "You're just giving yourself all these titles, aren't you? When you're out hustling, identities are self-assigned. You start by giving yourself one, and eventually the higher-ups will recognize it," Lin Fan chuckled. "I'm confident." Han Xingyan pondered for a moment before replying, "We'll see when you actually become the chief designer. Maybe by then I'll be willing to work under you. Right now, you're not quite there yet, you're not even a PhD, and I am at least a PhD." Faced with another rejection, Lin Fan sighed in resignation. The atmosphere had been promising just moments ago. He thought he might finally recruit a top talent. But no such luck. Women are just too complicated. Lin Fan nodded with restrained composure. "All right. A bit disappointed, but it's fine. There's always hope. Life is unpredictable, I'm used to it." Han Xingyan suddenly interjected, "You mentioned you've loved before. Did your girlfriend go abroad and marry a foreigner?" Earlier, when Lin Fan mentioned it, Han Xingyan hadn't paid much attention. But now it clicked. His cold-hearted attitude toward relationships must be tied to his ex-girlfriend. That was last lifetime. This lifetime? I'm clean as a whistle. Lin Fan inwardly rolled his eyes but nodded. Women loved gossip. Yeah, that's how it was. But it's all in the past. Han Xingyan smiled wryly. So that explains your heartless, cold-blooded demeanor. You got dumped. If you insist on putting it that way, I won't argue. The truth doesn't matter anyway. Finally, recruiting Han Xingyan made him a bit nervous, considered a reserved ox and horse. As long as I become the chief engineer? Is that so far off? Lin Fan was about to shift the conversation when his phone rang. It was old Sue. "Lin Fan, the aerospace folks contacted me. Can you offer a discount? The Mi family isn't willing to pay that much." Long Xiaoshang had relayed Lin Fan's proposal to the aerospace division. They'd negotiated with the U.S. Space Agency, but the Americans still found it too expensive. Now they were playing games over the cooperation terms. Longhua had long sought space cooperation with the U.S., jointly exploring outer space and leveraging American expertise. But everyone knew the truth: both sides were guarding against each other. These negotiations dragged on for over a decade. Lin Fan knew it was hopeless. In the end, Longhua lost billions, played for fools, and only then resolved to develop its own standalone game. Then things snowballed. Having never been humiliated by outsiders, China's space agency still clung to hopes of global collaboration. Knowing Lin Fan was a tough nut to crack, the aerospace folks stopped going through Young Dragon and went straight to old Sue. Lin Fan was getting annoyed. Can't you guys be a little more backbone? If they don't want to pay, let them go to hell. They expect to freeload off my tech without paying? Is that even fair? For the greater good. For the greater good. Bull big picture. Old Sue hurriedly interjected, this time it's different. The space agency said that if this collaboration succeeds, they'll push for a joint outer space exploration program with us. They've essentially agreed to let us join their space initiative. How could that be? Is that how the Americans operate? Could it be that the US in this world is actually the good guys? Lin Fan's mind raced with skepticism. This sounded like pie in the sky. He couldn't help but probe further. Did they specify their terms? They mentioned accepting our funding, just $5 billion. Our astronauts could use their rockets for space missions. What the hell does that even mean? Data sharing? Technology sharing? That's the real deal. Can't we just send someone into space ourselves? Lin Fan snapped. Old Su, not an expert in this field, was momentarily flustered by Lin Fan's outburst. The space base didn't mention data or technology sharing specifically, but they seem very optimistic about the prospects of our cooperation. They should be willing to share. Forget it. Lin Fan understood the space base had clearly underestimated how shameless the Eagle but folks were. You'd think they'd have some dignity, but the reality is they have none. Lao Su didn't elaborate on these details. After all, it was classified. If the deal closed, they might announce it publicly. His main point was to Lin Fan to scale back his demands. Asking for tens of billions of dollars off the bat was terrifying. When the Eagle family's space base says they're broke, what can you do? They'd have to let Lin Fan take a massive hit. Old Su suggested 100 or 2 million should suffice. Even then, they'll probably haggle over the price. Chapter 137. Fine, I'll handle it. Put. You guys have no idea how to negotiate. Lin Fan was furious. This was utterly shameless, absolutely shameless. Is 50 billion too much? If not, we could still talk. 30 billion would work. But you lot? You open your mouths and slash it down to a pittance. Are you even serious? If not, I'll handle it myself. This is the budget for building my 10,000-ton destroyer. If you won't fund it, I'll raise the money myself. You're unhappy that I'm using my own funds to build a destroyer for the Dragon Nation? Heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Lin Fan wanted to scream at them. Is this Eagle your father? Just thinking about it made Lin Fan furious. He'd shamelessly fleeced Zhang Xiaoyu out of money, earning Dr. Han's utter contempt, only to now have to play the good guy at the space base. Who doesn't want to be the good guy? But what good does it do? Seeing Lin Fan's fury, Old Su could only plead earnestly, urging him to consider the bigger picture. But the big picture you're talking about doesn't include me. Old Su sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Don't talk nonsense. I know you have principles and understand the bigger picture. The aerospace folks will fight for you. Take whatever they offer, however much it is. Deal? I know your research is starved for funds. I'll set aside a budget for you next year. Just a few more months. Hang in there. Didn't you swindle 200 million from the Navy? That money I got has nothing to do with you. Those 200 million from the Navy were mine to earn. What business is it of yours? Using it for research is my generosity. If I spent it on myself, you couldn't stop me. I don't splurge on mansions, luxury cars, or celebrity girlfriends. Do you think I don't know how to spend money? Lin Fan snapped. You're just picking on a college student, aren't you? Just wait, you'll be begging me on your knees someday. Your old man will always be your old man. Got it? Old Su felt both exasperated and amused, yet also a pang of sorrow. I know, I understand. You've had it rough otherwise. Why would I have looked out for you so much? You've given me extra funding, but that's hardly looking out for me. But I did give you 20 million. Old Su's tone hardened. Mentioning that funding gave him leverage he really had delivered. It wasn't empty promises. Aerospace has been negotiating with them for over a decade. This breakthrough is hard won. We must seize this opportunity. Partnering with them lets us learn their manned spaceflight expertise, something money can't buy. So please consider the bigger picture. Lin Fan was reluctant, but Old Su's words were undeniably true. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. Fine. Proceed with the talks with aerospace. We'll discuss it once there's a result, but the budget can't be less than 300 million. Lin Fan hung up the phone, feeling thoroughly disgruntled. Everything around him seemed irritating. When he caught Han Qingyan staring at him, he shot her a withering look. What the hell are you looking at? I just lost hundreds of billions. I'm heartbroken. Han Qingyan, who had overheard Lin Fan's call with Old Su, seemed to recognize the connection to aerospace. She quickly asked, when did you start collaborating with aerospace again? It's about that leak you caused. I used it to steal a few satellites. Now the Eagle Chan Space Agency is begging me to return them, but they won't pay. They're loaded, yet they won't give me a dime. Guess all their funds got embezzled. Lin Fan complained. This turned out to be true a decade later. It was exposed that the Eagle Nation Space Agency had embezzled funds on an absurd scale. Han Qingyan took it as a joke but was startled by Lin Fan's satellite theft. That actually happened? Lin Fan paused before replying, this is top secret information, you shouldn't know about it. But since you're the computational specialist I'm recruiting, I'll tell you. Keep this confidential. Lin Hongyan died because of those lost satellites. The Eagle's Illuminati will definitely hunt me down as the hacker. Zhang Xiaoyu's interest in you is likely tied to that leak. Once they discover the satellite disabling program was copied from your computer, they'll be watching you like a hawk. Han Qingyan snapped, why didn't you mention something this important sooner? Haven't I been by your side in Zhongmei eyes the whole time? Do you really think I stayed just because you two are beauties, lusting after your looks? Lin Fan snapped. Aren't you a PhD? Can't you use your brain? I stayed in the capital to fish. That brute Long Xiaoshang was around, and with him, countless people were protecting you. Han Qingyan froze, then realized the truth. Me and Zhong AI definitely aren't high enough ranking. It's to protect you, right? Of course they're protecting me. The guys who helped you move yesterday and that agent Zhang, they're all Long Xiaoshang's men. What? Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan in stunned confusion. She hadn't suspected anything about the moving crew or agent Zhang before. How did you know? Did they tell you? Nope. I tested them. I asked for a cut of the commission and they actually agreed. That's crazy. Money's harder to come by than these days. Even a sharp guy like me has to scam people to make a buck. They're offering me a cut? That's fishy as hell. Hearing Lin Fan mention the commission, Han Qingyan suddenly remembered that Agent Zhang had later raised her fee by 2,000 yuan. That must have been Lin Fan's commission. Han Qingyan roared, you scumbag. You swindled my money? Holy. Seeing Han Qingyan's rage, Lin Fan knew better than to say more. After all, a female PhD wasn't some dumbass. Seeing Han Qingyan about to punch him, Lin Fan scrambled, wait. Zhang Xiaoyu's right across the hall. If you hit me, I'll scream. People will think we're up to something, that's not good. Affairs? My ass. Though furious, Han Qingyan feared misunderstandings and reluctantly backed down. She glared at Lin Fan and demanded, give me back the 2,000 yuan. No way. Once money's in my hands, why would I give it back? Lin Fan chuckled. Besides, you make 30 grand a month. A measly 2,000? Forget it. How infuriating. Was this even human speech? Why should she give up her own money? Han Qingyan snapped, don't I know how to spend money? Can't I buy a car, a house, or date a young starlet? Lin Fan instantly recognized the line. He suddenly remembered what he'd said earlier and looked at Dr. Han, torn between laughter and tears. I'm not that kind of person. I was talking to someone else. Don't use my words against me. Lin Fan flat out refused to pay back the money. Han Qingyan was furious, but all she could do was look down on him with contempt. Then an idea struck her, since you won't pay me back, you're responsible for all the meals these past few days. Stop telling me you're broke, you definitely have money. Lin Fan was about to refuse, but then quickly changed his mind. He could just pass the meal expenses off to Zhang Xiaoyu, all he had to do was tell her what Han Qingyan wanted to eat. Seeing Han Qingyan retreat to her bedroom, Lin Fan hurried out to find Zhang Xiaoyu next door. Teacher Zhang, Dr. Han mentioned she'd like king crab tomorrow. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoyu froze, but seeing Lin Fan's shameless expression, he couldn't possibly miss the implication. Got it. I'll buy it. Lin Fan quickly added, Teacher Zhang, you're such a kind person. If I have any questions about my homework later, could I ask you for help? What schoolwork could you possibly have? Zhang Xiaoyu scoffed. Lin Fan quickly explained, I'm assisting the professor with a research project, something about encrypted communications. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. Since you're a professor at Huaqing, I'd like to ask you for guidance. Encrypted communications? Zhang Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. He smiled. Alright, for Qingyan's sake, I'll agree. Chapter 138, I'm not a superficial man. Zhang Xiaoyu hadn't expected Lin Fan to be involved in cryptographic communications, let alone working on a project with a hit professor. He instantly regarded Lin Fan with new respect. This was the perfect opportunity to probe Lin Fan for relevant information, perhaps even uncover some of Longhua's secrets in cryptographic communications. Considering his standing in Longhua's academic circles, Zhang Xiaoyu grew impatient and quickly inquired about Lin Fan's professor. Lin Fan didn't hide anything, casually mentioning a well-known scholar in the field. Professor Wang Ren at HIT had made significant contributions in cryptography and occasionally taught classes to students like Lin Fan. The moment Professor Wang Ren's name surfaced, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly recognized his stature. This was indeed a big fish, and he couldn't help but take notice. I've heard of Professor Wang Ren too. He's a formidable educator. I'm not sure I'm as capable as him. You definitely can't match Professor Wang Ren. How dare you, a banana person, compare yourself to old Wang? Lin Fan paused, then quickly asked, Professor Zhang, have you heard of the blackout problem? Zhang Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. He knew full well this was a major unsolved problem in the field of communications, a technology yet to be cracked worldwide, one whose breakthrough would be invaluable. Why ask about the black barrier problem? Is teacher Wang Ren researching communication solutions for it? Of course not. But Lin Fan was doing this on purpose. Without bringing up something critical, how could Zhang Xiaoyu get interested? How else could he squeeze money out of him? Blackout communication technology was a super advanced capability unique to Dragon Nation. It was essential for developing hypersonic aircraft and spacecraft. It enables spacecraft to communicate normally through the ionosphere while traveling at hypersonic speeds, eliminating all communication barriers. Lin Fan nodded eagerly. I'm working on this project with my professor? Zhang Xiaoyu eyed Lin Fan with a look that said he'd seen through everything long ago. You're just gathering reference materials and doing menial tasks for your professor, right? Lin Fan was just a college student. How could he possibly qualify for genuine involvement in such a core project? He was undoubtedly just a peripheral figure. Lin Fan replied, yes. But I'm still proud to work on this topic with my professor. Unfortunately, my talent isn't up to par. I can't help him much. I just want to be useful. That's why I heard you're an overseas returned scholar in this field and wanted to ask for your advice. With that groundwork laid, Zhang Xiaoyu had other ideas. He suddenly became much more courteous toward Lin Fan. Alright then. I've done quite a bit of research in this area myself. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come talk to me. Thank you, Professor Zhang. Lin Fan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Returning to his room, he smiled to himself. It was time to astonish those at the Aerospace Bureau. Want some blackout communication technology? Lin Fan planned to use Zhang Xiaoyu as the conduit to leak the blackout communication technology. With Zhang surrounded by officials from relevant departments, the technology would inevitably be intercepted. The authorities would trace it back to its source, and when they discovered it came from him, wouldn't his importance become undeniable? If he offered it voluntarily, his status as a college student would require endless explanations. But if the authorities intercepted it themselves, that would be a different story. It would be technology they stumbled upon by accident, and they'd also unexpectedly discover he was a technological genius from the Dragon Nation. How could they possibly deny me research funding? Just thinking about it made him feel pretty good. Lin Fan brushed his teeth and went to bed. After he closed his door, Han Qingyan pushed hers open. She waited until Lin Fan had shut his door before closing hers. She was afraid Lin Fan might sneak into her room late at night. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Fan bought breakfast. Zhou Ai arrived early, and the three ate together. Zhou Ai asked, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't suspect me, did he? Not at all. Zhou Ai immediately beamed with pride, thinking her acting was so good it would be a waste if she weren't an actress. She then asked Lin Fan if he had any plans for the day. If not, they could go out together. Lin Fan replied, I need to pick up a package today, then head to Yiwu in a few days to connect with factories. Han Qingyan showed no interest. After witnessing how shameless Lin Fan had been yesterday, resentment filled her heart. He was a shameless scoundrel pocketing her money and still acting righteous. Zhou Ai asked curiously, what kind of package requires you to wait specifically for it? It's obviously a very important package. Zhou Ai immediately decided to wait with Lin Fan. Han Qingyan said, I have classes at school today. Besides being a researcher at the institute, she also served as a lecturer at several universities in the capital. Lin Fan nodded. Dr. Han earned a hefty income. Her primary job at the research institute supplemented by salaries from other universities, raking in a fortune each month. Go to work. No need to buy groceries tonight. Professor Zhang will handle it. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a disapproving look, knowing he'd undoubtedly tricked Zhang Xiaoyu again. You're not exactly broke. How can you even do that? I'm totally fine with it. She's buying king crab and seafood. I've never even had that before. Lin Fan chuckled. Free seafood was the best, right? A few days earlier, Lin Fan and Lin Fan had agreed that Lin Fan would mail the toy models and data to Beijing, where Lin Fan would contact manufacturers for mass production. No need to go to Yiwu for this. He could connect with manufacturers there directly online. Mainly, Lin Fan was just killing time, waiting for news from the space agency. Not long after Han Qingyan left, Lin Fan received a package notification. He and Zhou Ai went together to pick up the delivery. Back home, they opened the box. Zhou Ai stared at the mold in shock. Isn't this Qingyan? The toy model bore a striking resemblance to Han Qingyan, save for the absence of hair. The face was incredibly lifelike, and the texture felt soft and warm to the touch. Zhou Ai shot Lin Fan a strange look. You secretly made this. You like Qingyan? Can't you think of something normal? You don't have to drag romantic relationships into everything. Lin Fan fiddled with the model expressionlessly, mostly satisfied except for a few minor flaws. Zhou Ai retorted, is this the business you want to run? If Qingyan finds out, she'll beat you to a pulp. What choice do I have? Her figure is perfect, her looks are flawless. There's a market for this. Switch to someone else and it wouldn't sell. This business mainly targets old perverts. How could it work without good looks? Dr. Han, consider this a sacrifice for the greater good. It's not like it's a real person. Zhou Ai was speechless. You've got some nerve. I guarantee you're dead meat. If neither of us says anything, we'll know. Are you going to betray me? Lin Fan chuckled. I trust you'll help me. One more question. Since I'm starting a business in the capital, are there local policies offering subsidies? You're trying to scam subsidies too? Lin Fan paused. What did he mean by cheat? Could a scholar's endeavor truly be called cheating? A city as vast as Beijing surely had startup subsidies for college students, entrepreneurial support funds, interest-free loans, anything would do. Lin Fan wasn't picky, just give him the money. This is cutting-edge tech, called bionic humans. Chapter 139, this is cutting-edge tech. Zhong AI grinned from ear to ear. Lin Fan couldn't open his mouth without spouting lies. That's just an ordinary doll. What the hell? You don't believe me? I can whip out 10 research papers to bury you in minutes. Lin Fan retorted, superficial. Just look at the materials and labor costs. I'll hook up a gyroscope and chip, and in minutes I'll show you a bionic human. You can call her a doll now, I won't blame you. But in a few years, she'll be a lethal bionic warrior, capable of replacing humans in dangerous missions. This is cutting-edge technology, the forefront of science. The technical complexity is incredibly high. Zhong AI couldn't stop laughing at Lin Fan's exaggerations. A cheap toy was clearly low-end and shallow, yet Lin Fan made it sound so high-tech, you'd be wasted if you weren't a con artist. My nickname is Honest and Reliable Young Master. How did I become a liar? How about being an emotional con artist? Zhong AI blinked at Lin Fan. Come on, deceive me, I'm easy to fool. Zhong AI thought to herself, I really am that gullible. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Superficial. At worst, I just swindle a little money, and even that wouldn't be a real scam. After all, my future products will astonish the world. This is just an investment. An emotional con artist? What kind of person does that make you? As the saying goes, playing with things ruins your ambition, playing with people ruins your character. I won't stoop to that. Zhong AI fumed, you're just a little brat, calling me old man all the time. What kind of sense does that make? How old are you anyway? Careful, you might get so used to it that you turn old yourself. My actual age could make you my great-grandchild, Lin Fan retorted. After all, counting both lifetimes, he was nearly 100. Lin Fan finished adjusting the mold, gave it a satisfied once-over, snapped some photos, and immediately contacted a toy manufacturer named Old Wang next door. Upon seeing the photos and model specs Lin Fan sent, Boss Wang immediately assured him it was no problem. My factory can produce anything we dare to make everything. Just glancing at Lin Fan's toy, Old Wang understood immediately, our factory can install a sound module for free, the adjustable kind. We can provide voices for mature women, young girls, aloof types, or passionate characters. How many do you want to produce, Mr. Lin? Smaller batches cost more, but larger ones are cheaper. Lin Fan smiled faintly and immediately called back, I'll grant you the model rights for this toy. How about you produce it for me free of charge? Lin Fan never intended to pay out of pocket. How could he possibly pay someone to make toys for him? That'd be a total loss for me. This toy has patents. Don't be ridiculous. I know whether it's profitable or not. Haven't you ever thought about secretly copying it? Lin Fan retorted, what secrets do factories in Yiwu have? Of course it wouldn't be a loss. With the license, they could freely copy it and sell it for dirt cheap. Lin Fan said, I'm being fair. I'll handle the high-end market and you take the low end. I won't touch the low-end market. And those plastic mannequins in shopping malls? That's a huge market. Mr. Lin, if you put it that way, we can talk. Mr. Wang thought it over and agreed. Then Lin Fan added, for the high-end goods I want, I'll provide the materials. Of course, I won't shortchange you. Once we make sales, I'll give you 1/10 of the profit per toy. Only 1/10? Is that too much? How about 1/20? No, I mean it's too little. Can't you give more? You're complaining about 10% from toys selling for 200,000 each? Lin Fan snapped. Can we do this or not? If not, I'll find someone else. No, Mr. Lin. I'll take your word for it. Let's partner up. 1/10 it is. On the other end of the line, Mr. Wang inwardly cursed. 200,000 per unit? What a crooked businessman. Who in their right mind would buy these? This way, he wouldn't have to produce too many units and would even get Lin Fan's patent for free. What a steal. Lin Fan figured he wouldn't lose out either. You guys know nothing about the spending power of China's wealthy. Government stats show the average Chinese person has 1 million yuan in savings. Is 200,000 yuan for a lifelike beauty really that expensive? These lifelike dolls? Yiwu only makes the outer shell. The rest still needs to be fine-tuned in Beijing. Lin Fan also adds other components inside. While not identical to a real person, they'll be about 60% lifelike, especially the emotional system, which will behave almost like a real person in bed. This is a high-end bionic girlfriend. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhong AI. I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Could you help me record some voice samples later? No problem. Zhong AI agreed readily. Beijing was teeming with recording studios after all, it was the cultural hub of the Dragon Nation. Lin Fan marveled at how genuinely kind Zhong AI was. Lin Fan quickly contacted a music studio online and took Zhong AI to record that afternoon. After receiving the audio content Lin Fan needed, both Zhong AI and the sound engineer were stunned. What Lin Fan wanted to record was that kind of sound. Zhong AI's face flushed crimson as she stared at Lin Fan. Why this kind of thing? What do you mean? The sound engineer stared at Lin Fan like he was a deity. To record moans and groans, bring a girl along, and just casually mention it like that? This boss was a force to be reckoned with. The sound engineer thought to himself that in over a decade of working in this field, he'd never encountered anyone this intense. Lin Fan explained, "It's for work. Just make the sacrifice. I'll compensate you afterward. You won't be shortchanged." "Do I look like I'm short on cash?" Joan Ai opened her bag and pulled out 20,000 yuan in cash. "Here's the money. Is that okay?" "All right." Lin Fan snatched the cash and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he looked at Zhang Ai. "You still need that recording, right? I think your voice is really nice. As a friend, could you help me out? This is a big money-making scheme. My fortune depends on you." Zhang Ai felt utterly mortified. She had zero experience in that area, and besides, was this really how friends helped each other? This was practically scamming someone. Lin Fan said, "Haven't you watched tons of reference videos?" The sound engineer watched Lin Fan and Zhang Ai with amazement. "Good grief, you young folks sure do things in such elaborate, avant-garde ways." He really felt out of touch. "Why don't you two discuss it? I'll step out for now." The sound engineer scrambled to leave. This conversation definitely wasn't meant for his ears. Zhang Ai, seeing no one else around, fixed her gaze on Lin Fan. "What exactly do you mean? You said you weren't interested in me, so why are you making me record this kind of thing now?" "For business," Lin Fan thought for a moment before explaining earnestly. "Mainly, you and Han Xingyan are the only two girls I know in the capital. The bionic doll's appearance uses Han Xingyan's data, but I can't very well ask her to record the voice. She'd kill me. I'm not stupid. So for the remaining voice parts, you're my only option." Zhang Ai nodded oddly. Though absurd, it seemed logical. For a moment, she found herself unable to argue. Chapter 140, Calling You to Negotiate. Zhang Ai felt uneasy just thinking about it. As a young lady of privilege, she'd never done anything so shameless before. Yet here was Lin Fan, the very person she liked, asking for her help. Her face flushed crimson. "It's not that I won't help you, but I genuinely don't know how. I have no experience with this. I'll write it out for you. Just follow it. It's like, oh my, you're so naughty, don't do this, don't do that." Zhang Ai glared at Lin Fan, her expression odd. "How would you even know what girls say? He seemed so knowledgeable. Had he already tasted a girl?" Lin Fan smiled faintly. "If you don't know, you ask the internet. There are tons of experienced guys online, all experts. They talk sweet and know exactly what to do. After all, his product would eventually be sold to these online buddies anyway. This was just market research." Zhang Ai was speechless. Lin Fan had clearly thought this through, and there was no turning back now. Taking a deep breath, she said, "This is so embarrassing. I'm going to die of social anxiety. Just treat it like any other business venture. Look at me, I don't feel like I'm dying of embarrassment." Lin Fan remained unflappable. A mere voice couldn't shake him. Only the weak-willed would be swayed. His product, after all, was red attributed. Lin Fan declared, "Just treat it like any other job." Easier said than done. Zhang Ai was speechless inside. It wasn't even you who'd be humiliated. This was more agonizing than death. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Could you find some voice actors online? Would that work?" "Not impossible. Do you know anyone?" Zhang Ai shook her head. She didn't have any friends who could alter their voices. "I don't know anyone like that, but it does." Zhang Ai produced another stack of cash. Lin Fan found this perfectly reasonable. Having cash really made a difference. Now that he had the money, all that remained was finding someone. Lin Fan grabbed his phone and started searching online, while Zhang Ai took a more direct approach and sought out the recording studio technician. The guy specialized in recording for others and definitely knew some cash-strapped but art-loving ladies. Just mentioning it, the recording engineer readily agreed to help connect them. They'd be there in half an hour, guaranteed to be absolutely professional. Given the unique nature of the recording, the price was naturally steep, 20,000 yuan per day. Lin Fan tried to haggle, but the voice actress who came to work was so annoyed she wanted to punch someone. "You have the nerve to haggle over recording such uncivilized material?" Zhang Ai quickly stepped in to stop Lin Fan. "Seriously, you're being unreasonable. She's working hard for her money. Isn't it normal to haggle when buying something?" "Normal my ass." The recording began. Zhang Ai listened for a while before turning bright red and trembling all over. Unable to bear it any longer, she stormed out of the studio. The recording engineer looked at Lin Fan and instantly revered him like a god. He had struggled to suppress his own excitement, yet Mr. Lin remained completely unflappable, utterly calm. That level of self-control was terrifying. Listening to the voice made the sound engineer feel like he needed two girlfriends right then and there. No one could resist this voice actress's seductive words. Even the young lady recording inside was starting to feel overwhelmed, yet Lin Fan remained completely unfazed. The sound engineer, feeling overwhelmed, paused the session. The voice actress immediately excused herself to use the restroom. The sound engineer turned to Lin Fan. "You're incredible. Don't you feel a thing?" I'm no ordinary man, you know. With a shining red star, no demon or monster can touch me. Seeing the sound engineer's legs trembling, Lin Fan asked earnestly, on a scale of 1 to 10, how potent would you rate this attack? 10 out of 10, absolutely 10. Your lines are too sultry, with such lingering impact. What man could resist a girl whispering sweet nothings like that? Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. I trust your professional judgment. I'm heading to the restroom. Lin Fan was speechless. Why does everyone keep going to the bathroom? Are they even going to work? After a moment, Zhong Ai returned with a peculiar look on her face. She glanced at Lin Fan, who immediately asked, "What's up?" Zhong Ai whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "That sound engineer and the voice actress are talking in the bathroom." Oh, how professional. They don't even forget work while using the restroom. Lin Fan nodded approvingly. Professionals are reliable. We'll definitely hire him again next time. Zhong Ai shot Lin Fan a weird look. Don't you know what talking means? How could I not understand? I used to engage in academic discussions with others all the time. Every single one of them was a tough opponent. Forget it. Zhong Ai shot Lin Fan a disapproving glance. After all, he was still a student, naive and untouched by the complexities of the real world. Is the recording engineer and the voice actress having a normal conversation? After just over 10 minutes, the two returned, and Lin Fan continued. After just a few minutes of recording, the sound engineer paused and went to the bathroom with the voice actress. This happened several times. By the time they finally finished recording, the sound engineer sat slumped in his chair, unable to stand. He felt completely drained. Lin Fan beamed with satisfaction. You're so dedicated. I'm thrilled with the results. I'll definitely reach out for future projects. Lin Fan walked away satisfied, CD in hand. Zhong Ai was utterly speechless. The sound engineer's face was ashen. Didn't he notice how his legs trembled at the sight of Lin Fan? By the time the recording wrapped, night had fallen. Lin Fan excitedly urged Zhong Ai to hurry home. Tonight, we're in for a feast. Teacher Zhang is treating us. Do you know what just happened? What happened? Lin Fan looked at Zhong Ai with an innocent expression, leaving her utterly speechless. Was this man even human? Didn't he possess any of the emotions and desires that people should have? Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Long Xiaoshan calling. Get ready. I need you at the aerospace base for negotiations. Damn it, right now? Lin Fan was furious. This was ruining his chance at a feast. Zhang Xiaoyu was going to be shelling out big tonight. I was going to eat king crab tonight. What? Long Xiaoshan looked utterly speechless. Tonight's the negotiation between the space agency and the Eagle family. How much you get depends entirely on this meeting. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Long Xiaoshan felt like his brain was about to explode from dealing with Lin Fan. Can't you think about the bigger picture? You can eat king crab anytime. This time's different. Teacher Zhang is treating us. It'd be a waste to miss it, Lin Fan insisted. Long Xiaoshang inquired curiously, Zhang Xiaoyu? That guy's from that side. Wait, when did you become so close with him? Because he's loaded. He's willing to pay 10 million for my affection. Lin Fan grinned. He's a good guy. A good person like me naturally wants to hang out with other good people. Lin Fan casually brushed it off, infuriating Long Xiaoshan. Damn it, stop talking nonsense. What if that bastard targets you? If you die, what am I supposed to do? Can't you just not take risks? Poof. I've seen more than you've eaten salt in your life. Do you really think I can't handle a little karami? Lin Fan snorted and hung up. As for negotiations between the space agency and the Eagle agency, he couldn't care less. Those old men at the space base were just clinging to empty hopes. These old fools genuinely wanted to cooperate with the other side, even willing to take a loss, but the other party showed no sincerity. Whether he went or not made no difference. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to watch his own people get pushed around. It was just too much of a hassle. Chapter 141, Money Matters. Lin Fan and Zhong Ai arrived home to find Han Qingyan already back. In the kitchen, a man bustled about, none other than Teacher Zhang. Zhang Xiaoyu was as cheerful as a monkey, meticulously preparing king crab and lobster. Just those dishes alone looked worth thousands. Rich. Free stuff is the best. Lin Fan quickly said, Teacher Zhang, it feels so awkward having you buy the ingredients and cook for us. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced back at Lin Fan and chuckled, then you do it. Lin Fan immediately turned to Han Qingyan, better yet, Dr. Han, you do it. Damn it, what a shameless bastard. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't bother arguing with Lin Fan. You guys go wait to eat? I'll handle this myself. I ate king crab and lobster like this all the time when I was studying abroad. You wouldn't know how to prepare them, just watch me. You learned cooking while studying abroad? Lin Fan asked, genuinely curious. Zhang Xiaoyu beamed with pride. I cooked all my own meals abroad, so I learned how to prepare these seafood delicacies. You guys rarely eat this stuff back home, no wonder you don't know how. You're so talented. Lin Fan smiled. Well, I'll go wait for dinner then. Thanks for all your trouble, Teacher Zhang. Turning around, Lin Fan saw Zhang Ai walk over and take out her phone. Let's split the cost for dinner tonight. We can't keep taking advantage of teacher Zhang. I'll transfer it to him later. Zhang Ai asked, how much? 500. Zhang Ai was about to transfer the money when Han Qingyan suddenly slapped her forehead. She'd been watching Lin Fan the whole time. Sure enough, he was trying to rip Zhang Ai off again. Han Qingyan quickly intervened. Lin Fan, you really surprise me. How can you say something like that? Zhang Ai is clearly trying to rip you off. Lin Fan smiled faintly. What's that supposed to mean? Even if you say that, Sister Zhang will still give me money to spend. Zhang Ai shot Han Qingyan a withering look. Mind your own business. This is our little game. Soon, Lin Fan received 5,000 yuan. He promptly declared, my sister Zhang is awesome. Not like someone else who's stingy as hell. Making all that money and not spending it on me, what's the point of earning it then? Han Qingyan fell silent, unwilling to waste breath on Lin Fan. Lin Fan held his phone triumphantly, having scored another 5,000 yuan for free. With his funds replenished, Zhang Ai glanced at Han Qingyan and recalled the incident from earlier that day. Feeling a bit awkward, she looked at Han Qingyan. Should she tell Qingyan? It felt like betraying her best friend. Just as Zhang Ai pondered this, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, she saw Long Xiaoshang in plain clothes nodding at her. Startled, Zhang Ai froze, momentarily speechless. Zhang Xiaoyu, that banana man, was there too. Long Xiaoshang had come to the door. Was he here to arrest someone? Before Zhang Ai could respond, Long Xiaoshang chuckled. Hey, call me brother. I'm here for Lin Fan. Where's that guy? How's your relationship going lately? When are you two getting married? Ha? Zhang Ai froze, then snapped back. Not yet. Lin Fan's been crushing on my bestie lately. I'm still chasing him. What the hell? Are you guys that promiscuous? He's moved on? Zhang Ai nodded. Long Xiaoshang's mouth twitched. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu in the kitchen before fixing his gaze on Lin Fan. You've got some nerve. Even a toad wouldn't be as shameless as you. What are you doing here? Can't I just come for a free meal? Long Xiaoshang nodded to Zhang Xiaoyu in the kitchen before plopping down beside Lin Fan. Aren't you afraid he'll figure it out? If you're not scared, why should I be? What does a little nobody like him know about who I am? Long Xiaoshang sneered. Even if he did find out, he'd probably scare himself to death. That makes sense. After all, Zhang Xiaoyu was already surrounded. Lin Fan declared, I'm not interested in your negotiation. Damn it, how else are we supposed to return those things up there? Our techs have no clue how you shut down their engines. You're the only one who can do it. That's the perk of holding the key technology. No one dares touch a single thing unless I'm on the field. Long Xiaoshang shook his head in exasperation. Think of the bigger picture. Stop this nonsense. If you go, the aerospace folks will owe you a favor. Don't they already owe me a favor? Long Xiaoshang was speechless. Lin Fan had stolen a satellite from Eagle Sauce's company, so the aerospace folks already owed him one. After all, it was a satellite, for crying out loud. Going now would be a second favor. Mastering core technology is just that powerful. Long Xiaoshang sighed wryly. Why won't you go? You don't believe the negotiations will succeed. Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he nodded. You're all too optimistic. They've shown zero sincerity. 10 years of talks yielded nothing. What the hell do you expect to achieve today? We won't be satisfied unless we try. Long Xiaoshang insisted. Lin Fan fell silent. How persistent were Long's researchers? He sighed. Fine. After dinner, I can still make it. I'll show you all a thing or two about negotiation techniques. This is where my expertise truly shines. It's not your place. The big shots will handle it. You're just a low-level tech guy. Damn it. Lin Fan shot Long Xiaoshang a withering look. If you can't speak properly, shut up. I won't treat you like a mute. After a while, Teacher Zhang finished preparing the seafood feast. Long Xiaoshang sat like a bully or bandit at the head of the table, radiating an intimidating aura. Zhang Xiaoyu stared in awe, almost too stunned to speak. Long Xiaoshang cut straight to the point. Teacher Zhang, sorry about that. I'm a soldier, you can probably tell. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. No need to say it, I could tell. Sitting there with your body as straight as steel, you don't need an introduction. You're clearly not an ordinary person. Long Xiaoshang chuckled, just a lowly soldier handling logistics at the Beijing base. Today, I'm riding your coattails. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly replied, you're welcome, then dared not say much more. Lin Fan grinned as he devoured the king crab claws, exclaiming, so big. So white. Absolutely amazing. I could eat this forever every single day. Dr. Han, let's keep this going tomorrow, okay? Zhang Xiaoyu froze, glancing at Han Qingyan. Was Lin Fan trying to trick him again? Han Qingyan snapped, who eats king crab every day? Did you pay for it? Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of relief. Qingyan was defending him against Lin Fan. She truly cared about him. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened the payment QR code, and pointed it at Long Xiaoshang. Hey, did you hear me? Pay for this meal. 5,000, thanks. Long Xiaoshan fumed, you're asking me for money? Lin Fan immediately glanced at Zhong Ai beside him. My sister Zhong already paid. Why aren't you covering your share? You're the boss, a grown man, and you won't pay for your own meal? How embarrassing is that? Long Xiaoshan glared at Lin Fan with a crab leg in hand. I'll owe you for now. I'll see about paying you when I get my salary later. Besides, I ate the crab teacher Zhang bought, it's got nothing to do with you. Teacher Zhang handles the shopping and cooking while I collect the payments. How is that none of my business? Lin Fan replied without batting an eye. Teacher Zhang and I share an intimate financial relationship. Chapter 142, keep that sense of crisis. Long Xiaoshan couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Fan. When it came to safety, he was no match for this shameless opponent. Lin Fan always had his own twisted logic, easily outmaneuvering him. Long Xiaoshan pulled out his phone and transferred the money to Lin Fan, who nodded in satisfaction. Good for you for knowing your place. After the meal, Zhang Xiaoyu hurried home immediately. Long Xiaoshan had made him incredibly nervous. Long Xiaoshang said to Lin Fan, let's go. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai sat nearby, eyes glued to the TV but ears straining to eavesdrop on Long Xiaoshang and Lin Fan's conversation. They were intensely curious, sensing that Long Xiaoshang and Lin Fan were hiding something. Lin Fan said, I really have no interest. Don't push me to beat you. Long Xiaoshang adopted a defiant attitude, cracking his knuckles loudly. He could take on 100 guys like Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed in resignation. Long Xiaoshang played dirty. If you're going to talk tough, at least back it up with action. Better safe than sorry. You couldn't reason with a brute like Long Xiaoshang. Lin Fan quickly turned to Han Qingyan and said, I'll be away on a business trip for a few days. You better keep the house safe, no cheating. Watch out for old Zhang next door. Han Qingyan shot him a disgusted look. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. What did he mean by don't cheat? Were they even that kind of relationship? Did she have some obligation to remain chaste? Lin Fan's words infuriated Han Qingyan. Zhong Ai glanced between Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang. Lin Fan must be on a classified mission. Her thoughts immediately turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. What if Zhang Xiaoyu asks about you later? What should we tell him? Just say my professor called me in. Lin Fan replied. He'd already laid the groundwork with Zhang Xiaoyu that he was working on an encryption project with his mentor. Now that he was following Long Xiaoshang, Zhang Xiaoyu would surely assume he'd joined a military project. He would surely place greater importance on old man Lin in the future and spend more money on him. After giving his instructions, Lin Fan followed Long Xiaoshang out. They got into the car and headed straight for the base, then boarded a military aircraft bound for the aerospace facility. Just as they drove out of the residential compound, Zhang Xiaoyu watched them intently from his window. Seeing Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang depart together, a thought struck Zhang Xiaoyu. This Lin Fan is quite something. He actually left with military personnel. This guy must be quite the character? Zhang Xiaoyu's heart raced. This was his chance. He felt their relationship had grown solid, and Lin Fan's greed for money was a glaring weakness. Luring him with cash might just yield some classified intel. But he needed to confirm first. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoyu sought out Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai, knocking on the door again. Seeing neither Lin Fan nor Long Xiaoshang, he exclaimed in surprise, Where's Lin Fan? Did he go out with his friend? Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan exchanged a glance. They really couldn't wait such impatience. Recalling that Zhang Xiaoyu's reaction was entirely within Lin Fan's expectations, Zhong Ai even felt a pang of pity for him. Every move you make is calculated by Lin Fan. He's really pinning you down step by step. Zhong Ai was genuinely impressed. Lin Fan was called away by his teacher. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded with a soft "oh," his heart racing. Lin Fan was joining his teacher's project and military personnel were involved. That must be the Dragon Nation military's communications project. If he could get his hands on Dragon Nation's military communications secrets through Lin Fan, it would definitely boost his standing within the Illuminati. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly said, I still have some student assignments to grade. I'll head back to work now. You two get some rest. Alright. Zhong Ai hurriedly escorted Zhang Xiaoyu to the door. Closing it behind them, she turned to Han Qingyan and remarked, Your ex-boyfriend is quite the character. Han Qingyan sighed in disbelief. I wonder if I was blind back then. How could I have fallen for someone like that? Zhong Ai nodded in agreement. Lin Fan is much better. Even though he's cold and ruthless, he's as steady as an old dog, and his butt is perfectly round and firm. Zhang Xiaoyu and Lin Fan weren't even remotely comparable. Han Qingyan shot Zhong Ai a warning glance. Someone like Lin Fan isn't exactly a catch either. Zhong Ai smiled without responding. She understood Han Qingyan's meaning, but how could she give up without trying? As long as she didn't abandon hope, there might still be a chance. Zhong Ai declared she was just coveting Lin Fan's physique. Modern women only looked forward, never back. Lin Fan and young Master Long arrived at the aerospace base, rested briefly, and immediately joined the meeting. In Longhua, countless meetings preceded every major undertaking. It was a national trait. Lin Fan silently complained to himself, what was the point of all these meetings? he already knew the outcome. These aerospace folks were just wishful thinking. The aerospace leadership treated Lin Fan with extreme courtesy. After all, he was the legendary master thief. Without Lin Fan stealing that satellite, there'd be no chance for Eagle Chow to come begging for cooperation now. The space agency leadership aimed to leverage this project to finally seal a partnership with the Eagle Nation, a deal that had been in talks for over a decade. The top aerospace official led the meeting with feverish enthusiasm. This time, we absolutely must force the Eagle family to finalize the partnership. As long as we secure the cooperation, taking a few losses is no big deal. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging their significant shortcomings in aerospace technology and the gap between them and the Eagle Nation. After all, they successfully landed on the moon back in the 1970s. If we can collaborate with them this time and learn their lunar landing technology and experience, any cost would be acceptable. Exactly. It's terrifying to think about how did they even do it. It is terrifying. They succeeded in landing on the moon in the last century. Decades have passed since then, and their technology is only more advanced and formidable now. In exploration like lunar missions, our Dragon Nation is just getting started. Compared to them, we're like children. As these scientific elites broached the topic of lunar exploration, an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere settled over the conference room. The gap between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation was simply too vast. Everyone felt a bit uneasy. Even Long Xiaoshang, who knew little about aerospace, felt uneasy hearing this. Lin Fan glanced around the room and couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered if these people would explode with rage if they knew the Eagle Nation's moon landing was staged in a studio. Should he tell them? But these aerospace elites would surely refuse to accept such a revelation. In extraterrestrial exploration, the world revered the Eagle as a pioneer and trailblazer. Its achievements in this field had become a shared idol for all humanity. It was akin to a collective faith. If that faith were to crumble, the consequences were too unpredictable to contemplate. Lin Fan knew the Eagle's tricks. Back then, the Dragon Nation's lunar exploration program had already commenced, demonstrating formidable capabilities by successfully landing the Jade Rabbit on the moon. By that point, whether the Eagle had truly landed on the moon no longer mattered. We possessed the capability ourselves and knew the Eagle was full of it, so people didn't care much. But now, the Dragon Nation lacked that strength. Revealing the truth now would be highly problematic. Forget it. For the sake of the space program, Lin Fan decided to keep quiet and let everyone maintain that sense of urgency. Chapter 143: The Unpromising Negotiations. Lin Fan glanced at the group, struggling to hold back. The aerospace colleagues looked like they were carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. He couldn't bring himself to say anything. After all, he prioritized the greater good, and the space program's interests were separate from his own. The base leadership briefed everyone on the situation, then they began discussing strategies for the upcoming negotiations with Eagle Eye Aerospace, where to start, how to approach it, what conditions to propose, and so on. The conference room quickly buzzed with energy as everyone spoke passionately, brimming with confidence. They'll definitely agree this time. We've got 3 of their satellites in our hands. It could have been 4, but one self-destructed, and that was a military satellite, worth even more. Speaking of which, I have some personal grievances. Who exactly decided to destroy that military satellite? Such a high-value asset, just destroyed on a whim? If we'd kept that military satellite, we could have done so much more with it. Even if we had to return it to the Eagle in the end, we could have studied it during the time we had it. At this remark, everyone silently turned to look at Lin Fan. It wasn't exactly blame, but rather a sense that he'd acted impulsively. They felt he should have consulted higher-ups before making that decision. Why are you all staring at me? Lin Fan was clearly annoyed. All because the aerospace folks kept harping on the big picture while he'd just lost billions of dollars. What do you think? If I hadn't destroyed that military satellite, would you have taken it over? Don't be ridiculous. That was a military satellite. It had a built-in self-destruct program. The American military isn't stupid. Once such satellites slip out of control, they typically activate self-destruct protocols if not recovered quickly. That's how it is with the Eagle Nation, and it's the same with the Dragon Nation. Lin Fan stated, military satellites hold greater value, but we can't control them. Civilian satellites are less valuable than military ones, but we can control them. You choose. How do you choose? The base leader chuckled. Lin Fan, the comrades aren't blaming you. It just came to mind, didn't it? Everyone chuckled. The leader quickly added, Lin Fan, what are your thoughts on this negotiation? You haven't said much. We've heard you're famous for sparking debates wherever you attend meetings. You always have something to criticize. Is it that our aerospace sector leaves you speechless, unable to find fault? Lin Fan had attended several high-level meetings before. These leaders, eager to recruit him, had already researched his track record. Man, he'd called the chief designers of the 5th-generation fighter useless, then casually pulled out a few papers and completely solved the technical challenges of the project. Recently, he effortlessly solved the carrier arresting gear technology issue, showing up at the arresting gear bidding with a finished product while others were still in R&D. Lin Fan already had the real thing. In aerospace, at least regarding satellite communication and control, Lin Fan needed no further proof the Eagle's 3 satellites were still orbiting in the sky. Lin Fan thought it over. He'd long decided not to meddle in aerospace negotiations. He was here to earn his paycheck and collect technology fees, not to dictate grand strategies. Not at all, Lin Fan chuckled. My past criticism stemmed from everyone's conservative mindset. This aerospace initiative is a positive step. Since I'm not fully informed about the specifics, I shouldn't speak recklessly. After hearing the leader's remarks, it's clear the Eagle Nation has much to teach us in aerospace. Take the PPT space program and the studio simulated moon landing, things the Dragon Nation absolutely couldn't pull off on its own. We could only learn from them. Lin Fan declared he would follow the leadership's guidance on everything. The space-based leadership found this surprisingly unexpected. Lin Fan was notoriously arrogant, yet this time he was surprisingly accommodating. Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan with a peculiar look. You're not even using your catchphrase old man anymore. Are you being sincere? Long Xiaoshang whispered to Lin Fan over his shoulder. He didn't quite trust Lin Fan, and as for the idea that Lin Fan was intimidated by these leaders, that was utter nonsense. When attending high-level meetings, he should still speak his mind when necessary. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Of course I'm being sincere. I'm a man of integrity. Even living under the same roof as a beauty like Han Qingyan, I've never harbored any improper thoughts except maybe coveting Dr. Han's money. Long Xiaoshang's face twitched in disbelief. Are you truly satisfied with the aerospace division's work? Not a single flaw? Leadership skills are on point, comrades are proactive, negotiations are thoroughly prepared, and the atmosphere is both serious and lively. Lin Fan delivered his high praise and wrapped it up. Ha! Words like these roll off my tongue effortlessly. Everything was prepared perfectly except the negotiation outcome was utter nonsense. This time, I'm afraid it'll make a few people spit blood. Long Xiaoshang pondered for a moment before muttering, You don't think the negotiation will go well, do you? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense, don't ruin my reputation. Lin Fan retorted disdainfully. I'll need aerospace's help later. The aerospace agency possesses something no one else has, a super high-speed wind tunnel. And my Southern Heavenly Gate project absolutely requires it. If I offend the aerospace folks, what happens when I need to run wind tests later? They won't give me a discount, they'll demand full price. A single test run at hypersonic speeds costs billions, tens of billions even. The exact price? That's entirely up to the aerospace folks. This technology exists only in Longhua. It's a one-of-a-kind deal. Anyone building fighter jets needs this capability. Long Xiaoshang sighed. You really don't think it's feasible, do you? Look, you finally used your catchphrase just now. When you start calling me old man like that, it means you have a different opinion. Are you sick or something? Why not study girls instead of me? Lin Fan rolled her eyes at Long Xiaoshang. Is that how it works? Just saying old man gives away my true thoughts? Old man has a bit of an immature opinion? Long Xiaoshang smiled faintly. I've always thought you have a special talent for showing off. The moment you say old man, you're about to start putting on airs. Damn it, shut up. Lin Fan glared. Damn it, Long Xiaoshang had a point. Long Xiaoshang fell silent, and the meeting proceeded smoothly. Aerospace leaders enthusiastically discussed negotiation details, anticipated potential issues, and developed contingency plans for each scenario. To ensure absolute preparedness, aerospace had crafted 3 separate contingency plans for every possible problem. After Lin Fan made it clear he wouldn't speak out of turn, the aerospace team stopped paying attention to him. By the end of the meeting, they had filled 2 notebooks just with meeting minutes and produced a thick binder of detailed negotiation plans. The afternoon meeting stretched into dinner time, with discussions still ongoing. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer and slipped away to grab a bite. Long Xiaoshang immediately gave chase. Since he couldn't contribute to the discussion anyway, he figured joining Lin Fan for dinner would be a good opportunity to gauge the young man's true thoughts. Chapter 144, We're actually pretty strong. Be honest, what are you really thinking? Long Xiaoshang and Lin Fan sat face to face, their trays before them. Lin Fan gazed at the food and sighed inwardly. The meals at aerospace were truly exceptional. He'd been to the aerospace facility before in his past life, yet it felt like he'd never eaten at the cafeteria. They're just instant noodles. His eventual demise probably had something to do with eating instant noodles his entire life. How many delicacies had he missed out on in his previous life? Lin Fan held his chopsticks, eyeing Long Xiaoshang. Want a chicken drumstick? He asked, glancing at the large drumstick on his own tray. Long Xiaoshang thought Lin Fan was asking if he wanted it, so he replied, No thanks. All right then. Lin Fan promptly transferred the drumstick from Long Xiaoshang's plate to his own. Long Xiaoshang froze, staring at Lin Fan. I didn't want yours. I never said I was giving you mine. I asked about your drumstick. Long Xiaoshang was speechless. Fine, I can't win at word games with you. If you want more, just go get it. There's plenty in the cafeteria, and it's all you can eat. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Got any sense of humor? Don't you soldiers have any sense of humor? What good is humor? Long Xiaoshang scoffed. I'm an imperial soldier. All I need is for the enemy to fear me. Who needs humor? He added sternly, seriously, why aren't you optimistic about this round of negotiations? Lin Fan paused before replying, I might as well tell you know nothing about aerospace. He felt like he was being treated like a fool. Long Xiaoshang nodded at Lin Fan with a weary look. Lin Fan continued, why do you think Eagle-san won't continue negotiations with us? Why drag out talks for over a decade? Why such a long delay? They're afraid we'll learn their technology. No. Then why? Because they know our true objective and because what we seek, they don't possess. Lin Fan continued, our aerospace colleagues want to collaborate with them, focusing on manned spaceflight expertise. We no longer need their surface technologies.
What matters is their experience in designing and building space stations, their breakthroughs in manned spaceflight, and even their expertise in Earth-Moon travel. The Eagle buttons know exactly what we want, yet they can't deliver it.
How is that possible? Long Xiaoshang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be?
First, regarding space station design and manufacturing experience, the International Space Station isn't the Eagle's creation. Its construction pooled the most advanced technologies from all Western nations. The Eagle merely served as an assembly plant.
The blueprints belong to Capital Corporation. What does that have to do with the Eagle Space Agency? Then there's manned spaceflight. Their experience in this area is mostly a history of failures. Do we really need to learn from that? Most crucially, they have absolutely no experience in Earth-Moon navigation.
Lin Fan smiled wryly, then there's the impact of international dynamics, that's another major factor.
The Eagle Nation established its national aerospace supremacy back in the last century.
Their space dominance has been a crucial symbol of their superpower status.
They're well aware that after decades of effort and development, the Dragon Nation is catching up.
It's the only country in the world capable of challenging their aerospace supremacy, the only one, period.
So you're saying Russia and Europe are out of the picture?
Russia has the technology but lacks the foundation.
With a weak state, what capacity do they have to even consider space? Europe might, but the Eagle has consistently suppressed European and Chinese space programs. Where are Europe's best talents?
Lin Fan chuckled. Therefore, only our Dragon Nation possesses the capability, the foundation, and the conditions to challenge their space supremacy.
We are the sole nation with such strength. If you were the Eagle Nation, would you collaborate with the Dragon Nation? No way. I'd eliminate that only first.
Long Xiaoshang believed Lin Fan's words.
How many years behind are we technologically compared to the Eagle Nation? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Tell me.
I'll decide for myself whether to believe it. Except for our limited experience with space stations, we've surpassed the Eagle Nation in every other aspect of space technology.
Long Xiaoshang was the first to protest, you're pulling my leg. I may not know much about aerospace, but you can't just pull this on me. If we've surpassed them in every way, why would we even need to cooperate with them? Lack of confidence.
Lin Fan sighed with a smile.
We've already left everyone behind.
Take space stations, technically, they're no challenge for us.
Manufacturing? Need I say more?
Our nation's industrial capabilities are comprehensive and constantly advancing.
There's little we can't build.
Ocean drilling platforms pose greater technical hurdles than space stations.
The real difficulty lies in materials just put in the effort to break through. Is being a construction powerhouse a good thing?
Building in space versus on the ground, there are differences, but they're not insurmountable.
Space is even quieter and free from construction constraints. As long as we can get it up there and complete the docking, it's done. So in Lin Fan's view, Longgua's rocket transportation capabilities are solid. The main technical hurdle lies in the docking technology. Old man, I'll just spend half a month writing a docking protocol and handcrafting a dedicated engineering prototype. No big deal. But I won't do it for free. Those aerospace folks are loaded.
If they don't satisfy me, forget about me helping you with the docking control system. After all, Lin Fan firmly believes that knowledge is money. Lin Fan rattled off his demands, leaving Long Xiaoshang dumbfounded. If what Lin Fan said was true, it seemed Dragon Nation was truly on par with Eagle Nation in aerospace technology.
Long Xiaoshang felt a pang of unease. Good heavens! Could his homeland truly possess such formidable capabilities? Why hadn't he sensed this before?
It felt like his country still had so many shortcomings.
Is this really true? Are you sure we're that advanced? Of course. Our rocket success rate is 99%, okay? Isn't that statistic enough for you to brag about? Who else in the world can achieve that?
Plus, in rocket design, manufacturing, and control, bro, we're seriously strong, okay?
Lin Fan couldn't help but feel frustrated.
Because Longhua was so low-key, everyone had lost confidence in their own technology, acting like they were just coasting along. Munching on a chicken drumstick, Lin Fan remarked, the world's just a bunch of amateurs.
Don't put others on a pedestal. Long Xiaoshang nodded. Hearing you say that, I believe it a bit more. It feels surreal, utterly surreal. I can hardly believe it. Normal. You're all stuck in self-doubt. It's a process that takes time to break through. Once my 10,000-ton destroyer comes out, you'll feel even more like you're dreaming. You'll get this illusion that overnight, you've become a major power. Lin Fan chuckled. Just like the common folk in his previous life's world, suddenly, overnight, they felt their nation grow powerful, as if unlocking alien technology. They even claimed the Dragon Nation had acquired extraterrestrial tech by burning alien spots with cigarettes on the moon. After so many years of keeping a low profile, the moment the dragon roared, the world took notice. Chapter 145, What's Wrong with Knowing More? After finishing his meal, Long Xiaoshan lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan. If you don't think this negotiation will succeed, you should tell the base leadership. I can't. They're pumped up like they're on a sugar high, brimming with confidence about this negotiation. Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe me. They need to hit a brick wall themselves before they'll get it. That's called learning from your mistakes. How else are they supposed to grow up without stumbling? Long Xiaoshan couldn't help but ask, so you're just going to watch our comrades fall flat on their faces? They're our own people. You know how these things work. I'm not part of the aerospace team. I have no standing to speak, okay? Besides, how could anyone else understand my perspective? To those aerospace comrades, I'm just a worker coming to collect my technical fees. That's my only role. Lin Fan chuckled. Recognize your position. Though they're our comrades, I'm not their father. I have no obligation to pull them back, and they don't need it anyway. Besides, why do you assume I'm a good guy? How could I get benefits if the aerospace folks didn't stumble? Lin Fan sneered. They hold the cards I need. What exactly? Long Xiaoshang's curiosity piqued. Anything Lin Fan valued must be extraordinary. A hypersonic wind tunnel costs hundreds of millions in electricity per run. I'll need to use it someday, but I don't have the money. I want to freeload. Long Xiaoshang nearly choked on the smoke. Lin Fan snatched the cigarette from his hand. Just another generic brand, obviously a spy's stash. He promptly stuffed it into his own pocket. Get me a whole truckload of these later. So I can stash them away for the horses and cattle as mental sustenance. Long Xiaoshang rolled his eyes wildly. I'm not the factory director of a cigarette company. You can be. Damn it, I really want to punch you. You're infuriating. Long Xiaoshang only agreed to get Lin Fan a few cartons later, no more. As for the aerospace project, Long Xiaoshang decided it was best left unsaid. What do you need a wind tunnel for? To build planes and warships. Warships can handle rough seas too. Long Xiaoshang perked up instantly. Aerospace? Who cares? He wasn't in aerospace, that had nothing to do with him. But airplanes and warships? That was his turf. After all, he was now part of the Navy. You want to build airplanes? Are you even qualified? And warships? Does the government forbid civilians from building planes and warships? I don't think so, but ordinary folks probably don't have the resources to build them anyway. I'm no ordinary civilian. All I lack is a bit of money. Lin Fan grinned. If you can convince the commander to divert some of next year's naval budget to me, I'll build you warships right away. 10,000-ton destroyers with rows upon rows of missile silos, all neatly arranged. I guarantee you'll be impressed. Long Xiaoshang rolled his eyes. That was pure Lin Fan, more money than sense. Diverting military funds? You've got some nerve. Even if you dared to think it, the commander wouldn't dare do it. He's got a reputation to uphold. With a 10,000-ton destroyer, who'd dare deny you that? Lin Fan sneered. I don't blame you for not grasping the scale of a 10,000-ton destroyer yet. Let me put it this way, it's a vessel capable of wiping out an entire nation single-handedly. Got it? Long Xiaoshang still found it hard to believe. Lin Fan insisted that 10 billion yuan would be sufficient, though realistically, around 6 billion would suffice, but he was desperate for cash. Of course, he was just throwing out a highball figure. Enough. I have no money, and I certainly won't embezzle military funds, Long Xiaoshang laughed. Just forget about it. Keep dreaming. Focus on your studies and join the Navy when you graduate. Put. You stupid groundhog. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He and Long Xiaoshang had absolutely nothing in common. The guy was a complete deadbeat. By discussing the 10,000-ton destroyers with Long Xiaoshang, Lin Fan aimed to gradually reshape his thinking, infiltrate his own ideas, and influence him to propel the Navy into the era of 10,000-ton destroyers. By planting this seed now, Long Xiaoshang would naturally think of him when actual shipbuilding began. Too bad Long Xiaoshang had a head of wood. Why must all my partners be timid blockheads? Old Su was one, and now Long Xiaoshang is another? Blame it on me being too far ahead of my time. These people simply can't keep up with my pace. Just then, a leader from the aerospace base spotted Long Xiaoshang and Lin Fan. As he approached, Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang turned to look. It was Zhang Ji, the director in charge of technology. Zhang Ji spoke briefly with Lin Fan. With some time remaining before negotiations began, he hoped Lin Fan could discuss satellite communication technology with the aerospace engineers, though what he truly wanted was for Lin Fan to demonstrate the satellite hijacking process once more. The aerospace team wanted Lin Fan's expertise. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ji and asked, "How much do you typically charge for a single wind tunnel test?" "Huh? Why are you asking that, Lin Fan? Does it have anything to do with what we discussed?" "Just asking." Thinking Lin Fan was merely curious, Zhang Ji replied, "It's pretty expensive. We don't even run it often ourselves. It depends on electricity consumption and technical complexity. Basically, there's no upper limit." "Have you ever run tests for foreign clients? Made money off foreigners?" "We'd love to, but foreigners don't think much of our wind tunnel tech. Besides, only a handful of countries with space programs actually need this kind of service. They've got their own plans." "Got it. So right now, Longwa's wind tunnels are mainly for domestic use. They haven't started earning foreign exchange yet." Lin Fan thought about it and agreed. After all, the current image of Longwa's aerospace program in the eyes of others was still quite stereotypical. Lin Fan said, "When I need to use the wind tunnel later, could you give me a discount? I'm pretty broke." Zhang Ji froze. "What exactly do you plan to test?" "Aerospace fighters." Zhang Ji stared at Lin Fan, speechless. "Dude, you're just a hacker, a college student, for crying out loud. What the hell does a space aircraft fighter have to do with you? Is this how you chat?" Zhang Ji gave an awkward chuckle. "Aerospace fighter jet? Sure, if you want to brag about it, we can even give you one for free." Lin Fan beamed. A freebie? He'd been hoping for a discount, but never expected. "You'll regret this." "Really?" "Absolutely. We aerospace professionals speak truthfully and act with integrity." All right. Director Zhang, rest assured I'll definitely keep my expertise within the aerospace sector. I can explain foreign satellite design philosophies, their typical satellite blueprints, and even their communication encryption techniques. I'll share it all with you." Zhang Ji was baffled. These were top-secret foreign technologies. How did Lin Fan know? "Are you sure? What's the problem?" "This is a huge problem. Shouldn't this be classified?" "How do you know?" Lin Fan froze. He couldn't very well admit he'd personally studied them in depth, stealing satellites in his past life just for research. Lin Fan couldn't explain. "You natives ask too many questions. Just listen to what I say. Why do you need to dig into adult matters?" Lin Fan immediately shot back with a cold expression, "My hacking skills are top-notch. Is it a problem that I know more?" Chapter 146, Negotiations commencing early. Zhang Ji saw Lin Fan's icy expression and instantly realized, right. Lin Fan was a super hacker, the kind who mastered satellite communications. If he could hack military satellites, stealing top-secret files from databases should be a piece of cake. He must have hacked their database. Zhang Ji laughed. "My apologies, I completely forgot. That's fantastic news. Our technicians are all waiting for you." Lin Fan gave a cool nod. "No need to explain why I'm so awesome." And he couldn't explain it anyway. He couldn't exactly say he'd traveled through time. Lin Fan had anticipated this when he arrived. The aerospace folks would definitely try to hack his technology. Paying them off was one thing, but letting them underestimate him? Everyone knows free stuff is the most expensive. So he traded it for a promise of free wind tunnel access in the future. He'd scored big here. He just hoped Zhang Ji wouldn't regret it later. He planned to run the wind tunnel at least a dozen times a year. Zhang Ji led Lin Fan to a large classroom before leaving him to his own devices. Lin Fan, of course, wasn't afraid to teach the technicians. "Though you may be elites, the cream of the crop in research, in this old man's eyes, you're all just elementary school kids." Lin Fan effortlessly commanded the entire room. After returning, Zhang Ji sought out the base's top leader, General Manager Wang, to discuss Lin Fan. He chuckled. He sure has some nerve asking to build an aerospace fighter jet. General Manager Wang chuckled. That's quite the ambition. If he wants to use the wind tunnel, we aerospace folks shouldn't be stingy. Just agree to it. What kind of toy could a kid build anyway? I agree. The moment I agreed to let Lin Fan use the wind tunnel, he promised to give our people a proper lecture. That kid's been keeping things under wraps. I suspect he's been pilfering from their databases. He even knows the blueprints for foreign satellites. Mr. Wang laughed helplessly. Young techies get cocky sometimes. I'll give him a gentle reminder later. Tonight's negotiations are crucial. This opportunity is too rare to miss. You'll lead the talks tonight. Are you confident? Zhang Ji assured him. I'll get the job done. Mr. Wang frowned and shook his head. Do your best. We've been negotiating with them for 13 years. Today must yield results. If it succeeds, great. If not, we'll replace you. We won't negotiate with them anymore. We can still partner with Europe. Zhang Ji's face lit up. Though he'd been feeling the pressure, hearing about the backup option eased his mind considerably. Is the European side willing to cooperate with us? Mr. Wang nodded. They've expressed interest. This European partnership is leverage we can use against the Eagles. Let them know we have backup plans. Zhang Ji sighed wryly. It would be best to partner with the Eagles. Their technology and experience are currently the best and most useful to us. With their expertise, we could prepare for space exploration next. Mr. Wang paused before asking, "What are Lin Fan's thoughts on this negotiation?" Lin Fan didn't voice any opinions during the meeting. Mr. Wang sighed. "That's precisely what puzzles me. That kid never attends a meeting without criticizing someone." Old Zhang from the 5th generation fighter program, he's my classmate, told me that during meetings, Lin Fan pointed his finger at them and called them useless. These were all leading authorities in aerodynamics, nearly choked on their anger right there. Does he actually think highly of our entire aerospace sector? Not finding fault? That makes me uneasy. Sir, perhaps you're overthinking it. Our aerospace division is top-notch. Maybe he genuinely has no objections. Old dog can't change its spots, you know? Wang snapped. If a dog stops eating, it's because the taste is off. Harsh words, but true. Old habits die hard. Lin Fan rips people apart in meetings, it's his modus operandi. Once he starts tearing into someone, he proves they're complete trash. That's how it was with the 5th generation fighter. No one knew when the technological breakthrough would come, maybe in the year of the monkey or the horse. But after Lin Fan's rant, the breakthrough happened. Now the prototype is nearly complete and should be ready for test flights around National Day. Chief designer Wang, head of this aerospace base, and veteran Lin from the 5th generation fighter team were classmates, both pioneers in aerospace aerodynamics trained under the legendary Qian Shuessen. Chief Wang smiled broadly. "I actually wish he'd criticize our technology. If he dares to criticize, he must offer solutions, just ranting won't cut it. Otherwise, old Zhang would get away scot-free." You might not know this, but those papers Lin Fan gave them also outlined the concept for post-5th generation fighters: unmanned, intelligent, hypersonic, and multi-role beyond visual range combat. 6th generation? Zhang Ji's heart trembled. The 5th generation wasn't even on the horizon yet, and now the 6th generation concept was already being discussed? This development is way too fast. This guy's a genius. Isn't President Wan going to poach him? Zhang Ji suggested. "I say we just keep him here permanently." General Manager Wang's eyes lit up with excitement, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. "He's still a student. It would be too underhanded of us to poach him. Besides, the Navy treats him like a prized asset. Look at how Dragon young Master Shang, who's so unprofessional, keeps him close. That's to prevent others from poaching him. Forget it. Let's be magnanimous. Keeping him here builds goodwill for future collaborations. That kid may seem honest, but he's sharp as a tack. We'll inevitably cross paths again." In Wang's mind, Lin Fan was destined for research work. They'd inevitably cross paths again, so it made sense to keep a favor in reserve. No sooner had Wang finished speaking than someone burst in without knocking. Before Wang or Zhang Ji could respond, the intruder blurted, "Mr. Wang, there's been an incident." Zhang Ji and Mr. Wang's hearts sank instantly, their anxiety rising. "Please, let it not be something major." Zhang Ji blurted out, "What happened? Speak up." Lin Fan was teaching us. Everything was fine until he decided to demonstrate something. Right in front of us, he hacked into Eagle Sauce's satellite. The furious director of Eagle Sauce's space agency, Gorin Wait, just called. The foreigner is livid and demands an explanation. Mr. Wang and Zhang Ji exchanged bewildered glances, processing the news for a moment before Zhang Ji exploded in frustration. Of all times, why now? Wasn't Lin Fan teaching? How could he? How infuriating. With negotiations imminent, why would you go and steal someone else's satellite? This is practically handing them ammunition. Mr. Wang slapped Zhang Ji on the shoulder. "Get moving. Negotiate with the Eagle right now. Things are already this bad, don't panic. Stay calm." Zhang Ji nodded urgently, took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, and hurried off. Zhang Ji quickly found Lin Fan, who was still teaching his class. Lin Fan was explaining to everyone that stealing satellites just required careful planning and boldness, nothing too difficult, and so on. Zhang Ji couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He interrupted Lin Fan's lecture. "Lin Fan, come here. Why are you stealing satellites again? Don't you need to practice what you learn? Practice is the only way to test theory. And you've got the nerve to say that? They found out and called us. I know that. I let them find me on purpose. After all, I wouldn't jeopardize the bigger picture of negotiations. I've got a big picture perspective," Lin Fan said with a smirk. "If I hadn't let them know, they'd never have found me. That'd be a miracle." Zhang Ji was dumbfounded. "You really are my own father." Zhang Ji could only sigh. Lin Fan's actions were utterly exasperating. It was precisely because of his reckless maneuvers that both sides had been forced to start negotiations early. Yet he'd deliberately let them catch him. His audacity knew no bounds. After a moment's thought, Zhang Ji declared, "You're coming with me to the negotiations right now." Lin Fan considered it for a moment before nodding. "All right, you go ahead. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 147, Negotiations Commence. Seeing Zhang Ji's exasperated expression, Lin Fan chuckled. "Come on, Director Zhang, cheer up. It's not such a big deal, nothing worth worrying about. If anything comes up, just pass it off to me. I'll handle it." Zhang Ji rolled his eyes wildly. If it weren't for Lin Fan being favored by Mr. Wang and not actually belonging to their base, he would have long since shown him no courtesy. What was the nature of this? On a larger scale, it was reckless disregard for the greater good, undermining the prospects of negotiations. If it were a base member, they'd be fired immediately and held accountable. On a smaller scale, it was still causing trouble and putting others at risk. A warning was necessary. But because Lin Fan was special, Zhang Ji could only grit his teeth and respond politely, "We're still preparing." Do you understand? Preparing what? Negotiation strategies? Or their terms? Lin Fan chuckled. They might not be ready either. This is our chance to catch them off guard. At least this time, I've proven again that to us, their satellites are like naked girls, easy pickings if we want to steal. Lin Fan chuckled. Zhang Ji pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Huh, that actually makes sense. That's exactly it. Zhang Ji quickly asked, "Do you think the folks at our base have picked up your methods?" Lin Fan chuckled. "A master can only lead you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. A few of them show real talent. With time and practice, it won't be a problem. Stealing satellites is all about identifying the target's weaknesses and studying them thoroughly, just like warfare. It comes down to who's bold yet meticulous." Lin Fan had already shared the technical principles with the technicians at the base. With more hands-on practice, someone was bound to succeed. With China's vast population, there are bound to be plenty of elites and a few geniuses among them. A large population base is an advantage. Zhang Ji was immediately satisfied. He glanced at Lin Fan and whispered, "You're not holding anything back, are you? You taught them everything? Director Zhang, do I seem like that kind of person? You're underestimating me. I promised to teach you. How could I possibly hold anything back? Absolutely not. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. I've guided them through the basics. Whether they can successfully steal satellites in the future? It's all about practice and thinking." Zhang Ji hastily clarified, "I was just nervous. Having a few more cards up my sleeve helps in negotiations. Of course, as a major power, we wouldn't go around stealing satellites for no reason. We're peaceful and wouldn't engage in petty theft like that." "Got it. It's just a technical exchange, right?" Zhang Ji nodded slightly. "You're quick to grasp things. Ha! You aerospace folks just can't save face. This old man is different. I'm a seasoned thief." Lin Fan thought to himself, back in the day, he was a decent kid who cared about his reputation. But after meeting certain people and seeing more of the world, he realized that saving face was useless. When the motherland is weak, personal dignity is worthless, just a fart. You'll still get beaten up anyway. Young folks are the ones who can't let go. For an old rogue like me, as long as you give me the tech, my ass is worthless. Zhang Ji is still young. Upon entering the conference room, security personnel stood at the door. Inside, a large screen was activated, though the video link for negotiations had yet to connect. The room was filled with senior officials from the Aerospace Bureau except for Director Wang. Though he was absent, representatives from Foreign Affairs and other departments were present. After all, any agreement would require diplomatic channels to negotiate with the other side. Lin Fan scanned the room, then found a corner to sit down. He pulled a black hood over his head, covering his entire face except for his eyes and mouth. Seeing Lin Fan dressed like a bank robber, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Ji said, "You really don't have to go that far. Whether you need it or not, I do. How could I let them see my face? I'm the guy who stole a satellite, after all." Lin Fan's tone was serious beneath the hood. This was a matter of life and death, after all. The Eagle's methods? Others may not know, but I certainly do. They're definitely looking for me. There's no way I'm letting them have their way. Are you kidding me? Lin Fan cut straight to the point. "I'm here for the technical fee, not to make friends." A comrade who didn't recognize Lin Fan remarked, "Comrade, isn't that a bit disrespectful to others?" "My life matters more than anything else," Lin Fan replied, unwilling to waste words. Life is his own. The man looked annoyed. "This negotiation is crucial. Everything must be handled with utmost rigor. Your attitude, it reeks of guilt and undermines our country's international image." "Who the hell are you?" Lin Fan snapped. "Can't you tell I'm ignoring you? Look at Zhang Ji listening to this guy talk. I get this feeling he's got ties to the Eagle Nation. Get him out of here. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't like it, get lost." Lin Fan radiated sheer dominance. Zhang Ji glanced at the man. "Comrade Lin He, you step out first." "Director. I'm just thinking about the bigger picture here. Making me leave now? Who even is he?" Lin He instantly bristled. He knew full well that participating in negotiations like this counted as an achievement for an individual. Whether successful or not, attending meetings at this level couldn't hurt one's career. Zhang Ji replied coldly, "You talk too much. Get out." Lin He glanced at Lin Fan and dared not stay. The others watched in shock and no one dared speak out of turn again. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Making an example of someone is necessary. That Lin He should be fired. Zhang Ji countered, "That's going too far. It's unnecessary. Excluding Lin He from these meetings already costs him dearly. I'm doing this for your own good. That guy is clearly all show and no substance. How can someone like that even be in aerospace? Zhang Ji froze. He had his pride too. Lin Fan really wasn't giving him any face, criticizing his man right in front of him. He decided to pretend he hadn't heard. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ji, shook his head, and sighed, "You'll regret this." "Regret what?" Lin Fan replied, "You won't know until the negotiations begin." Zhang Ji muttered inwardly, finding Lin Fan rather peculiar. He began preparing for the meeting, lowering his head to review the documents, while the others also started familiarizing themselves with their materials. Lin Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. This negotiation was doomed from the start. The US side had long been aware of the space agency's trump cards. Greenway already knew Dragon Nation's secrets inside out. Our hidden cards had been exposed long ago. The outcome was predetermined. But he was the one wild card. Even if the talks failed, he wouldn't let his money go to waste. As the appointed time arrived, Zhang Ji swiftly activated the video link. The screen displayed a conference room mirroring their own. A blonde foreigner appeared on the large monitor, blue eyes, an aquiline nose, and a beaming smile as he surveyed the gathering. Greenwine, current head of the Eagle Nation's space agency, senior member of the Illuminati, and strategic advisor to the White House. Lin Fan studied the man with keen interest. In his previous life, he'd crossed paths with this old fox countless times, a man utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Chapter 148, This is Provocation. Zhang Jixian exchanged greetings before diving into intense negotiations. The talks quickly reached a fever pitch. After all, Dragon Nation and the other side had been negotiating space cooperation for over a decade. Dragon Nation proposed deepening aerospace collaboration with Eagle Nation, jointly exploring the skies, sharing space stations, and permitting Dragon Nation astronauts to conduct experiments aboard their stations. Dragon Nation offered to cover all associated costs and made its greatest concession, sharing Dragon Nation's experimental data with the United States. Greenway listened with apparent seriousness. All of this is negotiable. However, before any cooperation, we must first hold you accountable for stealing our satellite. Zhang, this constitutes a violation of international law. Your country must provide us with a satisfactory explanation. China absolutely did not steal anyone's satellite. Green, this is a frame-up. We refuse to acknowledge it, Zhang Ji flatly denied. China is a responsible major power. How could we possibly do such a thing? Then what about our satellite? How am I supposed to know what's going on? Didn't you ask us to help restore your satellite? Now that we're negotiating, suddenly it's become us stealing your satellite? Director Green, your statement is extremely imprecise and irresponsible. If this continues, it will affect our future negotiations and cooperation. As two major space powers, we believe integrity is the foundation of our partnership. Oh my! Old Zhang, you're a real talent. Lin Fan listened with great satisfaction. Good heavens! Before negotiations, Zhang Ji kept harping on maintaining decorum and prioritizing the bigger picture. But the moment talks began, he threw all restraint to the wind. That stubborn refusal to admit fault now that got the old man as flair. Right on. That's the spirit. Shame is the way to go. Zhang Ji solemnly declared, we've kept records of all communications between our two sides. Director Green, regarding your request for technical assistance we submitted, would you like me to show you the documents? They bear your signature. Surely you haven't forgotten? Or shall I refresh your memory? Green, stung by Zhang's retort, snapped impatiently, Zhang, we both know the truth. What truth? I know only one truth, you deliberately dragged out our negotiations for 13 years. If the US has no intention of cooperating with us, just say so. If not, we'll return the favor of cooperation. Zhang Ji retorted coldly, this round of negotiations was initiated by you. Director Green, we've shown you the utmost sincerity. Please don't test our patience any further. Green Huaiwen paused, then smiled. Very well, let's continue negotiations. Cooperation with Longwei is indeed our desire. Regarding the space station usage, no problem, we can collaborate. However, you must first deposit a $1 billion security deposit with us. Seeing Zhang Ji's unyielding, shameless stance, Green Huan immediately softened, his tone becoming polite. Zhang Ji considered this and nodded. Paying the deposit was expected as long as the other side was willing to cooperate. Dragon Nation didn't care about the money. Opportunity outweighed money. Gaining access to advanced aerospace technology was Longwei's true objective. We can only accept one astronaut from your team. That's not enough. 3? No, Zhang, 1 is the absolute maximum. This is already an exception. But isn't this a breakthrough for you? You can report back to your country. After all, you've been permitted to participate in such a high-level space exploration project. We still have responsibilities to other nations. 1 is the absolute limit. Zhang Ji took a deep breath. Many in the conference room nodded in agreement. 1 astronaut it would be. This was a breakthrough, after all. Starting with 1 now, they could gradually expand the scale over the next few years of cooperation. After all, it was like tearing open a crack in the other side's defenses. The Dragon Nation was already quite satisfied with this outcome. After a brief consultation among the experts, they gave Zhang Ji a slight nod. Zhang Ji sighed and said, "All right, just one. When shall we sign the memorandum? After resolving this satellite incident, you're welcome to visit our base for inspection. Now, regarding the satellite, we need your help to reactivate it. It was you who requested technical assistance," Zhang Ji reminded them. These details would be recorded in the meeting minutes, no loose talk allowed. Greenwine chuckled, "Fine, it amounts to the same thing." Zhang Ji stated, "You will need to cover the costs. How much does your Dragon Nation want?" $300 million US. Impossible, Zhang. We both know exactly what's going on here. This is extortion. Greenwine snapped, "Our space cooperation hinges entirely on resolving this satellite incident satisfactorily. If we can't resolve it, the very foundation of our partnership collapses, along with any collaboration on space stations or manned missions between our nations. Think carefully before you speak." Zhang Ji suppressed his anger. "So what exactly do you propose, Director Green?" "You should locate our satellite at no cost. As a gesture of goodwill for our space cooperation, we also need to assess your technical capabilities to ensure they meet our standards. Not every country can partner with us in space exploration, we have requirements." Greenway flashed a smug smile. All the previous pleasantries were meaningless, this was the crux. Greenway intended to first offer Longwei a sweet deal, then tighten the screws, ultimately aiming to get something for nothing. Zhang Ji glanced back at Lin Fan, who raised his hand. "Me? Can you handle it?" "Whether I can or not, I have to do it. After all, it's my money." Lin Fan stood up. When Greenwine saw Lin Fan on the big screen, he visibly froze. Wearing a hood? How polite. The Eagle Wing Aerospace folks were most eager to see the thief who stole their satellite. They'd been hoping to track down Lin Fan through this operation, but Lin Fan, hooded like a bandit, stared at the screen. "Green, cut the crap. I stole your satellite. Want it back? $10 billion. Try me. You're threatening me? You bet. I'm blackmailing you with my tech. If you're so smart, wake up the satellite yourselves. Haven't you tried? Of course not, right? If you could, I'd call you daddy. Since you can't, just play nice and be a good little grandson. From a technical standpoint, your space agency has no standing to talk about power or status in front of me. Be obedient and everything can be worked out. Disobey, and if I can take down your communications satellite today, I can take down all your satellites tomorrow." Lin Fan slammed his fist on the table. "I am the big boss Lin you've been looking for." Chaos erupted on Greenwine's side. He turned to whisper to someone behind him, then faced back with a sour expression. "Big shot Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. But is this a provocation?" Chapter 149, This is Robbery. "Cut the nonsense. I know exactly what you're up to. I'll ask plainly, are you genuinely interested in cooperating with our nation on manned spaceflight and the space station? Or are you just trying to swindle us out of $10 billion, only to later impose some clause restricting cooperation with Longwa? Stop pretending. I know our negotiation territory was betrayed to you long ago." "What?" Zhang Ji and the other comrades present turned pale. Staring in disbelief at this madman Lin Fan, they frantically signaled to Li Fan with their eyes. "He mustn't speak recklessly." Zhang Ji's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This revelation was terrifying. How did Lin Fan know? How could he possibly know? Zhang Ji blurted out, "Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense." Lin Fan shook his head. "I'm not talking nonsense. Greenwayne already knows our trump card. But it's fine, I'm still here. He doesn't know I exist. From now on, I'll lead the negotiations. Everyone, brace yourselves, this round won't yield results. But I'll fight to get you an outcome." Zhang Ji felt like he was going to lose his mind. He was the designated negotiator, for crying out loud. How dare Lin Fan try to hijack the process like this? You're trying to screw me over. Old Zhang, you're too concerned with saving face in negotiations. Don't believe me? Watch and learn. When I step in, the money will definitely flow. Lin Fan coldly raised his head to stare at Green Han. "I'm starting the countdown now. If you don't pay up within 5 minutes, the technical fee for reactivating the satellites increases by 5%. I have time to play games with you unless you don't want those 3 satellites in orbit. And let me tell you this, Green Han, I have the capability to destroy every single one of your satellites." Lin Fan slammed his fist on the table. "I speak for the Dragon Nation. This is our warning, the Dragon Nation isn't afraid of a space war. You dare?" Greenwayne roared. "Do you think you can declare war on us in the name of the Dragon Nation?" "I have no authority to represent the Dragon Nation, but I can declare war on you in my own name." Lin Fan sneered coldly. "I dare. I've got nothing to lose. Whether I live or die is irrelevant, but you will die." Lin Fan sneered coldly. "Let me tell you this, all 3 dormant satellites have been implanted with my unique super program. Once I activate them, they can infect your entire communications network within 3 minutes. Now it's your turn to choose: pay a small price for a big result, or abandon these 3 communications satellites that could bring you enormous profits. Also, I, representing the Dragon Nation, demand you sign an outer space orbital allocation agreement with us. Outer space above 35,000 kilometers belongs to international public domain. First come, first served. You're dreaming, Greenway fumed. This violates international space law. How many countries in the world can even reach space beyond 35,000 kilometers? So-called international law is just our law anyway. Be realistic. Lin Fan chuckled. Let's sign an agreement and divide it up. It benefits both you and our Dragon Nation. I don't need to spell out the advantages, do I? Aren't you the experts at monopolies? Now you have this chance. Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation are both superpowers. Imagine the future prospects of our alliance. Greenwine fell into a deep silence, deeply tempted, utterly tempted. This was a chance to team up with the Dragon Nation, 2 great powers carving out the entire world. A very tempting proposal. I think we can explore this further. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. I also think collaborating with you to divide outer space is excellent. Now, let's discuss the satellite matter. Lin Fan glanced at the time. You'll need to pay me an additional 5% fee. My base fee is $1 billion USD non-negotiable. However, you'll receive the super communication code I provide. Dragon Nation can sign a satellite non-interference agreement with you, guaranteeing we won't tamper with your satellites in the future. Zhang Ji and his elite team were stunned. Not only did Lin Fan admit to stealing satellites, but he also confessed to implanting code on their satellites, solidifying the fact of the theft. This was detrimental to the Dragon Nation and had already damaged its national image. If the other side refused to cooperate, everything would be ruined. No one could afford the consequences. Yet Lin Fan and Greenwine were negotiating smoothly enough no one dared interrupt him. That madman is truly insane. He's outright snatched the negotiation lead from Zhang Ji. Greenwine declared, I need to pause the negotiations. We require internal consultation. No problem, but if it takes more than 5 minutes, you'll owe me an extra 5% fee. You can pay me back tomorrow. Lin Fan waved dismissively and took his seat at the head of the table. As the large screen went dark, Zhang Ji and the other experts and executives all turned their gaze toward Lin Fan. How could you act on your own initiative? What if the negotiations break down? Can you take responsibility for that? You're being reckless. The experts unleashed a torrent of criticism at Lin Fan. He chuckled, the talks are still ongoing, aren't they? What's the rush? If your polite approach doesn't work, you need someone like me. Foreigners don't understand our subtleties, they'll just think we're easy to push around. You're backtalking? Do you realize how wrong you are? We'll discuss mistakes later, okay? Lin Fan couldn't care less. If the talks yielded results, it wasn't a mistake. If they failed, that would be the real failure. As long as he won, the great scholars would defend him. Lin Fan, wearing a mask, swept his gaze around the room. Shut up, all of you. Just focus on learning. Why all the nonsense? Look at how timidly you're negotiating. What good will that do? I'm busy. Just watch me work. You. The senior officials from several space bases were furious enough to spit blood. Damn it, this guy was a total pain in the ass. Zhang Ji said nothing, merely watching Lin Fan silently. This bastard would bury him alive sooner or later. He hoped this negotiation would finally yield results. Otherwise, he was finished. After a moment, Green Hane appeared. Lin Fan smiled. Director Green, another half hour has passed. You owe me 35 points in fees. Big shot Lin, 10 billion is too much. We can only offer 3 billion at most. Negotiations cancelled. Lin Fan retorted instantly. Someone, bring a computer. Do you think I'm joking, Green? I'll demonstrate right now. Satellite detonation. Go point your telescope at the sky. Lin, don't push it. Lin Fan snapped, I'm blackmailing you, don't you get it? Who bargains like this with kidnappers? I'm declaring war on you personally. If your tech can outmatch mine, I'll concede. If not, you're doomed. I'll render your satellites useless and send you back to the Stone Age, believe it or not. We're negotiating. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it further. Bull. Your space agency gets 68 billion in annual funding, plus donations from private tycoons. That's at least 80 billion a year. I'm only asking for 10 billion, and you call that too much? Lin Fan snarled. I see you have no sincerity. Why bother negotiating? I'll just take out every satellite in the sky. Then you can build new satellites, launch them, and rake in cash with Huagong again. Perfect. Lin Fan concluded, I'm not asking for it, I'm taking it. Got it? Chapter 150, I got ripped off. Zhang Ji and the others were dumbfounded. Was this even a negotiation? It was outright robbery. Too fierce, too shameless. I could never pull off what Lin Fan just did. Greenwayne's face twitched. Fine. I agree. Damn it. Zhang Ji and the others were bewildered. Was this even possible? The foreigners actually bought Lin Fan's spiel? How the hell is this even possible? This is surreal.
Lin Fan replied calmly, that's more like it.
Anyway, you guys aren't paying this out of your own pockets, it's taxpayer money, right? Who knows how much you demand from Huagong?
I'm only asking for 13 billion.
You'd definitely add an extra zero. Greenway was speechless. How did this guy know his own tricks so well?
He was planning to ask Huagong for money, adding a zero to Lin Fan's figure. It was standard practice but internal practice.
How did Big Shot Lin know it so well?
Lin Fan clapped his hands as he watched the bewildered base executives.
Comrades, give him a round of applause.
The senior leaders, as clueless as muggles, followed Lin Fan's lead with a mix of laughter and exasperation.
What kind of bull negotiation was this? One side was completely crushing the other.
Lin Fan lowered his hands, calmly facing Director Green. Regarding space cooperation, our Director Zhang will continue discussions with you.
But we've established a foundation for collaboration.
I hope for a favorable outcome. Green chuckled, Big Shot Lin, you're a formidable opponent.
Thanks for the compliment. Now transfer the funds to our space account immediately. Once the money clears, you'll receive the satellite activation key within 5 minutes. Director Green nodded. I've already had someone process it. Lin, would you be interested in working for us? I'm deeply impressed by your capabilities. Will you give me a green card? Absolutely. Whatever you want, I can make it happen. Not interested. Director Green's face twitched.
Our space base possesses the world's most advanced aerospace technology.
That was then, this is now.
Lin Fan chuckled, pointing at himself.
With me around, you'll always be second best. And speaking of second, did you guys actually land on the moon?
Of course.
That's history now.
More like a documentary, Lin Fan laughed heartily.
Director Green suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he blurted out, you know too much. I know a lot you don't.
Stop threatening me and transfer the money now, Lin Fan chuckled.
If I'm satisfied, everything's negotiable. If not, you'll be having nightmares every night.
Shortly after Lin Fan finished speaking, someone knocked on the door and entered. A staff member whispered something in Zhang Ji's ear, and Zhang Ji immediately nodded at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan asked, is the money here? 13,500,000,000.
Lin Fan promptly pulled out his bank card and handed it over.
Zhang Ji froze, asking, what for?
To transfer it to me, of course.
I'm here to earn my technical fee. Now that the fee has arrived, you're not going to give it to me?
Zhang Ji hesitated, then dragged Lin Fan toward the door. This money, well, young man, what does a college student need so much money for?
I know you're patriotic. Why not donate it to the state? Our funding is rather tight.
Lin Fan's eyes widened in fury.
You shameless old fox. Didn't we agree the technical fee was mine? Who said that?
I never said it, and neither did our leadership. Besides, our leadership stance is to use funds where they're most needed.
Our Eagle Swan collaboration requires a deposit, right?
Exactly 10 billion. Using your money covers it perfectly. We haven't spent a dime and actually made 50 million.
It's not you, it's mine. This money belongs to me.
Zhang Ji retorted, too late now. The boss has already budgeted this money.
You'll get a maximum of 20 million dragon coins. Are you guys extortionists? I've never seen anything like this.
Lin Fan roared furiously.
Shameless. Disgraceful. Zhang Ji quickly nodded. I agree, Mr. Wang is shameless. Why don't you go confront him? You think I'm an idiot? That's Mr. Wang, Master Qian's disciple.
Even though I was pretty awesome in my past life, I wouldn't dare cross Master Qian's disciples.
They've got Master Qian backing them.
Too bad when I finished my studies and wanted to apprentice under Master Qian, he refused to take me on as a disciple because he was too old.
That left me feeling a bit intimidated around Master Qian's disciples. I'm not stupid. If I confront your Mr. Wang, do you think he'll hide from me?
Lin Fan was furious. Zhang Ji retorted, Lin Fan, you have no idea how much embarrassment you caused me by hijacking the meeting and seizing power. You're completely undisciplined and unorganized.
Mr. Wang will definitely make an example of you.
Our space base isn't short on capable people. We won't let you run wild.
Demanding 10 billion from you is perfectly reasonable, don't you think? You're full of it. That's not 10 billion yuan, it's 10 billion US dollars. That's 70 or 80 billion long coins. And you're giving me a measly 20 million long coins? Even Zhou Baopi wasn't as ruthless as you lot. What are you talking about?
This isn't ruthlessness, it's President Wang's care for you, overflowing with affection. Zhang Ji shamelessly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. You're still young and don't know how to handle money. Think about it, every penny you've spent is now funding our nation's aerospace program.
Every rocket launched from now on will carry your contribution. Doesn't that make you feel proud? That's PUA. What? Mind control.
Zhang Ji shook his head hastily.
No way. We only admire you. After all, your negotiation style is truly extraordinary. It's not just unique, it's pushing shamelessness and bullying to the extreme. That kind of radical approach is completely at odds with the aerospace industry's style. It was like a wild boar charging into a vegetable garden. Everyone at aerospace has a refined and gentle demeanor after all, we're all technical experts. Lin Fan was reckless. In the meeting room, he seized control of the negotiations, slammed the table at Director Green, issued direct threats, and even declared war on his own behalf. If Lin Fan weren't genuinely formidable, those aerospace heavyweights would have smacked him down right then and there. Let him play the part. Too bad Lin Fan pulled it off. President Wang then reaped the rewards. Mr. Wang didn't show up at the meeting, was he just waiting to reap the rewards himself? Lin Fan was furious. I see now you people have no shame. Not us, it's Mr. Wang who's shameless. Of course, you're our good friend. If you're really upset, come work for us in aerospace after graduation. Then you can replace Mr. Wang and slap that old geezer in the face. Oh, and I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Wang has a gorgeous granddaughter. Why not set your sights on her? Flirt with her and drive that old fart crazy. I'm being more than generous with you. Lin Fan stared at Zhang Ji. Old Zhang, you're a real piece of work. I don't believe you didn't know about this from the start. I didn't know for sure, but I sensed that old geezer Wan was trying to exploit you. But I couldn't tell you, right? After all, I'm also a student. Director Zhang Ji declared solemnly. I've been screwed over. My money. Chapter 151, that old bastard is up to no good. $13,500,000,000 I risked everything for this heist, clapping my hands raw, only to get fleeced. You folks at aerospace sure know how to bully your own people. Don't talk nonsense, you're not one of us aerospace people. You're not family. Damn it. Lin Fan was utterly speechless. Dealing with shameless bastards was truly a pain in the ass. Unwilling to give up, he decided to talk to that old geezer, Mr. Wang. Where is Mr. Wang now? The boss is out inspecting work. You know how it is, our aerospace standards demand meticulousness, down to the last detail. I have no clue which production site he's at. Could be checking on rockets, satellites, or visiting one of the research institutes. Mr. Wang just can't sit still. He's avoiding me. Lin Fan understood clearly, the aerospace base was determined to fleece him. Seriously, only 20 million dragon coins? Yeah, that's not bad. Enough to buy a house and a car. Of course, the old man's message is, our space base welcomes you. We'll hold an engineer position open for you. Come work here after graduation. Ha! You're killing me, Lin Fan retorted angrily. You're ripping me off now, just imagine how hard you'll squeeze me when I actually work here. Nonsense. This is the organization nurturing you. Only by jumping from pitfall to pitfall can you rise above others. My teacher scammed me too back then, otherwise, how could I be director now? Jumping pits means taking responsibility and showing commitment. Wow, you're quite the talent, so smooth with your words. Lin Fan mentally raged, feeling too frustrated to speak. Lin Fan skipped the meeting. The groundwork was laid, the rest was up to the aerospace team. He handed over the satellite encryption key to the aerospace staff, then found Long Xiaoshan waiting outside. After explaining the situation, Long Xiaoshan laughed heartily. Those aerospace folks are shameless. That old geezer's a real piece of work. We've gotta remember this lesson. Lin Fan sighed, reflecting on the experience. Lately, he'd clearly forgotten what kind of person he used to be. Acting like an old geezer was pretty excessive. This time, he'd underestimated that old codger, Mr. Wang. I'll make those aerospace people pay dearly. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. With only 20 million now, can your Navy give me 50 billion in funding? See if selling me off would even fetch 50 billion. With the money, I could have built a 10,000-ton destroyer within 2 years. But now. Long Xiaoshan never fully believed Lin Fan's claims about a 10,000-ton destroyer. After all, such vessels didn't exist in Longhua and were rare worldwide. Only the Eagle Nation possessed mature technology for them. The Eagle Girl would never give it to the Dragon Kingdom. Long Xiaoshan had been stringing Lin Fan along with this as a joke all along. We'll figure something out later. Lin Fan sighed, realizing he'd have to find other ways to raise money. He couldn't rely on others. He calculated, Old Su had given him 20 million, this time he'd secured another 2 million, plus the 100 million from Yang Zong of Zijili, and the 200 million bounty from the Navy. All told, he now had roughly 360 million in funds. Enough to stir up some trouble. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his tears subsiding. You old scoundrels, the sins you commit today will be visited upon your descendants. Once he became the academic overlord of Mount Tai, he would make life miserable for the descendants of these old scoundrels. Lin Fan pulled Long Xiaoshan away. Let's leave this place of sorrow. We'll return to slaughter them later, then I'll make them beg on their knees. You're just bragging. Long Xiaoshan countered, it's not polite to leave without at least grabbing a meal and saying goodbye. Polite my ass. The food they eat and the money they spend is mine anyway. Long Xiaoshan chuckled, you're right, you seem genuinely heartbroken. Once we get back, let's head to the base to clear your head. What for? The Electronic Warfare Unit. I've almost finished recruiting all top students from the National Defense University. You haven't forgotten, have you? Not really interested, Lin Fan replied, reminding him he was just a student too. Long Xiaoshang instantly placed his hand on his waist. Lin Fan gasped, "What are you doing?" Long Xiaoshang pretended to grab an imaginary gun. "I'll find a gun and shoot you myself, just to stop you from driving me crazy." This. Why get so angry? I didn't refuse, did I? I just meant later. Military orders are as immovable as mountains, got it? Our electronic countermeasures unit is participating in this fall's exercises. 5 months from now we don't have time. Holy crap, why do we need another exercise? Who decided that? Headquarters decided. Lin Fan glanced up at the sky. If higher-ups decided, there was nothing to be done. My life is so miserable. By the way, do I get a salary? 6,000 a month. That's it? Everyone else gets a monthly allowance of 1,000. Alright, now that you mention it, I feel better. Who knew my salary was actually pretty high? Lin Fan was satisfied. Long Xiao was so exasperated he couldn't speak. This guy was just a complete goofball. What good is a salary anyway? Lin Fan was actually an officer, a pretty special one at that. That night, Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshan left the aerospace base without a word and headed straight back to the capital. At 5 in the morning, Long Xiaoshan dropped Lin Fan off at his place. But as soon as he reached the door, he ran into Zhang Xiaoyu, who had just returned from buying breakfast. Lin Fan was overjoyed. If the space program had ripped him off, he'd get it back from Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Fan quickly whispered to Zhang Xiaoyu, "Teacher Zhang, buying breakfast?" Zhang Xiaoyu froze upon seeing Lin Fan, then broke into a smile. "Lin Fan, you're back?" He'd been wondering where Lin Fan had vanished to these past few days. From Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan, he'd only heard that Lin Fan had gone with his teacher to participate in a project, most likely related to the Longba military. Just as he was fretting over where to gather more information, Lin Fan had returned. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly replied, "We'll be eating soon. What have you been up to these past few days? That old jerk of a professor screwed me over, making me go work a job. Damn it, after finishing the work, he didn't even reimburse my transportation costs. Can you believe someone like that? Calling himself a professor? Worse than an animal." Lin Fan ranted, full of resentment. "I'm seriously considering switching advisors." "Sounds rough. What project is it? Need my help?" Lin Fan thought, "Just waiting for you to say that. Come lure me in, next-gen encrypted communications. That old bastard isn't human. He even made me bring work home after I'd already gone back. My skills aren't up to snuff. I think he is deliberately holding me back so I'll be his slave. You know how it is, Professor Zhang. Some advisors treat students like free labor. It's infuriating. Your professor's way out of line. Let me take a look later and we'll figure it out together," Zhang Xiaoyu offered warmly. "You're still a student, don't burn bridges with your advisor. If you ever want to switch schools, I'll help you explore options." Lin Fan beamed. "Professor Zhang, you're so kind. By the way, did you sell your house? Did you get 10 million? As soon as I get the money, I'll leave Han Qingyan. You've been so good to me I can't go back on my word." Zhang Xiaoyu froze. "You really know how to bring up the most sensitive topics, no need to rush that. Take your time." Chapter 152, Big Shot Lin is an aerospace engineer. You don't love Han Qingyan anymore? You're something else. Now that you've discovered your worth, you're not even worried about love anymore. But I'm worried. I'll take whatever I can get. Lin Fan looked utterly sincere. "Teacher Zhang, I'm being honest. You've been so good to me. Thinking about it now, I feel so guilty. How could I have stolen your girlfriend? I'm truly despicable." Zhang Xiaoyu felt uneasy, like he'd been cuckolded. "Oof. Love is unpredictable. Don't worry, I'm preparing the money. But you don't need to rush." "Alright." Lin Fan thought to himself, "You sure are a good guy." Back home, Lin Fan planned to catch some sleep. Flying back overnight on a military plane had left him exhausted. But suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Han Qingyan emerged, her legs as white as jade, wearing only a white shirt. Lin Fan stood frozen in the living room, staring at Han Qingyan's long legs. Han Qingyan also froze in surprise, not expecting anyone to be in the living room. Lin Fan hadn't been home for days, only Zhong Ai would come over. Her days were incredibly comfortable, and she didn't pay much attention to what she wore at home. "Ah!" Han Qingyan shrieked, darting back into the bedroom. After a moment, she opened the door a crack and gasped, "Why are you back?" "Ha ha! Those legs are so white, so long." Lin Fan chuckled, "I just got back and stumbled upon you half naked. Can't blame me for that." "What nonsense! I'm dressed now. Why didn't you call first?" "Lin Fan, I thought you'd still be resting at this hour. Who knew you were up? Besides, I only saw your legs. What's the big deal? Everyone has legs." "Shameless." Han Qingyan pulled on her pants, walked out, and shot Lin Fan a withering look. "Watch yourself from now on, or you'll regret it. This time, I'll let it slide." Han Qingyan asked curiously, "Where'd you go?" Lin Fan thought for a moment. He'd already told Han Qingyan about it last time, so there was no need to keep it secret. The satellite thing? Done. But I got screwed over. Damn it. There are too many scammers these days. After hearing the gist of it, Han Qingyan laughed heartily. Serves you right. With all that aerospace work you're doing, did you really think you could handle all that money? My own money? Why wouldn't I be able to handle it? Lin Fan retorted angrily. We're friends, aren't we? How could you not back me up? You're just trying to get me mad on purpose. Oh, and I ran into Teacher Zhang earlier. He's bringing breakfast over soon. How are things between you two? Stop talking nonsense. What's going on between us? I haven't even let him in the door these past few days, Han Qingyan retorted. That's not exactly helping team spirit. Unity my ass. Han Qingyan snapped, then lowered her voice. With someone like him, what else could I do? When are they finally going to arrest him? He's our golden goose. How could we arrest him? Lin Fan countered. His cut hadn't even come through yet. How could he arrest Zhang Xiaoyu? Don't worry. In a few days, you, Zhong AI, and I will be traveling for work. It'll take at least several months. What for? Military projects. Han Qingyan froze, then nodded. Fine. I'm bored out of my mind anyway. Might as well find something to do. Lin Fan chatted with Han Qingyan for a while before heading off to sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. He then received a call from Zhang Ji at Aerospace. The aerospace base and Eagle Ship Aerospace had established a series of cooperative frameworks. Negotiations would continue, but it was a promising start. Dragon Nation astronauts would now be able to train at Eagle Sauce's facilities. Dragon Nation had incurred some financial costs, but the outcome was acceptable to all parties. Zhang Ji chuckled, thanks to you, the subsequent negotiations went much smoother. Though there were disagreements, the prospects for cooperation are now clear. Too bad you had to leave. Lin Fan remained skeptical. We should still prepare for the worst. Eagle Sauce could turn on us at any moment. No way. We've already secured the framework agreement. How shameless could they be? The space program hasn't yet sensed Greenwine's hostility, painting everything too rosy. Having lived through it, Lin Fan knew better. Negotiation frameworks are meaningless nonsense. They signify nothing. Even signed contracts aren't worth overthinking. When they want to turn on you, they turn on you. That's the Eagle's consistent modus operandi. They'll always find an excuse when they want to renege. Zhang Ji remained skeptical. The Eagle Nation is a major power, they can't just break their word. But regardless, this round of talks went well. We made significant breakthroughs, and you deserve credit for that. On behalf of Aerospace, I thank you. Has that old codger Wang returned to base yet? The old man hasn't returned yet. Lin Fan hung up immediately. Meaning he hasn't returned since I asked, right? That's just bullying. It's infuriating just thinking about it. Lin Fan didn't bother dwelling on it. Today he planned to stroll through Zhongguancun to buy some electronic components for designing his virtual girlfriend. With no money left, he'd have to figure something out with his virtual girlfriend. Once the business took off, the money would roll in. With so many lecherous old men in the Dragon Kingdom, who could resist his lifelike dolls? 200,000 yuan wasn't even expensive. This was a high-end toy exclusively for the wealthy, nothing like those cheap inflatable dolls. Just Dr. Han's pair of long legs alone could crush a crowd. Get rich quick was right around the corner. But the moment he opened the door, he ran into Zhang Xiaoyu across the hall. It felt like Zhang Xiaoyu was always watching him. The moment Lin Fan opened his door, Zhang Xiaoyu's door opened too. Lin Fan, didn't you say you brought your homework back? I've got time to help you with it now. You've been watching me the whole time, haven't you? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Teacher Zhang, wait a moment. I'll go get it. Lin Fan immediately returned to his room and printed out a document using Han Qingyan's computer. This document pertained to a certain encrypted communication coding technology. It's just right for Zhang Xiaoyu's level, he can understand it, but it hides a lot of calculations. Lin Fan handed the materials to Zhang Xiaoyu. Professor Zhang, could you take a look at this for me? I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back in the evening, and you can guide me then. Zhang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. This was perfect. He could now dive in without restraint. The moment Lin Fan left, Zhang Xiaoyu dove into his research. Sure enough, it was a new encryption method. He immediately sent it to his superior. Just obtained classified material. Likely the next generation encrypted communication system for the Dragon Nation military. Excellent. You've done well. We'll have it verified immediately. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly added, I've recently gotten close to a new target, extremely valuable. This intel came from them, but they're greedy for money. Greedy for money? Perfect. Money is the one thing we have in abundance. I'll transfer funds to your account shortly. I hope you can provide more valuable intelligence next time. And don't forget, find that big shot Lin Yu as soon as possible. What about this big shot Lin? He extorted over $1 billion from us just yesterday. Zhang Xiaoyu froze. So there were such heavyweights in Longhua? He immediately replied, I'll look into it right away. But don't you have any more specific details? How old is this big shot Lin? Where's he from? We know nothing about big shot Lin. But yesterday he appeared at Longhwa's aerospace base. He's likely an employee of Longhwa Aerospace. Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath. The other party hung up, but at least he had a lead. Now it turned out to be someone from the aerospace sector. Chapter 153, I have it all figured out. Zhang Xiaoyu hung up the phone, buzzing with excitement like a donkey at the mill. Big shot Lin was a key target the Illuminati were pursuing. Once he found this man, the Illuminati would never shortchange him. Money, beautiful women, status, he'd have it all. The Illuminati were exceptionally generous to those who served them well. After all, the Eagle Nation was the world's foremost power, with the Illuminati's influence spanning the globe and their strength being immense. He would climb step by step, inch by inch, to the pinnacle of the Illuminati and become a major figure. Big shot Lin was shrouded in mystery. Zhang Xiaoyu had previously been completely clueless, but now that he knew the man was involved in aerospace, he finally had a direction. Aerospace? He didn't know many people in that field, but Lin Fan immediately came to mind. Lin Fan's work in encrypted communications was undoubtedly a military project, and it might very well be connected to aerospace. Lin Fan instantly gained significant weight in Zhang Xiaoyu's estimation. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately searched online and was overjoyed to discover that Lin Fan's professor did indeed collaborate with aerospace agencies. This was a viable avenue. From his interactions with Lin Fan over the past couple of days, he observed that the guy loved money, loved eating, loved enjoying himself. He was full of weaknesses. Plus, he was just a broke student. Zhang Xiaoyu felt he could easily win Lin Fan over. Lin Fan had warmed up to him considerably lately, even proactively seeking money to leave Han Qingyan. But that wasn't enough. The best outcome would be to fully pull Lin Fan over to his side. A smug smile spread across Zhang Xiaoyu's face. When it came to corrupting and co-opting people, the Mi family had plenty of methods at their disposal. A penniless student like Lin Fan would surely be no match for his enticements. His confidence solidified. For his bright future, he was ready to charge ahead. Zhang Xiaoyu sought out Lin Fan himself, leaving Han Qingyan stunned that he wasn't coming for her. Lin Fan, I've looked over your homework. I've been thinking about it for a long time and figured out the solution. Take a look. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. This Zhang Xiaoyu was actually quite capable, no phony. The problems he'd set weren't overly difficult, but they weren't something a phony could solve either. Really? Let me see. Lin Fan quickly took the assignment and studied it for a long time. I'm a bit stuck here. Mr. Zhang, could you explain this part to me? After all, he was a poor student with average academic skills. He couldn't let his persona crumble. Lin Fan's eyes held a hint of confusion, mirroring those of the typical clueless college student. After all, he was one himself, so he didn't even need to pretend. Zhang Xiaoyu patiently explained, and Lin Fan nodded along as if he understood everything. Teacher Zhang, you're such a kind person. Unlike my advisor, that beast of a man who treats students like free labor, even making me wash his clothes as if he has no hands of his own. Go ahead and rant. The more dissatisfied you are with your advisor, the better it makes you easier to mold. Zhang Xiaoyu maintained a serious expression. Not all advisors are like that. I'm certainly not. Next semester, I'll be recruiting students for my lab. You might want to consider joining. I'm only a freshman. What's there to consider? Zhang Xiaoyu froze. You're a freshman? Then how do you have an advisor? Aren't you a graduate student? I'm doing a combined bachelor's-master's program. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded immediately. I see. You're pretty impressive. I didn't realize. Lin Fan silently criticized Zhang Xiaoyu. If he'd known Lin Fan was just a freshman, would Zhang Xiaoyu have treated him with such disregard? In this game, you make your own identity. Lin Fan thought to himself, right now I'm a combined bachelor's-master's student, but soon I'll be Dr. Lin. No big deal. Want any identity? Just give it to yourself. What could an old man like him possibly have to lose? Sensing the positive vibe, Zhang Xiaoyu tentatively asked, Lin Fan, does your advisor have any involvement in aerospace research? Hell yeah. Let me tell you, that old fart has tons of aerospace collaborations. He's raking in serious funding from them, yet he still skimps on my pay. He's worse than Joe Baopi. I really want to see him go down. Seeing Lin Fan's rant getting more and more outrageous, Han Qingyan interjected, you're his student. What's wrong with helping your professor with some work? Lin Fan fumed, working is fine, but not getting paid? Do I not need to eat? That old bastard takes national funding, messes around with women, harasses female students, and holds students' theses hostage. His character is utterly despicable. It's outrageous. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. My Zhou Baopi is nothing compared to Teacher Zhang. If Teacher Zhang were my advisor, I'd be living the dream. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of secret delight. It seemed Lin Fan was open to this path. Since Lin Fan was dissatisfied with his advisor, betraying the advisor's project secrets shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Fan, you're not half bad. Here's the deal, if you ever need anything, come find me. I'll help you out whenever I can. Here's some cash, just a few thousand yuan. Grab some good food. Lin Fan quickly snatched the cash. Free lunch now, it was a few thousand, but tens of millions couldn't be far off. Han Qingyan froze, her gaze lingering on Lin Fan with a strange intensity. Zhang Xiaoyu felt reassured, knowing when to prioritize. Winning Lin Fan over would take time. He'd leave for now. As soon as he was gone, Han Qingyan asked, "Why did he give you money?" "Ha! In my calculations, a few thousand is nothing. Just wait and see, soon I'll be Zhang Xiaoyu's own son." Han Qingyan spat, "What a disgrace. You're no good at all. Would a good person make money?" Lin Fan chuckled smugly. "You took Zhang Xiaoyu's money. Watch out, he'll come after you. This old man's a red star, specialized in red as can be. What sugar-coated bullets haven't I tasted? Rest easy. When a lowly minion crosses paths with me, that's when his troubles begin." Han Qingyan fumed, "Watch out for digging your own grave. You won't even have time to cry when it's too late." Lin Fan just chuckled and said nothing more. What did Dr. Han know? Participating in these aerospace negotiations was all about building his credentials and networking. With his growing influence and Long Shaoshang's protection, even if he pocketed a little money, it was no big deal. China has its own national circumstances. Lin Fan said, "Report to Long Shaoshang tomorrow." "You really want me to go?" "Of course. This is a military mission, perfect timing for you to disappear from Zhang Xiaoyu's radar for a while." Lin Fan added, "Later, I'll give you some top secret files. We'll work together to cultivate this spy properly. His status is too low now, scamming him won't net much. We need to help him become the Freemasons' gold medal spy in Longhua. Then we can squeeze billions out of him. That's when it gets fun." Han Qingyan eyed Lin Fan suspiciously. "You keep calling him a spy, but honestly, you're starting to look more like one yourself. Willingly handing over top secret intel? What's your game? I know what I'm doing, okay?" Lin Fan chuckled, unwilling to explain. Whether something was top secret or not, well, that was entirely up to him. Besides, Zhang Xiaoyu was crucial to securing the aircraft carrier design rights. Chapter 154, A little loss isn't a bad thing. Lin Fan couldn't stop thinking about the aircraft carrier design. This was Dragon Nation's first independently designed carrier. The inaugural project had to be his. Future carrier designs held no interest for him. This old man intends to build a prototype for Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier. But he held no standing in the nation's military-industrial sector. Even with old Su and young Master Long's backing, he couldn't secure the design rights. Besides, those two scoundrels, Long Shashan and Lao Su, didn't trust him at all. They'd been stringing Lin Fan along all along. That left him no choice but to take a risky detour. The preliminary draft of Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier design was stolen by spies, then recovered by the relevant authorities. The leak of the draft design, just imagine the national panic. Then he'd present his own updated carrier design. As long as his design was the most rational and impressive, there was no way the higher-ups wouldn't adopt it. Once adopted, he could participate in designing and building the first carrier. Once we build an aircraft carrier, should we also build frigates and destroyers? What good is an aircraft carrier alone? Without escort vessels, it's just a moving target. Then I can bring out my 10,000-ton destroyer plan, demand funding, and see who dares refuse. Then I'll rally the Navy, Coast Guard, and every maritime agency to turn the Ministry of Defense upside down." As for the Air Force, Lin Fan wasn't the least bit worried. After all, he'd contributed significantly to the 5th-generation fighter program. No matter how you looked at it, the Air Force owed him a favor. When the time came, he'd simply ask them to chip in a bit of their military budget. How could they possibly refuse? As for old Wang in aerospace shamelessly siphoning funds, Lin Fan already has alternative methods to secure financing. Steady as an old dog. Early the next morning, Lin Fan, Han Qingyan, and Zhang Ai were packing bags and preparing to leave when they deliberately ran into Zhang Xiaoyu at the door. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly asked, "Where are you headed?" Lin Fan was furious. "That old dog of a professor of mine. He's caused me trouble again, making me join a military project without paying me. Teacher Zhang, my advisor really can't compare to you." Zhang Xiaoyu understood completely. "Your advisor is testing you. Go confront him. If you need help, reach out to me. I'd love to contribute to the country too, but I never get the chance." "No problem. I'll definitely reach out if I need anything." Lin Fan sighed bitterly. "Guess I'm just destined to be a workhorse." After a moment, Lin Fan pulled Zhang Xiaoyu aside. "Make sure you get that 10 million from Teacher Zhang, okay? Once I've got the money, I won't have to put up with my advisor anymore. And you've got love now, right? Dr. Han is a real beauty." Zhang Xiaoyu thought to himself, Han Qingyan? What's she compared to the opportunities I'll have once I've earned my stripes with the Illuminati? Any beauty I want, even the most famous ones, will be mine. In Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, Lin Fan now held far greater value than Han Qingyan. A man's career comes first, women can take a back seat. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xiaoyu offered, "I have some overseas connections. If you ever want to study abroad, I can help you get in touch with people." That'd be fantastic, but studying abroad is expensive, right? It's simple. Since you're participating in this project, just write a thesis about it. I'll submit it for you. With my connections, you'll definitely get a full scholarship. You won't pay a dime for your studies, you might even make some money. Don't worry. That's absolutely wonderful, Professor Zhang. You're treating me better than my own father. Lin Fan nodded firmly and declared, I'll start writing the paper right away. Great. I'll help you polish it when the time comes. Lin Fan was deeply grateful. What a kind soul. Lin Fan thought for a moment, wanting to return the favor. Professor Zhang, do you know about aircraft carriers? What aircraft carrier? The Dragon Nation Navy is planning to build an aircraft carrier, one designed entirely in-house. I heard from my so-called advisor that the project I'm working on is connected to it. Big news. The Dragon Nation is building an aircraft carrier. Zhang Xiaoyu beamed with delight. Our country building an aircraft carrier? That's fantastic. Our nation is truly becoming powerful. I'm so envious you get to work on a project related to it. If you can, tell me more about it later. Sure thing. Don't worry, you've been so generous to me, I consider you a friend. If I'd known we could talk like this, I wouldn't have hit on Dr. Han. I genuinely didn't know you two were dating before. Zhang Xiaoyu's face twitched. He wasn't exactly thrilled, but now wasn't the time to get angry. He could only respond patiently, we were exes. But don't worry about it, I'm not blaming you. Everyone pursues their own path. It's just one woman. A real man never worries about finding a wife. Lin Fan gazed at Zhang Xiaoyu with admiration. You're so easygoing. Teacher Zhang, you're truly admirable. It's like you have a halo over your head. Green. Lin Fan added, I was just immature back then. Now I feel like I'm stealing your girlfriend. But you're right, she's just one woman. No need to dwell on it. You've seen the world, there are prettier women out there. You bet. Let me tell you, women overseas. Zhang Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, grinning at Lin Fan. Put. Like I'm going to tell you what I did overseas. You'll find out for yourself someday. I was actually looking forward to hearing what you got up to overseas and you snapped out of it. Lin Fan smiled with a hint of disappointment before heading downstairs with Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai. The two girls whispered behind his back, but Lin Fan didn't care. What he'd done in his life, why should he explain himself to anyone? By noon, the trio arrived at the Beijing base and met up with Long Xiaoshang. Long Xiaoshang grabbed Lin Fan's arm. You were right. What did I get right? The aerospace deal. The Eagle family and Aerospace had already agreed on the framework, but this morning Aerospace sent word that the Eagle family wants us to put up a $10 billion guarantee. As for further negotiations, they said they need to study it further. Apparently, the White House hasn't approved their cooperation with our aerospace sector. Did the money go through? Long Xiaoshang nodded. The funds were transferred yesterday, but they changed their stance today. Aerospace is still trying to negotiate, but the outcome is predictable. Meaning the money is gone. Aerospace got scammed by green wine. The Mi family space agency flips on a dime. Lin Fan spat, I've only been back a few days. Serves them right for trying to swindle me out of money. Now they're getting what they deserve. Long Xiaoshan was at a loss for words. The folks at Aerospace are asking if you could negotiate with them. They think you're the one who can actually talk sense into the other side. Talk my ass. I've got no leverage left, what's the point? Can we steal another satellite? We've already handed over the encryption keys. How could we steal it now? Lin Fan sighed in defeat. I did my best. Lin Fan felt a secret thrill. Aerospace had taken a hit and would soon embark on their own development path. Keep it up. A little setback is nothing, no big deal. I'm watching you. We'll make that money back later. Chapter 155, you're asking for it. Research is a long-term battle. Lin Fan chuckled, Dragon Nation's research thrives on continuous setbacks and relentless self-improvement. No big deal. No big deal? Long Xiaoshan laughed bitterly. You should have heard Director Zhang say that President Wang cursed all morning in his office. The Eagles family turns on you faster than a dog. Old Wang wasn't exactly slow when he was swindling me out of money either, Lin Fan chuckled. He gets to flip-flop, but no one else can? Well, he chose to save face during negotiations. The ones taking the hit are Aerospace and their crew. Good thing I raked in 10 billion USD, honestly, they didn't lose much. I pocketed 200 million long coins. Lin Fan earned 1.05 billion, but he only kept 200 million in dragon coins for himself, giving the rest to Aerospace. Now that Aerospace had been scammed out of 1 billion US dollars, they still had 300 million US dollars left over 200 million dragon coins. Not a total waste of effort. The Aerospace base was furious this time. Director Zhang was so desperate he shamelessly asked Young Dragon if he could pull off another heist, but the opportunity had already passed. Lin Fan had already handed over the satellite encryption keys to the eagle-eyed Americans. Control of the satellite had shifted hands. Once the Americans got their hands on the keys, they'd surely reprogram the satellite. It was too late to do anything about it now. Long Xiaoshang felt it was such a pity. Lin Fan chuckled. Do you know what this incident reveals? What does it mean? Long Xiaoshan looked utterly confused. What could it possibly mean? Lin Fan declared, it proves I was right. Listening to me never fails. It always works, I'm always correct. Are you trying to show off? Long Xiaoshang rolled his eyes. Cut the bull. The aerospace stuff has nothing to do with us, but the counterforce unit is our responsibility. We're participating in the Zurich exercises this September. If we don't deliver results, then both you and I will be in deep trouble. What kind of trouble? You mean we can't fail? That's ridiculous. Of course there is. This time, the commander has allocated funds for us. You spend the money, you deliver results. This is a military project, not some civilian business venture. Long Xiaoshang slapped Lin Fan on the shoulder. Bro, focus. My future's in your hands. This is our army's first conventional electronic countermeasures unit. We're making history. Screw this up, and other branches will never get their own electronic warfare units. Nail it, and the entire military will adopt electronic warfare units. Got it? Lin Fan retorted, then you'll be the one raking in the perks, I get nothing. If successful, Long Xiaoshang would absolutely earn another star. As the founder of a new military branch, his name would go down in military history. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the mere assistant, would be relegated to the among others category in the establishment of our military's first information warfare unit. Long Xiaoshang ignored Lin Fan. That bastard. I've reimbursed him nearly 200,000 yuan already. He'd spent nearly all his personal savings reimbursing Lin Fan for hotel expenses, food, drinks, and every other cost. He takes my money and doesn't even work for me? What's he thinking? Lin Fan was the second in command of this unit. Since Long Xiaoshan lacked technical expertise, Lin Fan held the greatest authority in that domain. Long Xiaoshan oversaw discipline and organization, while Lin Fan handled technical training. Operational details were formulated by staff officers. Long Xiaoshan had designated a small grove and a building within the Beijing base as the unit's headquarters, with Lin Fan overseeing the technical aspects. Inside the training room sat 40 computers, all purely domestic models linked into a local area network. 40 top students from the National Defense University were now Lin Fan's trainees. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai also joined the training. Lin Fan tapped his pointer rhythmically on the blackboard. Electronic countermeasures encompass numerous techniques, but their core principle remains unchanged: achieving victory with the smallest, most effective means. This process resembles hacking, but our targets are warships, satellites, radars, and enemy command systems. Our methods include suppression, diversion, deception, and forceful intrusion. The group of university students hurriedly took notes. Though students, they were also soldiers. While they initially doubted Lin Fan's age and capabilities, his few words silenced these elite scholars. Lin Fan spoke like a master, effortlessly detailing the characteristics, vulnerabilities, and developmental history of electronic communication equipment from both Eastern and Western sources. Today is theory class, but I can tell you this: future warfare will be inseparable from electronic countermeasures. Future wars will be fought in an integrated airspace, all-dimensional mode. The era of relying solely on missiles and artillery to control the battlefield is over. Future wars belong to the skies and even to space. This all hinges on electronic communications. I have one demand: within 20 days, you must master our military's equipment. You've all received the manuals, commit them to memory, know them inside out, and be able to recite them backwards. In 40 days, we'll launch an electronic communications ambush on this base. 80 days from now, I want you to ambush a US satellite. 120 days later, I demand you blind the enemy on the training battlefield within half an hour. If you fail, don't dare call yourselves my students, you won't deserve it. Got it? The group was stunned. Lin Fan's words were arrogantly ruthless, starting with his own military base as a testing ground. 40 students exchanged glances, wondering if they'd stumbled upon a god. Too arrogant. After class, Long Xiaoshang rushed over like a madman. He'd been eavesdropping on Sherhu's lecture. You're really going to ambush the base? Practice makes perfect, okay? How else are we supposed to train without a real ambush? Do you even get it? But this is our own base. The capital's base. Do you even grasp the gravity of this? That's not my problem. You're the top commander. If something goes wrong, you take the fall. The whip won't land on me. What do I have to fear? I'm just training the students according to the military commission's orders. Lin Fan wore the cold-hearted scoundrel's expression, prompting Long Xiaoshang to explode in anger. Are you even human? Do you think I can just take the fall? Can't you pick a different target? Challenges are what make things worthwhile. They're how you build real skills. Don't you get that simple logic? Lin Fan retorted. Comrade, the state is spending money here. We need results. And what's the greatest result for the military? Making the enemy suffer, right? But you don't have to use your own base as a testing ground. An enemy ruthless enough to attack even their own, wouldn't you fear that? Damn it! Long Xiaoshan glanced at Lin Fan. The bastard had a point. As a soldier, he naturally appreciated Lin Fan's reckless approach. But as a commander, he felt like he was screwed. Get lost. After cursing Lin Fan, Long Xiaoshan rushed to find Commander Zhang at the base and explained Lin Fan's plan. Commander Zhang was stunned. Little dragon, are you out of your mind? Attack my base? Are you looking to die? Chapter 156, Attacking the Base? Anyone hearing plans to attack their own base would fly into a rage. Did this guy want to slap him in the face? Long Xiaoshan quickly explained, Commander, I know this sounds absurd, but Lin Fan is an utterly absurd individual. To him, this makes perfect sense. He insists on ambushing the base. I can't stop him. Aren't you his superior? No, I'm only in charge of discipline and logistics, building the unit. How they train is his call. I don't know anything about tech. Commander Zhang sneered coldly, a greenhorn with a big mouth. So he's got some hacking skills? Our base has network experts too. I don't buy it for a second. Can he take down a satellite for me? Long Xiaoshan nodded. He really can do that. Commander Zhang roared with laughter, Bull. Who does he think he is? I refuse to buy it. Let him try attacking. I don't believe he can pull off a successful ambush. Do you take our troops for fools? If it's just some kid messing around, I'll humor him. But if he is serious, who does he think he is? Long Xiaoshan was at a loss for words. Commander, that's not the right approach. Whatever you do, don't say that to Lin Fan. He really could pull off something outrageous. Watching Long Xiaoshan persuade himself, Commander Zhang felt belittled. While Long's military currently paid little attention to electronic countermeasures, it wasn't that they lacked them. Everyone's understanding of information-based forces remained confined to military office automation, advanced weaponry, and digital command systems. As for electronic warfare, they hadn't truly researched it, though the theory existed. Lin Fan's unit served as the experimental testbed. Before him, Dragon Nation's military had never conceived that information warfare could control an enemy nation's aircraft carrier. The Thunderbolt operation in the South China Sea remained a secret known only to high-ranking officials and those directly involved. The higher-ups had created this experimental unit precisely to allow Lin Fan to fully demonstrate the true nature of information warfare. Commander Zhang's skepticism stemmed from the fact that higher-ups had singled out Lin Fan's small unit, just a few dozen people, allocating a staggering 300 million yuan in funding. Their living conditions were top-notch, with rations far exceeding those of ordinary soldiers. And these were all officers. In recent years, the Dragon Nation had continuously downsized its military, drastically reducing officer positions. Resources were being squandered on flashy units like Lin Fan's. Commander Zhang was a traditional military man who believed only artillery and missiles could control everything. Screw whatever kind of unit they are, he thought. My firepower will wipe them out anyway. Commander Zhang slammed his fist on the table, cutting off Long Xiaoshan. Enough. Bring him here. I refuse to believe some greenhorn leading a bunch of student soldiers could take out my base. Does he really think my 100,000 Imperial Guards are dead men walking? Commander, there's no need to pick on Lin Fan. Just give him a good talking to and get him to change his mind, Long Xiaoshan pleaded pitifully. He's not my soldier. Why should I care? If he really wants to impress me, let him take my base. Otherwise, it's just empty talk. Then I'll apply military law and have him shot. Long Xiaoshan froze. Commander Zhang's face was ashen. He was furious. It can't be that bad. Then I'll have you shot too. Long Xiaoshan turned and fled in terror. Damn that Lin Fan, he was finished. He found Lin Fan and hurriedly explained. Lin Fan nodded. Got it. But Commander Zhang is a ruthless iron-fisted commander who's seen battle. If he says he'll enforce military law, he will. Long Xiaoshan pleaded urgently. Call him Dad and come with me to apologize. We still have time. If not, I'll get my old man to intervene and pull some strings. With the South Island commander backing us, it might just work. Lin Fan chuckled. That idiot Long Xiaoshan, if he hadn't gone to provoke Commander Zhang, he wouldn't have blown his top. It's all your fault for meddling. You know what? I'll just launch a surprise attack. But now you've tipped him off, he has prepared. This just makes things harder for me. Still, it's not a big deal. Long Xiaoshan flared up. Damn you. Not a big deal? You could get shot dead, you know. Attacking the capital base? That's a declaration of war. It's the capital base, do you understand? You're the commander, what does that have to do with me? You're the one responsible, got it? Damn it. You've screwed me over again. You're a total screw-up. Long Xiaoshan stomped his feet in fury, his heart pounding like a gorilla's. Without another word, Long Xiaoshan hoisted Lin Fan onto his back and headed to apologize to Commander Zhang. Lin Fan refused to go, so Long Xiaoshan carried him there himself. At the officers' mess hall, Long Xiaoshan found Commander Zhang and the base's generals. Though it was the officers' mess, everyone ate the same food as the regular soldiers. The only difference was the better environment, designed to facilitate discussions during meals for these high-ranking officials. Long Xiaoshang fawned like a lapdog. Commander, this is Lin Fan. He's here to apologize to you. Lin Fan shot Long Xiaoshang a withering glance. You big dummy, he thought, thank goodness I'm not just any ordinary person. He turned to Commander Zhang and offered a smile. Commander Zhang Afing, an old acquaintance. In his previous life, Lin Fan had dealt extensively with this shameless old man. The fellow came to see him twice a year, demanding military funding. With Lin Fan, the military-industrial research heavyweight, backing him, the army could demand funds with righteous indignation. When Big Shot Lin said the army needed a certain new weapon, who dared question it? Lin Fan and Zhang Afing had conducted plenty of covert backroom deals. Once the military funds arrived, he'd divert some for his own research projects first. Then he'd casually provide the army with a bit of new weaponry technology like artillery capable of striking targets 3,000 kilometers away. They went all out with the most outrageous designs, collaborating with great satisfaction. Yeah, that old geezer suffers from severe firepower deficiency anxiety. He only trusts the range and destructive power of artillery and missiles. Zhang Afeng was only in his early 50s now. Lin Fan glanced at himself, still a young man. This old codger? I've got the upper hand for life. Lin Fan sat down across from Zhang Afeng, grabbed a steamed bun from the table, and started eating. He glanced back at Zhang Afeng. Commander? Interested in an electromagnetic railgun? What's that? Seeing Lin Fan barge in uninvited and stare him down with such arrogance, Zhang Afeng found it amusing. He almost snapped, but quickly asked instead, You've got some nerve, kid. What's this electromagnetic cannon? New weaponry. Can fire artillery over 2,000 li. With guided warheads, it's just like a missile. Whoa! Zhang Ifeng's eyes lit up, then instantly turned skeptical. Such a thing exists? I've never even heard of it. Are you pulling my leg? It's still in the research phase, but funding is tight, Lin Fan explained. If you're interested, I can tell you more. We could team up. Once it's built, we'll equip the capital's forces first. It's a sweet deal. Zhang Afeng glanced at his colleagues and laughed loudly. Did you all hear that? This kid's a braggart. He's got some nerve, trying to do business with me. Zhang Afeng slammed his fist on the table. Lin Fan, I heard from Xiaolong that you plan to raid my base? Chapter 157, I am a good student. Just training the troops. I reckon 2 hours should be enough to destroy this base. Lin Fan thought it over seriously. Since it was the students' first time in action, they'd inevitably be unfamiliar with the techniques. 2 hours, maybe 3. 2 hours? Do you take us for dead men? Zhang Afeng roared. You dare look down on me? Fine, kid. I've spoken with young dragon. If you win, I'll respect you. If you lose, don't blame me for enforcing military law. We don't keep braggarts in the army. Fine, Lin Fan chuckled. That's all trivial. Not worth discussing with you. Let's talk about electromagnetic shells, laser combat vehicles, these new weapons. I have a lab dedicated to high-end weaponry RD, but we're short on funds. The capital base has ample military budgets, and you guys have new weapon projects with major arms factories, right? Let's collaborate. Zhang Afeng narrowed his eyes at Lin Fan. Fine. I only partner with those who have the goods. Here's the deal, if you can take my base, I'll accept defeat. I don't buy that you can take down satellites across the world. Fine. Lin Fan regarded the stubborn old man with calm composure. How about an armed helicopter? You have them? Zhang Afeng scoffed. This kid was infuriating. The things he didn't mention were truly tempting. The Dragon Nation's army lacked armed helicopters. Domestic models had all sorts of issues, unstable and barely serviceable. Lin Fan knew Dragon Nation's military capabilities inside out. While firepower wasn't lacking, air support capabilities were insufficient, specifically, armed helicopters for the army. Earlier, they'd even considered purchasing American armed helicopters. 500 million will cover it. I guarantee we'll make it happen, Lin Fan said, smiling at Zhang Afeng. Funds are available now. I'll start drafting the blueprints immediately. You can approach your trusted military factories to begin production. Zhang Afeng was tempted. Should he take the gamble? What if this turned a bicycle into a motorcycle? But our engines aren't up to par, and flight stability is also problematic. Are you sure? Lin Fan set down his steamed bun and extended his hand. Pleased to meet you. I'm Lin Fan, head of the Strategic Laboratory at Harbin Institute of Technology. Externally, I serve as director of the Strategic Hype Bureau. I solved the 5th-generation fighter issue. Are you jealous, General? The Air Force will have 5th-generation fighters soon. Personally, I think the Army should have strategic transport aircraft. I know a little bit about that too. 1 billion is enough. I'll build it for you. Holy crap. Thanks to young dragon carrying me over here, otherwise I'd never have met this madman. Zhang Afeng paused, then gripped Lin Fan's hand. Same offer stands if you want a partner, earn my respect first. I doubt you've got what it takes. Lin Fan nodded. Fine. No rush. Just wait and see. Long Xiaoshang watched Lin Fan's entire performance. Holy crap, he just handled that? This is the commander-in-chief, after all. Lin Fan, having eaten his fill, stood up and walked behind Zhang Yifeng. He reached into the man's left pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Gift for me, huh? Let's go.
Long Xiaoshang froze in shock.
How could you just reach into his pocket like that?
He always keeps his cigarettes in the pocket right by his mouth.
Old habit.
Lin Fan handed one to Long Xiaoshang.
Want one?
Long Xiaoshang numbly accepted it, utterly baffled.
What did I just see? What did I just go through? Am I going to get screwed over?
Lin Fan patted Long Xiaoshang on the shoulder.
Relax. The old man's doomed. This is just a training exercise.
Otherwise, I take him down right now, redirect his own missiles to flatten this base.
Piece of cake. You can hack into our missile systems? How simple is that? Lin Fan grinned. What secrets could Longhua's missile system hold from him? I've been digging deep in this field for years, you know.
Long Xiaoshang insisted it was impossible.
The Dragon Nation's missile system was completely independent and not connected to the internet.
Lin Fan chuckled. Military satellites.
Even if they aren't connected to the internet, they still require satellite guidance.
Where there's a port, there's a possibility for intrusion, it's just a matter of technical skill. Lin Fan added, your aerospace experience hasn't made you any wiser.
Just trust me on this. That old fool Zhang Yifeng? He's in for a rude awakening. Recalling the aerospace negotiations, Long Xiaoshan felt a surge of confidence.
Lin Fan had predicted the talks with the Eagle family would fail, and sure enough, within days, they'd turned hostile and even embezzled funds from aerospace.
I'm betting my life on you, so play it safe. As if you're off the hook if you don't bet. It's your responsibility, damn it.
Lin Fan puffed contentedly on his cigarette as he strolled down the green military camp path. Trust this old man, and you'll live forever.
Damn it. Long Xiaoshang, utterly at a loss, could only curse. Only that made him feel alive. The pressure was simply too much. Long Xiaoshang mused, I'm heading home. Being around you raises my blood pressure. I call you my own father, but next time you pull a stunt like this, could you at least give me a heads up? Let me brace myself. I'm afraid you'll scare me to death one day. Sure thing, big boy. If you're heading home, could you bring me back some goodies?
You know the base's little store has such limited stock.
Not my favorite stuff. I love king crab and meat, you know?
I'm still growing, after all.
Long Xiaoshan glared at Lin Fan, itching to beat the shameless brat to a pulp.
He was heading home to confront his biological father. The old man had nerves of steel and a worldly perspective.
Maybe he could see through this demon spawn's schemes.
He sensed Lin Fan had ulterior motives, but he couldn't quite figure them out.
Bring you some good food? Got it.
Lin Fan paused, then sent Long Xiaoshang a document via his phone. Print this out and place it in the living room of my and Dr. Han's home.
What is it? The aircraft carrier blueprints. What the hell? Explain yourself.
Long Xiaoshang was stunned.
Just any random file was an aircraft carrier blueprint? Aircraft carrier blueprints.
I sketched them out yesterday, just a basic draft.
You can take a look if you want.
Long Xiaoshang hurriedly opened it. After one glance, he was dumbfounded.
Stunning, commanding. It really is a blueprint. You drew this? You just don't get it. I told you I drew it yesterday. No, but why would you draw this? You're still a student. Long Xiaoshang was completely baffled. Was there really a student like Lin Fan? This is terrifying.
Long Xiaoshang stared at Lin Fan as if he were a freak of nature.
Lin Fan chuckled. This is for Zhang Xiaoyu. Have him deliver it. You'd better find a simpler safe to put it in. I'm afraid he won't be able to open a complicated one. What? You're giving it to Zhang Xiaoyu? Long Xiaoshan realized Lin Fan was doing this on purpose. What exactly are you trying to do? Money laundering, of course. This time I'm going big.
Lin Fan admitted he was short on cash, forcing him to leak some aircraft carrier secrets to Zhang Xiaoyu. Teacher Zhang was a good man, so naturally he had to be a good student. Chapter 158, What if it actually works? Long Xiaoshang felt utterly helpless toward Lin Fan. He'd never met someone with such vivid imagination drawing a sketch and calling it an aircraft carrier blueprint. Was an aircraft carrier that easy to sketch? Especially with that smug look on Lin Fan's face, as if he were the greatest genius alive. It grated on Long Xiaoshang's nerves, yet he couldn't do a thing about the kid. Because so far, Lin Fan hadn't made a single mistake. He'd even earned quite a few merits. This mere teenager had already become a talent highly valued by the Navy. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. Long Xiaoshang suppressed the urge to punch Lin Fan and turned to contact his comrades at the security bureau to handle it. He doubted Zhang Xiaoyu would be foolish enough to casually classify Lin Fan's blueprints as classified. That said, Long Xiaoshang had to admit Lin Fan's blueprints were imaginative, beautiful, imposing, and even handsome. If only these blueprints were real. But that was impossible. Long Xiaoshang wanted to go home, and it was entirely because of Lin Fan. That guy had the nerve to push things too far.
He felt if he didn't go home to recuperate, Lin Fan would really drive him to his grave. He'd already offended Commander Zhang Yifeng just by coming to the base. If he stayed any longer, he'd surely be scared to death by Lin Fan. After making arrangements with Lin Fan, Long Xiaoshang offered a final warning. Lin Fan, behave yourself at the base. Don't cause any more trouble. This isn't a naval base, it's army territory. If you make too much of a scene, even I won't be able to cover for you. Behave yourself. Lin Fan sneered in disdain. Put. That nobody Long Xiaoshang didn't understand his depth, nor did he grasp Commander Zhang Yifeng's. His current clique included Old Su and Long Xiaoshang, but compared to Zhang Yifeng, they were trash. Old Zhang was the king of men, the most shameless among rogues, the most rogue among the shameless. He was the absolute pinnacle of humanity. He perfectly met every requirement Lin Fan had for his inner circle. High enough status, immense enough power, bold enough audacity, and utterly shameless. In his own world, he and Zhang Yifeng worked together, siphoning funds, covering each other's backs, and executing flawless coordination. This world's Zhang Yifeng is similar to the one in my world, though his temper is even hotter. Not much difference. Lin Fan thought to himself, this little commander? Easy to handle. No big deal. Military personnel in the Dragon Nation possessed a unique ethos, they only respected genuine ability. If you had real skill, they'd shamelessly call you grandpa. But if you lack ability yet refuse to be humble, they'll beat you senseless without a second thought and do it openly. The Dragon Nation's military could be called the most united and down-to-earth force in the world. As soon as Long Xiaoshang got home, he sought out his father to discuss his injuries. Comrade Lao Long was also a high-ranking officer in our military. Though now retired and temporarily on the sidelines, his influence remained. Dad, I've been dealing with a real shrewd individual lately. Today I nearly offended Commander Zhang. My blood pressure shot through the roof. Long Xiaoshang checked his own readings with a monitor. Seeing 190, his face twitched. Even back home, his blood pressure hadn't dropped. Old Mr. Long looked at his son. Is it Lin Fan? Long Xiaoshang had mentioned Lin Fan repeatedly to his father upon returning home. He simply couldn't keep it bottled up. Lin Fan's pretentiousness outdid even his own. It was like he maxed out his talent points in the art of posturing, with an air of self-importance that followed him everywhere, every moment. His sudden, unexpected displays of arrogance caught people off guard, placing him in the master class of the pretentious world. Old Master Long was genuinely intrigued by Lin Fan. Young Master Long was supremely arrogant, born into privilege, backed by powerful connections, and climbing the ranks faster than anyone his age. He rarely looked up to others, but Lin Fan was an exception. Since meeting him, young Master Long felt like a complete fool. Lin Fan was simply too extraordinary. He immediately recounted what had happened to Lin Fan at the base to Old Master Long. Old Master Long was intrigued. Zhang Yifeng didn't shoot him on the spot? No. Long Xiaoshang froze. Why would you say that? Grandpa Long knew Zhang Yifeng well. Both were military men who'd served in the same region. Though retired, Grandpa Long still held significant status and frequently met with Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng is a madman. If Lin Fan provoked him like that and Zhang didn't shoot him on the spot, what does that tell us? Old Master Long rubbed his stress ball, his eyes gleaming as he slapped his thigh. Something's fishy. Zhang Yifeng is interested in Lin Fan. Lin Fan must have said something that caught his attention. Long Xiaoshang pondered for a moment. Lin Fan mentioned quite a few things. Electromagnetic cannons. The old man waved his hand dismissively. That's nonsense. Zhang Yifeng wouldn't be interested in that. Was there anything else? Armed helicopters? Exactly. The army lacks this kind of heavy-lift aerial support helicopter. Zhang Yifeng was already pushing for funding to acquire armed helicopters. Earlier, during a regimental-level exercise at their base, one of the helicopters malfunctioned before even taking off. I heard he was so furious he wanted to pull out his gun and play execution games right then and there. And this happened? How come I never heard about it? Old Man Long rolled his eyes and sneered coldly. That's the army's dirty laundry. Do you think Zhang Yifeng would broadcast that all over the world? Did Lin Fan say he could get armed helicopters? Yes, as long as the money is secured. That's quite the boast, but it fits in. Zhang Yifeng loves shooting his mouth off. If it's just hot air, why would he actually want it? Young Master Long found it hard to understand. It sounded like Commander Zhang was acting like a complete idiot. Old Master Long sneered, spend some money. If it works, he'll have armed helicopters for the future. If it fails, it's just a minor expense. Just execute Lin Fan. Big deal. Long Xiaoshang froze. So that's how he thought about it. Upon reflection, it actually made sense. Simple, if utterly heartless. Failure means execution? Simple and brutal. Long Xiaoshang frowned. Though Lin Fan was a show-off, always trying to steal the spotlight, he was genuinely talented. He couldn't let Zhang Yifeng execute him. Dad, Lin Fan is a talent. If he really fails, you have to step in and plead for him. After all, young people need room to make mistakes. Old Master Long chuckled. Blowing your own horn in the military is a crime. Do you understand what a military pledge is? How can I say it? It's not something to be taken lightly. We can't just stand by and watch Lin Fan get executed. Why are you so fixated on him getting executed? What if he actually succeeds in building that attack helicopter? Old man Long chuckled smugly. He's your partner, after all. How can you have no faith in your own partner? But it's an armed helicopter. We've been working on it for years with no breakthroughs, and Lin Fan's just a college kid. Put. That's because you don't understand genius. Your old man here is a genius, and you're a fool. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person is as vast as the distance between Earth and the Moon. A fool like you shouldn't try to guess what a genius is thinking. If he can solve fifth-generation fighter jet problems, why couldn't he handle an armed helicopter? Young Master Long stared at old Master Long, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. Why did the old man trust Lin Fan so much? None of them had even met him. Just then, old man Long spoke up. When Lin Fan attacks the capital base, we should go and see for ourselves. Chapter 159, The Vacation is Genuine. Long Xiaoshang immediately shook his head. This was an army matter. Both he and the old man were Navy men. Going just to gawk would surely embarrass Zhang Yifeng. That's not appropriate. Besides, Commander Zhang might not even invite us. I'm going to see Lin Fan. Who cares about Zhang Yifeng? A man who can steal the Eagle's satellite? Attacking his base? I see no problem with that, old man Long declared. Besides, what's wrong with us Navy watching the army make a fool of themselves? Is there something wrong with that? Old man Long made it clear he was going to watch. Zhang Yifeng couldn't do a thing about it. If Shang wanted revenge, he'd take it out on Long Xiaoshang. What the hell did it have to do with this old man? His own son? He could easily treat him like dirt. He felt utterly delighted. Long Xiaoshang was stunned, suddenly doubting whether he was even his biological son. He kept up the conversation with the old man, abandoning the blood pressure check altogether. What was the point? If Lin Fan hadn't driven him to his grave, this old codger certainly would. Long Xiaoshang felt utterly despondent. At the base, Lin Fan's days flew by. He taught classes during the day and continued teaching at night. He simply lectured others and assigned tasks just by talking. He could exhaust their brains. When students struggled, he'd declare, "You're the worst bunch of students I've ever taught, no contest." Utterly domineering. Over 40 students, all good little beasts. Not a single one dared to resist Lin Fan. Even Han Qingyan kept quiet, afraid to talk back. After a week at the base with Long Xiaoshang still absent, Lin Fan decided to give everyone Sunday off. After assigning homework, he planned to go out and enjoy himself. The students were also granted the day off, but anyone failing to submit their assignments by Monday would be expelled. Han Qingyan and Zhou Nei finally got a chance to speak with Lin Fan. Are you genuinely letting everyone off? Absolutely. It's already a holiday. Then why did you assign so much homework? How are they supposed to have time to play? A break means they should focus on self-study. Who said they could play? As hard-working students, they should know their place. Lin Fan declared with righteous indignation. They'll have plenty of time to play when they're dead and buried. There's still time. This guy is actually human too. Han Qingyan spoke up for the students. We're all human beings here. B1. Han, I was planning to treat you to a nice meal, but since you put it that way, you're paying for this one. Lin Fan had intended to offer to cover it himself, but remembering he was a broke student, he decided to let Dr. Han foot the bill instead. Han Qingyan shot back, "You're dreaming. I'm not buying you dinner. I can feed myself. I'm going with Zhong Ai." Lin Fan glanced at Zhong Ai and winked. She immediately chimed in, "I'll go with Lin Fan. You go ahead and have fun on your own, Dr. Han." No humanity when there's the opposite sex? Zhong Ai nodded eagerly, "That's right." Han Qingyan immediately declared, "No way, I'm coming too." She had to keep an eye on Zhong Ai, lest this love-struck fool walked right into trouble. Let Lin Fan take advantage of her without any consequences. Zhong Ai was speechless. Her best friend was so clueless. Why didn't someone just take her away? Just as they were about to leave, someone called out to Lin Fan. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai looked over in surprise as a female student boldly approached. "Teacher Lin, may I have your contact information? If I encounter any problems I don't understand, I can always ask for your advice." Zhong Ai's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The girl was stunningly beautiful, and her military uniform gave her an air of bold, spirited charm. Crucially, she was young, only a year or two older than Lin Fan, practically a peer. She radiated youthful vitality, possessed a pure and transparent aura, and was exceptionally attractive almost as much as her best friend. What was this about? Zhong Ai didn't believe this student simply wanted to ask Lin Fan questions anytime. There had to be another motive, especially since Lin Fan was so outstanding. If she could see it, surely others weren't blind. Lin Fan wouldn't actually give it out, would he? But then again, she was his student. Asking for a teacher's contact info was perfectly normal. Luo Jia, right? Lin Fan paused before recalling the girl's name. She was quite a standout in the class. When Lin Fan first saw this stunning academic prodigy, he suspected Long Xiaoshan might be trying to use her as a beauty trap. After all, she was dazzlingly brilliant and beautiful, practically a carbon copy of Dr. Han. It wasn't impossible that Long Xiaoshan was trying to keep herself in the navy this way. Lin Fan didn't hold out much hope for Long Xiaoshan's integrity. Is it okay, teacher? Luo Jia's voice was as clear and bold as a nightingale's, her gaze intense as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled. Of course. Luo Jia immediately beamed, quickly adding Lin Fan's contact information. Though Lin Fan showed no leniency during lectures, his brilliance and that arrogant aura during class were utterly captivating. For an academic star, talent was the most captivating quality. Luo Jia had been secretly smitten during class but dared not approach him. Now she finally had his contact info. Before she could revel in the moment, Lin Fan added, I gave you my contact info, but consulting me comes at a price. Since you're my student, I'll give you a big brother discount 1,000 yuan per question, starting at 1,000 and going up depending on difficulty. No upper limit. Luo Jia was a student at the National Defense University. Though not yet graduated or employed, she was already considered state personnel, receiving monthly subsidies and allowances unlike herself, who got nothing from Harbin Institute of Technology. Lin Fan watched Luo Jia's dazed expression. The beautiful young woman seemed stunned, her pure and exquisite face etched with utter disbelief. Lin Fan smiled faintly. After all, knowledge is wealth. And you're someone with an income, while I'm just a poor man. Ha! It took Luo Jia a moment to process. Is the teacher poor? My family is average. My parents run a small convenience store and they don't make much. I have to earn money to send them living expenses every month. I never imagined the teacher was so poor. Luo Jia nodded immediately. Alright, I'll do as you say. 1,000 yuan per question. I'll transfer it right now. Wow! This student is so eager to learn already seeking guidance? Lin Fan quickly accepted the payment. Nothing to be embarrassed about. What's wrong with an old man using a little student money? After paying, Luo Jia's face flushed slightly. Teacher Lin, are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lin Fan looked at Luo Jia with great satisfaction. This young lady, so young yet already so savvy about social etiquette. She even knew to treat him to a meal to build rapport. Impressive. This girl will surely have a bright future. Zhong Ai's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, here it comes. Are all post-90s kids this direct nowadays? Zhong Ai quickly interjected, Luo Jia, we already have plans with Lin Fan. Maybe next time? Luo Jia shot back at Zhong Ai the moment she saw her. Ms. Zhong, I have questions to ask Teacher Lin. Why don't we all go together? Chapter 160, Someone to Take Advantage of. Zhong Ai and Luo Jia stared each other down, neither willing to back down. Han Qingyan felt utterly embarrassed watching this. Were they crazy? Fighting over a guy? Lin Fan found it odd. Why were these two staring at each other like that? Were they crazy? Lin Fan promptly interjected, alright, let's do it together. What's your question, Luo Jia? Luo Jia immediately fired back, Teacher Lin, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? As she spoke, Luo Jia stood tall and straight, graceful and upright like a pine tree. Lin Fan frowned in shock. You're well-developed, healthy, and a hard-working and ambitious student. He'd intended to say fine specimen, but since she was a girl, Lin Fan chose his words more carefully. Luo Jia blurted out, Teacher, I like you. I want to date you. Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan were both startled. Girls born in the 90s were so bold. Too direct. Lin Fan froze, staring at Luo Jia in disbelief. Me? That's right. Your talent amazes me, teacher. Well now, young lady, you've got good taste. My talents speak for themselves, don't they? But I've no interest in women, they only slow down my sword drawing speed. But this Luo Jia was incredibly generous with her money. Lin Fan felt a twinge of regret at refusing her. Wouldn't that mean he couldn't fleece her for money anymore? She was from the National Defense University. Barring any surprises, she'd end up working for the military. I'll definitely have plenty of dealings with the military myself. She's a prime cash cow. But I'm a man of high moral standing. A teacher-student romance wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Lin Fan, the slave, politely replied, first master the craft. Once you reach a certain level, I'll reconsider. After all, your current skill is too poor, it would reflect poorly on my judgment. This? What kind of ridiculous answer was that? Luo Jia was speechless. Could it be that Lin Fan had no interest in her at all? Was she not pretty enough? Luo Jia looked at Lin Fan earnestly. Teacher, I'm serious. I really like you. I know. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Many people like me. After all, I'm incredibly skilled. People can't help but like me. If you don't like me, you'll get beaten up. Then only those who like me will remain. Violet love, get it? Lin Fan continued, but I have standards for my girlfriend. You're not qualified yet, you can't keep up with me. So work hard, young lady. I see potential in you. I'll give you a chance to pursue me, but first, you must become exceptional. Seeing Lin Fan hadn't rejected her, Luo Jia quickly nodded. I'll work hard. She glanced at Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai. Both were beautiful, but she was younger. Youth was her capital. She definitely didn't want to dine with those two. Luo Jia resolved to hit the books hard. Only by becoming truly outstanding would teacher Lin notice her. It felt so good to be liked. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Fan, she headed back to study. Zhang Ai turned to Han Qingyan. What was that look that girl gave us at the end? Was she trying to provoke us? You know what? I could drown her in money. Han Qingyan replied, that girl's pretty well off too. Her family's solid, not worse than yours. Zhang Ai froze. How do you know? Heard it from others. She's a rich kid too. Younger than herself and wealthy too. Zhang Ai suddenly felt the pressure mounting. Thankfully, Lin Fan hadn't agreed. She grumbled, these young girls nowadays have no shame. Just chasing after men like that, what's wrong with them? The post-90s generation is taking over the world. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a disapproving look. Lin Fan, your charm is truly irresistible. Another beauty is after you. What's so surprising about that? Old ladies falling for anyone isn't unusual, Lin Fan replied. Zhang Ai quickly asked, did it make you waver? Lin Fan dismissed the notion with disdain. What a shallow person. This old man's heart is as steady as an old dog's, you know. What's a mere young girl? Only shallow people care about superficial things. This old man sees the shining red star of her willingness to spend money. You two are so vulgar. Luo Jia merely admires my talent. You're reading too much into this. Is my talent not worthy of admiration? Stop linking everything to romantic feelings. You shameless old fool. She's clearly trying to date you, she just confessed outright. Han Qingyan snapped. Are you deaf? We were just chatting, and you have to turn it into a confession? You're just as vulgar as the rest. Lin Fan felt exhausted. He was simply too outstanding, girls couldn't help but like him. Was that a crime? Blame my excessive excellence. But I'm an old dog, a mere beauty is nothing to me. Lin Fan said, let's go eat. Who's treating? Zhang Ai was so angry she was stuffed, no way. My stomach's full of rage, no appetite left. Han Qingyan said, I'm going home. Lin Fan was shocked, you're not going to treat me to dinner? Does that mean I have to foot the bill myself? One meal isn't much, but every penny saved counts. It's all carrier funding we're talking about. Research is a money-burning endeavor. Without funds, you can't do a damn thing. Lin Fan looked at the two beauties. I'll give you one more chance. Think it over? Han Qingyan grabbed Zhang Ai and walked away. Don't flatter yourself. Lin Fan sighed in resignation. Paying for his own meal? That'd be insane. He'd rather eat at the cafeteria. He was heading to the cafeteria for lunch when someone called out to him not far along the way. It was Zhang Aifeng summoning Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, it's lunchtime. I heard about a really good restaurant and was planning to try it out today. The last time he met Zhang Aifeng, Lin Fan deliberately brought up the armed helicopter matter. That old fox was bound to be intrigued. Lin Fan knew old Zhang inside out. After all, they were deep partners, both shameless old bastards. These past few days, Lin Fan had been waiting for Zhang Aifeng to contact him. That old dog Zhang must have investigated him thoroughly by now. Now he's finally here. The visitor froze. The commander wants to see you, and you won't go? I'm not your commander's soldier. I'm part of the Navy chain of command, got it? Lin Fan snapped. What does your commander have to do with me? He's not the one buying me dinner. Social niceties. I've mentioned dinner twice already, talk about it over a meal. No, the commander is waiting for you right now. You're not going? The visitor pressed again, as if he'd lost his mind. Even if Lin Fan was Navy, he was on army turf now. Didn't this guy know basic etiquette? Lin Fan stared at him speechless. I'm going to eat. Got it? I'll give you one more chance. Are the people around Commander Zhang complete idiots? How many times does he have to remind them? The man pulled out his phone and made a call, muttering to himself for a long while before finally snapping out of it. The commander says to go to the small cafeteria. You can have whatever you want. Is he treating? Yep. Lin Fan immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Old Zhang really understood him. This guy was a complete blockhead. Chapter 161, Dragging Old Zhang Down. Lin Fan followed the man to the small mess hall. This military mess hall was specifically for entertaining guests, staffed by exceptionally skilled chefs. The military never lacked for talent. But the most practical talent in the military was the barber, a skill worth its weight in gold, since haircuts were an absolute necessity in the army. Upon arriving at the small cafeteria, Lin Fan ordered without hesitation, filling the tray with over 20 dishes in one go. The person accompanying him felt it was excessive. Isn't that too much? 4 dishes and a soup would be enough. If we can't finish it, can't we just take it home? I can have it for dinner. Should I make tomorrow's portion for you too? Seeing the other person's discomfort, Lin Fan clapped his hands. Young comrade, don't think it's wasteful. If your commander doesn't think it's wasteful, what's wrong with me eating a bit? The companion sighed in exasperation. Shortly after, Zhang Yifeng arrived alone. The young comrade immediately complained about the excessive order. Zhang Yifeng shot Lin Fan a look. This meal was coming out of his own pocket, at least 2,000 yuan. Was he trying to fleece him? Old Zhang waved the others out. Once alone, he sat down and fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. Ordering dishes? Fine. But if you can't deliver on what I asked, you'll pay me back tenfold. A big shot in the underworld was indeed different. His words carried real weight. Lin Fan didn't back down either. I thought you'd come find me days ago. Didn't expect you'd drag it out till today. Old Zhang, don't play dumb with me. You've already dug up the scoop on the armed helicopters, right? Holy. This guy knows what I've been up to these past few days? Zhang Yifeng? Lin Fan's curiosity piqued. He had indeed been investigating the helicopter projects at the military factories under his command these past days. The army desperately needed this kind of equipment. So you've been tracking my movements too. Was it Long Xiaoshang who told you? Zhang Yifeng grabbed the moutai, twisted off the cap, and poured Lin Fan a glass. Long Xiaoshang really looks out for you, sharing this kind of thing with you. I need him to tell me? I know who you are better than you do yourself. Kid, you talk like an old fogey. Think I won't beat you up? Put. This old man knows a thing or two about fists. You're no match for me, old man. You really think a refined scholar like me can't fight? Zhang Yifeng looked at Lin Fan. So I underestimated you. Lin Fan chuckled. So, what did you find out about me these past few days? Zhang Yifeng nodded. You're a bastard, but you're also a genius. That's why I'm treating you to dinner today. Forget what we agreed before, this is different. Can you really pull off that armed helicopter? That's small potatoes. Lin Fan whispered. Ever heard of a heavy armored composite brigade? What's that? Lin Fan had no intention of pitching the armed helicopter. Given the chance, he'd naturally recommend the heavy armored composite brigade. Our army is currently developing information-based warfare, right? Longwei was currently advancing military technological and information infrastructure. Lin Fan had long understood this foundation was necessary before progressing to intelligent command systems, developing high-precision capabilities, and ultimately forming the complete heavy armored composite brigade. A highly intelligent, fully informatized group with integrated airspace combat capabilities. Zhang Yifeng nodded. That's correct. The entire military is undergoing reform. Technological advancement, technical proficiency, and information integration are our goals. We update our equipment annually. We have a significant need for armed helicopters. I told you that's a minor detail. Imagine if your army group possessed hundreds of advanced tanks, an integrated information data link system, satellites providing real-time intelligence, long-range reconnaissance, strike, and interception capabilities, plus all-weather, all-aspect strategic deployment across multiple branches. What do you think that would mean? Zhang Yifeng stared at Lin Fan as if he were insane. Even the Mijia couldn't pull that off, could it? I'm asking you, doesn't it sound incredibly powerful just hearing it? You bet it does. Zhang Yifeng quickly replied, you mean your concept? I didn't realize you had such vision. So how many heavy composite brigades do you want? I want it, so I have it? Zhang Yifeng retorted. Money talks. I can provide all the equipment blueprints. The budget for one heavy composite brigade plus research funds 100 billion yuan would cover it. Get lost. Zhang Yifeng cursed the moment he heard 100 billion. The entire army's annual budget is a fraction of that. You want to hand it all over to a greenhorn like you? I'd be crazy. Don't even suggest it. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't dare spend it like that. Setting up one heavy brigade costs at least 20 billion. RD costs several times the operational budget that's standard. If you can't even scrape together 100 billion, you're useless. Zhang Yifeng was furious. Was this even human speech? Speak plainly. I'm asking if you can get armed helicopters. Think bigger. You're a veteran general. Go beg the higher-ups for money. Look at the Navy planning to build an aircraft carrier, the Air Force getting 5th-generation fighters. Is the Army some neglected stepchild? Lin Fan bowed respectfully. I hold the Army in the highest regard. I'm itching to help you guys with my skills, but you've got to step up too. The Navy's building carriers, the Air Force has 5th-gen fighters, and the Army still hasn't got its act together on armed helicopters? Step up, man. You used to be the big brother of the three services. The Air Force and Navy are all about prestige, but you Army are the decisive factor in the final battlefield outcome. Can the Air Force or Navy capture the enemy's homeland? Only the Army can. Old Zhang, brother Zhang, you gotta step up. Rally the Army generals and make some noise. Demand funding, demand equipment, demand women. Well, maybe skip the women part. The words slipped out before he could stop him, and Lin Fan gave a slightly awkward smile. Zhang Yifeng pondered for a moment, then his temper flared. Lin Fan had a point. The Army had been struggling these past few years as the military budget allocated more to the Air Force and Navy. The Air Force and Navy get to upgrade their gear, but we don't? Everyone needs technology, but only the Air Force and Navy deserve modernization? The Army doesn't? The thought made Zhang Yifeng see the logic. Money was money whether spent on the army or elsewhere, it was still the people's money. Get me a report on a heavy mechanized brigade. I'll use it to secure funding. But you must guarantee me one thing, does this heavy mechanized brigade actually have a future? Absolutely. Our requirement is that a single heavy mechanized brigade must be capable of annihilating a medium-sized nation. Zhang Yifeng thought it over calmly. That goal alone was thrilling, just hearing it got his blood pumping. Even if we can't hit the target, achieving the average would be good enough. Who do you think you're looking down on? Just give me the money, let me siphon some funds, and I'll make it happen for you. Lin Fan whispered, securing funding is like pitching investors. Your presentation has to be flawless. You need to paint a picture. Old Zhang, you're too honest, always quiet. Of course the higher-ups assume you have no objections. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Lin Fan's voice sounded like a devil's whisper, stirring Zhang Yifeng's restlessness. He nodded eagerly, that makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Armed helicopters. Chapter 162, I want to breathe the air of freedom. No problem, no problem. Once the money's secured, I'll draw up the blueprints myself. You take them to the military factory for production. I'll even label every single part you'll need. Zhang Yifeng was speechless. Are you sure? Trust me, it'll work. Lin Fan smiled. His mind was brimming with blueprints and technical know-how. The real challenge would be getting their engineers to fully grasp it. It would take them half a year just to digest the designs, not to mention adapting the technology. Without my guidance, it'll take at least 2 years to build, and 5 more to equip. The army. Testing is inevitable. Even if Lin Fan claimed testing unnecessary, the military wouldn't skip these procedures. Zhang Yifeng scrutinized Lin Fan with intense scrutiny. Lin Fan let him examine everything freely. It was only natural for the old man to harbor doubts. A full set of armed helicopter blueprints, plus the technical manuals detailing necessary improvements and possibly other technical aspects, wasn't something one person could accomplish alone. But for Lin Fan, it posed no problem. These blueprints, technical processes, and craftsmanship were already etched into his mind, the result of years of research from his previous life. Zhang Yifeng decided to take a gamble. I'll bet on you. First, get that armed helicopter done. Then we'll tackle that heavy composite brigade you mentioned. Hurry up and write a report, I want to study it. Lin Fan was overjoyed and quickly poured Zhang Yifeng a glass of wine. Cheers. Cheers. Talking with you is always a pleasure. Lin Fan drank several cups with Zhang Yifeng. The heavy composite brigade was looking promising now. With Zhang Yifeng spearheading the equipment reform push, it would be far easier than tackling it alone. Lin Fan's goal was funding. Once the higher-ups approved, it meant the army would secure a massive budget allocation, allowing him and Zhang Yifeng to strike a deal behind the scenes. Funds pouring in. This old man could finally burn through money like he did in his previous life. At last, he saw a glimmer of hope. Unlike the Navy, they can't even spare the funds to let me build an aircraft carrier, and I have to fight for the design rights myself? They simply couldn't recognize a true dragon when they saw one. Does this old man still need to prove himself? Lin Fan assured Zhang Yifeng with full conviction, I'll deliver the report within half a month. Within a month, I'll have the blueprints for the armed helicopter drawn up. Technically, it's no problem, I know this stuff inside out. Zhang Yifeng surveyed the table laden with dishes and felt this meal was well worth it. I'm betting on you, so don't let me down. Don't worry. Lin Fan said with a smile. Once the money is in place, everything will be settled. We can explore deeper cooperation in the future. My lab can provide various technical guidance and equipment development for the army. Zhang Yifeng smiled and left after the meal. Being a commander kept him quite busy. Lin Fan, thoroughly satisfied, packed up the leftovers to bring back and add to the meals of those hard-working, dedicated national defense champions. Students eating their teachers' leftovers, it was a tradition. Such a beautiful tradition of virtue must be carried on. Lin Fan immediately called over Luo Jia, whose contact info he had saved. I packed all this up. Take it to share with your classmates. It's all chef-quality food, don't let it go to waste. Thank you, Teacher Lin. You even thought of us while dining out. You're so kind. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Luo Jia as a thought crossed his mind. How are your family circumstances? Pretty good? Luo Jia blinked her eyes. My dad owns 2 listed companies. Our family really has a gold mine. The daughter of a mining magnate. Lin Fan observed Luo Jia and nodded slightly. The young girl deliberately emphasized her background, mentioning 2 listed companies. Was she trying to impress this old man with her wealth? How naive. If you just threw money at me, I might just give in. Lin Fan replied, that's great. Who knows? Maybe we can collaborate in the future. Go on, let your classmates enjoy their meal. Watching Luo Jia walk away with her packed meals, Lin Fan felt deeply gratified. What a bunch of good kids. He planned to head back to the dorm to rest when his phone rang. It was none other than teacher Zhang Xiaoyu calling. Han Qingyan and Zhang Ai had gone home, and Zhang Xiaoyu had found out. Zhang Xiaoyu was desperate to know what Lin Fan was up to. Not long ago, Long Xiaoshang had arranged for someone to place the aircraft carrier blueprints in Lin Fan's living room. Lin Fan had simply sent Zhang Xiaoyu a message saying he couldn't return home conveniently lately and asked Zhang Xiaoyu to keep an eye on the place. Zhang Xiaoyu went to Han Qingyan's place and successfully viewed the aircraft carrier blueprints. He took numerous photos and sent them to the Illuminati. They ordered him to capture Lin Fan at all costs and obtain more classified information about Longwa's aircraft carrier program. They also provided Zhang Xiaoyu with $10 million in funding. Lin Fan, weren't you supposed to be off today? Why haven't you come back? I even bought king crab for you. Did your advisor make you work overtime again? My grandson is such a good boy, getting better and better. Got the money? He's finally taking initiative. Lin Fan immediately launched into his routine. Professor Zhang, don't even get me started. My advisor is a total monster, utterly exploitative, a complete nightmare. Lin Fan quickly poured out his grievances, complaining about how his advisor was squeezing him dry. He was practically begging for revenge. Zhang Xiaoyu's heart stirred. Lin Fan having these thoughts was perfect, he didn't even need to guide him. He quickly said, don't get too upset. If you're feeling down, come back and I'll buy you a drink. I'll take you out to have some fun. Teacher Zhang, you're too kind. Alright, I'm heading back right now. No more working for that beast of a supervisor. Lin Fan hung up and rushed home. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaoyu smiled. Lin Fan was clearly pushed to the brink by his advisor. With a little more persuasion, he was certain he could win Lin Fan over. But he still needed leverage over Lin Fan. Only with leverage would Lin Fan obey. Lin Fan was in a foul mood now. Take him out drinking tonight, get him drunk, then film some compromising videos? Would Lin Fan dare resist him then? As a college student, wouldn't he dread having his dirty secrets exposed? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately made calls to set things in motion, waiting for Lin Fan to return home and take the bait. Longwei was actually planning to build an aircraft carrier. Lin Fan must be involved in the project with his advisor after all, aircraft carriers couldn't function without encrypted communications. If he could get involved in such a project, wouldn't Longwa's secrets be right at his fingertips? Zhang Xiaoyu planned to control Lin Fan and see if he could infiltrate the nation's aircraft carrier project. After a while, Lin Fan returned home. Instead of seeking out Han Qingyan or Zhong Ai, he went straight to Zhang Xiaoyu. The moment he saw him, Lin Fan began complaining bitterly about his non-existent advisor. Zhang Xiaoyu waited patiently until Lin Fan finished venting, then smiled. Come on, let's go have some fun. Ha? Mr. Zhang, I don't have any money. I have to go back tomorrow, the project's urgent. That vampire of a mentor will definitely be looking for me. Zhang Xiaoyu asked curiously, what exactly is that project of yours? Lin Fan hesitated visibly. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, we're so close, and you still don't trust me? Fine, I understand if you can't talk about it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said sincerely, Teacher Zhang, you've been so good to me. I'll tell you. It's really nothing special, just something about aircraft carrier communications. I only found out after joining the project. I'm only telling you. Don't tell anyone else, okay? Just keep it confidential. Just as he'd suspected, Lin Fan was indeed working with his advisor on an aircraft carrier communications project. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't rush him, nodding quickly. Don't worry, I know how to handle confidential information. You're so young and already involved in such a project, your future is incredibly bright. Ugh, I feel like dying. It's like being a beast of burden, what future is there? I can't see any. Lin Fan wore a world-weary expression. Not a single penny to my name. The moment I have money, I'm getting out of China. This place is suffocating. I want to breathe some free air. Chapter 163, Teacher Zhang isn't short on cash. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Xiaoyu's heart leapt with delight. Free air? The air at the Mi family's place was incredibly free. Lin Fan's thoughts perfectly aligned with his own. Should he try to win Lin Fan over now? Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated. What if Lin Fan was merely venting frustration, not genuinely seeking an ally? Wouldn't that expose his own identity? He wasn't afraid of exposure after all, even if Lin Fan found out, he'd have no proof. Lin Fan couldn't just take his word for it. But it would still bring trouble. Working for the Illuminati had its advantages, stability and reliability as solid as an old dog. Zhang Xiaoyu decided to continue probing. Only after confirming Lin Fan's genuine intent to defect would he absorb him into the organization. Lin Fan was now harboring rebellious sentiments. Coupled with the Illuminati's formidable strength, they could certainly secure him and use him to obtain more aircraft carrier secrets from the Dragon Nation. For now, he was satisfied. At least he and Lin Fan had turned enemies into allies. Zhang Xiaoyu forced a smile. Don't be down. I'll take you somewhere special today. Like celebrities? What? Lin Fan looked utterly bewildered, as if he'd never seen the world before. Did this guy Zhang Xiaoyu actually have connections to celebrities? Then it clicked. Lin Fan knew the Illuminati well. They had money and influence, gathering countless lackeys. The entertainment industry was one of their deepest infiltrations. The Illuminati excelled at manipulating public opinion, and celebrities, with their fan bases, could easily sway the narrative. But Zhang Xiaoyu was just a low-level minion. He probably didn't have access to any major stars, just some peripheral figures. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu expectantly. What celebrity? Teacher Zhang, you actually know celebrities? Zhang Xiaoyu gave a mysterious smile. My capabilities aren't quite what you see on the surface, you know? I wonder if you've got the wrong idea about me. Lin Fan fell silent, inwardly scoffing. What skills do you have? You're just a low-level minion of the Illuminati. If it weren't for this old man taking a liking to you, you'd be rotting in jail by now. Lin Fan planned to thoroughly cultivate Zhang Xiaoyu, turning him into a useful traitor for the nation. He'd barely shown a glimpse of his abilities, and Zhang Xiaoyu believed him without a shred of doubt. For a traitor, that level of gullibility was utterly unqualified. He'd even prepared several contingency plans for Zhang Xiaoyu, yet none of them were needed. Forcing a smile, Lin Fan immediately responded, yes. I haven't seen much of the world and know little about your abilities, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. Come on, let me show you the world. Lin Fan hurriedly followed. Soon, riding in Zhang Xiaoyu's car, they arrived at the entrance of a club. Feeling awkward, Lin Fan tugged at Zhang Xiaoyu's sleeve discreetly. Teacher, isn't it inappropriate for us to come to a place like this? Zhang Xiaoyu looked like a seasoned veteran. What's inappropriate about it? I'm treating tonight. What are you worried about? Is this guy trying to get carried away? Lin Fan deliberately probed. I've never been to a place like this, but I've heard they're very expensive. Do you come here often, sir? Zhang Xiaoyu's face twitched, but he maintained a serious expression. I'm a teacher, how could I come often? This is actually my first time here. I just thought you were feeling down, so I brought you to broaden your horizons. Maybe it'll lift your spirits. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xiaoyu added, we're here to drink. Yeah, right. Just looking at Zhang Xiaoyu's demeanor, Lin Fan knew this guy must be a regular here. Teacher, you know. Oh, then I misunderstood you, sir. You're absolutely right, a respectable teacher like you would never set foot in a place like this. Lin Fan declared earnestly. Zhang Xiaoyu led the way inside, with Lin Fan trailing behind like a startled little animal, darting glances around nervously. No sooner had they entered the club than a woman spotted Zhang Xiaoyu and hurried over. Mr. Zhang, it's been ages since you last visited. Her voice was soft and seductive. Lin Fan felt extremely uncomfortable listening to it. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly glanced at Lin Fan and hurriedly explained, I know this person, but we're just acquaintances. Don't read too much into it. Lin Fan nodded innocently like a good little boy. The woman was beautiful, heavily made up, her face flushed under the lights as if her makeup were melting. She quickly caught on, shot a swift glance at Lin Fan, and instantly understood. Women in this line of work were masters at reading people. After all, they'd seen it all in their years of welcoming and sending off clients. Their livelihood depended on high emotional intelligence. This woman was the club's madam. She promptly shed her flirtatious demeanor and adopted a more formal tone. Welcome, gentlemen. What can our Wangtong Club do for you? Lin Fan couldn't help but admire her. This woman truly possessed a mastery of composure, switching between personas with seamless ease. She was clearly a shrewd operator, and her acting was top-notch, pretending not to recognize someone when needed. Her transitions were seamless. Zhang Xiaoyu put on an act. We're both first-timers here. Could you get us a room? We just want to have a few drinks and wait for a friend. Mommy nodded quickly, shooting Lin Fan a sultry glance. Young man, you look so fresh-faced. What would you like? I've never been here before. Sister, you handle the arrangements. I trust you. Lin Fan paused, then looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and the hostess. He's my teacher. Today, the teacher's treating. The hostess immediately smiled. Young men always had such charming words. Seeing Lin Fan's delicate features and innocent look, she quickly assured him, don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. This is a high-end club, after all. I trust you, sister. Taking advantage of his youthful appearance, Lin Fan quickly bonded with the hostess. Sister, I want a beautiful girl, great figure, pretty face, and a good personality. A girl with all three. We have them. Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. Little brother Lin, you're so charming. I adore well-mannered people like you. Mention my name later and I'll give you a 20% discount. Lin Fan quickly replied, Sis, running this business isn't easy. No need for discounts, my teacher is wealthy. Teacher Zhang is a successful businessman worth over 100 million. No need for discounts. My teacher makes money easily. Today, he brought me out to see the world. Lin Fan gazed at Zhang Xiaoyu with admiration, then naturally wrapped his arm around the mommy's voluptuous waist. Zhang Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded. How could Lin Fan act like a seasoned pro, wrapping his arm around the hostess's waist on his very first visit? Seriously, you told me you'd never been here before? Who would believe that? He's so smooth, taking advantage of the hostess like that, and you claim you don't know how it works? Zhang Xiaoyu's expression turned utterly bizarre. What was wrong with this guy? Though she was called mommy, she wasn't old, just around 30, and had an amazing figure. Zhang Xiaoyu was downright jealous. He hadn't even gotten his hands on one yet. Mommy didn't seem bothered at all by Lin Fan taking liberties with her. She immediately called the waiter to book a room. Little brother Lin, sister will treat you to a bottle of red wine. Sis, you're too kind. No need, no need. Just charge it to my account, my teacher isn't short on cash. Lin Fan spoke with confidence, as if he were the one rolling in money. Chapter 164, The Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier depends on you. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. He'd never even gotten discounted drinks or freebies when he came here. Was this hostess crazy? He'd spent a fortune in this place. Once inside the private room, the hostess left. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you've never been to a place like this before. Lin Fan nodded sheepishly. Teacher, did I do something wrong? Zhang Xiaoyu was getting frustrated. Didn't he know what he'd done? And now he was putting on this innocent act? After a moment, Zhang Xiaoyu said, Lin Fan, you seem pretty familiar with this. Lin Fan blinked innocently. Which aspect are you referring to, teacher? Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, you were taking advantage of that hostess just now. You don't look like a first-timer to me. Teacher, you've got the wrong idea. I learned that from TV shows. Scenes like this are all over dramas. Art imitates life, it really is true. That's your excuse? Are you sure? TV shows and real life are the same thing? You're pulling my leg. Zhang Xiaoyu remained skeptical. No way. You're hugging her waist on your first visit? That's pretty bold. Lin Fan chuckled. Teacher, have you heard this saying? What saying? Does that have anything to do with you taking advantage of women? Zhang Xiaoyu felt annoyed. He'd only pretended it was his first time to keep up appearances, and now he suspected Lin Fan was playing games with him. Lin Fan chuckled. They say on TV that madams love good-looking guys. Maybe it's because I'm young-looking. After all, I'm just a freshman and not bad-looking. This lady probably likes guys like me. Are you implying I'm old? Staring at Lin Fan, Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless. This wasn't exactly nonsense. It probably was just that. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed bitterly. Youth really does have its perks. Lin Fan quickly added, but I really have to thank you, teacher. Without you treating us, I wouldn't dare act like this. Honestly, I think the people here care more about money than youth. You've got the cash, teacher, that's what gives me the confidence. Whoa! That sounded satisfying. Zhang Xiaoyu's mood instantly lifted. You really see things clearly. Women love money, so men can't be without it. With money comes everything, any kind of woman you want. You truly have a gift for this. Suddenly, Lin Fan asked, Teacher, have you stopped liking Dr. Han? We're out having a good time. Why bring this up? Zhang Xiaoyu's brief happiness vanished instantly. The thought of Han Qingyan and Lin Fan made him feel like he'd just swallowed a mouthful of. Lin Fan was the rival who'd stolen his ex-girlfriend, and here he was, inviting him out to hang out. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? For the sake of the secret, I'll endure it. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly added, I still like Dr. Han, but that has nothing to do with you. This is between Qingyan and me. Rest assured, I'm a rational person. I won't blame you for Qingyan's feelings. After all, I'm the one who wronged her. Her being with you now is just a test for me. As long as I'm sincere with her, she'll come back to me. After all, you can't compare to me. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu. You're something else, you'll say anything for secrets. But you don't know that the secrets I gave you were meant to cultivate you, to turn you into a useful trader for the country, someone who'd fund me. That Zhang Xiaoyu could think this way filled Lin Fan with quiet satisfaction. Teacher, I admire you so much. You're so steady and emotionally composed. Rest assured, as long as you give me 10 million, I'll break up with Dr. Han immediately. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. Zhang Xiaoyu pulled out a check and handed it to Lin Fan. Take a look. What do you think this is? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. 1 million? That's not 10 million, teacher. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled. This is separate money. Remember you asked me to review your assignment last time? I looked it over and contacted a communications company. They're very interested in the encryption technology you mentioned in your work and want to hire you as a technical consultant. This is their consulting fee, 1 million. How about it? Happy with the news? Damn it, I was trying to reel you in, but you were trying to reel me in too. Is there really a communications company like that? Lin Fan's eyes crinkled with laughter. Professor Zhang, you're truly my second parent. Thank you so much. With this money, I don't have to put up with that crappy advisor anymore. I'm rich now, I'll fire that advisor in a heartbeat. I still need you to steal secrets. If you fire your advisor, what secrets would I steal? Theft of you? Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly interjected, No. My company wants to hire you as a consultant. They're willing to pay you 10 million in technical fees and offer you a high-paying job for long-term collaboration. But if you're going to fire your advisor, you should master his techniques first. You know the saying, teach your apprentice, starve your master. Oh, I see, Teacher Zhang, Lin Fan nodded eagerly. For the sake of the money, I'll forgive my advisor for now. Later, pick out a few good girls and I'll treat you. I've got money now. I'll definitely take good care of teacher Zhang from now on. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Is your current project connected to the Navy? Yes. I wouldn't tell others it's classified. But teacher Zhang, you've been so kind to me. I'll share it with you. After all, the secrets belong to the state. Teacher Zhang, you're my benefactor. Smooth talker, incredibly smooth. Zhang Xiaoyu remained impassive, inwardly elated, as Lin Fan continued. The Navy is developing a new generation of aircraft carriers. Experts say this new carrier will be fundamentally different from current models. First, it will have greater displacement. Second, it will be far more advanced. Third, it will establish a naval data-linked command system. Fourth, it must align with new era combat strategies. Our nation positions aircraft carriers as intelligent maritime command platforms. This initial development focuses on a first-generation heavy carrier, followed by subsequent vessels. Soon, carriers will be launched like dumplings off the production line. At least 2 carriers will be launched annually to form deep-water task forces. Lin Fan paused here. As a junior assistant on the project, he couldn't disclose more classified information. However, these were indeed the future positioning of Dragon Nation's carriers. He deliberately leaked this information early, intending for it to be relayed back through Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Fan had already inquired with Long Xiao about the carrier's progress. The design bidding process was about to commence, but before that, a theoretical validation phase was required to establish the future carrier's concept, operational philosophy, and developmental direction. Currently, the major naval research institutes were locked in a war of words, each refusing to concede to the other. While everyone had proposed their own carrier concepts, no consensus had been reached on how exactly Longwa's future carriers should be positioned. Lin Fan alone stood no chance against these naval research institutes. But what if he enlisted the Freemasons, those traitors? The fact that traitors are stealing these secrets shows how much foreigners value them. That could add weight to his own concept. Lin Fan nodded at Zhang Xiaoyu. The future of Longwa's carriers rests on your shoulders, Zhang. You're a major contributor. Chapter 165, Teacher Zhang, you've got this. Zhang Xiaoyu listened in stunned silence. China's carrier concept was that clear? They even planned to develop an intelligent combat command system and data link system? This truly aims to match the Eagle Nation's standards. Top secret stuff. Zhang Xiaoyu instantly elevated Lin Fan's standing in his estimation. He smiled and said, sounds incredibly advanced. I can't wait to see our nation's new aircraft carrier. Lin Fan nodded eagerly. Your patriotic heart is truly admirable, Professor. I will learn diligently from you. So you're working on the data link system? Zhang Xiaoyu thought to himself. Lin Fan and his advisor were involved in encrypted communications. If this was the data link system, that meant they were participating in the aircraft carrier's core project. Yes, sir. I'll let you in on the project's internal codename, Thousand-Handed Guanyin. A code name already? Zhang Xiaoyu nodded slightly, but inwardly sneered. The people of Dragon Nation sure knew how to name things Thousand-Handed Guanyin? Why not just call it Sakyamuni Buddha to scare people? He didn't believe Longwei could develop anything truly advanced. More likely just hot air. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan and said, that's great. Our motherland is growing stronger and we're becoming safer. Just as he spoke, several girls entered from outside. A few of them spotted Zhang Xiaoyu and immediately swarmed over. Brother Zhang, it's been ages since you last came. Brother Zhang, what are you up for today? Want me to keep you company tonight? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu with feigned innocence. Teacher, you two are quite close, aren't you? Still pretending? Zhang Xiaoyu quickly explained, they're just girls working to make a living. They call everyone brother. Oh my god. He almost blew his cover. Seeing Lin Fan didn't press further but instead pulled the girl beside him to read her poem, Zhang Xiaoyu froze again. This guy was grabbing the girl's hand, rubbing and kneading it, clearly taking advantage, yet he was putting on quite the act. Are you sure you've never been to a place like this before? But it was fine. Lin Fan had money now, and rich men were prone to corruption. Once Lin Fan got carried away, he'd have leverage over him, making it easy to control him later. 1,000 armed Guanyin? If he could get his hands on the core code of this system, he was certain to gain the attention of the Illuminati's higher-ups. The more degenerate Lin Fan appeared, the easier it would be to control him. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Lin Fan, you keep playing. I'll make a call. Lin Fan ignored Zhang Xiaoyu, who instead chuckled. Lost in the clutches of women? A good sign. Zhang Xiaoyu stepped out to make the call. Are you there yet? A woman's voice answered, what's the rush? I'm on my way. He's just a college student, I can handle him easily. Lin Fan is crucial. Zhang Xiaoyu insisted. I've discovered his immense value. This is our chance. How big? The woman asked, her curiosity piqued. The woman on the phone was a minor celebrity in China's entertainment industry, a third-rate starlet. She had studied abroad in her youth and was also a second-generation rich kid. Long ago overseas, Zhang Xiaoyu had recruited her into the Illuminati. After returning to China, she was placed in the entertainment industry. With the Illuminati's behind-the-scenes resources supporting her, she rose quickly and had already gained some fame. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. Then you needn't ask. I'll handle it. Just cooperate later. Is the hotel room booked? You, Zhang Xiaoyu, you wouldn't actually want me to accompany Lin Fan, would you? I'm your girlfriend. The woman was visibly annoyed. Seeing her upset, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly reassured her, it's just acting all for the organization. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Fan Tian is really, well, he's just a college student. What could he possibly understand? Fine, just don't overstep. The woman hung up. Zhang Xiaoyu was also wary of the woman. What if she discovered Lin Fan's importance and dumped him to recruit Lin Fan? Lin Fan was the target he'd uncovered. Zhang Xiaoyu hung up and sneaked back. Pushing open the private room door, he saw Lin Fan drinking with the girls beside him, one arm around each. He quickly snapped a photo. Spotting the hostess approaching their private room with a bottle of liquor, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly called out, "Manager Zhang, do me a favor." Manager Zhang smiled. "What favor?" Zhang Xiaoyu pulled out a pill and handed it to the hostess. "Slip this into Lin Fan's drink later." Drugging his own student? Seeing her confusion, Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, "This student of mine has never dated. I brought him here to help him get started. Don't worry, it's just a regular pill." Would I really harm him? Manager Zhang chuckled. She'd seen men drugging women before, but never men drugging other men. But she didn't agree immediately. After a moment, she asked, "You're not planning to do anything to him, are you?" Zhang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. "My orientation is perfectly normal. What are you thinking?" Manager Zhang chuckled. "I was just worried you might have special preferences. That Lin boy is quite handsome." "You're something else," Zhang Xiaoyu said flatly. "I'm his teacher, after all. It wouldn't look good if I drugged him. I wouldn't do something like that." Manager Zhang nodded. "You brought your own student to the club to play, and now you're suddenly all prissy? Fine, I'll make arrangements later." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded in relief. The two entered the private room. The hostess glanced at Lin Fan, poured 2 glasses of wine, sat beside him, and said, "Young Lin is here for the first time. Let's have a toast, brother." "Ha?" Lin Fan looked utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, "You people sure know how to play starting with a cup-sharing ritual already?" Zhang Xiaoyu shot Lin Fan a knowing smile. "Drink this, and get ready to turn into a beast." After that glance, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly looked away, afraid Lin Fan would notice. Manager Zhang grabbed Lin Fan's hand to clink cups. As their heads touched, she suddenly whispered, "There's something in the wine. Just take a sip, don't swallow it. Find a chance to spit it out. Your teacher put it there." Lin Fan froze, darting a quick glance at Manager Zhang, who winked back at him. Zhang Xiaoyu had set him up. Perfect. Soon I'll be one of Zhang Xiaoyu's own. Lin Fan downed the cup in one gulp. Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't kill him after all, he was his intelligence source. It was probably just some cheap, low-grade drug. If I don't play along, how can Zhang Xiaoyu trust me? After all, he was now playing the role of a naive college student, all about sincerity. This drink must be consumed. Manager Zhang was stunned, looking utterly incredulous. What was Lin Fan doing? "You?" Lin Fan blinked, narrowing his eyes into a smile. "Sis, you're so pretty. Truly beautiful inside and out." Manager Zhang couldn't help but smile wryly. This was just a kid drugged by someone. How pitiful. Though unsure what Mr. Zhang might do, she felt sympathy for Lin Fan. Resolving herself, she said, "Little brother Lin, why don't I keep you company for a few more drinks? Sister will take you to rest later." "What the hell are you up to?" Chapter 166, You Stay With Him. Lin Fan's heart tightened. Seeing this mommy sister looking at him with pity, his body stiffened. "You want to eat a young chicken? No way. I'm pretending not to understand, not that I don't." Lin Fan was caught completely off guard. Was this also arranged by Zhang Xiaoyu? Lin Fan immediately adopted a meek demeanor, stammering, No, thank you, sister. I'll be heading back with my teacher shortly." Manager Zhang looked slightly disappointed but didn't give up on rescuing Lin Fan. "What? Going home so early? Afraid I'll eat you?" "Exactly. I'm still a virgin. How could I let you have my virgin chicken? Besides, you're not even someone Zhang Xiaoyu arranged." Zhang Xiaoyu had said before that the celebrity who brought him out to meet stars was the one Zhang Xiaoyu arranged. Lin Fan hurriedly explained, "Sis, you've got the wrong idea. I'm still a student, I wouldn't do something like that. And such a goody two-shoes. So well behaved, no wonder he got tricked by his own teacher." Manager Zhang felt immense sympathy and chuckled, I adore students. They're so pure and simple." As he spoke, Manager Zhang lifted Lin Fan's chin with a finger. "So tender. Sis, what kind of lewd talk is that? I'm a proper student. Am I not proper? That's not what I meant. You misunderstood, sister." Lin Fan hurriedly protested, his face flushing. I'm inexperienced. I'm sorry. Lin Fan lowered his head, inwardly ranting, am I being hit on? Oh my god. Don't mess around and ruin my good time. Why isn't this potion working? Did Zhang Xiaoyu slip me expired medicine? Lin Fan raged inwardly. He'd been patiently waiting for Zhang Xiaoyu to win him over, only for this manager sister to burst onto the scene. I'm really not that kind of person. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly said, Manager Zhang, you go ahead and get back to work. Let Lin Fan entertain himself. Realizing Zhang Xiaoyu feared he'd ruin her plans, Manager Zhang sighed in resignation. Why couldn't this Lin kid grasp her intentions? Alright then, Lin, have fun playing, but don't drink too much, Manager Zhang kindly reminded him. There really are more good people in this world. Watching Manager Zhang rise, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Just as Manager Zhang was about to leave, the private room door opened and a stylish woman entered. Zhang Xiaoyu hurried to greet her. The woman had a delicate oval face and an alluring charm. She wore a coat, but her long legs were bare below, clad only in calf-length calfskin boots that accentuated her slender, shapely calves. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire, that woman has a pair of great legs. Even an old man like me can't help but take a second look. Watching Zhang Xiaoyu enthusiastically introduce Lin Fan, Manager Zhang instantly understood this was the person CEO Zhang had arranged for Lin Fan. And she was actually a celebrity. Manager Zhang couldn't help but marvel. Lin Fan's mentor really looked out for him. This young lady could easily be the top performer at his establishment. The newcomer, named Huaying, immediately struck up a conversation with Lin Fan, who sat down beside her. They clinked glasses and started chatting and laughing. Lin Fan froze upon seeing Huaying, his mind instantly exploding with a newsflash as memories from his past life resurfaced. The woman of some big shot? Huaying. In his world, a major leak had once occurred. A deputy director at a research institute, a senior scientist with high-level access, had willingly provided Dragon Nation's classified intelligence to foreign entities for 3 years. Dozens of Dragon Nation's critical technological secrets were leaked, resulting in losses exceeding hundreds of billions in patent rights. The deputy director was eventually arrested, and the leak was subsequently disclosed internally. It involved a female spy named Huaying. Huaying used her beauty to seduce the deputy director, becoming his mistress. She then gradually lured him into embezzlement and espionage by demanding luxury goods, designer handbags, mansions, and high-end vehicles, ultimately becoming an intelligence source for foreign organizations. Whoa, looks like I've hooked a big fish? Huaying is the notorious witch in the tech leak case. 48 male tech personnel and 6 female staff members were linked to her. One of them is even a famous TV host. Zhang Xiaoyu's name wasn't on the list during that leak incident, but now Huaying and Zhang Xiaoyu are on the same team. Lin Fan probably figured Huaying hadn't risen to prominence yet and was still working under Zhang Xiaoyu. After all, one call from Zhang Xiaoyu and Huaying was there. Calling him was like calling a dog. Huaying gazed at Lin Fan with a beaming smile. Her face was striking, she knew how to dress, and her fame made her brimming with confidence. Lin Fan was just a college student, how could he not be captivated by her? But she hadn't yet grasped Lin Fan's significance. Lin Fan, hello. I'm Huaying, a friend of teacher Zhang. We're all friends now. Lin Fan nodded hastily, looking rather dazed. Siswa, you're so beautiful. You're a celebrity. This is my first time seeing a real-life star in person. Huaying was thoroughly pleased with Lin Fan's reaction. Ordinary people never got the chance to meet her. Someone like Lin Fan, who'd never seen a celebrity before, wouldn't be able to resist her charm. Teacher Zhang said you're exceptionally talented. Not at all. Teacher Zhang speaks too highly of me. I'm just average, really, quite ordinary. You haven't seen my true capabilities yet. You're pretty impressive too. Lin Fan gazed at Huaying with innocent, childlike eyes, appearing clueless and naive. Just drinking. But in Zhang Xiaoyu and Huaying's eyes, Lin Fan was all talk and no action. His guilty conscience was showing. The two exchanged glances and smiled with satisfaction. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly felt a burning sensation in his stomach and his body grew hot. He knew the potion was taking effect. Huh? I'm so hot. Did I drink too much? Zhang Xiaoyu and Huaying immediately looked over. Lin Fan's face was flushed crimson, his eyes growing hazy. They instantly understood. Zhang Xiaoyu shot Huaying a knowing look. Huaying set down her cup and steadied Lin Fan with one hand. Lin Fan, don't do this. Huaying deliberately placed Lin Fan's hand on her thigh. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly snapped a photo with his phone. Then, Huaying looked at Lin Fan and said, Are you drunk? I'll take you to rest. All I did was touch your thigh, and now you want to rest? You're underestimating us researchers from the Dragon Nation. I've spent decades sitting in labs. Could a little medicine really cloud my mind? You have no idea what real scientific research entails. Lin Fan's body was burning hot, a physiological reaction to the drug's effects, yet his mind remained terrifyingly calm. At this moment, Lin Fan was a blazing body encasing a cool, composed heart. He appeared to be at his limit, yet his mind remained crystal clear. Huaying and Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly carried Lin Fan out, rushing him to a nearby hotel. They dumped him on the bed, and Zhang Xiaoyu immediately urged, Stay with him and film it. Chapter 167, Handing Over My Own Weakness. Damn it, I'm your girlfriend. It's already generous of me to cooperate with you. If you insist on this, he's under the drug's influence now. What if he actually sleeps with me? Zhang Xiaoyu retorted, it's all for the mission. Sacrifice a little now, and you'll get a bigger share of the rewards later. He's just a college student timid as hell. For you and me, it'll be a piece of cake. Huiying froze. Is he that important? More important than I thought. Zhang Xiaoyu knew he had to reveal something, so he brought up the Dragon Nation aircraft carrier project. Lin Fan is involved in the carrier program. If we get intel from it, do you think higher-ups will value us more? Our resources within the Illuminati will grow exponentially. You're just a minor celebrity now, but with their backing, becoming a top star is within reach. Huiying glanced back at Lin Fan, who was lying on the bed tearing at his clothes. Her heart stirred. I didn't realize it was such an important mission. To be involved in something as major as an aircraft carrier, that's really impressive. Alright, leave it to me. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, turned to leave, then paused, just don't go and make me wear a hat. That's not guaranteed. I can't control how things turn out. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of irritation, but for the sake of the greater mission, he decided to swallow his anger and walked away. Huiying closed the door and turned to face Lin Fan. He was a key figure. If she could control him, she could completely bypass Zhang Xiaoyu. Who wouldn't want to climb higher within the Illuminati and become a core member? Once she proved her worth, the Illuminati would grant her boundless resources, propelling her ever higher in the entertainment industry. Huiying immediately stripped naked, then snuggled up to Lin Fan under the covers, starting to take photos and videos as evidence. Lin Fan's body felt like a furnace. Huiying tried to seduce him, but he resisted. After filming the video, she struck Lin Fan unconscious. When Lin Fan finally awoke, his eyes opened to find Huiying beside him. Huiying, however, had timed it perfectly. Seeing him awake, she immediately feigned terror. Lin Fan, how could you do this to me? We just met for the first time, and you assaulted me. What should I do? Lin Fan was utterly baffled. Seriously? Keep going, don't stop. Can't I figure out what happened? It took Lin Fan a while to pull back the covers and look at his own naked body. He stared at Huiying in disbelief. Siswa, I'm a virgin. It's over already? I didn't feel a thing. What a waste. Huiying was dumbfounded. How could Lin Fan react like this? From the sound of it, he was blaming her as if it were her fault. Huiying snapped, Lin Fan, you violated me. What do you plan to do about it? Siswa, I don't understand what you mean. What are you talking about? I don't even know what just happened. You don't know? Huiying pulled out her phone. See for yourself. I knew men like you wouldn't take responsibility after sleeping with someone. I deliberately kept proof. Let's see how you try to wriggle out of this. Lin Fan looked tense and frightened as he snatched the phone and scrolled through it quickly. The video showed him clinging to Huiying, refusing to let her leave, and then nothing else. Huiying snatched the phone back. See clearly now? You made a pass at me. That's assault. I thought you were a friend, yet you've disappointed me so much. I'm telling Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Fan pleaded anxiously. No, Sister Hua, don't tell Teacher Zhang. I'd be too ashamed to face him. This kind of thing. You're Teacher Zhang's friend. I was wrong. Just don't tell him. Let's talk this out. Lin Fan immediately pulled out the $1,000,000 check Zhang Xiaoyu had given him and handed it to Huiying. Take this money. It's all my fault. Huiying sneered coldly. You think you can just buy me off with money? What do you take me for? Huiying immediately called Zhang Xiaoyu. He arrived shortly after, glaring at Lin Fan. You? Lin Fan. After everything I've done for you, how could you do this? This is outrageous. Huiying's voice was icy cold. This is extortion. Zhang Xiaoyu, what do you suggest we do? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu expectantly, urging him to follow the script. Don't keep me waiting. If you recruit me now, I'll agree immediately. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly interceded. Huiying, Lin Fan is still just a kid. He drank too much yesterday and probably couldn't control himself. Could you please forgive him? I'm a celebrity, do you understand? If anyone finds out I slept with Lin Fan, what will become of me? How can I continue my career? Huiying was furious. Zhang Xiaoyu, look at your student. If it weren't for your reputation, I'd have called the police already. Zhang Xiaoyu considered the situation, glanced at Lin Fan, and addressed Huiying. I'll talk to Lin Fan. Please don't get angry, and whatever you do, don't call the police. It would ruin his future. Huiying snorted coldly and stormed out. Nice acting. Lin Fan looked utterly miserable and self-reproachful. Teacher Zhang, I really don't know what happened. I was drunk yesterday. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression turned stern. Lin Fan, you're in serious trouble. Huiying is a celebrity. Treating her like this will obviously make her furious. But don't worry, I'll help you. Just compensate her with 3 million. What? That much? Lin Fan trembled in horror. You want my money? What are you thinking? Once it's in my hands, you won't even get a whiff of it. Zhang Xiaoyu emphasized, she's a celebrity. This is assault. If the police get involved, you're looking at a minimum 3-year sentence. What future do you have then? Lin Fan trembled in fear. Teacher, I don't have any money. Zhang Xiaoyu had been waiting for this response. No money? No problem. Write an IOU first. I'll speak for you. Hua Ying will agree. But keep it confidential. Later, I'll hook you up with some gigs. Just focus on making money. Lin Fan's eyes welled up with forced tears as he gazed gratefully at Zhang Xiaoyu. Teacher Zhang, you're too kind. I don't know how to thank you. Fine, as long as Sister Hua forgives me, I'll agree to anything. I'm at a loss right now. Teacher Zhang, please plead my case to Sister Hua. After all, I'm just a college student with zero social experience. I can't afford to be too nonchalant. Lin Fan felt his acting skills were Oscar-worthy. Truthfully, Zhang Xiaoyu harbored some resentment that Lin Fan hadn't approached him directly. If you just revealed your identity, I'd have followed you like a fool. Why all the caution? Lin Fan knew Zhang Xiaoyu was strictly following the script. Only by playing along with Zhang Xiaoyu's narrative could he convince Zhang Xiaoyu that he'd been forced to join him, and only then would Zhang Xiaoyu trust him. What a hassle. Your acting is terrible, you know? Zhang Xiaoyu said, then I'll go find Hua Ying. You write me an IOU. Lin Fan promptly wrote the IOU. Having to hand over his own leverage to Zhang Xiaoyu, what a hassle. Chapter 168, Seeing the World. Zhang Xiaoyu took the IOU, went out, and found Hua Ying. He smiled, got it. Just a college student. You overreacted earlier. Hua Ying examined the note. That's all? He didn't suspect anything? Zhang Xiaoyu replied, I laid the groundwork perfectly. He sees me as a friend and won't suspect we're setting him up. Now I can guide him into providing us with classified information. Once he takes that first step, there's no turning back. We can confidently bring him into our fold. Hua Ying nodded and smiled. Don't forget my share. Zhang Xiaoyu readily agreed. Turning to Lin Fan, he explained the situation. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Zhang Xiaoyu added, Hua Ying has agreed not to report you to the police for now. But the video of you assaulting him is still in his possession. You need to secure the money and retrieve that footage to ensure your safety. But? Lin Fan stared wide-eyed at Zhang Xiaoyu. Where would an old man like me get the money? I'm counting on you. Teacher Zhang, I'm just a student. My family isn't exactly loaded. I really don't have. Zhang Xiaoyu drew in a breath and smiled. Don't worry. Remember that company that wanted to hire you as a technical consultant? Seeing Lin Fan nod, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately continued, I just contacted their CEO. They're very interested in the project you're currently working on. If you can provide them with some civilian, non-sensitive technology, they're willing to pay 5 million for it. With that money, you can pay off your debt to Hua Ying and still have 2 million left over. That's fantastic. Lin Fan exclaimed, finally letting out a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Where's the money? At the mention of money, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. His money was finally coming. What money? The 5 million you just mentioned, sir. You're genuinely willing to provide the technology? Lin Fan gave a wry smile. Are you doubting me now, teacher? I'm being completely sincere. Look at my situation. If I don't handle things with Sister Hua properly, what will become of me? It was my mistake, and I must own up to it. I'll handle the technical side, but I'll need some favors. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan and smiled with satisfaction. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll relay that to the company. As for the money, I'll give you 500,000 yuan upfront for networking expenses. Once the technology is secured, the company will provide the remaining portion. Yes. Lin Fan immediately pulled out his phone, instructing Zhang Xiaoyu to transfer the funds. He'd just whip up some bogus technical specs. Just you wait, I'll fool you silly. But he couldn't just bluff. Some real substance was needed, like data from an actual experiment. Lin Fan had a plan. The information warfare unit would soon attack the Beijing base, generating mountains of data. He'd just need to copy some junk data, a task he could delegate to his team of tech whizzes. Once the Illuminati saw the source of this data, how could they not take him seriously? How could they not offer money to buy him off? That IP belonged to the Dragon Nation's capital base. Zhang Xiaoyu was equally satisfied. Lin Fan, this little animal, was slipping through his fingers. He was gradually tightening his grip on Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan started selling state secrets, there would be no turning back. Then he'd become the stepping stone for Zhang to climb the ranks of the Illuminati. Lin Fan considered this, then looked at Zhang Xiaoyu. He needed to remind him about that 10 million. He feared Zhang might let it slide. Teacher, about that 10 million from Dr. Han, when will you give it to me? I'm in trouble now and need the money. Hurry up and give me that 10 million. With it, I can at least cover the whole IO Sister Hua. That can't happen so quickly. I don't have 10 million in cash on hand. I'd need to sell my house. Is that so? I can't wait, teacher. Just transfer the property to me, I'll handle the sale. I know some well-connected people. What kind of people? A factory owner. Lin Fan planned to sell the house to Mr. Yang from Curie Lasso. Waiting for Zhang Xiaoyu would only drag things out. Once he became Zhang Xiaoyu's man, the guy would surely renege on the deal. Once he got the house, he'd flip it immediately. Old man just wanted the cash, no need to make a profit. If Mr. Yang could pay up, he'd sell it cheap. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't care about Han Qingyan anymore. How could she compare to Lin Fan? He wasn't entirely happy about it, but he feared Lin Fan might act recklessly. Seeing Lin Fan on the brink of being forced to his limits, offending him now would ruin everything he'd worked for. It's just one apartment. Zhang Xiaoyu made his decision. Fine, deal. I'll give you a house. But you don't need to rush breaking up with Qingyan. Seriously? You want me to keep living with Dr. Han? This is practically begging to be cuckolded. Are tech spies this twisted nowadays? So inhumane? Is this your new tactic? Lin Fan stared at Zhang Xiaoyu in utter bewilderment. Realizing his words sounded downright inhumane, Zhang quickly scrambled for an excuse. I'm worried Qingyan will be devastated if you break up with her abruptly. You take the house and run off. What am I supposed to do then? Zhang Xiaoyu thought to himself, even if I'm the one being cheated on, I'll hold out until Lin Fan betrays state secrets for the first time. By then, he'll be a criminal, no need to worry about him running away. Lin Fan quickly replied, Teacher Zhang, you're so kind. Lin Fan sighed deeply, then dressed and headed home with Zhang Xiaoyu. They never mentioned today's events again. Upon arriving home, Zhang Xiaoyu vanished. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai watched Lin Fan return home late at night. Zhong Ai rushed over to sniff him, her anger flaring instantly. That perfume on you isn't mine or Qingyan's. What woman were you with last night? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Who taught you to act like a wife checking up on her husband? I'm single. Zhong Ai was speechless. This bastard Lin Fan was truly the scum of the earth. Other jerks would drain their girlfriends dry, but at least they did it secretly. Lin Fan, on the other hand, plays the jerk right to your face. And there was nothing anyone could do about it. Zhong Ai fumed, I'm just worried you'll take one wrong step and spiral down. Women out there are dangerous. And the ones at home are better? Zhong Ai nodded hastily. Exactly. Don't Qingyan and I look good together? Dr. Han angrily snapped at Zhong Ai, telling her to stop dragging him into this. Clearly, it was Zhong Ai who wanted to get close to Lin Fan. He certainly hadn't. Lin Fan noticed Han Qingyan staring at him, clearly wondering what he'd done. He finally explained, I went to the club yesterday. Met a celebrity. Teacher Zhang took me out to broaden my horizons. Both girls rolled their eyes in unison. Han Qingyan looked down on Lin Fan. You know exactly what kind of person Zhang Xiaoyu is, and you still went out with him? You're completely out of your mind. Zhong Ai fumed, with a gorgeous girl like me waiting at home for you, you go to a club? Is that fun? You bastard, you're really something else. Oomph. You don't understand a damn thing about my moves. Chapter 169, Little Days Causing Trouble Again. Lin Fan ignored them, turning and ducking into his room. He began hammering away at his keyboard. After typing nonstop for hours, Lin Fan emerged clutching Zhong Ai's laptop. Sis Zhong, I'll borrow your laptop for now. I'll return it later. As if I'd ever give it back. Sister Zhong's laptop was top of the line high-end specs, worth 80 grand. Though it was still junk compared to the higher performance machines he'd used, it was still a rare gem among junk. He'd never splurge on buying one himself. Lin Fan quickly changed his tune. Sis Zhong, you're loaded, you wouldn't care about a laptop. Just give it to me. No way. You've been hanging out at the club, why should I give it to you? Teacher Zhang dragged me there, I didn't go willingly. I was forced to bear an unbearable burden, Lin Fan sighed. But if he hadn't gone, how could he have spotted that enchantress Huaying? Who knew she was actually in cahoots with Zhang Xiaoyu? Staring at Huaying meant getting hooked on some big shot in research. Lin Fan clutched the notebook tightly, leaving Zhong Ai exasperated. Fine, it's yours. Just stay away from those shady places. If you really want to go out, I'll take you somewhere classy. What kind of fancy spots could Zhang Xiaoyu afford? He can't even afford good wine. Sis Zhong is so generous. Lin Fan accepted the notebook without a second thought. Then his phone rang. It was his student Luo Jia. Teacher Lin, aren't you at the base today? Class is about to start and you're nowhere to be seen. Start self-study. I'll be there shortly. Lin Fan and Han Qingyan informed Zhong Ai before heading back to the base for work. Han Qingyan fumed, if we hadn't waited for you, we'd have been at the base ages ago. Now we're late because of you, who knows if we'll get punished. You're overthinking it. They returned to the base without incident and faced no punishment. After all, he'd already made connections with Commander Zhang Yifeng. Lin Fan brought his laptop to class. There's a computer here. In a bit, everyone connect to the network. Use every method you know to attack this computer. Whoever breaks through the firewall gets a day off and a chicken drumstick with lunch. What the hell? They'd only been in class for a few days, and now they were diving into hands-on cyber combat? This is way too sudden. Many students looked at Lin Fan speechless while others were thrilled. If they could hack into Lin Fan's computer, they'd definitely steal the spotlight. Luo Jia was itching to get started. Teacher Lin, any method is allowed? No restrictions? Go ahead. Use every method you can think of. I'm not asking you to smash my computer, use technical means. Make sure to leave plenty of attack traces and data on the computer. Lin Fan had this challenge in mind for Zhang Xiaoyu. Han Qingyan also perked up. Lin Fan always showed off in front of her in Zhong AI. This was the perfect opportunity. Han Qingyan and Zhong AI suggested, how about we hack his firewall together and teach him a lesson? Are you sure your skills can outdo his? That computer's definitely rigged. Zhong AI was blunt. Wouldn't it be better to just sit back and watch him show off in front of those college kids? Don't you find him infuriating? He doesn't even notice someone as great as you. Don't you want to teach him a lesson? Zhong AI smiled faintly. My dear friend, don't you think the man who rejected me is handsome, principled, and reassuring? If he can't even see my worth, how could he possibly notice ordinary girls? You think that way? Han Qingyan felt defeated by Zhong AI's logic. This is insane. Han Qingyan declared, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Will you help me? Seeing Han Qingyan resort to best friend pressure, Zhong AI sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll help. But we've got no chance. I bet Lin Fan could crush all of us effortlessly. Han Qingyan was furious. Her best friend was even more infuriating than Lin Fan. The classroom erupted with the clatter of keyboards, the sound as loud as a downpour. Lin Fan held his teacup, smiling as he glanced at the group. Then he spotted that idiot Long Xiaoshang lurking suspiciously outside. What are you doing? If you want to watch, come inside. Why are you hiding by the door? Acting like you want to peek but are too scared, as if there's some girl you like in there. Playing at first love or something? Long Xiaoshang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm the top commander here. Can I check if you're paying attention in class? Fine, just watch it openly from now on. Stop sneaking around, you wouldn't understand it anyway. Me? Damn it, this guy really gets on my nerves. Young Master Long returned home yesterday and only came back today. His old man has this weird confidence in Lin Fan. My old man actually trusts you. Can you believe it? He's never even met you. Lin Fan chuckled, well, that just shows your old man knows a good thing when he sees it. Unlike you, blind as a bat when it comes to spotting a real dragon. A real dragon? You'd die if you didn't brag about it. Long Xiaoshang fumed. But seeing Lin Fan, he couldn't help but be impressed. This guy was amazing, always delivering unexpected surprises. After their usual verbal sparring, Lin Fan stated, something happened yesterday. People from Xiaorizi took a boat to our island and planted their flag there. Today, their media broke the news front page headline. What? Lin Fan roared with fury. He didn't need specifics, he knew exactly which island they were talking about. Guanyao Island is ours. Long Xiaoshang retorted, that goes without saying. It's been ours since ancient times. This is an embarrassment for our navy. What disgrace. Lin Fan chuckled. We can't exactly send naval warships over there. Besides, we don't have idle warships to spare. Were the people who landed just ordinary citizens from that place? No officials, right? There was one official, a county magistrate. A county magistrate from the Footbasin chicken family? That's a political figure. Viewed this way, the landing couldn't be considered a civilian act, it had escalated to a political maneuver. Lin Fan's expression darkened. Get him. How? Long Xiaoshang had also received a call that morning. The Dragon Nation Navy was furious about this incident, but higher-ups hadn't issued a clear response yet. Everyone knew military action was out of the question. Most likely, the higher-ups would just protest again, issuing diplomatic warnings to the other side. Forget the past. Now that Longhua has the Liaoning aircraft carrier, how dare those little guys pull this stunt? Wouldn't that make our carrier a complete waste? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before smiling. Are those little bastards still on the island? Yes. They're acting cocky, saying they'll stay there for half a month. Put. Lin Fan was speechless. Small-time operators, doing things in a petty way. If they're so bold, send their troops up there. That would save us the trouble. Long Xiaoshang chuckled. Are they that stupid? If they send troops, we'll definitely take action. That changes the nature of the situation. Lin Fan retorted, they might not dare, but do we? That's our island. We could recruit some elite soldiers or warriors, disguise them as fishermen. Whoa! Damn it, that could work. Long Xiaoshang froze. How had he not thought of such a simple solution? How did you come up with this? Chapter 170, continuing to promote the 10,000-ton destroyer. Lin Fan looked at Long Xiaoshang and smiled. You're a soldier. When faced with this kind of situation, you immediately get worked up. You definitely want to blow those bastards to smithereens. But you're also an officer, so you're rational. Your rationality tells you it's not feasible. I'm different. I'm a college student, a highly educated intellectual. And don't forget to mobilize the masses. From the masses to the masses. You guys have been detached from the masses for too long. Have you forgotten that famous saying? Now he's lecturing me. He'd been outmaneuvered by this guy again. Long Xiaoshan grabbed Lin Fan and pulled him away. There's a related video conference and internal Navy meeting where everyone's figuring out how to deal with those guys. You should say a few words. Why should I speak? I'm swamped. Didn't I already tell you the solution? Long Xiaoshang smiled faintly. A man as upright as me suggesting such a dirty trick would ruin my image. You, on the other hand, are naturally devious. If I proposed this, no one would believe it. But coming from you? It fits your persona perfectly. You're slandering me. What's wrong with my persona? Does it have to be sneaky? Lin Fan raged inwardly. That bastard Long Xiaoshan was a complete asshole. Still, he attended the video conference. The Navy was in turmoil. Some moderate voices advocated following orders, fight if ordered, endure if not. Radicals demanded sending warships to expel them. That's our territory. We tolerated it before because we lacked the capability, but now we have our own aircraft carrier. Why the hell should we put up with this anymore? If you want to endure, you endure it, I won't. That's not the way to think. We must consider the bigger picture. Our current achievements were hard-won. It's not worth it to start a major conflict over a few political clowns. Sending a warship out costs millions in funding. Money must be spent where it matters most. Then send the Liaoning over for a patrol. What good is a single aircraft carrier? It doesn't even have planes on board. Who's it going to intimidate? Where's that bastard Long Xiaoshan? Why isn't he speaking up? Hearing others call his name, Long Xiaoshan quickly replied, I'm here. I had Lin Fan speak for me. He came up with a solution. Lin Fan? The one nicknamed Big Shot Lin? Lin Fan smiled faintly, but before he could speak, a young general cut in. Lin Fan, join our East Sea Fleet. Stop hanging with Long Xiaoshan, there's no future with him. We've got an aircraft carrier. The southern base is nothing but hot air. Come to our East Sea base, and I'll show you the carrier. Just call me Old Han. Lin Fan glanced back at Long Xiaoshan, noting the absence of the old man who held considerable prestige within the Navy. This old Han was Han Jingjun, a general like Long Xiaoshan. He'd been the loudest earlier, the one shouting about fighting and killing. Clearly a stubborn old man. Long Xiaoshan sneered coldly, Old Han, stick to the point. Cut the nonsense. Lin Fan is now my deputy. Deputy? Han Jingjun froze, staring intently at the mirror as if trying to see something clearer. You're not at the naval base. What have you been up to lately, Long Xiaoshan? Setting up a secret unit. What the hell? None of your business. Lin Fan quickly interjected, me and Old Long are setting up an information-based electronic warfare unit. We're in the middle of training right now. Long Xiaoshan panicked, slapping his hand over Lin Fan's mouth. Who told you to say that? Are you crazy? Lin Fan slapped Long Xiaoshang's hand away. These were high-ranking officers, no need for secrecy. Long Xiaoshang's panic stemmed purely from his desire to show off later and make a grand entrance. But Lin Fan had his own plans. Without the Navy's full backing, how could he secure the aircraft carrier design rights? This internal meeting was packed with young, powerful officers like Long Xiaoshang. The most easily stirred, the most hot-headed, hawkish commanders. With such a golden opportunity, how could he let it slip away? We're all comrades, what's there to hide? Besides, there's no need to keep the secret from them, okay? You. Long Xiaoshang sighed in exasperation. I wanted to show off and scare the hell out of them later. Now that chance was gone. Han Jingjun, intrigued, quickly pressed, what exactly does this electronic warfare unit do? Want me to explain? No need. Just tell me if it's awesome or not, if it's impressive or not. Han Jingjun slammed the table. I won't grasp the technical details right away, but I trust you. Lin Fan, I've heard plenty of bragging about you from that bastard Long Xiaoshan. To be honest, your moves during Operation Thunderbolt were damn stylish, right up my alley. Why didn't you just blow up Morrison's carrier outright? You dare to think it, but I wouldn't dare actually do it. Lin Fan felt a slight pressure. He was being pretty aggressive, and this guy was even more reckless than he was. I'll have to assess this guy's character later. If he's reliable, I'll bring him into our inner circle. We can all engage in mutual benefit transactions together. Lin Fan replied, in modern warfare, missiles and artillery are physical attacks. Our electronic warfare technology is a mental assault specifically targeting their command systems. Brilliant. Han Jingjun beamed. Lin Fan, come to my place. Set us up with one too. It's settled then. You think you're Schwanga? Just decide things and bang the gavel like that? Lin Fan silently rolled his eyes, mentally protesting his busy schedule and lack of spare capacity. After finishing this project, I still need to return to school to research the 10,000-ton destroyer. 10,000-ton destroyer? The hawkish naval generals on the screen all turned their attention to him. 10,000-ton destroyer? What's that? A destroyer? 10,000 tons? Where would that be? What does it look like? Where is it? Let me see.
Lin Fan paused briefly, rummaged in his pocket, and pulled out an image. It was a digital rendering he'd created of his world's Type 055 destroyer. In the photo, the Type 055 appeared exquisitely crafted, slender and elegant like a lady, quietly moored in the harbor. The forward deck was covered with hatches, featuring only a single compact gun resembling a young maiden. The aft deck was equally uncluttered, with the bridge and hull seamlessly integrated. It bore no resemblance to any warship these admirals had ever seen.
This ship is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It feels almost sci-fi. It's so high-tech. This is the kind of warship a man should have.
We're getting this ship for our East Sea base,
Han Jingjun exclaimed. It's perfect, it fits the East Sea base's character. After all, we have the Liaoning. Once we form a fleet, we'll need destroyers.
Lin Fan, this is fate.
We need destroyers, and you're researching them.
You were born for the East Sea base.
Old Han, calm down. We've never seen this warship before, clearly it's brand new. But how did Lin Fan even get these images?
Exactly.
Lin Fan, how did you get images of this new warship?
If it's still in the design phase, it should be classified.
You weren't involved, were you?
This is the Type 055 destroyer. I designed my own creation.
It has nothing to do with your navy yet, Lin Fan stated deliberately, enunciating each word. Whoa! Everyone fell silent, utterly stunned. After a moment, Han Jingjun burst out laughing. Holy crap, we hit the jackpot. With Lin Fan at our East Sea base, we've basically got this destroyer already.
Han Jingjun's words ignited excitement among the other generals.
Lin Fan, is this warship fully designed? Or is it just the exterior? Is that the point? Trust Lin Fan's capabilities.
If he said he could build an atomic bomb with his bare hands, I'd believe him as long as he gives me a warship this beautiful.
Is it just about looks? Besides being beautiful, I see it's also a real fighter. Does Lin Fan's big destroyer pack enough firepower?
Lin Fan smiled faintly. Just count the hatches on the deck.
Each hatch represents a vertical launch unit.
If you ask if the firepower is sufficient, it's definitely more than enough.
Chapter 171, dude, you're off topic.
The moment Lin Fan's Type 055 photos surfaced, these hawkish naval generals instantly turned into devoted fans. Regardless of whether Lin Fan was exaggerating, just the configuration in these photos alone made these hawkish naval generals deeply yearn for it.
112 individual vertical launchers.
These men, like Long Xiaoshan, were naval elites.
No explanation was needed, they knew exactly what VLS systems were for.
They were designed to launch high-powered missiles.
Vertical launch systems are mainly used for land-based missiles these days, right? Lin Fan actually wants to put this entire setup on a ship? Wow, my friend, that's a pretty bold idea. The concept alone is incredibly forward-thinking.
A ship carrying over 100 high-powered missiles, no wonder it only has one cannon.
I was wondering why there was just one cannon. With over 100 missiles, the cannon is practically just for show. Over 100 missiles?
That ship must have a reserve ammunition bunker too.
Its firepower is seriously impressive.
Damn it, Lin Fan is from the southern base. In the video, Han Jingjun looked as miserable as someone who'd stepped in dog. If Lin Fan was from the southern base, then once this new warship was developed, the southern base would have a chance to demand early deployment. If the southern base threw its full support behind Lin Fan's project, they might get these advanced warships before any other base.
How would that look for the East Sea base?
They were the senior base, after all.
Wouldn't that mean the younger brother was overtaking the elder?
Han Jingjun found himself growing increasingly fond of Lin Fan. The other generals were also feeling the heat. Dragon young Master Shine had struck gold. The southern base isn't worthy of Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, come to our East Sea base. I'll transfer you over, Han Jingjun coaxed.
The southern base is broke, but our East Sea base has money.
Spend freely. Lin Fan was overjoyed. It's not something I can't consider. Long Xiaoshan grew anxious. Was this bastard Lin Fan about to defect to the enemy?
Soldiers are fiercely loyal.
Though all serve the Dragon Nation, intense rivalry exists between bases, essentially viewing everyone outside their own as trash.
Long Xiaoshang exploded. Lin Fan, if you dare defect, I'll beat you to death. In the video, Han Jingjun roared, Long Xiaoshang.
What are you doing? Bullying Lin Fan because he can't fight? You think I won't come find you and beat you to death right now?
You piece of trash. You have no idea how valuable Lin Fan is. At your South Sea base, he can't even show his true worth. Lin Fan, you don't need to listen to that dragon guy. We at the East Sea base have your back. If he hits you or bullies you, just file a transfer request.
We'll take you in. Big brother will support you.
Lin Fan ignored Long Xiaoshang. Old man, who I choose to work with isn't something a mere brigadier general like you can interfere with. But he also didn't owe General Han Jingjun any favors, no need for all that trouble. I'm quite familiar with Commander Zhang from the capital base.
We have connections. He wouldn't dare touch me. General Zhang Yifeng?
In the video, Han Jingjun and the other generals froze like idiots, frozen in place for a long moment.
No way around it. General Zhang Yifeng was a full general and commander-in-chief of the capital base. His stature alone dwarfed anyone present. Before old Zhang, hawks like Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun were mere foot soldiers. Zhang Yifeng held high status, immense power, and deep seniority. Crucially, when old Zhang went berserk, he could flip tables and walk away unscathed. As the commander of the capital base, Zhang Yifeng was undoubtedly one of the Dragon Nation's core generals. Should actual hostilities break out, old Zhang would undoubtedly be the commander leading the charge in full armor. Han Jingjun was speechless. Lin Fan, you're quite familiar with General Zhang, aren't you? We just had dinner together the day before yesterday. He treated me at the base cafeteria. I didn't want to go, but he insisted on sending someone to drag me there. What could I do? I had no choice but to go. Han Jingjun and the other generals were dumbfounded. Could things get any more absurd? You looked so reluctant, were you just blowing smoke? Long Xiaoshang was also baffled. How come I didn't know about this? You went home, didn't you? Long Xiaoshang quickly retorted, Commander Zhang invited you to dinner, just dinner? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? He's so busy, how could it just be dinner? Lin Fan's words piqued Han Jingjun and the others' curiosity. Commander Zhang Ai Feng inviting Lin Fan to dinner definitely meant business. Long Xiaoshang really was dumb. Need I say more? General Han Jingjun and the other officers all turned to stare at Lin Fan, utterly intrigued. When Lin Fan sensed the atmosphere was right, he smiled and explained, I promised General Zhang I'd help him secure an armed helicopter. Once we get that sorted, my lab will establish deep cooperation with the Beijing base to develop army equipment. The armed helicopter is just the stepping stone. Armed helicopters? Holy crap! Lin Fan, you know about aircraft too? Han Jingjun exclaimed, utterly stunned. It was impressive enough that Lin Fan understood warships and was proficient in electronics, now he was skilled in aircraft too? That spanned multiple fields. Long Xiaoshang also lost his composure. The army needs helicopters, but so does our navy. Numerous maritime missions required helicopters, especially in anti-submarine warfare, where the demands on helicopters were even higher. The shortcomings in helicopter technology were a pain point for all three branches of the military. Lin Fan smiled slightly at the camera. My research aligns with military engineering. I have a basic grasp of all military fields: aircraft carrier design and architecture, Julong missiles, and even silent propulsion submarines. Of course, aerospace is my specialty. Just a little bit here and there. He dared not elaborate further, lest he frighten these people. After all, this represented the culmination of his life's work spanning 5 or 6 decades. Research is a field that heavily relies on innate talent. Those blessed with exceptional aptitude can master one field and apply it to 100 others, grasping concepts with ease. Without that gift, one is doomed to spend a lifetime grinding away at a single discipline. Lin Fan possessed extraordinary talent, which is why he had the energy to pursue research in so many different directions. Whatever the motherland needed, this old man would research. His scientific pursuits always pivoted according to the nation's demands. Lin Fan made sure these hawkish naval commanders knew him and left a deep impression, all part of his strategy to secure aircraft carrier design rights in the future. Having the support of hawkish mid-level generals across major naval bases represents immense power. As for those schemers over at the small-time operation? That's nothing. I have 18 ways to take care of them. Han Jingjun was furious. Why hadn't he encountered Lin Fan, but instead let that trash Long Xiaoshang meet him? What the hell? This was absolutely bull. Han Jingjun's eyes flickered. If Lin Fan came to the East Sea Base, with its powerful research institutes, the robust economic strength along the Dragon Nation's eastern coast, and its shipbuilding capabilities, the East Sea Base would soar to new heights. Chapter 172, That Kid's Heart is Black. Han Jingjun blurted out, Long Xiaoshang, I've set my sights on Lin Fan. Give me a straight answer, are you stepping aside or not? If not, I'm taking everyone to find you right now. We'll settle this with a fight. Long Xiaoshang spat, come if you dare. I'll beat you to death. Like I'm scared of you. You little bastard, just you wait. Han Jingjun, furious beyond measure, slammed his fist on the table. Lin Fan belongs to the entire navy. You southern base can forget about monopolizing him. Right. Lin Fan belongs to all of us. Who the hell do you think you are, Long Xiaoshang? Guys, let's all head to the capital later and take him down. Long Xiaoshang was furious. Wasn't this supposed to be a meeting about the Little Days event? How did he end up being treated like an enemy? But he wasn't backing down either. If you dare come, I dare beat you up. Pfft, you're all trash. Lin Fan clapped his hands to silence them. Cut it out. I'm not worth a fight over. If you want to partner with me, just name your terms. We're off topic. What are your thoughts on the Little Days matter? The tense atmosphere called for a change of subject to ease the mood. Besides, Lin Fan had already achieved his goal. At his prompting, everyone gave Lin Fan face and immediately brought up the Little Days incident. Han Jingjun said, our navy can't just deploy directly, that could easily spark an international dispute. But not getting this out of our system leaves us all unsatisfied. To be honest, I really want to fight. Without a war, people like us would have to wait another decade or more for a chance at promotion. Peace is the greatest test for a soldier. Who doesn't have ambition? Who doesn't want their name written in military history? Who wouldn't crave the glory of having a dedicated page in the family annals? The other generals eagerly chimed in, declaring they couldn't wait for the war to begin. Though our navy isn't quite up to par yet, warfare has never depended solely on equipment. We possess iron wills. Under the world's most formidable organizational mobilization capabilities, our frontline soldiers are desperate to distinguish themselves. Without merit, there's no promotion. A century of national humiliation. Our generation must avenge this shame. It is our mission. The old men at the top are far too cautious. Why won't those geezers just die already? Their remarks grew increasingly outrageous. Lin Fan's face twitched at each one. These generals certainly had the nerve to speak their minds quite the old school style. No wonder we couldn't see eye to eye. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. The path of radicalism was not lonely after all. Lin Fan immediately interjected, regarding that little operation, I have a suggestion. Let's have naval soldiers disguise themselves as fishermen and land on the island. That's a good idea. We'll handle it from the East Sea base. Send soldiers to the island to drive those people away. Han Jingjun sensed an opportunity for his East Sea base to shine and quickly agreed. Lin Fan sneered, just drive them away? Why not just kill them outright? Killing people isn't right. What's wrong with that? Throw them into the sea, who'd know it was you? The room fell silent. It seemed like he had a point. Their eyes immediately began to sparkle with eager anticipation. Long Xiaoshang felt numb. He understood immediately these people had been egged on by Lin Fan. He hurriedly said, the media has already reported it. This has become international news. There must be lots of foreign media paying attention. Killing someone would be hard to explain. The old men upstairs aren't fools. Han Jingjun sighed regretfully, yeah, the media is definitely watching. If only we'd acted sooner. Now we've missed our chance. What a pity. But we can save this plan for later. If something like this happens again, kill them first and ask questions later. Those bastards got off easy this time. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel helpless. Should he really care about foreign media? After all, these were generals of the Dragon Nation, their standards were quite high. He still had a lot of work to do. Someday, he'd lower their standards. No rush, slow and steady. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, what if, after our soldiers forced those people to leave our island by boat, a fisherman accidentally rammed and sank that boat, drowning everyone on board? Could that have happened? I'm just saying it's possible. Damn, this kid's got some nerve. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, signaling they totally saw that as a possibility. If a fisherman killed those people, that wouldn't be a state-sponsored act. At worst, they'd pay some compensation. At worst, they'd just have to talk their way out of it. Long Xiaoshang glanced at Han Jingjun and quickly chimed in, that sounds doable to me. Lin Fan, is this fishing boat you're talking about a real fishing boat? Absolutely real. Han Jingjun chuckled. Let's do it. I'll handle this since it happened in the East China Sea. I'll report it up the chain whether they approve or not. We're proceeding this way. Wow, you're bold. Looks like you've got some serious clout. Lin Fan instantly upgraded his assessment of Han Jingjun. The kid's got guts, an old man here likes that. After finishing, Long Xiaoshang immediately closed the video and looked at Lin Fan. That bastard Han Jingjun is definitely trying to poach you. You'd better keep your ass firmly planted and not budge. Han Jingjun's attitude toward Lin Fan put pressure on Long Xiaoshang. He knew full well how formidable Lin Fan was. If he really left, the loss would be enormous. How could one advance without merit? Already a major general, further promotion demanded greater achievements. Long Xiaoshang sensed Lin Fan could be instrumental in that. In peacetime, someone like him needed to focus on technological advancements to climb higher. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I see General Han is quite willing to support me. If he offers too much, I really can't refuse. You? How could you be like this? Haven't I been good to you? Han Jingjun was just talking big. I'm the one who's genuinely invested in you. Don't you have any idea how much money I've spent on you? Long Xiaoshang seethed inwardly, furious at both Han Jingjun, that bastard trying to poach his people, and Lin Fan, who desold his principles for cold hard cash. Don't we have friendship? Aren't we brothers? Long Xiaoshang looked like a woman about to be abandoned, his face twisted with resentment. You can't treat me like this. I considered you family. Then can you back me up? Help me rally the southern base to support my bid for the aircraft carrier design rights? Long Xiaoshang snapped back, is that even comparable? How dare you blackmail me over something as monumental as the carrier design rights? It's not that I won't help you, it's just absurd for someone as young as you to be vying for this position. What does age have to do with technological development? I'm a genius. I can guarantee Long Nation's aircraft carrier will be launched quickly. As long as the carrier I design works well, what's the problem? Since when does pursuing design rights depend on age? Lin Fan retorted. You just called me your brother. Now I want the aircraft carrier design rights and you won't even help me? What kind of brother is that? A plastic brother, that's what. So what if I'm cozying up to Han Jingjun? Chapter 173 Lin Fan is the talent we need. Han Jingjun is from the East Sea base. With the East Seacoast's thriving economy, raising funds from private entrepreneurs would easily secure the capital needed to build an aircraft carrier. Lin Fan instantly recognized the brilliance of this idea. He might lack the funds to build an aircraft carrier himself, but private entrepreneurs certainly didn't. 500 billion yuan was more than enough for one carrier. Couldn't he just piggyback on their efforts? It seemed entirely feasible. Lin Fan promptly jotted down this inspiration. The state hadn't prohibited private individuals from building aircraft carriers. He'd just construct a larger vessel without weapons. It would be an ordinary ship. What was the problem? Long Xiaoshang, unable to out-argue Lin Fan, pondered for a moment before saying, I can try, but I can't guarantee success. Is this offer good enough? You promise not to defect to Han Jingjun. Lin Fan nodded. Agreed. But I'll collaborate with Han Jingjun on developing the 10,000-ton destroyer. You're serious? Long Xiaoshang asked, dumbfounded. Lin Fan sneered, when have I ever joked with you? The East Sea base has the Liaoning carrier. We'll definitely form an aircraft carrier strike group later, requiring other surface vessels. Destroyers are crucial. This project will rake in serious cash. If I oversee it, we'll save at least 10 billion. That frees up funds for a new carrier. Building that carrier could save hundreds of billions more, giving us money for the South Heavenly Gate project. Got it? In the end, Lin Fan was still focused on the South Heavenly Gate project. He'd long since lost interest in Earth's petty affairs. His true ambitions had always been space and lunar bases. Long Xiaoshang listened with his scalp tingling. He found Lin Fan's ideas wildly unrealistic. Young people always had so many schemes. But as long as Lin Fan didn't defect to Han Jingjun, that was fine. At the East Sea base, Han Jingjun stepped out of his office, clutching a screenshot he'd just taken. He hurried straight to the base commander. Commander, take a look at this. Han Jingjun handed the photo to Gao Yang, the commander of the East Sea base. The old general glanced at it and looked up in surprise. Is this the new design from that ship research institute? No such vessel design existed within the Navy. This must be an entirely new concept. Han Jingjun didn't mention Lin Fan first. He explained the concept of the 10,000-ton destroyer Lin Fan had proposed, then detailed the firepower configuration. Gao Yang's eyes lit up as he listened. Is this the destroyer from the 055 program? That can't be right. I recall when we proposed the 055 program back in '85, it was suspended due to insufficient national strength and technology. We're now reconsidering its restart, but the concepts proposed back then are already outdated. The concept you're describing, however, is incredibly impressive. Gao Yang chuckled. Which research institute produced such a genius? A warship like this would be the ultimate Imperial Guard, perfect for protecting our aircraft carriers. Not one of our institutes. It's a researcher from the southern base. You know the man Lin Fan. He participated in Operation Thunderbolt last time, single-handedly suppressing the Morrison carrier strike group with his hacking skills. Gao Yang froze. Lin Fan's feat was legendary within the Navy. When the Dragon Nation faced overwhelming pressure from the Morrison carrier strike group in the southern seas, everyone braced for a desperate fight. Then this master hacker stepped forward, took an unconventional approach, and directly hacked the enemy's command system, forcing the Morrison fleet to retreat in defeat. Gao Yang knew exactly who Lin Fan was. Him? Studying the photograph in his hand, Gao Yang paused before pulling a classified document from his drawer. He opened it and handed it to Han Jingjun, a warship design blueprint. It retained the traditional warship armament configuration: torpedoes, missiles, everything was clearly visible. Unlike Lin Fan's blueprint, where the deck was suspiciously bare. Han Jingjun glanced at it and found it uninspiring, lacking any real spark. Lin Fan's design is far more impressive. There must be something significant behind his approach. Of course. Ship design must be scientific. Our institute's designs still reflect traditional shipbuilding principles, but Lin Fan's approach is entirely different from our current thinking. There must be depth to it. Could we invite Lin Fan to our base for a detailed explanation? Han Jingjun smiled, finally revealing his true purpose. Commander, our Liaoning aircraft carrier will wrap up training soon. Next, we need to form an aircraft carrier strike group, which requires excellent ships. Lin Fan understands this technology, is young and bold, and has an open mind. He's exactly the talent we need. Why not transfer him from the southern base? Move his military registration over? Gao Yang caught on and laughed heartily. Surely a single design wouldn't make you consider poaching someone? What else is there? Han Jingjun chuckled. I knew you'd understand, Commander. I heard that Long Xiaoshang and Lin Fan are setting up some kind of electronic warfare unit at the Beijing base. Lin Fan has also agreed with General Zhang Yathing to collaborate on armed helicopters. Earlier, he participated in the Navy's aircraft carrier bidding conference and solved the arresting cable issue. I believe Lin Fan is a rare talent. If he comes to our East Sea base with our full support, he will significantly enhance our combat capabilities. Moreover, I suspect Lin Fan has even bigger plans. Oh? What kind of plans? Han Jingjun paused for a long time before venturing cautiously. Lin Fan mentioned his background is aerospace engineering, so I suspect his plans involve space technology. But I'm not entirely sure. The Air Force reports that the 5th-generation fighter has been finalized. Once test flights prove successful, mass production can begin. Yet our Liaoning aircraft carrier needs carrier-based aircraft. If we wait for the military contractors to plot along, when will we ever get those fighters? Personally, I think if Lin Fan can solve the 5th-generation fighter issue, there's an 80% chance he could help us develop carrier-based aircraft ahead of schedule. That's why this guy's value is just too immense. At this, Gao Yang grew serious, the amusement vanishing from his eyes. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll contact old Zhang in the south and sound him out. You're right, I underestimated Lin Fan's worth. If he can resolve the 5th-generation fighter issue, he can certainly handle carrier-based aircraft. Our aircraft carrier can't just sit there with empty decks. Our East Sea base needs this man. Gao Yan looked at Han Jingjun. You go find Lin Fan. This is an order. Bring him here. Use whatever means necessary. As long as he comes, you can bend some rules. Han Jingjun's face lit up. The boss's words meant he had carte blanche as long as the methods worked, legality be damned. After that, Han Jingjun casually mentioned the little day's matter, but Gao Yang couldn't care less. Hearing it was Lin Fan's idea, Gao Yang's face twitched. That kid was ruthless, he really went all out. Chapter 174, Techstar. Gao Yang nodded his agreement. Whatever happened, he'd take the fall. As soon as Han Jingjun left, Gao Yang contacted the Foreign Affairs Department, giving them a heads up about the potential situation so the diplomats would be mentally prepared. As for how to handle it when the time came, the Foreign Affairs comrades were seasoned veterans. They naturally knew how to control the situation. The diplomats were relieved, finally able to breathe easy. After all, when the little islanders caused trouble, it was the diplomats who bore the brunt of the frustration. When others bullied the nation right under their noses, they as the voice of the state couldn't curse or lash out. Without orders, they couldn't speak freely. Now, at last, there was a way forward. Minister Wang, the director, inquired, this approach isn't the Navy's idea, is it? The military of Dragon Nation was disciplined and organized. This solution reeked of street smart tactics. It's that kid Lin Fan. Director Wang chuckled upon realizing him. He's the one who proposed cutting off Southeast Asia's water supply earlier, causing quite a stir. No wonder that kid's got a dark side. Director Wang remembered Lin Fan while the man never did things by halves. The previous maritime incident had kept Director Wang busy for quite some time, visiting neighboring small nations to secure substantial benefits for Longwa. Even the eagle-eyed neighbor had softened its tone, tacitly allowing Longwei to reap advantages from these smaller states. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the water diversion plan again. The surrounding nations assumed China had abandoned it, but in reality, China was merely biding its time, observing their behavior. Should they ever disobey, the hydroelectric project would resume. After all, preliminary surveys for dam construction alone took years. Holding the initiative, Dragon Nation felt no urgency. Lin Fan made his suggestion and left it at that. Others would handle the details. If he could stream it live, he'd surely rake in a lot of tips. The thought made Lin Fan feel a pang of regret. Later, Lin Fan resumed teaching his students. These elite prodigies spent an entire day trying to hack his computer, but failed. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai had been brimming with confidence, eager to show Lin Fan up, only to find themselves unable to breach the firewall. The pair simply gave up. The other students were even more disheartened. They had all thought themselves quite capable, only to be effortlessly outclassed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was furious, you're all useless. I've never taught such incompetent students. How will you defend the motherland with skills like yours? If enemies breach our defenses because of your incompetence, you'll be historical traitors. Faced with Lin Fan's tirade, these once proud students fell silent. There was nothing they could do, their skills were no match for his, and they had to endure the scolding. Long Xiaoshan, who had come to observe the class later, listened to Lin Fan rant for 20 straight minutes before finally turning to Han Qingyan beside him and muttered, not a single one of you managed to hack into his computer. Han Qingyan felt too exhausted to speak. Zhong Ai sighed, he's insane. Absolutely insane. General Long, you have no idea how terrifying his firewall is. Long Xiaoshan couldn't quite picture it after all, he wasn't a tech expert. The more terrifying Lin Fan was, the better. He was one of their own, after all. Long Xiaoshan nodded sympathetically. Alright, now I'll explain the approach to hacking a computer like mine. Pay close attention, this is all practical knowledge. At these words, the elite students perked up instantly, looking at Lin Fan with renewed gratitude. Mr. Lin wasn't scolding them, he was actually willing to explain the process. They all perked up instantly. Mr. Lin was truly a good person. Lin Fan lectured for over 2 hours, then demonstrated how he effortlessly hacked his own computer and gained control. After that, he let the students practice on their own. As for dinner? Forget about it. Zhong Bang Bang bounced over to Lin Fan. What's for dinner tonight? Aren't you going to practice? While Han Qingyan diligently practiced to master the techniques, Zhong Ai openly admitted she was hopeless and saw no point in wasting time. Since Lin Fan was free, why not grab dinner together? Lin Fan was taken aback. Wow, you sure know yourself well, not exactly ambitious, are you? Lin Fan thought about it. His adult toys were already in production, and the high-end products he was developing were nearly finished. Since Zhong Ai was idle, why not put him to work? Lin Fan immediately replied, perfect timing, I have a task for you. What is it? Lin Fan explained his plan. Zhong Ai should go home and bring the doll from his room to the warehouse the villa Zhong Ai had lent Lin Fan as a base. You can try it out first and see how it feels? Zhong Ai recalled the matter, surprised. You've already set it up? I mostly finished it last time I went home. Do you have any rich kid friends you could recommend to try it out? Lin Fan asked. Zhong Ai glanced back at Han Qingyan. If her best friend found out, she'd definitely beat Lin Fan to a pulp. But betraying her bestie felt kinda thrilling. Sure. Long Xiaosheng, intrigued by the mention of a bionic robot, asked for details. He and Zhong Ai headed back together to investigate. Lin Fan headed straight back to the dorm to rest, but then Huiying called him. After meeting Lin Fan last time, under Zhang Xiaoyu's scheme, Huiying felt she had him wrapped around her finger. This time, she wanted to meet him alone. That's not a good idea. Lin Fan, I still have your IOU. If you don't come, I'll sue you for violating me. Lin Fan immediately panicked. No, I'll come. If it weren't for this old man needing to be a college student, I'd have you in a world of trouble. How dare you threaten me? But Huiying was a big fish. Lin Fan sensed that keeping an eye on her would surely pay off in the future. Lin Fan immediately left the base and hailed a taxi to a hotel. Huiying was waiting alone. Seeing her, Lin Fan instantly wore a look of unease. Sis Hua. Huiying immediately smiled. A mere college student, she'd already got him wrapped around her finger. You're here. Sit down and talk. Don't be nervous like I'd eat you. Lin Fan glanced around in feigned concern. Where's Teacher Zhang? I didn't notify him. I just wanted to see you. Why would you be afraid of me without Teacher Zhang? Lin Fan hastily shook his head. Sis Hua is a good person. I'm not afraid. Huiying smiled warmly at Lin Fan. Professor Zhang mentioned you have a bright future. I'm actually quite interested in technology myself. Could you tell me about some tech-related things? What does an entertainment star like you have to do with the tech world? You can't even come up with a decent excuse. How am I supposed to give you intel like this? Am I supposed to just hand it over to you? Lin Fan felt utterly hopeless at the thought. The Illuminati wouldn't even bother recruiting a decent, professional spy? This is practically forcing me to become a spy myself. Lin Fan quickly exclaimed in feigned surprise, Sis Hua, you're interested in tech? Are you planning to show off in the entertainment world? Forgive my bluntness, celebrities in this industry usually lack substance. If you can discuss academic topics, it'd be a huge plus. Soon, Sis Hua, you'll be the tech star of the entertainment world. Chapter 175, Visitors from the East Sea. Huiying thought to herself, is that really what I meant? I just wanted to hear some classified info to impress the Illuminati. But, her eyes lit up. Lin Fan's idea was actually brilliant. Celebrities in the entertainment industry know nothing about technology. If she casually dropped some tech jargon, wouldn't they be amazed? Huiying quickly replied, yes, that's exactly what I meant. Could you give me a quick science lesson? No problem. Lin Fan paused briefly before launching into concepts of aircraft carrier design. Our country is about to build a new carrier. It will feature a new layout and integrated bridge design that significantly enhances stealth capabilities along with electromagnetic catapults. Lin Fan started explaining in detail. Since Huiying didn't understand any of it, she could only try to memorize it by rote. 9 parts of what he said were made up, 1 part was real. When she couldn't remember, he had to explain it again, even writing it down. This is exhausting. You spies are making my job incredibly difficult. Why not just tell me who's in charge of the Guangdong Association in Asia? I'll talk to them myself. Scrambling for funding is no easy feat. Huiying was satisfied, feeling she'd suddenly grasped so much more. Lin Fan, you know so much. No wonder Zhang Xiaoyu values you so highly. Miss, Zhang Xiaoyu values me because he wants to steal secrets, not because I know so much. Zhang Xiaoyu understood everything Lin Fan said instantly, but Huiying was completely lost, so naturally she thought Lin Fan was incredibly impressive. Huiying thought for a moment. She should give Lin Fan some compensation. Here's 10,000 yuan, she said immediately. Take it as payment for educating me today. I'll need your expertise again later, so please share more with me. How can I possibly accept this? Lin Fan protested politely, but promptly reached out to take the money. Huiying rolled her eyes and chuckled, you can go now. As soon as Lin Fan left, Huiying contacted her contacts at the Illuminati. She didn't understand these things herself and wanted them to assess its value. But upon receiving the photos she sent, they were immediately alarmed. Hua Ying, this person you've been in contact with is extremely valuable. The technologies he mentioned, we need to know how far they've progressed. I want you to secure this individual. Hua Ying was utterly stunned. Since being recruited into the Illuminati by Zhang Xiaoyu, she hadn't provided any significant intelligence, just promoting the overseas opportunities among her followers. This was the first time she'd heard them take her so seriously. Is what I gave you that impressive? Extremely valuable, the other party immediately replied. As long as you can provide me with more intelligence, I won't shortchange you. You performed exceptionally well this time. I'll arrange for you to play the female lead in a TV drama, directed by a top-tier director. Hua Ying expressed her deepest gratitude. After hanging up, she was completely overwhelmed. Today, she had only intended to check in with Lin Fan and see how things went. And now, he was helping her land the lead role in a TV drama? Lin Fan was a treasure trove. Zhang Xiaoyu had never mentioned how useful Lin Fan was. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to monopolize Lin Fan as a resource. Hua Ying snapped out of it, furious. She was Zhang Xiaoyu's girlfriend, yet he'd kept Lin Fan's importance a secret from her. If you won't be fair, don't blame me for being unfair. If Zhang Xiaoyu could profit from Lin Fan, why couldn't she? Hua Ying resolved to reach out to Lin Fan more often, treat him well, and leverage his connections to propel herself to stardom in the entertainment industry. Lin Fan emerged from the hotel and immediately deposited the money Hua Ying had given him. He'd offered her a taste of the benefits. Once she got a taste, she'd be hooked. He'd just gained another avenue to make money. Now that he'd left the base, Lin Fan planned to head home and discuss things with teacher Zhang. Before he could get in the car, an unfamiliar number called. He answered, and Han Jingjuan's voice came through. Lin Fan, are you free now? Let's meet up. I'm in Beijing. Holy crap. Han Jingjun? This guy came all the way from Shanghai? Where are you? Beijing base, Han Jingjun replied, making it clear he'd come specifically for Lin Fan. But I'm just at the entrance, can't be bothered to run into that bastard Long Shashan. I'm here to discuss important matters with you. Lin Fan rushed back to the base and spotted Han Jingjun at the entrance, flanked by two men who were clearly his henchmen. Han Jingjun smiled warmly, though his expression was as cunning as a tiger's, as he greeted Lin Fan. Get in the car, get in the car. Hold on, what's the rush? What's going on? Get in the car already. Lin Fan grew wary. The more polite someone was to him, the more likely it was a trap. Han Jingjun said, come back with me to the East Sea base. You? Lin Fan realized what was happening. This was a recruitment attempt. Seriously, if you want to poach someone, just say so. Trying to trick me into getting in the car? Once I'm in, how am I supposed to get out? Lin Fan was speechless. I've got things to take care of here. I can't head to the Magic City just yet. Let me finish up first. Seeing Lin Fan had seen through his plan, Han Jingjun snapped, I'm already here. What are you hesitating for? Our commander has approved your transfer to East Sea Base. You're exactly the talent we need, especially the kind we desperately need. Wow, you sure move fast. You've got good eyes spotting my worth right away. Lin Fan considered it and asked, then can you help me secure the aircraft carrier design rights? What the hell? Carrier design rights? You know about aircraft carriers? Han Jingjun froze for a second, but quickly caught on. If Lin Fan could produce design photos of the Type 055 destroyer, then understanding aircraft carrier design shouldn't be a problem either. All things related to the shipbuilding industry. Han Jingjun looked puzzled. You want the aircraft carrier design rights? You actually want to design an aircraft carrier? Yeah, I know a little bit about it. The main thing is it's profitable. The carrier blueprints are already in my head, just a matter of time to pull them out. No need to coordinate with tons of people and departments to restart from scratch, wasting massive amounts of time and effort. And all that saved funding? He could pocket it. At least 100 billion yuan easily. After all, an aircraft carrier is a national-level super project. Spending billions on a single set of blueprints is perfectly normal. Han Jingjun stared at Lin Fan, inwardly speechless. He could guarantee anything else even if he couldn't deliver. He could promise first and figure it out later. But the rights to design an aircraft carrier? That wasn't something he could possibly obtain. That was a project requiring approval from the military commission. Ultimately, who got it depended on sheer power. Han Jingjun approached and stated bluntly, when I said it was possible, I was deceiving you. I truly have no influence over this matter. National defense decisions are beyond my current authority. I don't even have the standing to participate. The same goes for young Master Long Shang. He wouldn't dare promise you either. I'm not asking for guarantees. Just your full support for me to participate in the final design bid. I have my own lab, though my credentials and capabilities can't match other design institutes. I alone can hold my own against them, Lin Fan insisted earnestly. My involvement would save significant time and funds. It's not that I'm afraid to compete with them, but I fear unfair treatment. That's why I need assurance. Donghai Base must support my bid participation. As long as there's no underhanded dealings and they don't play favorites, what's there to fear? It's just that some old-timers don't play by the rules. Chapter 176, Is Big Brother Losing Faith in You? Lin Fan had long had a series of plans. From the moment he learned the nation intended to build a new aircraft carrier, he understood his limitations. As just a college graduate, he lacked both the credentials and prestige. Even with some recognition, securing the carrier design contract would be incredibly difficult. It was practically impossible. If he wanted to go to space, he could build his own rocket with a few million or simply hop aboard a foreign commercial launch, no big deal. The technology for that already existed. But China's new aircraft carrier was crucial to its future naval strategy and would become a cornerstone of national defense. If he were in charge, he'd never entrust such a monumental task to a young upstart. Unless he had proven experience in successful aircraft carrier design and his capabilities were universally recognized, but that's simply not the case. He may possess the theoretical capability to design an aircraft carrier, but lacking practical experience, his credentials and competence appear insufficient in others' eyes. China's second aircraft carrier carries immense significance. Its success would signify substantial naval advancement, establish the future direction for naval vessel development, and prove China's capability to design and build indigenous carriers representing formidable deterrence in warfare. Lin Fan understood clearly that with the Eagle's meddling, the international landscape was shifting toward the rising sun. The decline of the Western world was inevitable, and this brought immense risks for the third season. In this context, the aircraft carrier project carries even greater historical weight. Success would make him a national hero, failure would be a disgrace. To secure the aircraft carrier design rights, he needed backing, preferably from the Navy. Young Dragon Xiao, Han Jingjun, and other rising hawks were the ones Lin Fan needed to win over. The old guard generals tended to favor conservative experts. Only these new generation of hawkish generals in Longguo would be willing to strike a deal for the sake of military glory and war achievements. Han Jingjun felt a chill run down his spine. The scale of what Lin Fan proposed was staggering, too immense for him to even contemplate. Han Jingjun didn't lose his temper, only asked curiously, "Are you confident you can compete with those shipbuilding research institutes?" Lin Fan smiled confidently, "Just give me the chance, and I guarantee we'll have the most advanced aircraft carrier within 3 years. Within 5 years, we'll have at least 3 100,000-ton class carriers equivalent to the Eagle's Nimitz class. All I lack now is funding. If I had 100 billion, I wouldn't just build carriers, I'd dare to build space carriers." Han Jingjun thought to himself. He'd long heard rumors that Lin Fan was a little madman, but until seeing it firsthand, he'd assumed it was just folklore. Now he'd witnessed it. This wasn't some minor lunatic, he was the granddaddy of madmen. A college student daring to dream of designing an aircraft carrier and then actually building it? What the hell is an aerospace carrier? Han Jingjun desperately wanted to recruit Lin Fan. Regardless of whether his claims were true, if they were, and if Lin Fan joined the East Sea base, wouldn't all his achievements become the basis? Bring him in, and the research results would naturally belong to the East Sea base. The idea was bold, but the allure of success was undeniably tempting. Han Jingjun pondered for a moment. Suppose you fail. What would we lose? How could I possibly fail? Lin Fan shot Han Jingjun a look of contempt. You know nothing of this old man's capabilities. I'm guaranteed to win, okay? Technically speaking, that is. Right now, I'm only at a disadvantage because of my age. If I were a decrepit old man, who would dare say I couldn't do it? Given his own abilities, by the time he reached that age, he'd be a learned authority, a towering figure in his field. Currently, Lin Fan could only boast a single paper, one classified as confidential. His other scientific breakthroughs remained unachieved. Age is holding me back. Had I arrived here in my 40s, things wouldn't be so frustrating. But now I'm just a young pup. Han Jingjun was speechless. He explicitly said it was hypothetical. How could Lin Fan be so self-absorbed? What I mean is, I need to understand the potential costs of backing you. I have to report back to my superiors. Commander Gao knows about this, right? He is very interested in you, and Commander Gao is a bold man. He'd likely support you. Han Jingjun considered himself supremely level-headed. That was how a professional handled matters. He was seriously weighing the possibility Lin Fan had raised. Oh, I see. If we lose, you'll just lose some face and a bit of money, a few 100 million, maybe? That's it? What else? Lin Fan chuckled. Did you think you'd be held personally liable? Han Jingjun realized he was right. Supporting Lin Fan in securing the design rights was a significant matter, but losing would have minimal impact. It wouldn't delay the nation's aircraft carrier development. Was he not allowed to speak? Besides, if Lin Fan succeeded, it would be tremendous news. Han Jingjun didn't agree immediately. After studying Lin Fan for a while, he finally said, "Personally, I'm willing to support you. But the base will hold an internal meeting to decide, and there will definitely be people opposing you. You need to be prepared. I need to report this matter to the leadership for their decision." No problem. Lin Fan was satisfied. Securing the base's backing was no simple feat. I'll prepare some materials for you to take back. Have your Naval Research Institute experts evaluate them. And since you've shown me genuine sincerity, I'll give you something special later. Han Jingjun smiled, though inwardly he felt a pang of resentment. He was a major general with a promising future. Why did he feel like a beggar in Lin Fan's presence? I'm still in your debt. Trying to bribe me? Looking for a backdoor favor? You look down on what I give you. Han Jingjun smiled, but his meaning was clear. What could he possibly lack at his level? What could Lin Fan possibly offer him? It wasn't that he looked down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was capable, but gift-giving depended on financial resources. A college student who scammed money from Long Xiaoshang daily, how could he possibly afford to gift him anything? Han Jingjun waved him off. Cut the nonsense. Keep your money for yourself. Friends don't need all that fake sentimentality. I was planning to give you the blueprints for a new missile design. Forget it. What? Han Jingjun froze, staring wide-eyed at Lin Fan. You, a missile? Oh? Surprised? Very surprised. You know about that stuff? Now that's a question. Did I ever say I didn't? Lin Fan chuckled. A ship-specific missile with a range of 320 nautical miles, a stealth missile capable of low-altitude sea skimming flight. Whoa! As Han Jingjun listened to Lin Fan's description, a single phrase instantly popped into his mind: carrier killer. This was absolutely a carrier killer flying low over the sea, stealthy. It was undoubtedly a devastating weapon designed specifically for carriers. Brother! Brother! Han Jingjun grabbed Lin Fan's hand urgently. I underestimated you. It's my fault. So this thing really exists. Chapter 177, No Principles When It Comes to You. As a rear admiral at the East Sea Base, Han Jingjun was almost certain to become the future captain of the Liaoning aircraft carrier. While he might not care about other things, when it came to high-tech weapons like this, no military officer could turn a blind eye. Since Dragon Nation previously lacked aircraft carriers, it naturally hadn't developed carrier-specific missiles. Lin Fan planned to develop a specialized anti-carrier missile to expand Dragon Nation's arsenal. He could use it himself or sell it to allied nations if not needed. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The design is straightforward, with formidable firepower. The key feature is its stealth capability. Your East Sea Base just needs to chip in 50 million should cover it. I'll design it for you, and you can start production immediately for testing. If it works well, we'll ramp up mass production. Money isn't an issue. We have the funds after all. We're the East Sea Base, a major player in the Navy, Han Jingjun assured him, implying that finances were a minor concern. With the coastal region's robust economy, their base enjoyed substantial military funding. Submitting a report to the commander would surely be approved. The real issue is finding the right talent. Han Jingjun smiled warmly at Lin Fan. Brother, come join us at the East Sea Base. We've got everything ready for you, rank and all. As he spoke, Han Jingjun waved his hand, and someone immediately handed him a document. Brother, just sign here. I'll transfer your military registration from the southern base to the East Sea Base right away. Long Xiaoshang isn't good enough for you. Teaming up with me is where your future lies. Lin Fan was wasting his talent stuck with Long Xiaoshang. Only the East Sea Base could provide him with the grand stage he deserved. The East Sea Base had money. If you're willing to join us, anything you want is negotiable: houses, cars, cash, even a wife. Our female soldiers at the East Sea Base are stunning, military beauties all. Lin Fan glared. You're a general, yet you resort to such tactics? How can you even show your face? Nothing to be ashamed of. Our commander said as long as you're willing to join, I can use any means necessary. Even some principled mistakes can be overlooked. Wow, Commander Gao of the East Sea truly embodies the spirit of a wise leader. If this were my past life, I'd have bowed my head in submission. But alas, this old man now desires nothing more than to be a free man, no longer willing to be shackled by the military. Lin Fan chuckled. You're offering quite a lot. I'm tempted. Sign here. Just sign the application, and I'll treat you like my own brother. No, thank you. This old man has always been free-spirited and loves his liberty. Lin Fan chuckled as he pushed away the application form. Han Jingjun was speechless with frustration. Brother, how could you do this to me? I came all this way, begging you earnestly. Didn't we agree? Long Xiaoshang isn't worth it. It's not because of Long Xiaoshang, is it? Lin Fan said. My relationship with Long Xiaoshang is purely collaborative, just as it is with the southern base. Having my military registration at the southern base won't affect my cooperation with Donghai. I'm willing to establish a deep partnership with your base. I can develop various high-tech weapons for you, but I won't be stationed at your base. Han Jingjun paused, then looked at Lin Fan with a smile. So you're saying you're not really Long Xiaoshang's man either? Exactly. Whoa, hold up. That's not impossible. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit better. I mean, why should you have to follow Long Xiaoshang and refuse to work with me? So that's how it is. Han Jingjun realized that since Lin Fan and Long Xiaoshang were merely business partners, he didn't need to rush to win Lin Fan over. He could take his time, gradually winning Lin Fan's heart until he chose to follow him willingly. It was just like courting a girl. She was still single, just flirting with others, he still had a chance. If you wield the hoe well, there's no reason you can't dig up a good girl. Alright, I understand your meaning. Shall our collaboration begin with that missile model you mentioned? That was precisely Lin Fan's intention. To secure the full backing of the East Sea base, he had to demonstrate his worth. Han Jingjun was a smart man. He understood immediately. The base wouldn't support someone without value. At that moment, Han Jingjun recalled, "My commander wishes to meet you, primarily regarding carrier-based aircraft. You've solved the 5th-generation fighter issue, could you tackle carrier-based aircraft as well? 100 million. I'll deliver the blueprints and production processes within a week. Are you sure? Holy crap. I really made the right choice coming here." Carrier-based aircraft definitely meant 5th-generation fighters, but those were still in development. And Lin Fan claimed he could deliver blueprints and manufacturing processes in just 1 week. Even Han Jingjun, who knew little about the field, understood how terrifying this was. Aircraft were cutting-edge technology. Could aircraft blueprints really be produced so easily? Han Jingjun fought back his excitement. "Bro, it's not that I don't trust you, but you're just too young. You're still wet behind the ears. This is serious business. What you're telling me is as good as a military order. You'll be held accountable for any empty promises. Why would I brag about something like this? If it weren't for Donghai's deep pockets, I wouldn't be so generous. Once the money clears, you'll have the blueprints in a week. Then you can take them to any military unit and try building it, no problem at all." Alright. Han Jingjun looked into Lin Fan's confident eyes and found himself inexplicably convinced. Whether it's the real deal or not, you'll know by the person. A gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Han Jingjun asked Lin Fan to wait while he contacted Commander Gao directly. He explained that the other side had agreed without hesitation 100 million yuan for usable blueprints. Cheap. Way too cheap. Aircraft development projects cost tens of billions. Just the blueprint phase could burn through billions. Lin Fan wanted only 1 billion? That was a steal. Han Jingjun immediately declared, "The commander-in-chief has approved it. The funds will be transferred tomorrow. I'll stay here these next few days to oversee the blueprint work. Once it's done, I'll personally take it back." That's really not necessary. Lin Fan thought to himself. He didn't want to work overtime. If Han Jingjun stayed with him, wouldn't that mean he'd have to work extra hours on the blueprints? This is serious business. It's necessary. I want to see what you're really capable of, little brother. Han Jingjun intended to gauge Lin Fan's preferences. He was now certain this guy was seriously impressive, the kind of talent he'd never dared imagine. Knowing Lin Fan's preferences would make it easier to approach him strategically later. With the backing of the East Sea base, Lin Fan couldn't possibly resist. Potential, my ass. This old man hates being watched, it's downright suffocating, you know. Lin Fan quickly interjected, "You're a general, don't you need training? Don't you have to visit the lower ranks? Isn't your work busy?" "Work is hectic, but right now your project is the priority. Carrier-based aircraft are a major undertaking, how could anything else compare?" Han Jingjun chuckled, pulling Lin Fan toward the base. "Where are you staying?" "I'll be crashing here for the next few days." "Whoa, you want to stay with me? What's the problem? We're brothers. Sharing a room? Isn't that the tradition?" Han Jingjun said. Chapter 178, The Conqueror Buddha is furious. "Damn it. That's your tradition, not mine. I like living alone." Originally, when setting up the information warfare unit at the base with Long Xiaoshan, he also wanted to share a room with Lin Fan. Two guys sharing a room made perfect sense. Lin Fan threw Long Xiaoshan's luggage out the door, forcing him to move into the room next door. "Han Jingjun, you're trying to follow Long Xiaoshan's old path." Lin Fan grinned. "You know the saying, no room for others to sleep soundly beside your bed. I'm quite the killer in my dreams, you know. No problem, you couldn't beat me." Han Jingjun shrugged, unconcerned. Lin Fan was speechless, forgetting this guy was a soldier. "I snore. What a coincidence, I snore too. I was worried it might bother you, but since we're both the same, there's no need to worry about it." "You?" Lin Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. "I have stinky feet. The kind that could kill someone just by taking off my shoes." Han Jingjun scoffed with a smirk. "Bro, talk about fate, I've got stinky feet too. Let's see who stinks worse later. I've already admitted I'm as stinky as the national soccer team, and you still won't let me off the hook. You're shamelessly terrifying." Lin Fan sighed in resignation. Han Jingjun smirked triumphantly. This Lin Fan was a pushover. Trying to kick me out? Dream on. When it comes to shamelessness, I'll outdo even Long Xiaoshang. That's talent. Lin Fan paused, then gritted his teeth. "My girlfriend lives with me." "What the hell?" Han Jingjun was completely dumbfounded. "Girlfriend? You live with your girlfriend?" "Ha? No choice." He'd have to use Han Qingyan as a shield. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. "My girlfriend is here too, so... Well, that was that." No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't just ignore Lin Fan's girlfriend. Han Jingjun looked skeptical, fearing Lin Fan was pulling his leg. Where's your girlfriend? Let me see her. Lin Fan pulled out his phone, smirking inwardly. He knew you wouldn't believe him. He immediately sent Han Qingyan a message. Soon, Han Qingyan emerged alone. Her gaze toward Lin Fan held a hint of displeasure. Why did he only seek her out when he needed something? Where was he when she needed him? Han Jingjun was momentarily stunned when he saw Han Qingyan. She was stunningly beautiful, a perfect match for Lin Fan. But why did she look older than him? Han Jingjun pulled Lin Fan aside and whispered, "Aren't you a freshman? This guy looks way older than you. I'm living off her." Han Jingjun fell silent. What kind of relationship was this? How could he say it with such righteous conviction? So you're actually a sugar baby now? Bro, you've really outdone yourself. Han Jingjun felt Lin Fan's image in his mind shatter instantly. He glanced from Han Qingyan to Lin Fan, his voice trembling with anger. How could you do this? So what if I'm a freeloader? At least I get fed and it's easy to digest. How great is that? You make such a compelling argument. I'm speechless. But man, I look down on freeloaders. Now Lin Fan's freeloading and doing it openly. I really can't say anything about it. Han Jingjun felt a surge of anger building in his gut, with nowhere to vent it. Speaking up felt wrong, staying silent felt wrong, utterly stifling. In the end, he could only conclude that Lin Fan was a typical post-90s kid. Young people today were more open-minded, and freeloading might even be trendy now. Fine, it's his personal choice. What can I say? He glanced at Han Qingyan standing in the night breeze, her long hair flowing gracefully as she stood tall and elegant. He couldn't help but think Lin Fan had landed himself quite the catch. Lin Fan said, "I'll have someone arrange another room for you." That was the only option. Han Qingyan watched Lin Fan and Han Jingjun whispering to each other and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Was this all she got? What was the meaning of this? Lin Fan, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Fan promptly ditched Han Jingjun and rushed over. This time, Han Qingyan was the one who lost out. Who would have thought this female PhD candidate would be so loyal? Han Qingyan saw right through Lin Fan's scheme the moment she arrived. After all, she was a PhD, not a fool. That shameless dog of a man. Still, Han Qingyan found herself curious about Han Jingjun. Who was that guy? A friend. Han Qingyan felt annoyed, suspecting Lin Fan was lying again. Don't you dare be involved with any shady characters. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Lin Fan's status was highly sensitive, and with a spy like Zhang Xiaoyu by his side, any mishap could spell major trouble. But this guy should be fine. If he were trouble, he wouldn't dare come to the base. Noticing Han Jingjun's rugged demeanor, reminiscent of Long Xiaoshan's, Han Qingyan immediately asked, "He's military too, right? Dr. Han, you're sharp. That guy's name is Han Jingjun. He's here to deliver money." Money? You've been swindling people out of their cash. How can you say again? It's perfectly normal for this old man to swindle people out of their money. You should know that I even swindled you out of the cost of a single breakfast, you know? When living with Han Qingyan, Lin Fan swindled her out of several hundred yuan in breakfast fees, and before that, he'd swindled over 2,000 yuan in agency fees. Small gains add up to big profits. That's the way to make money. Lin Fan said, "Don't mind him. Just think of him as a rich fool." Han Qingyan was speechless. As she walked back to the dorm with Lin Fan, Han Jingjun stood at the entrance, grinning at Lin Fan with a knowing smile that only men could understand. Han Qingyan felt a surge of irritation. That smile held hidden meaning. She wasn't close with Han Jingjun, and the way he was watching her and Lin Fan like that could only mean trouble from Lin Fan. Han Qingyan grabbed Lin Fan's ear without hesitation. "What did you tell him?" Han Jingjun froze, then grinned even wider. It seemed Lin Fan and this beauty really were a couple after all. If they weren't, why would a girl be yanking a guy's ear like that? Glancing at Lin Fan, Han Jingjun felt a sense of revenge. Serves you right for using your girlfriend to refuse sharing a room with me. Karma's A. He watched for a moment before turning and walking away. Only then did Lin Fan swat Han Qingyan's hand away, rubbing his ear. "You're a PhD candidate, not some kind of fighting Buddha, okay? Could you be a little gentler? This is my ear, not some pig's ear from your family." Han Qingyan sneered coldly. If you hadn't said something to him, why would he be grinning like a jerk? Men are all the same. They won't know respect until they're taught a lesson. Lin Fan snapped, "He's laughing at you. What does that have to do with me? Go beat him to death if you want. I won't say a word. In fact, I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Do I look like some kind of violent maniac? Besides, that guy looks dangerous as hell." Han Qingyan retorted, "Am I crazy? Go beat up a stranger?" She was completely justified. It was all Lin Fan's fault anyway. Everything always gets pinned on Lin Fan, never fails. Lin Fan sighed. Truly, those who know you best wound you deepest. How did I ever end up knowing you, this conqueror Buddha? You. Daring to call me the conqueror Buddha? That's just too much. Chapter 179, Absolutely Take Them Down. Han Qingyan glared at Lin Fan with pure menace. You'd better behave yourself. Don't let me catch you badmouthing me outside. Or else, I'll make you regret it. You're just a college student, remember your place. Lin Fan was so exasperated he couldn't tell if he should laugh or cry. Are you out of your mind? Even the most ordinary version of this old man is your superior. Lin Fan retorted, you should remember your place. I'm your superior and your teacher now. Lin, I don't think I've ever heard you call me Teacher Lin. Care to give it a try? I'd love to hear it. Like hell, I'll do that. Han Qingyan shot Lin Fan a withering glare before storming off. Still seething, she spun back and delivered a swift kick to his shin. Bitch. Watching Han Qingyan walk away, Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. Dr. Han had been growing increasingly violent lately. Perhaps she'd realized her own limitations and had nowhere to vent her frustration. She must have realized the gap between herself and this old man. Her confidence had taken a hit. Lin Fan didn't dwell on it and headed toward his room. Next door was Long Xiaoshang's room, its light still on. Two old men sat facing each other inside. One was Long Xiaoshang, the other Han Jingjun. Lin Fan halted abruptly, pausing in the doorway to observe the two elderly figures. The atmosphere between Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun was as tense as two martial arts masters locked in a life or death duel. Long Xiaoshang was furious. Why did you come? I'm here on business. I missed you and wanted to see you. What's there to see? You're leaving tomorrow, right? No, I'll be staying a few days. Business matters. When will it be done? Can you go back once it's finished? I'll decide whether to return after seeing how things go. I'm quite satisfied with Lin Fan. Long Xiaoshang's expression darkened instantly. He glared fiercely at Han Jingjun, don't covet what isn't yours. Han Jingjun sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at Long Xiaoshang. I've already made arrangements with Lin Fan. We'll collaborate soon. What can we do? Our base has the money. Watching the two grown men spar back and forth, Lin Fan found it utterly amusing. Long Xiaoshang was speechless, shooting Lin Fan a sharp glare. What exactly are you two collaborating on? Han Jingjun chuckled, can't tell him, it's classified. Lin Fan walked in and nodded. Just some routine cooperation. The Donghai folks are willing to back me in securing the aircraft carrier design rights. Are you out of your mind? Long Xiaoshang couldn't believe it. He had no authority to interfere in such matters, and neither did Han Jingjun. Han Jingjun chuckled, how else would we know if it works? I'm just bolder than you, what you won't dare, I'm not afraid of. With that, Han Jingjun shot Lin Fan a triumphant look. He was a real man, after all. After speaking, Han Jingjun began resting, ignoring Long Xiaoshang. Long Xiaoshang pulled Lin Fan aside and questioned him. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Long Xiaoshang fumed, damn it. This guy really came to poach people. We agreed you can't betray us. But he called me brother, Lin Fan protested, looking thoroughly displeased. Long Xiaoshang snapped, he just called you brother. I consider you my brother. How is that the same? Lin Fan rolled his eyes with a laugh. Then why don't you kneel and call me your godfather? That'd really put him in his place. Get lost. Are you kidding me? Long Xiaoshang seethed with rage. That damn Lin Fan really had the nerve trying to take advantage of him. He turned and stormed off. Han Jingjun arrived and moved in with Long Xiaoshang. Lin Fan returned to his room, feeling quite pleased with himself. For the next few days, Lin Fan attended classes with Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun constantly by his side. The two of them were like door gods, never leaving Lin Fan's side. They became a sight to behold on campus. Even Zhong Ai and Han Qingyan felt hesitant about approaching Lin Fan. One day after class, Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun pulled Lin Fan into Long Xiaoshang's room. Long Xiaoshang opened his laptop and handed it to Lin Fan. What's this about? Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang exchanged glances, both grinning slyly. Han Jingjun said, we're taking action against those politicians today. We want to watch. How exactly? Lin Fan was speechless. Those politicians were still stationed on Flowerbird Island, having declared they'd settle there for 3 months. Meanwhile, preparations were underway in secret at the East Sea base. Within just a few days, foreign media reports finally began circulating on domestic networks. Upon seeing the news, the public grew furious. But anger was useless. The Dragon Nation remained silent, only repeatedly emphasizing international law and such. Long Xiaoshang looked at Lin Fan and smiled. There are no surveillance cameras, but we have satellites. Ask the aerospace folks to set up a channel for us. Let's take a look. Han Jingjun nodded urgently. Right. That's exactly it. Long Xiaoshang says you have connections with the space agency, they owe you a favor. Reach out and get us a channel. With your skills, monitoring the maritime situation via satellite shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Fan desperately wanted to retort, had these two lost their minds? Using Longhua's satellites just for a gawk? Did they think Longhua's satellites were just sitting idle? But he was dying to see it too. Lin Fan immediately contacted Director Zhang Ji, requesting a satellite channel to monitor the East China Sea. Don't ask questions, asking means we're about to conduct a missile test. Ha! We haven't received any cooperation requests. It's a classified experiment. Lin Fan thought to himself that Zhang Ji was still pretty cautious, but that wouldn't work on him. Seeing Zhang Ji hesitate, Lin Fan added, 10 billion. 10 billion. And it's US dollars. Zhang Ji, reminded of Lin Fan's previous space-related financial dealings, suddenly felt guilty. Alright. I'll send you the encryption key shortly. Lin Fan hung up. Han Jingjun looked at Long Xiao with disbelief. It actually worked. This time, it was Long Xiaoshang's idea. Since they couldn't go to the sea themselves, they wanted to use satellites to watch. But Han Jingjun was skeptical that Lin Fan could pull it off with the aerospace folks. After all, using satellites for spying was utterly absurd. But it worked. Long Xiaoshang smirked triumphantly. The space agency owes Lin Fan a big favor. Got it? Got it. That's the value of Lin Fan. Han Jingjun thought to himself, Lin Fan is such a waste of talent being with Long Xiaoshang. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with these two lunatics. After waiting a moment, he obtained the encryption key and immediately connected to the aerospace system. With a slight adjustment to the parameters, the computer screen displayed the ocean view. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at the view. The access Zhang Ji had granted him was to a high-definition meteorological satellite. On that tiny island in the East China Sea, a group of people, no bigger than ants, were setting up tents. Nearby, numerous fishing boats were heading toward the island. Lin Fan asked Han Jingjun, how many people did you deploy? 200. Don't worry, they're all tough guys. We'll absolutely crush those little bastards. They're all armed with iron rods and rubber clubs. Nice. After a short wait, the fishing boats reached the island's vicinity. A group of men rushed ashore, all sporting buzzcuts and exuding a fierce, almost gang-like aura. The moment they landed, they spotted the flag. Without a word, they charged forward. One man spotted the flag and charged forward, followed by others scrambling to join him. Within moments, the flag was torn down, tossed onto the ground, and trampled underfoot by the fierce fishermen. Chapter 180 begins. Those petty thugs were no match for the fierce fishermen. After getting beaten up, they had no choice but to board the boat. But not long after setting sail, the boat collided with another fishing vessel. Lin Fan and the other two watched from their dorm room, seeing only the footage, and even that was blurry. The people on screen were as small as ants, but they watched regardless. Lin Fan felt nothing, but Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun watched with clenched fists, their faces flushed crimson. Both were as red as sweet potatoes, their eyes gleaming with uncontrollable desire. Lin Fan disconnected the link. It took Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang a long while to recover. Han Jingjun sighed, damn it, we missed out on a third-class merit. Truthfully, his rank meant such an award was meaningless to him, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Yet as soldiers, the drive to achieve and make a mark was ingrained in their very bones, impossible to erase. Long Xiaoshang expressed envy. I really admire those brothers who went to the island. They really let off some steam. Too bad I couldn't join them myself, it feels a bit pointless otherwise. Lin Fan retorted, they're just a bunch of political actors. It's no big deal. Watching it was enough. What more do you want? Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang exchanged glances and nodded. True enough, but everyone was still in high spirits. Lin Fan held his phone, waiting a moment before finding the news he wanted to see. Shortly after the island incident concluded, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference. The spokesperson announced they had just received reports of a Sakura Nation vessel illegally ramming a Dragon Nation fishing boat in the East Sea, resulting in a maritime disaster. Upon receiving reports from fishermen, the Dragon Nation Coast Guard immediately dispatched personnel. Guided by humanitarian principles, they launched rescue operations for the Sakura Nation's victims. Unfortunately, the Coast Guard found nothing. The spokesperson solemnly expressed condolences to both domestic and international media. After these routine statements, the spokesperson's expression shifted abruptly. They declared that full responsibility for this maritime disaster lay with Sakura Nation and announced that Dragon Nation would initiate diplomatic procedures to demand compensation for the losses suffered by its fishermen, in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The press conference concluded after the spokesperson finished reading the statement. But online, the internet had already exploded. Countless netizens were giving thumbs up. Holy crap, that little bastard sailed onto our Huanyao Island and got shipwrecked. Serves him right, even the heavens couldn't stand watching this. Huanyao Island has always belonged to our Dragon Nation. Not launching a missile at them was already letting them off easy. This is so satisfying. I'm deeply comforted by this news. They're all dead? Holy crap, we've got to celebrate today. Hey, it's just a maritime accident. As a great nation, we should show magnanimity. The dead are innocent. May they behave themselves in hell. The underworld falls under King Yama's jurisdiction. Since Yama is one of us Dragon Nation people, he'll surely treat them well. Maybe he's just having a chat with them about the sovereignty of Huanyao Island. Lin Fan scrolled through the comments under the Foreign Ministry's official account, smiling faintly. As long as my brothers are happy, this kind of thing won't be a one-time occurrence. Killing a few people? What's the big deal? When this old man moves, he could flatten Mount Fuji. Too bad the old men upstairs are too polite. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the capital, several elders had just watched the press conference. This incident shouldn't have too much impact, right? A slightly younger elder chuckled, there will be repercussions, but nothing major. The Sakura family will protest, but what good is that when people are already dead? I hear Lin Fan propose this plan. To be fair, while everyone's satisfied with the outcome, that kid's methods were a bit ruthless. Lin Fan? The young man who solved the fifth-generation fighter issue? He's talented, a genius, but a bit too radical. I think it's just fine. Our dragon nation's youth should embody the spirit of a mighty dragon. Ultimately, this incident stems from foreign powers bullying us while our naval combat capabilities remain underdeveloped. We should accelerate naval construction and expedite building our blue water navy. The old men nodded in agreement. Behind the seemingly simple international situation lay a contest of national comprehensive strength. Only by rising to prominence could the dragon nation assert its dominance over Asia and indeed, the world. The old men stopped discussing the news and turned to aircraft carriers and military development. Lin Fan had finished reading the news and headed to the small cafeteria for dinner with Long Xiao and Han Jingjun. It was already evening, and Han Jingjun was treating them. The three ordered a table full of dishes. Han Jingjun stared at the mountain of food and fumed, "Are you guys trying to rip me off?" The total came to 4,000 yuan cheaper than a restaurant, but extravagant for just 3 people. Long Xiaoshang retorted, "Lin Fan ordered it. Aren't you the one with money?" Han Jingjun, remembering he was representing the East Sea base and needed to maintain his wealthy persona, quickly retorted, "Of course I don't mind if Lin Fan ordered it, but why are you taking advantage of me, Long Xiaoshang? How can we possibly finish all this food? I'm worried about the waste." Lin Fan quickly interjected, "It won't go to waste, we can feed it to the cattle and horses." "What cattle and horses?" Long Xiaoshang shut up immediately. He already understood what Lin Fan meant by cows and horses. He really didn't want to name names with Han Jingjun. Lin Fan, however, didn't seem to care. "Just my students. They've got a battle tonight. We'll treat them to our leftovers." Han Jingjun was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. "You treat your students like cattle and horses? Well, they're still a long way from being oxen and horses, but they'll do for now." Han Jingjun retorted, "Being your student must be the worst luck anyone could ever have. You know nothing. Meeting an old master like me is the fortune of a lifetime for them. Once we attack the base tonight, these guys will absolutely shine. They'll become the future experts in Dragon Nation's electronic warfare field. These disciples will train countless more electronic warfare talents, their legacy enduring through generations." Today marked the 20th day of Lin Fan's training with these students and the day he planned to launch the attack on the base. As the three ate, Zhang Yifeng walked in with his men, grinning broadly. He plopped down next to Lin Fan and rolled up his sleeves with unbridled arrogance. "Kid, today's the day, right?" "You bet it is, old man. Just wait until you're scared to death." "Pfft, trying to scare me?" Zhang Yifeng sneered coldly. "I don't buy it. You think some crappy electronic warfare can take out my base? Mark my words, I've ordered all units to tighten security, shut down all communications, and ban any electronic devices tonight." Zhang Yifeng looked at Lin Fan smugly. With these precautions in place, he couldn't imagine Lin Fan still being able to attack the base. Lin Fan laughed. "You know nothing about electronic warfare. Cut the crap. You're doomed this time. We'll see about that." Lin Fan took a sip of soup and picked up the phone. "Begin." Chapter 181, Laugh now, cry later. Zhang Yifeng sneered coldly. While he admired Lin Fan's confidence, they were now enemies, so there was no need for courtesy. Turning to face Lin Fan, he laughed icily, took a sip of wine, and said, "You say start, and my base is gone?" Lin Fan chuckled, "Why the rush, old general? You'll find out soon enough. Give the kids some time, it's their first real combat mission. They're bound to be a bit slow." Though the Dragon Nation now prioritized information technology and its military was advancing toward informatization, when it came to electronic warfare, they were like blind men groping an elephant lacking any systematic operational doctrine. Lin Fan had confidence in his students. After his training, these elite graduates from the National Defense University, though still green, had already internalized the principles of electronic warfare. Lin Fan had trained them with ruthless efficiency, failed the assessment, get kicked out. Of the 40-plus students, not a single one had been eliminated. While their abilities varied, every single one met the qualification threshold. The individuals recruited by Long Xiaoshang possessed excellent foundational skills and strict discipline. In short, their overall quality was exceptionally high. Had it not been so, he wouldn't have had the patience to train them for over 20 days. He could spot potential at a glance. Among Lin Fan's students, Luo Jia, the female student, wasn't even the most outstanding. Her abilities were average. The most exceptional student was a boy from the mountains. Lin Fan held this usually quiet boy in high regard. After all, in another timeline, this Zhang Haiming was one of his disciples, a future titan in the global electronic warfare industry. Having discovered Zhang Haiming here, Lin Fan didn't give him special treatment, but knowing he was present gave Lin Fan a sense of reassurance. Don't talk big, kid. I've already ordered all communications shut down tonight. If I can't communicate, how are you going to hack in? Zhang Yifeng laughed triumphantly. Don't blame me for bullying you. You told me you'd attack my base today. You only have 4 hours after all, the base's copper-plated shields can't stay down too long. If you haven't successfully breached my base by midnight, I win. Then you'll behave yourself and become my research dog, compensating for the damage to my base. Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang exchanged glances, both feeling rather disheartened. General Zhang Yifeng was clearly trying to steal their man. But in front of General Zhang, the two juniors dared not say anything, left only with helpless frustration. Lin Fan smiled at Zhang Yifeng, replying casually, fine. If I win, our partnership is sealed. Deal. If you win, I'll give you 500 million right here on the spot to develop armed helicopters. Future collaborations? No problem, I'll have your back. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you, you old mad dog. Lin Fan felt the aircraft carrier design rights beckoning to him. Though Zhang Yifeng was an army commander with no direct ties to aircraft carriers, his position as Beijing Military Region Commander carried immense weight. Within the Dragon Nation's military, there were divisions among the branches, but the higher one climbed, the fewer people there were and the heavier their influence carried. At Zhang Yifeng's level, his sway transcended military branches. That old bastard will be Dragon Nation's defense minister someday. In the era of the Grand Navy, with an old codger like Zhang Yifeng as defense minister, warships would roll off the assembly line like dumplings. Lin Fan chuckled, you're in for a real eye-opener. Warfare in this new era will surpass your wildest imagination. There's a tactic in electronic warfare called strategic deception. It should be commencing now. Old General, is the command post ready? Let's go take a look. Zhang Yifeng chuckled, the command center is naturally ready. A few old-timers have even come to observe. This time, I'm going to knock some sense into you. You wish. Lin Fan practically spat the words out, leaving Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang utterly dumbfounded. That bastard Lin Fan, how dare he speak to old man Zhang Yifeng like that? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death by Zhang Yifeng? This old bastard was notorious throughout the military for his lack of martial ethics. Zhang Yifeng gave a cold chuckle and turned to lead everyone to the command center. Inside the command center, besides Zhang Yifeng, there were several other old men. They sat quietly in the back row of chairs, among them Long Xiaoshang's father. Several old men eyed Lin Fan curiously. Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun, who usually carried themselves with great importance, instantly became submissive in front of these elders, not daring to breathe loudly. Lin Fan, however, remained completely unfazed. After all, in his previous life, he'd seen it all. A dozen or so old men? Nothing special. Han Jingjun asked in surprise, aren't you nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Those are all renowned veterans in the military, Han Jingjun whispered. Lin Fan shot a glance at the old men, just a bunch of decrepit geezers. They're all the same, dirty-minded and rotten to the core. Recalling how Wang, the aerospace tycoon, had swindled him out of 10 billion, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for old farts. Old farts are all rotten to the core. Han Jingjun gave Lin Fan a helpless, bitter smile. Holy, you actually call those guys old farts? That takes some guts. That's Lin Fan for you. What's old Zhang going to say tonight? We came specifically to see this electronic countermeasure stuff. How exactly does it work? Just don't let us down. Losing to a youngster would be a huge embarrassment for you. Zhang Yifeng blared. We haven't even started yet. How the hell have I lost? If you can't talk the talk, shut your mouth. Besides, I'm fully prepared. If he thinks he can hack my base, he's dreaming. Good, well said. Don't let that youngster ride roughshod over us. Teach him a lesson he won't forget. These kids today are arrogant as hell, utterly disrespectful. I've heard of this Lin Fan talented, sure, but he treats his elders like dirt. I hear he called those 5th-gen fighter experts complete trash. That kid's water cutoff incident caused such a huge mess. He's just never suffered hardship. Old Zhang, this time, all of us old-timers are counting on you to save our faces. Zhang Yifeng chuckled. Don't worry. He won't get in today. Once I win, drinks are on me. The group of old men roared with laughter, utterly unconcerned with discipline. No rules could ever apply to them. General Long chuckled, I trust Lin Fan's abilities, but old Zhang, don't underestimate him. Zhang Yifeng sneered coldly, of course you believe in Lin Fan, he's partnered with your son. Just wait till I slap that mouth of his. Don't you dare plead for mercy, then your son's old man won't hold back either. General Long's eyes widened in fury. With that, if Lin Fan lost, he truly would have no grounds to intercede. That stubborn old man Zhang Yifeng had just sealed off his escape route with a single sentence. The match hasn't even started yet, and you're already losing your mind. Seeing the old general at a loss for words, Zhang Yifeng burst into delighted laughter. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yifeng and said, laugh all you want now. You'll cry later. Chapter 182, No More Laughter. Pa. Kid, I'll slap that smug look right off your face. When you lose, you'll be begging for a beating. Zhang Yifeng glanced at Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun, then suddenly snapped, neither of you will get away with this. Long Xiaoshang was speechless. Han Jingjun quickly protested, Commander, I just got here. I didn't get involved. Why are you beating me too? I don't like the look of you. Do I need a reason to beat you? Han Jingjun immediately slickened his face, no need. If you want to hit me, go ahead. I'm so innocent. Han Jingjun quickly turned to Lin Fan, are you sure you can win? If not, just admit defeat. At least you'll get beaten less. What a wimp. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, then turned his attention back to the large screen. He glanced at the time on his phone and said nothing. By now, his disciples should have started preparing their attacks. Han Jingjun whispered to Lin Fan, losing isn't the end of the world. At worst, you'll be bedridden for half a month, no one's going to kill you. They won't really execute you. When we see the old man later, we'll be more humble. You need to break that habit of talking big. But look on the bright side, it's just the old master showing he cares about you. Lin Fan was utterly annoyed. Han Jingjun was like a pesky fly. If you love affection so much, tell the old men to shower you with more. I'm doing this for your own good. How can you be so ungrateful? Thanks for the concern, but I don't need it, Lin Fan sneered. This is high-tech warfare. War, huh? Look how cocky you've gotten. Han Jingjun sighed. This time, Lin Fan had really set him up. Glancing at the time, Lin Fan saw Zhang Yifeng chatting happily with the old men and called out, Old Zhang, watch the big screen. The old men immediately stopped chatting and turned to glare at Lin Fan with disdain. Zhang Yifeng smirked triumphantly. Kid, wanna give you a chance? You can still admit defeat now. I might let you off easy. I'll give you the same deal. Think it over. Put. Bring it on then. Zhang Yifeng's killing intent flared instantly. Taking it means war. I won't hold back. Lin Fan stared confidently at the large screen. Just then, several red signals suddenly appeared on the display. Immediately, personnel reported, Commander, foreign aircraft detected over the East China Sea, heading this way. Zhang Yifeng scoffed. Lin Fan, is this the foreign aircraft you created? Do you take me for a fool? Flying from the East China Sea to the capital? It was obvious that such a scenario was highly improbable. Lin Fan intended to mobilize the base's forces to exploit this apparent flaw. No sooner had he finished speaking than the signals vanished from the screen. Zhang Yifeng chuckled, I saw through your plan, so you abandoned it? Lin Fan smiled faintly. No sooner had Zhang Yifeng finished speaking than a staff member exclaimed in alarm, Commander, it's not a fighter jet. The ground radar station reports it's a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. The Tianjin observation post has detected the target and requests authorization to initiate radar tracking. Zhang Yifeng froze, disbelief creeping into his voice. Confirm the situation. Is it a foreign high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft? Did it come from the East China Sea? Confirmed. Ground surveillance radar has acquired the target. Signal feed is stable. Radar tracking initiated. Report, the Air Defense Missile Brigade has called in. They've received orders from headquarters and are now in launch readiness. Zhang Yifeng shouted in shock, when did I give that order? When did the Air Defense Missile Brigade receive it? Reporting, just moments ago, the Air Defense Missile Brigade called to verify the order. The command center fell silent. No one was stupid, they all sensed something was wrong and turned their gaze toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled, why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking, his smile still lingering, than another report came in, reporting, Commander. My communications are experiencing interference. There's a communication failure. Zhang Yifeng immediately ordered emergency repairs, but the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of profound gravity. Lin Fan chuckled, Old Zhang, got something on your mind? Damn it. Zhang Yifeng shot Lin Fan a fierce glare. How did you pull that off? Needless to say, the unusual activity of the Air Defense Missile Brigade was undoubtedly linked to Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled, your base can cut off communications, but the Missile Brigade's satellite equipment wouldn't dare shut down. We simulated the radar signals of external aircraft via satellite, which your radar picked up. Naturally, your Missile Brigade would react, they'd activate emergency communications. Any machine can be deceived. Zhang Yifeng remained skeptical. That's all well and good, but my base is still standing. He immediately contacted the Air Defense Missile Brigade by phone to cancel all operations. Turning back to Lin Fan, he said, don't you know Air Defense Missile Brigade movements require command verification? Under this system, you're out of options now, right? Is that so? Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Old man, you've already fallen for it. Before Lin Fan could explain, communication with headquarters cut out. A technician reported in panic, Sir, we're under massive electromagnetic suppression. Communication failure cannot be resolved. Report, sir. Our radar is locked onto us. The large screen displayed clusters upon clusters of aircraft signals over 1,000. The entire screen was blood red. Zhang Yifeng's face twitched violently. Impossible. How could our communications be down? Investigate immediately. Find a solution. Identify the problem. Sir, we're trying our best, but the signal is weak. Ruling out human error, it appears our communications are being jammed. Lin Fan stared at Zhang Yifeng. What a surprise. Your base is as weak as a chicken. Zhang Yifeng roared in fury. You bastard. How dare you speak of my army like that? Oomph. Communications may be down temporarily, but my base is still standing. Is that so? Lin Fan pushed aside a technician, switched the display, then turned back to Zhang Yifeng. Old man, electronic countermeasures are never meant for passive defense, they're for active offense. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than the entire command center erupted. Reporting from the armored regiment. They've received orders to assemble immediately and depart the camp heading to. Zhang Yifeng glared at the reporting officer. Where is the armored regiment heading? Sir, the armored regiment says they're heading to the East China Sea. What the hell is an armored regiment doing in the East China Sea? Catching turtles? Taking a bath? They say they received orders. Sir, the infantry brigade, missile brigade, even the army aviation unit, all received orders and are preparing to leave their bases for designated locations. Their destinations are all the East China Sea. Unit commanders are asking headquarters if this is for a military exercise. Zhang Yifeng fell silent. How could this happen so quickly? His entire force had been mobilized. His base was still intact, but his troops were gone. They'd all been screwed over. Zhang Yifeng turned and roared at an officer. You're all useless. In less than half an hour, my entire force was mobilized by some kid. Chapter 183, Shamelessly Stealing Talent. Commander, the base is still intact. Isn't Lin Fan breaking the rules by doing this? Rules my ass. If he can command our troops, he wins. Do enemies follow your rules? Zhang Yifeng was furious, boiling over with rage. He'd made thorough preparations, waiting to humiliate Lin Fan. Instead, in less than half an hour, his own troops had turned against him. The humiliation came too fast, too unexpectedly. He'd given Lin Fan 4 hours. His own base couldn't possibly hold out that long, and he'd even issued the standby order. This was an open book exam, yet Lin Fan still managed to slap me in the face. My army of over 100,000 men was taken down by a mere 40-man squad? Damn it! Zhang Yifeng was itching to punch someone right now. Just moments ago, he'd been so smug, so confident, grinning from ear to ear, and now his face was as grim as could be. The veteran generals were all dumbfounded, exchanging stunned glances while remaining silent. Han Jingjun watched in utter bewilderment. How was this even possible? We won. Holy, it took less than half an hour. Just a few words, and it was settled. Long Shashan laughed triumphantly, all tension gone. He took a deep breath, chest puffed out, head held high, grinning like a fool. Ha! The army must be in complete chaos right now. I've done my duty. This electronic countermeasure? No countermeasure at all, it was a total slaughter. As easy as killing chickens. Zhang Yifeng, enraged by the words, stormed over and grabbed the old man Long Shashan, slapping him hard across the face. Before Long Shashan could react, the old man yanked him to the ground and began beating him mercilessly. You called my army weaklings? Massacre? With each insult came a blow. Long Shashan dared not fight back, curling up and screaming in pain. Han Jingjun rushed to Lin Fan's side, cursing, that old bastard has a heart of stone. Only near Lin Fan was it relatively safe now. Hearing Long Shashan's screams, the veteran generals finally snapped to attention. General Long roared angrily, Zhang Yifeng, you're out of your mind. Why are you hitting my son? That. I hit him, and if you don't like it, I'll hit you too. Zhang Yifeng, utterly disgraced, had no shame left. This was his own base, how dare you resist when he hit you? He'd beat both the old man and his son once they were subdued, no one would dare speak ill of him. After letting the old man vent, Lin Fan finally spoke up, Old Zhang, wanna keep this up? My guys can hack into your comms system any second now. Continue my ass. Zhang Yifeng released Long Shashan and immediately rushed over to grab Lin Fan's hand. My boy, I never imagined my electronic warfare unit would be so formidable. Excellent. I truly didn't misjudge you. Lin Fan, you haven't let me down. With a unit like this under my command, I can bully anyone I want from now on. Long Shashan covered his face. He wasn't actually hurt, just knocked around a bit by the old man, but hearing Zhang Yifeng's words, he couldn't hold back. Commander Zhang, this is our navy unit, not the army's. Zhang Yifeng smiled warmly at Long Shashan. Looks like you're asking for another beating. Can't you speak properly? What do you say? Commander, this is truly our naval unit. You're eating and drinking at my base. How can you claim it's not my unit? Zhang Yifeng sneered coldly. Even you're living off my resources. Have you forgotten basic decency? What kind of upbringing did your father give you? The old bastard won't listen to reason. He saw the electronic countermeasures were useful and tried to snatch them away. Long Shashan hurriedly protested, Commander, we're merely borrowing your facilities for training borrowing, I say. Is that so? Zhang Yifeng turned to his deputy. Did we borrow Navy personnel for training? The deputy shook his head immediately. Not at all. We invited Navy personnel to help train our electronic warfare unit. That's how I remember it. Zhang Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, then addressed Long Xiaoshang. Did you hear that? That's how it is. Your Navy personnel return to your Navy.
On behalf of the Army, I extend our gratitude for training our personnel.
Thank you.
Later, I'll have some local specialties sent to you as a token of appreciation.
Long Xiaoshang felt like he was going to lose his mind.
The Army was shameless.
He was a native of the capital. What local specialties did he need? That was just ridiculous.
Long Xiaoshang immediately turned to Lin Fan, hoping he would say something.
Lin Fan quickly looked away. This was between the Army and the Navy. It had nothing to do with him. Though he held naval credentials, his connection to the Navy was purely cooperative. Long Xiaoshang was so furious he couldn't speak. Lin Fan, you, say something. I'm just a worker. What can I say? I follow orders.
Lin Fan thought to himself, I still need to cooperate with old Zhang later.
How could I afford to offend him now?
Besides, he couldn't care less about some electronic warfare unit. Those people belonged to the state, not to him.
Zhang Yifeng roared with laughter. Look at Lin Fan, young Master Long. Such high political awareness.
We're all comrades, but you just can't measure up.
Anyone who crosses you is hopeless, but me? I'm different.
Long Xiaoshang tried to speak with the veteran generals, but they'd already erupted into heated arguments. Navy veterans and Army veterans each shouting their own views. The Navy veterans cursed the Army old-timers as shameless, grabbing whatever good stuff they saw. The Army generals gloated triumphantly.
So what if they snatched it? If you see something good right in front of you and don't grab it, you're a fool.
Both sides unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks.
Old Zhang's right. If they eat our Army's food and drink our Army's water, they're Army men. Do you think we Navy are dead? You old geezers about to kick the bucket anyway. Just go die already. Once you're gone, these guys will be Army men too. Better off dead, no more fighting over them. You Army bastards have no shame.
Your Navy old farts are just ranting in a rage now.
We're magnanimous, we won't stoop to your level. A bunch of old farts bickering like mad. Zhang Yifeng couldn't care less. If he couldn't win what he wanted through argument, he'd just take it by force.
Spotting Lin Fan, Zhang Yifeng hurriedly said, Come join our army.
What kind of future do you have with the Navy? It's a complete waste of talent. I'll transfer you to the Army myself and give you a major promotion. Lin Fan was taken aback.
Their rivalry had nothing to do with him.
No thanks. Our cooperation is enough. I still need to study, get my master's, and pursue a PhD. What nonsense are you spouting? You're already at this level. Zhang Yifeng retorted. Serving the motherland is your duty. Studying is just a waste of your time. How can I serve the country properly without education? You're the one talking nonsense.
Focus on poaching talent from the Navy instead of targeting me, Lin Fan warned.
Don't want the helicopter anymore? Right.
Anyway, since he was partnering with Lin Fan, he wasn't worried about Lin Fan running off.
Right now, he absolutely had to snatch those electronic warfare unit members. What can we do? Those team members are all students from the National Defense University, SEEDS.
Lin Fan chuckled.
Chapter 184, you guys are still useless. Zhang Yifeng understood immediately. Students meant they hadn't been assigned yet, and the implication of SEEDS was crystal clear.
With these people, he could train more talent, endlessly, generation after generation. This ridiculous contest ended with an inexplicable loss. Embarrassing, yes, but it also proved electronic warfare's immense potential.
Promoting it was a certainty. First comes the people, then the army. This principle needed no explanation. Zhang Yifeng understood it well. Whoever secured sufficient talent first would hold the advantage. Zhang Yifeng winked at Lin Fan. Not bad, not bad. All right then, that's settled. This has nothing to do with you, right?
Lin Fan had no intention of getting involved in the Navy and Army's battle for talent.
He'd stay neutral and avoid offending either side.
Han Jingjun sensed the tense atmosphere and immediately dashed out to make a call.
Commander! Commander! Great news! Lin Fan's electronic warfare unit has thrown the Beijing base into chaos in less than half an hour. Zhang Yifeng is shamelessly poaching personnel. What?
Commander Gao exclaimed in shock after Han Jingjun finished his rapid report.
Holy crap! In under half an hour, he'd mobilized every unit at the capital base.
Zhang Yifeng had thrown in the towel, and getting that old fox to admit defeat was no small feat, but if old Zhang was conceding voluntarily, it must be a real treasure. Han Jingjun urgently added, Commander, it looks like the army is trying to snatch our Navy's personnel. That old army commander has no sense of military ethics.
Long Xiao and I can't handle this alone. We need you and the southern base commander to step in. These are our Navy's talents. Once we've preserved the unit and contributed our share, the southern base won't be able to refuse giving us some of their personnel, right?
The East Sea base contributed nothing, yet stands to claim half the talent afterward.
It's pure free lunch. Commander Gao was delighted. Let's do it. The army is the largest branch of the military and they have the nerve to compete with us for personnel? I'll contact the southern base immediately. Commander Zhang of the southern base received Commander Gao's late-night call. After hearing the proposal, he cursed, "Old Gao, you're no better. Those are talents we trained at southern base's expense, and now you want them too? That old bastard Zhang Afeng is shameless now. Can you handle him alone? You're dreaming. I'll help you if you give me half the talent." Commander Gao smirked triumphantly. "Yeah, I'm taking advantage of the situation. Lin Fan is still registered with your southern base anyway. Why don't you just hand Lin Fan over to me? I won't take a single other talent." "You're dreaming. Lin Fan is our southern base's treasure." Commander Zhang thought about it and felt helpless. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have sent the guy to Beijing for training. He should have kept him at the base, then everything would have been his own. They'd sent him to Beijing for training because he had business there. Closer proximity was practical. Little did they expect that within half an hour of completing his training, this guy would force old Zhang to admit defeat. And it had only been a month. And he'd already developed combat effectiveness. Commander Zhang made his decision. Securing Lin Fan was victory. "Fine, I agree. You East Sea folks, keep your hands off Lin Fan. I'll share some resources with you. I'm heading to the capital right now. That bastard old Zhang is unreasonable." After hanging up, Commander Gao smiled faintly. His relationship with Lin Fan and the southern base was merely cooperative. Soon, he'd establish a cooperative relationship with the East Sea base too. Everyone was equal, but the East Sea base was larger and more established, capable of providing Lin Fan with more resources. He didn't believe he couldn't win Lin Fan over. A man like Lin Fan was a sleeping dragon. The southern base, a mere pond, couldn't contain him. At the capital base, Lin Fan left the command center. He said he wouldn't get involved in naval and land military affairs, and he wouldn't. He returned to the electronic countermeasures unit building. The first floor was ablaze with lights. Over 40 personnel continued executing the plan, their keyboard clicks raining down like a storm. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai led several classmates in relentlessly calculating communication channels on their computers, decrypting signals. Luo Jia and Zhang Haiming led 2 squads, one focused on assault, the other on disruption. Electronic warfare was combat too, requiring clear planning and precise steps. Yet observing everyone's frantic activity, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of disorganization. Though panic flickered across the young faces, excitement burned brighter. When they used their skills to generate false signals, manipulate enemy radar, and redirect enemy forces, a new era dawned. War could be fought like this. The feeling of having everything under control was absolutely exhilarating. I instantly forgot all the hardships of learning techniques from Lin Fan. "All right, halt the offensive. We're not proceeding with the follow-up attack plan." The group froze, their eyes immediately turning to Lin Fan with disappointment. They wanted to keep playing. It felt just like gaming, so exhilarating they couldn't stop. "Why, Teacher Lin? We were so close to taking control of the Army Aviation Brigade's command system. We're cracking the strategic missile communication codes. Within an hour, we'll likely be able to command them. You must be out of your mind. You dare mess with strategic missile communications? Even I'd need 3 days to crack that system. And there are multiple layers of encryption. Whoever breaks those protocols is digging their own grave." Commander Zhang conceded defeat. "What the hell are we still going on about?" Lin Fan chuckled, glancing at his students. "But I'm still a bit disappointed in you lot. It took you 25 minutes to succeed? Generating those radar signals wasted too much time. I feel utterly humiliated. You truly are the worst students I've ever taught. No contest." "No way, Teacher Lin. We only took 25 minutes. Isn't that fast enough? Put. Our military currently lacks systematic countermeasures for electronic warfare. We're in the early stages of military informatization and have no experience in information warfare. You think you're so impressive? That's only because you had no real opponents tonight." Lin Fan replied calmly. "Without opponents, you naturally got an easy win. It's like wielding a sharp blade to bully a child. If they still couldn't beat you, wouldn't they be useless?" Faced with Lin Fan's words, no one dared to argue back. It felt undeniably true. Their meager achievements weren't worth bragging about. Attacking Lin Fan's computer had taken them ages without success. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai exchanged glances. This guy was showing off again. Han Qingyan and Zhong Ai rolled their eyes. This guy is so annoying. Zhong Ai chuckled. Don't you think he's pretty cool? So talented. You're just a love-struck fool. This time Lin Fan had outmaneuvered them again. Han Qingyan grumbled. Sure, he's talented, but he's got a heart of stone. Zhong Ai chuckled. You just think he's heartless. That must be a misunderstanding. Besides, he's your boyfriend now. It's not right to speak ill of your own boyfriend. He's fake. Zhong Ai looked at Han Qingyan and suddenly whispered in her ear, Qingyan, have you noticed? Since you met Lin Fan, you've mentioned him so many times. I don't know his feelings towards you yet, but I think you've changed somehow. Could it be you've fallen for Lin Fan without realizing it? Chapter 185. Could it be you misheard? No way. Han Xingyan stared at Zhong Ai in utter shock. I wouldn't like him even if I liked dogs. Besides, look how he treats you. Zhong Ai shrugged indifferently. I'm an open-minded girl. If he likes me, great. If not, no big deal. Same goes for you liking him. Broaden your horizons, and the world becomes your oyster. But before you go all in on him, can I sleep with him first? Han Xingyan thought Zhong Ai had lost her mind sacrificing all principles for Lin Fan. But Zhong Ai didn't care. She whispered in Han Xingyan's ear, look at those young girls. They're younger than us, and the way they stare at Lin Fan is downright terrifying. If this weren't the base, I'd say they'd pounce on him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Especially that Luo Jiaxi hasn't taken her eyes off him for a second. Zhong Ai slapped Han Xingyan's thigh repeatedly. What do you think that means? Do I even need to say it? Lin Fan is just too amazing. All the young girls are smitten with him. We're old women now, we've lost our edge. Zhong Ai admitted she and Han Xingyan held no obvious edge over these young women. These university students had bright futures and were Lin Fan's age. Plus, these youngsters are bold and shameless. If we don't make the first move, we'll never get a chance. If we can't win Lin Fan's heart, getting his body isn't so bad either. Broaden your horizons, broaden them. Han Xingyan couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong with us? Does that mean no one wants us? Zhong Ai gave a bitter smile. Sis, you're living in the last century. What era is this? It's the 21st century. Men aren't just being lapdogs anymore, they're lying flat. You've never been to the matchmaking corner in People's Park, have you? Go take a look, which of those leftover girls isn't well qualified? They're all like us, stable jobs, decent incomes, independent and self-reliant. Yet none of them have boyfriends. Girls born in the 90s are chasing after guys from the 80s, and those born in the 2000s prefer older men. Women our age are truly old now, nobody wants us. Han Xingyan listened with her heart pounding, unable to believe it. No way, it's that terrifying? Terrifying? Zhong Ai sneered. Do you believe me when I say a catch like Lin Fan would be snatched up in a heartbeat at the matchmaking corner? Sure, he's just a college student now, but no one's blind. Once he graduates, he'll be something extraordinary. Zhong Ai was bursting with pride. Ever since meeting Lin Fan, she'd been convinced he'd go places. Her eye for men was spot on, far superior to Han Xingyan's. Her ex-boyfriend had been a damn spy who nearly ruined them both. A man with such bright prospects who could bring honor to his family? My dad would absolutely love him. Too bad Lin Fan doesn't feel the same for me. But whatever, this girl's got big plans now. It's not happening for me, so you better step up. Keep it in the family, right? If it flows to my bestie's field, maybe I can get a taste later. Watching Zhong Ai grow increasingly ridiculous, Han Xingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Thinking about it, Lin Fan was indeed outstanding, though admittedly a bit greedy. But that wasn't a major flaw. Han Xingyan glanced over. Lin Fan stood at the lectern, reviewing the details of their recent hacking operation with classmates. His confidence was undeniably striking. It was almost dizzying to watch. Han Xingyan rubbed her forehead when Lin Fan suddenly announced, overall, this operation was a success. Since it was your first time, it deserves to be commemorated. As a reward, you'll have 3 days off. Return for intensive training after that. No sooner had he finished than the female students swarmed around him. Everyone wanted to know what Lin Fan planned to do during those 3 days, hoping to arrange a get-together with him. Some female students even asked for his WeChat, directly extending invitations. The male students watched, feeling like crying but unable to, filled with helpless frustration. After a month of training, it was inevitable that some boys had developed feelings for the girls. Now that Lin Fan had granted them time off, they too wanted to ask the girls out. Instead, the girls were all rushing to ask Lin Fan out. They were all Lin Fan's students. Was it really okay to flaunt teacher-student romance so openly? Zhong Ai nudged Han Xingyan. See? What did I tell you? Outstanding guys never lack girlfriends, but outstanding girls end up unclaimed. All that's left are us outstanding ones. This world is seriously messed up. Han Xingyan rolled her eyes at Zhong Ai without saying a word, but seeing Lin Fan surrounded by girls left her feeling distinctly annoyed. As if Lin Fan would actually date any of those girls. He was far too busy. He gave them a perfunctory response and then turned and ran. Barring any surprises, the Navy and Army would inevitably clash over these people. After all, he'd been through it before, the two branches fighting over everything. His leave was just an excuse to hide. He had no desire to get involved. Before leaving, Lin Fan sent Zhang Haiming a message urging him to choose the army in the future. After all, in his world, Zhang Haiming was the army's ace. Han Xingyan and Zhong Ai watched Lin Fan leave and hurried after him. Zhong Ai teased, Lin Fan, so many girls asked for your WeChat. How many did you add? Your chance to be a player is here. Lin Fan scoffed. Playboy? After today's events, these girls were all prime prospects in the military. If he dared mess around, he'd get beaten to death, wouldn't he? Besides, how could an old man like him care about these students? They were merely his cattle and horses. My heart belongs solely to Sister Joan. I wouldn't dare mess around. I'm a straight-A student, you know, Lin Fan quipped. Joan AI rolled her eyes. Like I'd believe you. Top tier my ass. Come on, let's hit the hotel. Sis will treat you to a 6-star stay, and since I'm not shelling out $1 million a month to support you, forget it. Lin Fan's face twitched. Why did he have to be so mouthy? Joan AI was on a whole new level now, and it was terrifying. He quickly retorted, I have a girlfriend now. You'd better ask her if she's okay with this first. Han Qingyan immediately chimed in, I approve. You and Zhang AI go to the hotel. Lin Fan froze, staring speechless at Han Qingyan. Dr. Han, how could you? Zhang AI burst out laughing. Ha! Got you there. Qingyan's my sister. Come on, sis will take you to the hotel. Lin Fan immediately backed down. I'm sorry. I'm a decent guy. I never mess around. Besides, how could I possibly go after your girlfriend's best friend? What kind of person would do that? Han Qingyan gave a cold smile. Zhang AI looked at Lin Fan with contempt. What a dog of a man, all talk and no action. Just then, Lin Fan received a voice message from Zhang Xiaoyu. Without thinking, he tapped to play it. Zhang Xiaoyu said, Lin Fan, I've transferred 10 million to you. But don't break up with Qingyan just yet. Only then did Lin Fan grasp the full meaning, his heart pounding as cold sweat broke out on his back. He saw Zhong AI and Han Qingyan standing there, their 4 eyes fixed on him like icy daggers. Han Qingyan took a deep breath. What did Zhang Xiaoyu mean? Break up? What break up? Lin Fan forced an awkward yet polite smile. Dr. Han, could it be possible you misheard? Chapter 186, the old man actually felt a flutter. Han Qingyan stared at Lin Fan, motionless, her expression unreadable. She wasn't a fool, she'd heard Zhang Xiaoyu's words clearly. Recalling Lin Fan's history of swindling her out of money, a possibility dawned on her. Damn Lin Fan. He was definitely hiding something else from her, something major. Han Qingyan's voice turned as cold as ice. Misheard? Shall we listen again? You haven't deleted Zhang Xiaoyu's voice message yet, have you? Damn it. Why did Zhang Xiaoyu have to contact her at this exact moment? If Han Qingyan found out he'd sold her out, he'd be lucky to escape with his life. Probably not. At worst, she'd get a beating. After all, Dr. Han was a highly educated individual. Gentlemen can be deceived by proper means, but other possibilities existed. After all, Dr. Han was a battle-hardened veteran. Lin Fan's mind raced. Feeling danger closing in, he blurted out, Dr. Han, Zhang Xiaoyu is a spy. He's trying to drive a wedge between us, our closest comrades. You can't trust a word he says. That's exactly it. It's all Zhang Xiaoyu's fault. Thank goodness Teacher Zhang is a spy, otherwise I wouldn't even have an excuse. Han Qingyan sneered coldly, is that so? Seeing Dr. Han's indifferent expression, Lin Fan felt uneasy and immediately turned to Zhong AI for help. Sis Zhong, do you think that's possible? Zhong AI smiled warmly at Lin Fan. I'm not entirely sure, Lin Fan. I'm not very familiar with Zhang Xiaoyu, we don't really interact much. It could be one way, or it could be another. Maybe you really did something to Ron Qingyan. After all, you're as cold as iron, ruthless and heartless, acting like a total jerk. Zhong AI winked at Lin Fan. She wouldn't stick her neck out for him without something in return. This time, you're truly in my hands. This time, she would make Lin Fan agree to her terms before leaving the hotel. Han Qingyan nodded with satisfaction. At least this time, Zhong AI hadn't let love cloud her judgment and speak for Lin Fan. Lin Fan shot Zhong AI a resentful look. You're kicking me while I'm down, aren't you? Zhong AI sneered coldly. That's exactly right. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Lin Fan felt doomed Zhong AI wasn't backing him up. She'd finally snapped out of her infatuation. Lin Fan quickly put on a smile and sat down beside Zhong AI, wrapping an arm around hers as if channeling a green tea queen. Sis Zhong, you don't believe me either? If others don't trust me, that's one thing, but how could you not believe me? It breaks my heart. I'm so honest and kind. Lin Fan trailed off as Zhong AI raised her phone toward him, snapping a photo. Never had he done anything so shameless. Old man, my dignity is utterly ruined. At that moment, Lin Fan felt profound admiration for those green tea masters. To become a master truly required extraordinary skill. This old man still has some dignity left. Zhong AI turned back, phone in hand, and said to Han Qingyan with a smirk, see? He's playing the green tea card now. Clearly guilty. He must have done something to betray you. What a scumbag. Han Qingyan sneered coldly, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Speak. What exactly happened between you and Zhang Xiaoyu? What about that 10 million? If you don't explain clearly, Zhong AI, you'll have to deal with her. Zhong AI beamed. Does that mean I'm acting on orders? What the hell? Lin Fan froze. Han Qingyan nodded, shooting him a contemptuous look. He's just a worthless man. Do whatever you want with him. Best if you finish him off. You. Lin Fan felt like he could spit blood. How could such savage words come from Dr. Han's gentle little mouth? Zhong AI hurriedly interjected, enough talk. Let's go to the room. I'll take good care of you. Whoa. Lin Fan instantly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his back prickling with discomfort, his whole body trembling. Zhong Ai now resembled a fangirl, eyeing him like he was a dish on the table. This is criminal. Forcing yourself on a boy against his will is illegal. Zhong Ai laughed gleefully. So it's illegal. What are you gonna do about it? Even my Dr. Han has done it. You're man enough. I've wanted to bully you for ages. You had it coming for messing with my sisters. Zhong Ai thrust out her chest, glaring at Lin Fan as if ready to tear him apart. You're dead meat this time, puppy. You asked for it. Just be my little brother. Big sis will take care of you. Like hell. Am I that kind of person? In both my past and present lives, I've always been a pure, unblemished virgin. Lin Fan hurriedly protested. Sis Zhong, don't scare me. I know you're a good girl. Bull. I am a good girl, but... Zhong Ai's eyes sparkled as she hooked her finger under Lin Fan's chin, speaking with a rogue-like charm. But for you. I don't have to be a good girl. Zhong Ai grabbed Lin Fan's collar and dragged him toward the room, bursting into a booming laugh. Lin Fan's face twitched violently. He yanked Zhong Ai's hand back and turned to stare at Han Xingyan's icy expression. Help me. She's gone mad. She's trying to assault me. As my best friend, how can you stand by and watch your friend commit a crime? None of my damn business. Han Xingyan crossed her legs, her voice icy as she sneered. I just saw you trying to assault Zhong Ai. I'll call the cops the moment I turn around and report you for violating a woman's consent. You're setting me up. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. What a vicious heart. Zhong Ai clung tightly to Lin Fan's waist. Little brother, stop resisting. Just give in to me. I don't want your heart, it's too damn hard to get. You're a cold-blooded animal. I just want your body. Your girlfriend agreed to this, didn't she? Zhong Ai let out a gasp and lifted Lin Fan with all her strength. Startled, Lin Fan immediately sank down forcefully. Unprepared for this, Zhong Ai's hand slipped and Lin Fan knelt before Han Xingyan. Zhong Ai chuckled. What good does kneeling do? Was I the one who wanted to kneel? This was an accident, right? Han Xingyan glared coldly at Lin Fan. You dog of a man. Are you finally willing to talk? If you don't, I'll have Zhong Ai deal with you. What exactly is going on between you and Zhang Xiaoyu? Lin Fan grinned. Teacher Zhang and I are completely innocent. Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't kneeling, my leg just slipped. I wasn't kneeling to you. This old man's bones are as hard as steel. Just as Lin Fan was about to stand, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. A long, slender leg had pressed down on him. He stared at Han Xingyan in disbelief. Dr. Han's legs were damn long. Zhong Ai was dumbfounded. Her best friend sure knew how to play. She'd seen this move in her study materials. Was it the Queen's technique? Han Xingyan crossed her arms, her expression icy. Her long, slender leg pressed down on Lin Fan's shoulder like a bamboo pole as she said flatly, talk. If you don't talk, you won't be getting up anytime soon. Lin Fan stared at those long legs, suddenly feeling a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. His face flushed with embarrassment as shock washed over him. Had he, of all people, succumbed to worldly desires? Chapter 187, I was seduced. In his previous life, Lin Fan had shown no interest in women whatsoever, remaining pure and unblemished until his death. This lifetime was no different. What women? I saw through them long ago, nothing but painted skeletons, only hindering my research progress. Yet in this moment, Lin Fan felt a restless stir within him, a sensation he struggled to control. Han Xingyan's legs were truly beautiful, direct and supple. Han Xingyan wasn't bare-legged, she wore white trousers that hung perfectly straight, creating an absolutely stunning silhouette. Her long legs resembled a perfectly straight rod. No man could resist a straight stick. Lin Fan stared at those legs and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. So straight. They'd be perfect for beating grass. Han Xingyan jolted in surprise, her face flushing instantly. But removing her pants now felt awkward, and leaving them on felt equally uncomfortable. She glared at him angrily. What are you doing? Lin Fan, realizing his own reaction, froze in awkwardness. He managed to maintain a polite facade. It reminded me of the wooden sticks I played with as a kid. Your legs are just like that, stick, straight, round, and feel amazing in the hand. Zhong Ai, who had been listening, burst into speechless laughter. What kind of bizarre description was that? Was Lin Fan hinting at something? Qingyan, is he flirting with you? Han Xingyan shot Lin Fan a withering glare. What kind of nonsense was this? Was he trying to make a fool of her? Her gut told her Lin Fan had definitely sold her out. This guy had some shady dealings with Zhang Xiaoyu, and it involved her. Han Xingyan forced herself to look away from her legs. Spill it. What's going on between you and Zhang Xiaoyu? This whole breakup business? And what about the 10 million? Zhong Ai interjected. Xingyan, I said he was flirting with you. Didn't you get it? When a guy talks about sticks, it's never a compliment. Zhong Ai winked at Han Xingyan, convinced Lin Fan was hinting at something. Stick, she thought. Isn't that obvious? Han Xingyan shot Zhong Ai a helpless glance. How could her best friend be so dense? She deliberately avoided mentioning that incident couldn't she see? None of that mattered. Lin Fan was just changing the subject. This guy's doing it on purpose. He wants to gloss over it. Don't fall for his tricks. Lin Fan was cunning, shameless, and had a dark heart. Lin Fan quickly protested, Dr. Han, you've really misunderstood me. I wasn't trying to gloss over anything, I'm a good person. A good person would? Why did Zhang Xiaoyu give you money and say he wanted to break up with me? Han Qingyan pressed Lin Fan hard, her eyes gleaming with suspicion. Do you think I'm some love-struck fool like Zhou Mei? That easy to deceive? You could be. Ah. No, you absolutely aren't. Seeing Han Qingyan's gaze turn as cold as a knife, Lin Fan quickly backtracked. Zhang Xiaoyu and I just had a small deal. A very small one, as tiny as the tip of a finger. Lin Fan pinched his pinky to emphasize how minuscule it was. Just 10 million. Zhou Mei inquired curiously, what kind of deal? I've barely let slip a bit and you're already pressing for details? Adults' business isn't for children to pry into. Zhou Mei fumed, then you're just asking for it. Whether it's true or not, Qingyan will crush him with those long legs of yours. Zhou Mei spun around and sat beside Han Qingyan. Seeing Han Qingyan hadn't moved, she lifted her own leg and pressed it down on Lin Fan's other shoulder. Lin Fan's body sank under the weight. Sis Joam, your legs are heavy as lead. You really should lose some weight. Zhou Mei flew into a rage and pressed her leg down harder. You dare call me fat? Damn you, Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan struggling, she finally felt satisfied. My bestie and I stick together through thick and thin. Say whatever you want. If you don't tell us, we'll just crush you between us. Once you're too exhausted to resist, I'll have free reign. Lin Fan quickly protested, but if I'm already exhausted, what fun is there? Zhou Mei shot back, I can play with you. Got it? You? Lin Fan looked at Zhou Mei, exasperated and defeated. You're a college-educated woman. How can you say things like that? Zhou Mei couldn't care less, laughing arrogantly. Food and sex are natural desires. I'm a perfectly normal girl, okay? What's wrong with that? Just because you guys get to play doesn't mean we can't play with you. I'll just pretend you're a male model. Lin Fan glanced at the two stunning beauties, tiptoeing around the situation. He cursed inwardly, damn it all. This time, Zhang Xiaoyu had really screwed him over. The problem was that Han Qingyan seemed genuinely serious this time, unlike her usual angry yet indifferent demeanor. He might have crossed Dr. Han's boundaries. If Dr. Han truly got angry, how could he ever make her work like a slave? Once he secured the aircraft carrier design rights, was he supposed to sit there doing calculations by hand? Lin Fan was utterly unwilling. Aircraft carrier design demanded extensive calculations. Han Qingyan specialized in applied mathematical engineering for communications, a field with vast applications in this project. Aircraft carrier design, stealth design, and encrypted communications all required mathematical expertise. The volume of these mathematical calculations is substantial. Lin Fan could certainly handle them himself, but that would be a waste of time, wouldn't it? With talented people available, why not let them handle the calculations? He could focus on the big picture. Lin Fan paused, then said sincerely, Dr. Han, I'm doing this for the sake of our Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier project. Is that so? Han Qingyan's lips twitched. Keep spinning your yarn, let's see what nonsense you come up with next. Then explain exactly how this relates to the aircraft carrier? Zhou Mei's lips twitched as she chuckled, that's the most absurd excuse I've ever heard. Neither woman was a fool. They knew instantly that Lin Fan was trying to weave a lie. Even now, he still refused to admit his guilt. The two stunning beauties exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding clear. The dog of a man truly deserved to die. Lin Fan, however, saw an opening. Let me find you a reasonable excuse, he hurriedly said. It's like this building an aircraft carrier requires money, right? Teacher Zhang offered to donate 10 million to me. I was moved by his gesture. After all, Dr. Han, you and Teacher Zhang had a relationship. I used to think he was scum, but now I see he's actually a decent person. So I feel ashamed. We're just pretending to be a couple, right? I'm an honest and kind person at heart. It just feels wrong to deceive someone. So I told Teacher Zhang, I'm willing to break up with you. That's how it is, Lin Fan nodded, looking at the two girls with sincere eyes. Zhou Mei sneered coldly, I think you took Zhang Xiaoyu's money to agree to break up with Qingyan. That's more fitting for a heartless bastard like you. Han Qingyan nodded coldly. Lin Fan, you're such a piece of work. If you're gonna make up excuses, at least watch more TV dramas. Zhang Xiaoyu and I had no chance long ago. You think you can fool me? Han Qingyan dropped her legs, grabbed Lin Fan's ear, and twisted it hard. Your excuse isn't even as good as those third-rate screenwriters. You must have blackmailed him for 10 million using our past relationship. You're using my feelings for business, you deserve to die. Whoa! Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as his ear throbbed in pain. Holy crap, these highly educated girls are impossible to deal with. My ear's gonna fall off. It hurts like hell, Dr. Han. I'm just a broke student. Professor Zhang lured me with 10 million. I couldn't resist the temptation of money. It's not my fault. Lin Fan protested, she seduced me. I was forced into it. Chapter 188, Better the Devil You Know. Han Qingyan was furious. She glared at Lin Fan for a long moment, then stood up, tossed his ear back to him, and walked away without saying a word. This is bad. Panic surged through Lin Fan. In the past, when Han Qingyan was angry, she would still speak a sign she wasn't truly furious. But now, her refusal to utter a word meant she was genuinely livid. Zhong Ai sneered at Lin Fan, you're finished. Qingyan is genuinely furious with you. I've never seen her this cold toward anyone. Lin Fan hurriedly protested, it can't be that bad, right? I just took 1 million. Zhong Ai fumed, if you needed money you could have asked me or her. Why did you use her as a bargaining chip? Do you even consider us friends? Zhong Ai sneered contemptuously, you're heartless. Lin Fan scratched the back of his head, unconvinced this was such a big deal. It was just a little deception, right? He was just trying to raise funds. Maybe he'd been a bit disrespectful to Han Qingyan, but his intentions were pure, right? Lin Fan retorted, she and Zhang Xiaoyu both said it was over. I'm just recycling their past for some cash. Is that so wrong? That's her past, not yours. Zhong Ai's chest ached with anger. Do you even understand what respect means? Of course I do. I respect anyone better than me. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. As for those who were inferior to him, especially the arrogant ones, well, that was just a matter of shutting them up. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Perhaps I truly don't understand your mortal emotions. Since you do, tell me what I should do now to prevent Dr. Han from getting angry. Old man, I hold Dr. Han's abilities in high regard. For the sake of the aircraft carrier project, Lin Fan decided to make a concession. Zhong Ai retorted, are you being sincere? Her gut told her Lin Fan wasn't sincere. Lin Fan replied, what does sincerity have to do with it? I just want to mend things with Dr. Han. After all, few people ever catch this old man's eye. Zhong Ai stared in surprise. You've taken a liking to her? Yes, I hold her in very high regard, Lin Fan nodded earnestly. I simply cannot proceed without her. Without Dr. Han, he'd have to personally calculate the blueprints, becoming nothing more than a computer, a life utterly devoid of meaning. Zhong Ai narrowed her eyes at Lin Fan. So he fancied Han Qingyan? No wonder he showed no interest in her, but that was fine. Qingyan was her best friend, after all. If Lin Fan ended up with her best friend, at least it wouldn't be going to an outsider. Both she and Qingyan were older single women now. Solving one problem at a time was fine. Her perspective had broadened considerably. Zhong Ai quickly asked, are you being sincere? Of course I'm serious, Lin Fan hastened to reply. Dead serious. Otherwise, how could this old man tolerate her pinching my ears? Zhong Ai nodded, feeling a tiny twinge of discomfort that quickly faded. Fine, I'll help you pursue her. No problem. But you owe me a favor. Since you've set your sights on her, you need to help me solve my personal situation. What do you mean? Lin Fan sensed something off about Zhong Ai's words, but before he could ask, she laughed, there are plenty of handsome guys at this training session. You introduce me to one. Holy crap. Lin Fan shot Zhong Ai a weird look. Aren't you head over heels for me? How could you change your mind so fast? Zhong Ai nudged Lin Fan playfully. You're not going to date me anyway. This girl's broadened her horizons now. Didn't you notice? The world isn't just about you, there are tons of handsome guys out there. Several at this training session caught my eye. The only thing is, I'm a bit older than them, so it feels awkward. Introduce me to someone as smart as you. As for looks, Zhong Ai had already seen for herself during the training sessions. Lin Fan's students were elite from the National Defense University, handsome, fit young wolves. But when it came to physique, Lin Fan was no match for those students. Zhong Ai confidently draped her arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. We're all friends here. You help me, I help you. I don't want to be single anymore, you know? Is it okay for you to be an old cow eating tender grass? It's not like I'm eating your tender grass. What's wrong with eating someone else's? Zhong Ai sneered. You won't let me eat you anyway. Eating you would be against the boy's wishes. You're right, it's someone else's problem anyway. What's it got to do with me? Better to see others suffer than myself. Perfect. Lin Fan immediately pulled out his phone. There are 22 guys in the training class. Who do you like? I'll call them out for you. You can go for it. Why not just go straight for it? You're already eating tender grass, what's the big deal? What are you afraid of? Let me tell you, these guys all have bright futures. After my training, they'll all be capable of standing on their own. Boys are going to get married sooner or later anyway. You're eating tender grass, does this old cow need to care about the tender grass's wishes? I think Zheng Haiming is a good choice. His family is poor, but he's got integrity. He's also the smartest and most level-headed of the whole group. If you treat him well, he'll be devoted to you forever. Lin Fan Bala said. In my previous life, Zhang Haiming was my disciple. Though he achieved great success, his marriage was unhappy. His wife was just an ordinary girl from the countryside who couldn't handle being a military spouse. They eventually divorced, and Zhang Haiming spent the rest of his life doing research with me. Lin Fan and Zhang Haiming were two old bachelors who'd settled for a life together. Since Zhou Mei craved a younger partner, the current Zhang Haiming was as fresh as could be. Zhang Haiming, huh? Not much of a talker. Kind of a quiet type. He's just shy and reserved, a bit insecure probably because his family was poor. Even now, he sends his entire monthly stipend of over 1,000 back home. Lin Fan sighed, looking at Zhou Mei with a smile. But you have money, right? You two could complement each other perfectly. I've never been wrong about people. He's worth every penny. Zhou Mei thought Zhang Haiming was quite handsome, just a 23-year-old lad. She was 5 years older than him, so she was getting a great deal. She looked at Lin Fan and said, "You're selling out your student like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" "My conscience is perfectly fine," Lin Fan retorted, completely unfazed by Zhou Mei's teasing. "A conscience? What good is that? What use is that thing to me?" Lin Fan immediately declared, "It's settled then. You'd better treat Zhang Haiming well. I hold this student in high regard. I plan to bring him along for research later. I intend to hand over the quantum radar project to this talented young man." Zhou Mei paid no heed to Lin Fan's words, urging him, "Hurry up and arrange for him to meet me." "What about Dr. Han?" Lin Fan bargained. "You handle that for me. After I've dealt with Zhang Haiming." Lin Fan suspected Zhou Mei was trying to freeload, but figured it wasn't a big deal. He immediately made a call and told Zhou Mei, "I've arranged it with Zhang Haiming. You can go now." Zhou Mei grabbed the meeting location and immediately left. Lin Fan froze. She was gone already? That was pretty hasty. Older women really know how to keep you on your toes. Chapter 189, Teacher Zhang, are you serious? Seeing Zhou Mei dash off, Lin Fan frantically called and texted Han Qingyan only to discover he'd been blocked by Dr. Han. This time, he'd thoroughly offended Dr. Han. Lin Fan decided to go straight to Han Qingyan's door. He knocked for a long time before she finally opened it. She stared at him calmly without speaking, looking rather intimidating. Han Qingyan crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, silently observing Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt immense pressure, like being called out by a teacher in childhood. He cautiously said, "You're really angry. I knew you might be upset, but I didn't expect it to be this serious." Han Qingyan replied quietly, "It's fine. It's all in the past now." Lin Fan grew even more tense. Such utter calm meant Han Qingyan truly cared deeply about this incident. She was simply too disinterested to waste words on him now. "Don't be like this. I'll apologize. I was disrespectful." Han Qingyan gave a cold laugh. "You've always been arrogant and self-important. It doesn't surprise me that you see everyone else as mere tools." Lin Fan stammered, flustered, "That's not it. I value you deeply. It's just this incident, it was unexpected." "Unexpectedly found out by me?" Han Qingyan smiled faintly. "I disliked you from our first meeting. Your arrogant demeanor was infuriating. Later, I tried being your friend, but your heart is cold. You never care about others' feelings. Lin Fan, we shouldn't meet anymore. I'm afraid seeing you will make me want to kill you." Lin Fan was utterly embarrassed. "I did have a deal with Zhang Xiaoyu, but it was only to trick him out of his money. No need to explain. Your business is none of mine." Han Qingyan cut him off. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Zhou Mei is a good girl. I'm begging you, please don't screw her over. And I want you to stay far away from us." "Come on, that's a bit much," Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. "You're really breaking my heart here. You're actually upset?" Han Qingyan sneered coldly. "We're not the same kind of people. We met because of work, and it's best if it stays that way. You're exceptional, but we're not worthy of being your friends. That's all I wanted to say." With that, Han Qingyan shoved Lin Fan aside and pushed her suitcase out of the room. Lin Fan hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "Home. This isn't my place." Han Qingyan looked at Lin Fan calmly. "I'll remove the surveillance at my house and clarify things with Zhang Xiaoyu. Don't bother me or Zhou Mei anymore. Without you, we'll be safe. And yes, thank you for helping me." The door slammed shut. Lin Fan stood frozen for a long moment, utterly stunned by the outcome. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He turned and sat down on the sofa, overcome by a wave of bitterness. What's wrong with me? Why am I feeling this way over a girl? Perhaps it was because he'd lost such an excellent human computer. After sitting for a while, Lin Fan heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he saw Zhang Xiaoyu standing there. Instantly, Lin Fan stopped dwelling on Han Qingyan. "My money's here." Zhang Xiaoyu held a basket filled with goodies. "Lin Fan, I heard you were back. Look what I got you, king crab, beef. Want me to cook you a nice meal? You must be exhausted from all that work lately. Wow, even my mom wouldn't go this far. Has Zhang Xiaoyu gotten into the habit of bringing gifts? Seems like this guy really cares about me." Lin Fan quickly invited him inside. Free stuff delivered to my doorstep? I'm not turning that down. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't see Han Qingyan or Zhang Ai and asked, "Are you home alone?" Lin Fan quickly replied, "They're out." Perfect, he could invite Han Qingyan over for dinner now, or else Zhang Xiaoyu might catch on to something. Zhang Xiaoyu said nothing and went to cook. Lin Fan quickly called Zhang Ai, "You and Dr. Han come back for dinner soon. Teacher Zhang is cooking." Zhang Ai was furious. She had just met Zhang Haiming and hadn't even had a chance to talk properly yet. Now Lin Fan was ruining her plans again. "I'm not coming back. I have things to do." "It's fine if you don't come back, but Dr. Han needs to return." "Find her yourself. She blocked me and went home with her luggage." "Ha, serves you right." Zhang Ai chuckled. Lin Fan gave a bitter smile. "You girls are impossible, so inconsiderate of the bigger picture." He quickly added, "Please talk to her for me. It's fine to sulk, but she still needs to eat. If she doesn't come, what if Zhang Xiaoyu gets suspicious of me? Invite her over for a free meal." Zhang Ai hung up, called Han Qingyan, then sent a text to Lin Fan, "Han Qingyan won't come. Figure it out yourself." Zhang Xiaoyu cooked quickly, and dinner was ready soon. He asked, "Where are Qingyan and the others?" Without Han Qingyan, how was he supposed to manage? Lin Fan grew anxious. Probably something came up. "We'll eat first, maybe they'll be back soon." "What kind of business? Didn't you come back together? Aren't you two dating?" Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Zhang Xiaoyu was indeed starting to suspect him. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, a thought struck him, and he quickly said, "Teacher Zhang, I broke up with Dr. Han." Zhang Xiaoyu froze, panic rising. "I told you not to bring up breaking up yet." "Why did you?" Lin Fan broke up with Han Qingyan? That would definitely mess up his plans. Without Han Qingyan, he and Lin Fan would lose a common topic to bond over, and he wouldn't be able to keep tabs on Han Qingyan's side of things. In Zhang Xiaoyu's mind, Han Qingyan was also a key entry point. If he were with Lin Fan, he'd only need to keep tabs on either Lin Fan or Han Qingyan. But now that Lin Fan and Han Qingyan had split up, wouldn't he have to monitor both of them? Lin Fan sighed, somewhat speechless. "Wasn't this what we agreed? After all, you and Dr. Han had that kind of relationship before, and you've been so good to me. I really couldn't bring myself to. So isn't it better that I stepped back?" Bull. Zhang Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, but since he hadn't secured Lin Fan yet, he dared not lose his temper. After a moment's thought, he said, "Lin Fan, Qingyan, and I are in the past. These past few days, I've come to realize that you're a very reliable person. I can rest easy knowing she's with you. But you, well, you should win her back." Oh my god. What kind of mindset is this? For a moment, Lin Fan was at a loss for words, just staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoyu. "Teacher Zhang, your mental state is truly astonishing." "Ha? Well, I made a mistake breaking up with her." "Of course." Zhang Xiaoyu quickly added, "I have a girlfriend now that Hua Yingyu met. I just couldn't let go of Qingyan and felt a bit resentful. But after spending time with you, I've come to see things clearly. You two are perfect for each other." "Teacher Zhang, are you serious?" Lin Fan looked utterly incredulous. Chapter 190, Get Lost or I'll slash you. Zhang Xiaoyu replied with deadpan seriousness, "Of course I'm sincere. Qingyan is deeply emotional. You need to take the initiative, you're the man. Win her back. I'll tell you some stories about Qingyan's past." Zhang Xiaoyu immediately began recounting Han Qingyan's past. Lin Fan listened while eating, finding it quite interesting. Watching Lin Fan eat without a care, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "You still have the appetite to eat? Why not? You talk, I eat. This feast is too lavish to waste, especially since it's on the house. I can't let your kindness go to waste." Zhang Xiaoyu fumed, "You're driving me crazy. Go buy flowers right now and find her. What the hell are you eating for? Make it romantic. You've got money now, spend it on Qingyan. She'll definitely come around. Girls are like that, just sweet talk her. If I help Lin Fan win back his girlfriend, won't he be touched to death? Wouldn't he be utterly devoted to providing me with intel then?" Zhang Xiaoyu basked in his own satisfaction. Though seeing Lin Fan with Han Qingyan still stung a bit, he resolved to endure it all for the sake of his intelligence-gathering mission. Han Qingyan and Lin Fan together meant that when Lin Fan eventually leaks secrets, he could use their relationship to blackmail Han Qingyan into working for him. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Lin Fan pondered, "Teacher Zhang, flowers are expensive. My money has other uses." "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't believe his ears. Damn it. He'd just handed Lin Fan 10 million, and this guy was still being stingy? Lin Fan whispered, "The money you gave me, I want to save it for going abroad later. 10 million seems like a lot, but after converting the exchange rate, it's only a little over $1 million. Buying a house in the Eagle country will be tough, and flowers don't last long anyway, so This old man just can't bring himself to spend it. I want a freeload off you." Zhang Xiaoyu was so exasperated he couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. "You wouldn't actually expect me to buy you flowers, would you? A bouquet of roses costs next to nothing, you can't even spare that?" Even that would cost several hundred. To apologize to Dr. Han, ordinary flowers won't do, they need to be high-end, which means even more expensive. A designer bag would be best. They say a bag cures all ills, right? A decent one costs over 100,000. I'm still broke. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoyu understood Lin Fan's meaning. It's too expensive, so he might as well give up on Han Qingyan. Damn it. Zhang Xiaoyu felt an urge to curse. Was this even human? His girlfriend ran off, he didn't know how to win her back, and he was even more unwilling to spend money. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes fiercely. He'd endured it all for the mission, but whatever he'd sacrifice now, he'd definitely make Lin Fan pay back later. Damn JD. Fine. I get it. You want me to help you prepare flowers and gifts for your apology, right? If I didn't consider you a friend, I'd beat you to a pulp. Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I'll order the flowers for you. Actually, a friend gave me some luxury items, I'll prepare a set for you. Lin Fan beamed. Teacher Zhang, you're amazing. You're practically my godfather. I'll repay you someday. If you ever need anything, just ask, I'd be a dog if I didn't help. Remember your words, Zhang Xiaoyu said with a smile. He got up and left for a moment, returning shortly with a bag and a bottle of perfume. Here you go. My friend brought this back from overseas for me. You're getting a good deal. Teacher Zhang, your friend is so generous. I wish I had friends like that. Could you introduce me to them sometime? Lin Fan asked eagerly. Brought back from overseas? A real friend or someone from the Illuminati? Zhang Xiaoyu waved his hand impatiently, unwilling to waste words on Lin Fan. Go get those flowers from the florist. Go apologize to Qingyan. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Since Zhang Xiaoyu had gone out of his way, he couldn't be stingy. Teacher Zhang, I have something here for you to look at. It's information technology material. Didn't you mention a company was interested in IT stuff? See if it's valuable. If it is, ask them for a price. I'll sell it cheap for your sake. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. This kid had gotten a taste of the sweet deal and was already playing along. He readily agreed. Lin Fan, relieved, took his gift and left. Only after Lin Fan was gone did Zhang Xiaoyu pick up the materials. One glance left him stunned. It turned out to be technical parameter standards for the electronic countermeasures units being established by the Dragon Nation's military. Beyond basic specifications, it included detailed project documentation. Zhang Xiaoyu was shaken. He had clearly underestimated Lin Fan's value. This man had actually been involved in a Dragon Nation military project. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly snapped photos with his phone and sent them to his handler. Moments later, his superior called, "Excellent work. This intelligence is invaluable, you've earned major credit. Where did you obtain this?" Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Xiaoyu suppressed his agitation and replied, "From a student I recently met. He's assisting his advisor on a Dragon Nation military project. Push hard to cultivate this contact. Grant him whatever he desires. He's undoubtedly a core figure in Longhua's scientific research sector. This intelligence is exceptionally credible and vital. I have high hopes for you. Money, women, status, give him whatever he asks for." Understood, sir. He's quite greedy. He wants to sell this data to us. How much should we offer? The voice on the phone paused before replying, $10 million. That much? Don't be so petty. How else would you attract someone like him? His value far exceeds 10 million. You need a big bait to catch a whale. The voice on the other end chuckled. The Illuminati wouldn't bat an eye at that amount. Do your job well. You've earned a commendation this time. I'll report it up. Your overseas account will soon receive a $5 million bonus. I'll recommend you as the head of the Beijing region at our next meeting. Zhang Xiaoyu hung up, his heart racing. The reward money was trivial, what mattered was his imminent promotion to head of the Beijing region. This signified a major leap in his status within the Illuminati. Lin Fan truly was his lucky star. Lin Fan picked up the flowers at the shop, then haggled with the owner. Zhang Xiaoyu's order was originally valued at 600 yuan, but Lin reduced some of the pricier blooms for cheaper alternatives, successfully shaving off 200 yuan. Carrying the gifts, he headed to Han Qingyan's home in high spirits. When Han opened the door, a massive bouquet blocked the entrance. Lin Fan's face slowly emerged. "Dr. Han, I've come to apologize. I hope you can feel my sincerity. Here are the flowers, the gifts, a handbag and some perfume. It cost me a pretty penny." Lin Fan said with deadpan seriousness, "You're the first girl who's made me spend that much money. Do you feel honored?" Han Qingyan didn't respond, she just turned and walked away. Lin Fan froze. Dr. Han's reaction seemed off. After a moment, Han Qingyan returned wielding a kitchen knife, pointing it at him. "Get lost, or I'll chop you to pieces." Chapter 191, Absolutely no breaking up. "Dr. Han, this is completely out of line. We're friends, after all. How could you threaten me with a knife? That's a restricted weapon. You're teetering on the edge of criminality right now. It's extremely dangerous." Lin Fan was speechless. A respectable female doctor acting so volatile? They were both respectable people with no history of enmity. Why this hostility? And Dr. Han's kitchen knife was a famous brand, some Koizumi model. Lin Fan remained utterly unfazed. Everyone knew this brand of knife couldn't even crush garlic cloves. Plus, Dr. Han was a woman, the danger level was probably a solid 3. Lin Fan winked at Han Xingyan. Aren't you going to invite me in? Serving a kitchen knife to an old friend is a bit rude. Get lost. Han Xingyan was utterly exasperated with Lin Fan. The man was like a stubborn plaster. I have nothing left to say to you. Everything that needed saying has already been said. Lin Fan nodded. Then there are things we shouldn't say. Let's talk about those things we shouldn't say. Han Xingyan glared at Lin Fan. Was he out of his mind? Couldn't he tell she didn't want him here? Still clutching the kitchen knife, Han Xingyan sneered coldly. You think shameless tactics like this will work on me? I'm not some pushover who'll forgive you just because you say something nice. This time, Lin Fan had truly crossed her line. This man was shameless, heartless, and utterly devoid of morality, trading her away for Zhang Xiaoyu. Any girl would find such a man unbearable. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. Let's be clear, I still don't get why you're angry. Is it just because of that 10 million with teacher Zhang? You're shameless. Fine, I admit it. But in this whole affair, you haven't lost a single thing, have you? Lin Fan was utterly rational. Look, my deal with teacher Zhang has nothing to do with you. Setting aside your past, it's completely unrelated to you. Teacher Zhang offered me money and I made a promise to him that affects no one else. It's a win-win for both of us, a perfect match made in heaven. Han Xingyan pursed her lips, exasperated and amused beyond words. How could this possibly be mutual pursuit? What a lunatic. Is that how you use the term mutual pursuit? Han Xingyan was furious. You just don't respect me. You don't respect other people's feelings. Do you still have feelings for teacher Zhang? If you do, then yes, I'm disrespecting you. If you don't, then it doesn't count. You can't expect me to be responsible for something that doesn't exist. Lin Fan spread his hands, utterly candid. We're all high-caliber individuals. We should be reasonable. We can't fall into that feminist trap where whatever the little princess says is right and whatever the guy says is wrong. Han Xingyan couldn't be bothered with the back and forth. She simply couldn't win against Lin Fan. She couldn't very well admit she still had feelings for Zhang Xiaoyu. That was absolutely impossible. After staring at Lin Fan for a long moment, Han Xingyan said, Lin Fan, we're all adults here. Can we act more mature? Respecting others is respecting yourself. What a load of platitudes. Too bad this old man won't drink it. Lin Fan chuckled. Between you and me, I think the immature one is you, Dr. Han. You can call me shameless, unethical, or heartless, but let's be honest, haven't I treated you pretty well? Han Xingyan had to admit, Lin Fan really had been good to her. All her troubles had been resolved by him. Are you trying to make me repay you? Just say it. How do you want me to repay you? Han Xingyan stared coldly at Lin Fan. Whatever I can do, I will do. Then we'll never see each other again. Lin Fan shook his head. That's just too mundane. What exactly do you want? Seeing Lin Fan was completely unmoved, Han Xingyan grew furious. This dog of a man was like a stubborn plaster. She threatened him, warning she'd call the police if he didn't leave. Watch out, I might report you for sexual harassment. Lin Fan looked at Han Xingyan. I want you to be my workhorse, but I can't bring myself to say it like that. And he dares warn me. So irritable. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, let's talk inside. Let's go inside. Arguing here at the door isn't good, people might see us. After all, I have some dignity too. Han Xingyan sighed in resignation and unlocked the door, letting Lin Fan in. Once inside, Lin Fan immediately set down the gift he was holding, sat down, and looked at Han Xingyan. Dr. Han, what do you think of me? What does that even mean? Han Xingyan eyed Lin Fan warily, feeling like she might lose her mind. Was this guy mentally unstable? Lin Fan continued, while you're quite capable, you still fall short of the excellence I seek. However, I believe you have great potential and are worth cultivating. I won't look down on you. What do you say about joining me? Han Xingyan's eyes widened. Was this a confession? This jerk was hitting on her. Seeing Han Xingyan frozen in shock, Lin Fan waved his hand. Don't look like that. I know you feel unworthy of me. After all, the gap between us is enormous. But I don't look down on you. Han Xingyan was stunned. What kind of shameless person could say something like that to her face? Not good enough? Looking at Lin Fan, Han Xingyan felt speechless. This man was nothing short of a narcissistic maniac. He didn't seem that old, but he was greasy enough to scrape off and fry pancakes with. Greasy? Why so quiet? Did I hit the nail on the head? Don't be so down on yourself. I see real potential in you. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Work hard, and I'll help you. This time, he was genuinely sincere. Human computers weren't easy to come by. Han Xingyan laughed bitterly. Lin Fan, I knew you were self-absorbed, but I never imagined you'd be this shamelessly narcissistic. Are you done talking? You can leave now. You're actually kicking me out? Lin Fan was stunned. Couldn't she sense his sincerity? Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're missing out on? The chance to become a leader in the tech industry. Was this woman out of her mind? Han Qingyan stood up abruptly, grabbed Lin Fan, and shoved him out the door. Good riddance. We'll never see each other again. Watching the door slam shut, Lin Fan sighed in resignation. This old woman was utterly unreasonable. Lin Fan turned and walked away. He wasn't some pathetic sucker. He'd given her a chance, but Dr. Han hadn't seized it. No sooner had Lin Fan exited Han Qingyan's residential compound than Zhang Xiaoyu's call came through. He was far more invested than Lin Fan. How's Lin Fan? Did you two make up? Lin Fan snapped, Dr. Han rejected me. And your plan didn't work either, Teacher Zhang. I gave her a chance, but she completely blew it. What a waste. Seriously? From your tone, you don't seem too bothered. Zhang Xiaoyu was baffled. How could this be? Lin Fan and Han Qingyan were both his targets. If they were together, his job would be much easier. He could just keep an eye on one and hit two birds with one stone. Zhang Xiaoyu still wanted to earn major credit and become the head of the Illuminati in the capital. Lin Fan and Han Qingyan absolutely couldn't break up. Zhang Xiaoyu hung up the phone and immediately had a plan. Chapter 192, Still Can't Do Without Dr. Han. Zhang Xiaoyu made a few calls first, then waited for Lin Fan to return home. As soon as he saw him, he blurted out, I figured out a way. What kind of plan? Lin Fan was utterly curious. Another sneaky scheme to make money? Zhang Xiaoyu explained, I booked you a hot spring hotel. Invite Han Qingyan to go with you, then find an opportunity to sleep with her. Holy crap! You really spare no effort in helping me. Is this supposed to be touching? It's downright touching. But Lin Fan wasn't just anyone. He looked at Zhang Xiaoyu strangely. Have a relationship with her? What kind of relationship? You know, that kind of relationship. Zhang Xiaoyu hastened to explain, adding that Han Qingyan was a conservative person. Once Lin Fan had a relationship with her, she would definitely follow him. Zhang Xiaoyu declared with conviction, girls feel differently about the men they sleep with. How is it different? Lin Fan asked modestly, looking to Zhang Xiaoyu for guidance. I have no experience in this area. Teacher Zhang, do you have experience? Please enlighten me. Are you even a man? Zhang Xiaoyu stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Did he really need to be taught this? Any man would know. Lin Fan was an adult, young and strong. Had he never even thought about this? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan, finding it hard to believe. You've never been with a woman? Hey, I'm a respectable person, Lin Fan declared earnestly. Teacher Zhang, you must have misunderstood me. I'm a proper college student. College is all about finding girlfriends. You're not bad looking either. I could understand if you didn't have money before, but now that you're loaded, haven't you ever cheated? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and laughed. Teacher Zhang, you seem pretty knowledgeable about this. Have you been fooling around a lot? No, we're talking about your situation here. Why are you asking me? Zhang Xiaoyu nearly slipped up before snapping back to reality. She glared at Lin Fan and snapped, anyway, you listen to me. You absolutely cannot break up with Dr. Han. Why? Because I don't have time to keep tabs on two people at once. My relationship with Han Qingyan is strained right now, and using Lin Fan to influence her is more convenient. As long as Lin Fan and Han Qingyan were a couple, if Lin Fan disobeyed later, he could use Han Qingyan to control Lin Fan indirectly. Having Lin Fan and Han Qingyan together offered numerous advantages. But of course, I couldn't say any of that. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately said, I think you're a great person. It's such a shame you and Dr. Han split up. I'm only doing this for your own good. Teacher Zhang, you're truly a great teacher. Lin Fan grabbed Zhang Xiaoyu's hand, deeply moved. I've never seen anyone so eager to reunite me with my ex-girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoyu, you're definitely a good person. Lin Fan went along with it, alright, I'll take your advice. A hot spring hotel? Free stuff. Zhang Xiaoyu finally exhaled in relief when Lin Fan agreed. Oh, and about that company matter you asked me to check, they've responded. They're very satisfied with your technical documentation and are willing to pay $10 million for it. Whoa! The Illuminati really are loaded. That trash I gave them is worth $10 million? His little nest egg was about to swell again. Lin Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. Zhang Xiaoyu mentioned they needed more materials, and Lin Fan readily agreed, as long as the company is willing to buy, no problem. Zhang Xiaoyu studied Lin Fan, deliberately probing, Lin Fan, aren't you curious why the company wants your technical materials? That's the company's business. What does it have to do with me? Lin Fan leaned close to Zhang Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, the technology isn't mine anyway, but the money is all mine, right, Teacher Zhang? Besides, the technology will ultimately benefit the people, won't it? Holy crap! You really have no limits. But upon reflection, Zhang Xiaoyu found Lin Fan's reasoning quite compelling. Technical secrets belong to the state, but the money is mine. Zhang Xiaoyu slapped Lin Fan on the shoulder and laughed. You're absolutely right. You've got it figured out. You bet. Right now, I just want to make money. Once I get out, I can live well and breathe free air. Teacher Zhang, while you're still here, help me connect with contacts overseas. Once I've got enough money, I'm out of here. Zhang Xiaoyu naturally had no objections. Curious, he asked, Lin Fan, how much money are you planning to make? At least a couple billion, right? Otherwise, it won't be enough. After all, in Eagle Land, money equals paradise. Mansions and beauties cost a fortune. Wow, you really don't hold back. Over $1 billion? Zhang Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Here's the deal. Making money isn't the problem. The company is very interested in your encrypted communication technology. Can you get the complete package? If so, I can help you sell it for a high price. Complete? Lin Fan deliberately hesitated. How about I design a system for you? Just make it slightly more advanced than what the military uses now. That's as easy as drinking water for me. Lin Fan deliberately played hard to get, refusing to commit easily. That's highly sensitive material. The price is right. The company is willing to pay you 500 million long coins. 500 million? Not enough. At least $1 billion. Lin Fan chuckled. If it goes through, I'll give you 10%. Are you serious? That's an enormous sum. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu earnestly. Professor Zhang, I'm only telling you this because I consider you a friend. Our encryption system is cutting edge. It's destined for aircraft carrier communications. We're talking about aircraft carriers. This project involves state secret level communication technology. If the company acquires it, they'll skip development entirely, slashing R&D costs and seizing the market instantly. That's massive profit potential. 10 billion is barely over $1 billion USD. Old man, when it comes to the space agencies of the Eagle Chick family, they start throwing around 10 billion figures with every word, and that's being polite. Mr. Zhang is still just a small fry who hasn't seen the world. No way. Teacher Zhang needs to evolve fast. Only when Zhang Xiaoyu's standing in the Illuminati rises can he mobilize more resources and pocket even more cash. Lin Fan quickly interjected, Teacher Zhang, the company covers the expenses. It's not coming out of your pocket. Besides, I give you commissions. Why would you want to save the company money? Damn, that makes perfect sense. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Right, the Illuminati covers the costs. What does it matter to him? As long as they're willing to foot the bill, that's all that matters. After all, the Illuminati had money. Zhang Xiaoyu said, alright, it's settled then. I'll negotiate with the company on your behalf. When can you be ready? About 2 weeks. I need some time. Lin Fan explained that the technology was complex and wouldn't be easy to acquire, asking Zhang Xiaoyu not to rush him. He needed time to develop an encryption communication system. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. To pull this off, he couldn't do without Dr. Han, who was an expert in cryptographic data and mathematical calculations. It seemed like everything kept coming back to Dr. Han. Chapter 193, Business Arrives. Lin Fan sighed deeply. A female PhD in mathematics was truly indispensable. Cutting-edge technology simply couldn't exist without mathematics. No choice, he had to secure Dr. Han, get the female PhD working for him, and use her to make money. Lin Fan called Zhong Ai and arranged to meet her downstairs at Dr. Han's residence. Zhong Ai drove up in her sports car, her complexion rosy and her energy radiant. Spotting Lin Fan, she exploded, You bastard. Do you have a grudge against me? Don't you know I'm on a date? Lin Fan smiled faintly. How's Zhang Haiming? Zhong Ai immediately broke into laughter. Her date with Zhang Haiming was going smoothly. This older woman was on the offensive, and a young wolf like Zhang Haiming was no match for her. Zhong Ai basked in her queenly aura. Awesome. I took him out to splurge, gave him a card, and bought him clothes. Watching Lin Fan, Zhong Ai thought, all this could have been Lin Fan's, but he couldn't seize the opportunity. Now it was too late for envy. Lin Fan hurriedly congratulated her. Congrats on finding someone. Zhang Haiming's a great guy, don't let him down. Pfft, he's mine now. What business is it of yours? Zhong Ai said, then sighed with frustration, but he still doesn't talk much. He's just shy. He'll loosen up once you get to know him. Lin Fan waved it off, completely unconcerned about Zhang Haiming. Just sleep with him later. That was exactly my plan for tonight, but you ruined it. Lin Fan explained awkwardly, I had no choice. Dr. Han isn't responding to me, but I need her for a major project. If it works out, I'll give her 1 million yuan as a token of appreciation. Lin Fan thought to himself, with me raking in 10 billion, giving Dr. Han 1 million is perfectly reasonable. This old man is absolutely brimming with sincerity. Zhong Ai quickly asked, what kind of project? An encrypted communication project. Oh, and since you're in this field too, how about I give you a share? Zhong Ai looked down on the idea. She was a small-time rich woman who didn't think much of 1 million. Still, she introduced Zhang Haiming to Lin Fan, bring Zhang Haiming alone. He resisted when I gave him a bank card, but I could tell he really needed the money. Just take him with you. Sure. Seems you care about him. Lin Fan thought it was fine. Old Zhang in his world was a hard luck guy, so we might as well look out for this world's old Zhang. I'll do you the favor and bring Zhang Haiming along. You handle getting Dr. Han on board. This project needs her computational expertise. Lin Fan planned to set up a fake system, which would be quite a task. However, he would handle the framework design, leaving the detailed work to Han Qingyan, Zhang Haiming, and He Linfeng, all his trusted lieutenants. Zhang Ai inquired curiously, "What's going on between you and Qingyan?" "What's going on? It's just that. Help me win her over, and I'll treat you all to a trip to the hot spring resort." Lin Fan said, figuring Zhang Xiaoyu's booked hot spring hotel could come in handy. Teacher Zhang was truly a good person. Without him, where would they have found a hot spring hotel to stay in? Later, Teacher Zhang would even help them secure funding. People should be like Teacher Zhang, truly breaking his back for us. Seeing she couldn't pry anything more out of him, Zhang Ai stopped asking and headed straight for Han Qingyan. Just as Lin Fan was about to follow, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Mei Ying. It was that Huaqing girl who had purchased her paper. Lin Fan had been swamped these past few days. After selling the paper, he hadn't given it another thought. But Mei Ying had taken his paper and conducted new experiments. Just yesterday, her results shook the entire Huaqing campus. Mei Ying called specifically to thank him. "Lin Fan, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Your thesis topic is incredible. I replicated the experiments and achieved major breakthroughs." "That's it?" Lin Fan's tone was dismissive. Of course his research topic would yield major results. Did she really need to tell him that? Nothing else? "I'm hanging up now. I'm busy." "There is. Don't blame me." Seeing Lin Fan's impatience, Mei Ying hurriedly added, "My advisor knows my research topic came from you. She wants to meet you." "Not interested. Our advisor is a stunning PhD, Ivy League graduate, a Changjiang scholar from China, and a leading figure in her field, highly respected in the industry." "What's all this?" "Any title from my past life would blow your mind. Lifetime professor was just the baseline. Those disgusting eagle-winged bastards even gave me the title of honorary academician of their highest academy without my consent." Lin Fan wasn't interested. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Mei Ying panicked, suddenly remembering Lin Fan was a businessman. She hurriedly asked, "Can I buy another paper?" Lin Fan glanced up at the elevator. With Zhang Ai handling things on Dr. Han's end, his presence might be redundant. Better to tend to business. Mei Ying was his first repeat customer cultivated at Huaqing. "Why didn't you just say you wanted to buy a paper earlier?" "All that nonsense. My papers are expensive, no haggling. 50,000 per research topic." "No problem." In a national-level laboratory at Huaqing, Mei Ying hung up the phone and turned to a female advisor in her early 30s beside her. He agreed. "Professor," he said, "his topics are expensive, 500,000 yuan each." The female instructor pushed her black-rimmed glasses up her nose, unimpressed. "Is he really a student at HIT?" "Yes, I saw his student ID. He definitely is." The female professor looked at Mei Ying with a hint of resignation. Graphene was currently a cutting-edge field in international research, and China was catching up. However, foreigners had delved deeper into this area, holding many major breakthroughs in their hands. Yet this student, Mei Ying, had achieved a major breakthrough she never anticipated. Wen Rui was completely stunned. She knew her student's capabilities well. After some questioning, Mei Ying recruited Lin Fan. Could there really be such a formidable talent in graphene research within China? Wen Rui couldn't believe it and insisted on meeting Lin Fan immediately. According to Mei Ying's account, Lin Fan had originally provided her with several research topics and corresponding experimental procedures. Mei Ying had chosen the simplest one. Wen Rui sighed, "Harbin Institute of Technology is wasting talent. Someone like him should be working in our lab. I wonder if this Lin Fan would be interested in transferring to Huaqing to study under me. Then I could build upon his research, standing on the shoulders of giants." Lin Fan soon arrived at Huaqing's main gate. After waiting a moment, he saw Mei Ying and a female PhD candidate approaching. How did he know she was a PhD candidate? Because the person's demeanor strongly resembled Dr. Han's thick black-rimmed glasses, messy hair, and an unmistakable aura of a researcher. Lin Fan sized up Wen Rui, who was likewise sizing him up. First, she couldn't believe his age. "You're a college student? A female PhD in her early 30s? Impressive." Lin Fan chuckled. Achieving a PhD by that age meant she was undoubtedly an academic prodigy. "I'm currently working at a postdoctoral research station." "Impressive." Lin Fan chuckled, nodding at Wen Rui, medium built with a few freckles dotting her face. This woman was undoubtedly a prodigy. "So you're here to buy a research project?" Chapter 194, The Old Man Meets His Match. Wen Rui said, "Interested in studying at Huaqing? How about becoming my student? I've reviewed the experimental design you created for Mei Ying. While it's nearly flawless, there are still some imperfections. But under my guidance, you'll undoubtedly become a leader in this field. The aura of delusional superiority was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Lin Fan glanced at Wenrui, then at Mei Ying standing silently nearby. "This is your advisor?" he asked oddly. "Why do I get the feeling her brain has a bit of a middle schooler vibe?" Mei Ying whispered, "The professor is an anime enthusiast." "Got it." Lin Fan thought for a moment, shook his head, and looked at Wenrui. "How could my experimental plan possibly have flaws?" "If you think it has flaws, it just shows your own limitations." Wenrui glared. "Arrogant. I'm a graphene expert." "What kind of expert?" "I never trust so-called experts." Seeing Wenrui about to retort, Lin Fan cut him off. "Interested in buying a research project? 50,000 each. I'm in business. If you don't buy, I'm outta here." "Damn it." Wenrui was irritated. Why were young people so impatient these days? He quickly added, "Lin Fan, think about it. Transfer to Huaqing University. I'll arrange for you to complete your bachelor's, master's, and PhD all at once. Join me in pioneering new frontiers in graphene research." "Not interested." Lin Fan shook his head. "I've already tilled that field." Wenrui. Lin Fan paid him no mind. He pulled out his phone, opened the file, and handed it over. "Pick one. 50,000 each. No tricks, no gimmicks. Cash on delivery. I'll walk you through every step of the experiments." Wenrui glanced at the screen, his face twitching. He looked up at Lin Fan, then back down at his phone. His mind churned like a storm-tossed sea, raging with turmoil. What on earth were these? Graphene single crystal tube exfoliation technology? Graphene-based anti-cancer drug development process? Graphene. Each research direction stunned Wenrui. These topics weren't unusual, each represented a distinct field everyone was studying. But everyone was merely studying them, confined to theoretical and experimental attempts. But beneath the materials Lin Fan gave him were detailed experimental procedures, critical notes for each step, and parameter settings. Each parameter served as a critical control point. As long as these parameters were precisely calibrated during the experiment, the final results were guaranteed. This was literally a step-by-step guide to conducting experiments. Wenrui smiled bitterly. "Have you actually performed all these experiments?" Those standard silkworm feeding protocols required at least 1,000 experiments to refine. Lin Fan nodded and smiled. "So asking for 500,000 is actually a bargain. These research topics were the lifeblood of my past life. To build aircraft carriers and large destroyers, I had to make a decision that defied my ancestors." Lin Fan reflected. Since his own scientific legacy was his own doing, he felt no regret. Wenrui looked at Lin Fan, then at Mei Ying, and made a decision. "Lin Fan, if these experiments turn out exactly as you say, would you accept me as your disciple?" Lin Fan erupted in anger. "You want to freeload off my research? Why else would you seek me as your master? Once you become my disciple, you can freely use your master's research projects, right? After all, how could a master bring himself to charge his disciple?" Even Lin Fan, who was so stingy with money, felt awkward charging for research fees. Mei Ying stared blankly at Wenrui, incredulous. "Teacher 1, this is way too adolescent. What do you know?" Wenrui shrugged indifferently, thinking to himself, "Many of Lin Fan's research projects align with my own field, only I've made zero progress. Why bother with that when ready-made solutions exist? In the research world, having a big shot to lean on is incredibly sweet." As a disciple, all he had to do was coast along. What he didn't know, he could ask his master. What his master didn't know, there was always the master's master. That was the beauty of being part of a sect. Wenrui grinned broadly. "Master, I'm serious. Please take me under your wing and help me ascend. Oh my god, I'm done for." Lin Fan was so furious he wanted to turn and walk away. This one teacher really intended to freeload off his research. "Old man, I've long since shed all shame, yet I've encountered someone even more shameless." Staring at Wenrui's delusional gaze, Lin Fan was utterly speechless. He'd always been the one freeloading off others, now someone actually dared to freeload off him? This world has truly lost its mind. Lin Fan shook his head. "No way. Not a chance. Don't." Wenrui hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "Professor Lin, teaching me would be incredibly beneficial. I have a lab at Huaqing with 12 million yuan in annual funding." Seeing Lin Fan cashing in on research projects, Wenrui knew exactly what he was after. Teacher Lin was definitely money hungry. Lin Fan froze, his eyes darting around as Wenrui spoke. He didn't envy Huaqing's other perks, only its massive annual research funding. Seeing Lin Fan wasn't leaving, Wenrui sensed an opening. "Your research projects are so cutting edge. We could use them to apply for funding. With all these experimental results already in hand, once the funding comes through, we'd only need a small portion for the experiments. The rest would all be yours, right? Disciple, if you put it that way, how could I possibly refuse you? That would be downright rude." Mei Ying covered her mouth, trembling all over. "Teacher 1, this is illegal, right? You don't understand." Wenrui pushed Mei Ying aside. "Stand over there and keep watch, don't let anyone approach us." Your master and your great-grandmaster need to discuss important matters. Is this the master's master? Where's your integrity gone? Meiying felt utterly devastated. What on earth was going on? When Rui pulled Lin Fan aside and hurriedly explained, Master, it's not that I'm shameless. It's just that the domestic research environment is driving me crazy. The university pressures me for results but doesn't provide adequate funding. It's nothing like when I was abroad with ample resources. Over 10 million a year barely scratches the surface. And those male professors look down on me just because I'm a woman. The pressure is overwhelming. Feeling overwhelmed and looking for a powerful ally. When Rui expressed how she faced professional contempt at Huaqing. Though she was a returnee, Huaqing's academic circles thrived on clique culture. Those employed there naturally boasted impressive credentials. Compared to them, her qualifications were slightly lacking. Being a woman with average looks, she endured both professional snobbery and appearance discrimination. She desperately needed to produce results to prove them wrong. But achieving breakthroughs in graphene research was incredibly difficult. So you're shamelessly asking me to be your mentor? Shame on me? When Rui retorted hastily. Master, I recognized your genius the moment I saw you. You're a titan in graphene research. Though you're younger than me, isn't it true that the most accomplished lead the way? I've laid everything bare. You won't reject me, will you? Lin Fan stared at Wen Rui. An old man has met his match. I've already shown no shame, yet here comes someone even more shameless than me. Lin Fan noticed Wen Rui's hand clutching his arm tightly, as if afraid he'd run away. The young man's grip never loosened. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan said, All right. Seeing your sincerity, I'll accept you as my disciple. Take these research topics to apply for funding. I'll give you a 90% cut later. When Rui beamed. Master, I'm currently working on several experiments that just won't go smoothly. Could you offer some guidance? Chapter 195, looks like it's all hot air. When Rui immediately outlined his current research projects, then pulled Lin Fan along with his sole female disciple, Meiying, toward his lab. The moment they entered the lab, an elderly man stood at the doorway. When Rui's irritation flared instantly. Professor Wu, what brings you to my lab again? Professor Wu chuckled. Professor Wen, how are your experiments going? I hear they're not going well. Why don't you just give up? Hand over your funding to me. When I produce results, I'll credit you in the paper. How does that sound? Are you kidding? When Rui sneered coldly. My experiments are progressing smoothly. I don't need your concern. Professor Wu chuckled. I'm just being helpful. If you don't publish any results soon, you won't pass your evaluation. You won't be able to explain yourself to the university. No need to trouble yourself, Wen Rui said, taking Lin Fan's hand. I already have a new experimental plan. This is my assistant. Seeing Lin Fan's undergraduate appearance, Professor Wu chuckled. Professor Wen, you're counting on a student to help you? Ha, you're something else. When Rui rolled his eyes. You just don't get it. Lin Fan looked at the man and nodded. Wu Guofeng. Without Wen Rui's introduction, Lin Fan recognized the name tag on his chest. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan flashed him a smile. In his previous life, Lin Fan had been a powerful figure with enemies everywhere. Wu Guofeng was one of those enemies. Back then, Lin Fan had crushed him, leaving him spitting blood before finally fleeing across the Pacific. When Rui pulled Lin Fan and Meiying into the lab, immediately closing the door to block Wu Guofeng outside. Turning to Lin Fan, when Rui complained, Master, this guy has his eye on my lab. He's just waiting for me to fail to produce results so the university will cut my funding, and then he can seize my lab. The survival of our sect depends on you, Master. You're the mentor, aren't you? I'm the sect master and you're the supreme sect master, Wen Rui hurriedly said. With the sect in peril now, we're all counting on you to step up. I feel like I've been tricked. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Since she'd already called him master, what else could he do? Forgive her, of course. Lin Fan surveyed the lab. The equipment was adequate, and all the instruments were present. He declared, Get out of my way. I'm conducting an experiment. You lot, take thorough notes and study diligently. I'll only run this once. If you're too stupid, I won't keep you as disciples. When Rui quickly pulled Meiying to the side, notebook in hand, studying earnestly. Meiying whispered, Teacher 1, is this really okay? What's wrong with it? Are you stupid? Why not latch onto a powerful patron when you have the chance? Why struggle alone? When Rui whispered back, Master is selling off his own research projects. What does that tell you? It shows he doesn't care about them at all. To him, those projects are worth less than money. But to me? To you? There are careers and futures. Master just has to let a little slip through his fingers, and it'll be more than enough for us. You'd turn down a master like that? Are you out of your mind? There's nothing to be ashamed of. He started calling Lin Fan master. Besides, Master Lin Fan offered a 90-10 funding split, clearly a seasoned pro, an absolute powerhouse in the field. When Rui felt he'd found an absolute powerhouse as his mentor and was overjoyed. In academia, anyone who could be considered a cancer was undoubtedly a big shot. His academic skills were decent, but his research abilities were lacking. Now that he had a mentor, he had nothing to fear. Lin Fan worked at lightning speed. Once the materials were ready, he clicked and clacked away at the controls, all while chatting with Wenrui and Mei Ying, pointing out things they should watch out for. These experiments were old hat to Lin Fan from his past life. In just 5 hours, he completed 3 experiments while simultaneously preparing 7 or 8 more to run concurrently. Wenrui and Mei Ying were utterly stunned, holding their breath in awe. Their eyes sparkled with awe. Was this truly Lin Fan's capability? Running 13 experiments simultaneously? There was no pause whatsoever. The results of the initial experiments matched those in Lin Fan's documentation perfectly. Monocrystalline tube exfoliation technology, this one's quite demanding. You've managed to peel off 10 layers here, which is sufficient for now, Lin Fan said earnestly. Continue exfoliating down to the atomic level. I could use that for precision bombs later. You'll need to pursue that direction on your own. Yes, master, your tea. Wenrui knelt on the floor like a sycophant, hands clasped around a teacup as she offered it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan shot her a disapproving look. You really have no sense of propriety. Who needs integrity? With all these experiments you've done for me, I'll dominate the entire graphene research field. Everyone else will be my little brothers. Wenrui stood up arrogantly, hands on her hips. Wu Guofeng. Zhang Guofeng? I'll crush them underfoot. With your experimental results, I'll be the big shot in graphene. You're just spouting nonsense, you know that? Lin Fan couldn't help but retort. Wenrui shrugged it off. It's fine if I'm shallow. You're not shallow, master. After spending the whole afternoon doing experiments with you, I'm packed full of knowledge now. Lin Fan lost all desire to criticize, staring at Wenrui's "if you're awesome, I'm awesome" attitude. You're the real deal. I must admit, you've got me beat. Wenrui took Mei Ying's hand and grinned. Disciple, now you see how brilliant your master is, right? I've found you a grandmaster ancestor. From now on, our lineage will be the super sect of the graphene field. Your future is bright. No one will dare look down on you anymore. If anyone dares to underestimate you, just whip them with your great-grandmaster's papers. Mei Ying, who valued her dignity, looked awkwardly at Lin Fan. Her teacher was truly acting like a teenager. She didn't know what to say. Wenrui turned to Lin Fan with intense curiosity. His experimental skills were so formidable they seemed inhuman. Master, are you really just a college student? Of course. Oh. Seeing Lin Fan's irritated expression, Wenrui quickly added, Master, what field do you specialize in? You seem to look down on graphene, so it must not be this field. Lin Fan raised his hand slightly. This old man specializes in military engineering, aerospace, high-precision military weapons. If you ever get into trouble, don't claim to be my disciple. If you mess up, I'll deal with you myself. Wenrui's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Got it, master. Got it. You're the Bodhi patriarch, right? As long as you don't say otherwise, I can beat whoever I want, right? Lin Fan sensed he might be in for trouble with this disciple down the line. The feeling was overwhelmingly strong. Wenrui pressed on, Master, someone as formidable as you can't be unknown. Behind that smashed door must be a sect. Who was your teacher? I am the ancestor. I have a lab at HIT called the Strategic Bluff Bureau. From now on, you're all my disciples. Remember the name. Lin Fan felt a sect was necessary. It was all about the clique culture. That's how you climb the ladder as a big shot in a clique. Even though Wenrui looked like a total dummy and a pretentious teenager, Lin Fan figured he'd dug himself a little hole within watching. Patting Wenrui's shoulder with satisfaction, Lin Fan declared, Next step, use these experiments to apply for research funding. Ask for the moon 9 for me, 1 for you. Got it? Chapter 196, Professor Wen's about to make his move. Lin Fan spoke of embezzling research funds as if it were second nature, utterly devoid of moral scruples. Truth be told, everyone in the scientific community dips into the pot. It's a murky world. Wenrui felt no pressure whatsoever and nodded eagerly. Master, rest assured. Funding is meant to be spent. If it yields results, great. If not, that's just how it goes. Besides, you've already done over a dozen experiments with minimal expenditure. We can easily apply for more using the leftover funds. Glancing at Mei Ying, Wenrui promptly offered his grand disciple a perk. Mei Ying, I'll give you a bonus later to improve your living conditions. Our sect is about to rise to prominence. Once I become the industry leader, you'll be second in command. The thought alone was utterly delightful. As for reputation? What was that? Could you even eat it? Lin Fan held Wenrui's academic abilities in utter contempt. This young female teacher possessed solid knowledge, but her mind lacked ingenuity. Her experimental skills were mediocre. In his words, she hadn't seen the light yet. But with him around, it didn't matter. As long as this disciple could secure funding, everything would be fine. Old man here could just hand over a few research projects, and that would be enough to keep this troublesome disciple fed for a lifetime. In his previous life, he'd explored numerous fields and accumulated countless research projects. This time around, Lin Fan planned to take it easy, letting these disciples share the burden of his academic honors. From now on, he'd set a simple rule: whichever disciple provided the most funding would receive the most attention. After all, knowledge equates to funding. Just as he spoke, when Ruwei noticed someone peering in from outside. She glanced over and sneered, "Master, it must be Wu Guofeng snooping around for information again." Wu Guofeng always looked down on her as a female mentor, dismissing her for lacking tangible achievements. "This time, I'll blow your mind." When Ruwei thought, a smile spreading across her face. Lin Fan understood immediately the professor was just putting on airs. He didn't object, merely nodding slightly as when Ruwei stormed over, opening the door to invite Wu Guofeng inside. When Ruwei smiled sweetly at him. "Professor Wu, here to gather information again?" Lin Fan had spent the entire afternoon conducting experiments with the lab door tightly shut. Wu Guofeng's lab was nearby, and given their strained relationship, he naturally kept tabs on Wen Ruwei's progress. He'd actually come to stir up trouble and take a shot at Wen Ruwei. Wu Guofeng chuckled, "Heard you've been busy all afternoon. Professor Wen, were you conducting experiments? Wasting funds again like before? I told you long ago graphene research doesn't require so many projects. I'll handle it. You should switch fields. This one's too challenging for you." When Ruwei chuckled, "Thanks for your concern. You really care about me, even my mom doesn't care this much. Graphene research is cutting edge, but it's not particularly challenging for me." He's lost his mind. Wu Guofeng stared at Wen Ruwei with a strange look, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Professor Wen seems so confident. Then how come I saw you alone in the lab last time, throwing a fit? You even seemed to be crying." Wen Ruwei felt awkward. Graphene was incredibly difficult, a new material with no precedents to reference. Every experiment was trial and error, and he often felt inadequate after failed attempts. When Ruwei snapped, "We're colleagues. Is this necessary?" "So I cried, what's wrong with that? I'm allowed to feel down and vent, aren't I? Good that you admit it." Wu Guofeng looked at Wen Ruwei smugly and advised, "The graphene field really is a bit challenging for you. It's good that you recognize that." "Whatever." When Ruwei pulled out a report and handed it politely to Wu Guofeng. "Professor Wu, I ran an experiment today. Since you're the expert in this field and more skilled than me, could you take a look at this report and offer some guidance?" Wu Guofeng was unexpectedly surprised. He took the report without rushing to read it and smiled at Wen Ruwei. "If you had this awareness earlier, you should have said so. But it's not too late now. I'll take a look for you. Just know I'll speak my mind, don't take offense if my words sound harsh." "No, no." Wen Ruwei nodded with a beaming smile. "Just wait until you're stunned by this, sister." Lin Fan and Mei Ying exchanged a glance. That troublemaker sure knows how to put on a show. Wu Guofeng skimmed the report casually, initially unimpressed. He knew Wen Ruwei's capabilities well, highly educated but not particularly sharp. Experimental work required innate talent, and in Wu Guofeng's view, Wen Ruwei was a high-degree holding dimwit. After an afternoon of experiments yielding the same results as before, Wu Guo knew he wouldn't hold back later. Wen Ruwei had brought this upon himself. Yet as he read on, Wu Guofeng's gaze sharpened. He fell silent, and by the end, he clenched the report tightly, his eyes locked on Wen Ruwei. The experiment report was too impressive. How could this be possible? The results in this report were astonishing. Wu Guofeng felt he himself couldn't achieve this level of accomplishment. The experimental design was exquisitely crafted, utterly flawless. The data throughout the report was meticulously detailed, revealing not a single suspicious point. How is this possible? Wu Guofeng stared at Wen Ruwei in utter bewilderment, a hint of alarm flickering in his eyes. He felt he couldn't quite fathom Wen Ruwei anymore. "Professor Wen, is this your experimental report from this afternoon?" "Yes, Professor Wu. What do you think?" "I find it rather average. My experimental skills are only good enough for a first-tier journal like Nature, I suppose." Wen Ruwei smiled with the calmness of an old dog, then looked at Wu Guofeng with polite humility. "Professor Wu, you are an expert in the field of graphene. Could you please give me some pointers on this report? See if there are any areas in my experiment that need improvement. I welcome your guidance, no need to be polite. Go ahead and tear it apart with your harshest criticism." This girl is now bathed in the aura of her master. Even if my experimental skills are weak, my master isn't. That means I'm not weak either. I might be bad at doing experiments, but surely I can evaluate reports, right? Wen Ruwei could spot a good report at a glance. Master Lin Fan's reports were simply impeccable. He effortlessly outshines those graphene experts, no problem at all. Wu Guofeng stared intently at the report in his hands, his voice heavy with doubt. "Professor Wen, are you aware of the consequences of falsifying experiments?" This was not Wen Ruwei's true experimental capability. Absolutely not something Wen Ruwei could produce. Wen Ruwei felt a twinge of unease and glanced back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Mei Ying were sitting nearby, engrossed in their phones, looking utterly delighted. Seeing this, Wen Ruwei instantly regained his composure. If Master Lin Fan didn't care about these projects, then they were his to claim. From the experimental design to the results, he'd done it all himself. His master didn't speak or even glance at him, that meant it was settled. What did he have to fear? Wen Ruwei instantly stood tall, chest puffed out, hands on hips, glaring up at Wu Guofeng. Professor Wu, what exactly are you implying? We're all people of standing here. Words carry weight. You have no evidence to accuse me of fraud. Are you prepared to face legal consequences? Chapter 197, just because you can't, does that mean I can't? But I know your lab skills. Your past lab reports were garbage. This report is way too polished. I couldn't pull it off. How could you? If you can't do it, does that automatically mean I can't? Does that even make logical sense? Just because you can and I can't, why must I be the one who can't? You're a professor, and so am I. We both hold positions of authority. Speaking irresponsibly like this, is that how you conduct yourself? Wen Ruwei unleashed a torrent of criticism, launching a fierce counterattack. I'm no slouch, I studied abroad and was recruited by this university with a hefty salary. Don't I deserve to show some progress? Then what about the reports you produced before? Wen Ruwei retorted with righteous indignation. I returned from abroad to serve my country. I wasn't familiar with domestic research methods or equipment, and hadn't yet adapted to the local research environment. So producing some subpar reports was perfectly reasonable, right? Who says experiments must always succeed? Would that even be called an experiment? I hear you, Professor Wu, have a perfect track record with your experiments. But your achievements all seem to follow in others' footsteps. It's odd, really. Why don't you have a single groundbreaking project of your own? Wu Guofeng had achieved some results in his research, but his accomplishments were typically based on others pioneering a topic, then him following up with his own experiments to produce his own findings. While he made progress, his work rarely demonstrated originality or groundbreaking innovation. Exposed by Wen Ruwei, Wu Guofeng instantly grew flustered and angry. What kind of attitude is this? I'm an expert in this field, your senior, offering you well-intentioned guidance. And this is how you speak to me? What kind of attitude is this? Wen Ruwei folded her arms, her disdain evident. Research achievements are our greatest authority. I have results, pioneering ones at that. If you can't refute them, you resort to using your status to intimidate me? You may have entered the graphene field earlier than me, but compared to my experimental report, what value do your so-called achievements hold? How dare you speak to me like this? From now on, this girl will be the queen of this field. Wen Ruwei snatched her report back from Wu Guofeng's hands. I'll publish this paper immediately to prevent plagiarism. Plagiarists are the most despicable. You. Wu Guofeng's blood boiled at her words, his chest clenching painfully. Clutching his chest, he glared fiercely at Wen Ruwei. Professor Wen, this is outrageous. I suspect your report is flawed. I'm reporting this to the academic committee. Go ahead. Wen Ruwei chuckled smugly. You're an adult, yet you're still tattling like a child. Were you the most disliked kid in your elementary school class? Ha! Wen Ruwei roared with laughter, utterly unconcerned by Wu Guofeng's darkening expression. Wu Guofeng, seething with fury, turned and stormed off. Wen Ruwei hurried over to Lin Fan, whining, Master, Wu Guofeng is definitely going to report me. What should I do? This troublesome disciple was truly something else. But Lin Fan didn't mind. He'd had many disciples before, each with their own style. What are you afraid of? You know how to do the experiment now, right? Yes, but my success rate probably won't be as high as yours, Master. After all, I'm still learning and not very skilled yet. Then what's there to fear? It's not like cooking. Who says you have to replicate it perfectly? As long as you get the gist, that's all that matters. Lin Fan shrugged it off. My experimental designs would make even the hucking academic committee members bow down in awe. Just relax. Wen Ruwei found this reasoning sound and nodded, feeling utterly reassured. With you backing me, I'll take those jerks down a peg. But Master, won't my arrogance rub people the wrong way? What are you afraid of? I've got your back. Lin Fan thought for a moment. You're a PhD who studied abroad. Use that status to your advantage. The hucking academic committee really respects that. Many of them are returnees themselves. Build connections, and they won't give you too much trouble. Wen Ruwei was taken aback. Master Lin Fan knew so much about Huacheng. Though she was a professor there, she herself wasn't very familiar with the academic committee. The academic committee was specifically established for researchers, its primary function being to prevent academic misconduct and other scholarly integrity issues. Wen Ruwei turned to Lin Fan with urgency, Master, you know Hucking University very well? Nothing special. Lin Fan chuckled. In his previous life, he'd frequently clashed with those professors at Huacheng, battling over funding, exposing academic fraud, and whenever he got the chance, he'd give them a hard time. As one of Longbo's premier institutions, Huacheng's academic prowess was undeniable, and it certainly had its share of luminaries. But in such a vast forest, anything could grow, and naturally, there were bound to be a few trashy individuals. In his previous life, Lin Fan had maintained an excellent relationship with President Zhou of Huaqing. That man was a true academic giant, highly respected and esteemed. As for the rest, few could earn his genuine regard. As for someone like Wen Rui, Lin Fan had never even heard of him in his previous life. He was likely just a figure coasting through life, doing the bare minimum. Lin Fan paused, then asked, "Is Zhou Shaoguang at Huaqing? Director Zhou?" "Yes, he is." Zhou Shaoguang would later become Huaqing's president, but now he was merely a director. Lin Fan patted his protege on the head and said, "Go suck up to him. Your future will be limitless." "Ha? Director Zhou just handles logistics, he's no big shot." "I'd say your influence is way more substantial than his." Old Zhou was really struggling back then. Lin Fan paused, then smiled at his disciple. "My connections are certainly substantial, but Director Zhou has the makings of a university president. He might even become Minister of Education someday. He's talent worth cultivating." Running into an old acquaintance from his past life who was now down on his luck gave Lin Fan a wicked sense of satisfaction, like, "See? Even you have your down days." Wen Rui pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right, if you say so, master. I'll treat him with more courtesy from now on. I didn't realize you held him in such high regard. Come on, let's go eat. I'll treat you with the research funds." Using the budget to treat someone to a meal. That's so like me. This wicked disciple may not resemble me in the slightest, but when it comes to spending funds, he's just like me. No wonder I feel such a kinship with Wen Rui. I suppose that's fate. Wen Rui deliberately chose a high-end hotpot restaurant near Huaqing School. The three of them enjoyed a delightful meal. Mei Ying whispered, "Professor Wen, you seem in such a good mood." Wen Rui grinned. "Of course. Today we found a powerful ally. With Master Lin Fan watching our backs, our sex rise to prominence is just around the corner. I'll publish that report soon. You're in for a treat, my disciple. You're incredibly fortunate. That report wouldn't have caught the master's eye anyway, so the authors will be me and you. I'll be first author, you'll be second. That paper will easily get published in a natural science journal. Just wait, you're about to become famous." When Rui glanced at Mei Ying's bewildered expression and chuckled smugly, "From now on, you and I will be pioneers in a new research direction for graphene. That's the perk of riding someone's coattails. We just need to kick back, and Master will carry us to the top." Mei Ying gasped, her eyes widening. It could get published in Nature? She turned to look at Lin Fan. Was this for real? Chapter 198, I'm not afraid, not afraid. Nature and Science are the world's most widely circulated and authoritative academic journals. Getting published there is an honor. Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. It would be Nature's honor to publish our paper. What's so surprising about that? You publish it, I couldn't care less. Oh, and make sure to give me the royalties later. A quality paper could fetch substantial royalties. Lin Fan estimated Wen Rui's paper could easily command $100,000 from the journal alone. Add in citations and reprints from peers, and a high-impact paper could rake in over $1 million in royalties. Knowledge truly is money. Over $1 million in royalties could fund the construction of 2 missiles. Wen Rui had no problem with that. A mere author fee was nothing. Is the old master short on cash? Desperately. I'm trying to build a warship, but funding is severely lacking. If I were to pursue controlled nuclear fusion or a proton reactor, the shortfall would be even greater. Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. He had crossed over far too young. Wen Rui and Mei Ying were dumbfounded. Their sex founder was playing at such a grand scale? A warship? Mei Ying tilted her head, looking at Lin Fan in confusion. Are you joking? No, I'm not. Controlled nuclear fusion? You bet. Wen Rui exclaimed excitedly, Master, you're just so awesome. The stuff you play with sounds terrifying. Wow, compared to yours, graphene doesn't seem like much at all. Mei Ying looked at Wen Rui strangely. Master, you're so naive you believe everything he says. Mei Ying was deeply skeptical. Lin Fan paid it no mind. After all, his great-grand-disciple couldn't possibly understand his work. Once we solve the problem of controlled nuclear fusion, our energy issues will be resolved. The proton reactor is for use on the moon. It's perfectly normal that you don't understand. These are all subjects I've been researching. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Wen Rui stared at Lin Fan in awe. This master was truly beyond comprehension. After dinner, Wen Rui received a call. The academic committee at Huaqing University wanted to speak with her. She stormed over with Lin Fan and Mei Ying in tow. They were brimming with confidence. Facing the committee's inquiry, Wen Rui immediately fired back, produce your evidence. You're accusing me of fraud, show me the proof. You blindly believe whatever Wu Guofeng says, what good are you anyway? Professor Wen, we received a complaint and are conducting an investigation, not accusing you of fraud outright. You haven't convicted me, so why are you bothering me? This is part of the investigation. It's late at night, everyone's off work. You called me back here, you suspect me of fraud, don't you? When Rue slammed his experiment reports on the committee members' desks. Look closely. This is the only one of its kind in the world. The experimental methods are unique too, all designed by me. If I were faking it, would I do it this way? Do you really think I'm easy to push around? When Rue pointed at them angrily. Before, you doubted me and looked down on me, I endured it. Now that I produced results, you still doubt me? I won't let that slide. If you suspect me of fraud, fine, but show me a single piece of work that surpasses the achievements in my current report. The committee members were dumbfounded. When Rue's confidence was overwhelming, he simply didn't look like someone who would fabricate results. The only one in the entire world? The committee members quickly backtracked. Professor 1, that wasn't our intention. We received a report and had a duty to investigate. It's all part of our job. I don't blame you. It's just Wu Guofeng reporting me. He can't do it himself, so he thinks I can't either. That's a problem with his mindset. How many outstanding female scientists are there in the history of science?
This is gender discrimination.
I'm going to report Wu Guofeng for gender discrimination. When Rue erupted, you accuse me of fraud?
I have only one student, and my relationships with other faculty are lukewarm.
Do you think this report was written by my student? Or by some other professor?
The committee members were at a loss. This was truly outrageous. An elderly man studied the report for a long time before setting it down. Professor Wen, congratulations. Your findings are truly astonishing.
I don't mean to doubt you. I research graphene myself, but can this experiment be replicated? Professor Zhang, absolutely. Just follow my experimental design. There might be some margin of error, so try it a few times. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. When Rue beamed at the old man. This felt amazing. Professor Zhang was the true authority.
Being able to speak like this with an authority figure was incredibly satisfying. Once Professor Zhang spoke, everyone fell silent.
If they didn't trust Wen Rue's experiment, they could simply replicate it themselves. If it could be replicated, it would prove Wen Rue's experiment was sound. Professor Zhang nodded. All right, I'll replicate it tomorrow. These results are astonishing. Professor Wen, it's not that I doubt you, I'm genuinely stunned. This truly is a sensational breakthrough. You bet. Master above, got it?
This young lady has powerful connections, now no need to fear anything. When Rue saw the other party softening their tone and became more courteous, but she didn't let Wu Guofeng off the hook. I think you should investigate Wu Guofeng. His character is questionable, and he's guilty of academic misconduct.
His past papers are definitely problematic.
To purify the academic environment and foster a sound scholarly ethos, I suggest a thorough investigation.
You dared cross me?
I couldn't touch you before, but now I'll fight you tooth and nail. Besides, I've still got plenty of research projects up my sleeve. With my mentor backing me, I'll crush you project by project. Lin Fan wasn't the least bit worried about Wen Rue.
With his own projects as leverage, watching University couldn't touch her.
After Wen Rue left for a while, Lin Fan saw her return and said, I'm heading home to rest.
Your matter is settled. No big deal.
Mentor, let's grab a drink at the bar.
I'm a respectable man. I never go to places like that.
Lin Fan declared solemnly.
Wen Rue felt a pang of disappointment.
Her master seemed so young, yet he carried such an old-fashioned aura, completely out of touch with the younger generation. But she was his disciple, after all.
Wen Rue quickly offered, then I'll walk you home, master. That way I can see where you live and know where to find you if I need you in the future. You're sticking to me now, you little pest? Oh well. Who could blame him for taking Wen Rue as his disciple?
Besides, he was counting on Wen Rue to help secure funding. After Wen Rue escorted Lin Fan back and sat for a while, he finally left. Lin Fan picked up his phone, hesitated, then dialed Han Qingyan. To his surprise, Dr. Han had blocked him. This stubborn female doctor is such a headache. If only she were as easy to deal with as that troublemaker Wen Rue. But to swindle money from Zhang Xiaoyu, he really couldn't do without Dr. Han. He needed to figure out a way to trick Dr. Han. Just as he was pondering, Lin Fan's phone rang again. This time it was the businessman Long Xiao. Damn it, you bastard, get to the base fast. A fight broke out. What kind of fight? Be specific. I don't want to run around in the middle of the night. Chapter 199, Shamelessness in Plain Sight. Long Xiaoshan quickly muttered an explanation. Apparently, Commander Gao and Commander Zhang, the two commanders from the East Sea Base and Southern Base, had come to the capital base today. Zhang Yifeng of the capital base was a notorious old rogue. The moment he saw them arrive, he tried to take away all the talent Lin Fan had trained. The old rogue immediately lashed out, and a fight broke out in the three elders' office. Youngsters like Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun dared not intervene, merely cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Did anyone croak? Lin Fan muttered under his breath. He hoped old Zhang hadn't kicked the bucket. He still needed him for their money laundering schemes. These old men, with a combined age of over 200, were still fighting? Their energy was truly remarkable. Long Xiaoshang was speechless. How could he talk like that?
Still, he replied, no one's dead. But now we're waiting for you to divide the spoils. Commander Gao and Commander Zhang want you to decide. Commander Zhang in the capital agrees this matter is yours to settle. But these old fools were scheming against him. Did they really think he was some clueless kid? They seemed to be giving him face, but if he got involved, he'd owe each of them a favor. Later, those old devils would surely make all sorts of demands. They'd take the people, and I'd be left owing them favors? How greedy! Those old geezers are rotten to the core. Do they think I'm an idiot? I'm not getting involved in their business. What am I, anyway? Just an ordinary college student. What right do I have to meddle in talent allocation? I'm not worthy. Lin Fan immediately declared, it's getting late. I'm going to bed. Don't bother me.
Lin Fan hung up immediately, then turned off his phone.
No way was he going to owe anyone favors. Trying to screw me over? Think again. I'm an old fox myself, not a bit worse than you old crooks. Heartless? Is my heart red? Put. Bunch of shameless old farts.
Long Xiaoshang stared at his phone, seeing Lin Fan had hung up.
He was so furious he couldn't speak.
If Lin Fan didn't come, those big shots would fix their eyes on him after all. He was the one most familiar with Lin Fan. The three commanders glared at him with murderous intent, making Long Xiaoshang's eyes clench in fear. Lin Fan said he won't get involved.
You three decide. The three elders exchanged glances. Zhang Yifeng snapped, he said he won't come? You damn well better go fetch him. You've got legs, use them.
Long Xiaoshan was scared out of his wits and bolted immediately. I'll go fetch him right now.
Han Dingjun watched with a smirk.
Thankfully, he and Lin Fan had only just met, otherwise, he'd be the one getting yelled at. Just then, he sensed a chill of murderous intent. His superior, Commander Gao, was staring at him.
Han Jingjun snapped to attention, I'm going right now. Immediately. With that, Han Jingjun immediately gave chase after Long Xiaoshang.
This was all his fault.
Old Long, wait for me.
Long Xiaoshang turned to see Han Jingjun running after him like a dog.
You got kicked out too. What else could I do? If I didn't come, our commander would probably have me killed. That bastard Lin Fan were all suffering, yet he's the only one getting a free pass.
Han Jingjun fumed, that son of a really doesn't give a damn about face. Long Xiaoshang nodded helplessly.
Sharing the pain is what brothers do. We can't let him off the hook. When he's doling out punishment, he'll get his comeuppance. Han Jingjun chuckled, then nodded in agreement.
The three old men clearly weren't going to let Lin Fan off the hook. Each faction wanted him for themselves, all aiming to get the upper hand. Anyway, as long as we get him, we're safe.
Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be scolded to death.
Han Jingjun sighed as he got into the car.
Who would have thought all three commanders would place such importance on Lin Fan's students? They're all after Lin Fan. But it's impossible.
Lin Fan belongs to our southern base.
You Donghai folks can give up on that. Put. Han Jingjun pondered, I'll trade you a special operations brigade for Lin Fan. Interested? Get lost.
Long Xiaoshang flatly refused. Lin Fan is non-negotiable for our southern base.
If I agreed, my commander would beat me to death. Having the hen means fresh eggs every day. Do you take me for a fool?
Lin Fan was resting comfortably at home when suddenly, a sound like an earthquake shook the place. He jumped up to find two burly men standing at his door, their feet crushing his doorstep.
Holy crap, this is a rental place. Why are you breaking down the door? Don't you have to pay for this?
I don't care, you caused this mess.
You pay for it. It's got nothing to do with me.
The two burly men at the door were none other than Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun.
They didn't seem to care. Come with us. Everyone's waiting for you.
Lin Fan snapped to his senses and immediately sat back down on the floor.
I'm not going anywhere. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. What good will that do? Can you take on both of us alone?
Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun each grabbed one of Lin Fan's arms and hoisted him up.
Stop resisting. Everyone's waiting for you. Those are three killers, we wouldn't dare mess with them.
If you don't go, we're the ones who'll suffer.
We've got orders from the boss. Han Jingjun nodded. Be reasonable.
If you don't go, they'll make things difficult for us.
If I go, they'll screw me over. That old bastard has no limits when it comes to scamming people. You guys don't get it.
Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang both nodded in agreement. They understood perfectly well the old man had no limits when it came to screwing people over.
But as long as it wasn't them getting screwed, it was fine. What did it matter to them if Lin Fan got screwed? Han Jingjun chuckled.
Precisely because we understand, we need you.
Stop resisting.
He seized Lin Fan's limbs and dragged him outward. You created this mess, you're the one who has to fix it.
Bull trouble. What does this have to do with me?
Lin Fan shouted, this is kidnapping.
Let me go, or I'll call the police. Put. What can the police do about military affairs?
Long Xiaoshang and Han Jingjun dragged Lin Fan into the car and drove straight to the base. Soon they arrived, carried Lin Fan into the conference room, and threw him onto the table.
Lin Fan was speechless. Staring at the people in the meeting, he roared, "Shame on you! You have no shame! This is kidnapping!"
Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang exchanged glances, then immediately clapped hands in celebration.
Lin Fan had arrived, the rest was no longer their concern. All they needed to do now was listen. The better the devil you know strategy had succeeded. The three commanders beamed at Lin Fan, utterly unconcerned by his fury.
General Zhang Yifeng chuckled,
"Lin Fan, you decide how to divide the people. Whatever you say goes, I have absolutely no objections." Commanders Gao and Zhang nodded in agreement. The old fox was playing dirty. These men were originally from the southern base. By dividing them up, Lin Fan had incurred an enormous debt of gratitude to the southern base. Wouldn't they be at the mercy of the southern base from now on? The East Sea base was just here to reap the benefits, but as long as they weren't satisfied, it still counted as him owing them a favor. As for old Zhang from the capital base, he was the most generous looking but had the darkest heart of all. No matter how he divided it, he'd owe them favors. After all, they only agreed to split things evenly because of his standing. What does this have to do with me? I'm just in charge of training. Can you guys get your facts straight? Lin Fan snapped. Zhang Yifeng chuckled. You're their instructor. If you don't have the authority, who does? Don't treat us like commanders. We don't hold as much power as you do now. You call the shots. Then give it all to the Air Force. They're more advanced in information technology and definitely need it. The three old men instantly glared at Lin Fan. Are you courting death? Chapter 200, Embezzle some military funds. The Air Force? Are there any Air Force personnel here? The Air Force hasn't contributed a single feather, yet you want to split up personnel? What are you thinking? Zhang Yifeng pulled out a gun, wiping it down as he held it.
Lin Fan, you must have been joking earlier.
Come on, think it over properly. You've got guts, put that gun away. Put. Lin Fan sneered, then the strategic missile forces also need talent in the information field. Zhang Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he clicked a bullet into chamber. You're joking again? I'll give you one more chance. Commanders Gao and Zhang both wore smiles, playing along with Zhang Yifeng.
Lin Fan, stop talking nonsense.
All three of us are willing to respect your opinion. Speak clearly. You old devil. Is this how it's going to be?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, here's the deal, 1 million each.
Whoever offers the most gets it. Let strength speak. If you can't afford to maintain an information warfare unit, what's the point?
Commander Gao, your East Sea base has the funds.
How about this split?
Commander Gao was delighted the East Sea base wasn't short on funds.
Great. I'll take them all.
Lin Fan commanded over 40 men. 1 million each total, just over 40 million, a mere drop in the bucket for the East Sea base. This arrangement served them best.
Zhang Yifeng and Commander Zhang from the southern base felt their faces burn. Bull. How can talent be measured by money? Lin Fan retorted angrily, why not? You need money to sustain this kind of counter-team. Without it, you can't do. Watch your tone. I'm giving you face here. Zhang Yifeng roared. Who can't come up with 40 million? I'll take them all. Can you agree?
Commander Zhang of the southern base chuckled. Lin Fan, be serious.
Don't try any underhanded tricks. Exactly. Zhang Yifeng sneered coldly. You think you can sow discord? Let me tell you straight, this favor you owe, whether you want to or not. Damn it, you old bastards, have you all lost your sense of shame?
Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshang trembled.
Old geezers? Oh my god, how could he call three commanders old farts?
The two hurriedly sat far away to avoid getting caught in Lin Fan's crosshairs.
What left them speechless was that Zhang Yifeng and the others seemed utterly unfazed. Yeah, we're shameless. What are you gonna do about it?
Lin Fan rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yifeng and smiled.
You want to play this game, huh? Fine.
Here's the deal, whoever among you knows I've secured the design rights for the aircraft carrier and supports me building the 10,000-ton destroyer, I'll hand over all my people to them.
Let's make a trade. Commanders Gao and Zhang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Both were naval officers. Whatever Lin Fan intended to build would ultimately benefit the Navy. Zhang Yifeng froze. You actually want to build an aircraft carrier and a destroyer? Where's your confidence coming from? Mind your own business. My stance is clear, whoever backs me becomes my ally.
Lin Fan slammed his hand on the table. I'm laying this out for you now. I intend to build an aircraft carrier and a large destroyer.
Whoever supports me will get deep cooperation. Zhang Yifeng retorted, this isn't about supporting you, it's about whether you have the capability.
Aircraft carriers and destroyers are national strategic assets, critical to national security.
Do you even have the skills? If I didn't have it, why would I even bring it up?
Lin Fan snapped back.
Don't doubt my capabilities, those are minor issues. What I lack now is support.
With sufficient backing, I'll have the standing to compete for the carrier design contract.
Just support? Zhang Yifeng pondered.
Lin Fan had mentioned this matter before, and Zhang had assumed Lin wanted him to intervene. But now it seemed different.
And since Lin Fan put it this way, he might be trying to go it alone. After all, aircraft carriers and large destroyers were naval projects. If he supported Lin Fan, the Navy would have to hand over all of Lin Fan's students to the army. Without any benefit for himself, he wouldn't support it. Zhang Yifeng smiled warmly at the two naval commanders. I have no objection. The Beijing base can support Lin Fan's bid for the aircraft carrier design contract. What do you say? Commander Gao pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Fan. I've seen your photos of the large destroyer. It shows great vision. How confident are you? Commander Zhang from the southern base grew anxious. Lin Fan had initially discussed the 10,000-ton destroyer project with them. They already had a collaborative project underway. What was the East Sea team trying to pull? He was anxious. If Lin Fan partnered with the East Sea and actually delivered the design, wouldn't the East Sea get first dibs? Lin Fan, you're one of us from the southern base. Don't forget your roots. Lin Fan smiled wryly. When did I become one of you? Don't talk nonsense. Our relationship is purely cooperative. This kind of desperate attempt to claim kinship is truly shameful. Lin Fan paused, then pulled out his phone. Displayed on the screen was a destroyer resembling a chubby tiger miniature, adorable and brimming with cartoon charm. Seeing the others had stopped bickering, Long Xiaoshan and Han Jingjun plucked up their courage. They came over and immediately fumed. That's your 10,000-ton destroyer. Are you playing around? You know nothing. Don't you think it's adorable? Lin Fan retorted with disdain. Han Jingjun stared speechless at the miniature, adorable Type 055 destroyer on Lin Fan's phone. He knew Lin Fan was doing this on purpose. Lin Fan explained, this is part of a series. It's just a prototype. It's definitely feasible. I'm short on funding right now, but with everyone's sponsorship, I can design it immediately. Commander Gao narrowed his eyes and pondered, how much? About 300 billion, Lin Fan blurted out. After all, it was the latest warship. What was wrong with charging a premium? He designed it, he built it, and he set the price. Commander Gao nodded, unconcerned by the figure. He turned to consult with Zhang Yifeng and Commander Zhang before addressing Lin Fan. It's not that we can't consider it. We can submit a proposal to initiate the project. Building warships is complicated. It requires going through the proper channels. You understand that, Lin Fan, right? No, what I mean is cut some military funds to me, and I'll build it for you. Just get it built first. Waiting for approval? That could take forever. Based on Dragon Nation's development history, it would take another 5 or 6 years just to initiate the project and begin manufacturing. Everyone was speechless. Lin Fan was openly encouraging them to embezzle military funds. He really didn't know when to quit. Even Zhang Yifeng was stunned. You want us to embezzle military funds to build your ship? Are you just after the money? You're trying to get us 3 old fools killed. If you don't care about your lives, then go ahead, Lin Fan chuckled. If you can't even handle this, what kind of generals are you? You have no vision whatsoever. Bull. If I lacked vision, I'd have shot you long ago. Zhang Yifeng spat. You can get lost. Don't even think about interfering. We'll handle this ourselves. Get out. Put. Lin Fan turned and walked out, with Han Jingjun and Long Xiaoshan quickly following. Lin Fan was truly fierce. The 3 commanders would definitely need to discuss this. It wasn't something they could decide on the spot. Long Xiaoshan whispered, how could you encourage them to embezzle military funds? That's a capital offense. Lin Fan flinched slightly. Embezzling military funds wasn't the issue. If they truly needed money, those 3 old fools had plenty of ways to get it. Lin Fan was merely offering them a perspective and making his stance clear. He was determined to build the large destroyer, and nothing could stop him. If it sparked any controversy later, these old men would have to back him up. What's there to fear? The bolder the dream, the greater the reward. You don't even understand that? Everything is under my control. No big deal, Lin Fan chuckled. Chapter 201, What's wrong with an old man buying his own technology? Long Xiaoshan pondered for a long time but couldn't fathom where Lin Fan's confidence came from. He finally reminded him, don't be careless. Those old men aren't exactly saints. Make sure they don't pull a fast one on you. Lin Fan's confidence was baffling, but those old foxes were seasoned veterans. Long Xiaoshan doubted Lin Fan could outmaneuver them. Lin Fan offered no further explanation. Long Xiaoshan felt like he was about to get an internal injury from frustration. Was he unworthy of knowing? Considering Lin Fan's infuriating personality, Long Xiaoshan resorted to a roundabout approach. If you need any help, just say the word. You know I'll back you up. By sticking with Lin Fan, he'd eventually figure out the guy's plans. Plus, watching Lin Fan battle those old foxes would be a thrilling sideshow. After all, supporting Lin Fan meant no need to charge into battle, no risk, no danger. Just a little lip service, and he'd come out unscathed. Felt like a total win. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. No thanks. A few old farts? I can handle them. With these people backing him, Lin Fan now had the confidence to compete for the aircraft carrier design rights. At the very least, no one would dare question his capabilities. While his research skills were unquestionable, his lack of status and influence meant his words carried little weight, so he had to leverage their power. Zhang Yifeng, Commander Gao, Commander Zhang, their weight alone was substantial. Lin Fan didn't need their help securing the carrier design rights or competing technically with Dragon Nation's research institutes. He feared no one. Even if he didn't dominate outright, he could crush them. After all, he was a seasoned veteran who'd spent his entire life in the military-industrial sector, and he hadn't just led carrier development projects. His experience in aircraft carrier development was unparalleled. After all, he had the technical foundation from his previous lifetime. Lin Fan felt he could move forward. With sufficient backing secured, his next priority was securing funding and intensifying efforts to elevate Zhang Xiaoyu. Bring in more money. Professor Zhang and the company backing him were desperately hungry for his technology. Even a subpar innovation could fetch hundreds of millions of long coins. Wouldn't it be foolish not to fleece the Illuminati? Lin Fan said. Have the relevant officials around Zhang Xiaoyu step aside first. You make the arrangements. I want to promote Zhang Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoshan couldn't care less about a minor figure like Zhang Xiaoyu. After a moment's thought, he recalled what Zhang did. He looked at Lin Fan in bewilderment. Someone like him would have been arrested long ago if you hadn't pulled strings. And now you want to promote him? Have you lost your mind? He's loaded. I'm doing business with him. We just closed a deal worth hundreds of millions. If I don't help him climb the ranks, where else am I supposed to get research funding? Waiting for the Navy's pittance? Lin Fan looked down on them. Even if Zhang Yifeng and the other two commanders were willing to support him and trust him, they wouldn't provide much funding for the first collaboration. They'd definitely test the waters first. Having his own money would give him more leverage, freeing him from having to constantly defer to them. Ultimately, he had to become powerful on his own. Long Xiaoshan glared. What kind of business are you doing with Zhang Xiaoyu? Don't mess around. If you sell state secrets, I can't protect you. What does selling my own technology have to do with international secrets? Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. He wasn't stupid. There was no way he'd hand over classified tech to Zhang Xiaoyu. The technology he presented was all fake. He was a seasoned veteran at this game. In his previous life, he'd pulled stunts like this countless times. Research needed funding. What else could he do? Naturally, he'd exploit these tech spies to bleed them dry. Within reasonable bounds, raising funds for the nation's research was perfectly justified, wasn't it? Long Xiaoshan wasn't buying it. Lin Fan was way too bold. He immediately retorted, let the relevant technical experts evaluate this so-called technology first. What if it turns out to be genuinely advanced? It's all my own work, okay? Do we really need that? Long Xiaoshan snapped, technology confidentiality is a principle. Yours belongs to the state, to your Navy personnel. What if this causes a major incident? Having the relevant people evaluated is the safer approach. Lin Fan stared at Long Xiaoshan as if he were an idiot, which infuriated Long Xiaoshan. Every time Lin Fan looked at him like that, he felt like a complete fool. What's the matter? Seeing Long Xiaoshan's anger, Lin Fan chuckled. Who exactly is Zhang Xiaoyu? Spies. Then why trade junk tech with spies? Like they're short on junk tech? If you're going to trade, you have to trade something valuable. And if it's valuable, it requires confidentiality. Long Xiaoshan realized he hadn't considered this angle. The technology Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoyu were trading must be classified, otherwise, why would they even be interested? A sudden realization struck Long Xiaoshan. His eyes narrowed as he blurted out, you haven't already traded with him and sold state secrets, have you? Yeah, I told you classified tech is a goldmine. Is this something to brag about? Long Xiaoshan was so furious he could have cursed his mother. He was mad, truly mad. Lin Fan was a lunatic. Damn it. You actually did it? No. I'll have people arrest him right now and get that technology back. Are you out of your mind? That tech is mine. What business is it of yours? Besides, it's all fake anyway. Do you think I'm as dumb as you? He's deliberately calling me an idiot, isn't he? Long Xiaoshan snapped out of it, glaring at Lin Fan. You're a real dog. Not bad. So relax, business is going smoothly. Have the relevant authorities pull back first. I'll sell some aircraft carrier secrets to Zhang Xiaoyu, prop him up as a big dragon villain. That way he'll have value, and arresting him later will be even more satisfying. Isn't the joy of a simulation game watching your creations grow stronger? Lin Fan figured cultivating a dragon trader was no different. Both were cultivation games. He didn't give it a second thought. It was just a game. And with his extensive experience, he could guarantee Zhang Xiaoyu's smooth growth, ensuring a steady flow of resources back to him. Young Dragon Shan was speechless, unable to believe it. The way you described Zhang Xiaoyu, he sounds like a complete fool. Aren't you afraid he'll figure it out? That's where you're wrong. Selling secrets to be a dragon's lackey is addictive. Just let him taste the sweetness without going overboard. Give him everything he wants, and I guarantee he'll be hooked. He's just a nobody now, but he's seen how powerful people live. Doesn't he want to climb higher? People like him have no morality or loyalty to the state, everything is for themselves. As long as it benefits him, he won't give it up even if he knows there's danger. He's like a cat that's tasted blood. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, old man. I can easily manipulate someone like Zhang Xiaoyu. Then become best buds and inseparable comrades with teacher Zhang, sucking Zhang Xiaoyu dry. Long Xiaoshan watched Lin Fan helplessly. The moment he heard Lin Fan calling himself old man, he felt an urge to punch him, but this guy was untouchable. He'd just have to endure it. Chapter 202, Being the Middleman Sucks. Long Xiaoshan drove Lin Fan home. The next day, Lin Fan invited teacher Zhang to breakfast. This time, he was treating. Spending 28 yuan on breakfast left Lin Fan feeling the pinch. 28 yuan for one meal? How much would that add up to in a year? Lin Fan lamented. Spending his own money on meals hurt his wallet. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, he suggested, Teacher Zhang, how about you treat me to breakfast from now on? Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You're not exactly broke now. Why are you being so stingy? Lin Fan had already swindled over 10 million from Zhang Xiaoyu. Combined with his company's earnings, he was nearing 20 million in absolute fortune for the average person. I'm broke, Lin Fan lamented. This little money will run out eventually, and I've got a whole lifetime ahead of me. Every day I open my eyes, I have to spend money. The thought made him wince. If only I could live without spending a dime. Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless. Lin Fan quickly added, I'll eat your food from now on, okay? Lin Fan blinked innocently, seeing nothing wrong with his suggestion. After all, he and Zhang Xiaoyu were friends. Wasn't it only natural to eat and drink off your friends? What good were friends if you couldn't even do that? Zhang Xiaoyu sipped his soy milk and snapped, Do you want me to support you too? He'd never met anyone as stingy as Lin Fan. If he didn't still need him, he'd have ditched him long ago. Lin Fan nodded, completely unfazed, supporting me is fine too. I'd be happy to. Zhang Xiaoyu desperately wanted to get up and leave. Damn, Lin Fan was disgusting. I don't have that kind of hobby. But spending my money really pains me. It feels like someone's cutting flesh off me. Teacher Zhang, do you understand that feeling? When I feel that pain, my mood drops and I can't focus on work. The moment work came up, Zhang Xiaoyu felt helpless. He'd been counting on Lin Fan to provide him with classified information. He was completely at her mercy. Zhang Xiaoyu snapped, Fine. I'll cover your breakfast from now on. How's your work going? Smooth? Going smoothly. That technology one mentioned last time? It'll be ready in a few days. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. Then hurry up. Let me know if you need anything. Lin Fan beamed and immediately held out his hand. Give me another 5 million. Zhang Xiaoyu froze, staring blankly at Lin Fan. You really have no manners. I'm practically your dad, and the first thing out of your mouth is money? And you're asking for 5 million? He was certainly well off, and with the recent bonus from the Illuminati, 5 million wasn't a problem. But Lin Fan wanted that much all at once? He couldn't handle handing over 5 million in one go. Yet refusing risked Lin Fan's disobedience. After all, Lin Fan hadn't started selling secrets yet, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu with no leverage over him. What do you need the money for? Oh, it's just about sharing the profits, you know? That technology's tricky to pull off, so I brought in a buddy to help. Can't let him work for free, right? You gotta keep up appearances and all that. Zhang Xiaoyu froze. Lin Fan had brought someone else into this? This guy had no clue what he was doing. How could he involve others in something like this? Zhang Xiaoyu quickly asked, Is he reliable? How's your relationship with him? We're tight. He needs cash too, looking for some extra income. Lin Fan rattled it off without hesitation. Did this person even exist? If not, he'd just make one up. After all, they were all competing to be the worst. As long as he wasn't the worst. Zhang Xiaoyu figured he'd better give Lin Fan the money. He didn't want him sulking. At the very least, he needed to secure the technology first. Once they completed one transaction, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to back out. 5 million wasn't much, think of it as bait for fishing. Zhang Xiaoyu said, I'll give you 2 million now. The rest comes after the technology resale closes. He chuckled. By then, Lin Fan would have no choice but to obey him. Would he even need to pay the rest? 2 million? That'll do. He'd worry about the rest later. Lin Fan wasn't counting on getting the full amount anyway. After breakfast, Lin Fan received the money from Zhang Xiaoyu and chuckled, Professor Zhang, I never would have guessed you were so well connected. Well, that goes without saying. I am a returnee after all. How could I not have income? As long as you listen to me, I'll help you make money. Making money is simple. Lin Fan nodded eagerly. Right, making money was simple, just sell state secrets. Each one could fetch millions. Countless state secrets in Longhua had been sold this way. The irony was that many researchers who sold them clearly understood their value yet sold them dirt cheap. The secrets of the 6th generation fighter would only fetch $3 million in the future. Lin Fan recalled the leaks that had occurred in his own world and was utterly speechless. That was at least 2 zeros less. But that's how cheaply researchers sell secrets, as if they believe secrets belong to the state, while money belongs to themselves. The son sells his father's land without a second thought. Lin Fan watched Zhang Xiaoyu head off to work, then made a phone call. Zhong Ai arrived shortly with Zhang Haiming in tow. Zhang Haiming was a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, with a buzz cut that gave him an intimidating appearance. Yet in Lin Fan's presence, he was as docile as a quail. No wonder Lin Fan was his mentor. Hailing from the Yiming Revolutionary Base area, Zhang Haiming was a towering figure, strong and powerful, quiet and honest, with an outstanding appearance that perfectly matched Zhong Ai's taste. Zhong Ai beamed, "I brought the guy. Don't bully him. Get lost." Lin Fan ignored Zhong Ai, the big goofball, and turned to Zhang Haiming. "Alright, here's a job for you. Do it well, and I'll give you 100 grand for your trouble." Scamming 2 million from Zhang Xiaoyu, giving Zhang Haiming 100 grand, and acting as the middleman, it felt damn good. Zhang Haiming's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "Got it. I'll follow your instructions, boss." Zhong Ai fumed, "Only 100,000? Are you hiring illegal labor? What the hell do you know? Is it any of your business?" Lin Fan snapped. "If Zhang Haiming's satisfied, I'm satisfied. What's it to you? Men's business isn't your concern. Get lost." Lin Fan shoved Zhong Ai's head aside. "Everyone's happy. Who the hell do you think you are? Illegal workers? Believe me, I won't pay a single penny." This was an opportunity for Zhang Haiming to earn money. Children from poor families grow up fast. Zhang Haiming was even poorer than himself, and with his reserved yet passionate personality, Lin Fan could easily manipulate him. Zhang Haiming quickly interjected, "I'm deeply grateful Teacher Lin even considered me." "Sister Zhong, no need to say more. It's my honor to work on projects with Teacher Lin. See that? That's what I call awareness." Lin Fan laughed heartily at Zhong Ai, who stomped her foot in frustration but could only sigh in resignation. Lin Fan then handed Zhang Haiming a folder of materials, patting his shoulder and saying, "Study it well, learn it well. This is the real deal." Though he was creating a dummy system, the knowledge itself was genuine. Lin Fan had hidden plenty of his own proprietary techniques within these materials. If Zhang Haiming studied them diligently, he was sure to achieve great things in the future. Zhang Haiming was overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately began reading. Within moments, he was stunned. The materials Lin Fan had given him contained numerous advanced techniques, opening up a whole new world for him. Zhang Haiming stole a glance at Lin Fan. Teacher Lin was truly unfathomable. What he'd given him wasn't just materials, it was pure cheat codes. He absolutely couldn't let Teacher Lin down. Zhang Haiming regretted it. He should have refused payment earlier, but he was desperately short on cash. He vowed that once his circumstances improved, he would work for Teacher Lin without charging a dime. How could he possibly accept money from his teacher? Chapter 203, Another Workhorse. Zhong Ai pulled Lin Fan aside and stared at him. "Did you rip him off? Wasn't it 1 million? Lin Fan shot back, "When did I ever say 1 million? If I could earn 1 million myself, why would I bother others? Besides, your boyfriend didn't object. Women shouldn't meddle in men's affairs. How many promising men have been ruined by bad women? Do you want to be the kind of girl who holds her boyfriend back?" Zhong Ai snorted, "You're just picking on honest folks. You must have swindled him out of his money." "As if I'd do such a thing?" Lin Fan sneered. He was exactly that kind of person, but he wouldn't admit it. Being a middleman was so satisfying, why would he share it with anyone? Zhong Ai felt deeply sorry for Zhang Haiming. After pondering, he said, "Here's a card with 1 million yuan. Use it as Zhang Haiming's salary." I offered him money, but he refused. Insisted on earning it himself. I couldn't force him. Lin Fan immediately interjected, "You can give it to me. I'll take it." "Did you ever take it when I offered before? Don't even think about it now. I'm perfectly satisfied with Zhang Haiming. He's got a better physique than you and he listens." Zhong Ai nodded approvingly. Zhang Haiming's only flaw was his family's modest means, otherwise, he was flawless. But for her, his family's modest means weren't an issue, she was well off herself. Lin Fan sneered, "If Zhang Haiming had better family background, with his prospects and physique, why would he need to find someone like you, the conqueror Buddha? Couldn't he find Xiao Hua? You?" Zhong Ai was furious. Why couldn't Lin Fan just shut up? Every word he uttered felt like a knife to the heart. "You're so cruel. No wonder Qing Yan was furious with you. Even my intervention didn't help. Was he threatening her, or what?" Lin Fan considered Zhong Ai for a moment. He needed Han Qing Yan. For Dr. Han's sake, he'd stop picking fights with Zhong Ai. "Dr. Han won't even give you face anymore," he said. "Are you two still best friends?" "Of course we are." "Then why won't she give you face?" Zhong Ai instantly felt belittled. "She's not giving me face? She's ignoring you. The shameless one is you, not me. Who would exploit someone else's feelings for money? Even scumbags wouldn't dare do that." You're worse than a scumbag. Lin Fan really had no bottom line. Lin Fan retorted with righteous indignation, 10 million. Who could refuse? I just couldn't resist temptation, committing a mistake any man would make. You should forgive me. That's what good girls do. Zhou Mei frowned, digesting Lin Fan's words, her expression turning utterly disgusted. Was this even human? His shamelessness had truly reached its limit. Considering Lin Fan had introduced Zhang Haiming to her, Zhou Mei decided to let it slide. She couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. I'll even speak up for you with Qing Yan. But act like a human being. Not everyone is as heartless and reckless as you. Thanks. Lin Fan hurriedly replied. You talk to her nicely, it'll work out. Ask Dr. Han to knock down the salary a bit, give me a discount. I'm broke, don't make me bleed dry. Zhou Mei was furious. Damn Lin Fan, still refusing to pay. Trying to freeload. Pointing at Lin Fan, her finger trembled. How come people like you aren't struck dead by lightning? Put. I'm a military scientist. Lightning? That's nothing. When I have time, I'll tame a thunderbolt for you. Lightning is just another weapon in my hands. In his previous life, Lin Fan had led a team conducting extensive research on the sky. They even built a prototype artificial lightning generator with remarkably promising results. But such generators were far too costly and ahead of their time. There was simply no need to popularize them, so they were ultimately stored away as technological reserves. Perhaps decades after my death, it might become commonplace. Lin Fan instructed Zhou Mei to send Zhang Haiming to the villa to work, keeping him out of the house to avoid detection by Zhang Xiaoyu. Han Qingyan was left for Zhou Mei to handle. Seeing he suddenly had nothing to do, Lin Fan immediately picked up his business affairs and summoned He Linfeng from Harbin Institute of Technology. He Linfeng was utterly baffled. Over the phone, Comrade Xiaoyi sighed, Lin Fan, I'm still a student. I have classes to attend. Take a leave of absence. You just say take a leave and it's done? What about my credits? Lin Fan retorted, didn't I just take leave? I asked for it, and it was approved immediately. What's the problem? That's because it's you. You think everyone's like you? He takes academics seriously, it's not some fly-by-night school. He Linfeng still has to work on research projects with his advisor and attend classes, his schedule is packed every single day. Lin Fan snapped, fine, I'll request leave for you. I'll call your advisor and tell him. He Linfeng fell silent, then handed his advisor's number to Lin Fan, who dialed it immediately. He Linfeng's advisor knew Lin Fan well. When Lin Fan mentioned needing He Linfeng's help, the advisor grew curious. What kind of help? He specializes in materials science. Lin Fan, have you started another project? A bionic high-tech project, no big deal. Bionic high-tech? That sounded incredibly high-tech and sophisticated. This guy Lin Fan had already stunned Hit with a paper on controllable nuclear fusion research, then solved the 5th-generation fighter jet problem, leaving the aerospace experts and senior professors red-faced. If I could collaborate with Lin Fan, maybe I could shake up the academic world too. He Linfeng's advisor, Zhang Guangyan, was intrigued. Lin Fan, how about I join in too? Are you sure about this? Lin Fan's advisor was no problem. Zhang Guangyan was a materials science expert. With him on board, his bionic doll project would surely make major breakthroughs in materials. But this project was a bit awkward. Professor Zhang was already 50, would he even embrace such a novel endeavor? But whether he's open to it or not, what does that have to do with me? Lin Fan immediately replied, of course. Welcome Professor Zhang aboard. Bring He Linfeng and head to Beijing ASAP. Another high-caliber researcher on board and for free, since Professor Zhang didn't even mention salary. He could just give him a token amount later. Professor Zhang and He Linfeng arrived in Beijing that evening. Lin Fan was reluctant to spend money on airport pickup after all, he didn't have a car, so taking a taxi would be a waste. Lin Fan told Zhang Guangyan and He Linfeng to take taxis back on their own. That evening, he took them out to sample street food stalls. Lin Fan felt no shame whatsoever. Beijing is famous for its street food. I'll show you the real flavor of the city. These snacks are far better than anything in fancy hotels. We researchers are noble souls, we don't crave luxury. Professor Zhang, a refined gentleman, merely smiled at Lin Fan's words. How could he not see through Lin Fan's reluctance to spend? He Linfeng retorted, you're just cheap. We traveled all this way, and this is how you treat us? Nonsense. I genuinely want you to experience the vibrant energy of the capital, not because I'm stingy. Please don't misunderstand my intentions. Lin Fan and Zhang Guangyan chuckled. Eating street food here, savoring 6 centuries of the capital's history with every bite. How could any 5-star hotel feast compare to that? The capital city, the imperial seat for 6 centuries. Zhang Guangyan chuckled at the remark. Lin Fan's exaggeration was refreshingly unconventional, yet delivered with such bravado. Chapter 204, The Truly High-Tech Project. Seeing He Linfeng's speechless expression, Lin Fan hurriedly added, Comrade, we're all high-caliber talents with integrity and principles. How could we be as vulgar as those who have nothing but money? Don't be enamored by superficial glamour, it's all empty. Researchers like us must stay grounded, taking steady steps forward. That's our true character. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Great, so now it was his fault for lacking character and integrity. You're something else. Fine, I'll just say it's not your fault. Good to know. How could an old man like me pay for the meal? Lin Fan led them to a random street stall, ordered some dishes, and got 2 bottles of beer. Zhang Guangnian quickly asked Lin Fan, "What exactly is your project?" "I asked Lin Fan on the way here, but he wouldn't say. Can you tell me now?" Lin Fan glanced at Lin Fan, whose face flushed crimson as he frantically signaled for silence. Lin Fan smiled. "It's a bionic human project." Bionic humans? That's cutting edge. Teacher Zhang noted he knew many peers researching biomimicry bionic animals and birds, but bionic humans were a first. Lin Fan had started with a major undertaking, human mimicry being the most challenging. Professor Zhang expressed his admiration. "You really are something else. Starting with a humanoid project? I'm thrilled just hearing about it. It's an honor to join your project." "Really? That's fantastic. I'm equally thrilled to have you join my project, Teacher Zhang," Lin Fan replied sincerely. Scoring a high-level brain for free? That felt incredibly satisfying. Lin Fan promptly gave Zhang Guangnian a sharp tap on the shoulder. Lin Fan watched his advisor with sympathy. Once he learned the project's specifics, he'd surely be utterly dismayed. Lin Fan promptly outlined the project's scope to Zhang Guangnian, emphasizing its immense future applications across multiple sectors like firefighting and military technology. It would also be highly beneficial in medical fields, particularly for treating depression and psychological disorders. After all, adult dolls inherently serve these purposes. Professor Zhang's eyes lit up with keen interest. The conversation flowed smoothly, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious. After taking a sip of wine, Zhang Guangnian set down his glass and whispered to Lin Fan, "The 5th-generation fighter is almost ready for its test flight. Interested in coming to see it?" In truth, the senior engineer overseeing the 5th-generation fighter project wanted to invite Lin Fan to the site. Having an extra pair of eyes like Lin Fan could help troubleshoot any issues that might arise. Zhang Guangnian, specializing in materials science, was also involved in the 5th-generation fighter project. He'd heard the veteran experts mention how everyone in Longwei was eagerly anticipating the 5th-generation fighter, yet also feared unexpected complications. Having Lin Fan there would give them all a little more confidence. Lin Fan inquired about the timing. It was scheduled for next month, when he should be back at Harbin Institute of Technology, so there wouldn't be any scheduling conflicts. "Sure, I'd like to go." "That's wonderful. Elders Zhang and Li have repeatedly expressed their hope you join the next-generation fighter design. They've never shown such enthusiasm for anyone before. You were meant for aircraft," Zhang Guangnian remarked with genuine admiration. Both Zhang and Li were titans in aerospace engineering, and their consistent endorsement was unprecedented. The two elders couldn't stop thinking about Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled, "I'll get around to it when I have time." When he has time? Was this the nature of genius? To be recognized by Zhang Lao and Li Lao was an immense opportunity, yet Lin Fan seemed unconcerned. Zhang Guangnian asked curiously, "Aren't you busy right now? What are you up to?" "I'm planning to launch a warship project. Negotiations are underway, almost done." "A warship?" Zhang Guangnian froze. Did Lin Fan's major have anything to do with warships? "You're a nuclear physics major, right?" "Yep, specializing in atomic bomb maintenance." "Then how did you end up with warships?" Zhang Guangnian stared blankly at Lin Fan. What did warships have to do with him? Lin Fan replied, "No choice. Our country's warships are garbage right now. I have to step in." Taking a sip of wine, Lin Fan grinned. "Without me, Lin Fan, the Dragon Nation's navy would be as dark as night." Lin Fan let out a boastful laugh, then chuckled heartily. Zhang Guangnian was utterly speechless. This must be what a genius is like, always so unpredictable. Lin Fan glanced at his teacher and hinted, "Lin Fan is just a slacker with a screw loose. No point asking, it won't get you anywhere." After the meal, Lin Fan led the two to his villa. Seeing that Lin Fan owned a villa in the capital, Lin Fan and Zhang Guangnian instantly assumed he was a rich second-generation heir. Upon entering, Lin Fan led them into a large room where they saw an adult female doll placed inside. Lin Fan's face twitched violently. Zhang Guangnian's face flushed slightly. The doll, crafted to Dr. Han's proportions, looked undeniably alluring. Zhang Guangnian felt an uneasy sensation looking at the doll, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Lin Fan was a top student, a genius. There was no way he'd stoop to such vulgarity. This must be for the project. "So this is your project?" "Yes, crafted from high-tech molecular materials. Currently in the debugging phase." "Professor Zhang, your arrival is perfect timing. I still need a material that feels closer to human skin." Lin Fan replied with utmost seriousness, "Well, the main goal is to create a realistic skin simulation. This will make the tactile experience far more authentic, with broad potential applications." Lin Fan thought to himself, "Is this really serious? To make a doll and talk about simulated skin? What a load of hot air." But Zhang Guangnian nodded earnestly, finding Lin Fan's idea brilliant. Simulated human skin? The applications are boundless. This is such a multidisciplinary field. I'm so glad I came. Your work is cutting edge. If we integrate biotechnology, we might develop humanoid skin that would be incredibly valuable in the medical field. Lin Fan nodded. That's exactly how I see it. Professor Zhang, you're truly an expert. You immediately recognize the potential of this technology. If we develop skin with biological properties, it would revolutionize the treatment of skin diseases. We'd be world-leading, and it would bring enormous commercial value. Old Zhang, your perspective truly warms my heart. It proves that scholars like us never dwell on those messy practical applications. Lin Fan felt immensely relieved that he didn't have to make excuses or deceive anyone. Professor Zhang had already begun his own self-discovery. Lin Fan's project creating a high-tech doll was truly all about these cutting-edge innovations. Professor Zhang settled in immediately, eager to dive straight into the research. Lin Fan left him be as Lin Fan pulled him outside the villa to talk. Don't you feel guilty for screwing over my teacher like this? What did I do? Don't talk nonsense, this old man never scams anyone. Lin Fan thought to himself. At worst, he was freeloading. With Zhang Guangnian, a materials science expert, joining his team, the doll's texture would feel even more lifelike, allowing him to charge a premium price. Knowledge is money, after all. Hao Lifeng looked at Lin Fan helplessly and sighed. I'm just worried that when my teacher figures it out, he won't let me off the hook. What then? Chapter 205, Sakura causes trouble again. Lin Fan smiled faintly, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. You're overthinking it. This is legitimate research. Professor Zhang is a serious researcher. He wouldn't even consider such things unless you blabbed. Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror. Am I crazy? His graduation hinged entirely on his advisor's approval. Only a fool would let Professor Zhang know Lin Fan's true purpose. Lin Fan chuckled. Then it's settled. What are you afraid of? Besides, even if your professor catches on, he's already in this together with us. Once you've jumped into the sea, there's no going back to shore. I've got 100 ways to control Zhang Guangnian. Lin Fan sighed. I just hope the professor doesn't catch on too fast. You're going to be the death of me. Put. You're getting the better of the deal and still complaining. Lin Fan thought Lin Fan and Zhang Guangnian had hit the jackpot. Getting involved in his project was guaranteed to yield results. With his guidance, the two of them could just sit back and wait for their careers to skyrocket. Worried Zhang Guangnian might refuse? Overthinking it. Once the project yields results, someone like Teacher Zhang will be utterly hooked. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, next week there's a comic convention in the capital. We'll take our dolls there for promotion and client outreach. Get ready. What does a comic convention have to do with us? Absolutely. The young men and women at comic conventions are loaded. Who has time for this if they're broke? Only those with means can afford to indulge. Lin Fan thought to himself, his products target the high-end market, of course he'd target the deep pockets. Lin Fan didn't know jack about it. Niche markets might be small, but they catered to the high-end crowd. Lin Fan made it clear that Lin Fan just needed to follow orders and do his job as a loyal worker. He'd handle everything else. A mere comic convention was no problem. Ours is cutting-edge tech. Lin Fan patted Lin Feng's head like a dumb dog. Just watch the old man work. Besides research, I've got a knack for business too. You're lucky to have me. Your ancestors' graves are probably on fire right now, not just emitting smoke. Lin Fan felt like he was truly a saint. After settling Lin Fan and Zhang Guangnian, Lin Fan headed straight home. To his surprise, Teacher Zhang hadn't returned yet that evening. Lin Fan watched TV for a while and unexpectedly came across a variety show featuring Huaying. When the host's microphone suddenly malfunctioned, Huaying confidently listed several possible reasons for the malfunction, exuding the aura of a science-savvy socialite. The other guests looked utterly horrified. An ordinary female celebrity actually knew about electronics? Following Huaying's advice, the host successfully fixed the microphone, and Huaying captured massive attention. No one expected Huaying to be so tech-savvy. Lin Fan chuckled to himself. How many celebrities in the entertainment industry actually understood electronics? What were their college entrance exam scores? Who would dare claim expertise in such fields? Huaying had truly shown this time. She'd finally tasted the sweetness of being a tech-savvy socialite, and she'd definitely come looking for him later. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his phone rang. It was Huaying calling. Lin Fan, let's grab drinks. Huaying was in high spirits. After her segment aired that evening, she instantly landed on the entertainment headlines. She immediately thought of Lin Fan. After all, she knew he was the one who'd educated her on these topics. The tech socialite persona was truly powerful. Lin Fan's character development for her was truly impressive. Lin Fan replied, I was just about to hit the sack. Saw your show tonight, Sister Hui, you were brilliant. Ha, that's all thanks to your brilliant idea. I'm finally getting noticed. Huaying hurriedly added, I want to thank you properly. And when you have time, give me another lesson. Lin Fan thought for a moment. I might not have time soon, Teacher Zhang, and I have things to take care of. Let's talk about it after we're done. Lin Fan deliberately brought Zhang Xiaoyu into the conversation, knowing Hui Ying would take notice. Sure enough, Hui Ying immediately asked, "What business do you and Zhang Xiaoyu have?" Lin Fan gave a brief explanation about Zhang Xiaoyu helping him sell his technology. "That's why I'm so busy lately. Teacher Zhang said a company he knows is very interested in my technology and can offer me a great price." "Alright, I'll reach out to you later," Hui Ying said before hanging up. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed Hui Ying was unaware of his dealings with Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang must have kept it from her. Now that he brought it up, he just sit back and watch Hui Ying and Zhang compete. "Hey, comrade Xiaohua, you gotta step up. Old man here is counting on you to help me rake in a big payday." In a villa somewhere in the city, Hui Ying put down her phone, her expression darkening. She had partnered with Zhang Xiaoyu, yet he had secretly sold intelligence to Lin Fan behind her back and she hadn't known a thing. The company was willing to pay a premium price. It seemed the Freemasons attached great importance to whatever Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoyu were collaborating on this time. Hui Ying's interest was immediately piqued. She wanted to intercept the deal and quickly picked up the phone to contact her superiors. Lin Fan woke up to find daylight streaming through the window. After freshening up, he turned on the morning news. The TV reported that Zayarizi had lodged a strong protest over the incident on Flower Bird Island. Within Zayarizi itself, numerous citizens were protesting in the streets, demanding their government hold Longwei accountable. A week had passed since the incident on Flower Bird Island, and the situation could no longer be contained. After all, a political figure and 7 or 8 civilians had died on the Japanese side. Over the past week, the events on Flower Bird Island had been extensively covered by the news media. Citizens of Little Japan are demanding accountability from Dragon Nation, denouncing its actions as blatant bullying. Huanyo Island has always belonged to a Sakura. It's part of the Nanjil Islands. Those Longwa people are nothing but beasts. They killed our people. What maritime disaster! That was deliberately orchestrated by the Dragon Nation. They are the real murderers. Our government must retaliate for this incident. It's an absolute disgrace. On screen, Little Japan's citizens spewed hatred toward Dragon Nation, their words brimming with arrogance. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. These cherry blossom citizens lived far too comfortably. They were stirring up trouble again. Behind these mass protests, someone was undoubtedly orchestrating them. The incident on Flower Bird Island provided the perfect opportunity. As Lin Fan pondered this, a call came in from the Dragon Young Merchant. "Heard the news? Ha. Little Japan just announced they're holding military exercises in the East China Sea. Han Jingjuan's got his hands full again. Our commander asked me to inquire, could you and your people conduct an operation out at sea?" "No big deal," Lin Fan chuckled. "Counts as real combat experience?" "Of course," Long Xiaoshang chuckled. "The higher-ups will be sending someone to observe. If you pull this off, your shipbuilding project should be a done deal. I just got the news myself. It gave me quite a shock. The higher-ups seem just as crazy as you are."